paid little attention. They believed it highly unlikely for Kit to obtain the supreme weapon embryo, given the stringent requirement of possessing supreme tier potential. Such geniuses were rare even in ancient times. Since the dawn of time, at least several hundred supremes had emerged, but those reaching ultimate supreme potential numbered no more than 5. In the realm of supremes, they were like unicorns. In even older legends, these ultimate supremes held positions almost akin to deities. Rumble. As time passed, Kit delved hundreds of miles deeper, and the chains on him reached 9,900. At this level, the pressure was already terrifying. The pressure generated by the chains wasn't constant, but depended on one's cultivation and realm. For instance, since Kit was currently at the peak of the Mystic Chi realm, the generated pressure was merely at the apex of the Divine Pill realm, which meant nothing to him. However, any ordinary cultivator wouldn't survive, bursting into a mist of blood even at early Divine C realm levels. Even geniuses like Davidson and Warrens would stop at 9,900 chains. One more step would lead to their bodies exploding. He's already at 9,900 chains. Impressive. Looks like a young Supreme. After all, a young Supreme grabbing the Supreme Sword embryo is not enough to ensure success. Throughout history, countless young Supremes have been born, but only a few actually became Supremes, a rarity among rarities. Seeing his relaxed expression, I think he can reach 20,000 chains. That would be commendable. I believe 30,000 chains is more fitting. The two decaying corpses whispered and discussed amongst themselves, unconvinced that Kit could reach ultimate supreme potential and secure the supreme sword embryo. However, Kit didn't slow down. Boom. Taking another step, the chains on him increased to 10,000. A golden beam shot upwards, enveloping him within its glow. Then, a divine steel descended from the sky with small inscriptions reading, achieving 10,000 divine chains grants naming rights. Names may be left on the divine steel. Oh, intriguing. Kit looked at the steel, noticing millions of names etched densely on it. These were all ancient era prodigies, mostly surnamed Hua, suggesting that during the heyday of the Qiulian clan, there were no shortage of young supreme-tier geniuses. The sheer number, several million, testified to the prosperity of the ancient era, producing such a vast number of young supremes. Looking at the entire steel, Kit didn't leave his name but carved a smiley symbol instead. Boom. With the naming completed, the steel vanished. Without hesitation, Kit ignored the golden divine chains on him and continued walking forward. Soon, the chains on him reached 20,000. How is this possible? Why is he still so relaxed? One decaying corpse was shocked, his eyes burning with green flames, exclaiming, "Such formidable aptitude. How can it emerge in this era?" It seems we underestimated him significantly. Perhaps, he can reach 50,000 chains. 50,000 chains. Even in ancient times, that marked a prodigy. And yet it has appeared in the resource-poor era of recent antiquity. Incredible. The two decaying corpses were flabbergasted, but still believed Kit couldn't reach ultimate supreme status. Boom. Kit took another step forward, reaching 30,000 chains. Another golden beam soared skyward, and a divine steel appeared. This time, far fewer names were listed, only about 100,000. Evidently, regardless of the era, prodigies reaching 30,000 chains were incredibly rare, marking an elite among young supremes. Intriguing. 30,000 chains and a divine steel. Huh? A slight smile tugged at Kit's lips. He took another step forward. Rumble. When the chains on him reached 40,000, another steel appeared. Only less than 10,000 names remained on this one. Intriguing. Wonder how many remain at 100,000 chains. Kit took a deep breath and continued forward. Soon, he reached the boundary of 50,000 chains. Rumble. This time, a blood-red beam shot upwards, and a ruby-like celestial steel appeared. Only about 1,000 names remained on this celestial steel. Only 1,000 remain. Among them, perhaps there are supreme-level experts. Kit scanned the fiery red celestial steel. Suddenly, a name caught his eye. Emperor Anise of the Xylan clan, Emperor Uriel Shang of Divine Blood. They've been here too? Incredible. Kit stared at the list of names, eyes wide with surprise. Out of 1,000 slots, several were supremes he recognized. Truly astonishing. Intriguing. Never thought I'd find traces left by other supremes here. Kit looked up at the fire-red celestial steel, eyes filled with astonishment. Curiosity piqued, he wondered how far these supremes had gone. Theoretically, none seemed to have completed the entire journey, since the sword embryo forged from 9-colored divine gold still existed and hadn't been taken by anyone else. Chapter 259, Catamitless Supreme. With these thoughts in mind, Kit took a step forward and walked toward the altar floating above the abyss. Rumble. Even more violent power erupted. Tens of thousands of order divine chains brought an unparalleled sense of oppression. However, Kit's speed did not slow down at all as he continued his steady steps toward the altar. Boom, boom. For every 10,000 chains, a heavenly steel descended. Kit left a smiley face on each one, casually glancing at the names inscribed. By the time he reached the 90,000th chain, the heavenly steel suddenly transformed into 5 colors, casting a magnificent glow over the entire abyss. 90,000. What kind of monster is this? Ancient legends say 90,000 is a critical point. To reach this stage requires refining one's primordial soul, body, and true chi to near limits. Throughout history, only a few have achieved this. We might be witnessing the birth of a legend. Countless years have passed. He could possibly be the sole immortal from recent ancient times. The two decayed corpses were amazed. Kit slightly raised his head and looked at the 5-colored heavenly steel. On it, there were only less than 10 names left, all very unfamiliar to him. Huh. Kit let out a soft exclamation. He saw a somewhat familiar character on the steel. This character was neither from the primeval age, nor from the ancient or upper ancients era. It did not belong to any era of Xuanhuan world. Instead, it came from Blue Star's wuxia script. Hiss. Can't be. Could it be that someone from my hometown on Blue Star came here long ago? Kit scratched his head, feeling a bit dizzy. If so, this would be incredible. Or perhaps, it was just a similar symbol. Maybe its structure resembled wuxia writing? After all, Xuanhuan world has existed for countless years with numerous scripts. Having similarities to wuxia writing is understandable. Intriguing. Kit narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 5-colored divine steel. He continued to engrave a smiley face on it. Then, he turned his gaze to the supreme sword ingot cast from 9-colored divine gold. The sword ingot was less than 100 paces away from him, but Kit could already see clearly the 9-colored divine mist flowing and the boundless runes shimmering on its surface. These runes were directly derived from nature, innate runes formed naturally, almost impossible to carve. Even a supreme wouldn't be able to do so. I must obtain this sword ingot. Kit's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he moved forward again. Boom. With a single step, Kit advanced. The 90,000 order divine chains around him swirled like a storm, sweeping across. A heavy pressure descended. Kit bore the immense pressure and advanced step by step. At the same time, he felt something odd. Perhaps it was an illusion, but this pressure seemed much weaker compared to his first experience in the tricolor immortal spring. An illusion? No. I've grown stronger. Using the mystic crystal heart, 9-colored spirit marrow, and the supreme essence blood of xiuxian, I honed my physique. These transformations genuinely converted into my strength, making me stronger within my realm, even surpassing limits. As he thought, Kit took a step forward, reaching the 9-colored sword ingot. Rumble. The sky filled with order divine chains dissipated. A jade steel made of white jade appeared midair above the altar. On the jade steel, only 3 symbols remained. The first was E. The remaining 2 seemed like some kind of mark. One was lotus-shaped, and the other resembled a tripod cauldron. Kit hadn't seen these before. Perhaps they were some ancient era marks. 3 individuals with catamitless supreme qualifications have come here. Incredible. Kit was astonished looking at the symbols. Just then, a figure appeared. It was a young man with red hair flowing down, exuding an air of dominance. He turned his head, looking at Kit and said, "Ah, countless ages have passed. The 4th person has finally arrived here? Greetings, Venerable Kramer." Kit nodded slightly, greeting him. He had communicated with Kramer before and knew he was a decent person. "You bear the scent of my true blood of xiuxian. You must have met me before." Kramer's shadow spoke with his hands behind his back. "But it doesn't matter. Since you're here, you can take this supreme sword ingot." "Oh." Kit looked at the supreme sword ingot, narrowing his eyes slightly, not feeling rushed. Since 3 people had been here before and didn't take the supreme sword ingot, there were only 2 possibilities. First, they didn't want it. This didn't make sense. No one could remain unmoved by a 9-colored divine gold cast supreme sword ingot. Secondly, they couldn't take it away. Thus, Kit didn't rush to agree but instead opened his heavenly Dao true eye and surveyed the surroundings. This observation revealed an alarming sight. Above the originally holy supreme sword ingot, floated a faint black mist. Black mist surrounded the entire altar, even covering the jade steel, eroding it. Looking at the Kramer's shadow in front of him, Kit gasped. What was this supposed to be? A supreme shadow? Just a green-faced, fanged monster composed of black mist. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Dao true eye. Truly talented ones aren't easily fooled. Seeing this, the shadow showed its true form. What are you exactly? In Kit's hand, a God Annihilation rune condensed. Ready to unleash it regardless of what it was. God Annihilation rune. Fear flashed in the monster's eyes. He coldly said, "Who am I?" Naturally, a remnant thought left by Kramer. "Boy, your physique is excellent. Now, it's mine." "Is that so?" Kit laughed dryly at the monster. "If you want it, come and take it." "Humph, then I won't hold back." The monster wasn't foolish. It unleashed endless power, descending upon Kit. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a decaying corpse remarked, "Bad news. That's a supreme evil thought. Originally left by Kramer. It seems to be corrupted by something." "That's right. Let's run first. This evil thought is sinister. If we don't leave soon, we'll die here." Another decaying corpse began to shiver, trembling all over. "Calm down." Kit stood at the edge with his arms crossed, unperturbed. Chapter 260, Battle Against Cody's Supreme Remnant Soul. He said with a confident tone, "Don't worry. This is absolutely not a Supreme Remnant Spirit. Firstly, he didn't detect my avatar talisman. Secondly, he was trapped in the Supreme Array. If it were a genuine Supreme Remnant Spirit, the Supreme Array wouldn't have been able to hold him." "You've got a point." The 2 corpses immediately felt relieved upon hearing this. Meanwhile, within the restricted area, atop the altar, Kit did not put up any resistance and allowed the corpse to subdue his avatar. "Haha, kid, you've given up on fighting back?" The creature glanced at Kit, and without another word, the mist above the altar converged towards him. Soon enough, a pitch-black scale appeared on the blood-red altar. "So, this is the true form?" Kit looked at the black scale, his eyes filled with surprise. "Exactly." Seeing Kit was subdued, the creature relaxed and coldly said, "Innumerable years ago, I had already reached the quasi-supreme realm, intending to obtain this 9-colored divine gold. But unexpectedly, I was slain by the supreme death array. Only a piece of my scale and remnant soul made it here to the altar. Unfortunately, I couldn't take the divine gold away. All I could do was hope that someone would come here. I waited and waited until finally..." "Oh, then why didn't you possess the previous 3 people? Were you unable to defeat them?" Kit smiled mischievously at the creature. "You." The creature instantly became furious. Kit's statement wasn't wrong. He indeed couldn't match those 3 individuals. Those who could reach the peak supreme level were all grand fortune holders throughout history, each possessing numerous hidden strengths. Especially that Yi fellow. He nearly turned the tables and killed me. It took me tens of millions of years of recovery to reach this state. It seems like I hit the nail on the head. Kit nodded slightly. Humph, kid, no matter how stubborn you are, this body ultimately belongs to me. The creature let out a cold cry, carrying the black scale into Kit's golden sea of consciousness. Rumble. The golden sea of consciousness stretched for hundreds of miles, teeming with dense, liquid-like essence spirit power. However, neither the primal green lotus nor the primal scripture, both anchored in the sea of consciousness, existed there. Though the avatar talisman was powerful, it couldn't replicate items of the same tier as the primal green lotus or the primal scripture. What incredible essence spirit power. Is this what the peak supreme realm feels like? The creature howled loudly, shouting, ha ha ha, but soon, this body will belong to me, Cody the Supreme. Ah ha ha ha. Cody the Supreme was ecstatic, dancing around wildly. You're only a quasi-supreme. You don't deserve the title of supreme. Kit gathered an endless amount of essence spirit power, forming a pure golden miniature version of himself, identical in appearance to him. Do you know how annoying your words are? Cody the Supreme's face immediately turned cold. This was like saying a vice principal isn't willing to carry the vice part. Similarly, there was a huge difference between a quasi-supreme and a supreme. One was in heaven, the other in hell. It was the difference between an emperor and a bandit chief. They were not even in the same league. A supreme could crush hundreds of quasi-supremes with just a finger. Don't waste time. Let me see what skills you, an ancient quasi-supreme, can bring to the table. Kit let out a light shout, producing a golden flying knife in his hand, which shot toward Cody the Supreme. Whoosh! The golden flying knife moved at lightning speed. Supreme secret art. I have one too. God Demon Fist. Cody the Supreme roared loudly. With one punch, a shadowy figure of a god and demon emerged, colliding directly with the golden flying knife. Rumble. The golden flying knife shattered explosively. As Kit's feet moved, the immortal step burst forth. He was now in front of Cody the Supreme, the Dao Seal appearing in his hand and pressing against Cody the Supreme's face. Boom. The Dao Seal's power was incomparable, shattering Cody the Supreme's head instantly into countless wisps of black smoke. Bastard. Cody the Supreme never expected Kit's essence spirit power to be so terrifying. Moreover, his combat ability was even more difficult than the previous three. Heavenly Emperor Slash. Holding a golden sword condensed from essence spirit power. Kit swung down, slicing Cody the Supreme in half. 9-leaf sword technique. At the same time, hundreds of sword beams appeared. These sliced through Cody the Supreme's remnant soul, turning it to dust. Aya! Cody the Supreme screamed in agony. Hundreds of fragments exploded and formed a pale, black-haired youth at a distance. Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes, watching Cody the Supreme. He wasn't surprised at all that he couldn't eliminate Cody the Supreme. The first three people also failed to kill him, indicating the opponent was extraordinarily tough. However, this also meant Cody the Supreme's remaining strength was extremely weak, incapable of overwhelming force. Kid, you've successfully enraged me. Cody the Supreme's expression turned icy, and he said calmly, even if I couldn't handle those 3 peak Supremes earlier, as a mere Essence Chi Realm cultivator, if I can't deal with you, it would be a joke. Oh, finally getting serious? Kit smiled faintly, hands behind his back, saying casually, come on, show me what you've got. Unmoved until seeing the coffin. Cody the Supreme shouted, unleashing boundless power. Rumble. Infinite black mist filled Kit's entire sea of consciousness, transforming into black energy, creating waves of turmoil. Strength tens of thousands of times more formidable descended. Ha ha ha. Cody the Supreme laughed cruelly, shouting, kid, this is my true power. How does it feel? Hopeless, isn't it? Didn't you forget? This is my body. Kit remained unperturbed. Seeing no fear on Kit's face, but instead a mysterious smile, Cody the Supreme felt a sudden chill. Damn it, there must be a trap. He had seen this smile many times on others' faces before. It was the smile of a successful scheme. Without hesitation, Cody the Supreme rushed straight toward Kit. No more talk. Capture the king first, whatever the trap is. Prioritize defeating Kit. Rumble. Boundless power enveloped Kit. Under such an overwhelming power disparity, Kit's essence spirit dissipated instantly, swallowed by Cody the Supreme. Ha ha ha. In the blink of an eye, Cody the Supreme refined Kit's body. Chapter 261. Obtaining the Supreme Sword Embryo. He looked at his own hands, howling to the sky, extremely excited. It seemed he could already see himself becoming a supreme being, dominating all the worlds in the future. But just then, after his excitement, Colin noticed something unusual. He had devoured Amato's spirit. So why? Did he not gain any of his memories? This wasn't normal. Outside, Kit stood by the edge of the abyss, looking at the altar where his absorbed clone was. He smiled slightly and said, that's it. Colin is dead for sure. But, there's quite a lot of useful information in his memories. Beside him, the decaying corpse froze for a moment before reacting. He muttered involuntarily, the clone seal is akin to heavenly law seals. The clone has no difference from the real person except for the time limit. Colin possessed the clone, which is equivalent to directly becoming the clone. So, when the clone's time runs out, he will die for certain. I bet Colin won't even know how he died. The decaying corpse beside him also had an odd tone. Never would anyone have thought that Colin, who was a quasi-supreme being, would die such a humiliating death. At this moment, on the altar, Colin pondered for a long time, but still gained nothing. He turned around, passing through the endless supreme arrays, only to see Kit smiling at him from the edge of the abyss. And he was waving at him. In an instant, Colin felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly remembered a possibility and hurriedly examined himself. His eyes turned red. Kit, you bastard. You actually tricked me with a clone seal. Ah, bastard. You wait, I won't let this go. Ah, this is unacceptable. Colin was furious. He had persisted for countless ages, waiting to take over a genius and then soar to become the topmost power in the world. But now, his dream had come to an end. Crack crack. The clone's time had arrived. Colin began slowly disintegrating, staring fiercely at Kit. No matter how much rage he harbored, he had no more chances. Bang! Colin exploded into golden light. The blood-red altar returned to silence once again. Phew! Kit sighed deeply. Fortunately, he was cautious this time and only sent in a clone. If it were his true self, there might have been an unprecedented brutal battle. It was hard to say if the primal chaos green lotus could suppress a quasi-supreme level like Colin. Shaking his head, a new clone seal appeared in Kit's hand, creating another clone walking towards the blood-colored altar. Soon, he came to the altar again. This time, the whole altar was much quieter. Only a 9-colored supreme sword embryo hovered in midair, emitting astonishing 9-colored light. Intriguing. Kit watched the 9-colored supreme sword embryo, squinting slightly, activating his heavenly Dao true eye. Wherever his gaze reached, remnants of black fog lingered. However, these weapons rapidly dissipated under the scorching earth fire, turning to ashes. Phew, safe. Kit sighed with relief. He stretched out his hand toward the supreme sword embryo. The supreme sword embryo suddenly trembled lightly, resisting Kit. Hey, it's quite spirited. Kit was somewhat surprised, but soon after, he got excited again. Immediately, without hesitation, he extended his hand toward the sword embryo. Boom! Terrifying power erupted from Kit's hand. All the sword chi was suppressed back. Kit easily grabbed the 9-colored sword body and started gently pulling the entire supreme sword embryo out of the earth fire. Rumble. Heavy pressure like a mountain pressed down. Kit gritted his teeth in persistence, but when he moved it an inch, the entire sword embryo became immobile. Unmovable anymore. What's happening? Kit frowned slightly. Just then, the nearby decaying corpse spoke. Sir, perhaps you should try dripping a drop of blood. The supreme sword embryo has spirituality. It needs blood to recognize its master. K. I forgot about that. Kit slapped his head. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, making the clone dissipate. His true self approached the blood-red altar, reaching out to grasp the hilt and attempting to pull out the supreme sword embryo forged from 9-colored divine metal. Zayap! The supreme sword embryo quivered slightly. A deep wound appeared on Kit's arm. Next, an overwhelming amount of true dragon blood gushed out, pouring into the sword embryo. In a blink, half of Kit's blood was drained away. What the K? Kit was startled. He immediately drank a large mouthful of 3-color immortal spring, followed by swallowing an 8,000-year-old blood-boosting fruit, replenishing the lost half of his blood. Chiming. 9-colored sword chi surged skyward. After consuming Kit's blood, he could clearly feel the heavy supreme sword embryo suddenly become weightless. He lifted the supreme sword embryo, taking it up. A very peculiar sensation emerged. It was as if this supreme sword embryo was not just a weapon but a part of his body. This is probably the feeling of a life-bound artifact? Kit played with the supreme sword embryo, thinking deeply. In the chaotic scripture, there existed methods to forge supreme artifacts, which required immense time to gradually nurture and refine them. Forget it. Now isn't the time to talk about this. I need to find the destiny fruit first. Kit shook his head, putting away the supreme sword embryo and stepping outside. Upon seeing Kit emerge, the two decaying corpses were shocked. They exchanged glances, preparing to flee. There's no need to run. I won't kill you. Kit sneered, casually tossing 2 bottles of 3-color immortal spring and said, These 2 bottles of 3-color immortal spring are for you as a thank you gift. Though not much, they will be enough to sustain your physical forms for some time. Thank you, sir. The 2 decaying corpses were thrilled. Trapped in the wheel of reincarnation for countless years, they were virtually living dead. If they could briefly restore their flesh and blood, it was already a tremendous enjoyment for them. All right, no need to thank me. We'll meet again by fate. Saying this, Kit prepared to leave. Just then, the decaying corpse behind him suddenly spoke. Sir Kit, since you've given me the 3-color immortal spring, I must warn you. The destiny fruit is difficult to obtain. Please be extremely careful. Oh, do you know some secret? Kit's heart stirred, looking at the decaying corpse. These 2 beings had been in the wheel of reincarnation for 40 million years and might know secrets unknown to him. Seeing Kit react thus, the decaying corpse nodded slightly and said, Yes, long ago, geniuses had also tried to retrieve the destiny fruit but ended up dying there. Chapter 262, Heavenly Mandate Mountain Range. Ah. Kit's eyes lit up as a bottle of tricolor immortal spring appeared in his hand. He smiled slightly and said, You too. Spill everything. Don't hold back. On my side, the tricolor immortal spring is plentiful. I won't be stingy. The 2 corpses couldn't take their eyes off the tricolor immortal spring. Their hearts suddenly lifted. They had naturally divulged the information about the heavenly mandate fruit to get the tricolor immortal spring. One of the Fushurqing coughed twice and said, Ahem. The heavenly mandate fruit is a divine object between heaven and earth, incredibly rare. To harvest it, you first need to cross the mountain range composed of heavenly mandate stones. Correction. One of the undead cleared his throat twice and said, Ahem. The heavenly mandate fruit is a divine object between heaven and earth, incredibly rare. To harvest it, you first need to cross the mountain range composed of heavenly mandate stones. For better readability and fluency in English, one of the undead coughed lightly twice and said, The heavenly mandate fruit is an incredibly rare divine object between heaven and earth. To harvest it, you must first cross the mountain range made of heavenly mandate stones. Do the heavenly mandate stone mountains pose any danger? Kit asked with a frown. He was genuinely unclear about this. Upon hearing Kit's question, the other Fusser spoke up. The heavenly mandate stones themselves are not dangerous. But in ancient times, that mountain range was the secluded retreat of a mysterious supreme being. Later, it was moved by the Baron to the realm of reincarnation, where the heavenly mandate fruit was planted to provide an endless supply for the Kirin race. Ancient legends say that within the mountain range, there might be a lingering intent of that mysterious supreme being. We don't know if it's true or not. Note: for consistency and fluency, corpses should be used instead of Fusser in English translation. Here is the improved version. Upon hearing Kit's question, the other corpse spoke up. The heavenly mandate stones themselves are not dangerous. But in ancient times, that mountain range was the secluded retreat of a mysterious supreme being. Later, it was moved by the Baron to the realm of reincarnation, where the heavenly mandate fruit was planted to provide an endless supply for the Kirin race. Ancient legends say that within the mountain range, there might be a lingering intent of that mysterious. Intriguing. Kit rubbed his chin, feeling the gravity of the situation. The heavenly mandate fruit was no ordinary item. It was a divine-level fruit tree. Throughout history, from ancient times to the present, its appearances have been few. Most of the time, it has been controlled by supreme beings, having served countless emperors over the ages. The supreme beings changed, but the heavenly mandate tree remained constant. If what the decaying corpses said was true, then the heavenly mandate mountains were indeed perilous. Seeing Kit hesitating, one of the Fusser said, "Sir, you shouldn't be too concerned." Edit. Seeing Kit's hesitation, one of the corpses said, "Sir, you shouldn't be too worried." Note: the term Fusser is translated as corpses to maintain narrative clarity and fluency in English. Why is that? Kit was somewhat surprised. The corpse replied, "The Baron would not likely leave behind anything terrifying for future generations. Most likely, one just needs to pass a test to obtain the heavenly mandate fruit. However, who knows how many years have passed? The current state inside is uncertain. Even an array left by a supreme being could eventually disappear or break down after such a long time." Note: I replaced Fusser with the corpse to maintain narrative flow in English and ensure consistency. If you'd like to use a specific term for this type of entity in your story's context, please let me know. I see. Kit nodded slightly. He thought for a moment. Hesitation wasn't his style. Charge forward and deal with it. So, Kit tossed the tricolor immortal spring to the corpses and said, "I understand. I will be cautious." Note: for better fluency and consistency in English, Fusser is translated as corpses. Wishing you a smooth journey, sir. The two corpses bowed slightly, respectfully bidding Kit farewell. Thank you. Kit nodded and leaped, heading towards the location of the heavenly mandate mountains. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the outside world. The burial ground of the Baron, the realm of reincarnation, hadn't emerged for countless years. In an instant, all kinds of powerful forces were mobilized. Descendants of various major factions converged upon the scene. By now, it had been several months since the opening of the Kirin Divine Treasure, almost half a year. As news spread, almost the entire continent's various factions poured into the Kirin Divine Treasure. And once the famous realm of reincarnation was revealed, geniuses wasted no time rushing toward it en masse. For a moment, the entire area shook. Even though the first wave of powerful spirits had been eliminated by the descendants of the major factions wielding supreme artifacts, more spirits soon flooded out from the realm of reincarnation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the number of spirits outnumbered the people, making it impossible to eliminate them all in a short period. Boom. Damn. Such intense battles. Many people are going to die in this chaos. Fred looked at the battle from miles away, filled with emotion. Don't worry about them. Let them fight among themselves, Nash said calmly, shaking her head slightly. She glanced at the inactive passage, furrowing her brow. Not good. Carson has been inside for quite some time. Nothing unusual has happened yet, right? Nash looked worried. Relax, boss is fine. The Dorian was confident about Kit. At this point, Kit had sprinted through the realm of reincarnation for half a day, covering thousands of miles. A silver-white mountain range came into boom. The silver-white mountain range wasn't very large, stretching only a few hundred miles. The tallest peak was merely 1,000 zhang high, not very imposing. But that was only its external appearance. Internally, Kit felt that this mountain range wasn't just a mountain range, but more like a primordial wilderness. Sigh. This mountain range has some intrigue. Kit recalled an ancient legend he read recently. It was said that this thing didn't originate in Xuanhuan world but was a fragment cut out of the celestial realm by a supreme being in ancient times. He originally thought it was just a legend, but when Kit gazed directly at this mountain range made of heavenly mandate stones, he truly felt a sense of ethereal destiny. Intriguing. Kit stroked his chin. He snapped his fingers, summoning a duplication talisman, which turned into a clone and boldly walked toward the heavenly mandate mountains. Regardless, he decided to explore first. Boom. Kit stepped into the heavenly mandate mountains. Instantly, he felt the surrounding rules of heaven and earth shift dramatically. Symbols underfoot emerged, carrying his clone and vanishing instantly. Boom. The void split open, and Kit found himself on a small silver-white hill. This is... Kit looked around and couldn't help but stare in shock. All around the mountain range, dense and intricate supreme killing arrays covered every inch. These weren't the same as the killing arrays from the blood sacrifice altar. These were real ones. The entire killing array extended from the outer layers straight to the core. It seemed to be suppressing something. Fascinating. Could it be that the mysterious supreme being's remnant intent is suppressed at the core of the killing array? Kit narrowed his eyes, curious. After all, he was only a clone. Even if anything went wrong, he wouldn't be afraid. With this thought, Kit produced a dispelling talisman and hurled it into the surrounding killing arrays. Boom. The dispelling talisman erupted, tearing open a path. Interesting. A golden path appeared before Kit, running through the entire supreme killing array, leading directly to the core of the mountain range. Not possible. The way out is actually at the core? What kind of operation is this? Chapter 263, Mirage. Kit frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. If not for his trust in the power of the Heaven's Will talisman, which wouldn't cause any issues, Kit would definitely have suspected that he had misjudged the situation. Alright, I'll give it a try and see what happens. Without any hesitation, Kit took a step forward and continued moving ahead. Boom. The supreme restriction was activated once again, teleporting Kit several miles away. Indeed, the path to survival is by delving deeper into the Heaven's Will mountain range. Kit couldn't help but feel curious as he muttered to himself, interesting. Let me head deeper into the Heaven's Will mountain range and see what's there. With this thought in mind, Kit walked deeper into the mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. As Kit ventured deeper into the Heaven's Will mountain range, the scenery around him changed accordingly. The white Heaven's Will stones gradually turned gray, eventually becoming a dull, colorless grayish-white. Coo. At this moment, a laugh echoed out, eerie and bizarre. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, causing Kit to feel an involuntary chill run down his spine. Playing tricks on me, huh? Kit opened his heavenly Dao true eye and swept his gaze around. Sure enough, at a distance of a few hundred meters, a remnant soul was watching him with a cold stare. Without a word, Kit hurled a God Extermination talisman directly at it. Boom. The black God Extermination talisman moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it struck the remnant soul. God Extermination talisman. The remnant soul let out an enraged roar and a scream, then fled without a second thought, vanishing without a trace. It's getting stranger by the minute. Kit furrowed his brow, paying no attention to the fleeing remnant soul, and continued walking toward the center of the area. However, after traveling hundreds of miles, Kit stopped in his tracks. A figure appeared before him. This figure wore a white long robe, slowly turning around to face Kit. In an instant, Kit saw the person's face clearly. It turned out the person looked exactly like him. Interesting. Is this an illusion? Kit stared at the exact replica of himself, feeling incredibly surprised. This was getting stranger by the minute. Boom. In an instant, his replica made the first move. A golden sword beam tore through space. It was the Celestial Emperor Slash, a move Kit frequently used. Boom. Kit didn't back down either. He lifted his hand and retaliated with a Celestial Emperor Slash. Bang! An almost identical force collided, sending Kit flying from the impact. His bones creaked, pushed to their limits, and his replica wasn't faring much better either. Its injuries mirrored Kit's exactly. So this is a perfectly replicated version of myself? Kit frowned, eyeing his clone, realizing how challenging this situation was. Fushur hadn't been wrong. Things inside the Heaven's Will mountain range were indeed very bizarre. A single misstep could be fatal. Fine, let me see just what kind of strength you possess. Kit faced his clone, two spiritual swords appearing in his hands. His left hand wielded the Celestial Emperor Slash, while his right executed the 9-leaf sword technique. Unexpectedly, the clone made the same choice, using one hand for the Celestial Emperor Slash and the other for the 9-leaf sword technique. Its power was nearly on par with Kit's. Sword chi swept across the sky, colliding violently. For a moment, green and golden sword beams filled the sky. However, after this brief clash, Kit received significant injuries. The clone was similarly injured. For the first time, I realize how tough and resilient I truly am. Kit sighed, then charged forward once more, engaging in a life-or-death battle with his clone. After countless moves, Kit adapted to the clone's attack rhythm, gradually gaining experience from the fight. Boom! The clone threw a punch, aiming to send Kit flying. But unexpectedly, this was a weak point. Rumble. Kit seized the opportunity. He held both swords, using the 9-leaf sword technique to strike directly at the clone's heart. Boom! The green 9-leaf sword chi created 7 or 8 clean holes through the clone's body. Thud, thud, thud. The clone staggered back several steps, severely injured. Die! Kit wasted no time. Taking another step forward, he delivered a devastating punch aimed at the clone's heart. Rumble! The clone hurriedly blocked, but it had already been heavily injured and couldn't react quickly enough. Kit capitalized on this opportunity, putting the clone completely at a disadvantage. Boom! Kit's punch shattered the clone's chest, destroying its heart. The true dragon essence blood within burst apart as well. No one understood Kit's weaknesses better than he did. His origin soul was protected by the primal chaos blue lotus, indestructible and immensely sturdy. His physical body was similarly formidable, but had a critical weakness, the heart. This location was equivalent to a cultivator's dantian. Inside was a pool of true dragon essence blood. Once the heart was destroyed, the clone's power would greatly diminish. Bang! After suffering a major blow, the clone was thrown back like a tumbleweed. Its aura rapidly weakened, akin to a deflating balloon. Whoosh! Kit moved swiftly, reaching the clone with lightning speed, and delivered a whip kick. Bang! The clone was flung back again. Boom, boom, boom. Kit pursued relentlessly, beating the clone mercilessly as if it were a punching bag. It had no means of fighting back. Zap! From the clone's third eye, a streak of golden light flashed and rushed towards Kit. Not good. Kit frowned, sensing the danger. This golden light was an origin soul attack. Combat between origin souls was extremely perilous. Even the slightest mistake could result in severe damage, turning one into an idiot, or worse, total obliteration of body and soul. But at this point, Kit decided to take the risk. His origin soul condensed into a flying dagger, clashing head-on with the clone. Bang! The two golden origin souls collided. It was as if a meteor had crashed into the earth, instantly creating a mushroom cloud. A vast abyss formed where they collided. The collision ended in an instant. Ultimately, Kit's superior skill won out. A mass of golden light escaped the aftermath of the clash, reappearing outside. Hiss. Kit drew a sharp breath. He could sense that the clone's origin soul was heavily damaged, nearly wiped out. This is unbelievable. This battle was incredibly challenging. Chapter 264. The Supreme Corpse Rising. Argyle felt somewhat reflective. In the previous battle, he had discovered for the first time just how troublesome he could be. Boom. The clone's spirit disintegrated into nothingness, and its corporeal body dispersed like sand in the wind. As the clone dissipated, a jade pendant emerged, hovering mid-air. Rumble. The jade pendant's radiance flooded the land, and the scenery around changed. The seemingly ordinary silver-white mountains vanished, replaced by a series of blood-red mountain bodies. No, to be precise, it was as if the silver-white mountains were covered in blood-red blood. This blood, despite the passage of countless years, still flowed slowly, seeming to possess infinite power. Yet, it was suppressed by the Supreme Array, unable to unleash its might. Hiss. Argyle looked at the blood-red surroundings, sucking in a sharp breath. This was actually the blood of a supreme being. It did not belong to the Kramer, but rather came from an unfamiliar supreme. After dismissing the possibility that the supreme had bled for fun, only one explanation remained. The mysterious supreme was injured at some point. Or perhaps, this blood did not come from the supreme but from their opponent. Either way, it was bad news. Whoosh. Argyle took a deep breath. He calmed himself, sensing that he was uncovering a secret from ancient times. He stepped forward, arriving before the floating jade pendant in the sky. The clone and illusion earlier were all caused by this jade pendant. Argyle extended his divine consciousness, attempting to make contact with the pendant. Rumble. A deluge of information surged into Argyle's mind. A secret technique appeared before him. The supreme secret technique, Mirage. By creating an illusion, it makes one fight against oneself. Unless one kills their own clone, death is certain. Argyle felt the secret technique surfacing in his mind and couldn't help but suck in a breath. He had experienced firsthand the insidious nature of this technique. Almost disregarding realms and combat strength, once ensnared, even Argyle could be defeated. This secret technique has something extraordinary indeed. Argyle let out a long breath. He stowed away the jade pendant and followed the path opened by the array-breaking talisman to reach the heart of the Destiny Mountains. Here lay a small valley with flat ground covered only in white sand composed of broken destiny stones. In the core area grew a single silver-white tree. Standing 100 feet tall with lush branches and foliage, numerous silver-white fruits, each as big as fists, emitted a refreshing fragrance. Their quantity was vast, akin to countless stars. With one glance, Argyle estimated there were tens of thousands. Whoosh. This tree flowers once every 5,000 years and bears fruit every 5,000 years. In 10,000 years, there would be only 2 or 3 destiny fruits. These here are the accumulation of millions of years. It seems no one has been here for a very long time. Shaking his head, Argyle walked towards the destiny fruit tree. Dad Ada. Walking on the white sandy ground, he soon arrived at the destiny fruit tree. Just then, rumble. 8 stone steels rose from the ground, and a central altar emerged. Crack. Mechanisms on the altar seemed to activate. A massive coffin appeared atop the altar. The coffin was 100 feet long, several dozen feet wide, and 40 to 50 feet high, resembling a small mountain lying across the altar. Its surface was densely covered with endless runes and murals, almost telling a story. Come, open the coffin. I'll bestow you opportunity. Come, open the coffin. I'll bestow you opportunity. Come, open the coffin. I'll bestow you opportunity. The demonic voice whispered ominously, causing Argyle to momentarily lose focus. He felt an urge to follow the voice, walk toward the coffin, and open it. Even his true self outside the Supreme Array was affected, taking steps toward the coffin. SSSSS. At this moment, the chaotic green lotus within Argyle's sea of consciousness gently swayed. The sound of swaying lotus leaves startled Argyle awake. Damn, what kind of demonic voice is this? It can directly affect the true self through the clone? Argyle frowned, finding it incredibly strange. He cautiously watched the coffin, stepping back 2 paces, not intending to get closer. This thing was too ominous. Being controlled would be disastrous. Creak creak. Seeing Argyle regain consciousness, the entire coffin began to shake, cracking wider. Rumble. Endless death aura poured down, overwhelming Argyle's clone which instantly dissolved. Hiss. What exactly is happening? Argyle frowned, his true self shooting up, standing outside, watching the depths of Destiny Mountain. Death aura surged forth, reaching Argyle in an instant. Boom. The star-purple gold tower emerged, enveloping Argyle and blocking the initial wave of death aura. Crack crack. The coffin's crack widened further, and another wave of death aura spilled out. A hand pushed the coffin open, trying to rise from within. Rumble. The moment the large hand appeared, an unimaginable oppressive force assaulted Argyle. Even protected by a supreme artifact, he felt suffocated. Seeing the hand, Argyle sucked in a sharp breath, muttering to himself, damn, the supreme corpse is rising. He didn't know who lay inside the coffin, but a risen supreme corpse could destroy the entire supreme divine cache. He must reseal the coffin before it fully emerges. Deciding this, Argyle gritted his teeth. Damn it, go all out. In his hand, a golden willow leaf appeared. This leaf could temporarily boost his cultivation to the Arn realm. Though still far below the level of a supreme, it was enough to barely operate a supreme artifact, unleashing its true power. Rumble. Argyle's aura skyrocketed to the Arn realm. A rusted sword appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he infused it with true dragon blood. Swish! At the Arn realm, the rust on the sword finally completely fell off. Chapter 265, The Battle Against the Supreme Corpse. A sword as white as jade emerged. Only now did Kit realize that this rusted sword was not a male cultivator's accessory, but more like one for a female cultivator. Could it be that the true owner of this rusted sword was a female supreme? This thought flashed across his mind before he looked toward the Tianming Mountains stretching out. At this moment, endless black mists rose from deep within the Tianming Mountains, dense and dark, pressing down toward Kit. Rumbling. In Kit's hand, the supreme sword instantly radiated boundless aura. He strode forward with the supreme sword in hand, directly entering the depths of the Tianming Mountains, and slashed down towards the extended arm. Clang! The blood-red sword chi was terrifying beyond measure. Kit's sword struck the emaciated blackened fingers, but only sparks flew without leaving any real damage. GGG. That sword. It's in your hands. A consciousness transmitted from within the coffin. This consciousness felt like an overwhelming force, its voice alone making Kit struggle to withstand it. Die! Kit ignited all his essence blood and delivered another slash. He knew the only way to survive was to seal the corpse back. Otherwise, the entire xuanhuan world would perish. Crack crack. With Kit's full power, a 9-colored divine light appeared on the supreme sword's blade. Sizzle. This time, a negligible scratch appeared on the emaciated arm. F***K. How terrifying is this? Kit felt his scalp tingle. His all-out attack left only a minuscule mark? And this was while the opponent was suppressed by the coffin and couldn't fight back? Was this what a supreme-level body could do? Truly despair-inducing. GGG. Worm. Give up. That broken sword can't harm me. The Kramer is dead. No one in this world is my match. Once I consume the origin of the world, I will recover somewhat. Then, not even my opponents will escape. The entity inside the coffin muttered bitterly, filled with hatred and rage. Just then, a clear voice emerged from the supreme sword, indistinguishable whether male or female. Broken sword? You think I'm a broken sword? No way. Inside the coffin, the corpse was horrified, roaring, after the great calamity of the ancient era, it's impossible that, as he spoke, endless thunderstorms appeared in the sky. These were incredibly fearsome, black as ink, and locked onto the coffin with devastating power. Clearly, the corpse had dared to speak unspeakable words. There are many things you don't know. The supreme sword floated in midair and coldly said, but, daring to call me a broken sword means you're doomed. Humph. So what if you spoke? What can you do? The corpse inside the coffin sneered, but showed signs of submission. His hand outside the coffin stopped moving. Naturally, I'll kill you. The supreme sword was exceedingly domineering. It returned to Kit's hand, followed by a voice, Kid, I can only temporarily revive with 3 strikes of power. Find a way to trick him and reseal him. F***K. Only 3 attacks, yet you dare act so tough? Kit's heart pounded. This supreme sword was indeed a pitfall. Unable to kill the enemy yet acting tough, but there was no choice. If the corpse escaped, it would devour the essence of the xuanhuan world, and few would survive. Determined, Kit stepped forward, kicking the coffin lid off. Bang! Overwhelming death chi surged as the corpse was fully unsealed. Crack crack. Standing at 10 feet tall, the corpse was incredibly emaciated, skeletal. Just as it attempted to flee, Kit stomped on its head. Rumbling. Supreme-level power erupted, shaking the Tianming Mountains despite their protective formations. The newly awakened corpse was once again pressed back underfoot. Kid, how dare you? The corpse raged. Before it could react, Kit slashed again, severing its head. Finally realizing the disparity, the corpse felt immense fear. Continuing like this, it would truly be killed by Kit. Sizzle. Kit pierced through the skull, nailing it into the soul, shattering most of it, leaving only a small part still pulsing. One more strike, and the corpse would be dead. But Kit's strength was almost depleted, with no more attacks left. Yet in his hand, a prototype of a soul annihilation talisman formed, clearly ready to use it against the corpse. Spare my life. The corpse roared, voice filled with terror and resentment. It had waited countless years to resurrect, unwilling to die. Oh. Kit let the talisman dissipate. Stepping on the corpse's head, he said coolly, you were pretty arrogant just now, weren't you? Want to try that arrogance again? Call me worm. I'm wrong. Please, spare you? Kit narrowed his eyes, expressionless but internally nervous, knowing he lacked the power to kill the corpse now. Any slight struggle from the corpse would expose Kit's weakness. But the corpse didn't dare. Until the very end, it wouldn't risk dying. Seeing Kit hesitate, the corpse quickly offered, if you spare me, I'll give you a Tianming origin jade. Tianming origin jade? Kit was startled. He'd heard of these rare items which could bestow the fortune of a Tianming child. They allowed non-EU players to evolve into Euro players. In the xuanhuan world, only one appeared every million years, immensely precious. Chapter 266, a narrow escape. Seeing Kit's hesitation, the corpse continued, Sir, killing me will bring you no benefit. Why don't we both take a step back? I have been sealed for millions of years. Sir can take the origin jade and leave. We two shall have nothing to do with each other. How does that sound? I kill you, and take the heavenly mandate origin jade. Wouldn't that be better? Kit narrowed his eyes, and the tone in his voice was filled with menacing intent. His attitude was merely to intimidate the corpse, masking his own lack of strength. The corpse, naturally, was frightened by Kit. A chill went down his spine as he forced himself to say, only I know the map to the heavenly mandate origin jade. If you agree, let's swear a heavenly oath. Within these million years, you won't kill me, and I will tell you the location of the jade. How about that? Kit narrowed his eyes, pretending to be hesitant. In reality, he only had one choice, to agree, because his current strength was not enough to kill the corpse. Seeing Kit hesitate, the corpse became extremely uneasy. Eventually, he could not resist saying, "All right." Besides the heavenly mandate origin jade, I also know that within the Qilan divine treasure vault, the Draper extracted a vial of its heart blood and sealed it at the deepest part of the altar. Alongside it is an artifact of supreme quality. If you spare me, I'll give you this information as well. Phew. Deal. Kit agreed without hesitation, quickly sheathing the supreme sword. Rumble. Without the suppression of the supreme sword, the corpse's head realigned itself automatically, but the wounds on it could not heal. The injuries left by the supreme sword were genuine and needed a long time to recuperate and repair. Looking at Kit, the corpse waved his hand, and two scrolls appeared out of thin air, which he threw to Kit. Then he said, "Humph. Everything is inside. When I appear again, you would have likely exhausted your lifespan and died. Don't worry. I'll become an immortal." Kit smiled gently. "Dream on." The corpse coldly barked, reaching out and grabbing the lid of the coffin which flew over and covered it. The coffin then sank into the altar, which slowly descended and vanished beneath the surface. Phew. Kit sighed in relief. The constraining power of a heavenly oath was incredibly terrifying. Even a supreme being would pay a terrible price for breaking it. He was not worried that the corpse would emerge within 1,000,000 years to destroy the world. As for after 1,000,000 years, that was too distant, not something he should be concerned about now. Buzz. The supreme sword hummed softly. A voice came from it. "Well done. I'm about to go into hibernation. Remember, you don't have much time. You must reach the supreme realm as soon as possible." After speaking, black-red rust reappeared on the supreme sword, transforming it back into a rusted and battered state, looking like worn-out scrap metal. "Hey, what did you mean by not much time?" Kit frowned, asking. However, the supreme sword gave no response. It seemed the weapon spirit had entered hibernation again. Shaking his head, Kit walked towards the heavenly mandate fruit tree. Above, silver-white heavenly mandate fruits shimmered, emanating a mysterious aura of the heavens. Seeing this, Kit picked all the fruits, placed them in a jade box, and sealed them up. The Qilan divine treasure vault opens once every 1,000,000 years. If he wanted more heavenly mandate fruits next time, it might be 1,000,000 years later. Tens of thousands looked like a lot, but how many times they could be used was still uncertain. Furthermore, this wasn't just for him. The Brody, the Dax, and the Jace all needed it as well. Having gathered all the fruits, Kit looked around for an exit from the heavenly mandate mountain range, but searching for a long while, he found none. So, Kit went to the corpse's coffin and asked, "Hey, how do I get out of here?" "Worm, you are quite impolite." The corpse's cold voice rang out. Since the heavenly oath was already sworn, he didn't fear Kit reneging and attacking him. "So be it. I guess I won't leave then." Kit said nothing, taking out the rusted sword and playing with it in his hands. The corpse felt a bit nervous seeing this. Although he knew Kit wouldn't attack, what if? Thinking of this, the corpse coldly snorted. A golden supreme array activated, and Kit instantly disappeared. Swoosh. Kit felt the surroundings rapidly change. When he regained his bearings, he found himself high in the sky. Below was a vast stretch of land. Phew. Finally out. Kit sighed deeply. He located his position and landed near where the Brody was. Bang! As Kit touched the ground, the Brody ran over excitedly and asked, "Boss, you finally came out. We thought you died in there." "Phew. Almost did." Kit was still shaken. "Damn, boss, you're scared like that. What happened?" The Dax asked, clearly stunned. After all, Kit had always been fearless. To feel aftershocks of fear was surprising. Upon hearing this, Kit shook his head and said, "Forget it. You won't believe me anyway." "Don't say that. Tell us." Even Nash showed interest. Kit summarized succinctly, "Simple. I encountered a supreme zombie. We fought a few rounds. I cut off his head, resealed him, and saved the entire xuanhuan world." At this, the Brody, the Dax, and Nash fell silent. "Tisich, forget it then." Nash shook her head, arms crossed, looking utterly unconvinced. The Brody also murmured, "Boss, couldn't you come up with a more convincing reason? Kadiki battling the corpse St. Cotting for 300 turns. See, I told you, you wouldn't believe it." Kit shrugged with a smile. In fact, unless someone witnessed it firsthand, no one would believe that a lowly chi-stage cultivator could subdue a supreme corpse. It was more ridiculous than an ant killing a true dragon. Shoo shoo shoo. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Kit turned sharply, seeing a figure emerging from the tunnel. His face turned serious as he whispered, "Get ready! Aryan is coming out of the heavenly palace, carrying countless treasures." Swish, swish, swish. No need for Kit's reminder. The Brody had already taken his position, watching Aryan intently. Chapter 267. Striking Aryan unawares. At this moment, Aryan's face was beaming with satisfaction, as if he had reaped an abundant harvest. So unfair. I nearly died in the underground palace, while this guy came out laden with treasures. How can this be fair? Kit muttered to himself. Haha, I, Aryan, am truly a genius. A group of supreme legate descendants are trying desperately to enter the wheel realm from the outside world, not knowing that the real treasures have already fallen into my hands. Overwhelmed with joy, Aryan threw back his head and laughed loudly. Right then, Kit took a step forward, circled around to Aryan's back, and swung the black gold sacred staff, striking down with one powerful blow. Bang! This strike left Aryan with excruciating headaches and a momentary daze. Seizing this opportunity, the Brody hurled a god-sealing restriction at Aryan's primordial spirit. Bang! The attack was overwhelmingly strong. In an instant, Aryan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Considering his status as an ancient great power, Kit added 2 more seals to completely seal Aryan's primordial spirit. Done. Kit clapped his hands, feeling extremely relieved and content. Wahaha, this guy walked out of the Kramer reincarnation land. Who knows how many treasures he has on him? The Brody looked at Arjan, drooling all over the ground. F***CK. Stay away from me. Your saliva is dripping onto my wings. The golden winged Dax was thoroughly annoyed and gave the Brody a mighty flap, sending it flying. Bang! The Brody was slapped by the golden winged Dax, crashing into and collapsing a small mountain range. Zaida extended her hand, intending to open Arjan's dantian. However, just as she was about to do so, a chaotic sword chi emerged from Arjan's dantian, terrifyingly powerful. Oh no! Zaida's expression changed dramatically. She hadn't expected Arjan to bury a chaotic sword chi within his dantian. If any external force attempted to open his dantian, it would trigger this chaotic sword chi. Such a close encounter. If struck by this chaotic sword chi, Zaida wouldn't die but would certainly be gravely wounded. Just at that moment, Kit intervened. He activated the supreme secret art, the star-plucking war end, and his hand turned pure gold, moving faster than lightning. He reached out and blocked the chaotic sword chi with one hand. Bang! The chaotic sword chi was shattered by Kit's star-plucking war end. The tremendous force caused Kit's palm to crack and his entire body to go numb on one side. Hiss! Zaida was startled. She wasn't afraid of the chaotic sword chi but rather amazed by Kit's speed and strength. One hand defying the chaotic sword chi resulted in just a cracked palm? For Kit, such injuries were nothing more than minor scratches. Boom! True dragon blood washed through Kit's body, healing the wounds instantly with a surge of vitality. Interesting. This guy is really cunning. Kit mused aloud. With one press of his hand, he forcibly blasted open Arjan's dantian. Boom! Another dozen strands of chaotic sword chi locked onto Kit's aura, hurtling towards him. But Kit moved even faster. Using the star-plucking war end, his hands turned pure gold, leaving numerous afterimages in the air as he shattered all the chaotic sword chi with lightning-fast strikes. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the dozens of chaotic sword chi were shattered. The contents inside Arjan's dantian were now exposed to Kit. Pale green true chi, like a vast ocean, filled the entire dantian. Above the divine sea, a dozen green divine chains floated, marks of the divine ability realm, forming laws within the dantian. When these divine chains accumulated enough, they could reopen chaos and create a new world. However, that was the domain of the Holy Spirit level. Apart from the dozen pale green divine chains, there were also several king-grade artifacts floating in Arjan's dantian, which were all rather shabby items. Poor guy. Kit felt speechless. Despite being reborn from an ancient great power, Arjan was embarrassingly poor compared to successors of supreme forces like Russell and Kane. Those supreme force heirs couldn't even be bothered with emperor-grade artifacts. As for king-grade artifacts, honestly, they wouldn't bother picking them up if dropped on the ground. SK. Only king-grade artifacts. The Brody was disappointed. As his knowledge grew, king-grade artifacts failed to interest him much anymore. That's wrong. These are only disguises. Kit squinted, hurling a rune talisman towards Arjan's dantian. Boom. The situation in Arjan's dantian changed abruptly. An infinite sea of pale green true chi boiled furiously, and the original king-grade artifacts dissipated. In their place were 4 or 50 holy-level artifacts, floating in Arjan's dantian, absorbing true chi and emitting dazzling light. Holy cow! The Brody was astounded by the sight of the 4 or 50 holy-level artifacts. Squinting his eyes, Kit muttered, "Damn it, I remember now. The last time I dug up Arjan's tomb, the coffin was an imperial-grade artifact. How could this guy only have a quasi-emperor-grade artifact?" Cough cough. The Dax, hearing this, lightly coughed twice and turned slightly away. He felt some sympathy for Arjan. First, his grave was dug up, and now he got knocked unconscious. Indeed, it was rather pitiful. Boom. Kit reached into Arjan's dantian with one hand, pulling out the 4 or 50 holy-level artifacts and placing them mid-air. Then he said, "You guys take what you need. I want this." Zaida immediately chose a bracelet made from 18 ancient beast cores, forming a holy-level artifact that was unbreakable and immortal. It could provide endless true chi and summon 18 fierce souls for combat. Seeing this, the Brody and the Dax also started selecting suitable holy-level artifacts. Once everyone had picked their share, Kit tossed the remaining artifacts into the dragon-shaped pendant and raised his hand again, attacking Arjan's sea of consciousness. Boom! Radiant golden light erupted. Something seemed to be protecting Arjan's primordial spirit. Kit was quite surprised by the golden light. It emitted an unimaginable aura, the aura of a supreme artifact. No way. This guy actually has a supreme artifact? Incredible. What kind of background does this guy have? He might come from ancient times, where he could unearth supreme artifacts from ruins. But what if it's the supreme artifact of the Kramer? Upon hearing this, the Dax and Zaida both glanced sharply at Kit. Chapter 268. Supreme Artifact, Qilan Tian Gong. Well, I was just joking. Kit laughed and raised his hand, directly opening Arjan's mental sea. Rumble. Vast energy surged out from Arjan's mental sea. This is. The Dorian sensed the aura in Arjan's mental sea, its eyes filled with shock. Inside Arjan's mental sea was a pure golden glow. His primordial spirit was sealed within. A miniature celestial palace appeared, radiating supreme power. Around the small celestial palace floated several jade boxes containing sealed artifacts. Clearly, this celestial palace was the supreme artifact Arjan found in the Kramer reincarnation land. Intriguing. Didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. Kit marveled and grabbed the celestial palace, which then appeared in his hand. Buzz. The palace trembled slightly, emitting an unimaginable burst of power. Suddenly, fiery energy surged up within Nash, resonating with the celestial palace. Swoosh. After a brief resonance, the celestial palace slipped from Kit's hand and rushed straight into Nash's mental sea. Oh no! Startled, Kit immediately drew the rusty sword. However, he hesitated and put it away. Intervening would be like having two supreme artifacts clash inside Nash's mental sea, leading to certain death for her. At that moment, Nash was also startled, but soon noticed the celestial palace was harmlessly floating inside her mental sea. In the next moment, a deluge of information flooded into Nash's mental sea. Whoa! Feeling the massive influx of information, Nash was taken aback. Are you okay? Kit frowned, ready to destroy the celestial palace if anything went wrong with Nash. Don't worry, I'm fine. Nash shook her head, her eyes gleaming with joy. She said, this celestial palace is called the Qilan Tiangong, one of the supreme artifacts of our Qilan race. Just now, it imparted me with various legacies of our clan's abilities. Ah, I see. Kit breathed a sigh of relief. He put away his sword and plundered everything else from Aryant's mental sea. But after some thought, he left behind a few holy relics he deemed worthless, not wanting to go too far. The Qilan divine treasury was treacherous. Without holy relics, Aryant would find it hard to survive, preventing Kit from ambushing him again. What a generous soul I am. Kit looked at the discarded relics and sighed melodramatically. The Dorian gave him a strange look, thinking that not leaving anything might have been better. If Aryant sees all his treasures are gone, he'd surely lose it. The ox thought privately. We should leave. He's waking up. Kit glanced at Aryant and bolted, followed quickly by the others. However, they hid nearby to observe Aryant's reaction. 15 minutes later, Aryant slowly regained consciousness. Feeling the disastrous state of his insides, his eyes rolled back, almost fainting. Aha! Aryant roared in rage. Damn it! Who did this? Come out if you dare. Son of AB*TCH. God damn it. You only left me 3 of the worst relics out of over 100 sacred ones. My God, don't let me catch you, or you're dead meat. Aryant was nearly losing his mind. Kadif's highs and lows were never more extreme. The Celestial Palace not only contained the Qilan Supreme artifact but also forbidden items forged by the Supreme Being Qilan, each with immense power despite limited uses. These forbidden items could even injure a Supreme Being. Losing them all felt like winning the lottery, only to be robbed as you walked out the door. Aryant had incredibly strong resolve. Not going insane already was a testament to that. Boss, wasn't this a bit too much? The Dorian observed Aryant's enraged state and expressed rare guilt. Kit glanced at the ox. Give him back the holy relics in your hands? Cough, forget it, I didn't say anything. After cursing for hours, Aryant finally stopped, veins throbbing on his forehead. The only person capable of doing this in the Qilan Divine Treasury is Carson. Wait for me, boy. And he vanished. Interesting, Kit murmured, eyes narrowing. What is it, boss? Fred asked, confused. Kit turned and explained. It's simple. Aryant has discovered us, but won't act since we possess 3 supreme artifacts. Phew, how did he figure it out? The Dorian gasped. Logical deduction. Anyone who knocks someone out would likely watch their reaction. Aryant is smart enough to realize we wouldn't risk attacking with what we have. The ox exhaled deeply in relief. Meanwhile, in the sky, successors of supreme powers continued battling endless spirits relentlessly. They were practically immortal, never-ending. One dies, many more take its place, flooding toward the heirs of major factions. At this rate, clearing the spirits would take months. Let's retreat and cultivate for a while. I've gained much from this journey and need time to digest it. Sure. Thus, Kit and company retreated several thousand miles to enter another period of seclusion. Kit's gains from the Supreme Reincarnation Land were substantial. The Supreme Secret Technique, Mirage City, tens of thousands of destiny fruits, a Supreme Sword Embryo made of 9-colored divine gold. Each item was incomparable. Generously, Kit distributed 3 destiny fruits to each of his companions, allowing them to cultivate and refine the potent medicinal essence within. Chapter 269, Ascending to the 5th Realm of Soul Refinement. As for Kit himself, he was preparing to break through to the 5th Realm of Soul Refinement. Kit established a simple cave dwelling and set up an array formation outside, ensuring his safety. After confirming everything was secure, he activated the dragon-shaped pendant, retrieving the items necessary for his breakthrough. Buzz. The dragon-shaped pendant trembled lightly. 3 objects appeared before Kit. The golden profound forged spirit flower gleamed as if forged from dark gold, radiating a brilliant golden light that was incredibly dazzling, almost blinding like the sun. The 9 Khedive's revival grass was about a foot long, resembling red marble, crystal clear and translucent. It emitted a faint fragrance that could invigorate Kit's mind, giving his primordial spirit a sense of rebirth. Rustle. At this moment, silver light appeared like a waterfall. A heavenly destiny fruit appeared within the cave. The moment the heavenly destiny fruit emerged, the 2 holy herbs, the 9 Khedive's revival grass and the golden profound forged spirit flower, were instantly overshadowed by its overwhelming aura. In theory, just one heavenly destiny fruit would provide an enhancement comparable to combining the reincarnation flower, the 9 Khedive's revival grass, and the golden profound forged spirit flower. However, only using the 9 Khedive's revival grass and the golden profound forged spirit flower could maximally activate the effects of the heavenly destiny fruit. Huff. It's time to begin my breakthrough. Kit took a deep breath and began refining the 3 herbs. Boom. Inside the cave, boundless divine light swirled around him. Kit's primordial spirit was crystal clear and translucent, while in his sea of consciousness, the chaos green lotus gently swayed. The transformation began gradually. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Corey and Zahir, after waiting for over half a year without hearing from Kit, had also taken the opportunity to enter the Qilan Divine Treasure. Old Dragon, could it be that our leader didn't make it? Zahir worriedly asked. I heard people from all the supreme powers have come. Can our leader handle it? Don't worry. Even if everyone else perishes, he won't. Corey confidently replied. He paused, then added, he might already be creating a famous name within this realm. I hope so. Zahir muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't too good. Upon entering the secret realm, they were instantly transported to the Supreme Cycle Land. Above them, 6 supreme artifacts floated in the sky, continuously slaying in spirits. Die! The young master of the Jinwu clan roared, shattering a powerful in spirit with a single strike. Holy crap! Corey shuddered upon witnessing this scene. Can our leader really survive in such an environment? Zahir's teeth chattered uncontrollably. It's hard to say. Corey's face turned pale as he watched the scene above. Is that dragon previously Carson's subordinate? Russell, holding the divine blood lamp, killed another in spirit and glanced towards Corey. Once he spoke, the other 7 holders of supreme artifacts turned to look at Corey. Among the 8 individuals, the remaining 3 had been tricked by Kit once. Only 3 others were uninvolved bystanders with no enmity towards Kit. I've heard that Carson goes by several names. Fintan, Ari, Carson. Most of the time, he brings along a dragon. A fiery red dragon. Kane of the Jinwu clan said coldly. The holy maiden of the ethereal cloud palace narrowed her eyes at Corey. From appearances alone, it does seem very similar. Zahir felt uneasy under their gazes. Old dragon. Why are they all looking at us? Unknown. Corey's face turned pale. He realized something was wrong but didn't understand the situation. Why would a dragon draw the attention of 8 heirs of supreme legacies? Ultimately, Kane of the Jinwu clan couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He turned to some distant clan members. Send 2 people to bring them here alive. I have questions for them. Yes, Iggy. 2 peak Deity-Shun realm Jinwu clan members appeared and swiftly rushed towards Corey and Zahir. Note, for consistency and clarity, Deity-Shun realm should be Deity-Shun realm. However, since Shin isn't translated, let's assume it's a specific term in the story's context and keep it as is. If Shin should be translated, please provide the correct translation for it. For better readability and fluency, I made a slight adjustment to the sentence structure. Holy crap. Run. Zahir tried to escape, but Corey remained calm. We can't escape. They are both at the Deity-Shun realm, while we are at the Divine Core realm. We can't win. The gap is too large. Note, the character Shin doesn't have a direct English translation in this context, and seems to be part of a specific realm name in the story's universe. It should likely remain untranslated or clarified based on previous context. For better fluency and clarity, I would suggest, but Corey remained calm. There's no point in running. They are both at the Deity Mystic realm, while we are only at the Divine Core realm. The gap is just too large for us to stand a chance. What should we do? Zahir sounded dejected. Face life and death calmly. Fight if you dare. Corey roared, revealing his true form. The fiery red dragon? Could this be the same one following Carson? Holy crap. I thought it was just a legend, but this dragon actually exists. Wait, since this dragon is here, could Carson be nearby? It's hard to say. Let's leave first. If Carson fights with Kane and the others, everything within 10,000 miles will be destroyed. No, let's see what happens first, then we'll run when they start fighting. The surrounding cultivators who had intended to take advantage of the chaos suddenly became alert. By now, Kit's name was well known throughout the entire Xiuxian divine treasure, killing the young master of the Jinwu clan, Russell of the divine blood sect, single-handedly facing 4 heirs of supreme legacies, pursuing and attacking the young master of the Jinfeng clan, Warrens. Each of these feats, individually, was extraordinary. Even Kit had garnered followers in secret, always seeking news of him. But after tricking 4 heirs of supreme legacies, Kit abandoned this identity. Now, Corey watched the approaching Jinwu clan members. He understood the situation. Carson Kit. This meant his leader had simultaneously offended 5 supreme legacies and countless saint-level forces. No wonder he vanished without a trace. Corey sighed deeply. His leader was indeed troublesome. If he knew what awaited inside the Xiuxian divine treasure, he wouldn't have dared to enter. But now it was too late. Elsewhere, Kit was unaware that Corey was besieged. After completely absorbing the power of the heavenly destiny fruit, his primordial spirit transformed into perfection again, turning into a vibrant rainbow hue. Incredible. Just advancing from the 4th realm to the 5th realm of soul refinement, my primordial spirit power has increased tenfold. Chapter 270. Chapter 270. Dare to touch my junior brother? With just my pure spirit power, I can slay an expert at the mystical realm stage. Too powerful. Kit felt the power of his essence soul, and was inwardly astonished. This was a qualitative leap. Phew. Already reached the 5th level of essence refinement. What remains is to gather the true bloods of Shuke, Baihu, Qilin, Azure Dragon, and Xuanwu. I have already gathered 4 out of 5. Let me go to the Draper reincarnation ground first and see what's going on, then open the Xiuxian divine treasure. Mumbling to himself, Kit walked out of the cave. Standing above the valley, Kit swept the surroundings with his divine sense and found that Zaida's group was still in transformation. There was no way for them to wake up in a short while. The array formations Kit laid down, along with the Holy Spirit array formations originally present in the valley, would ensure no powerful creatures barging in anytime soon. Even if there were any, Zaida had the supreme artifact of Xiuxian Heavenly Palace in hand. There would probably not be a problem. With this in mind, Kit flicked his foot and disappeared into thin air in the valley. He traversed thousands of miles quietly and returned to the Draper reincarnation ground. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, he saw Ari and Jalen confronting 2 ordinary members of the Xylan clan. How did these idiots come here? Kit was very surprised. He never expected that Ari and Jalen would come to the Xiuxian divine treasure. If he wasn't mistaken, he didn't bring them in so as not to drag them into trouble. But who knew that these 2 had come to put themselves at risk? For a moment, Kit was speechless. However, he wasn't in a hurry to lend a helping hand. One reason was that it wasn't a good time to act now. Once he appeared, at least 5 of the 8 supreme artifacts would immediately bombard him. The remaining 3 might also follow suit and take him down. As for the 8 supreme artifacts, even Kit couldn't be sure if he could survive such an attack. The other reason was that Kit really wanted to know how much progress Ari and Jalen had made in the past year. Boom. 2 members of the Xilan clan arrived in front of Jalen and Ari, emitting a godly aura. Ari instantly turned pale, having a hard time breathing due to the oppressive pressure. Seeing Ari's reaction, the 2 Xilan members became alert and didn't make a move. One of the Xilan members coldly said, "Ari, stop pretending. Your tactics of playing dumb are useless. I know both of you are strong." Bullsh *T. Don't tell me to pretend. Ari almost spewed blood. This was truly his current strength. Being able to temporarily resist the divine power was already pretty powerful. I think they aren't pretending at all. Another Xilan member frowned. No matter how they looked, Jalen and Ari were indeed weak. What do you understand? These 2 must be disguising themselves. The other Xilan member firmly believed that Ari was definitely playing dumb. He turned to his companion and said, "If you don't believe me, try attacking them." I'm scared. The other Xilan swallowed hard and dared not make a move. Carson's name was a nightmare for all Xylans, and Carson's favorite trick was exactly playing dumb. Thus, despite being far more powerful than Ari and Jalen, the 2 Xylans didn't dare make a move. Damn. Seeing this, Kit was completely speechless. He never thought that the 2 Xylans would be so cautious. Humph. 2 cowards. Xilan Iggy Kane sneered coldly, feeling rather depressed. When did his underlings become so cowardly? Thus, he decided to handle it himself. Boom. Kane held the blazing sun wheel and took a step toward Ari and Jalen. With one slap, he aimed to strike them down, intending to extract their memories after knocking them out. Just then, Kit made his move. He held a sword in one hand, activated the freedom step, reaching peak speed and power, rushing towards Kane. Whoosh! Golden lightning flashed across the sky, traveling hundreds of miles in an instant, narrowly missing Kane. Kit's sword sliced down like cutting tofu, severing Kane's neck. Then, lifting his hand, he scooped up Ari and Jalen, tossing them into his spatial bag. All of this happened in an instant. By the time the golden light dissipated, Kane's head slowly fell from his neck. Boom! Kane caught his own head with both hands and reattached it. Then his aura burst out, pumping endless vitality into the wound, which began healing rapidly before everyone's eyes. Hiss! What just happened? Why was Kane beheaded? It was too fast. Unless someone has the heavenly eye, it's impossible to see clearly. Is it a powerful legacy inside the reincarnation ground? Everyone was alarmed, unsure of what happened. Only Saintess Ethereal, who possessed the heavenly eye, saw Kit's actions clearly. She whispered, "It's him. Carson. He's here." Upon hearing her words, everyone fell silent. Many people's faces changed abruptly, their gazes shifting uneasily. After all, Kit's reputation was terrifying. Throughout the Xiuxian Divine Treasure, his name spread like wildfire among cultivators. Anyone staying here, assuming that he and Kane were allies, would be doomed. Quick, let's go. They're going to fight. Damn, why are you still standing there? Run. Why? You're new, right? That's Carson. Damn, he's Carson? Forget it, let's run. Within hundreds of miles, cultivators quickly evacuated. Many had suffered before and knew that once a battle broke out, nothing within hundreds of miles would survive. Carson. Kane gritted his teeth, staring at Kit with boundless rage and killing intent. Not long ago, when he challenged Kit, he lost all face for the Xiuxian clan. And he himself became a laughingstock among all cultivators. Now, seeing Kit again, old wounds were reopened. Kane, you're asking for death by daring to bully my junior brother. Kit stood where he was, hands behind his back, coldly eyeing Kane. Boom. An astonishing aura erupted from Kit, suppressing Kane. Thump, thump, thump. Kane, feeling guilty in front of Kit, involuntarily retreated several steps. Chapter 271, Dreadful Name. The atmosphere stabilized, and the gazes directed at Kit were filled with shock. After not seeing him for a while, Kit had become even more terrifying. None of them could defeat him alone. Thus, Kane turned around and addressed Russell and others. Everyone, let's join forces to suppress and kill Carson. After this, I will definitely give you all ample rewards. Not interested. The Tory responded coolly. The Vermilion Bird Clan does not wish to get involved in your feud. The young leader of the Vermilion Bird Clan responded even more indifferently. The Iggy of xuanhuan sect observed the scene and added, xuanhuan sect stands neutral as well. Russell glanced at the 3 individuals, initially taken aback, then realized their perspective. To the Holy Maiden and the others, Kit did not represent an unending, mortal enmity. It was unnecessary to kill Kit outright. It might even be beneficial to ally with him. However, if they chose to act here, they would be forming an irrevocable grudge with Kit. If they couldn't kill him, their factions would face significant trouble in the future. The Holy Maiden and the others were no fools. They wouldn't take such risks lightly. I, of the Divine Blood sect, also will not intervene. Russell gritted his teeth, deciding against involvement. Combining forces with Kane might still not be enough to beat Kit. Worse yet, they could be counterkilled by Kit. Damn it. Kane turned and saw everyone merely watching the drama unfold, his face turning green with rage. Clank, clank, clank. In Kit's hand, a rusted sword appeared. He stepped closer to Kane step by step, saying, Kane, are you feeling itchy? Hasn't been a few days since I last beat you, and you're already uncomfortable? Damn. Kane watched Kit approach, feeling uneasy. Memories of previous beatings flashed through his mind. Was it going to happen again? Just then, the Tory spoke up, Carson, beating him to death now holds no significance. Why don't we have Cain make compensation and use the power of the blazing sun wheel to jointly open the cyclic realm? We can obtain its divine treasures within. Kit rubbed his chin, turned around, and looked at Wilbur and Jalen, asking, what do you two think? Wilbur and Jalen were momentarily stunned. They knew Kit was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this overpowering. Just standing there made the descendants of supreme powers hesitate to act. How terrifying he was. Was this really the Kit they knew? SK, snap out of it. I'm talking to you too. Kit frowned slightly, giving Wilbur a kick. Oh. Wilbur came back to his senses. He glanced at Kit, thought for a moment, and quickly replied, I want compensation. I agree, Jalen nodded. Both Jalen and Wilbur were sharp-witted. With just a glance, they understood the situation. If Kit insisted on killing Cain, the others would likely team up to stop him. Compensation was a better option. Moreover, opening the supreme treasure of the xiuxian was more important than killing Cain. Kit gave them an approving look. These two showed good judgment, proving they had potential for development. Skills could be honed, but intelligence was rare to cultivate. Turning around, Kit looked at Cain and said casually, Cain, you heard that? You decide how to proceed. Phew. Cain took a deep breath, looking coldly at Kit, and said, fine, I'll offer compensation. With a wave of his hand, 2 bottles of pills appeared in the air. Boom. As soon as the pills appeared, within thousands of miles, a refreshing fragrance permeated the air. Even the lifeless black ground, ravaged by negative energy, sprouted sparse blades of grass. 2 bottles of St. Marrow pills. Impressive, young lord of the Xylan clan. Kit gave a thumbs up, then asked curiously, by the way, I raided you once before. Where did these St. Marrow pills come from? Did you hide them somewhere? Hearing this, Cain's face turned green with anger. Through clenched teeth, he said, the real ones are all inside my supreme artifact. If you want them, you can come and take them yourself. Tisk. Upon learning they were inside the supreme artifact, Kit lost interest immediately. At his current strength, overwhelming Cain was easy, but breaking into a supreme artifact was unrealistic. Agitating the artifact spirit could lead to serious consequences. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Kit grabbed the 2 bottles of St. Marrow pills. After confirming they were fine, he said coolly, let's call it even. Fine. Cain agreed through gritted teeth. His heart bled at the loss. Those St. Marrow pills, refined from holy bone marrow, were extremely rare and intended for his advancement to ancient great power status. Losing them meant immense effort to find replacements. But it was inevitable. If he didn't give them up, Kit would kill him, causing even greater losses. Now that this is settled, why don't we work together to open the xiuxian treasure? The Tory suggested. 10 supreme artifacts working together should be able to subdue residual spirits and cleanse the negative energy. It's only a matter of time. Kit put away his rusted sword and summoned the star-purple gold tower. He then said, sure thing. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the black blood jade sacred bell acquired from the black blood secret realm. Warning it to Wilbur, Kit instructed, you two stand outside. If things get rough, I may not be able to watch over you. Don't worry, boss. Wilbur held the black blood jade sacred bell with sheer delight. This was a sacred artifact, given straight to him. He sure hadn't followed the wrong boss. Having secured rumble. As the last of the spirits were destroyed, the earth cracked open. A vast underground palace emerged before them. Stretching hundreds of miles long and towering 1,000 feet high, it stood majestic like a mountain. Chapter 272, The Wager. The Qinggong should be translated to the Qin Palace for better understanding, but a more natural translation would be the Resting Palace. Here is the improved version. The Resting Palace of the Arwen before he passed away. After his nirvana, it was buried here together. The Malia looked at the underground palace with a touch of nostalgia. After countless years, it has finally seen the light of day again. Additionally, nirvana might be a bit misleading in this context. A more accurate term could be after his passing or after his death. Let's refine that part as well. The Resting Palace of the Arwen from before his passing. After his death, it was buried here together. The Malia looked at the underground palace with a touch of nostalgia. After countless years, it has finally seen the light of day again. This reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. The aura of this underground palace is overwhelming and terrifying. Beside her, the young leader of the Zhuge clan also exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the scene, Kit activated the heavenly Dao True Eye and scanned the entire underground palace. Boom! A torrent of blood-red energy surged into the sky. Countless runes floated densely around the underground palace, each rune glowing golden like the sun. Damn! Kit looked at these array patterns, visibly startled. These were all supreme-level arrays, protecting the entire supreme Qinggong, edited for fluency and conciseness. Note that Qinggong is not translated as it seems to be a specific term in this context. If a translation for Qinggong is needed, please provide the correct term you wish to use, e.g., mausoleum, chamber, etc. All of them had been personally set up by the Arwen. Despite the passage of countless years and some damage, about 60% remained intact. Ordinary people couldn't possibly enter. Even holy spirits would meet their end if they forcefully intruded. It's actually a supreme array. Oh no, this complicates things. The young master of the xuanhuan sect had a rather grim expression. It was well known that tampering with a supreme array could be fatal. And this place wasn't a trial ground for future generations. Every step was lethal. Extremely dangerous. Kit stood midair and said calmly, the supreme array is about 60% intact but incredibly powerful. One wrong step equals an attack from 10% of the Arwen's strength. And 1/10 of a supreme's power would kill even a quasi-supreme 100 times over. His words caused an immediate silence around them. Whether it was the heirs of the 8 forces or the many powerful ancient sects present, everyone fell silent. They had toiled for a whole month, but now they couldn't enter. Anyone facing such a result would find it hard to accept. Seeing this, Kit continued, however, I intend to explore it. Anyone wants to join me? Humph. Carson, stop boasting. Do you think you're someone special? If you dare go in, you'll surely die. Russell, the young master of the Divine Blood sect, glanced coldly at Kit, openly mocking him. Fernando, the young master of the Jinwu clan, joined in, right? Carson, if you can go in, I'll write my name backward. Do you two need a beating? Kit frowned, narrowing his eyes at Fernando and Russell. Boom. A flash of killing intent flickered past. Fernando and Russell's faces changed abruptly as they instantly pulled out their supreme artifacts for defense. Rumble. 2 supreme artifacts combined, emitting extremely powerful auras, but these auras weren't for attacking. They were to shield them from Kit's possible assault. While provoking was one thing, Fernando and Russell were genuinely afraid if Kit truly attacked. Look at your soft eggs. Kit sneered, crossing his arms, and said casually, how about a bet? If I go in and come out alive, you two give me a sacred herb or just bow 3 times. How does that sound? Deal. Russell immediately agreed. He didn't believe Kit could really survive entering the Supreme Array. Me too. Fernando crossed his arms coldly. Just a sacred herb. Let's bet. I want to see if you can come out alive. Fine. Kit nodded slightly and continued, then watch carefully. Saying that, Kit took a step forward, actually heading towards the deadly formation. Hiss. Is our boss okay? Wilbur Wong watched Kit, his eyes filled with worry. Supreme arrays were not to be trifled with. Not even a holy spirit would dare rashly challenge a supreme array, let alone Kit. Especially since the entire underground palace contained hundreds of supreme arrays, forming a super supreme array when combined. In this situation, only supremes could come out alive. Relax, I believe our boss will come out alive. Jalen beside him remained calm. From a seniority standpoint, Jalen was Kit's first follower. Only it had witnessed Kit, still a rookie then, crack the True Dragon maze, leading the chaotic Green Lotus out of the True Dragon's secret realm. Today, Kit was far more powerful. For others, a supreme array was immensely dangerous. One wrong step meant certain death. Boom. Stopping at the edge of the supreme array, Kit squinted, observing the entire supreme array. He dared. A fully intact supreme array was akin to the heavenly Tao operating. Even with a formation-breaking talisman, Kit wouldn't be able to breach it given his current realm. But an incomplete one was different. A formation-breaking talisman could easily carve a path through it. Buzz. A formation-breaking talisman appeared in Kit's hand and plunged into the supreme array. Boom. Instantly, several viable paths appeared before Kit. These paths, drawn by the talisman's runes, were extraordinarily complex and faint. No one but Kit could see these paths. Boom. Without hesitation, Kit stepped into the supreme array, entering the lethal formation. Boom. Chaos sword chi surged through the sky, floating around the underground palace. Any single strand could easily slay a quasi-supreme. Even with a supreme artifact, one would be annihilated by this level of power. Heaven. Carson actually went in. He's fearless, isn't he? Is he perhaps a descendant of the Arwen? Even if he is, he can't enter. The Qinggong is the tomb of the Arwen. There's no way out. Edited for fluency and consistency. Even if he were the descendant of the Arwen, he can't enter. The Qinggong is the tomb of the Arwen. It was never designed with an exit. Note. For a more natural read, Qinggong could be translated as mausoleum or tomb chamber instead of leaving it in Chinese. Here's the fully edited version. Even if he were the descendant of the Arwen, he can't enter. The mausoleum is the tomb of the Arwen. It was never designed with an exit. Damn, too scary. The surrounding cultivators gasped in amazement, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Fernando's eyes widened. He roared in anger, shouting, impossible. It must be a coincidence. That's a supreme killing formation. He actually entered without being killed. What's his background? Russell's face turned pale, murmuring as he looked at Kit. Could he be a reincarnation of a supreme? Chapter 273, bragging based on strength. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate hush around the place. In theory, this could actually be a possibility. These guys are really good at imagination. Kit chuckled hearing their speculations. He didn't bother to explain. There was no need to. Carson's identity wouldn't be used by him more than a few times after this. Unfortunately, he had provoked too many powerful factions. In the Qilin Divine Tomb, it was still manageable since the true powerhouses couldn't come out. But if he were outside, who knew whether 1 or 2 holy spirits might jump out and chase him with supreme artifacts? Shaking his head, Kit followed the path and took steps inward. Rumble. With each step of Kit, there was a resounding echo. With every single step, either chaotic sword energy filled the sky, or terrifying black storms emerged, carrying incomparable power. However, regardless of what kind of force it was, they only appeared but did not attack Kit. This underground palace, all are dead formations, and not arranged by one supreme being, but many. Kit looked at the supreme law arrays around and felt quite astonished. His expertise in array formations wasn't particularly high, but after careful study, he could see that the oldest part of these supreme law arrays and the newest parts clearly didn't belong to the same era. There might have been an interval of unknown tens of thousands of years between them. Time passed by, and soon Kit was deep inside for 100 miles, reaching the main hall. Rumble. Upon arriving at the main hall, an unprecedentedly strong oppressive force surged over. Kit looked up, gazing at the few lines of text above the main hall. The texts were written in different eras, but the meanings were almost identical. Jinvu Jizun visited here. Chavez Jizun paid tribute here. Qingmu Jizun paid tribute here. Zhu Ke Jizun paid tribute here. Hunxian Jizun paid tribute here. Each line of text carried an air of invincibility. Clearly, more than one supreme had come here and left words. Kit counted, and just those who left their names were as many as 18. The most recent one had already been close to the Middle Ancient times, and the Xiuxian clan also declined during the Middle Ancient times. Fascinating. It seems more than one Supreme came here before. I wonder what's inside. Kit became interested. He came to the entrance of the main hall, reached out his hand, and slowly pushed open the main hall door. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Saint Maiden Piao Miao and her party watched Kit about to enter the main hall, unable to hide their anxiety. Everyone knew that good things were definitely in the main hall, but there was the Supreme Law Array blocking the way. Even though they felt reluctant, they could only look helplessly. No one dared to break through the Supreme Law Array. Right then, a cultivator suddenly cried out in surprise, "Look, are those Carson's footprints?" Hearing this, all the cultivators looked down at the ground. They saw countless golden footprints floating within the Supreme Law Array. These footprints contained a large number of complex runes that created a safe path. SSS. Kane sucked in a breath sharply. Everyone had originally given up hope, but now their minds were buzzing again. If Kit had walked this road, could others do the same? Buzz. In Saint Maiden Piao Miao's hand, a rune floated up. This rune instantly turned into a clone. Then Piao Miao controlled the clone toward the killing array. Rumble. Just approaching the killing array, the overwhelming murderous intent made Piao Miao's clone dim slightly, almost crumbling. However, Piao Miao still persisted in controlling the clone, following the path Kit had taken, stepping forward. Boom. Chaotic sword energy appeared all around. This made Piao Miao's face pale. Fortunately, these sword energies did not strike down. Haha, it really works. Russell rejoiced. Immediately he held the divine blood lamp, leading the charge into the Supreme Law Array. The other cultivators rushed in, afraid of falling behind. After all, the main hall of the Kramer likely harbored monumental secrets, possibly even more precious than the entire Xiuxian divine tomb. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Creek. The main hall, which had been unopened for endless ages, was directly pushed open by Kit. Rumble. An immeasurable ancient aura swept over. The entire main hall was no more than 1,000 zhang in size, but inside, it was a vast world. There were mountains, trees, rivers, and grasslands. This entire world was several thousand li in diameter. At its center stood a mountain several 10,000 zhang tall. It rose high into the clouds, radiating a suppressive aura over the whole world. SSS. Kit looked at the distant mountain. With his excellent vision, he could see that atop the mountain stood a simple Dao palace, the only structure in the entire world. Is that where the Kramer usually cultivated? Kit stared thoughtfully at the central mountain. Kylan divine treasure is mine. Behind him, Russell's roar sounded. Turning around, Kit saw Russell using some forbidden technique, moving extremely fast. In a blink, he charged into the main hall and entered the small world. Rumble. A blood-red aura enveloped Russell's body. The supreme artifact blood lamp floated above his shoulder, allowing him to charge towards the core area's towering divine mountain without hesitation. Snap. At this moment, blood-red lightning flashed across the sky, heading straight for Russell. What? Russell was bewildered. He had seen this kind of aura on Kit before. It was exactly the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Thousands of heavenly tribulations struck Russell. Dazzling lightning streaked across the sky. Caught off guard, Russell was immediately locked onto by the tribulation. At this point, he dared not use any holy weapons, let alone supreme artifacts. Once at the holy weapon level, their internal weapon spirits would also attract heavenly tribulation, escalating it from a supernatural level to the holy spirit or even supreme level. Ahahaha. The sky rained down heavenly tribulations. Instantly, Russell's body was scorched inside out, revealing bones in several places. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck. Russell's aura weakened significantly, nearly dying. Helpless, Russell raised his hand. A sacred herb appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it. Rumble. The sacred herb's power was exceedingly potent, reviving the dead and regenerating bones. In a blink, Russell recovered to peak condition. In the next second, even more heavenly tribulations poured down, severely wounding Russell once again. Chapter 274. Primordial Heavenly Tribulation. Hiss. The group that came from behind immediately gasped in shock when they saw Russell's pitiful state. This guy is in too much of a sorry state. If this keeps up, even if he has divine medicine to save his life, repeated injuries like this could cripple him directly. This world seems to be a fragment directly extracted by the supreme existence of the Xiuxian from the xuanhuan world during the primordial era. It's sealed within this palace, and the rules inside are still those of the primordial era. The Malia slowly approached Kit and said, "The rules of the primordial era are more complete than those of the recent ancient era. Entering it will inevitably trigger a heavenly tribulation. However, if one can survive the heavenly tribulation, they will gain tremendous benefits. One of these benefits includes the potential for youth supreme cultivation talent. In the primordial era, such talent among youths was not rare." Hearing the Malia's words, the young lord of the Zhuke clan stroked his chin and said, "But Russell is already at the level of a youth supreme. He is in such a miserable condition. How about the rest?" "This is really hard to say." The young lord of xuanhuan sect shook his head and said, "Heavenly tribulations are designed based on a cultivator's realm and cultivation. For anyone, it's 9 deaths for everyone's survival." At this point, the young lord of xuanhuan sect unconsciously glanced at Kit beside him and silently added to himself, "Not including this freak Kit." At this moment, the Malia's group also noticed Kit. Their expressions became extremely varied. They clearly remembered that Kit once used the heavenly tribulation to eliminate a saint relic. This guy was simply extraordinarily strong. "Why are you all staring at me?" Kit was taken aback. He smirked and said, "It's just a heavenly tribulation. What are you afraid of? The heavenly tribulation is 9 deaths for everyone's survival. Countless geniuses throughout history have died under it. How can we not be afraid?" The Malia scoffed. She looked at Kit and asked, "I wonder if you have any way to help us avoid passing through the heavenly tribulation?" This? Kit's heart stirred slightly. There was indeed a way, the heaven-deceiving talisman that obscures the workings of fate. Thinking of this, an idea sprang into Kit's mind. He touched his chin and said, there is a way, but the price, well? A 1-foot-high tripod cauldron appeared in the hands of the ethereal cloud palacentus, with a pill the size of a lychee sealed inside. As soon as the pill appeared, an invigorating fragrance permeated the air. Even though Kit had refined his body to near perfection, he could still feel his blood boil and his spirit transform. The ethereal cloud palacentus held the pill and said, this is the ethereal pill, the divine medicine of our ethereal cloud palace, made from 49 kinds of holy herbs. It can completely revitalize your body and improve your strength. I wonder if it can exchange for a way to enter without triggering the tribulation. Sure. Kit readily agreed. Trading one ethereal pill for a heaven-deceiving talisman was indeed a very profitable deal. As for letting the Malia enter, Kit didn't care. There were signs of over a dozen supremes around the entrance. This indicated that many people had come through this small world before. Perhaps there might be divine medicines or the like left behind, but true treasures would be long gone. Buzz. A heaven-deceiving talisman appeared in Kit's hand. Kit handed the talisman to the Malia and said, this talisman can obscure the workings of fate for a year. That should be enough for you to use in the secret realm. Thank you. The Malia nodded slightly. Taking the heaven-deceiving talisman from Kit, she entered the small world. Buzz. A transparent glow enveloped the Malia's body. Amazingly, no heavenly tribulation appeared. Hiss. It actually worked? It even deceived the rules of this small world. What level of talisman is this? Could it be the primordial heavenly Tao talisman, heaven-deceiving talisman? The cultivators who followed whispered to each other in surprise. Many were incredibly astonished. At this moment, the descendants of the 6 major supreme forces, along with 2 to 30 descendants of ancient forces, surrounded Kit. Brother Carson, I have a bone from an ancient holy beast. Can it be exchanged for a talisman? I have a true dragon's horn. Wait, don't rush, I have a phoenix eggshell here. A crowd scrambled to trade for a heaven-deceiving talisman from Kit. Don't worry, one by one, slowly, Kit calmly sold talismans one after another. These heaven-deceiving talismans at most cost high-quality spiritual artifacts material, but the rewards far exceeded those of divine artifacts. It was a fantastic deal. Without exaggeration, even if Kit turned back now without entering the Tao Palace, he would absolutely not regret it. After selling the last the others saw this and left somewhat disappointed. Just then, Wilbur and Mariah came running over, grinning and asking, Boss, surely you have a heaven-deceiving talisman for us, right? No. Kit slightly shook his head. What do you mean? Wilbur was stunned upon seeing Kit like this. That shouldn't be the case. Given his understanding of Kit, it was impossible for him not to give them at least 2 heaven-deceiving talismans. Just as he was wondering, Kit continued, you too, come with me. We'll pass a heavenly tribulation inside. Ah. Wilbur's face turned green instantly. He turned and ran. Kidding? Could a heavenly tribulation be something to toy with? One misstep, and that would mean annihilation, dying without even knowing how. But Kit had anticipated that Wilbur would try to escape. He grabbed Wilbur by the neck and said casually, what are you running for? With me around, you won't die. This small world simulates the primordial era environment. Passing a heavenly tribulation here can benefit your deficient rule comprehension. It will have immense benefits for your future foundation. Boss. But it's a 9 deaths for 1 survival, heavenly tribulation. Not everyone is as monstrous as you. For you, passing it is as easy as eating and drinking water. Mariah wailed. But they had no choice. Their strength was vastly inferior to Kit. Dragged by Kit by the tail, they were forced into the small world. Rumble. Without the heaven-deceiving talisman, the atmospheric energy instantly locked onto Wilbur and Mariah. Black lightning filled the sky. It's actually the in-extinction god Kadekning. Pretty rare. Kit glanced at the lightning in the sky, quite calm. Boss. Chapter 275. The True Dragon Awakens. The incel watched the dark, ominous thunderbolts in the sky and felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Kit, seeing this, was speechless. He reassured, don't worry, it won't be a big problem. As soon as he spoke, dozens of pitch-black lightning bolts shot down from the sky, heading straight for the incel and the Jalen. Rumble. Unmatched power surged forth. The incel knew it was now or never. Roar. Between life and death, the incel let out a long howl, shaking the heavens with his dragon's cry. His body rapidly expanded, blood surging through him. Rumble. Golden blood chi filled the surroundings. This was due to a core that the incel had once swallowed, the true dragon's pearl. Ever since swallowing it, the incel had been evolving towards becoming a true dragon. Now, under the pressure of the celestial tribulation, the incel finally began his next stage of transformation. Roar. Roar. Terrifying roars echoed, even surpassing the sound of the celestial tribulation above. The incel's body rapidly grew to 100 zhang long. His fiery red scales peeled off, and his horn began to fall as well. But moments later, golden scales emerged, and on his head, true dragon horns started to grow. What? That dragon is transforming into a true dragon. Incredible. Is a true dragon about to be born? Ancient legends say true dragons were immensely powerful creatures in ancient times, with bloodlines so potent they could nearly defy heaven. Upon reaching adulthood, the weakest would be holy spirits, and with some effort, they could reach the level of near-emperor combat power. Turtles. Even true dragons are appearing. It seems the world rules of xuanhuan will change again. A group of cultivators watching the transformation of the incel were utterly stunned. Even the incel himself wore a bewildered expression. He always thought it would take a very long time to evolve into a true dragon. Never did he expect to reach this threshold now. Rumble. True dragon blood chi soared into the sky, and a golden true dragon slowly appeared beneath the celestial tribulation. Roar. The incel let out a roar. This time, it wasn't a dragon's wrath but a genuine dragon's cry. Rumble. The celestial tribulation instantly dissipated, signaling that the incel had completed his transformation and earned the world's recognition. Roar. Haha, I've actually become a true dragon. Waha, I'm invincible. The incel flew ecstatically, lost in joy. The entire dragon swelled with excitement. In reality, within the entire secret realm, only Kit and Nash, who had awakened supreme imperial bloodline, could face the incel one-on-one. Everyone else was far too weak. The true dragon bloodline was too high grade. It was at least equivalent to 50,000 chains of law, far stronger than ordinary young emperors. Rumble. Compared to the incel, the Jalen suffered greatly. Despite being a primordial anomaly, a red-armored demonic scorpion, it couldn't compare to a true dragon. Facing the celestial tribulation, it couldn't withstand the pressure. Within 15 minutes, it had almost died several times. But Kit was watching nearby. Each time the Jalen was about to perish, he tossed over a drop of tricolor immortal spring water, ensuring it didn't die from the celestial tribulation. If it survived, the Jalen would undergo a significant transformation, akin to a carp leaping through the dragon gate. Rumble. The thunderstorms in the sky finally dissipated, marking the end of the Jalen's celestial tribulation. Huh, I've made it. The Jalen laughed heartily, feeling a tremendous uplift in spirit. What once seemed terrifying now felt manageable. All right, both of you have passed your tribulations. Now it's my turn. Kit sat cross-legged in midair and said calmly, stay far away from me, so you aren't dragged into this. Once the celestial tribulation starts, I might not be able to protect you too. Whoosh. Before Kit finished speaking, the incel and Jalen had already fled 100 miles away, not daring to come close. Jokingly, though both had said they weren't afraid of the celestial tribulation, being struck by lightning wasn't a pleasant experience. Sigh. Kit sat cross-legged in midair. With a mental command, he retracted the sky-concealing talisman. Boom. Instantly, boundless storms erupted in the sky. The storm clouds weren't just one color but multi-hued like a rainbow. Golden destruction lightning, gray bone-dissolving lightning, and green cloudwood lightning, each incredibly terrifying. Any cultivator encountering such a tribulation would likely not survive. This is getting out of hand, Kit muttered, realizing the complexity. The celestial tribulation was a combination of two overlapping events. One was from breaking through to the 5th level of divine essence cultivation, suppressed by the sky-concealing talisman. The other was the tribulation unique to this small world, meant to complement the ancient era's missing laws within him. Rumble. Chaos scripture roared within Kit's body, bringing him to peak condition. As soon as he reached this state, a golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom. A lightning bolt as thick as a mountain struck Kit. Despite his exceptionally strong physique, it left him charred outside and tender inside. Kit could even smell the aroma of roasted meat. Hiss. Kit sucked in a breath, realizing he had provoked the celestial tribulation. Rumble. Almost immediately, countless lightning bolts rained down from the sky. Kit, upon seeing this, condensed his true chi into a spiritual sword and activated the Heavenly Emperor Slash, directly charging at the descending celestial tribulation. Rumble. Countless lightning bolts poured down, enveloping Kit completely. The surrounding cultivators, watching this, turned pale. A rough estimation showed that if any of them faced this level of celestial tribulation, they would surely die. Even the ever-confident incel began to lose faith. Impossible, the Jalen said firmly. Everyone can die in the celestial tribulation, but not our leader. From chi cultivation onwards, he has braved tribulations, making it as simple as eating and drinking. As Kit continued to battle the relentless celestial tribulation, the observers remained tense, their hearts pounding in anticipation of what was to come. Chapter 276, Residual Fragments. How could he possibly survive under the heavenly tribulation? I hope so. Ari looked at the area engulfed by thunder, his eyes filled with concern. At this moment, Kit's situation was indeed quite difficult. He was now guzzling the tricolor immortal spring water, but its recovery speed couldn't keep up with the rate of his injuries. Thus, Kit simply took a handful of purple gold holy pine seeds and put them in his mouth. Rumble. The effects of the holy medicine far surpassed those of the tricolor immortal spring. Kit once again reached a strange equilibrium with the heavenly tribulation, injured on one side, yet rebuilding his physical body on the other. In this process, both Kit's soul and physical body were being reconstructed. Huh. Right then, Kit sensed something abnormal. Deep within his soul, there existed some insignificant dead energy, cracks, and some residual fragments. If it weren't for the illumination of the heavenly tribulation, Kit wouldn't have been able to detect these fragments. These are... Kit examined the fragments, momentarily stunned. These fragments belonged to the original owner of this body, remnants of his soul. After Kit had traveled through, they had always hidden deep within his soul, already dead. But they carried deep-seated attachment, invisibly influencing Kit's Tao heart and mind. If undetected later on, they could very likely turn into his own heart demon. So that's how it is. I've always felt a slight lack of fluency, unable to perfectly control my body. I thought it was due to cultivation level, but it seems there were still soul fragments lodged within my soul all along. Kit murmured to himself. He glanced at the attachments on the soul fragments. Mostly, they were about losing money gambling, being hung and beaten by the family head of the Bai family, and proving that he wasn't a wastrel or a failure. This made Kit almost laugh. This unlucky fellow actually had such attachments. TSK. Forget it. Let's erase it. Kit shook his head. With a flicker of thought, the soul fragments belonging to the original owner, Kit, were completely expelled from his soul. Under the heavenly tribulation, they vanished without a trace. Rumble. At the instant these soul fragments dispersed, Kit could feel his control over his body finally reaching a perfect state. His thoughts flowed smoothly, and his combat power increased by at least 50%. Phew, I didn't realize the original owner's soul fragments had such a huge impact on me. Kit muttered. Rumble. At this point, the heavenly tribulation became even more terrifying. F***ck. It's endless. Kit was speechless. Now, even the holy medicine pine seeds were struggling. Kit gritted his teeth, took out a destiny fruit, and swallowed it in one bite. At this point, surviving under this heavenly tribulation came first. Crackle. An even more intense heavenly tribulation descended. Just one bolt of lightning left Kit with broken bones, almost shattering him. The destiny fruit lived up to its reputation as a top-grade divine herb. In an instant, boundless medicinal power burst forth. Kit instantly healed but was struck again by the lightning, severely injured once more. Rumble. Kit underwent metamorphosis within the heavenly tribulation, gradually becoming stronger. At this same moment, while Kit faced the heavenly tribulation, Tinsley and a group of heirs from major powers had arrived at the foot of the 10,000 feet divine mountain. Before them lay an endless heavenly staircase dozens of feet wide. This is the ascending stairway. Ancient legends say it was casually created by the Baron for his descendants to enter the Dao Palace. Tinsley looked at the entire staircase, saying indifferently, "This is the only way into the Dao Palace. There's a powerful pressure present here. I'll go first." The young leader of the Xylan clan, Kane, couldn't wait any longer. He strode forward, stepping onto the ascending stairway. Boom. Heavy pressure assaulted him, causing his body to creak under the weight, nearly crushing him. It can't be. This is just the first step. Kane was startled. He didn't expect the ascending stairway to be so powerful. Rumble. At this moment, Tinsley took out the Piao Miao diagram, emitting a faint aura of supremacy, easily blocking the pressure from the stairway. She strode forward, heading toward the summit of the divine mountain, and the people around him were speechless too. They almost forgot this wasn't a trial left by the Baron. It was just the inherent pressure of this divine mountain itself. Rumble. On the other side, the heavenly tribulation surrounding Kit was coming to an end. Boom. Golden blood chi surged from Kit's body, tearing apart the endless thunderclouds. His aura was formidable. Though his realm hadn't changed at all, his strength had become much greater. Incredible. After the ancient laws within me were completed, they became 10 times stronger. Now, without using True Dragon Transformation or War Immortal Talisman, I possess the strength of a beginner venerable. If I use True Dragon Transformation and War Immortal Talisman, I could even fight a king. It's practically a major realm increase. Kit felt the boundless strength within him, utterly amazed. Just then, Ari rushed over, saying, "Boss, let's hurry. Others are getting close to the Baron's Dao Palace." Hearing Ari, Kit turned his head. He saw Tinsley and her group enduring the pressure from the ancient divine mountain, already halfway up, still 2 to 3 miles away from the Dao Palace. No rush. Let's go check. Kit remained calm. He knew very well that inside the Dao Palace, there was probably nothing world-shaking. More likely some herbs planted by the Baron or cultivation insights. These things would be obtained by fate. Arriving early served no real purpose. Therefore, Kit unhurriedly set off with Ari toward the ancient divine mountain. Bang! Kit landed before the ancient divine mountain. He moved his limbs, muttering, "Interesting. This mountain suppresses cultivation. Quite intriguing." As he spoke, Kit didn't use a supreme artifact. Taking a step, he walked onto the ascending stairway, striding forward toward the peak. Ari tried to follow but was directly bounced away by the divine mountain's pressure. Bang! Ari slammed heavily into the ground, shocked and shouting, "Boss, what's happening?" Kit looked at Ari, saying, "I forgot to tell you, the ancient divine mountain exerts pressure. If your soul isn't strong enough, it's hard to pass." Chapter 277, The Terrifying Mindset. Upon hearing Kit's explanation, Wilbur's expression turned to one of shock. He hadn't anticipated that the pressure from this primordial divine mountain could be so strong as to send him flying. "Don't worry. This pressure has nothing to do with strength, but comes from the mindset." Kit explained, "The stronger your mindset, the weaker the primordial divine mountain's laws become." "So it's a test of mindset?" Wilbur exclaimed, feeling quite speechless. Among various trials, the most challenging was always the mindset. This aspect had no relation to personal strength, bone marrow, or bloodline. The only thing related was the mindset. Though one could use supreme or sacred artifacts to forcibly endure the mountain's pressure and climb up, doing so would Realizing this, Wilbur took a deep breath. He adjusted his mindset and stepped forward again, mounting the ladder to the heavens. Boom! The primordial divine mountain's pressure erupted once more, pressing down on Wilbur. The immense pressure gave him the illusion that he was about to be crushed, but soon, he regained clarity. "You think you can scare me? Not that easy." Wilbur let out a light shout, braving the heavy pressure until he stood beside Kit. Seeing this, Hongxia, Jalen, didn't hesitate either, following Wilbur's steps to join Kit. Very good. Kit was thoroughly satisfied with his 2 subordinates. If their potential or bloodline were lacking, he had resources like the 3-color Immortal Spring, Destiny Fruit, and Purple Golden Sacred Pine to drastically improve them. However, a poor mindset was beyond salvation. Leading Wilbur and Hongxia, Kit walked toward the primordial divine mountain. Boom! An oppressive, mountain-like pressure bore down relentlessly. This pressure wasn't physical but mental. The higher they went, the heavier the invisible weight became. But Kit quickly realized his mindset seemed to grow more resilient under the mountain's pressure, making his cultivation smoother. "I didn't expect the primordial divine mountain to have this effect," Kit muttered to himself. At this moment, halfway up the mountain, A group of young geniuses watched as Kit gradually caught up to them, frozen in astonishment. Heavens, am I seeing things? That guy is climbing up under the pressure of the primordial divine mountain? Incredible. How does he manage it? That's the pressure of the primordial divine mountain. His strength is already impressive, and his mindset is terrifyingly powerful. What kind of monster is he? There's no justice. Why isn't he crushed by the pressure? The group of talented disciples felt utterly hopeless. They had reached halfway up only with the help of sacred and supreme artifacts, each step costing them vast amounts of true chi. Meanwhile, Kit ascended step after step without using any supreme or sacred artifacts, and he moved faster than they did. There's no justice. It seems we vastly underestimated Carson. He not only has the talent of a youthful supreme, but also possesses an invincible mindset. Such a genius will surely attain the rank of supreme if he doesn't meet an untimely end, said Tinsley, her gaze filled with admiration. I once thought I was on par with Carson in talent. Now, it seems, we can only look up to him. The young leader of the Vermilion Bird clan couldn't help but sigh. Upon hearing this, the geniuses didn't feel displeased. Instead, they agreed wholeheartedly. Kit was far beyond their reach. Behind Kit, Wilbur spoke up. Boss, my mindset has reached its limit here. Don't worry about us. We'll slowly cultivate our mindsets here. Kit turned and glanced at Wilbur, nodding slightly without further comment. He simply reminded him, if we fight later, run immediately. Wilbur chuckled, replying, don't worry, boss. Running is my specialty. That's good. Kit nodded. He turned and walked toward the group of people, including Tinsley, who were halfway up the mountain. Let's go. Don't let him catch up. Otherwise, anything valuable in the Dao Palace will be taken by Carson. What the heck? I almost forgot that part. Quickly, we mustn't fall behind. Do we need someone to challenge Kit to buy us time? The heirs and younger masters from various factions panicked as the notorious Kit approached. Even those who had been slacking off earlier now spurred their supreme artifacts, heading towards the Dao Palace at the peak. Only Kit remained calm, walking steadily toward the Dao Palace atop the mountain. Soon, he arrived halfway up. Just as he was about to continue, he noticed something unusual. About 10 paces away from Kit stood an inconspicuous stone tablet, mostly covered by wild grass that obscured most of the inscriptions. Kit observed the stone tablet closely, finding it odd. This wasn't just a simple stone. It was crafted from some unknown material. Inside, countless supreme symbols densely packed together formed a xiuxian diagram, floating within and changing shapes constantly, seemingly recording some mysterious supreme technique. This stone tablet. Kit stared at it, completely astonished. If he wasn't mistaken, the internal array likely recorded a secret technique requiring extraordinary insight to decipher. With his heavenly Dao true eye and exceptional comprehension, Kit was undoubtedly a rare talent. Rustle. Inside the tablet, ancient runes began evolving rapidly. In a blink, the number increased to thousands, forming an ancient pattern. A xiuxian standing on the primordial divine mountain. Just the image exuded an awe-inspiring presence. Boom. A blood-red divine light shot up from the tablet, forming a xiuxian diagram that hovered in the sky. The entire xiuxian diagram was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 278. The xiuxian Dao Map. Countless runes flickered, an inexplicable aura forming in Kit's heart. Xiuxian. 9 transformations. A faint voice emerged in Kit's mind. Within this xiuxian Dao Map was recorded the most potent ability of the xiuxian race since their inception, the xiuxian 9 transformations. Boom. Tens of millions of runes continuously changed in the sky above. The runes above seemed to come alive. With one step from its 2 feet, the entire world trembled, imbued with a breath-defying aura. In an instant, the earth split apart. The xiuxian leaped up and directly left the xuanhuan realm, traveling within the endless temporal turbulence. Another step brought about the destruction of countless worlds. Though he knew they were mere projections, the shock from the power still sent ripples of awe through Kit. So this is the power of an ultimate secret technique? Kit looked at the xiuxian Dao Map in the sky, slightly stunned. However, he then realized that the aura emanating from the xiuxian Dao Map was much more profound than just an ultimate secret technique. It resembled the aura of the 6-path reincarnation disc. Geez, in ancient times, there were immortals and gods. Could it be, this thing comes from a god? Kit muttered under his breath as he concentrated fully on observing the xiuxian Dao Map. He wanted to thoroughly memorize the xiuxian Dao Map. At this moment, the enormous xiuxian Dao Map almost matched the size of the entire primordial divine mountain. Its ascent into the heavens made the xiuxian Dao Map visible in nearly every corner of the small world. This caused those walking ahead, including the Kimberly and her party, to exclaim in amazement. Is this the might of the Supreme? Heavens, that's the xiuxian Dao Map. It records the xiuxian clan's skill, xiuxian 9 transformations. Ancient legends say it didn't originate from the Supreme but from beyond, from the legendary gods. Quickly, everyone, remember this? This is absolutely more precious than any Supreme secret technique. The xiuxian 9 transformations. Even in ancient times, it was among the top-tier secret techniques. A group of people kept shouting in surprise. They immediately forgot about heading to the Dao Palace and sat cross-legged, focusing on memorizing all the runes within the xiuxian Dao Map. Puff! Within just a few breaths, a young sage-level genius suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring at the xiuxian Dao Map in the sky with horror. How is this possible? I can't even remember these runes? If you could easily memorize the xiuxian Dao Map, could it still be called a top-level method from ancient times? Beside him, Chavez Sex Iggy glanced indifferently at the cultivator, saying, everyone, be careful. This xiuxian Dao Map carries the aura of heavenly Dao. It is extremely dangerous. If you cannot comprehend it, remember not to force yourself. Otherwise, you will be injured by heavenly Dao's power, making your cultivation progress extremely difficult. These words startled many cultivators. I didn't expect the Qian Dao map to be so dangerous. Not good. I can't withstand it. I can't even remember a single rune. These are all ancient texts, seemingly primordial divine scripts. They're hard to understand. Only Saint Spirit level individuals can remember and practice them. Quickly, find something to record these symbols. It won't work. These ancient runes are alive. Only Supremes can replicate them, like with Heavenly Dao runes. Even if you perfectly copy them, they'll be dead, lacking the Heavenly Dao essence. They won't have any effect. This is the last chance. Grasp as much as you can. The group of cultivators gritted their teeth, constantly comprehending the Qian Dao map. At this time, the Kimberly also looked up at the Qian Dao map in the sky, endless runes appearing in her eyes. She directly activated her heavenly eye, seeing through all illusions. Simultaneously, she saw through the ever-changing runes, finding the fundamental laws. But when she truly stared at the Qian Dao map, a Qian foot descended from the sky, bringing world-destroying might towards her. It was an illusion, one that only the strongest minds could perceive. Clearly, the Kimberly didn't meet this requirement. Facing this illusion, her expression drastically changed, instinctively activating the ethereal map to counteract it. But the next second, she came to her senses. The massive Qian foot barely missed her, its infinite essence blocked by the ethereal map. She couldn't comprehend or gain anything from it. What terrifying pressure. The Kimberly breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head to look in Kit's direction. There, Kit sat before the stone stele, completely immersed in the illusions of the Qian Dao map. To actually fully immerse himself in comprehending the skills within the Qian Dao map. What kind of monster is this guy? The Kimberly felt shocked. Facing the oppressive aura from the Qian Dao map, even she couldn't face it directly. Otherwise, she would be crushed by the illusions within the Qian Dao map, breaking her Dao heart, and becoming a lifelong mental demon. At this moment, Kit slowly opened his eyes before the stone stele. In his sea of consciousness, a shadow of the Qian Dao map floated around the chaotic green lotus. The entire Qian Dao map was incredibly complex. Even Kit barely managed to memorize the whole Qian Dao map. Regarding the skills within the Qian Dao map, Kit only understood the gist. This map isn't Qian 9 transformations, but serves as an introduction. It's also the true core source of Qian 9 transformations. The true Qian 9 transformations of the Qian clan consist of 9 Qian Dao maps extending from this one. It's a supreme secret technique created by the Kramer after comprehending the Qian Dao map. Kit murmured to himself. And this Qian Dao map should have naturally been born in some distant moment, older than the primordial era. However, it seems, it isn't complete. As he spoke, Kit subconsciously looked at the Qian Dao map in his sea of consciousness. This map carried a natural aura, like the chaotic scripture, seeming perfect in form. Yet, there was a hint of incompleteness in its perfection. Thus, Kit inferred that the stone stele contained merely a replica, unable to completely imprint the entire Qian Dao map, or lacked the power to imprint the entire Qian Dao map. Interesting. I wonder where the true Qian Dao map is, hoping it won't be destroyed like Heavenly Dao runes, rejected by heaven and earth. Kit mumbled to himself. He stood up and left the stone stele. Boom. The instant Kit left, the phantom of the Qian Dao map in the sky began to dissipate. Chapter 279. Beating Cain to a pulp. The stone tablet was about to be sealed away. Oh no. The Qian Dao map is disappearing. All for nothing. After all this time, I didn't understand anything from it. I wonder if that Carson has comprehended any divine skills. A group of cultivators looked at Kit in astonishment. No one was foolish enough not to see the smile on his face, indicating significant gains. Everyone felt a mix of envy and bitterness. Damn, they were all practicing cultivators. Why could Kit so easily comprehend the Qian Dao map? At this moment, after undergoing the baptism of the Qian Dao map, Kit's state of mind had reached a new level. Kadiki ordinary wrought iron being forged into steel through repeated refining, he had transformed. The pressure from the ancient divine mountain was now insufficient to cause him any sense of oppression. Whoosh! Kit stepped gracefully using the wayward steps, arriving before the group of cultivators with a smile. Greetings, everyone. Are you still trying to comprehend the Qian Dao map? How is your progress? Seeing Kit's smiling face, Cain felt like a lump of excrement caught in his throat, neither up nor down. He couldn't help but mock Kit. Humph. Carson, don't get too cocky. Just because your comprehension ability is slightly better, what gives you the right to be arrogant? Cain, are you itching for a fight? Kit summoned the rusty sword in his hand without another word, and golden sword chi emerged. He struck directly towards Cain. What? Cain hadn't expected Kit to attack without warning. Instantly, a fiery wheel appeared in his hand, ready to counterattack. Boom! Kit's sword clashed with the fiery wheel. The shockwaves from the collision between two supreme artifacts caused the entire ancient divine mountain to tremble. All the surrounding cultivators, except those protected by supreme artifacts, were sent flying and spitting blood. Huh. Kit glanced at the black ground beneath him in surprise. This ancient divine mountain was truly extraordinary. Even the aftermath of a battle between supreme artifacts couldn't damage it. Carson, are you crazy? Fear flashed in Cain's eyes as he shouted. You dare to have a major battle in front of the Qian Supreme Dao Palace? If we anger the lingering consciousness of the Qian Supreme, you're dead meat. What relation do I have with the Qian Supreme? He won't care about such trifles. Kit casually boasted, exerting more power through the rusty sword, unleashing even greater might. Cain's face turned pale as the true chi within him dissipated like a receding tide. Without true chi to activate the supreme artifact, it was only a matter of time before Cain met his end. For a moment, Cain regretted provoking Kit. If only he hadn't opened his big mouth. Why did he challenge Kit in the first place? The surrounding spectators were also turning pale, hearing Kit's words. They thought he was bluffing. Someone from the near-ancient era couldn't possibly know the Kylan Supreme from the primordial era. But upon reflection, they realized Kit had indeed received considerable favor from the Kylan Supreme. Without mentioning distant events, the Six Paths reincarnation disc had inexplicably ended up in Kit's hands, and now he had activated the Kylan Dao map again. Moreover, fighting in the Kylan Dao Palace didn't trigger any suppression from the ancient divine mountain. Most tellingly, Kit possessed the aura of Kylan Supreme blood within him. All these signs pointed to Kit having a close connection with the Kylan Supreme. Tortoise Turtle. Could this guy be a descendant of the Kylan Supreme? A young leader of the Vermilion Bird clan muttered under his breath. Hearing this, everyone looked at Kit with changed expressions. If he were a direct descendant of the Kylan Supreme, then everything would make perfect sense. Impossible. At this point, the ethereal maiden shook her head gently. Why? The young lord of the Vermilion Bird clan was puzzled, not understanding why the ethereal maiden ruled out the possibility. The ethereal maiden glanced at the Vermilion Bird clan's young lord and said, simple. A direct descendant of a supreme wouldn't be as strong as Carson. Upon hearing this, everyone froze. Seems she's right. Could an heir of a supreme use a true dragon as a mount? True. Even a supreme son would only be comparable to a true dragon, far inferior to Carson. Tortoise Turtle. What exactly is this guy's background? Whatever his background, it's best not to offend him. The crowd whispered among themselves, already considering Kit someone they should never cross. Rumble. At this moment, Kit and Cain continued their battle. With a supreme sword in hand, each slash unleashed terrifying power. If not suppressed by the ancient divine mountain, the surroundings for hundreds of thousands of miles would have been obliterated. Facing Kit's relentless attacks, Cain's complexion gradually paled. His internal true chi was almost depleted. Suddenly, a long roar came from afar. Carson, die. Rumble. Russell, the young master of the Divine Blood sect, wielded the Divine Blood Lantern, charging toward Kit. Trouble. 2 supreme artifacts against Carson alone. No matter how strong he is, death is inevitable. Such a pity. A super genius will fall here. What if Carson wins? If he wins, I'll eat shit. The crowd watched Russell charge forward, shaking their heads. It seemed Kit was doomed. Duplicate Talisman. With a mental command, a clone of Kit appeared, holding the star purple gold pagoda and rushing toward Russell. Duplicate Talisman? Holy crap. Weren't these heavenly talismans lost? How did Carson have one? Is this guy really a reincarnation of some ancient supreme? This will be good entertainment. The crowd became excited. Meanwhile, the cultivator who swore to eat shit turned green with regret, thinking about Kit's small-minded nature and tendency to hold grudges. If those words were heard. Rumble. Kit controlled the supreme artifacts, multitasking to fight both Cain and Russell simultaneously. Russell and Cain also began cooperating, battling Kit and his clone together. The 4 supreme artifacts clashed fiercely, creating powerful energy waves, but at a tremendous cost in true chi. By this point, Kit had exhausted his true chi multiple times during the battle. Chapter 280. What's wrong with 1 against 2? The blood of the true dragon had almost been completely exchanged. However, fortunately for him, he had plenty of medicine. Gulp. Another purple gold holy pine seed was swallowed, and Kit was once again fully restored. Die. Above Kit's supreme sword, another inch of rust fell off. He was now going all out. With a single slash, he aimed to completely annihilate Cain. No. Cain was utterly terrified, desperately trying to fight back. But he was no match for Kit at all. Rumble. Golden supreme sword chi crushed down. The blazing sun wheel was slashed away thousands of feet. In an instant, Cain was completely exposed before Kit, with no defense whatsoever. It's over. Cain's face turned deathly pale. He looked at Kit, realizing there was no way out for him. Immediately, his face contorted in agony. He roared loudly, Carson, if you kill me, the Jinwu clan will never let you go. Then let the Jinwu clan come after me. Kit sneered. The supreme sword in his hand vibrated slightly, unleashing a supreme aura that aimed to crush Cain into pieces. At this moment, Russell beside him realized the situation was dire. If Cain died, then it would be 2 against 1 next, ensuring his certain death. Immediately, Russell roared, God Blood Sacrifice. True Spirit Revival. Begin. Boom. The God Blood lamp, which was previously evenly matched with the star purple gold tower, suddenly erupted with myriad lights, releasing an unparalleled supreme aura. Inside the God Blood lamp, a vague consciousness began to gradually awaken. The spirit of the supreme artifact awoke. And almost instantly, countless wrinkles appeared on Russell's face, and his hair turned snow white, clearly paying an extremely severe price. He looked at Kit and said cruelly, Carson, did you think I couldn't awaken the spirit of a supreme artifact? Hiss. Kit clicked his tongue, drawing a sharp breath. An awakened supreme artifact was a completely different concept from an unawakened one. Once the spirit inside the supreme artifact awoke, the power generated would be at least close to the supreme level. Even a near-supreme being would flee in terror. However, to awaken the spirit required at least the power of a saint or near-supreme being. With Russell's realm, it was impossible for him to achieve this level. This is interesting. Kit watched as the God Blood lamp soared upward, continuously reviving. Realizing the situation was dire. Rumble. The aura above the God Blood lamp became even more terrifying. Even the entire ancient divine mountain began to tremble, and the small world opened by the Kramer seemed about to tear apart. Seeing this, Kit conjured up a golden willow leaf in his hand. There was no choice now. He had to elevate his cultivation to the Arn level, activate the revival of the supreme sword, to fight the God Blood lamp. But just then, at the peak of the ancient divine mountain, within the Qilan Dao Palace, a vague figure appeared. Though indistinct, Kit could instantly recognize it, the phantom image of the Kramer. Boom. There was no aura emanating from the Kramer's phantom image. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched. The god blood lamp appeared directly in the hands of the Kramer's phantom image. The overwhelming aura that was about to destroy the entire world on the god blood lamp ceased instantly. The entire supreme artifact returned to calmness. How is this possible? Russell was dumbfounded. It was hard for him to accept that a mere remnant of the Kramer, existing for who knows how many years, had easily suppressed the nearly revived supreme artifact. No fighting allowed on the ancient divine mountain. This is your warning. The Kramer left these words, and the phantom vanished instantly. Peace was restored atop the ancient divine mountain. Kit touched his nose and put the rusty sword away. Although he had some relationship with the Kramer, it was uncertain if this remnant recognized him. If this remnant decided to eliminate him, he wouldn't have anyone to appeal to. Boom. The god blood lamp re-entered Russell's body. Russell took a divine pill to replenish his lifespan lost, and he looked at Kit coldly, saying, "Carson, you got lucky this time. If it weren't for the Kramer's remnant showing up, you'd already be dead." Kit sneered. At this moment, Kane remained silent, putting away the blazing sun wheel, appearing rather dejected, seemingly affected deeply by Kit's defeat. "At this point, listen to me," said the Kimberly, stepping forward to mediate. "Let's set aside our grievances and stop arguing." "Whatever." Kit shook his head and walked toward the Dao Palace at the mountain peak. Russell glanced at Kit, feeling a sense of despair. Perhaps, he would never be considered Kit's rival throughout his life. Boom. Kit stepped onto the peak of the ancient divine mountain. Behind him, geniuses from various factions constantly used divine artifacts to counter the pressure of the ancient divine mountain. Seeing Kit climb without relying on any supreme or divine artifacts, purely through mental strength, everyone felt a sense of hopelessness. This is the true might of a young supreme being? The Kimberly pondered while looking at Kit. Boom. Taking another step, Kit arrived before the Dao Palace. He didn't enter directly but stood outside, shouting loudly, "Junior pays respect to the Kramer." Rumble. The grand door of the Dao Palace slowly opened. Without hesitation, Kit stepped inside. Just as a group tried to follow, a divine light flashed, hurling them all away one by one. "I get it. Only those with formidable mental strength can withstand the pressure of the ancient divine mountain and enter the Dao Palace," said the Kimberly. "Those who use supreme artifacts to cheat their way up are not recognized by the Kramer." Hearing this, everyone else froze. Climbing using sheer mental strength? How many among the hundreds of geniuses present could do that? Boom. At that moment, Paxton, the young master of the God Blood sect, declared coldly, "If Carson can do it, so can I." Finishing, he descended the mountain and started climbing again without any supreme artifacts. Seeing this, others also had to descend and start over. Meanwhile, Kit had already entered the Dao Palace. Inside the palace was eerily quiet. In the main hall was only a dais right in the center. On the dais was a cushion woven from divine wood. Besides that, there were several alchemy cauldrons around, containing some divine soil. They seemed to have once held divine herbs, but they were now gone. Indeed, treasures have already been taken. Chapter 281. The Dead Sea and the Stone Door. Kit looked around, feeling somewhat disappointed. At this moment, on the Dao platform, the translucent figure of the Baron appeared. He was very indistinct and faint. Seeing Kit appear, he spoke, "So much time has passed. The outside world has declined to such an extent?" "Oh, what do you mean?" Kit paused, not quite understanding what Baron was saying. Seeing Kit's puzzled face, the translucent figure of Baron said, "It seems that too much time has passed, and the outside world has forgotten what this place is. Isn't this your place of seclusion?" Kit was even more confused. "Of course not." The translucent figure of Baron stood up from the cushion, then said to Kit, "Follow me." "What's going on?" Kit was at a loss. If this wasn't the Baron's place of seclusion, then what was it? Boom. Baron raised his hand and pressed down. The entire Dao Palace instantly changed. The ground collapsed, revealing an underground passage on the floor. Kit stared at the underground tunnel in amazement. He felt as if he had accidentally stumbled upon a huge secret. "Don't stand there staring. Follow me," Baron said. Kit looked at the translucent figure, followed him into the underground passage, and then asked, "Elder, what's your current situation? Are you still alive?" "I died long ago. Now, I'm just a lingering thought." The remnant of Baron shook his head slightly, then said, "The purpose of leaving this remnant was to find a suitable successor all along. But wait after wait. Long ago, 3 qualified individuals did appear. Unfortunately, they all refused my request." 3 qualified beings. Kit felt a slight stirring within. He recalled the names of the 3 catamitless supremes he saw during his training with the Baron. Could they be those 3? Rumble. Suddenly, violent energy interrupted Kit's thoughts. He arrived at the end of the passage. Before him lay a vast, boundless black sea. The entire ocean was pitch black like ink, composed entirely of death essence water, endless and stretching far beyond the eye could see. What place is this? Kit gazed at the sea of death before him, truly shocked. If this sea were not suppressed by the ancient divine mountain, but instead released, not only the entire divine Kirin vault, but also the entire Xuanhuan world would lose all life. No living being could survive. The Dead Sea. Baron stood with his hands behind his back, pausing briefly. An endless pathway instantly split through the Dead Sea, and he said to Kit, "Follow me." Kit was speechless. However, at this point, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go down. He followed Baron's footsteps, heading deeper into the Dead Sea. Rumble. Ah! The roar of boundless death, chi, and endless screams echoed, giving Kit a bone-chilling feeling. Ultimately, Baron stopped with Kit in front of a stone door. The entire stone door was ancient, unknown how many years old, buried in the Dead Sea for countless years, permeated by death essence water. Surprisingly, it was undamaged. This proved that this object was definitely not ordinary. Looking at the stone door, Kit asked, Elder, can you tell me now? Why bring me here? Of course, no problem. Baron's remnant stood with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly, then said, In the distant past, the era of gods and immortals, many beings were born as holy spirits or semi-holy ones, and supremes were merely slightly stronger creatures. That era is called the God-Demon era. However, one day, the God-Demon era suddenly ended. It ended? Why? Kit was stunned. I don't know. Baron sighed and said, After that era ended, the bodies of countless gods and demons almost covered the entire xuanhuan world, generating almost infinite death qi. During that dark period, the whole xuanhuan world resembled a cycle of reincarnation, everywhere filled with dead creatures. Then, a great power emerged out of nowhere. He gathered the corpses of countless gods and demons, sealing them in a space. Do these god-demon corpses lie behind this stone door? Kit was taken aback. That's correct. Baron nodded slightly. He continued, But the issue isn't that simple. How so? Kit scratched his head, still not understanding. To this day, I don't know who sealed the god-demon corpses. Over time, the era of antiquity gradually flourished. In my prime, I didn't know this place existed. Accidentally, I opened this stone door. Baron paused here, then continued. Then, an overwhelming surge of death qi poured out, forming the Dead Sea. Behind the stone door were tens of corpse remains at the supreme level, transformed from gods and demons. I battled them for thousands of years before barely resealing the stone door. However, several corpses managed to escape. I went through great effort to subdue these corpses in the divine Kirin vault. Upon hearing Baron's words, Kit was startled. He had encountered a supreme-level corpse in the Tianming Mountains, originally thinking it was a supreme-level corpse transformation, but now it seemed that thing was sealed by Baron in the Tianming Mountains? But why didn't Baron kill these corpses? Thinking about this, Kit asked, Elder, since you can seal these corpses, why not kill them? I've tried killing them. Baron sighed and continued, but these corpses are simply unkillable. Their true origin lies behind this stone door. No matter how many times you kill the corpses in the divine Kirin vault, they will eventually recover over time. Damn! Kit could feel Baron's disgust now. An opponent that you can defeat but not kill. Kadiki cockroaches, stepping on one only to have a swarm appear. It's utterly revolting. Looking at the stone door before him, Kit turned to Baron, asking somewhat speechlessly, Elder, you don't expect me to enter the stone door and finish off that pile of decaying corpses, do you? Chapter 282. The Secrets of the Primeval Era. That's over 30 supreme-level corpses. Even if I became a supreme, I couldn't win either. Kit looked at the remnant of the Alfonso with considerable helplessness. As they say, quantitative change leads to qualitative transformation. Having over 30 supreme-level powerhouses was absolutely terrifying. Kit had always been self-aware. He knew very well that he could only suppress successors of various forces now because he was strong, having the potential of an ultimate supreme. Note that among millions of youthful supremes in the entire primeval and ancient eras, those who could achieve ultimate supreme potential could be counted on one hand. Secondly, it was already the quasi-ancient era now, with world rules decaying and geniuses withering. Inside the entire divine storehouse of the Kirin, while things seemed bustling, in reality, Russell, the young lord of divine blood sect, was already the topmost genius, and yet he was merely a newly ascended kingful supreme. A kingful supreme was not equivalent to a real supreme. If categorized by order divine chains, one would need at least 50,000 to reach the supreme level. There weren't even 1,000 people like this from the primeval era until now. By the time one reached the supreme level, their talent, bone structure, and combat experience were almost at peak condition. Every supreme had climbed up through the bones of countless geniuses, and the gap between the same ranks was almost negligible. Going against more than 30, that wasn't feasible. Thinking to this point, Kit finally understood why the previous three had refused the request of the Alfonso. This was an impossible task. The Alfonso seemed to have long anticipated what Kit would say. He smiled and said, Don't worry. These corpses aren't that scary. Back in my prime, I killed 12. Then you were chased away? Kit retorted casually. You can say that too. The Alfonso didn't mind as he continued. I know it's almost impossible for you to deal with this stone door with your current strength. However, we are now at a point where there is no other way. My remaining remnant will dissipate soon, and the stone door can only last a limited time. Just another 1,000 years. Beyond this time, the entire stone door will collapse, and boundless death energy will gush out, turning the entire xuanhuan realm into underworld soil. Within 1,000 years, you must reach the supreme realm and reseal this stone door. No way. Kit's face changed. He felt rather speechless. He felt his luck was truly bad, just happening to come across this situation. What did 1,000 years mean? Regular deity cultivators, without using any spirit medicines to extend their lives, could easily live for 2,000 years. Ancient powers living hundreds of thousands of years was easy. For holy spirits, millions of years were but a fleeting moment. A supreme's lifespan was much longer, spanning 10 million years or more. Countless races appeared and disappeared, making supremes in the primeval and ancient eras godlike existences. For a supreme, 1,000 years might just be a flicker of time. If Kit reached quasi-supreme without incident, living tens of millions of years would be a cinch. 1,000 years was just a fraction of his life. It meant, if he failed to become a supreme and seal the stone door within 1,000 years, it would really be hopeless. More than 30 supreme-level corpses flooding into the xuanhuan realm. Just imagining the scene sent shivers down his spine. To achieve supreme in 1,000 years was nearly impossible. Throughout history, countless geniuses emerged, but the shortest time to achieve supreme was 10,000 years, a bottom line. 1,000 years was too short. However, regardless, he could only do his utmost. Thinking to this point, Kit looked at the Alfonso seriously and said, I understand. In 1,000 years, I will definitely do my best to attain the position of supreme. I hope so. The remnant of the Alfonso looked at Kit and nodded slightly. Glancing at the stone door again, Kit scratched his head and asked the Alfonso, Senior, since I need to become supreme within 1,000 years, I cannot do it without resources. I don't mind getting more. 100 or so primeval divine herbs and 8 or 10 supreme artifacts would be great. Sure. The Alfonso nodded slightly, indicating agreement. Actually agreed? Now Kit was flustered. He had only said it in jest, never expecting the Alfonso to take it seriously. However, he rubbed his hands together and asked, Senior, do you know where these divine herbs and supreme artifacts are? Of course, they are in the world. Standing with hands behind his back, the Alfonso slowly said, The whole world belongs to you. Whatever you fancy, go seize it. At least 8 supreme artifacts exist in the outside world now. F***K. Kit stared blankly, at a loss for words. This Alfonso was quite shameless and magnificently powerful. If he couldn't give anything, he shouldn't make promises. What was this about giving him the whole world? Seeing Kit dumbfounded, the remnant of the Alfonso smiled slightly, revealing a silver book in his hand. What's this? Looking at the silver book, Kit's heart pounded wildly. His intuition told him that this book was not simple. The Alfonso answered calmly, This book records some secrets of the primeval and ancient eras, containing countless resources or insights and experiences of supremes growing up. You can read them at your own pace. Great stuff. Startled, Kit took over the supreme Warren book eagerly. He knew all along that divine herbs and supreme artifacts were external objects. What truly mattered was himself. And although this handbook wasn't divine medicine or a treasure, its effect far exceeded such items. Several Supreme's cultivation experiences could benefit Kit up until the Supreme Realm. All right, everything I needed to tell you has been conveyed. With a wave of the Alfonso's remnant hand, the void shattered instantly, forming a rift. When Kit came to, he was already standing in the grand hall of the Dao Palace, surrounded by emptiness and silence. If it hadn't been for the Supreme Warren book in his hand, Kit would have thought his previous experiences were mere illusions. 1,000 years. Time is pressing, Kit muttered. But for the sake of my life, I can only risk everything. Shaking his head, Kit put away the Supreme Warren book, preparing to ponder and practice it after some time. Chapter 283, the 9th transformation of the Kylin. Now, Kit's gaze fell upon a nearby wall. The entire wall was hundreds of feet high and several hundred feet long, with 9 murals carved upon it. They looked extraordinarily splendid and carried a wondrous aura of Dao. Buzz. Golden light flickered in Kit's eyes. He activated his heavenly Dao True Eye to carefully observe these 9 murals. Boom. In an instant, a surge of primordial savagery burst forth. It felt as though Kit had been transported back to the ancient times, battling amidst boundless wilderness. Bang! A fiery Kylin appeared, stamping down its foot. Mountains crumbled and the earth trembled. The world shook under this fiery Kylin's supreme presence. The supreme secret art created by the Kylin Supreme, the 9 transformations of the Kylin. Kit was surprised as he gazed at the 9 murals. He crossed his legs and sat down, immersing himself entirely in comprehending the supreme secret art within the murals. Meanwhile, outside the divine ancient mountain, Russell and the group of genius disciples continued their slow climb up the mountain. Without the protection of the supreme artifact, they finally felt how terrifying it was to climb the divine ancient mountain. Bam! A cultivator spewed blood, being directly cast aside. He landed heavily on the ground, his vision blurry and dull. Clearly, his Dao heart was shattered, virtually cutting off any hope for further cultivation in his life. The remaining cultivators couldn't help but gasp sharply. As they looked at the peak of the divine ancient mountain, they couldn't help but feel despair. Despite all their hard work and risking their lives, they had only managed to climb 1,000 feet. Faced with the 90,000-foot tall divine ancient mountain, they had barely made a small start. At this moment, Wilbur and Lance had already reached a height of 5,000 feet. Looking down at the crowd of geniuses at the foot of the mountain, their old habit of mocking resurfaced. SK, old dragon, what are those people below doing? Lance asked with a gloating expression. Don't know, probably not climbing. After all, they can't even reach 1,000 feet. TSK, 1,000 feet. Lance clicked his tongue, laughing. They're too weak. My pets are stronger than them. That's true. Wilbur nodded slightly. How did these scums become heirs of major forces? Lance continued to ridicule, hesitating and saying, could it be because they have good fathers? Exactly. Without a good father, how could they become heirs of major forces? These scums don't even qualify to be my pets. Wilbur said leisurely, too weak. Look if they're angry. Their faces are red and their necks swollen. They must be angry. Lance nodded slightly. At the foot of the mountain, each of these genius realm cultivators was at least at the divine profound stage. A few thousand feet wasn't much distance for them. Naturally, they heard everything clearly. Damn it. Those 2 guys are mocking us. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Those 2 are so infuriating. Hell, I want to kill them. Below, the genius disciples from various forces were furious. Without another word, they charged straight towards Wilbur and Lance, momentarily forgetting the pressure of the divine ancient mountain. They were all super geniuses, arrogant to the core, believing they were the most important thing in the world. How could they possibly endure such mockery from Wilbur? Wilbur was startled when he saw the group of geniuses suddenly surge like they were pumped full of adrenaline, reaching a height of 3,000 feet in just 15 minutes. Their eyes were red with fury. If they caught up, they would surely be beaten to death on the spot. Without hesitation, Wilbur and Lance also climbed towards the peak. The asterisk a minute, those bastards ran. Chase. Kill those bastards. Absolutely can't let them go. This has pissed me off. Below, the geniuses pursued relentlessly with red eyes, vowing not to rest until they killed Wilbur. Of course, Wilbur wouldn't surrender easily. So, one side chased while the other fled, rapidly heading towards the peak. Soon, they reached the top. Just as they were about to finish off Wilbur, suddenly, hundreds of golden beams shot up from the Dao Palace into the sky. Countless golden lights formed 9 images of the Kylin above the small world. Each image exuded immense supreme pressure. The 9 transformations of the Kylin, the true supreme secret art. Quick, use your supreme artifacts or inheritance holy weapons to engrave these 9 images. No use. Such a high-level secret art must be original. Even a slight deviation can lead to annihilation. Yes, a tiny deviation can result in significant error. This can only be comprehended by viewing the original. Whether it was the Malia or Russell's group, everyone quickly sat cross-legged and focused on the 9 Kylin images in the sky, entering a state of comprehension. Inside the Dao Palace, Kit had already finished comprehending the 9 transformations of the Kylin. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a crimson divine light. Boom! Kit stepped onto the ground, and his body, like a cannonball, tore through space, reappearing hundreds of feet away. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the Kylin stepped through space. Kit watched the space behind him slowly heal, and felt somewhat shocked. This secret art was terrifying indeed, considering he was inside the Dao Palace where space was incredibly sturdy, yet he still managed to tear through space and teleport. If he were outside, no array formation could obstruct him, and he could directly charge through anything. Whoosh! Kit landed, glancing at the Dao platform in the center of the Dao Palace. He clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to express his admiration for the Kylin Supreme. It wasn't because of the Kylin Supreme's formidable power, but because of the greatness of what the Kylin Supreme had accomplished. After bowing, Kit turned and left the Kylin Dao Palace. However, upon exiting the palace, he couldn't help but be stunned. In front of him, nearly every heir of the various forces had gathered on the mountaintop, comprehending the 9 transformations of the Kylin from the sky. Wilbur and Lance were no exception. But soon, Lance gave up. After a day of trying, he still hadn't achieved anything. After Lance gave up, Wilbur cursed, "Damn it, there's no reason. Even as a true dragon, I can't comprehend the 9 transformations of the Kylin. No worries. I've mastered the 9 transformations of the Kylin. I'll teach you." Kit kicked Wilbur lightly and added, "Let's go." Go. Wilbur was taken aback, then realized immediately. He knew exactly who Kit was. Chapter 284. Nash seeks help. Since he had left, it proved that the treasures within the Dao Palace were likely collected almost entirely. So, the two of them walked away joyfully, following Kit. At this moment, many successors of supreme powers cast their gazes upon Kit, contemplating whether they should take action. However, after a brief moment of thought, they directly gave up. There was no other way. Kit was too strong. If they attacked, there was a high possibility that they couldn't kill Kit and would just add a deadly enemy by letting him escape. Or worse, be killed by Kit in retaliation. Thus, these successors of supreme powers knew for sure that Kit must have significant treasures on him. Yet, they did not dare to make a move at all. All they could do was watch helplessly as Kit left. This Carson, he's really made it. Just standing there. No one dares to attack. Looks like even the successors of supreme powers have been subdued. There's no helping it. This Carson is just too powerful. Many cultivators were secretly astonished. Everyone understood that if Kit didn't meet with an untimely death, it was very likely that a new supreme power would be born. Meanwhile, Kit paid no heed to the gazes around him. He took Wilbur Wong and left the secret realm. Unexpectedly, just after leaving the secret realm, he saw Nash covered in blood running towards him. What the heck? What's going on? Kit was startled. His expression instantly turned grave. Throughout the entire Kylin Divine Vault, aside from himself, the strongest was undoubtedly Nash. Nash not only awakened true supreme bloodline, but also possessed a supreme artifact, the Kylin Heavenly Palace. For her to be injured this badly, it must have taken at least 2 supreme artifacts working together, could achieve such an effect. Rumbling. Right then, 2 beams of black light chased after Nash. The opposite side exuded overwhelming demonic aura. Even from afar, Kit could feel a disgusting sensation. This feeling was akin to an ordinary person encountering a pile of feces on the roadside, with a few green-headed flies buzzing around. Though not fatal, it was truly revolting. The hell? Dare to chase my people? After a brief moment of shock, a murderous intent flared up in Kit's eyes. Without saying another word, the supreme sword appeared in his hand. Rumbling. A purely golden supreme sword energy erupted. Holding the supreme sword, Kit swung it towards the 2 black mists. Rumbling. The blinding supreme sword energy crushed over. The 2 black mists scattered instantly. Inside the black mist were 2 puppets made from the corpses of ancient greats. In their hands, they wielded imitation sacred artifacts. With such luxurious equipment, even rulers would have to bypass. But at this moment, these 2 skeletal puppets were instantly killed by Kit's single sword strike. Cough, cough, cough. Nash rushed in front of Kit, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. What happened? Kit looked at Nash. A tricolor immortal spring appeared in his hand, ready to give it to Nash. No need. This is just a clone. Nash spoke hurriedly, saying, 3 mysterious forces came with 3 supreme artifacts to target me, sealing off the entire valley to prepare to refine us 3. I struggled to tear apart space and send this clone out to seek your help. What? Kit frowned. He hadn't expected that while he went to the Kylin Supreme Dao Palace, the spring crystal was stolen. How could this be allowed? Immediately, Kit asked, who are they? I don't know. They only shouted about needing the key to the Kylan Divine Vault. Otherwise, they would annihilate all of us. Nash hesitated and added, those 3 supreme powers are unheard of. If it weren't for their possession of supreme artifacts, I would almost think they're some third-rate demonic sect. Interesting. Kit took a deep breath and looked at Nash, asking again, how long can you hold on? The defense of the Kylan Heavenly Palace in my hand is unmatched. Holding out for 1 or 2 months shouldn't be a problem. Nash hesitated and continued, if it can be resolved within 10 days, that'd be better. Beyond 10 days, I might need to burn my true Kylan blood to activate the supreme artifact. I understand. She said, you should have 2 supreme artifacts now, including my Kylan Heavenly Palace. That makes 3. Shouldn't that be enough? Not. Far from it. Kit remained calm and said, those guys came for me. They must know we have 3 supreme artifacts. With 3 supreme artifacts sealing the void, your clone wouldn't be able to get out. The only possibility is that they deliberately let you out. So, there's only one possibility. We are bait. Nash's face instantly turned grim. Exactly. Kit nodded, continuing, I guarantee that if I go there, more than 3 or 5 supreme artifacts might come rushing over, which isn't impossible. Oh. Wilbur Wong was also surprised by what Kit said. He glanced at Nash. Although they didn't know each other, he knew she must be a close friend of Kit. Otherwise, she wouldn't run out to seek Kit's rescue. He frowned slightly and asked, so doesn't this mean we're doomed? You're the one who's doomed. Nash glanced sideways at Wilbur Wong, her fingers twitching. She felt Wilbur Wong deserved a beating. Cough, cough. He's been asking for it for a while. Once I save you, you two can fight it out. Kit lightly coughed twice and continued, I already have a rough plan. Hearing this, Nash froze. She asked, since they may have an ambush, how do we rescue ourselves? Simple. Get some help. Kit smiled faintly, turning to look at Kinley and her group, saying mildly, since you heard it, can you help out? Hearing Kit ask for help, Kinley's expression became a bit odd. Mainly because Kit was too fierce. She assumed he was an incredibly proud person. Didn't expect he could ask for help. However, Kinley hesitated slightly and quickly made a decision. This help must be given. Firstly, judging by the aura of those two, they were definitely of the demon path. Good and evil do not coexist. In the xuanhuan world, this is considered a strict rule. Cultivators of the demon path feed on any cultivator, including themselves. Chapter 285. Maniacal Cultivators Kadiki Rabid Dogs. Cultivating by devouring the essence and blood of cultivators' primordial spirits. They treat all kinds of geniuses as portable medicinal elixirs. Cultivators on the demonic path are a pack of mad dogs who don't care about friend or foe. Everyone but themselves is a potential target for killing. And righteous cultivators, upon seeing demonic path cultivators, will not hesitate to eliminate them without mercy. Otherwise, one day, a demonic path cultivator could grow powerful enough to wreak havoc across the entire xuanhuan realm. Therefore, if it were an ordinary supreme power, the Vicky might consider the consequences of offending them. As for demonic path cultivators, there's no such worry at all. Furthermore, Kit has astonishing potential. Now, establishing good karma with Kit might very well save his life in the future. Even more so, if Kit achieves supremacy. Just based on this relationship, the prosperity of the ethereal Holy Land could last another few billion years. Realizing this, the Vicky smiled slightly. She looked at Kit and said smilingly, since Lord Carson has invited me, I will naturally help. My Vermilion Bird Clan will also join in. Seeing this, the young chieftain of the Vermilion Bird Clan did not hesitate for a moment and decided to join the battle. The young master of the Chavez sect and the other 3 heirs of supreme powers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They then declared, our 4 major sects will also join this anti-demon war. Humph, this has nothing to do with me. Russell sneered coldly and was not prepared to help Kit. He utterly despised Kit and would rather be killed than assist him. I feel the same way. Xylan Clan's young Lord Kane looked at Kit, inwardly praying that he would die at the hands of the demonic cultivators. At this moment, Kit glanced at the 6 heirs of supreme powers and said, now we have 8 supreme artifacts. Defeating them shouldn't be a problem. However, I, Carson, cannot let you act without any compensation. There will certainly be rewards. This time, whoever acts, I will bestow upon them the supreme secret art, Heavenly Emperor / a single Kadi fruit, plus 1,000 caddies of tricolored immortal spring. Upon hearing these words, everyone around immediately drew a sharp breath. What the heck? 1,000 caddies of tricolored immortal spring. Did I hear that right? It should be 1,000 drops, right? Didn't hear wrong. I heard 1,000 caddies too. Damn. And there's even a Kadi fruit. Is that thing really? Gosh. Just how wealthy is this Carson? That's 6,000 caddies of tricolored immortal spring for 6 supreme powers, plus 6 Kadi fruits. A group of cultivators were almost bulging-eyed. The treasures Kit had on him were alarmingly abundant. Even the direct heir of the supreme power, Ethereal, wore a look of astonishment. These items were absolutely priceless. No amount of spirit stones or sacred crystals could exchange for these treasures. Russell and Kane, who were unwilling to act, were completely dumbstruck. They originally thought their cold attitudes would make Kit lose face. But unexpectedly, Kit directly threw out a pile of divine treasures, making both of them extremely envious. And their stingy behavior prior made them look like fools. Humph. Russell sneered coldly and walked away without another word. Kane glanced at Kit, intending to throw out some parting remarks. But seeing the icy killing intent in Kit's eyes, he immediately shut up. He wasn't Kit's match at all now. A forced provocation would get him eliminated by Kit. Seeing Kane and Russell leave, Kit crossed his arms and didn't stop them. This wasn't the time for action. Zzzzz. At this moment, Nash's clone flickered uncertainly. It was clearly nearing its limit. Kit said, don't worry. 8 supreme artifacts are enough to overpower the xuanhuan realm. I will definitely rescue you. Yes, I believe in you. Nash seemed relieved. Bang! Nash's clone shattered, and Kit took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings, then said, "All right, let's move out." "Sure." The group led by the Vicky nodded slightly. At this moment, on the outskirts of the valley, 3 supreme artifacts floated in mid-air, radiating immense divine power. These 3 supreme artifacts had various shapes. A skull emitting boundless demonic energy, suspected to be crafted from the head of a near-supreme creature. A white soul-calling banner, entirely white, fluttering loudly in the air, releasing boundless death chi, causing all things to wither in its wake. And finally, a long whip imbued with a bloody aura, refined from true dragon tendons. Boom! In the center of the 3 supreme artifacts, a jade palace erupted with 10,000-foot-long 7-colored divine rays. It held back the attacks of the 3 supreme artifacts alone. The supreme power clashed continuously, and the surrounding space flickered uncertainly. Occasionally, a void black hole formed, devouring everything. At this moment, inside the heavenly palace, Nash slowly opened her eyes. "How is it? What did our leader say?" At this moment, the Brody appeared anxious. "No need to worry. He's bringing 8 supreme artifacts for the rescue." Nash's expression was somewhat peculiar. 8 supreme artifacts? Did he kill all the supreme power's heirs around here? The Brody widened his eyes in disbelief. "If this were true, in my opinion, we should stay within the Supreme God Repository. It's safer here." The Arjun shuddered. So many supreme heirs being killed would send shockwaves through the entire xuanhuan realm. "You guys are imagining too much." Nash sighed, unable to comprehend, saying, "You'll understand soon." At this moment, Kit had already brought a group to the outskirts of the valley. Seeing the 3 supreme artifacts floating in midair in the distance, Kit's pupils constricted, and his expression changed instantly. This evil aura was very familiar to him. It matched perfectly with the aura of the Corpse Supreme in the Heavenly Destiny Mountain Range, and according to Kramer, he had slain and sealed 12 corpses. Removing the one in the Heavenly Destiny Mountain Range left 11. Could it be one of the Corpse Supremes had escaped prematurely? Phew, this is bad. Thinking of this, Kit couldn't help feeling his scalp tingle. What's wrong? Beside him, the Vicky saw the change in Kit's expression and became alarmed. Given her understanding of Kit, this guy feared neither heaven nor earth. Anything that could make Kit draw a sharp breath must be extremely thorny. It's just a guess, hard to verify. ##### Chapter 286, Destroying the Supreme Artifact. Argyle shook his head and continued, "However, something extremely terrifying might happen soon. If things go south, you must immediately flee." Hiss. At this moment, Zhu Iggy and the others turned pale. If even Argyle was saying this, it indicated one thing. Even their combined 8 supreme artifacts might not be able to defeat the opponent. This can't be. We have 8 supreme artifacts. If even we aren't a match for them, what kind of force is that? Chavez Sec's young master wore a look of disbelief, finding it hard to accept. Seeing their reaction, Argyle hesitated for a moment before speaking. "You'll know soon. Let me go first and see what's happening." With that, Argyle drew out the rusty sword, and the first transformation of the 9 changes of the xiuxian burst into action beneath his feet. Boom! Argyle's foot stepped through the void, covering a distance of 100 miles in a single stride. Heavenly Emperor slash. True dragon blood burned within Argyle, stripping away all rust from the rusty sword as it fully awakened with renewed vigor. Rumble! An unimaginable aura erupted from the rusty sword. Seemingly sensing the rusty sword's presence, the skull-shaped supreme artifact flew toward Argyle, ready to confront him. Scram! Argyle let out a long howl. He ignited all the true dragon blood coursing through his body, simultaneously activating the true dragon transformation and the immortal battle seal. He unleashed his entire power without holding back. Rumble! A 1,000-mile-long supreme sword chi, capable of destroying heaven and earth, compressed instantly into a 100-zhang-long blade. The sword light turned blood red. Such a terrifying strike slashed down, peeling off 3/4 of the rusty sword's rust, nearly freeing it completely. Holding the rusty sword, he delivered a powerful slash. The skull-shaped supreme artifact trembled slightly, its internal artifact spirit almost awakening. Bang! Before the artifact spirit fully woke up, Argyle's sword slashed across the skull. Crack crack. The moment 2 supreme artifacts collided, the surrounding space shattered. The supreme battlefield reopened. Ignoring the spatial changes around him, Argyle gritted his teeth, unleashing all his strength to maximize the rusty sword's power. Buzz! A faint consciousness seemed to stir inside the rusty sword. A dim, immortal light flashed, enveloping the tip of the supreme sword. Seer! The originally indestructible skull crumbled under this immortal light. Crack crack! With one stroke, Argyle split the entire skull in half. At the same time, the internal artifact spirit awoke instantly. Rumble! A pitch-black figure floated above the supreme battlefield, looking at the rusty sword in Argyle's hand with immense dread. That sword. It's in your hands. The spirit of the supreme artifact? Still alive? Argyle kept a wary eye on the black figure. Although the figure did not reveal any aura, he could still feel the boundless, seemingly endless power within it. This power was 1,000, 10,000, or even millions of times greater than his own. Rumble! Endless primordial energy flowed continuously into the artifact spirit's body. Its once vague will grew clearer. Seer! 2 blood-red lights appeared in its eyes. It looked at Argyle coldly and said, "There is an aura of the Draper around you. I dislike it very much. No, there is also the scent of that sword. And the key to the supreme divine treasury. Excellent. All the things I despise are here. You can die now." That's not necessarily true. Golden willow leaves emerged in Argyle's hand. He was preparing to boost his cultivation to the peak realm of ancient greats. This way, he could awaken the rusty sword. Killing this artifact spirit should not be an issue. Almost simultaneously, the artifact spirit slapped towards Argyle, intending to crush him. Just then, a figure appeared. Rumble. The moment this figure appeared, the originally terrifying attack from the artifact spirit silently vanished. It disappeared without a trace, like a mud ox entering the sea. Impossible. The supreme artifact spirit roared, staring at the sudden appearance with widened eyes in disbelief. The undying soul of supreme immortality. Impossible. How could you escape? Escape? Argyle was slightly stunned, realizing he might have overheard crucial information. Next to Argyle, this figure was naturally the undying soul of supreme immortality he had obtained before. Compared to its initial muddled state, this fragment of the undying soul, nourished by the chaotic green lotus aura, had clearly improved significantly. Its aura of death almost dissipated, replaced by vibrant vitality, akin to a genuine soul. Buzz. The undying soul of supreme immortality was just a fragment, devoid of true thought. Its memories were also fragmented. However, upon seeing the supreme artifact spirit, its eyes suddenly burst with divine light, reaching a foot long. Rumble. A dense aura of supreme deity emerged. The undying soul of supreme immortality gained a brief moment of clarity. A faint sigh echoed. In an instant, the supreme artifact skeleton vanished into dust. A blood-red hole, fingertip-sized, appeared on the brow of the supreme artifact spirit. Creak creak. The supreme artifact spirit looked unbelievably astonished. It never imagined that it would be killed right after awakening. And worse, it was instantly killed. What happened? Argyle was baffled. He hadn't even noticed what transpired when the battle ended. The supreme artifact spirit dissipated like sand. The skull-shaped supreme artifact was crushed into powder. Beside him, the undying soul of supreme immortality grew dim. It transformed into a golden light, returning to the dragon pendant, absorbing the chaotic green lotus aura as if to recover its strength. F***CK. A quasi-supreme level artifact spirit was killed in an instant? Argyle stared blankly at the empty supreme battlefield, but soon, he reacted. Swallowing a pine seed from the purple golden holy pine, he revived to full strength. Then, holding the supreme sword, he cleaved open the supreme battlefield space and walked out boldly. Outside, Argyle's imposing momentum surged as he emerged from the supreme battlefield. In the distance, a black, demonic figure let out a piercing scream. Aya, you destroyed my supreme artifact. Yeah, attack together, kill him. Rumble. Instantly, numerous auras of supreme artifacts appeared from all directions. Chapter 287, The Taste of Conspiracy. Each supreme artifact rose with dark light, shattering the void and radiating unparalleled divine power. However, when these supreme artifacts revealed their true forms, Kit noticed something very strange. The artifacts themselves seemed to be crafted from the corpses of various creatures. For instance, the ghostly white soul-summoning banner was made from the skin membrane of a creature comparable to a supreme being, while the black whip was fashioned from a true dragon sinew. Moreover, this time there were 5 supreme artifacts in total. Apart from the true dragon whip and the soul-summoning banner, the remaining 3 were also composed of creature bones. One was a chilling, bone-covered millstone. The other 2 were a bone knife and a bone throne. Boom. Without any nonsense, the demon cultivator on the opposite side attacked immediately. In an instant, terrifying power surged up as they clashed. 5 supreme artifacts floated in midair, unleashing supreme divine might toward Kit. It seems I didn't guess wrong. It's indeed about me. Kit took a deep breath, turned his head, and said to Darby and the others, everyone, let's go. Take them down. Finishing his words, a clone talisman emerged in Kit's hand. A beam of light shot upward, with his clone holding the star purple gold pagoda and rushing towards the 5 supreme artifacts. Kit himself wielded a rusted sword, facing the 5 supreme artifacts without any fear, charging forward directly. Behind Kit, 6 young lords of supreme legacies watched the 5 supreme artifacts for a moment, slightly hesitating. The power of those supreme artifacts was indeed terrifying. No joke at all. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, once the battle began, they still felt some apprehension. Hey, why aren't you attacking? Wilbur Wong got impatient beside them. If Darby and the others didn't act, Kit would be in danger. 2 supreme artifacts against 5 wasn't simple by any means. Meanwhile, Kit remained calm. He had anticipated that the inheritors of other supreme forces wouldn't dare to move. He charged straight in because he realized that those 5 supreme artifacts were only close to being genuine but not truly supreme artifacts. They were merely peak quasi-supreme artifacts. Fighting 5 with 2, Kit still had a chance. Boom. First, Kit's clone attacked, wielding the star purple gold pagoda and striking the bone throne. Instantly, the heavens tore apart. A spatial rift swallowed the clone along with 2 supreme artifacts, entering the supreme battlefield. At the same time, Kit, holding the supreme sword, slashed toward the soul-summoning banner. Rip. Points of immortal light emerged from the supreme sword. Kit didn't know what this immortal light was, but it was incredibly sharp. It could even sever a bray. Actually, the first time he used this immortal light was in the Tianming Mountains. With just 2 slashes, he severely injured a corpse comparable to a supreme. But that was the power of the supreme sword itself. Now, with his strength, he could barely summon a single ray of immortal light. And even this one ray made the soul-summoning banner recoil instinctively, daring not to meet the rusted sword. Meanwhile, behind Kit, Darby and the others saw him fighting 5, and still maintaining the upper hand. Their jaws almost dropped. What the hell? Did I see right? Carson is fighting 5. To be precise, it's 2 versus 5. He has a clone, battling the Bone Throne and the true Dragon Soul devouring whip in the Supreme Battlefield. So what? Even fighting 3 is insanely amazing. Those are 3 Supreme artifacts. The elite youths of various factions watched Kit easily handle 3 opponents. It sent chills down their spines. However, Kit sensed something odd. These Supreme artifacts were just engaging him but weren't actively clashing, as if they were stalling for time. Or, perhaps there was some conspiracy? Startled, Kit kept his expression unchanged but discreetly activated the Heavenly Dao True Eye. Indeed, amidst the chaotic battlefield, each terrifying power released by the Supreme artifacts quietly vanished, as if absorbed by some entity. Damn! Kit instantly felt uneasy, realizing it was bad news. Something capable of devouring the killing aura from Supreme artifacts must be at least a quasi-Supreme or even a true Supreme. And within the Xiuxian Divine Tomb, at least 12 Supremes level corpses were sealed away. Could it be that one of the seals has reached its limit and is about to break? It was not impossible. After all, it had been too long since the Kramer suppressed the corpses. From the ancient era until now, through endless ages, seals wearing out over time was completely normal. Just recently, Kit personally suppressed a Supreme level corpse, but that was using the power of the Supreme Sword. If another one breaks free, Kit would have no choice but to flee. Thinking about this possibility, Kit was speechless. With a mental command, his clone in the Supreme Battlefield broke through space, dashing out with the Star Purple Gold Pagoda. Boom! 2 Supreme artifacts followed closely, aiming to counter the Star Purple Gold Pagoda. At this moment, Kit didn't give them a chance to gather the killing aura of the Supreme artifacts, unsure of their intentions but knowing it couldn't be good. Thinking of this, Kit called out to Nash in the valley, "Let's go. Don't get entangled with them." Okay. Nash, without hesitation, controlled the Xiuxian Sky Palace, preparing to join Kit and escape. But just then, Darby and the other 5 felt it was time to act. Kit dared to fight 5 alone. They had 6 people. If they didn't dare to move, they wouldn't be able to stay in the xuanhuan world anymore. So instantly, 6 Supreme artifacts emerged, suppressing the other 5 Supreme demonic artifacts. Damn! Don't attack! Kit shouted loudly, sensing the trouble. Clearly, this situation was a trap, intended to gather the power of the Supreme artifacts. Although he didn't know the purpose, it definitely wasn't anything good. However, Darby mistook Kit's shout as him blaming them for inaction. She replied, "Carson, rest assured, we won't hold back." Then, Darby took the lead, activating the ethereal map and blasting forward. Disaster awaits. Kit covered his face, knowing that big trouble was brewing. Chapter 288, The Supreme Corpse. Boom. The 6 Supreme artifacts belonging to the Vicky Cloud Palace, plus the 3 Supreme artifacts owned by Donald, and 5 Supreme Devil artifacts erupted together. 14 Supreme artifacts unleashing their power in one place generated unimaginable energy. The surrounding space was completely annihilated. A Supreme Battlefield appeared. In an instant, even the Supreme Battlefield couldn't withstand the force and disintegrated. Donald and his group were thrust into a temporal vortex. Chaos reigned supreme around them, with boundless chaos filling the space. Oh no, we've actually ended up in a temporal vortex. Donald's brows furrowed. Temporal vortexes were extremely dangerous. Any misstep could lead to immediate disorientation. Just then, the Malia gasped in shock. Heavens, what is that? Hearing her exclamation, Donald instinctively looked in the direction she was pointing. Boom. In the midst of endless temporal flux, there lay a colossal corpse. It stretched for 10,000 miles, covered in decaying flesh and white bones, emitting overwhelming deathly energy. Surrounding its body were 81 blood-red talismans sealing the corpse within, preventing it from absorbing external forces. Damn, it's indeed a corpse. Donald felt a twinge of unease. While others might not know, he was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. These corpses were unkillable, only sealing was possible. Over eons, they could continually absorb power and eventually revive. In essence, they weren't dead at all, they were alive. As soon as the seal was broken, revival would be imminent. At this moment, Haywood, gazing at the distant corpse, said in shock, "I remember now. In our ancient legends, the Kylan Supreme once fought for millennia, slaying dozens of formidable opponents and imprisoning them within the Kylan Divine Vault, constantly extracting and refining their powers to sustain the vault's consumption. Could this be one of those opponents he sealed back then? I didn't expect it to have died here." The Malia wore an equally shocked expression, finding the situation unbelievable. Meanwhile, the young master of Chavez sect, eyeing the decaying corpse, frowned deeply. That's not right. Even supreme beings or holy spirits are imperishable through countless calamities and ages. Corpses don't decay unless under extreme conditions. Why would this one decay like this? This is definitely not normal. Upon hearing the young master's words, everyone's expressions turned grave. They realized just how serious the situation was. What kind of power could reduce a supreme's corpse to this state? Hee. A chilling voice emerged. Subsequently, a figure in black appeared before Donald and his group. "Who are you?" Donald asked, clutching his supreme sword, his brows furrowed. He could sense the depth of the man's cultivation, easily reaching emperor or even sovereign level, not someone to be trifled with. Upon being questioned, the black-clothed figure didn't hide but turned and faced the giant corpse behind him, speaking in a devout, fawning tone. "Who am I? Naturally, I am the servant of this great existence. I understand. You set us up to fight so we'd use our supreme artifacts to shatter the supreme vault and battlefield, leading us here?" The Malia finally grasped the situation. Hearing her words, everyone's faces paled. If true, their adversary wasn't a mere evil cultivator, but a potentially supreme-level corpse, a super powerful being who had clashed with the Kylan Supreme. Seeing the situation, Donald narrowed his eyes. He ignored the black-clad figure, activating his Heavenly Dao True Eye to inspect the 81 seals on the corpse. Boom! Under the Heavenly Dao True Eye, the seals transformed dramatically, becoming extraordinary. Each seal contained countless intricate runes, forming an entire world of suppression. Suddenly, inside the containment, the corpse trembled slightly. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of miles of dark, deathly aura were sucked in by the corpse, and slowly, it opened its eyes. Boom! The moment the corpse's eyes opened, the 81 seals transformed again. They formed a divine sword, chopping towards the corpse. With a tearing sound, the divine sword pierced through the corpse's skull, yet it showed no awareness. In a cold, indifferent voice, it spoke. Endless ages have passed. This formation has long since fallen apart. The Kylan Supreme must have perished in the sands of time, just like this formation. As it spoke, it reached out to pull the divine sword out of its skull. Clank, clank. Terrifying sword chi swept millions of miles, turning everything into dust, even severing parts of the corpse's decayed flesh. Yet, with each crack, the sword was gradually pulled out. Within the array, the 81 seals flickered unpredictably, on the verge of collapse. Haha, Master has finally awakened. With Master revived in this era of no supremes, who can stand against him? The black-clothed figure laughed maniacally, bursting with excitement. Oh my god, we've messed up big time. We've actually woken a supreme-level corpse, another exclaimed. It's over. If he comes out, it will cause unprecedented devastation. Destruction? It could devastate the entire xuanhuan world, leaving not a single soul alive. The Malia and the others went pale, trembling with fear. Facing a supreme-level entity, they dared not even think about fighting back. We're in trouble. Donald frowned, knowing that if the corpse broke free, it would undoubtedly head for the stone door. When 30 or more supreme-level corpses were unleashed, the entire xuanhuan world would be obliterated. We need to destroy this corpse. Donald took a deep breath and turned to the Malia. What happens next is none of your concern. Use your supreme artifacts to go back the way you came and leave immediately. Hearing this, the Malia hesitated. She glanced at the Kylan Supreme seal, finding it hard, or perhaps unwilling, to believe. Please let me know if you need further adjustments or additional content. Chapter 289. Killing a chicken doesn't require a dragon-slaying sword. She said slowly. That seal has existed for endless ages. It's impossible to break it so easily, right? Yes. I think he's just trying to scare us. Definitely. That formation is incredibly sturdy. How could it be broken so easily? It's impossible. The others didn't believe that the corpse could break the seal. However, Wilbur and Nash, who were familiar with Kit, saw his unusually serious expression for the first time. They knew that Kit wasn't joking. Boom. Nash, holding the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace, said solemnly, I can sacrifice Xiuxian true blood to forcibly awaken this supreme artifact of the Xiuxian clan. It won't work. Kit shook his head slightly. He has already recovered to 60%. Even if all 9 of your supreme artifacts are fully revived, they will still not be a match for our master. The Dylan sneered, looking at Kit with disdain and coldness in his eyes. Once our master breaks free from the seal, you'll all be crushed like bugs. Is that so? Kit glanced at the Dylan. He held the supreme artifact and walked straight towards the Dylan. Boom. A golden willow leaf burst apart in Kit's hand. His cultivation instantly reached the level of an ancient great being, his aura soaring, making even the Shannon pale slightly. Peak great being? Impressive, impressive. The Dylan looked at Kit arrogantly, showing no concern. Creak creak. Kit's body burned with true dragon blood as he activated the true dragon transformation. His strength instantly increased tenfold. A golden halo enveloped him as the dragon blood flowed rapidly within his body, producing thunderous sounds. After activating the true dragon transformation, Kit seemed to break some kind of restraint. His combat power surged directly into the Emperor realm. Rumble. Kit's aura was now on par with the Dylan. True dragon transformation. The Dylan narrowed his eyes, watching Kit coldly for the first time. Without using the supreme artifact, he had only a 30% chance of defeating Kit. But Kit's target was not the Dylan. In his hand appeared a light golden talisman. A high-grade battle immortal talisman. This was an extraordinary talisman that Kit crafted with enormous amounts of holy materials. The raw materials alone could forge at least 7 or 8 sacred artifacts. And the power of this high-grade battle immortal talisman was also incredibly terrifying, increasing the strength of any cultivator below the Holy Spirit level by 1,000-fold. However, it came with a time limit. At Kit's current realm, he could use it for at most 1 hour before the entire talisman would collapse. If not for the Supreme Corpse, he wouldn't have been willing to reveal this high-grade battle immortal talisman. Rumble. Activating the battle immortal talisman, Kit's cultivation soared once again, almost reaching the edge of the sage realm. At this moment, multicolored divine light surrounded him, exuding an invincible aura. With just a glance, the Dylan instantly retreated 100 yards, instinctively defending himself with his supreme artifact. Half-step sage. At this point, the Dylan's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't imagine how Kit, seemingly insignificant like an ant, could elevate his strength to such an extent. And now, Kit had completely thrown caution to the wind. He knew that if he didn't kill the corpse here and prevent its resurrection, the entire xuanhuan world would follow suit and perish. This was his only chance. He could only go all out to survive. Thinking this, Kit directly unleashed his half-step sage-level power to activate the rusty sword. Rumble. All the rust fell off the rusty sword, revealing a jade-like immortal sword in Kit's hand. Snap. The moment the rusty sword was unsealed, its emanating aura made the corpse, tens of thousands of miles away, tremble slightly. It stared intensely at the rusty sword in Kit's hand, saying incredulously, "Damn it, it's that sword." No, it's severely damaged and no longer possesses the power it did back then. Realizing the severe damage to the rusty sword, the corpse calmed down. It stopped talking and continued to firmly pull the divine sword out of its forehead. Kit looked at the rusty sword in his hand and transmitted telepathically, "How much power do you have left?" "Gone." The rusty sword replied bluntly. "What?" Kit was speechless. "You drank so much of my true dragon essence blood, and you tell me it's gone? So what if you gave me those essences?" The rusty sword's tone was somewhat dismissive. "However, you have one drop of refined true blood from the Draper. If you give me that drop, I can regain enough power for one strike." "You're really greedy. That's the supreme true blood extracted at the cost of lifespan, not ordinary blood." Kit was speechless. He could clearly sense an astonishing amount of power inside the rusty sword. But it seemed this thing wasn't interested in helping. The rusty sword responded lazily, "If that's the case, just don't strike." "How can that be?" Kit frowned. "If I let this supreme corpse escape, it will definitely open the stone gate. Then, the entire xuanhuan world will be lost." "Tisich, you underestimate the Draper too much. If he dared to suppress the corpse, how could he leave just one seal?" the rusty sword said indifferently. "Don't worry. This corpse isn't like the one in Tianming mountain range. It can't escape. Besides, it looks quite disgusting. How could I, a dignified, use this thing? Using a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken? Inappropriate." "Damn." Hearing this, Kit was dumbfounded. From the rusty sword's words, it seemed the Draper had a contingency plan. Furthermore, the rusty sword itself seemingly didn't take the supreme corpse seriously, unwilling to act, or perhaps the corpse didn't even qualify to make it act. After all, the corpse was also a supreme-level existence, yet considered just a chicken. What exactly was the origin of this rusty sword in his hand? Was it a divine artifact from the primordial deity era? For a moment, Kit was speechless. He had prepared himself for a life-or-death battle, but now it seemed the escape of the corpse was part of the Draper's plan? Snap. Right at this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, a crisp sound rang out, and one of the 81 supreme talismans shattered explosively. Rumble. Deadly chi gushed forth from the corpse's body, mixing with vast quantities of decaying corpse energy. Upon contact, even a holy spirit would turn into thick liquid. Chapter 290, The True Power of Supreme Artifacts. "Haha, my master is about to be free. You are all dead." The black-clothed figure laughed maniacally. However, in the next moment, 5 supreme artifacts flew towards the decaying corpse. Instantly, the black-clothed figure was exposed to an endless stream of death and decay energy. Rumble. An endless surge of death energy swept over. In a blink, the black-clothed figure, at least on the level of an emperor, turned into a pool of thick liquid. Hum. From Kit's body, the rusted sword emitted ethereal light, blocking the endless death and decay energy. In the distance, the face of Kimberly turned deathly pale. It's over. This is a calamity beyond control now. One supreme corpse awakening could lead to the complete annihilation of all life in the xuanhuan world. There will be no living creature left. The xuanhuan world is completely doomed. In an instant, whether it was the Kimberly or the Poppy, or even Zaida, all showed a look of despair. With their strength, resisting a supreme being was like an ant trying to stop a cart with its arms. It simply couldn't hold up. A supreme artifact might suppress ordinary holy spirits, but before true supreme-level combat power, they were nothing more than toys. Rumble. At this time, the 5 supreme artifacts flew back, striking the array of the Alfonso. Instantly, another 5 talismans exploded. The original gap became even larger, and the entire array was torn open with a tear stretching for thousands of miles. "Ha ha ha. After countless years, I'm finally about to emerge." The decaying corpse laughed wildly, his eyes filled with madness and hatred. His gaze fell upon Zaida as he said coldly, "Here in Heavenly Palace, in the power of the Alfonso bloodline. Excellent. Once I am free, you will be my first snack." Damn, this guy is pretty arrogant. Kit frowned slightly. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked the rusted sword, "Right? You said there are prearranged countermeasures set by the Alfonso around here?" "Yes." The rusted sword replied. "If so, why hasn't he moved since this corpse is almost free?" Kit was puzzled. Why is this hard to understand? There are 12 decaying corpses within the entire Kirin secret realm. While the Alfonso did leave behind measures, their use is limited. Naturally, he waits until all the corpses appear before he strikes to eliminate them all at once. The rusted sword said lazily, "Otherwise, if these corpses pop up one after another, it would be too troublesome." Hearing this, Kit felt assured. He turned to look at the decaying corpse, and the star purple gold tower appeared in his hand. Rumble. Kit had reached the half-step sage level. Under full activation, the star purple gold tower fully awakened. Immediately, the star purple gold tower rapidly expanded, reaching a height of several 10,000 miles. "Suppress it," Kit lightly commanded, controlling the star purple gold tower as it smashed directly towards the decaying corpse. Rumble. Fully awakened, the star purple gold tower continuously drew energy from the chaotic space-time currents. Within Kit's body, in a single breath, his true chi was drained multiple times. If not for him voraciously consuming divine herbs, he would have turned into a mummy long ago. What the hell? Fully reviving this supreme artifact requires an unbelievably terrifying amount of energy. Kit sucked in a cold breath. He knew that, currently, with the true dragon transformation amplifying tenfold, the high-grade immortal combat symbol amplifying 1,000-fold, and the golden willow leaf also enhancing his power similarly, his strength had increased by tens of millions of times. Even then, Just barely activating the star purple gold tower required his true chi to be drained multiple times in a second. Even then, it couldn't meet the consumption of the fully revived star purple gold tower itself. At this moment, most of the energy for the star purple gold tower came from automatically drawing the chaotic energy from the surrounding space-time currents, while the energy Kit provided was extremely limited. If the explosion of the star purple gold tower's energy could be compared to a nuclear bomb, then the true chi Kit contributed was just the tiny bit used to press the detonation button. Therefore, once the star purple gold tower fully revived and the internal spirit awakened, Kit could hardly completely control it. Rumble. At this moment, the decaying corpse had pulled out the broken sword from his head. He stood up, tore open the seal, and extended half his body out. Almost simultaneously, the fully revived star purple gold tower smashed directly onto the forehead of the supreme decaying corpse. Bang! The skull of the supreme decaying corpse was flattened on the spot. The half-body that had just emerged was pushed back into the seal. Rumble. Black blood gushed from the top of the supreme decaying corpse's head. He glared at Kit and roared, "Worm, you actually hurt me. You're asking for death. Who dies is yet to be seen." Kit lightly shouted, controlling the star purple gold tower to smash down again. Bang! This time, the supreme decaying corpse was prepared. He stretched out one hand, stopping the star purple gold tower with one hand and countered with a punch, sending the entire tower flying away. Boom! In an instant, within 10,000 miles, even the space-time currents shattered. Instead, an endless amount of dark chaos energy appeared. That region of space couldn't withstand the collision of supreme forces and reverted to chaos. Rumble. The collision of supreme-level forces instantly arrived before Kit, who was millions of miles away. In Kit's hand, the supreme immortal sword erupted with white light, blocking the aftermath of the supreme attack. However, Kit's body was inevitably blasted millions of miles away. Oh no. The Kimberly's face also changed drastically. She finally understood why Kit wanted them to leave first. This wasn't bragging. He was really preparing to fight the supreme decaying corpse. Although, he seemingly couldn't win. Boom. The young lord of the Xiuxian clan reacted even more decisively. He directly activated the Xiuxian fan, blasting a passage towards the Kirin divine treasury and shouting loudly, "Run quickly! This is a supreme-level battle. We are not sages and cannot awaken supreme artifacts. Staying here means we'll be killed by the battle's aftermath." Without needing the reminder from the young lord of the Xiuxian clan, the others had already run faster than rabbits. Zaida glanced at Kit far away, gritted her teeth, and turned to leave. She knew clearly that staying here would only be a hindrance to Kit. Their only hope was to pray that Kit would win this battle. Otherwise, everything would truly be over. Turning her head again to look at Kit in the eye of the storm, Zaida led the Brody and others, turning to leave. Rumble. A violent force swept over. Within millions of miles, everything was shattered by the aftermath of the supreme-level collision. In some areas, space itself collapsed, reverting back to chaos. Chapter 291. The decaying supreme being used as a pawn. Cough, cough. Kit spat out a mouthful of true dragon blood. Even though he was separated by millions of miles and protected by the rust sword, he still suffered significant harm. Rumble. Far away, after being struck by the decaying supreme being's fist, the Swordsmanship Tower's internal artifact spirit fully awakened. Correction. Far away, after being smashed by the decaying supreme being's fist, the star purple gold tower's internal artifact spirit fully awakened. Note, Swordsmanship Tower should be consistently translated as star purple gold tower for better readability and consistency. The word struck is changed to smashed to more accurately convey the forceful nature of the attack. The entire star purple gold tower expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal super purple gold tower spanning 1,000,000 miles, before once again smashing toward the decaying supreme being. Rumble. The decaying supreme being instantly had broken bones, but in the next moment, the nearby bone throne flew out, knocking the star purple gold tower away. Note, xiuxian translates to purple gold, which is likely an important descriptor for the tower and should be included for accuracy and consistency. For a time, the scene became incredibly chaotic. The eruption of supreme power transformed the entire space into chaos. Kit couldn't make sense of what was happening. Not too good. Kit furrowed his brow slightly. The power of the Swordsmanship Tower alone would not be enough to contend with the decaying supreme being plus 5 supreme artifacts. Note, Swordsmanship Tower seems like it should have a consistent English name, perhaps Star Purple Gold Tower. However, without context for other names, and to stick closely to the provided text, I've only made minor adjustments for fluency. To further improve fluency and consistency, here's a refined version. Kit's frown deepened. The power of the Star Purple Gold Tower alone would not be enough to contend with the decaying supreme being and its 5 supreme artifacts. Clang! A sound from the Swordsmanship Tower resonated, spreading throughout the entire xiuxian divine treasure. Note, xiuxian literally means purple gold, and might be better understood with context as part of a proper noun, such as Star Purple Gold Tower. Depending on earlier context or naming conventions used in the document, you may want to adjust this to match established names. Here I've kept it closer to the original for lack of additional context. For a more polished version, a sound from the Star Purple Gold Tower resonated, spreading throughout the entire xiuxian divine treasure. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Zaida and her group escaped the temporal chaos stream, appearing shaken and unsettled. Disaster. Hope Isaac Tion can win. Otherwise, how is that possible? That decaying corpse is a supreme being, not something 1 or 2 supreme artifacts can oppose. The faces of Amelia and her group were grim. Realizing this was turning into a serious predicament. No matter how Kit looked at it, he didn't seem to stand much of a chance. But then, all of a sudden, a grand voice echoed through the entire xiuxian divine treasure. Hum. Suddenly, Zaida's xiuxian heavenly palace burst into a dazzling light. entering a self-revival state on its own, awakening the supreme artifact spirit within. The Xiuxian heavenly palace tore through space, entering the temporal chaos stream. Almost simultaneously, the supreme artifacts held by Amelia and her group also awakened without orders, tearing through the void and flying into the temporal chaos stream. What is this? Zaida's eyes filled with wild joy. One supreme artifact wasn't enough, but 9 might just turn the tide. At almost the same moment, Cain of the Xylan clan's hand held blazing sun wheel revived and flew out, slicing through space. Simultaneously, supreme artifacts from the divine blood sect, Yi family, and others, practically every supreme artifact in the Xiuxian divine treasure, revived, charging into the temporal chaos stream. At this point, Kit sensed the reviving aura of the supreme artifacts. Boom! Suddenly, the void fractured, and a heavenly palace emerged. Xiuxian Heavenly Palace? Kit paused upon seeing the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace. After its emergence, other supreme artifacts like the ethereal map, Phoenix Fan, Dark Earth Mirror, etc., unexpectedly awakened one by one and joined the fray. Even the blazing sun wheel and divine blood lamp, with which Kit had clashed before, charged into the battlefield on their own accord. Damn it! The recently revived decaying supreme being saw 15 supreme artifacts heading towards him and felt his heart sink. These weren't casually refined supreme artifacts like the Bone Throne or Soul Banner. They were refined over a lifetime by supremes, almost an extension of their very being. Once fully revived, each equaled half the power of a supreme. 15 autonomously revived supreme artifacts equated to the power of 7.5 supremes, a force even at his peak required caution to defeat. Now, having only half his strength, fighting against 15 revived supreme artifacts proved overwhelming. Within moments, the decaying supreme being was shattered. Rumble. His body reformed, and while controlling 5 supreme artifacts for defense, he roared, "If you don't join now, there will be no chance left. If I die, you will be destroyed one by one." As he spoke, billions of miles away, a seal shattered. A massive beast composed entirely of white bones, 10,000 miles long, emerged. Its aura was clearly superior to the decaying ones. "Hawkins, you were at peak strength but stayed dormant until now?" The decaying corpse let out a strange cry, furious. Boom. Another bone dragon appeared, easily breaking the seal, displaying supreme level power. Rumble. Powerful auras erupted one after another. In a blink, 7 supreme level decaying beings emerged, their auras formidable, all having recovered to their peak strength but waited cautiously, fearing the Kramer had left contingencies. Hawkins coldly remarked, "Looks like Kramer is thoroughly dead." "That's right. Thanks to this decayed one exploring first. Without him, I wouldn't dare reveal myself," said the Esmond, with golden divine flames dancing in its eyes, speaking darkly. "I've been suppressed for countless ages. This time, I will exterminate all descendants of Kramer and destroy the xuanhuan world." "Enough chatter. We need to handle these supreme artifacts first and then open the stone door," said a decaying green phoenix. "I detest this lively world." Nearby, hearing his companion's words, the decaying supreme being felt indignant. Damn it. All these wily old foxes had been waiting for someone else to take the risk, and he ended up as the sacrificial pawn. He felt like cursing them. Why? Seeing these ancient, decaying supreme beings, Kit sucked in a breath sharply. 7.5 supreme powers. How do we deal with this? Even if Kramer was extraordinary, can a mere remnant spirit fight them all? Don't worry. It won't be an issue. The rust sword remained calm, saying slowly, "This world is deeper than you think. Do you really believe a few remnants of the divine era can overturn it? Impossible." Oh. Hearing this, Kit was stunned. If anyone else said it, it would be audacity. But if it's the rust sword, perhaps those seen now were indeed mere remnants of the divine era. Phew. Kit exhaled in relief. He asked, "Can you tell me about your origin?" Chapter 292. The Arwen Awakens. "Sure," the rusty sword said with difficulty. "As long as you can withstand the supreme celestial tribulation, I can tell you my information." The supreme celestial tribulation. Is that something you can challenge casually? In an instant, Kit lost interest. He hadn't lived enough and didn't want to die young. Turning his head, Kit looked into the distance. At this moment, the immortal sword was holding up a light barrier, protecting Kit. Through the misty barrier, Kit could see that within 10,000 miles, everything had turned into a chaotic blackness. Amidst the boundless chaos, beams of divine light occasionally shot towards the sky. Even new worlds were being opened up, creating heaven and earth. This is the power of the supreme level. Kit gazed at the chaotic area, feeling a deep admiration in his heart. Originally, he thought he was already very strong. However, after witnessing the true battle between supremes, he realized how weak he still was. Boom. Several seals loosened again. The remaining 5 corpses also broke free from their constraints. Though they hadn't recovered to their peak condition, breaking the seals wasn't particularly difficult for them. Haha, after being sealed for countless years, I have finally come back to life. Sigh. This detestable world is finally going to be destroyed. Hehehe. So many beings, I will devour all of them. These 5 supreme corpse beings were extremely arrogant, speaking without any fear or reservations. In their view, the Arwen was dead. In the entire world, no one remained who could match them. There was nothing left to be wary about. Oh no. Kit frowned slightly, looking at the immortal sword in his hand and asking, "Hey, where's the help you talked about?" Just as he finished speaking, an ancient coffin suddenly appeared in the sky. This ancient coffin was cast from red divine metal, incomparably ancient and imbued with the aura of chaos, abruptly appearing amidst the temporal and spatial turbulence. "You see, it's coming out now." The immortal sword remarked indifferently, "We should retreat. The next fight won't be like the small skirmishes before." Hiss. Kit immediately sucked in a breath sharply. He looked at the vast area of tens of thousands of miles around, which had been crushed and turned into chaos. Is this what you call a small skirmish? Are you kidding me? I've waited for countless years, and you've finally emerged. From inside the red divine metal coffin, a weathered voice echoed. The moment this voice sounded, it swept through the entire spatial turbulence, piercing through the chaos. At that instant, the laughter of the 5 supreme corpse beings ceased abruptly. The Arwen's coffin? No. Impossible. He's already dead. The appearance of the coffin here should just be to scare us. Just pretending to be mysterious. One decaying corpse extended a large hand toward the Arwen's coffin. Ding! A terrifying force erupted. The coffin lid made of divine metal flew out, instantly expanding from 10 zhang in size to cover 10,000 miles, smashing down on the decaying corpse. Bam! The corpse shattered like a cockroach under a shoe, black blood splashing across the void. Ah! The corpse screamed in agony, using all its strength to return to its peak state. But the red divine metal coffin lid struck down once more. Bam! The corpse's soul was extinguished, killed once again. It's him. He isn't dead. Damn it. He has been hiding in the coffin all along, waiting for us to awaken. Impossible. After countless years, his lifespan couldn't possibly last this long. Besides immortals and gods, nothing lives forever. Could it be the Arwen has become an immortal? The remaining 4 corpses stared intently at the coffin, some despair showing on their faces. They knew all too well how terrifying the peak-era Arwen had been, entering the stone gates alone, killing over 20 corpses, retreating unscathed, and fighting against 12 supremes, slaughtering all 12 of them. Yet, he himself only suffered minor injuries. Such terrifying power placed him at the peak among supremes, nearly unmatched by any. They even suspected that with the Arwen's combat strength, he shouldn't have been considered a supreme but rather, an immortal. Could it be? He truly became an immortal? Cough cough. A cough resounded from within the coffin. Next moment, a withered hand appeared on the coffin lid, and an Lanny with white hair stood up from within the coffin. Boom. The moment the Arwen stood up, his true aura erupted. Whether the corpses or the 15 supreme artifacts floated trembling in midair. Buzz. At this moment, the fiery sun will suddenly flew out, bowing slightly to the Arwen. A complicated godly message surged out, as if apologizing. There's no need for an apology. Matters of posterity shall be settled by them. The Arwen waved his hand. Standing in midair, he scanned the 12 corpses coldly, saying, I knew you would revive. You're not dead, but you won't live much longer either. Edward stared at the Arwen, specks of golden light appearing in his eyes. Coldly, he said, using the Tao secret technique, forcibly locking your life for a day. You've been asleep until now, but it's useless. You'll die after a day. One day is enough to kill all of you. The Arwen remained calm, despite being incredibly aged, almost skeletal. Yet, he exuded unparalleled confidence. This confidence came not from others' praise but from his real prowess, conquering the 9 heavens and 10 earths through sheer might. You're too arrogant. Even at your peak, you can't say you can kill all 12 of us in a day. The dragon-boned beast supreme calmly replied, apart from immortals, no one can achieve such feats. Is that so? The Arwen's aura soared. His flesh rapidly became robust, and his age restored to peak condition. Boom. In an instant, the Arwen returned to his youthful state, with blood-red long hair flowing down his shoulders, radiating unimaginable power. Compared to him, the dragon-boned beast supremes seemed like flickering candles beside a blazing sun. He's so powerful. Kid observed the Arwen, profoundly moved. But he won't live long. By burning his essence and returning to his peak state, he can survive at most another hour, the rusty sword noted. What a pity. The Arwen. I watched him rise, invincible between heaven and earth, and now, I'll see him decline. Upon hearing the rusty sword's lamentation, Kit felt somewhat numb. The Arwen rose to prominence during the early era of antiquity, already existing in history from the beginning. Chapter 293, One-Man Show Against 12 Supreme Beings. In the presence of this sword, all are considered juniors. It's unclear what exactly this sword's origin is. Humph. Forcefully burning true blood. You only have 1 hour to live. The tone of Hawkins was full of disdain. Killing you lot. 15 minutes is more than enough. Augustus exuded an overwhelmingly domineering aura. He slightly raised his hand, grabbing a streak of blood-red light that tore through the void. It turned out to be a crimson long spear. The entire spear was forged from red divine metal and covered with mottled rust marks, indicating its ageless existence. Clank. Augustus flicked his wrist, dispelling the rust instantly. A divine light shot towards the sky. Attack together. Kill him? Esmond roared in anger, pretending to charge forward but actually stepping back. Hawkins didn't notice Esmond's little trick and charged towards Augustus along with the other 10 supreme-level skeletons. Boom. Augustus easily handled Hawkins using the crimson long spear, shattering him into fragments with a single thrust. That's not possible. Esmond was dumbfounded on the spot. It made sense for Augustus to instantly defeat a skeleton supreme being that had only recovered 2 to 3/10 of its strength. But Hawkins was at peak condition. Have you really believed all these years that I've remained stagnant, without any progress? Augustus let out a long roar and shouted, 9 transformations of the xiuxian. Begin. Rumble. Augustus's body rapidly expanded into a 10,000-mile-tall fiery xiuxian. The first transformation of 9 transformations of the xiuxian, step on emptiness. A voice sounded off. The colossal fiery xiuxian became elusive, crushing a supreme skeleton into pieces with a single stomp, killing it instantly. No. Escape. His power must already be nearing immortal level. This can't be. The era of gods and demons has ended. How could there be such terrifying combat prowess? Run. Quickly flee. If we delay for just 1 hour, he will die of expended lifespan. The remaining Supremes were almost frightened to death. At this time, Kit activated the Dao True Eye, watching intently as Augustus performed the 9 transformations of the xiuxian. Seeing a supreme expert utilize such a powerful secret technique would significantly benefit him. Observing this battle once might equate to studying for a millennium. Boom, boom, boom. Augustus executed 8 consecutive attacks, slaying 8 supreme skeletons on the spot. At this moment, only the Esmond Supreme was left fleeing. Moving at incredible speed, it attempted to tear through space to escape, but it no longer had the chance. Rumble. Augustus stomped down, unleashing the 9th form of the 9 transformations. No. Esmond Supreme distorted its features, unleashing all its strength to fight back against Augustus. But Augustus's stomp directly crushed Esmond Supreme's dragon head. Instantly, Esmond's primordial spirit was extinguished. Rumble. Augustus waved his hand, resealing the remains of the 12 supreme skeletons. If nothing unexpected happened, these supreme skeletons would need countless ages before they could revive again. Kit was speechless. The entire battle lasted merely 1/3 of a quarter hour, about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Within this short span, Augustus killed 12 supreme skeletons. Such combat power left even Kit astonished. Boom. Augustus summoned a coffin forged from red divine metal into his hand. Walking towards Kit with hands behind his back, he locked eyes with Kit. Boom. A force akin to the pressure of ancient divine mountains surged towards Kit. It wasn't physical suppression, but mental suppression. A weaker mind couldn't withstand Augustus's gaze. It would crush one's inner Dao heart. Who was Kit? He was fearless. Facing Augustus directly, he calmly said, "Senior, do you have any last wishes?" Haha. Interesting. Augustus nodded slightly, saying, "Impressive. You're impressive." Cough, cough. Your praise embarrasses me. Though Kit coughed lightly, he remained calm and showed no fear. Augustus wasn't bothered, replying, "My time is short, but seeing you reassures me. Regarding the stone door problem, I am powerless now, so I entrust it to you. You wiped out 12 supreme beings in less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. The 30 or so supremes beyond the stone door shouldn't take much longer, right?" Kit was puzzled, adding, "Wouldn't charging straight and give you some chances of victory?" "Oh, you've probably encountered my residual consciousness." Augustus shook his head, explaining, "When I discovered the stone door initially, I was young. By the time I felt confident enough to enter, I found over 100 supremes inside. That's when I realized my mistake." "You entered during the early era of the ancient times when those gods and demons had not been dead for long." Kit quickly understood, feeling uneasy. Too little time had passed for their bodies to become corpses. Now. Correct, Augustus agreed. Additionally, the creator of the stone door was far stronger than me, likely a deity. With my current strength, I can open it, but if thousands of supreme-level skeletons come pouring out? Cough, cough. Leave this matter to me. Kit interrupted, thinking, dying 1,000 years later is better than now. You're too pessimistic. Given your strength, you might become a supreme within a millennium. Augustus smiled. I'll give it my all. As for success, who knows? Kit shrugged, quite nonchalant. That's your business, not mine. Augustus shook his head, then added, I entrust you with the responsibility to look after my descendants. No problem. I'll handle it. Kit nodded readily. He liked Augustus's character more than just admiration for his power. For Augustus, choosing death was always an option. This translation aims to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Let me know if you need further adjustments or specifics. Chapter 294, Kit's Promise. However, he had lain dormant in the coffin for countless years, all for the sake of resolving future troubles. This act alone was worthy of Kit's admiration. Agreed so readily? The draper was somewhat surprised. Kit saw this and smiled lightly, replying, In my hometown there's a saying. Those who gather firewood for everyone should not be left to freeze in the snow. I put it out here. I will definitely bring the xiuxian clan back to its glory days. I understand. The draper had lived for countless ages. With just one glance, he knew Kit was sincere. Next, I hope you can hand over this item to my descendants at the appropriate time. The draper didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and gently grabbed, and a bright red heart appeared in midair, pulsating softly. The draper heart? Kit looked at the heart and sucked in a cold breath. This thing was absolutely a true treasure. It could continuously produce the draper's blood, equivalent to constantly taking divine medicine for cultivation. It would certainly boost anyone's cultivation to soar rapidly. This heart can stay with you for now. You may use it. Just find a suitable member of the xiuxian clan and pass it on. The draper paused here, then added, Finding the right person doesn't need my reminder, does it? Senior, rest assured. Kit nodded slightly, already having the right person in mind. Seeing Kit speak like this, the draper nodded. He tossed the spear in his hand to Kit and said, This is my weapon. It's called the xiuxian Crimson Spear. Although it has corroded somewhat after countless years, its true power remains undamaged. After refining it for some time, it should return to its peak condition. Moreover, 5 seals of my power are sealed within, capable of bursting into supreme-level attacks. Thank you, Senior. Kit quickly caught the xiuxian Crimson Spear, feeling quite elated. This was a supreme artifact, and now he only had 2. Most importantly, it actually had 5 seals of the draper's power sealed within. This even surpassed the power of a supreme artifact. After all, the draper could instantly kill a regular supreme corpse. Well, I've explained everything pretty much. The draper glanced at Kit, turned around, and was about to leave. Kit looked at the crimson divine metal coffin and asked, Senior, do you still want this coffin? The draper looked at Kit, speechless, and complained. You don't even spare my coffin? Cough. It's made of divine metal, and it's a supreme artifact too. Kit coughed lightly. Forget it. I'll give it to you. The Draper didn't care much about these things and said, I have no use for such things. Ah. Kit had merely asked casually, never expecting the Draper to really agree. Don't be too surprised. I don't like lying in a coffin for endless ages, only to be dug up and refined into a weapon. The Draper smiled and added, besides, I'm preparing to challenge the immortal path. The immortal path? Kit was stunned. Before he could ask further, the Draper took a step and vanished. Rumble. The moment the Draper disappeared, 15 supreme artifacts swiftly scattered and flew away. The starry purple gold tower also returned, with its internal spirit slumbering, and its originally almost invincible aura fading. It hovered in Kit's dantian, absorbing true chi and beginning to recover. Phew. Kit deeply inhaled. He glanced at the vast expanse of chaos stretching for tens of millions of miles before him, shaking his head. This area had no further exploration value. Instead, if any remnants of a supreme corpse's divine consciousness remained, it would cause trouble. Looking at the direction where the Draper left, Kit muttered, become an immortal? Hope you make it. Finishing, Kit put away the xiuxian crimson spear and the divine metal coffin, shattered the void, and hurried back toward the xiuxian divine treasure. At this moment, inside the xiuxian divine treasure, Wilbur encountered some small trouble. He was blocked by a group of geniuses led by Elaine. That dragon. Weren't you so cool? Provoking us on the ancient god mountain, calling us trash? Yeah, I want to duel this dragon. You move aside. I got here first. Damn it, I've been waiting to punch him. I offer 10,000 premium spirit stones. Let me go first. I offer 1 million premium spirit stones. Only you have premium spirit stones? A group of cultivators waved their fists, extremely angry. Meanwhile, Wilbur and Jalen, surrounded by cultivators, were livid. They never expected that just by speaking carelessly, they would be blocked like this. And now, without Kit present, no one else could control these geniuses. This was bad. Even if they spared him due to Kit's reputation, they wouldn't be gentle. Thus, Wilbur cried out to Nash for help. Help! I can't hold on. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Nash. After the battle with the corpse, many knew that Nash was a legitimate heir of the xiuxian clan. She possessed the supreme artifact, the xiuxian heavenly palace. If she intervened, few present could match her. Nash hesitated slightly upon seeing this. She remembered Wilbur vividly. Frankly, this dragon was quite mouthy, full of mockery. Nash didn't like Wilbur, but considering he was Kit's subordinate, she couldn't ignore him. So Nash said, duel or not is up to you, but don't kill him. Alright, this don't kill rule hahaha. I'll go first. True dragon skin isn't bad. The voices of the cultivators sent shivers down Wilbur's spine, but Wilbur's eyes twinkled as he loudly said, honestly, I'm too strong. Most of you are trash, not qualified to challenge me. If you want a duel, defeat my little brother first. Saying that, Wilbur pushed Jalen forward. Hell no. Jalen was furious, glaring at Wilbur and yelling, you're screwing me over? Hey, what way is that to speak? Cadet Red needs more training. Wilbur said with a serious face. Everyone around was speechless now. This dragon was too despicable. Right at this moment, Kit shattered the void and descended from the sky. He was still emanating residual supreme aura, and upon appearing, many cultivators with weaker mental fortitude immediately knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Chapter 295, Organizing the Harvest. The thought of even standing up vanished. Hiss. The expressions of the other cultivators changed abruptly. They finally recalled that Ari was Armando Bai's junior brother. If Bai Armando were to become enraged, none present could escape. Bai Armando naturally heard everything. He glanced at Ari, then looked at the group of cultivators and said, a duel at the same realm fine? Even if you kill him, I won't have much to say. But if anyone dares to gang up on him, I will destroy them. Ari froze for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Bai Armando's words seemed indifferent, but were actually protecting him. A duel within the same realm. There was nothing else to be said. He was now of true dragon lineage, with the combat power of a young supreme being. In a single fight at the same level, he had nothing to fear. At this moment, the other cultivators exchanged glances, unsure whether to challenge Ari 1. Just then, a young man stepped forward. He looked at Bai Armando and calmly said, Carson, do you dare to fight me at the same realm? Bai Armando glanced at the youth, who was only at the peak divine mystic realm. However, his foundation wasn't solid, making him about as strong as a youthful sage. If in the divine mystic realm, Bai Armando could crush him with just one finger. Even now, at the profound chi realm, Bai Armando could still dispatch this youth with one finger. Looking at the youth in front of him, Bai Armando said, defeat Ari first. With that, Bai Armando turned around and sat down on a rock. He had harvested a lot this time, and needed to slowly comprehend and organize it. Buzz. The star purple gold tower and the rusty sword floated beside Bai Armando, forming a chaotic light barrier that enclosed him. The youth's expression changed. He didn't dare to provoke further. He knew well that Bai Armando had a fearsome reputation. Another provocation might lead to his direct demise by the supreme artifact. With that thought, the youth looked at Ari. Without hesitation, he lowered his cultivation to the divine wandering realm and said to Ari, do you dare to fight me? Afraid of you? Huh. Ari laughed. It was strenuous fighting someone from the divine mystic realm at his current divine wandering realm, but in a duel at the same level, if he backed off now, he shouldn't be cultivating anymore. He immediately accepted the challenge. Boom. Without a word, the youth charged toward Ari. Outside, the battle raged. Inside the chaotic barrier, Bai Armando began organizing the items within the dragon pendant. The two supreme artifacts sealed the void and all aura. He didn't fear discovery by others. Boom. In an instant, artifact fragments of the 6 realms wheel plate, the 9-dragon pool holding the 3-color immortal spring, the supreme artifact Xiuxian crimson spear, the supreme golden coffin, the Kramer heart, the destiny god fruit, the holy medicine purple gold pine cone. Countless divine artifacts filled the tiny space. The released aura made the entire space exceptionally dense. What richness! By Armando stared at the colorful pile of divine artifacts, somewhat dazed. These days, he focused on cultivation and hadn't sorted through the dragon pendant's contents. Unconsciously, it had piled up like a mountain. True dragon blood, vermilion bird true blood, black tortoise true blood, xiuxian true blood. I've gathered 4 types of true blood. By Armando placed the 4 true blood samples in front of him, stroked his chin, and muttered, only the white tiger true blood remains. After collecting it, fusing the 5 divine beast true bloods can form the chaotic holy body. However, I still have no clue where the white tiger true blood is. Looking at the 4 true bloods before him, by Armando frowned slightly. He had already reached the 5th heaven of spirit refining in the profound chi realm. But body refining was still at the 4th heaven. He needed all 5 divine beast true bloods to break through. Forget it. I may not know where the white tiger true blood is, but descendants of those like Piao Miao Sacred Maiden are sure to have information. I'll ask when the time comes. By Armando shook his head and tossed the 4 divine beast true bloods into the star purple gold tower for sealing. Though the dragon pendant was an imperial rank spirit artifact, it wasn't secure enough after long use. The star purple gold tower was a supreme artifact. Even if by Armando encountered trouble, he wouldn't fear losing these treasures. Apart from the 4 divine beast true bloods, various divine herbs, sacred medicines, secret techniques, rare materials, by Armando organized each meticulously. He categorized these items. Less important ones went back into the dragon pendant. Those reaching the sacred medicine or sacred artifact tier were stored directly in the dragon pendant. After sorting for half a day, most items were organized. At this moment, a silver white scroll caught by Armando's attention. By Armando picked up the silver white scroll, surprised. If his memory served, this scroll was sealed within the dragon patterned sword. The dragon patterned sword, which he obtained from the true dragon nest, was destroyed during the Ade trial by the sacred artifact. Yet, this silver white scroll remained intact. By Armando had intended to check it once outside, but had forgotten completely. Had he not been sorting through the pendant's items, by Armando might have forgotten the existence of this scroll. To think the true dragon hid this so deeply, it must be good. By Armando squinted. Though his knowledge of the true dragon was limited, he knew it wasn't a simple creature. It nearly discovered the primal azure lotus, certainly a mighty existence. By Armando estimated the true dragon was at least of sacred soul to near supreme strength. Unknown what entity from 10,000 years ago could slay the true dragon. Shaking his head, by Armando dismissed stray thoughts. Holding the scroll, he slowly opened the silver white scroll. Rustle. Silver white light emerged. On the scroll weren't words, but strange maps. 9 maps, depicting 9 continents. One of them by Armando recognized. Xuanhuan continent, Sunset City, Supreme Deity Treasury. Studying the map's markings, by Armando was highly surprised. This map recorded thousands of mystical realms and ancient ruins. Below the map, a name appeared, Callahan. So, it was created by Callahan? By Armando looked at the map, astonished. Callahan was the last supreme at the end of the Middle Ages. Chapter 296, the White Tiger True Blood information. His life was incredibly legendary. He explored countless relics and ancient legends, documenting his entire life's experiences into maps that he preserved. Could this be the scroll in his hands? No wonder it was hidden so securely by the true dragon. Let me see where the White Tiger True Blood is. Kit squinted his eyes as he looked at the scroll in his hand. His gaze fell upon a particular location which turned out to be the Xiuxian Divine Vault. Holy crap! There's actually Xiuxian True Blood inside the Xiuxian Divine Vault? Kit was somewhat startled. He continued reading, finding brief information in small characters. It only mentioned that the Supreme Sui once opened the Xiuxian Divine Vault, entered it, and found the White Tiger True Blood. After refining it, he experienced a complete transformation, greatly enhancing his strength. Phew! The Xiuxian Divine Vault. Kit exhaled deeply. He lifted his hand, revealing a palm-sized disc in it. The disc changed colors constantly, alternating between bright and dim, with divine rays appearing on its surface, illuminating the entire space. It's time to open the Xiuxian Divine Vault. Kit took a deep breath while gazing at the disc in his hand. He stashed the disc away after flipping his hand, organized the remaining items, and stored them separately. Kit then stared at the Kramer heart. Truthfully, an artifact of this caliber would be claimed by anyone. If Kit could refine the Kramer heart, it would mean he'd be undergoing a continuous transformation, obtaining tremendous benefits. But Kit hesitated for a moment before abandoning the idea of keeping it. This didn't belong to him. Still, using it temporarily was acceptable. With this thought, Kit focused, guiding the entire Kramer heart into his dantian and began attempting to refine the true blood within it. Boom! The Kramer heart gently pulsed, releasing a drop-sized amount of supreme true blood. An overwhelming force erupted within Kit's body as the Xiuxian true blood swept through his veins, making his bones crackle loudly. Kit entered a state of transformation. Meanwhile, outside the area, Doug, the Dragon King, was covered in blood, radiating a bone-chilling aura of killing intent. Over half a day, he had consecutively defeated over 20 young geniuses without sustaining any injuries but carrying a heavy scent of blood. Who else? Doug roared, his voice thunderous. For a moment, the expressions of the descendants from various major forces changed drastically as they all retreated. Doug was just too strong. None dared to oppose him. They had been thoroughly cowed. It's actually a true dragon. Excellent. To meet a rare true dragon in the Xiuxian Divine Vault. Perfect for a mount. A voice full of arrogance resounded, filled with unmatched arrogance. Even without seeing the person, one could imagine their haughty demeanor. Damn, such audacity. Doug grew enraged. Even if others considered him Kit's mount, in reality, Kit treated him more like a brother and friend, just like Zahir or the Dorian. They were equals. Now someone wanted to make him a mount? If he didn't kill this person, it would seem Doug had no temper at all. So, Doug turned around. A young man in golden armor sat atop a hybrid xiuxian beast, looking disdainfully at Doug. Bam! Despite being merely at the divine mystic realm, the Adrian emitted an extremely terrifying aura, his hand covered down, exerting force not inferior to a venerable expert. Instantly, a massive golden hand descended toward Doug with an unstoppable momentum. What do you think you are? Dare touch my junior? Leave your hand and go. At this moment, Kit's voice echoed. Zing! A burst of golden sword chi sliced through the air. In an instant, the Adrian's large hand was severed by Kit's sword chi. Aya! The youth let out a horrific scream, his wrist severed, with terrifying sword chi erupting from the wound, nearly shredding him. Forced to act again, he cut off his entire forearm. Pong! The severed arm exploded into dust mid-air. The youth's face contorted in pain, his entire body seething with boiling chi. His arm rapidly regenerated as he stared fiercely at Kit, roaring angrily, "Do you know who I am? Do you want to die?" Bullshit. Kit put away his rusted sword and the starry purple gold pagoda, cleaning his ear nonchalantly. "I don't care who you are. One more word and I'll destroy you." Scram. Great. So many years, no one has dared speak to me like this. The youth's face twisted in anger. "I am the prince of the Xiuxian dynasty. You dare injure me so. You will surely..." Before he could finish, another burst of golden sword chi swept past. Rumble. Kit's sword strike was overwhelmingly powerful. The youth's expression changed drastically, not expecting Kit to attack immediately. Shatter. A rune appeared in the youth's hand, striking towards the golden sword chi. Rumble. The rune and sword chi collided, unleashing a monstrous explosion, causing dust to fly everywhere. "You've got some skill." Seeing this, Kit activated the 9 transformations of the xiuxian. Rumble. 1,000 Zhonglong xiuxian manifested. As the xiuxian's foot descended, fear flickered in the Adrian's eyes. Disbelief spread across his face as he screamed, "9 transformations of the xiuxian? How can you?" Boom. Before he could finish, the xiuxian's shadowy foot stomped down, spitting blood as he was slammed into the ground, breaking countless bones. "You talk too much." Kit retracted the xiuxian's shadow and kicked Doug, saying, "Next time, deal with these things yourself. If you don't reach the divine mystic realm within 3 months, I'm eating dragon meat hot pot." "Don't, boss." Doug instantly panicked, howling frantically. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the Adrian crawled out of the pit, shouting, "Boy, leave your name. This isn't over between us." "Really?" Kit turned and glanced at the youth. Despite not considering him a threat anymore, the youth was still formidable, at least matching a novice-grade Kenan. Translation ends here. Chapter 297, The Supreme Creation Pool. He looked at the Adrian and said coolly, "My name is Carson. If you want to cause trouble for me, feel free to come anytime." "Carson?" The Adrian gritted his teeth, a surge of overwhelming rage welling up inside him. He shouted angrily, "I will remember that. Next time we meet, I will kill you." "Got it." Kit didn't care at all, and paid no attention to the Adrian. He turned and left. Beside him, the Jalen was somewhat surprised and asked, "Boss, should we give him one last hit?" "No need. Even if he gets time to catch up, he won't be able to surpass me. No point wasting effort." Kit shook his head. He took out a disc and said calmly, "Let's activate the xiuxian divine treasure." Huh. The Jalen was taken aback, unsure what to make of the situation. On the other side, the Dorian seemed thoughtful. He knew that Kit now possessed the heart of a true powerhouse. True powerhouses never fear any challenge. If they dare to come, defeat them and suppress them. Boom. Kit and Nash, along with others, jumped onto the back of the Dax. With its wings spanning thousands of miles, the Dax flew like lightning towards the location of the xiuxian divine treasure tens of thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Adrian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Carson, wait for me. I will definitely kill you." Beside him, the Kimberly's gaze towards the Adrian held a touch of pity. TSK, TSK, TSK. He actually dared to provoke Carson. Aren't they looking for death? Kane and Russell were both beaten to submission. Indeed. I remember how arrogant Russell used to be, bragging about killing youthful supreme beings and rivaling the ancestor of the divine blood sect. He doesn't dare say such things anymore. TSK, TSK. Russell and Kane are already very strong and have supreme artifacts to protect their lives. They're hard to kill. But just look at how many top geniuses fell under Carson's hand. I can guarantee that anyone who dares provoke Carson again will definitely die. I feel the same. Those who dared to provoke the Jet were usually successors of ancient sects or prodigies of the saint level. Although the Adrian came from the Xiuxian imperial dynasty, these people were indeed not inferior to the Taisu imperial dynasty. Thus, they ridiculed him relentlessly. At this moment, the Adrian's head buzzed as he found it hard to believe. If he remembered correctly, the Divine Blood Sect and the Xylan clan were supreme powers standing at the peak of the Xianxia world. And yet, the successors of these forces had been utterly defeated by Carson. How terrifying must Kit be? The Adrian realized something was amiss. He felt lucky not to have been killed by Kit. However, he then clenched his fist and said coldly, "Carson, though I'm not your match, my older brother can definitely slay you." As he spoke, an extremely sinister smile appeared on the Adrian's face. Elsewhere, tens of thousands of miles wasn't far for the Dax with its innate supernatural speed. In just 15 minutes, Kit arrived above the supreme divine treasure. Standing on the back of the Dax, Kit stood with his hands behind his back and looked down. Below was an octagonal altar, towering over a dozen miles high and stretching hundreds of miles in diameter, cast entirely in black mystic gold. It was covered in gray rust and ancient patterns from some long-lost era. The altar hadn't been activated in so many years, most of it buried under dust, perhaps to disappear entirely with more time. This is the altar to open the supreme divine treasure. Nash's voice trembled slightly as she said excitedly, "It has been 1,000,000 years since the decline of the xiuxian race. This xiuxian divine treasure hasn't been opened since then." 1,000,000 years. Kit was also shocked when he heard this number. Human dynasties change every few hundred years, but 1,000,000 years could witness the rise and fall of 10,000 common dynasties. Stones, metals, even divine gold and supreme artifacts would decay. After such a long span of time, this altar was still intact. It was indeed unbelievable. "Boss, how do we activate this altar?" Next to him, the Dorian gazed at the massive black altar, his tone excited. He was a native of the xiuxian divine treasure and knew quite a lot about this inheritance place specially built for the descendants of xiuxian emperors. He knew it contained countless treasures, but there was a specific method required to enter it. Hearing this, Kit paused. He took out the palm-sized key in his hand and looked at the altar larger than a city, then immediately felt stumped. He didn't know how to use this thing? So, Kit turned around and curiously looked at Nash asking, "How does this thing work?" Haha. Nash couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at?" Kit was speechless, looking at the key in his hand and mumbling, "Is it funny that I don't know how to use the key?" "Not really. It's just that you always seem to know everything. To suddenly see something you don't know is rather surprising." Nash smiled, looking at Kit and explained, "To activate the xiuxian divine treasure, there are two methods. One is for a descendant of the xiuxian clan to hold the key and drip a drop of blood. The second is for a non-xiuxian person holding the key to drip a drop of blood and pass through 9 ancestral trials, thus entering the xiuxian divine treasure. However, note that within the supreme creation pool of the xiuxian divine treasure, there is only one spot." "I see." Kit nodded slightly, glancing at Nash and asked curiously, "By the way, what exactly is this supreme creation pool?" Nash thought for a moment and replied, "Ancestor created a chaos creation pool from chaos, said to capture the essence of creation. It's rumored that after undergoing body forging in the chaos creation pool, one's talent can reach the level comparable to a chaos body." "Comparable to a chaos body?" Beside him, the Jet gasped sharply, his entire face turning green. Not just the Jet, but also the Dorian and the Dax were incredibly astonished. They clearly knew that the chaos body only emerged once in the primordial age. It was said that its holder was an incomparably terrifying supreme being named the Chaos Supreme. Invincible in the world, unbeaten from birth until becoming a supreme being, almost unmatched at the same rank. Such an absurdly powerful constitution shouldn't exist in the world. Thus, the Chaos Body and Heavenly Dao talismans were eliminated by Heavenly Dao. There have been none since the ancient times, and the Chaos Creation Pool can elevate someone's talent to near the level of a Chaos Body. Hashtag Chapter 298, the Ninth Gate. Absolutely overpowered to the extreme. Just comparable to a Chaos Body? Isaac pondered. Honestly, if it was merely comparable to a Chaos Body, he didn't really need the Supreme Transformation Pool. He just needed to gather the blood of 5 divine beasts to evolve into a true Chaos Body. However, good things are never too many. Entering the Chaos Transformation Pool for a bath would not be out of the question. With this thought, Isaac leaped forward and jumped off the back of the golden-winged great bird, crashing down onto the platform with a tremendous impact. Boom! Isaac fell from an altitude of 10,000 feet, generating an astonishing amount of kinetic energy. The deafening sound reverberated far and wide. Well, next is to activate the key. Isaac extended his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it drop onto the key. Although using Nash's blood would be more convenient, allowing direct entry into the Alfonso treasure, he was more curious about what these so-called 9 stages were. Boom! A drop of blood landed, and the entire Kirin treasure key suddenly turned blood red. Immediately after, the entire key melted into a large blood droplet, falling onto the black altar. The moment the blood droplet fell, countless crimson patterns rose from beneath Isaac's feet. In just one breath, the whole crimson altar was filled with deep red patterns, flickering like lava. Boom! At this moment, a blood-red light beam shot up into the sky. Above tens of thousands of feet in the air, the silhouette of a fiery red gateway slowly appeared. Jing jing jing. Once again, sky-filling fiery red sword chi surged upwards, forming exactly 9 platforms under the massive divine gate. Each platform was majestic and imposing, carrying an unimaginable pressure. This is the 9 stages left by our ancestors. Throughout history, countless elites have tried to pass through this stage, but all ended in failure. Nash's voice sounded as she landed on the altar, looking at the platforms thousands of feet high, and continued. According to the legend of the Kirin clan, only 3 people over endless time have successively passed all 9 stages, reaching the divine gate and opening the supreme treasure. 3 people? Upon hearing this number, Isaac immediately thought of the 3 names he saw when he obtained the supreme sword embryo. To be precise, they should be 3 symbols. Could it be that these 3 people also opened the supreme treasure consecutively? Thinking of this, Isaac spoke. I've seen the traces left by these 3 people. Since they once opened the supreme treasure, I naturally won't lag behind. Boss, you're not thinking of attempting these 9 stages, are you? Exactly. Boss, this isn't something to be joked about. I think we should let Nash drop a bit of blood first, get the supreme creation pool, then talk. The Roy, Jalen, and others advised him not to act rashly. No joke, from the ancient era until now, among countless geniuses, only 3 individuals had reached the 9th stage, which proved the difficulty of these 9 stages. They were absolutely nightmare-level challenges. They knew that among peers, Isaac was abnormally powerful, but throughout long history, there were never a shortage of monster-level geniuses. Even those who could slay holy spirits without becoming sages existed. Yet even these beings struggled to rank in the top 10. Even for a supreme being at the level of Alfonso, entering the top 50 wasn't a problem, but the top 20 was already somewhat difficult. As for the top 10, they were myth-level supremes. Some weren't even supremes but revered as heavenly respects. Regarding the top 3, those were completely taboo existences, overwhelmingly powerful, to the point where even their names didn't remain. However much these people inflated themselves, they wouldn't dare to compare Isaac to the top 3. But Isaac was unafraid. He said calmly, "Whether or not I can do it, I need to try to find out. Fear nothing, take things as they come. If I don't feel like it, I'll do it anyway. What's there to fear?" As he spoke, Isaac leaped directly onto the first platform. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the fire-red glow announcing the opening of the supreme treasure shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire sky of the Kirin treasure red. Heaven! The Kirin treasure has been opened. Millions of years. The long-sealed Kirin treasure is finally open again. Come on. The grand fortune comes once every million years. We mustn't miss it. The peerless transformation of the supreme creation pool belongs to me. Dream on. First come, first served. In an instant, cultivators from various factions stopped whatever they were doing and rushed towards the central area of the Kirin treasure. Those present were very clear. Within the Kirin treasure, what was the most precious thing? Of course, it was the various resources specifically left behind by the Alfonso for his descendants, the essence and most valuable items within the entire Kirin treasure. If they missed this, they'd definitely be struck by lightning. Even if they couldn't obtain anything, just seeing it would give them something to boast about for life. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures rushed from all directions. Among them were no shortage of descendants of ancient major forces. Seeing Isaac jump onto the platform, many people took sharp intakes of breath. These are the 9 stages left by the Alfonso. Who is that person? To dare challenge the 9 stages? Sure. Keep your voice down. That person is Tion Isaac. What? Tion Isaac? Damn. I knew it was him. Except for him, no one could make the supreme treasure, sealed for 1,000,000 years, open again. A group of people sucked in cold breaths. All eyes involuntarily focused on Isaac, wanting to see if he could create a miracle. But some sneered. Tisich, overestimating oneself. Are the 9 stages left by the Alfonso so easy to pass? Right. Throughout history, only 3 people have passed. Those 3 were taboo existences, and it's said Yi family's ancestor was merely a follower of one of them. I think Tion Isaac will die on the platform after at most 3 stages. Mocking voices rose one after another. Among them were cultivators from forces like the Corpse Puppet Sect, Sacred Wood Sect, Divine Blood Sect, Jinwu Clan, etc. These cultivators hated Isaac to the bone and hoped he would die inside. That bastard is babbling nonsense there. Wilbur Wong was the first to stand up. He stood straight, his gaze sweeping across the crowd of cultivators, and said coldly, "Dare to step forward? I won't bully you guys either. Let's do a one-on-one. Count me in." Golden-winged Great Bird also stood up. Being a ferocious beast, he was extremely bloodthirsty and not afraid of killing. Haha, come, step forward, Clive will teach you how to behave. Boom. Falling from an altitude of 10,000 feet, the kinetic energy brought by Isaac was astonishing. The deafening sound reverberated far and wide. Next is unlocking the key. Isaac extended his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it fall onto the key. While using Nash's blood might have been more convenient, allowing him direct entry into the Alfonso Divine Treasure, he was more curious about the so-called 9 gates. Bang! A drop of blood fell, and the entire Kirin Divine Treasure key abruptly turned blood red. Immediately after, the whole key melted, transforming into a colossal blood droplet that landed on the black altar. Buzz! The moment the blood droplet fell, countless crimson patterns rose from beneath Isaac's feet. In one breath, the entire blood-red altar was covered in deep red veins, like molten lava flickering between light and dark. Boom! At this point, a pillar of blood-red light shot up into the sky. Several tens of thousands of feet high, a fiery red gate-like silhouette slowly appeared. Clank, clank, clank. More fire-red sword chi surged into the sky, forming 9 platforms beneath the immense divine gate. Each platform was majestic, exuding an unimaginable pressure. This is the 9 gates left by our ancestors. Throughout history, countless geniuses have tried to pass these gates, but all ended in failure. Nash's voice sounded as she landed on the altar and looked at the platforms rising thousands of feet high, continuing, according to Kirin lore, in endless ages, only 3 people have consecutively passed all 9 gates, reaching the divine gate and opening the supreme divine treasure. 3 people? Upon hearing this number, Isaac immediately thought of the 3 names he saw when he received the supreme sword embryo. More accurately, they were 3 symbols. Could it be that these 3 also consecutively opened the supreme divine treasure? Thinking this, Isaac spoke, "I've seen the traces left by these 3 individuals. Since they once opened the supreme divine treasure, I will not fall behind." "Boss, you're not seriously going to attempt these 9 gates, right?" "That's not a joke, boss. Why don't we let Nash drip some blood first and get the supreme transformation pool before anything else?" The Emiliano, Jalen, and others all tried to dissuade him, not wanting Isaac to act impulsively. Joking aside, from ancient times to now, only 3 people had managed to reach the 9th gate among countless geniuses, proving how difficult the 9 gates were. It was a nightmare-level existence. They knew that Isaac was incredibly powerful for his level, but throughout history, there had never been a shortage of monstrous geniuses. Some could even slay holy spirits without becoming sages. Even such beings found it hard to rank in the top 10. Even for supremes of Alfonso's caliber, getting into the top 50 wasn't a problem, but the top 20 was already quite challenging. As for the top 10, those were myth-level supremes. Some weren't even supremes, but were revered as heavenly respects. As for the top 3, these were completely taboo existences, immensely powerful to the point that their names were lost in legend. No matter how much these few people inflated themselves, they wouldn't think Isaac could rival the top 3. Yet Isaac was unafraid, calmly saying, "We won't know unless we try. Kadif and death, who cares? What's to fear?" Saying this, Isaac leaped directly onto the first platform. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a fire-red glow from the Supreme Divine Treasure shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire sky above the Kirin Divine Treasure red. Heavens! The Kirin Divine Treasure has been opened. Millennia have passed. The never-opened Kirin Divine Treasure has finally reopened. Let's go. This once-in-a-million-years great fortune can't be missed. The Supreme Transformation of the Supreme Transformation Pool is mine. Ha! Dream on. First come, first served. In an instant, cultivators from various factions stopped what they were doing and rushed toward the central area of the Kirin Divine Treasure. Everyone present knew what was most precious inside the Kirin Divine Treasure. Of course, it was the resources left by Alfonso for his descendants, the essence and the most precious part of the entire Kirin Divine Treasure. Missing this would surely invoke heavenly retribution. Even if they couldn't obtain anything, seeing it once would give them something to brag about for life. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures hurriedly converged from outside. Among them were no shortage of heirs from various ancient powers. Seeing Isaac jump onto the platform, many people involuntarily drew cold breaths. It's the 9 gates left by Alfonso. Who is that person? To dare challenge the 9 gates? Sure. Keep your voice down. That's Carson. What? Carson? Damn. I knew it was him. Only he could reopen the Supreme Divine Treasure which hadn't opened for 10 million years. Many people sucked in cold air. They all stared at Isaac, eager to see if he could create a miracle. But some voiced sour remarks. Heske, overestimating himself. Are the 9 gates left by Alfonso easy to pass? Exactly. Throughout history, only 3 people have succeeded. Those 3 were taboo existences, one of whom supposedly had a Yi family ancestor as a follower. I reckon he'll die on the platform by the 3rd gate. Whispered voices arose one after another. Among them were cultivators from Jipu sect, Shinmu sect, Divine Blood sect, Jinwu clan, and others. These cultivators hated Isaac to the core, wishing he'd die inside. That bastard is spouting nonsense. Wilbur was the first to react angrily. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of cultivators, coldly saying, "Dare to stand up? I won't bully you. Let's fight one-on-one. Count me in." The golden-winged Dax also stepped forward. Being a ferocious beast, he was extremely bloodthirsty and fearless of killing. Heh, come out. Clive will teach you some manners. Hashtag translation ends here. Chapter 299. One-on-one with the Hardy. The Dorian also wore a grim expression and stepped forward. Rumble. The awe-inspiring power of the 3 divine beasts caused many cultivators' faces to turn pale as they involuntarily retreated. Against Kit, the Dorian and others were nothing. He could suppress them with just one move. However, within the entire Kylan Divine Treasure Trove, only an existence at least of the same level as the Kimberly could match the Dorian. Tisich, a bunch of cowards. Ari sneered when no one dared to step forward. At this moment, Kit paid no attention to the outside world. He began to cultivate according to the Chaos Sutra, adjusting his aura and bringing himself to peak condition. Just then, a beam of light appeared. The shadow of the Hardy emerged on the platform. His aura was terrifyingly powerful, and he was at the pinnacle xianxia realm like Kit, but it was clearly a little stronger than Kit. Damn! 5th level spirit refinement, 5th stage body tempering, golden body stage, and peak xianxia realm. Having cultivated all 3 aspects to their utmost limits, he can rival experts at the divine ability realm. Kit's face turned serious as he looked at the Hardy. He knew that the upcoming battle would not be easy. If he now possessed the 5 true bloods of divine beasts and had transformed into a chaos body, reaching the 5th stage of body tempering, the Hardy would be nothing in front of Kit. But at present, while his essence spirit and true chi cultivation had reached their peak, his body tempering was merely at the 4th stage, a level lower compared to the Hardy. This was definitely not good. Hiss. At this moment, sharp intakes of breath could be heard from the audience. Is the first round actually against an Hardy of the same realm? There are still 8 more rounds. How terrifying will they be? The Hardy was virtually invincible among peers during his youth. Even in the ancient era, he was unbeatable at the same level. What kind of incredible talent is this? I underestimated the difficulty of these 9 rounds. In my opinion, Carson won't even get past the first round. At this moment, many cultivators wore shocked expressions. Originally, those who were eager to try and intended to challenge the Hardy after Kit left the platform, gave up directly. Joking, nobody believed that they would be the Hardy's match at the same level. Interesting. Kit folded his hands behind his back, his aura exploding to its peak. Looking at the Hardy, he noticed the lack of emotion or any sentiment on his face. It seemed more like just an imprint. This made things even more frightening, because a normal cultivator fighting would become careless out of fear of death, but an imprint wouldn't. With no thoughts, it naturally didn't fear death. Its every move aimed to either eliminate the opponent or die trying. Clang! A deafening bell sound rang out. Instantaneously, a shadow of a Kylan appeared around the Hardy's body. Supreme secret technique. 9 transformations of the Kylan. First form, stepping through the air. This technique Kit was extremely familiar with, but when it wasn't executed by him, it became a harbinger of doom. Boom! The Kylan's leg came down irresistibly towards Kit, attempting to crush him. Kit knew that he wasn't very proficient with the 9 transformations of the Kylan, and sparring with the Hardy using the same technique was akin to showing off in front of Lousy. Without hesitation, a long sword appeared in his hand. Heavenly Emperor slash. Boom! A pure golden sword aura swept through heaven and earth, colliding head-on with the 9 transformations of the Kylan. Crack crack. The 9 transformations of the Kylan seemed weaker than Kit expected. He slashed down with his sword, causing the Kylan's leg to explode. The golden sword aura tore through the Kylan's shadow. Almost simultaneously, Kit's sword found its way to the neck of the Hardy. Had Kit acted in that instant, he could have beheaded the Hardy. Yet the Hardy remained expressionless. One of his hands turned a pure golden color and moved with extreme speed. He managed to catch Kit's spirit sword with a single hand. Ding! It seemed as if boundless power resided in the Hardy's hands. He caught Kit's spirit sword between 2 fingers. Damn it! The star-plucking warend of the Stellar Supreme. Kit was surprised to see that the Hardy also knew the star-plucking warend, and it was clearly already perfected. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a fist-sized handprint materialized in the Hardy's hand. What the hell? It's a trap? Kit felt his scalp tingling. He realized that the Hardy had deliberately let him close in, and then used the Kylan seal to crush him. Boom! Naturally, Kit wasn't someone to be trifled with. He executed the 9 transformations of the Kylan and kicked toward the Hardy's chest. Boom! In an instant, the void cracked. This kick would have been lethal or debilitating if the Hardy hadn't defended. So the Hardy abandoned defense and struck Kit with the Kylan seal. Boom! Kit shattered the Kylan seal with a kick. Half of his body went numb, but the Hardy was sent flying by his kick. Boom! The Hardy stomped on the ground and rushed towards Kit again. Come on! Kit showed no fear and engaged in another bout with the Hardy. For a time, the entire platform was filled with infinite divine light. Amidst this, surging sword chi and thunderous sounds could be heard. Damn! Carson actually held for 100 moves against the Hardy without defeat? Impossible. As a peer and at the same level, the Hardy usually sweeps through 200 moves. Carson is still holding on. So what if he can last 200 moves? Can he possibly defeat the Hardy? He'll fall within 500 moves at most. At this moment, the outside cultivators buzzed with discussions, some viciously speculating that Kit couldn't be a match for the Hardy. Meanwhile, Kit had already clashed with the Hardy for 400 moves. Bang! Another Kylan seal smashed down from the Hardy. Golden light flashed in Kit's eyes. Under the Heavenly Dao True Eye, he saw a hint of vulnerability in the Hardy. Heavenly Dao Fist. Kit employed the Heavenly Dao secret technique from the 9 volumes of the Heavenly Dao Sutra. This was his ace in the hole, rarely used. But facing such a terrifying existence like the Hardy, holding back would definitely lead to getting crushed. Boom! Empowered by the Heavenly Dao Fist, Kit's fist turned pure gold, transparent like glass. He punched at the fiery red Kylan seal, shattering it instantly. Chapter 300, passing the first level. Boom! The young Kramer was not one to back down, transforming his 2 fingers into a golden hue. He was about to use the star-plucking warren technique to crush Kit. However, Kit's speed was even faster. He used the carefree steps, wielding the Heavenly Dao Fist in one hand, and the Heavenly Dao Seal in the other, charging toward the young Kramer. Rumble! Infinite divine light shot up into the sky. It completely covered the entire arena, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. What's going on? No idea. Carson seems to have used some secret techniques we've never seen before. Heh. I think Carson is probably dead already. Exactly. The young Kramer obviously unleashed his full power just now. A group of cultivators looked at the arena shrouded in chaos, unable to discern what had happened inside. Yet, no one was optimistic about Kit's chances. They all believed that Kit was surely dead. Rumble. At this moment, the endless divine light dissipated. Kit's body was bathed in pale gold dragon blood, with many deep wounds revealing bone throughout his body. His physical body was ultimately 1 level lower than the young Kramer, not having reached the triple ultimate realm. This caused him to be at a significant disadvantage during the battle. His primordial spirit and true chi could withstand the assault, but his flesh could not handle the pressure from the Heavenly Dao Fist and the Heavenly Dao Seal, leading to ruptured meridians and bones shattered by his own force. Cough, cough, cough. Kit spat out quite a bit of pale gold dragon blood, but his aura did not weaken much. Still, it was enough to shock the outside observers. Holy crap, Carson actually got injured. Damn, no geniuses within the entire secret realm could wound him like this. I wonder how the young Kramer fared. Heh, the young Kramer is still a supreme, so he's definitely fine. A group of cultivators were incredibly shocked. Bam! At this moment, the young Kramer was thrown out, his body disintegrating as he flew through the air. Although he had critically wounded Kit in their confrontation, he himself had been hit by over 10 god-extinguishing charms, 2 attacks on his primordial spirit, 3 Heavenly Dao Seals, and hundreds of punches from the Heavenly Dao Fist, delivering so many attacks in such a short time. Even Kit's own body could barely endure it, nearly exploding, let alone the young Kramer. His broken body flew out and dissolved into dust mid-air. Clang! A bell sound rang out. On the blood-red arena, colorful immortal light surged upward. Within the immortal light, Kit rapidly regenerated his flesh, his bones cracking loudly as they mended. In the blink of an eye, he returned to peak condition. Not bad. After finishing this level, you even restored all my injuries. Kit looked at his hands in surprise. Earlier, his injuries were extremely severe. Many of them were fundamental injuries directly inflicted by supreme secret techniques. Without these colorful divine lights, he would need at least a month to recover. Meanwhile, the outside world was deathly silent. Even the incel's eyes nearly popped out. After all, that was the renowned young Kramer from the era of ancient times. To lose in a peer-level battle? What kind of monster was their leader? No, this can't be possible. Carson won against the young Kramer in a peer-level battle? Doesn't that mean he is stronger than the young Kramer at the same level? Throughout history, there might not be more than 50 individuals stronger than the young Kramer at the same level. 50? You can't even find 30. A group of people had ashen faces, staring at Kit on the arena as if they'd seen a ghost. Ahahaha. Upon seeing Kit's victory, the incel was stunned for quite some time before reacting. Then came an ecstatic burst of joy. Following such a powerful leader with immense potential was absolutely promising, especially since Kit was highly righteous and never kept anything hidden or secret. Even heavenly destiny fruits could be shared, and the incel believed that whatever Kit obtained in the future, it would never lack his share. Gigi, where are those who said our leader couldn't beat the young Kramer? Stand out. The Dorian scanned the crowd, mercilessly mocking. A bunch of cowards who only speak behind people's backs. Yes. The incel also snapped back to reality, coldly saying, these clowns don't even deserve to carry my shoes. They dare not step forward. Spineless rats. Solomon Bird also snarled, his face filled with disdain. Among the cultivators, many lowered their heads, not daring to show themselves. Some of these people had mocked Kit for not being able to pass the first level, and now suffered an ugly reversal. Many were respected figures, losing their dignity, and left right away. But some remained stubborn, secretly ridiculing. A small man getting arrogant. Just lucky to pass the first level. There are 8 more levels ahead. Carson has no chance of passing through. Indeed, the first level was a peer level battle with the young Supreme. Who knows how hard the rest will be? Heh. Let these 3 revel for now. If Carson dies on the arena, it'll be interesting to see their expressions. Amidst the crowd, many sneered maliciously. Teasish, you lot, stubborn till the end. Your faces are already swollen from being slapped, yet you're still putting on a brave front. The incel crossed his arms, looking at the cultivators without mercy. You bunch of troublemakers, watch closely. My leader will definitely clear all 9 levels. Less boasting. Throughout infinite ages, only 3 people have ever cleared all 9 levels. Carson isn't qualified. Gigi. Soon, these 3 will be crying. The clandestine ridicule wasn't any less aggressive. Seeing neither side could outdo each other, everyone turned to look at the arena. At this moment, a golden celestial staircase descended in front of Kit. Boom. Another heavenly steel appeared. On the steel were brief rules for the trials. In summary, stepping onto the arena meant 2 outcomes. Either admitting defeat or dying, or winning. Once stepping onto the second tier of the arena, exiting midway signified losing. Not bad. Kit glanced at the steel inscription, preparing to leave when suddenly, a golden screen soared up from the sky again. On the screen were countless names. ####Chapter 301. Kit's weakness. The names were clearly from different eras, with slightly different handwriting. Heavens, that's the Xylan Supreme Coil. He also challenged the 9 trials? Divine Blood Supreme, Ethereal Supreme, Profound Kuan Supreme. Heavens, there are so many Supremes on this list who have all attempted the trials? Not right. This is just the registration list. Yes, having these names doesn't mean they passed the first trial. A group of cultivators came to realize that anyone could leave their name on this light screen regardless of whether they had passed or not. Therefore, the first light screen was filled with over 1 million names. These were all super geniuses from ancient times until now. Interesting. Kit glanced at the sky and drew a smiley face on the light screen. Boom. The smiley face turned into a brilliant gold and floated above the sky. This meant Kit had passed the first trial. After leaving his name, Kit followed the golden staircase unhurriedly and arrived at the second arena. Ping! Scarlet light shot into the sky. A figure appeared on the arena. Kit recognized him. It was still the young Kramer. The other party's realm and cultivation hadn't changed at all. The only difference was that his eyes now had more vitality, no longer as rigid as in the first trial. Still the young Kramer? Kit was somewhat surprised looking at the young Kramer. Since the other party's cultivation and realm hadn't changed but appeared in the second trial, this implied one thing. The first trial's young Kramer was a weakened version, not a full-fledged warrior. I said it. The young Kramer in the first trial seemed a bit weak. Kit remarked slowly. Now I see. I wonder if this one is fully powered. Meanwhile, outside, the cultivators heard Kit's muttered words and were instantly startled. No wonder. So the young Kramer's shadow in the first trial wasn't at full strength? That makes sense. Such a powerful Supreme shouldn't be so easily slain. The one in the second trial might not be at peak strength either. Perhaps only at the 9th trial can we encounter a truly perfect young Kramer. Impossible. If that's the case, there wouldn't only be 3 people in history who passed all 9 trials. Right. On the Xiuxian Cadist, many Supremes' names are listed. They clearly didn't make it through. The cultivators buzzed with discussion. However, their expressions were filled with excitement. Now, everyone was focused on seeing how far the gap between themselves and the true Kenan was. Dong! The sound of a bell rang from the sky. The young Kramer lunged towards Kit. Without hesitation, Kit sidestepped. Rumble! Golden light soared into the sky. The young Kramer now wielded a golden longsword, which unleashed boundless sword chi and chilling killing intent towards Kit. Ding ding ding! Kit condensed true chi into a longsword and used the Heavenly Emperor sword technique in one hand and the 9-leaf sword technique in the other, while employing the Way of Freedom step. Despite the initial lack of caution, he was still at a disadvantage. Indeed, much stronger than just a little. Kit took a deep breath, wielding 2 swords and unleashing the supreme sword technique to clash with the young Kramer. Heavens! Is this the power of a Kenan level? The entire arena is now filled with overwhelming sword chi. I can't even see their movements clearly. It's useless unless you have a heavenly eye, then you can't see clearly. I never expected Carson to be this strong. If he used this level of power from the start, he should have easily killed the young Kramer. Turtle, if I were inside, just a strand of sword chi would finish me off. SK, I doubt you could even withstand half a strand of sword chi. Many cultivators wore expressions of awe. Even the Kimberly was slightly surprised. Her mouth agape With her heavenly eye, she could see the lightning-fast battle scene clearly. At this moment, Kit was using the Heavenly Emperor sword technique and the 9 Leaves sword technique together against the young Kramer. With a single-handed sword, each strike from the young Kramer carried unimaginable power. Gradually, Kit started to keep up with the young Kramer's pace. After 1,000 moves, Kit began to match the young Kramer evenly. They became equally matched. Sigh. It's not that Carson didn't unleash his full power initially, the Kimberly whispered, watching the battle. It's because Carson has never fought someone at his same level before, or perhaps his past opponents were too weak. Carson never knew how strong he truly was. His control over his own strength was lacking. Now, battling the young Kramer directly fills this weakness. Incredible. What kind of monster is this guy? When these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd watched Kit on the battlefield, feeling chills down their spines. He was actually using the young Kramer as a sparring partner. Truly unbelievable. Clang clang clang. In the storm of sword chi, Kit had already fought over 2,000 moves with the young Kramer. He was covered in deep wounds visible to the bone. Even his heart was visible throbbing in his chest. Ding ding ding. Kit blocked another attack from the young Kramer. His arm bones creaked, almost shattered. Damn, this guy's strength is insane. Kit felt somewhat frustrated. He realized now. Both he and the young Kramer were at the peak of the profound chi realm. Kit had at least 3 times more profound chi, and his primordial spirit was twice as powerful. But it did no good. His physical body held him back. The vast amount of profound chi was constrained by his flesh, unable to be fully utilized. It was like having a huge reservoir with only a tiny tap. Thus, despite having more profound chi than the young Kramer, Kit couldn't fully unleash its power. I finally understand why the Chaos Canon insists on a Chaos body. Only a Chaos body's sturdiness can withstand the true chi raging inside my body. Otherwise, it would end up like now, needing to fight cautiously to avoid bursting the body with true chi. Note, the translation tries to preserve the tone and style of the original text, maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks. ####Chapter 302, The Terrifying Sword Strike. A series of thoughts flashed through Kit's mind. However, he soon regained his composure. He took a deep breath and delivered a sword strike that sent the Supreme Kirin flying, giving him a brief moment to catch his breath. Then, in his hands, 2 swords merged into one, transforming into an ice-blue long sword that resembled glass as clear as jade. Note, Lioli is often translated as jade, or clear glass to better convey the meaning in English. I chose glass as clear as jade to maintain the poetic tone and provide a clearer image for English readers. The second stroke of the Heavenly Dao sword technique. I've never used it before. I wonder how powerful it is. Kit gazed at the ice-blue long sword in his hand. Without further ado, he lifted the sword and began preparing for the second stroke of the Heavenly Dao sword technique. Swish! A terrifying sword aura soared skyward, shattering the void. Under the ice-blue sword glow, all techniques and attacks seemed insignificant. One sword stroke was enough to dim any other sword technique in comparison. Heavens! What kind of sword technique is that? So terrifying. It feels like there's no place under heaven to hide from it. It's as if the will of heaven itself has descended. Too frightening. Even the supreme sword techniques pale in comparison. Outside the arena, a group of cultivators were filled with shock and fear. Kit's sword strike could undoubtedly be described as breathtaking and extraordinary. It was definitely the most terrifying sword technique that all the cultivators had ever seen. Meanwhile, inside the arena, as Kit's sword descended, his body seemed to enter a very profound state. In this state, originally chaotic and rampant sword auras suddenly paused. All the rampant sword auras vanished, replaced by lines stretching across the heavens. These lines were simple. Black represented death-infused sword auras, while white represented paths to life. Amidst countless black and white lines, a black line appeared around the Supreme Camillo's neck, connected on the other end to Kit's chi-condensed longsword. Boom! Following the black line, Kit delivered a strike towards the Supreme Camillo. Swish! Instantly, the spectacular sword auras in the air ceased. Kit's sword struck down, leaving a blood-red line on the Camillo's neck, and then, plop, his head fell off, transforming into golden light in mid-air. At the same time, the entire body dispersed like sand. He won. Holy crap, he's already on the second stage. That sword stroke was terrifying. What kind of sword technique was that? Don't know. Maybe it's a secret technique created by the 3 forbidden supernals of ancient times. The crowd gasped in amazement. Many who had previously mocked Kit now looked pale-faced. At the same time, many felt their faces burning with shame. I don't believe it. Surely, after such a long time, there must be something wrong with the arena. Yeah, no matter how powerful Carson is, how can he instantly kill a Kirin supernal with one strike? This is unrealistic. There must be something wrong with the arena. Many cultivators still tried to deny the facts. Rumble. Just then, a cultivator leaped up, attempting to enter the first arena. Bang! A golden barrier emerged. The cultivator, caught off guard, was flung back, spitting out blood, clearly injured. Everyone, to enter the first arena, you must first break the golden barrier. Huh, I remember now. This barrier gets stronger against stronger opponents. It depends on your realm. Only those who have reached the pinnacle of their realms can break the barrier and enter the arena. Hehe, that fool really thought anyone could enter the arena. Indeed, entering the arena means leaving your name on the barrier. There are only hundreds of thousands of names inscribed there, accumulated over endless ages. If placed in specific years, each of them was an exceedingly rare genius, a young supernal. The crowd mocked continuously, and the cultivator who had been flung back looked utterly ashamed, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Boom! Just then, another golden barrier rose skyward. Heavens! That's the number of people who reached the second stage. There are only tens of thousands left. How terrifying. Does every added arena reduce the number by tenfold? The crowd was astounded. However, what somewhat comforted everyone was that the names of the supernals like Jingguang, Chavez, Piao still remained on the golden barrier. Clearly, these individuals had passed through all 9 arenas in their youth. Interesting. Kit observed the golden Kirin Katist, lost in thought. It seems that throughout the endless ages, there have been numerous geniuses. I wonder if I can pass all 9 arenas? Kit couldn't help but feel excited. Boom. 7-colored divine light surged upward, healing Kit's injuries. Then he stepped forward, heading toward the 3rd stage. He knew that several more bloody battles awaited him ahead. Rumble. Just then, in the sky, 9 golden dragons pulled a golden chariot, appearing at the edge of the supernal battlefield. A young man with black hair exuded a terrifying aura. Around him were various rare and mythical beasts, including some nearly pure-blooded divine beasts. There was even a black tortoise-like creature. Heavens! It's Prince Dean of the Xiuxian dynasty. Damn! He came to the Kirin Divine Repository too? The Xiuxian dynasty is millions of miles away. He traveled so far just to enter the Kirin Divine Repository? Damn it! Central region people coming here to snatch our opportunities. Amidst the astonished cries of the crowd, many felt indignant. Dean stood on the golden chariot, hands clasped behind his back, his terrifying aura surging. With piercing eyes, he scanned the surroundings coldly and asked, "Who is Carson? Step forward. Come out and accept your fate." Upon hearing this, the scene erupted into chaos. Holy crap, Dean is fierce. He immediately sought out Carson. Hehe, this should be fun to watch. God damn it, he actually called Carson out to die. This Dean is too arrogant. Humph, he might end up being beaten to a pulp by Carson. The crowd was eagerly watching the drama unfold. But there were also those who despised Kit, mocking, "Humph, I think Carson is done for." Yeah, although Carson is strong, Dean is a renowned prodigy of the Central region. True, it's rumored that Dean has returned to his ancestral bloodline, possessing blood power equivalent to a true-born son of a supernal. Born with the combat strength of a young supernal, he is extremely formidable. Carson is finished. ##### Chapter 303, struck a hard iron plate. The jeering mixed with other sounds, creating an indistinct cacophony. Boom. At this moment, Kit had already arrived at the 3rd arena. He turned around and cast a glance at Dean, saying coolly, "What are you barking for? Wait until I clear the 9th level test of the Baron. Then I'll finish you." Swoosh. An uproar instantly erupted on the scene. Damn, no wonder it's Carson. Sharp as ever. He's never lost whether in fighting or in confrontation. Hehe, this is the Carson I know. Always mad to no end. Lack of strength is called arrogance. This is called confidence. Chances are, this genius from the Xiuxian dynasty is nothing but a silver-tipped spear. Good for show, not for use. A crowd of cultivators burst into laughter. Although Kit was notorious, he usually only targeted heirs of major powers and did not enjoy bullying the weak. He had no grudges with ordinary cultivators. But Dean was different. From the start, he behaved outrageously, coming from the Central region while everyone present were Eastern region cultivators. For someone from the Central region to come to the Eastern region and snatch opportunities, flaunting so arrogantly, naturally irked everyone. "You dare speak to me like that?" Dean was stunned for a moment, his face twisted with disbelief. He yelled angrily, "Throughout my life, no one in the entire Central region has dared to speak to me like this? Carson, you dare talk to me like this?" Tisk. Kit ignored Dean. With one step, he officially entered the 3rd arena. Crunch crunch. Dean gnashed his teeth, almost grinding them to dust. The disdainful look from Kit and the murmured ridicule from surrounding cultivators drove him nearly insane. He looked at Kit on the arena and then at Corey and others. He roared furiously, "Fine, you dare ignore me. Then I'll kill all your friends first." With that, Dean struck down at Nash with a palm. Rumble. A golden palm spread across the sky, crushing down on Nash. The surrounding cultivators watched wide-eyed, incredulously witnessing this spectacle. While Dean, who just came from the Central region, didn't know this, they were very clear. Among Kit's subordinates, the first one you couldn't provoke was Nash. Nash not only awakened the bloodline of the Baron, but also possessed a supreme weapon. Among countless geniuses in the entire Kirin Divine Treasury, she was undoubtedly among the top 5. This time, Dean had kicked a hard iron plate. Rumble. Without any hesitation, Nash triggered her 9 transformations of the Kirin. She stomped through space, kicking Dean right in the face, sending him flying off the golden battle chariot. Rumble. Dean flew like a cannonball, crashing into the mountain range. The terrifying force collapsed several mountains before finally stopping. Aya! Dean screamed in anguish, crawling out from a cloud of dust. His armor was covered in dust, and his handsome face was crushed by Nash's foot, leaving a slender footprint. "What do you think you are? Daring to threaten me?" Nash glared at Dean, her anger surging. After all, Kit's support meant everything to her. All her current strength came from Kit's gradual assistance. And yet, Dean dared to tell Kit to come out and die? From that one sentence alone, Dean had sealed his own death sentence in Nash's eyes. Good. I will definitely kill you." Dean was nearly driven mad. He originally thought Nash wasn't very strong, but unexpectedly, she kicked him away in just one move. This unexpected setback almost made him lose his mind. Meanwhile, the crowd of cultivators were shocked by Dean being kicked away. Damn, didn't I see wrong? Dean got kicked away? How can it be fake? Damn, this Nash is too strong, right? Maybe this Central region's top genius Dean is just a polished turd, looking strong on the surface. It's not impossible. The crowd of cultivators spared no words in mocking Dean. His pretentious behavior from the start grated on their nerves. Aya! Hearing the surrounding mockery, Dean completely lost it. he roared, releasing an unparalleled aura that soared into the sky, purple lightning crackling all over his body. The power of the Thunder Emperor's bloodline. Indeed, Dean might be getting serious now. Rumors say Dean was born with the qualifications of a youth emperor. Seems true after all. The crowd of cultivators couldn't help exclaiming, utterly astonished. Everything could be faked, but one's aura couldn't be hidden. Dean's imposing pressure could rival a king-tier presence. Ordinary respecters would likely be obliterated by him. Dong. Similarly, Nash's body was engulfed by the power of the Baron bloodline. Red light spreading for hundreds of miles. Rumble. Her overwhelming bloodline energy pressed down upon Dean, causing his aura to instantly wane, forcing him to take 2 steps back. Looking at Nash with shock, he said incredulously, "You're actually a descendant of the Baron. Impossible. There are many things you don't know. 9 transformations of the Kirin." Nash lightly shouted, activating the transformation. She stomped again with immense power. Rumble. This stomp carried an even more formidable momentum, surpassing the previous one. "Do you think I fear you?" Dean had calmed down. He and Nash were both at the divine ability realm, both descendants of emperors. At this level, he wasn't sure if he could win. Boom. At this moment, on the arena, a pure golden sword aura shot up into the sky, marking the start of Kit's 3rd test. Once again, it was the silhouette of the young Baron, but its eyes were noticeably more vivid than in the 2nd test. While its strength hadn't changed much, it gave Kit the feeling of facing a prehistoric beast. Interesting. Kit stared at the Baron, his expression becoming grave. He knew the young Baron before him was extremely strong. Dong. Above the sky, a bell rang. In an instant, a silhouette of a Kirin appeared in the sky, stomping down towards Kit. Simultaneously, the Baron used the Kirin seal in one hand, and the Supreme Sword technique in the other, attacking Kit. Zing zing zing. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was filled with deadly intent. Phew. Kit drew a sharp breath. He knew this might be the true peak combat power of the young Baron. The previous 2 tests had merely allowed the participants to adapt. ####Chapter 304. Kit's astonishing potential. Clang clang, clang. Sword chi erupted across the sky. Amidst the endless storm of sword chi, Kit was like a lone boat slowly navigating through it. At this moment, the attention of the surrounding cultivators shifted from Zaida to Kit. Whoa, this strength and speed. So terrifying. If I were up there, I wouldn't last even a breath's time. Some exaggeration. Can humans really reach this level? The surrounding cultivators were all astounded. Meanwhile, Kit rapidly adapted, much faster than his first encounter. After 1,000 moves, he was already holding his own against the young Kylin Supreme. By 3,000 moves, he had begun to suppress the young Kylin Supreme. When the battle reached 5,000 moves, the young Kylin Supreme was thoroughly overpowered by Kit. Rumble. A storm of sword chi swept across the sky. Even though the thick golden light barrier shielded them from harm, the surrounding cultivators still felt their scalps tingle. At this moment, Dean, who was battling Zaida, saw Kit on the stage, and his mind buzzed loudly. Without even having to fight Kit, he knew he was no match. Only now did he realize how ridiculous it was to demand Kit come and die. No, absolutely no one can be stronger than me. This thought arose, and Dean's vision turned blood red. Just because he wasn't a match for Kit now didn't mean he wouldn't be after advancing in cultivation. If he could advance from the divine ability realm to the venerable realm, his power would at least increase tenfold. Killing Kit would then be as easy as turning over one's hand. With this thought, Dean crushed a talisman, transforming into a streak of golden light, and retreated to the golden war chariot. Then, looking at Zaida, he said coldly, "You wait. I will return." Finishing, Dean urged the golden war chariot and fled. Boom. Behind him, Zaida controlled the 9 transformations of the Kylin and kicked again. Boom. This fearsome kick sent Dean flying off the golden chariot. Damn. Dean, ignoring his dignity, crushed another golden talisman, tearing through space and disappearing with the golden chariot. Pity. Didn't kill him. Zaida was somewhat regretful. He is after all a direct member of the Grand Taishan Empire. He's not that easy to kill. Wilbur Wong laughed. No need to pay him any mind. You're right. Zaida nodded slightly and turned to look at the 3rd stage. Boom. Fierce sword chi ravaged wildly. At this point, Kit had already exchanged nearly 10,000 moves with the young Kylin Supreme. He had taken complete control. Heavenly Emperor Sword, 2nd form. Kit roared, striking precisely at the right moment with pure golden sword chi, directly extinguishing the young Kylin Supreme soul. Swish. 5-color divine light shot into the sky, healing Kit's injuries. A golden Kylin list soared into the air. On the Kylin list, names were sparse. What had once been a dense canopy of names across the sky was now reduced to only 1,000 or so. The name of Gabe has disappeared. What? Gabe failed to reach the 3rd stage? Turtle shell. This 3rd stage is truly too strong. Even Supreme Youths might not be able to pass. Can't say for sure. Some Supreme Youths shine brightly and smoothly ascend to the Supreme position. Others continuously transcend themselves and evolve into Supremes. Some have special constitutions and aren't very strong in their youth, but only reach the Supreme realm after later advancements. But if even Supremes can't clear the 3rd stage, what comes next will be even harder. A group of cultivators watched Kit, involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath. Haha, I knew our boss is truly powerful. Wilbur Wong laughed heartily, his voice echoing in the sky. Wuxia also laughed, saying, I knew it. Our boss has never played by the rules from the start. Count the records he has broken throughout history. I wonder if the boss can clear the 9th stage. Dapeng Bird looked at Kit on the stage, deeply inhaling, his gaze stern. Zaida, observing Kit's healing injuries, voiced her concern. It might be tough. Even Gabe in his youth couldn't pass the 3rd stage. There are still 6 more stages. Upon hearing this, even the ever-optimistic Wilbur Wong felt some worry. This stage clearly became progressively more formidable. Could Kit truly reach the ninth heaven? Crack, crack. In the five-colored divine light, Kit recovered to peak condition. Without hesitation, he moved on to the fourth stage. Although Kit seemed severely injured after the first three stages, he was actually growing continuously. Throughout this journey, Kit had mainly faced challenges above his level. There was almost no being at his level that could challenge him. Without proper adversaries, Kit possessed great power, but his control and combat prowess weren't at their peak state. His battles with the Kylin Supreme's avatars allowed him to continuously learn combat experience and enhance his fighting skills. Finding an opponent at the same level was indeed rare. Along the way, either no one could hold a few moves against him, or it was merely a clash of supreme artifacts. Neither related much to personal combat power. Clang, clang, clang. Reaching the fourth stage, the situation changed again. This time, it was not just a shadow but a true figure. Boom. The young Kylin Supreme slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon Kit, and he said calmly, another genius has made it this far. Very impressive. Seeing that the young Kylin Supreme could speak, Kit was startled. Looking at the Kylin Supreme, he asked curiously, Senior, is this your true power for the fourth stage? No, the fifth stage is. The young Kylin Supreme shook his head, revealing a long sword in his hand, adding, for this stage, I'll only use this sword. Approximately half the difficulty of the fifth stage. Hearing the young Kylin Supreme's reply, Kit narrowed his eyes. If the fifth stage was the full strength of the Kylin Supreme, what about the sixth? The seventh? All remained unknown. Phew. Translation provided maintaining paragraph structure, line breaks, and original tone. Names are kept accurate according to pinyin conventions. Chapter 305, The World-Shocking Sword. Kit took a deep breath. He looked at the young Kramer with a serious expression and said, since that's the case, then let's begin. I want to see just how powerful this supreme sword technique is. Clang. Above the sky, a bell rang out. On the ground, the figure of the Kramer instantly turned ethereal. However, Kit quickly reacted. This was not an illusion but rather too fast, incredibly fast. Almost surpassing the limit the heavenly Dao True I could capture. What terrifying speed. Kit felt a jolt in his heart. His heavenly Dao stepping technique, the leisurely steps, couldn't even reach this speed. What do I do? Kit squinted his eyes. He couldn't see the movements of the young Kramer, but Kit could distinctly feel the other rapidly closing in on him. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 10 feet apart. Rip. A sharp aura suddenly erupted as a long sword appeared before Kit's forehead. Star-plucking warend. Kit's hand transformed into pure gold. With incomparable speed, he stretched out one hand and directly grabbed the long sword held by the Kramer. Rip. Faint golden blood splattered from the sword edge. The sword tip was now less than an inch from Kit's forehead. Amazing reflexes. The young Kramer was somewhat surprised. He could tell that Kit's strength and speed were both greater than his, but due to his poor combat experience, Kit couldn't fully utilize his potential. Still, Kit's reaction speed was too fast to actually receive this sword strike with one hand. Crack. The power of the star-plucking warend burst forth, causing the true chi-formed common sword in the Kramer's hand to be crushed. Then, Kit's other hand also transformed into gold, striking toward the throat of the Kramer like lightning. Not good. The young Kramer's expression changed. At present, he was only a remnant thought capable of independent thought, aware of the terror of the star-plucking warend. If he couldn't dodge this attack, his entire head would be ripped off by Kit. Ting! The broken sword in the Kramer's hand burst apart, turning into a storm of sword energy, and he himself easily dodged it. Ting ting ting. The sword energy storm bombarded Kit, who utilized the star-plucking warend at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strands of sword energy were crushed. Pretty good power. The Kramer, holding a single sword, slashed outward, filling the sky with pure golden sword shadows. These shadows swept towards Kit like a storm. Heavenly Emperor sword technique. Kit was not at all intimidated. He condensed his true chi into a long sword, launching a strike against the myriad sword shadows generated by the young Kramer. Rumble. The entire arena fell into chaos, but this time, there were fewer flashes of sword light. Outsiders could clearly see Kit holding a long sword engaging the Kramer in a one-on-one duel. Strange. Could it be the fourth round started getting weaker? Ansel looked at the battle scene, feeling puzzled. No, it's become even more terrifying. Adriel observed Kit and the young Kramer and said slowly, their attacks have become extremely precise, not a bit more or less. Without wasting any power, their moves have become more practical. Though not as flamboyant as before, they are much more perilous. Right. Beside them, Dara walked over. She glanced at Kit inside the arena and said in amazement, he has grown too fast. In just 3 battles, he has caught up with the young Kramer. Hearing you say so indeed, it seems a bit crazy. The Dorian was also speechless. Ting ting ting. On the fourth arena, sword shadows became sparse. Even Kit and the young Kramer's movements seemed slow. How strange. Their speed has increased at least tenfold. Jalen was a little baffled. Dara explained, it's just your illusion. Their movements haven't slowed down but sped up. You think they're moving slowly merely because you're only seeing their after images. After images? Jalen looked back at the arena. Crack. By then, Kit had exchanged several thousand strikes with the young Kramer of the fourth round. Undeniably, compared to the first 3 rounds, the young Kramer in this fourth round was well-rounded in offense and defense, almost flawless. Compared to this round, the previous young Kramers had been lenient. Just the degree of leniency varied. However, during this process, Kit grew rapidly. His mastery of the supreme sword technique became more adept, gradually taking the upper hand in battle. Rumble. Kadiki, a muffled thunderclap resounded, followed by the once solid arena covered with dense sword marks. Unbeknownst to Kit, he had clashed for nearly 30,000 strikes with the clone of Kramer. Finally, the young Kramer's true chi depleted, losing strength. You're stronger than I imagined. Kramer glanced at Kit and sighed. My true chi is exhausted, yet you still have at least 70 to 80% left. Unbelievable. Let's end it with one decisive move. What? Kit froze. Then he saw the young Kramer's speed explode, blindingly fast. In a blink, he disappeared from Kit's sight, pulling away some distance. Then his entire body exuded peak energy, the long sword in his hand turning blood red, covered with faint red flames. From 1,000 feet away, Kit could feel the astonishing force emanating from the fire-red longsword. Swoosh! The young Kramer moved unimaginably fast. Carrying unparalleled pressure, he lunged towards Kit. Interesting. Kit took a deep breath. He knew if he failed to parry this strike, he'd really be done for. Thinking of this, without hesitation, the heavenly Dao sword technique surfaced. Instantly, ice blue sword chi illuminated the entire arena. As he activated the heavenly Dao sword technique, black and white lines reappeared. Only this time, countless black lines densely filled the entire arena. These lines tightly wrapped around Kit, almost cutting off all paths of escape. Looking at the sparse white lines, Kit murmured to himself, what a terrifying strike. If I didn't have the heavenly Dao sword technique, I would truly be slain. Clang. As Kit whispered, the strike was right before him. ##### Chapter 306, Secrets of the Ancient Era. Argyle appeared completely at ease. He held his long sword and slashed along the white lines. Tear. There was no flamboyant sword energy, nor dazzling divine light. It was just an ordinary slash, yet it cleanly severed the head of the young Sebastian. Rustle. The figure of the young Sebastian dispersed like grains of sand. He turned to look at Argyle and murmured, this strike is terrifying. Bang. With that, the phantom of the Sebastian dissipated. Argyle stood on the stage as the golden xiuxian cadist and the five-colored divine light surged into the sky. Boom. The immense commotion jolted the surrounding spectators awake. Everyone then realized just how terrifying Argyle had become. Heavens. There are less than 500 people left on the xiuxian cadist. At this remark, the crowd erupted in surprise. From the ancient era to the present, countless years have passed. Yet only 500 individuals managed to reach the 4th level. What an astonishing number. Damn. Look at this list. Apart from a few names we haven't heard of, the rest are all sovereigns. So unbelievable. That's Oren, founder of the great Tai Xian dynasty. To think that Supreme Piao Miao could make it this far, truly frightening. Supreme Shenxue is also not far behind. Is that Zhu Ke Supreme? A group of cultivators were profoundly shaken. Many were dumbfounded, too stunned to speak. Without this golden list, everyone wouldn't fully grasp the difficulty of the 9 stages. However, when they saw that over 100 sovereign titles were listed, and many of these sovereign legacies remained flourishing, everyone finally understood how horrifyingly difficult the sovereign golden cadis truly was. Those who reached the 4th stage already had the qualifications to be mentioned alongside the sovereigns, and some even surpassed them, considering Supreme Genie had been eliminated at the 3rd stage. Out of millions of young Supreme-level geniuses, only about 500 reached this point. Or even fewer. Heavens, Carson is so powerful. I wonder if he can reach the 5th stage. I feel it's unlikely. The 5th stage features the young Sebastian at full strength. Throughout the entire ancient era, no one has ever defeated him. It's hard to say. Most sovereigns were unbeatable at their youthful peak. The group of cultivators watched Argyle on the stage, feeling that this trip to the sovereign divine treasure absolutely wasn't in vain. Too worthwhile. Apart from anything else, simply remembering the names on this golden list would give them something to boast about for life. Not to mention the battle between Argyle and the Sebastian. Even the spectators weren't without gains. Watching, even though they didn't participate, still greatly benefited them. It was very helpful for their future cultivation. Phew. Argyle took a deep breath, then walked towards the 5th arena. It was time to see just how strong the perfect young Sebastian was when facing him at the same realm. Boom. Argyle stepped onto the golden staircase and ascended to the 5th stage. Buzz. A drop of blood appeared, exuding traces of sovereign divine power. In the next moment, a figure emerged before Argyle. He looked exactly the same as the previous 4, except for the boundless vicissitudes in his eyes. He looked exactly the same as the previous 4, but his eyes held an endless depth of age and experience. Argyle had seen this expression recently when he encountered the true form of the Sebastian. This isn't a phantom. It's my true self returning. This battle will be challenging. Argyle gazed at the Sebastian, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. The Sebastian wasn't in a hurry to act. He stood with his hands behind his back, glanced at Argyle and said, 4th heaven of body cultivation, 5th heaven pinnacle of spirit cultivation, 5th heaven pinnacle of mystic chi. You've already gathered the true blood of 4 divine beasts within you, seemingly missing one. Interesting. Preparing to walk the path of the primordial body? You can see through everything? Argyle paused, but soon felt relieved. The Sebastian originated from the early days of the ancient era, an era where remnants of deities and immortals might still exist. Knowing the method to transform into a primordial body was quite normal. This school of thought was common in the ancient era. That age, divine beasts had yet to perish. The Sebastian looked at Argyle again, continuing, transforming into a primordial body isn't a problem. But, do you know about the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation? There's still a Heavenly Tribulation? Argyle was somewhat taken aback. Naturally, the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation is not easy to pass through. Or rather, it's fundamentally impossible. The Sebastian explained. The world has changed. A primordial body cannot exist in this world. Once it appears, it inevitably triggers the chaos heavenly tribulation. Such a tribulation has nearly 100% fatality rate. The sole chance for survival was cut off after the ancient era. So, if I transform into a primordial body, it will certainly trigger the chaos heavenly tribulation, and once it descends, I will surely die. Argyle furrowed his brows, but felt somewhat relieved in his heart. He had been puzzled. Combining the true blood of 5 divine beasts to form a primordial body should be simple, so why hadn't such knowledge been passed down? Now it seemed that the primordial body was likely too powerful, and its appearance would result in being wiped out by the power of heavenly Tao. Over endless eons, this method had been lost. Thinking of this, Argyle felt speechless. He was just one small step away from becoming a primordial body, but now the Sebastian told him this path was blocked? How could that be? With that thought, Argyle frowned and asked the Sebastian, Elder, is it really certain death? Is there any other way? Yes, there is. In the near-ancient era, it's not feasible, but the environment of the ancient era makes it possible. The Sebastian looked at Argyle with a smile. Didn't you go to my Tao Palace? That small world is a fragment of the xuanhuan realm I carved out. Inside that small world, the chaos heavenly tribulation won't necessarily be fatal. Argyle was initially stunned, then filled with joy. Don't celebrate yet. The Sebastian shook his head slightly, adding, even in the ancient era, transforming into a primordial body usually meant that among 100 top geniuses, only 1 or 2 could survive the chaos heavenly tribulation. The mortality rate is extremely high, not easily passed. As long as it's not certain death, that's enough. Argyle shook his head, saying, I accept life and death calmly. Let's just fight. Very well. Seeing this, the Sebastian stopped talking. He adjusted his realm to match Argyle's. The body at the 4th perfected realm, true chi and primordial spirit both at the 5th perfected realm. Chapter 307. A battle for Kadif and death. Then, the young baron looked at Kit and said, Now, we are at the same realm. Let's see how much skill you truly possess. No problem. Kit remained calm and composed. He quickly adjusted his body to its peak state and began preparing for the battle with the baron. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators held their breaths and silently watched this match. This was indeed a rare battle between 2 evenly matched opponents, Kit versus the baron. To witness such an event was extremely fortunate and honorable. If Carson defeats the young baron, would we be considered witnesses to history? Indeed. Throughout history, only 3 people have achieved this. Will Carson be the 4th? The 5th trial is already so difficult. Who knows how terrifying the remaining trials will be? Let's focus on passing the 5th trial first. That's the young baron after all, a true manifestation of intent. A group of cultivators marveled deeply, their hearts pounding. They all awaited the start of the battle. Clang! A clear bell rang out, tearing through the entire land. You go first? The baron smiled slightly, his aura shifting into a combat-ready state. However, Kit did not rush into action. He said, You are the senior. Please go first. Boom. As they spoke, both of their auras exploded. From Kit, pure golden true dragon blood chi surged like a vast ocean, incredibly terrifying. From the baron, boundless scarlet blood chi rose into the sky as well. Where these 2 types of blood chi collided, countless tiny lightning bolts formed into a thunderstorm. Rumble. Facing Kit's true dragon blood chi, the Kirin blood chi could not hold up, retreating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had been compressed to only 1/3 of its original size. This indicated that in the same realm, just in terms of physical strength, the baron's body power was far weaker than Kit's. I underestimated you. The baron lamented. His aura changed, and he initiated the attack. Since he couldn't match in raw power, his only option was experience and technique. Star-plucking war end. The baron raised his hand, turning it pure gold, covering the sky as it pressed toward Kit. Heavenly Emperor's sword. Kit showed no fear. In a true battle of equal realms, he feared no one. Just do it. Rumble. With a single slash, Kit severed the giant golden hand. Almost simultaneously, terrifying force followed through the spirit sword, blasting him backward. Cough cough. Kit coughed lightly, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood. Excellent swordsmanship. At your age, to reach this level of Heavenly Emperor's sword is unprecedented. The baron praised him but didn't forget to attack. Around his body, a gigantic Kirin appeared, carrying boundless divine might as it stomped down toward Kit. 9 transformations of the Kirin, the unrivaled divine ability that made the baron undefeated throughout ancient times. Heavenly Tao sword technique. Slash. Faced with this move, Kit knew he could afford no holding back. Without hesitation, he immediately used his strongest sword technique. In an instant, ice blue sword light slashed toward the fiery red Kirin. Rumble. Powerful energy erupted, and then abruptly ceased. For a brief moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. Kit's sword narrowly missed the baron's 9 transformations, and the enormous Kirin phantom slowly shattered into dust. Meanwhile, Kit flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the golden sky. Crack crack. On Kit's body, numerous cracks spread over his bones. Facing the baron's blow, he received severe injuries. SSSSSS. The baron remained still. A thread of blood red appeared around his neck. This thin line widened rapidly, and blood flowed uncontrollably. Crack. The baron's head started to slide off but was caught by him. His head was nearly severed, connected only by a thin layer of skin. Countless sword energies burst from the wound, preventing it from healing. One slash from Kit almost killed him. A little interesting. Kit remained utterly calm, with his true dragon blood chi roaring, unleashing powerful life force. It healed his injuries at a rapid pace. Even without sacred medicines like the tricolor immortal spring or blood-replenishing fruit, relying solely on the Chaos Scripture, his self-healing speed was hardly any slower. Heavens! The Baron's head was nearly cut off. A voice exclaimed among the crowd. Incredible! It looks like Carson's injuries are far less severe. Not just that. Look at their injury recovery speeds. Carson's is significantly faster. It's over. The Baron may lose. Hiss. We're really witnessing history. The hearts of the crowd of cultivators tightened. They knew clearly who would recover first, and be able to continue fighting would win. Boss, go for it. Absolutely can't lose, boss. The Jack, Corey, and company were also watching intently, hearts pounding. They knew that if Kit won this battle, it would prove that his potential surpassed that of the Baron. Reaching the supreme level would be a certainty. Boom. Golden true dragon blood roared within Kit's body. Within a few breaths, most of his injuries had healed, and he slowly stood up, sword in hand, facing the Baron. Senior, I apologize for the offense. Crack. Seeing this, the Baron directly burned his true blood. An originally slow to heal wound instantly sealed. However, his aura was weakened, and his strength had been greatly depleted. Phew. Opening his eyes, the Baron locked his pupils on Kit, saying, You're impressive. Let's settle this with one final strike. Agreed. Kit took a deep breath. In his hand, the ice blue longsword emitted a myriad of lights, while opposite him, a tens of Zhangtal Kirin began to emerge. Though not as massive as before, it was more substantial, carrying a deadly threat. Whoosh! Wind swept through. The Baron transformed into a fire Kirin, charging at Kit with invincible aura. Kill. Kit hesitated not a bit. Chapter 308. One strike to decide victory. Wielding the heavenly Dao sword technique, he charged straight ahead. Before him, an endless expanse of black threads densely filled the space. Each thread represented a thread of death, and only one white thread connected directly to the Kramer's forehead. This was the only method to decisively defeat the Kramer. Crack. Holding the heavenly Dao sword technique, Kit slashed along this white thread. At this moment, the Kramer's attacks were relentlessly pounding on Kit. However, he dodged the fatal strike. Non-fatal strikes caused blood and flesh to fly from Kit's body. In many places, white bones could be seen. By the time Kit reached within a foot of the Kramer, even bone fragments could be seen flying from his body. But Kit paid no heed. He poured all his spirit, energy, and will into this one strike. It was either life or death. Rip. Kit finally plunged this sword directly into the Kramer's forehead. In an instant, the fire xiuxian dispersed like grains of sand. The Kramer looked at Kit and praised, quite an impressive strike. Not bad at all. If one day you reach the Supreme Realm, I hope we can have a match. With that, the Kramer dissipated into the wind. Thud. Kit could not even speak now. He collapsed on the ground, his entire body covered in deep, bone-exposing wounds. The Kramer wasn't easy to fight. If he had hesitated even a little bit just now, he would have been directly killed by the Kramer. However, through this battle, Kit felt he gained much. Boom. The 9-colored divine cadate shot up into the sky and enveloped Kit's body, swiftly repairing his injuries. Only then did those outside realize what had happened, awakening and coming back to their senses. My God, Carson actually defeated the Kramer. That was the real Kramer, without any holding back. Incredible. I witnessed history. From the end of the Middle Ancient Era until now, countless ages have passed without a new Supreme being born. Could it be, a new Supreme is about to emerge? A group of cultivators were trembling with excitement. At this point, no one dared to mock Kit for challenging the 9 levels of the xiuxian so arrogantly. Passing the 5th level was something many Supremes couldn't achieve. Boom. A purely golden xiuxian cadist shot up into the sky. On the list, the names had already reduced to less than 100 people. Phew. Only 98 people made it past the 4th level and arrived at the 5th level. Incredible. Most Supremes have already been eliminated. The only Supreme I can still name is Tina, the Supreme Ruler of the Ancient Era, also one of the extremely rare female Supremes. Even Waylon was eliminated. Remember, Waylon once slew another Supreme? You think Waylon is boasting? He only killed a near Supreme being. On the contrary, it is said that Tina truly killed a Supreme-level opponent. The cultivators were all profoundly shocked looking at the 98 people on the list, just like sifting gold from sand. These 98 people were absolute geniuses among geniuses over endless ages. Notably, even some renowned Supremes couldn't reach this point. And this was merely the 4th level, because the names on this list only indicated those who cleared the 4th level and entered the 5th. Whether successful or not, they left their mark. I wonder if Carson can clear the 6th level. I doubt it. Just look at how badly injured he is after the 5th level. He might have a chance. He didn't need to decide the final blow with the Kramer. If he dragged it out, slowly exhausting the Kramer, he might not be so badly hurt. Tisich, you clearly don't understand what it means to be a true powerhouse. Oh? How so? If Tian Xiaotian hadn't dared to engage in a decisive strike against the Kramer, he would have already lost mentally. Not believing in his supremacy would cripple his Dao heart, hindering his progress. Furthermore, it shows respect for opponents like the Kramer. Now I get it. I keep saying how devious Tian Xiaotian is. Why would he choose to determine victory in one move rather than wearing down the Kramer gradually? The cultivators murmured amongst themselves. Meanwhile, hearing the conversation, Jet turned to Kit with concern. I feel like our leader is almost at his limit. Can he really pass the 6th level? I believe in him. Zaida smiled gently. She continued, throughout the journey, he has created countless miracles. That's true. Jude nodded slightly. Turning his head towards the platform, he saw Kit, bathed in the 9-colored divine light, completely healed, with his aura returning to its peak condition. Boom. Kit's aura erupted, flowing smoothly within him. Intriguing. I can feel that although my strength hasn't increased significantly, my control has become drastically better. Kit moved his limbs slightly, making a rough estimation. If he were to face himself before the challenge of the 9 levels of the xiuxian, he could easily defeat his former self. This battle didn't significantly boost Kit's power, but his control over power and combat experience multiplied. Huff. Next, the 6th level. Kit lifted his head and looked towards the 6th platform. He had a feeling that the opponent on the 6th platform was likely no longer the Kramer. Boom. In one step, Kit stepped onto the golden stairs heading towards the 6th platform. It begins. Xiuxian has stepped onto the 6th platform. Who could be on the 6th platform? Could it be the Kramer, or an even higher level being? Impossible. A supreme has pride. It's unlikely they challenge from a higher level. Then it's hard to say. Perhaps it's from the primordial age, one of the 3 celestial venerables? Phew. Those 3 forbidden existences, that would be truly dangerous. The minds of the cultivators scattered, guessing who could be on the 6th platform. Boom. A beam of golden light shot up into the sky. Kit stepped onto the 6th platform, accompanied by a surge of blood-red light. A drop of blood-red liquid appeared in the center of the platform. Then, this drop rapidly transformed into human form. This was no longer the blood-red figure of the Kramer. Instead, it was a young man with black hair and white robes. Chapter 309. The foundation is paramount. The young man in white wore a mask made of gold, obscuring his true appearance. He was dressed simply, carrying only an ordinary iron sword with no other adornments. However, the moment Kit saw the Jinsen, he knew. This opponent was extremely dangerous. Countless years have passed. You are the 16th person to reach here. The youth stood with his hands behind his back, not eager to attack but instead calmly remarked, "You are very strong. Throughout history, few have laid their foundation as solidly as you have. Even among those I know, your foundation can be considered first." These words shocked not only Kit, but also the group of cultivators watching from outside. Throughout history, only 15 people have reached the 6th stage? The youth says that Carson's foundation is the strongest ever. So, even the 3 legendary people who passed all 9 stages aren't as formidable as Carson. Damn, what kind of monster is Carson? Is this guy a reincarnation of a celestial deity, or something? I was just suspecting if he might be a rebirth of an overlord. Turns out, even the reborn overlord isn't as crazy as him. The crowd of cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. First in history, even overlords couldn't bear such a title. Kit paid no heed to the external group of cultivators. Looking at the Jinsen, he asked, "How should I address you, senior?" "My surname is Yi. My name is Davidson." The Jinsen Davidson stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly reminiscing about something, and then said, "Of course, very few know my true name." Kit paused, tilting his head in thought before saying, "I've read quite a few ancient texts recently, but the name Davidson is too common. It has appeared many times. Which one are you?" "Does it matter who that person is?" Davidson did not elaborate, slowly stating, "Titles and reputations are mere illusions. As dust returns to dust, after countless years, even the strongest become nothing more than handfuls of soil." "That makes sense." Kit nodded. He recalled the Ilias. Even though he was unmatched in the ancient era and could contend with overlords on equal terms, he still succumbed to time. Perhaps the only way to achieve immortality was to transform into a skeletal-like existence beyond the stone door. But if he really became like a skeleton, it would be better to die swiftly. Meanwhile, when the outside group of cultivators heard the name Davidson, they were also perplexed. Davidson? Never heard of this person. To be at the 6th stage means he is stronger than the Ilias among contemporaries. Davidson said that only 16 people have passed the 5th stage throughout history, leaving 15 others besides Kit. As a genius of such caliber, Davidson shouldn't be unknown. Could this Davidson be the ancestor of the Yi family? That's possible. The Yi family originated from ancient times, reaching its peak in the primeval era, but their ancestor's name has always been taboo. Come to think of it, I remember an old rumor that the current Yi family's bloodline isn't theirs but stolen. How so? SSH. This can't be spoken lightly. It could cost lives. The group of cultivators circled around until they suspected Davidson to be the ancestor of the Yi family. At this moment, Kit heard the discussions outside, glanced at Davidson, and muttered, "Ancestor of the Yi family, huh? Interesting. But no matter what identity you hold, it won't affect my battle." Having this mindset is good. Davidson nodded slightly. Bang. Just then, a bell sounded from the sky, signaling the impending battle. "I'm going to start." Before making his move, Davidson gave a warning. A green sword glow erupted from his hand, followed by a jade-green sword energy rushing toward Kit. Bring it on. Kit didn't hesitate either. He condensed true chi into a longsword and unleashed the Heavenly Emperor sword technique, engaging the Jinsen Davidson. Rumble. On the arena, sword energies danced across the sky, creating black spatial rifts wherever they swept through. Such powerful sword skills. After exchanging a few probing blows, Kit couldn't help but gasp. Davidson's attacks were storm-like and exceedingly powerful, rivaling the Ilias in speed and strength. Yet, they were particularly cunning. Caught off guard, Kit found himself at a disadvantage, with bloody slashes appearing on his body. Damn, no wonder the boss is losing initially at the 6th stage. Wilbur drew a breath sharply. Bobby spoke up, "Don't talk. I feel the boss is gradually adapting and looking for the right moment to strike." Indeed, as Bobby observed, Kit had already exchanged over 1,000 strikes with Davidson in the blink of an eye. Though initially disadvantaged due to lack of experience, he bore numerous wounds. However, Kit was tough-skinned, and these injuries began healing slowly during the fight, eventually outpacing the new ones. By the 2,000th strike, Kit's body no longer bore new scars, and his wounds rapidly healed. Incredible. Davidson is falling behind? That's the examiner at the 6th stage, just 15 minutes in, and he's already at a disadvantage. Why do I feel Davidson is going to lose? The group of cultivators exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, just as the surrounding cultivators observed, Davidson began to fall behind. Swoosh. On the 4,000th strike, Kit landed a blow on Davidson, causing a splash of blood. Ding ding ding. A dense storm of sword shadows swept the entire arena, bombarding Davidson, who now bore dozens of fresh cuts. Rumble. Kit pressed on with increasingly fierce attacks. Davidson struggled to keep up. Crack. A sharp sound echoed. On the 11,000th strike, Kit dislocated Davidson's arm, crimson blood splashing everywhere. Boom. Kit kicked Davidson away, not pursuing further. Instead, he looked at Davidson and declared, "Senior, you've lost." Note, this translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as per your instructions. Chapter 310, the 310th chapter, Mirror Image Replica. Cough, cough. Davidson wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at his broken arm. There was no fear or anger on his face, only a smile as he spoke. "Excellent. You are truly remarkable. After countless ages, someone has finally emerged who can defeat me. But I still have the strength for one more battle. Declaring my downfall is premature." Having said that, Davidson once again soared into the sky, charging straight at Kit. Great. If that's how it's going to be, let's fight. Without further ado, Kit rushed towards Davidson. Rumble. In an instant, the sky darkened dramatically. Blinding sword light surged into the heavens, obscuring the entire arena in a dazzling blur. Sizzle. At the 20,000th move, Kit pierced through Davidson's brow center with a strike. Whish. Davidson dissipated like sand. Boom. Divine light shot up into the sky, enveloping Kit and healing his wounds. Heavens. This is already the 6th level. Look. This time, Carson barely seems injured. Not really. He did get hurt initially, but then adapted to Davidson's combat rhythm and ultimately surpassed him. This is insane. True. Who among ordinary people could clear the Kramer 6th level without being much harmed? The cultivators marveled endlessly. Only the Kimberly, watching Kit's back, muttered to herself, he has finally started to familiarize himself with his true power and master the art of combat. Only entities with divine insight like the Kimberly could observe every detail of Kit's battles fully. During the first arena match, Kit used various sword techniques and spells rather clumsily. Whether attacking or defending, his movements were like sieves, full of gaps. But in constant combat, Kit adapted rapidly. By now, he could freely utilize his true power at will. Rumble. A golden light appeared, and the xiuxian reappeared. Amended 2. A golden light appeared, and the xiuxian dan reappeared. For better context and natural reading flow in English, it should be, a golden light appeared, and the xiuxian rank reappeared. Explanation. Bangdan translates to rank or list in English. Using rank makes it more readable and contextually appropriate. This time, the surrounding cultivators were even more shocked. Heavens, all the supreme names have disappeared. That means, nearly none of the supremes we know can pass the 5th level? Incredible. There are 16 names on the list. Removing Kit, there are 15? That doesn't add up. These 15 achieved supremacy effortlessly. Why haven't we heard of their names? Well, it does sound unlikely. The cultivators were thoroughly confused. Maybe, these higher beings didn't originate from the xuanhuan realm? You mentioned that, and I recall there are other worlds beyond the xuanhuan realm. If so, it makes sense. The cultivators exchanged glances, feeling this was the only plausible explanation. Phew. Continue forward. After defeating the 6th level opponent, Kit didn't linger. He ascended the golden staircase to the 7th level. The 7th level opponent was a black-clothed woman, just like Davidson, wearing a mask. Her figure was slender and graceful, but she had a cold demeanor. She didn't speak to Kit. As soon as the bell rang, she struck without warning. Damn. Kit was taken aback, but he had no choice but to gradually resist her assault. However, the black-clothed woman was clearly more terrifying than Davidson. Though a girl, her moves were broad and powerful. From the start, Kit was thoroughly suppressed by her. It took over 10,000 moves before he barely managed to defend. Still, Kit's foundation was terrifyingly strong. Despite being battered and bruised after 10,000 moves, he remained full of vitality. After those 10,000 moves, Kit found his rhythm. At 50,000 moves, he completely dominated the black-clothed maiden. Ultimately, after more than 100,000 moves, Kit utterly slew the black-clothed maiden. Bam! The black-clothed maiden exploded, dissipating into a beam of light. Throughout the fight, she never uttered a word. Yet the pressure she exerted far exceeded all previous levels. Damn, I didn't even get a chance to talk smack. It felt like if I spoke, I'd be dead immediately. Too crazy. Kit couldn't help but complain. Recalling the recent battle, Kit still felt a chill run down his spine. One wrong move would have led to immediate death. The black-clothed maiden's fighting style was merciless and deadly, each move designed to kill, not typical spells or techniques, but pure killing skills. I don't know which era's supreme this black-clothed maiden belonged to, but encountering her would indeed be tragic. Kit muttered to himself. Boom. The 9-colored divine light and golden xiuxian chart reappeared. Note, bong, is better translated as chart or list in this context to maintain fluency and accuracy. For a more refined translation that ensures natural reading flow, the 9-colored divine light and golden xiuxian list reappeared. This time, the list only had 4 names left. Hiss. For remain. 3 excluding Carson. Damn, this means Carson is on par with those 3 taboo existences. We're witnessing history. We're truly seeing the birth of an invincible entity. Rumors say those 3 might have become immortals. Could Carson be heading there too? Everyone was awestruck. Now, no one dared to mock Kit anymore. Instead of envy and resentment, there was admiration and pride. Throughout history, endless geniuses have emerged. To rank among the top 3 is an incredible talent. Sharing an era with such a genius is itself a supreme honor. Kit also glanced at the Qilin Bong. As expected, the 3 names on the list were almost identical to those he had seen at the Kramer training ground. Phew. Catamit lists supreme tier potential. I wonder if I'll get a chance to fight them. Kit murmured to himself. He stood up and moved towards the 8th level. Buzz. Golden light suddenly illuminated. In the 8th level, a figure appeared before Kit. The figure wore a mask, hands clasped behind their back. The height, weight, appearance, and aura were identical to Kit. Indistinguishable. What the hell? Looking at the figure, Kit felt a chill run down his spine. In the ancient era, Dao symbols for replication existed. Using these symbols, one could forge a replica, a mirror image. And this mirror image before him was Kit himself, or rather, Kit at the moment he stepped into the 8th level. For Kit, unless he grew stronger while fighting, he would likely be dragged down and possibly killed by his own replica. That would be truly tragic. Trouble. The Jet watched the scene below with a serious expression. Chapter 311. Unprecedented and unparalleled. He spoke. This is an ancient mirror formation array based on the heavenly Dao talisman, designed as a testing ground. The leader's opponent is none other than himself. Unless he can transcend his own limits and surpass his self-imposed boundaries, otherwise, he's doomed. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators went berserk. Damn, it's actually a mirror formation array. This thing can replicate an exact version of oneself, even duplicating one's combat mindset. We're done for. Can Carson really surpass himself? I think it's incredibly hard. He's already at his limit. To take another step forward requires breaking the entire world's constraints. It's practically impossible. That's true. For someone who didn't meet the standard, reaching a passable score of 60 is easy, and even reaching 90 isn't too difficult. But Carson has already hit 100 points, reaching the limit. If he wants to go further, he might have to challenge the test setter teacher. This time, it's really over. A group of cultivators found it rather amusing. Kit had defeated all his opponents, but ultimately would be defeated by his mirror copy due to being too strong. How ironic. At that moment, Kit stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at his duplicate. He opened his mouth and said, "Sigh. A replica? I've killed one before. But that was a mirage. Not like this mirror formation. No matter, come if you dare." Clang. Just as Kit finished speaking, a bell toll resounded from the divine gate in the sky. The 8th match began. Boom. The replica was terrifyingly formidable, initiating first with a heavenly Dao seal. Then, employing the celestial emperor sword technique, he struck towards Kit. Kit countered with a heavenly Dao seal block and started to wear down the opponent's time. The opponent was his replica. Kit knew very well that head-on combat would result in mutual destruction. There were too many methods the replica could use to drag him into dying with it. And Kit did not wish to face such a fate. Rumble. On the arena, Kit engaged in a grueling battle against his own replica. All parameters of strength were identical between them. As the battle wore on, Kit realized the replica's strength was also increasing. What did this mean? The opponent possessed the same level of comprehension as him, adapting to the ongoing fight. Damn, truly heaven-defying. For the first time, Kit felt how much he needed a beating. But there was no choice. This was destined to be a brutal battle. He had to remain calm, waiting for the opponent to make a mistake while ensuring he didn't make any errors himself. Snap, snap. The fight on the arena turned out to be unexpectedly difficult. Time passed rapidly. A whole day had gone by. Kit's body was almost depleted of vitality, with numerous deep cuts all over, revealing bone. His right arm had been slashed, nearly severed. Due to exhaustion, he had no strength left to heal himself. To say the least, he was utterly miserable. Neither was the replica faring much better. One of its legs was cut off by Kit, now only able to move on one leg, unable to perform the elegant step anymore. Cough, cough. Kit coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Inside his body, there remained a terrifying true chi that had been accumulating since the start of the battle. After one day and one night, it finally accumulated enough power for one decisive attack. This attack, Kit had always been hesitant to use, but now, it couldn't be helped anymore. Snap, snap. The sound of bones breaking echoed. The replica let out a long roar. Its entire body ignited with the dragon blood, preparing to burn its last ounce of strength to die alongside Kit. Good, you came. Kit roared similarly, bursting with energy. It wasn't burning blood energy, but unleashing the power he had accumulated over time. Leader, no? Ari was terrified, shouting loudly, "Quickly withdraw from the competition. This way, you'll end up dying together with the replica." Other cultivators were also frightened. They didn't expect Kit and the replica to fight so fiercely for a day and night. Was it inevitable for this genius to end with mutual destruction? Rumble. Kit wielded his longsword, executing the heavenly Dao sword technique once again to clash sword techniques with the replica. Rumble. Ice blue sword beams shot skyward. Kit slashed at the replica. Their swords clashed, producing an overwhelmingly brilliant light. Squeak, squeak. Under the horrific collision of powers, it now boiled down to who had more strength. Squeak, creak. The replica frantically burned its essence and blood. However, after a day and night, Kit secretly accumulated considerable strength. He was slightly stronger than the remaining true dragon blood the replica had. Time ticked by second by second. Finally, after 15 minutes of intense confrontation, the replica's true dragon blood burned out. Die! Kit roared toward the sky. With a roar of rage, he swung his sword forcefully. The replica's true chi formed longsword snapped abruptly. Slash! Kit delivered a final strike, severing the replica's head. Plop! The replica's head fell to the ground, dissipating into grains of sand. Kit, nearly drained of all energy, leaned on his sword, standing on the arena, drawing a deep breath, barely managing to stay upright. Boom! Radiant nine-colored light emerged, swiftly repairing Kit's injuries. At this moment, the xiuxian reappeared. This time, only one name remained on the xiuxian. It was Kit. Impossible. Why did those three names disappear? Could it be they only reached the seventh gate? Not unlikely. The seventh gate's black-clothed maiden was extremely oppressive, nearly costing Carson his life. My goodness, the first person in history? Could it be Carson? Damn, I thought making it to the top 3 was enough to be heaven-defying. The greatest of all time? Is this arena malfunctioning? Malfunctioning? Go see for yourself. A group of cultivators were astounded. Ari burst out excitedly, roaring into the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The tremendous dragon cry reverberated deafeningly. He's too strong. Bobby was also trembling with excitement. He looked at Kit standing on the 8th gate, quivering with emotion. Following such a leader was absolutely worth it. Huff. On the 8th arena, Kit adjusted back to peak condition. Glancing at the xiuxian with only his name remaining, he wasn't overly excited. Taking a step forward, he climbed the golden heavenly ladder, arriving at the 9th gate. Chapter 312, passing easily. The 8th challenge had been his mirror image. So what would the final challenge be? Kit didn't know. Pondering, he stepped onto the stage of the 9th challenge. Boom. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The majestic virtual image of Kramer reappeared. Standing with folded arms, he looked at Kit and said, I never expected that someone could actually reach this place throughout history. Damn. From what Kramer is saying, even he doesn't believe anyone could pass all 9 challenges. Kit was left speechless when he heard these words. In fact, that was true. Throughout history, only Kit managed to reach the 9th challenge. The rest were stopped at the 7th by the black-clad woman, seemingly everyone's limit. Looking at Kramer in front of him, Kit asked, Senior, are you my opponent for the 9th challenge? Not exactly. Kramer stood with folded arms, calmly replying, from the 8th challenge onward, your opponent is none other than yourself. Only myself? Kit was momentarily puzzled, then suddenly understood. Indeed, no one in history had reached the 8th challenge, let alone passed it. Therefore, his contemporaries could indeed only be himself. However, this made things even more puzzling. What on earth was this 9th challenge? Seemingly sensing Kit's confusion, Kramer didn't explain further but slowly asked, what do you think is the path of cultivation? What is the purpose of cultivating? What is the path of cultivation? Kit froze, intending to give a casual answer, but realized the question wasn't so simple. Some cultivated for strength, some for longevity, others just enjoyed using power to oppress the weak, while some chose to protect the world. Everyone had different choices. So, this question had no definitive answer. But Kramer demanded an answer. This had nothing to do with strength. Having different paths meant disqualification from xiuxian divine treasures. Huh. Kit found the question quite tricky. Meanwhile, the outside cultivators were also stunned. Who would have thought the 9th challenge would be such a common-sense question? Common sense? This question involves the alignment of paths. If answered incorrectly, they might miss out on xiuxian divine treasures. That's right. It's the hardest question to answer. I don't even have a clear answer. Yeah, why do we cultivate? A group of cultivators murmured amongst themselves, yet couldn't come up with an answer after long discussions. At this moment, Wilbur Wong spoke up, since Kramer protects the world. What if the answer is that cultivation is for the sake of protecting the world? I feel like that's most likely the answer. Trina nodded in agreement. Adriel looked towards Kit on the stage and said, probably not. I can sense that our ancestor used a certain ability here. On the stage, it can perceive one's true thoughts. To deliberately answer in hopes of getting the treasure against one's genuine heart wouldn't work. That's bad news. Trina frowned slightly. Dong. The gong sounded again. On the stage, Kit looked at Kramer and said, Senior, for this question, I believe there's no fixed answer. Oh, explain more. Kramer watched Kit with an interested expression. Seeing this, Kit continued, different people have different meanings for their cultivation. Simply asking about the meaning of my cultivation? That's easy. It's a harsh world. I just want to become stronger, so no one bullies me or my friends. If I become even stronger, I might protect the world. Conniving within means when poor, aiding the world when rich. That's my principle. I don't know if this answers the 9th challenge, but I don't care. This is my way. Nicely done. You've passed. Kramer nodded, looking at Kit and said, in fact, when you stepped onto the 9th challenge, any ill-intentioned or evil ones were already eliminated by me. Asking you this question was purely out of curiosity. Kit was speechless. Turns out, this wasn't the test for the 9th challenge. Outside, Adriel and Trina also breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought passing the 9th challenge would be so easy? Alright, since you've passed the 9th challenge, I'm generous. I prepared one treasure for this challenge. It's the Chaos Transformation Pool. Kramer waved his hand, and a pool, 10 feet wide and filled with purple golden liquid, appeared in his hand. Rumble. The moment the Chaos Transformation Pool appeared, spiritual storms erupted around it. Countless innate runes flickered around the Chaos Transformation Pool, carrying an aura of primal law. Heaven. It's really the Chaos Transformation Pool. In the unopened chaos, before heaven and earth appeared, the runes on the pool are innate primal runes. Unbelievable. Rumor has it Kramer found some treasures in chaos. It's actually true. Cultivators exclaimed endlessly. Kit was also astounded, not expecting Kramer to offer something so precious. He thought obtaining some Chaos Transformation Cadequid would be enough. Looking at Kramer, he asked, Senior, if you give me the Chaos Transformation Pool, won't xiuxian divine treasures lack its own supreme pool in the future? Treasure goes to the worthy. I believe this item should truly shine in the hands of the first person in history. I'm eager to see if you can surpass the Supreme and reach a higher realm. Kramer smiled, tossing the Chaos Transformation Pool to Kit, then added, if you feel guilty, you can return it once you become Supreme. For now, this belongs to you. How you use it is up to you. Hearing this, Kit was speechless. As for the others outside, they didn't find any problem with it. The Chaos Transformation Pool remained in use for countless ages from ancient times to nearly modern times. It might as well be given to Kit, perhaps bringing about the possibility of an immortal path in this age without deities. Chapter 313. Utilize everything to the fullest. Thus, every cultivator could now see a glimmer of hope for the path to immortality. Phew, I understand now. Kit heaved a long sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and an entire Chaos Creation Pool was stored away. Then Kit looked at Arwen and asked respectfully, right, Senior? There's one more thing. Do you know the whereabouts of the true white tiger blood? It's inside the Kylan Divine Treasure. Arwen pointed towards the divine gate in the sky. Thank you, Senior. Kit bowed deeply. Russell. The illusion of Arwen dissipated. A golden heavenly ladder descended, landing before Kit. Kylan Divine Treasure, huh? Kit took a deep breath, stepped forward, and ascended the golden ladder toward the entrance of the Kylan Divine Treasure. Boom. With each step Kit took, myriad colors of divine light emerged as if celebrating Kit's triumph over the 9 gates, unlocking the Kylan Divine Treasure. Incredible. Carson is actually the first person in history to clear the 9 gates of Kylan. I'm even more excited about this than the opening of the Kylan Divine Treasure itself. Indeed. Who knows how many times the Kylan Divine Treasure has opened, but it's never been opened like this before. Millions of young Supreme cultivators have failed. Any one of those young Supremes would likely be stronger than any of us here. This gap, it truly leaves us feeling hopeless. Surrounding cultivators watched as Kit steadily climbed up the golden ladder, devoid of envy or jealousy in their gazes. If he were just slightly stronger, they might have found excuses. No good lineage, no good opportunities, no powerful cultivation techniques. But facing Kit, there was no room for complaints. Throughout history, countless Supreme legacies and opportunities had led only one person to this point, making such excuses irrelevant. Creak. Kit stood before the grandiose divine gate. He extended his hands and slowly pushed open the door to the Supreme Treasure. Boom. The 1,000-foot-high gate creaked open slightly, releasing hundreds of spirit artifacts into the air. Heavens! These are high-grade spirit artifacts. The lowest rank is Imperial Spirit Artifacts. Hurry, grab them. These aren't ordinary spirit artifacts. These are pre-celestial spirit artifacts refined by Supremes. They're far more potent. Holy crap, that's a sacred artifact. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the cultivators, thousands of spirit artifacts surged forth. These artifacts were born within the Kylan Divine Treasure, nurtured by the power of heaven and earth for millions of years. Almost all of them qualified as pre-celestial spirit artifacts, which were significantly better than those refined in the Near Ancient Era due to dwindling resources. In the Near Ancient Era, most materials and precious resources were exhausted, leaving inferior materials to suffice. So much so that Imperial-level spirit artifacts from the Near Ancient Era couldn't compare with King-level artifacts from the Primeval Era. Meanwhile, most spirit artifacts flying out from the Kylan Divine Treasure were crafted to the standards of the Primeval Era. If re-refined, Imperial-level artifacts could become legacy sacred artifacts, while King-level artifacts could potentially be upgraded to Imperial level. Boom. Faced with a deluge of spirit artifacts, even the Autumn and her group could not hold back. They activated their Supreme artifacts to collect the artifacts from the sky. Although they might not need them personally, they could provide invaluable resources to the sects and disciples, greatly strengthening their forces. Bang! Kit did not rush to collect the artifacts swirling in the air. He already possessed 4 Supreme artifacts and several legacy sacred artifacts, so his need for spirit artifacts wasn't great. However, when he spotted valuable resources like divine metals, he still collected them, intercepting these precious materials. Boom! At the moment the Supreme Divine Treasure's gate opened, a brilliant miniature world appeared before Kit. Ahead lay an endless ocean made entirely of life essence fluid, brimming with vitality. Above the ocean floated various divine objects, medicines, and materials, each incredibly precious, starting from the Saint Medicine tier. Powerful restrictions guarded these materials. Only by breaking through them could one obtain what was inside. I wonder where the true white tiger blood is located. Scanning the treasures without spotting the true white tiger blood, Kit leaped into the Kylan Divine Treasure. Whoosh! A shimmering light enveloped him as Kit activated a doppelganger charm, using it to search for the true white tiger blood while also collecting treasures. This is the holy herb, dragon bloodgrass, grown from true dragon blood. His gaze fell on a large bronze tripod, engraved with ancient runes, exuding a weighty, oppressive aura. Inside were clods of crimson divine soil, crystal clear like carnelian, radiating immense vitality. Growing amidst the blood-red soil were 9 stalks of dragon bloodgrass, each a foot tall. Heavens! It's actually top-tier Saint Medicine dragon bloodgrass. It can heal any wound and revive the dead. It's truly an unparalleled holy herb. From nearby, a cultivator exclaimed in awe. Immediately, several powerful cultivators rushed toward Kit. Kit turned around, smiling benignly as he asked the approaching cultivators, "You're here to take my dragon bloodgrass?" "Damn, Carson. Sorry to bother you. No offense, we'll leave now." Sweat trickled down their faces. Joking? No matter how desperate they were, none dared to challenge Kit. No matter how precious the dragon bloodgrass, they needed to stay alive to claim it. Ignoring the retreating cultivators, Kit punched through the restrictions on the tripod and retrieved the 9 stalks of dragon bloodgrass. Kill. These treasures belong to me. Everyone stick together. It's chaos here. You filthy scoundrel. You dare sneak attack me. Damn you. You're courting death. A cacophony of curses and cries filled the air. The entire supreme divine treasure turned bloody in an instant as numerous cultivators clashed in deadly combat. A single saint medicine might cause tens, or even hundreds of cultivators to fall. As they died, their bodies were instantly dissolved by the Kylan divine treasure's protective barriers. Chapter 3:14. Let my guard down. Convert into pure life energy. Become part of the sea of life below. Turtle. So this vast ocean below, composed entirely of life essence elixirs, came to be like this. How many people have died here? Ari's face was filled with shock. The Dorian glanced around and said, we must be careful. The situation is too chaotic here. Someone could ambush us at any moment. Let's find the boss first. The Arjun was cautious as he opened his mouth to speak. This place is extremely chaotic. Even the boss can't avoid being ambushed. Being unmatched in the same realm doesn't mean true invincibility. There might be someone trying to ambush us with an Emperor-grade artifact. You're right, Nash nodded slightly then spoke. But I wonder how we're going to find Carson. At this remark, the Dorian and the others were momentarily speechless. Kit carried a talisman that shielded him from detection. Unless he chose to reveal himself, they would hardly find him. I know a place. The usually reticent Dax finally spoke up. The boss will surely go looking for the White Tiger's true blood. We just need to head towards the location of the White Tiger's true blood. Yes. The Dorian and the others all lit up simultaneously. Thus, they started flying towards the area where the White Tiger's true blood was located. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kit's clone had traversed dozens of miles, reaching a new area. In this region, there were densely packed varieties of beast true bloods everywhere. There was the purple gold true blood of the Imperial Horseshoe Crab, the ice blue true blood of the Azure Phoenix, the blood red true blood of the Kylan, and the pure golden true blood of the True Dragon. These true bloods were all origin essence true bloods. They originated from the collection of the Arwen from years ago. Through secret techniques, various origins true bloods could be continuously generated from them. The flaw was also evident. It was time. A single portion of true dragon origin essence required at least 1,000,000 years to produce. Most cultivators' lifespans simply couldn't reach such lengths. This was why the divine concealment of the xiuxian only opened every 1,000,000 years. The maturation cycle for most treasures was almost 1,000,000 years or even tens of millions of years. Splash. A transparent jar about the size of a fist caught Kit's attention. Inside the jar was a blood-red tiger emitting an incredibly fierce aura. Even from 10,000 feet away, one could feel the oppressive force radiating from the jar's essence blood, like a nightmare come to life. White Tiger's true blood. Finally found it. Kit took a deep breath and rushed towards the White Tiger's true blood. At that moment, a silver-white light suddenly appeared. Boom. This silver light struck Kit's clone, instantly blasting him thousands of feet away. Cough, cough. Stabilizing his body, a bright holy armor emerged around Kit. Had it not been for this set of holy armor, Kit would have been instantly killed. Dare to ambush me? Kit narrowed his eyes and looked toward the silver light. As the divine light dissipated, the original form of the silver light revealed itself. A silver-white arrow, imbued with traces of holy spiritual power. Undoubtedly, it was a sacred weapon. Humph, you actually survived. A young voice rang out, followed by a teenager appearing in midair, holding a golden longbow. He exuded arrogance, with an imposing aura. Despite being only in his 20s, he had reached the peak of divine profound realm, a mere step away from the Tao realm. Became careless. Kit watched the youth and frowned slightly. He realized he had indeed let down his guard recently. Although the youth's concealment method wasn't sophisticated, it still successfully ambushed him. If the youth had used an Emperor-grade weapon instead of a sacred one, Kit's clone would have perished. Thinking this, Kit became alert, recognizing his recent overconfidence. No matter how great a prodigy one was, they amounted to nothing before they truly matured. Understanding this, Kit took a deep breath and said to the youth, "You dared to ambush me. Then, prepare to die." Humph. Stop boasting. The youth's face showed disdain. He immediately drew another arrow and shot it directly at Kit. Rumble. 100-mile-long streak of silver light flew towards Kit. Boom. A black war spear appeared in Kit's hand. Its inherited, sacred weapon power erupted. Without hesitation, Kit wielded the inherited sacred weapon and struck back at the youth. Clang. Though the silver-white sacred weapon was powerful, it was clearly inferior compared to the inherited sacred weapon. Kit easily deflected the silver-white arrow with his black war spear and, using the xiuxian steps, advanced towards the youth. No way. How do you possess an inherited sacred weapon? The youth was astonished and incredulous. Just then, several cultivators happened to pass by, and upon seeing Kit in combat, they burst into exclamations. Holy cow, am I seeing things? Someone is battling Carson? That's some courage. But that's not right. Carson's weapons are supposed to be 2 Emperor-grade artifacts. Why aren't they visible here? Killing a chicken with a knife. Overkill. Poor guy. Looks like a newcomer. TSK. The outcome is already clear. No suspense at all. The surrounding spectators shook their heads and took several steps back. Most believed the youth was doomed. Bang! With the xiuxian steps, Kit had already closed the distance to the youth. No. The youth wore a look of terror. He knew that once Kit got close, it was practically a death sentence. Rumble. Kit remained expressionless and didn't stop. When the youth had ambushed him earlier, he hadn't held back either, attacking with lethal intent. It proved that the youth was no softie. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Sparing an opponent could mean your own demise. Slit. Kit slashed downward with his black war spear, cleanly decapitating the youth. At that moment, a white light appeared. Within the golden holy bow, the weapon's spirit revived, enveloping the youth's body in a terrifying energy and attempting a rapid retreat. But Kit wouldn't allow the youth to escape. He pursued using the xiuxian steps. Boy, are you going for total annihilation? Though I'm a clone with limited chances, if you don't stop, I'll definitely kill you. An elderly consciousness emerged from the golden holy bow, filled with anger. Only you are allowed to attack while I'm forbidden from counterattacking? What kind of logic is that? Kit scoffed. Damn brat. Chapter 315. I said I would eliminate you. The will within the golden holy bow was enraged. He shouted angrily, since that's the case, then I'll slay you. As soon as he spoke, a terrifying force erupted. Rumble. A shadow of Anlani in black robes emerged. He held the golden holy bow and, in an instant, completed the motion of drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, aiming straight at Kit. Intriguing. An Ancestor Peak Divine Soul Avatar? Kit squinted his eyes, his expression becoming serious. An Ancestor Peak level already surpassed Kit's current realm by far. From Divine Sea to Divine Profound, then to Divine Might Ancestor, 7 major realms had passed. Without using the War Immortal token and True Dragon transformation, Kit's combat power was merely at the Divine Profound level. He was still far from being an Ancestor. Rumble. The Lanny in black acted decisively. In an instant, a silver-white arrow several miles long formed and struck toward Kit. Rumble. The silver-white arrow tore through the sky, carrying incomparable power and pressure. Kit did not choose to resist directly, but instead stepped back swiftly using the free and easy steps, distancing himself while activating the True Dragon transformation and War Immortal token. Rumble. In midair, Kit transformed into a golden blur, flying like a streak of light. The silver-white arrow relentlessly pursued him. Damn, that holy arrow has a tracking function. This holy arrow is definitely extraordinary. It is already locked onto Carson's aura. All done for. This holy arrow's might is too terrifying. Only someone at least of king or even celestial lord level, wielding a holy weapon, could oppose it. That's not right. As far as I remember, Carson possesses an ultimate artifact. Why hasn't he taken it out yet? Is he playing possum? The group of cultivators felt puzzled. Ha ha ha. The Lanny in black robes, unaware of Kit's true identity, laughed madly, shouting, boy, don't struggle anymore. This arrow, activated by my hand, is enough to kill great power level experts. It won't extinguish until its target dies. No use. Accept your fate. Pfft, old fool, you're pretty arrogant. Do you really think you've got me pinned down? Kit sneered. With the War Immortal token and True Dragon transformation activated, his combat strength instantly increased 100-fold. Rumble. Kit's aura rapidly expanded, reaching the initial Ancestor level. Rumble. Just then, the holy arrow attacked again. Clang. Kit gripped the Black War Spear with both hands and slashed straight at the holy arrow. Clang. A clear sound echoed. A transparent wave of light spread outward from Kit. Far away, over 1,000 feet away, onlookers changed their expressions and hastily retreated. Only a few unlucky souls remained in place. Rumble. The wave of light howled past, and despite its power having weakened thousands of times over at 1,000 feet, it still caused several unfortunate onlookers to spit blood and fly backward. Bang bang bang. Many weaker beast spirit blood restrictions shattered. Beast blood flew everywhere. Yet, not a single cultivator dared approach to snatch the precious beast true blood. The wave of light hadn't dissipated yet. Stepping in would be courting death for even a king-level expert. Clank clank clank. Kit went berserk, repeatedly striking the holy arrow with the holy spear. After hundreds of strikes, the holy arrow's internal power was finally depleted, and Kit slashed it away with the black holy spear. Oh no. The Lanny in black turned pale, staring at Kit in disbelief. That holy arrow could kill a great power-level expert. Yet, Kit, wielding the holy spear, simply deflected it. What was this guy's true strength? Xiuxian 9 transformations, heaven cleaving. Kit wielded the holy spear, activated Xiuxian 9 transformations, and roared as he slashed down at the Lanny in black. Rumble. The holy spear carried immeasurable power, striking towards the elder. Bam. The Lanny in black had no choice but to use the golden holy bow to block Kit's holy spear. However, he only managed to hold on for one breath before being knocked away. Boom boom boom. Kit pursued. Activating Xiuxian 9 transformations, he unleashed hundreds of fierce strikes in succession. Each strike weakened the Lanny in black's aura slightly. By the 108th strike, cracks appeared on the Lanny, pushing the avatar's strength to its limit. Boy, I'll remember this. Seeing victory slipping away, the Lanny in black roared in fury, unleashing all his power. First, he swung the holy bow, knocking Kit away. Then, infusing the last bit of energy into the holy bow along with the youth's divine soul, he flung it out. Boom. The holy bow tore through the void, exiting the Xiuxian divine treasury. Kit did not stop him. Time was against him. Holding the holy spear, he slashed down, completely shattering the Lanny's shadow. Bam. The Lanny's shadow exploded. Kit looked at the shattered shadow and said indifferently, I said you would die. Phew. Carson is truly formidable. That was an Ancestor peak level avatar, and Kit took care of it so easily. So powerful. But if I'm not mistaken, that elder seems to be a great power expert from the Holy Bow sect. If Carson leaves the Xiuxian Divine Treasury, it could be dangerous. Right. The Xiuxian Divine Treasury's closure is near. Carson has offended 2 supreme powers and over a dozen ancient legacies. Despite his exceptional talent, he is too young and low in cultivation. If a great power expert with an ultimate artifact were to hunt him down, it would be dire. SK, I think Carson must have a plan. The group of cultivators murmured among themselves. Many worried that Kit had made too many enemies and could be killed. Phew, that's a problem. Kit hesitated. He had angered at least 90% of the top forces in the Eastern Domain this time. Inside the Xiuxian Divine Treasury, he wasn't afraid. Top-tier experts couldn't enter. But once outside, he would have nowhere to run. All the major forces in the Eastern Domain would pursue him to the ends of the earth, especially the Xylan clan and the Divine Blood sect, who were now his sworn enemies. Once Kit grew strong, both factions would inevitably be annihilated. If he dared leave, they would mobilize all resources, no matter the cost, to ensure his death. Ugh, not easy. Need to prepare ahead. Kit shook his head. He approached the white tiger True Blood, smashed the restriction with a punch, and collected it. All 5 divine beasts' True Bloods were now gathered. Next, transforming into a chaotic body. No, there was one more thing. Chapter 316. Cain, you're courting death. Kit suddenly remembered Nash. The other party was a descendant of the Arwen, with awakened bloodline. If one were to refine their body using the evolution fluid from the Supreme Evolution Pool established by the Arwen, their potential should be elevated even further. Thinking about this, Kit's true self began heading towards Nash's location. At that moment, on the other side, Nash and her companions encountered some trouble. Rumble. The blazing sun wheel and divine blood lamp, 2 supreme artifacts, sealed the space as they confronted the heavenly Kylan Palace. The 3 supreme artifacts exerted extraordinary power, causing the surrounding space to flicker incessantly. Where their energies clashed, obvious black spatial rifts formed. Damn it, you 2 despicable fellows. Wilbur shouted angrily. My boss will be here any minute. Both of you are dead for sure. Boom. Supreme Divine Might erupted. Danilo, the young lord of the Jinyao clan, controlled the blazing sun wheel while battling Nash's heavenly Kylan Palace and said coldly, Despicable? Once we kill you, we'll have 3 supreme artifacts. By then, even if Carson is strong, he only has 1 supreme artifact and will surely die too. Exactly. Carson must die, and you will just die before him. Young Lord Russell of the Divine Blood sect grinned madly. His eyes were bloodshot, losing all his former pride. After losing time and again at Kit's hands, and not even being able to catch up to Kit's back shadow, this shattered Russell's Dao heart almost to the point of madness. Now, his mind was completely fixated on killing Kit. Once Kit was dead, what face, conscience, or Dao heart mattered anymore? Crack. 1 supreme artifact fighting against 2 was too much for Nash to bear. Blood flowers kept appearing on her body, quickly turning her clothes red with blood. This is bad. Willis Nuno and others' faces turned grim. They could see that Nash was reaching her limit. Boss, where are you? Wilbur couldn't help shouting loudly. Come quickly. We can't hold out much longer. Haha, it's useless. Russell's eyes were bloodshot as he intensified the power of the divine blood lamp, then spoke with overwhelming killing intent. You will all die here. Crack. Nash's bones started to shatter under the immense pressure. She clenched her teeth, ready to burn her essence blood for a final, desperate fight. But at that moment, a 9-story tower made of purple divine metal flew out and struck the divine blood lamp. Clang. The collision of supreme artifacts caused ripples in the space around them, turning it into a black hole. The divine blood lamp was knocked hundreds of miles away before stabilizing. Nash's pressure lightened, her face full of disbelief and delight. That tower was the star purple gold tower. Kit had arrived. Russell, are you tired of living? How dare you bully my subordinates? Just then, Kit's voice resounded deafeningly. In the next moment, Kit appeared holding a rusted sword. With a raise of his hand, he slashed at the blazing sun wheel. Clang. The astonishing energy produced by the collision of supreme artifacts made the entire supreme deity treasury unstable. Boom. Several beams of golden light appeared, enveloping Kit, Nash, and others. Is this a restriction from inside the Kylan deity treasury? Kit was momentarily stunned. Then, a 1,000-mile-wide arena appeared, and in a flash, Kit and the others were thrown onto the arena. Supreme Arena. An arena specifically created for supreme artifact duels. A personally refined arena by the Arwen, impervious below the supreme level. It's Cain and Russell again. These 2 are doomed. This arena isn't simple. Both parties can only leave after determining a victor. To the death. Indeed, this is the rule set by the Arwen. Even with supreme artifacts, there's no way to escape. Surrounding cultivators were astonished. Many stopped searching for treasures and gathered around to watch. Carson. Cain's teeth clicked together, his hatred for Kit boundless like an ocean. Russell grew even more deranged. Seeing Kit, he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Kit, excellent. Today, we will settle this to the death. I'll definitely slay you here. You 2 weaklings can't handle a fair fight. Holding the supreme sword with one hand and supporting the star purple gold tower, Kit said coldly, Want to challenge me? Send a challenge letter properly. Even if I face both of you, so be it. But why did you attack my subordinate? And such a despicable 2-on-1. Exactly. 2 cowards who can't take responsibility. Wilbur's confidence soared. He laughed aloud and mocked them. If I had a supreme artifact, I would crush you 2 like stepping on ants. Filth. The dragon shut up. Cain and Russell's faces turned green with anger, pale with frustration, and red with shame. They were both prodigies and knew their previous actions were indeed disgraceful. Moreover, the gazes of surrounding cultivators shifted from admiration to contempt. Seriously, Russell and Cain really can't handle a loss. Exactly. If they challenged him openly, even with 2 against 1, Carson would accept. PSH. Real losers, if it were me, I'd accept a defeat gracefully. The surrounding cultivators' words dripped with sarcasm and disdain. A battle to the death between cultivators, win or lose, wasn't shameful. But leveraging supreme artifacts for a sneak attack, that truly earned their contempt. Even cultivators have their dignity. Damn it, kill you, and everything will be resolved. Hearing the scorn from the surrounding cultivators, Russell's mindset finally broke. Dark demonic chi emerged all over his body, and he was clearly experiencing a mental breakdown. Rumble. Russell's aura expanded, and black scales started appearing on his body. Heavens, Russell actually went berserk. Trouble. He has a supreme artifact. Once he goes berserk, It will cause catastrophe for the entire world. No worries. He's locked within the supreme battlefield. To get out, he must first kill Carson. That's not guaranteed. Though Russell is berserk, his aura has increased drastically, temporarily reaching the venerable realm. Sigh. Not good with Cain beside him. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators turned serious. Russell had already gone berserk. Once he came down from the supreme arena, he would be like a mad dog unleashed. Anyone without a supreme artifact would die. Please let me know if you have any further requests or need adjustments. Chapter 317. Slaughtering Ukadikia Dog. GGG. Russell felt the terrifying power surging within him. He looked at Kit viciously and said coldly, Carson, this is the power of demonic possession. Isn't it wonderful? With such formidable power, you're dead for sure. I'll slaughter you like a dog even if you go berserk 100 times. Kit looked at Russell with disdain and said, do you think that because you've reached the venerable realm and can wield the supreme artifact more powerfully, you've won? Slaughtering me like a dog? Fine, very well. I hope you still have this confidence when I crush you. At this moment, Russell was completely mad. He held the supreme artifact and without a word, directly surged towards Kit. Boom. The divine blood lamp unleashed hundreds of feet of red divine fire, enveloping the sky as it pressed down on Kit. Its power was at least 10 times more terrifying than before. The supreme artifact worked like this. The stronger one's cultivation realm, the more formidable its combat power would be. Although the current state of the divine blood lamp was terrifying, it was still far from true revival. At least the cultivation of a sage was required to force its awakening. Battle Immortal Charm. Appear. In Kit's hand, an upper-grade Battle Immortal Charm appeared. This kind of charm could instantly amplify Kit's combat power 1,000-fold, but the cost was also astounding. The cost of a single charm was almost equivalent to a holy artifact. Boom. A heavenly aura emerged around Kit. After amplifying 1,000-fold, Kit's cultivation instantly broke through the peak venerable barrier, reaching the quasi-king level. He swiped his hand over the rusty sword, causing the true dragon blood within him to boil. An endless supply of energy poured into the rusty sword, shedding a third of its rust and revealing a jade-like luster. Boom. Heaven-defying blood-colored sword chi erupted. Kit, wielding the immortal sword, slashed at the divine blood lamp without hesitation. Clang. Kit's sword struck the divine blood lamp, sending it flying instantly, and Russell, who was under the protection of the lamp, was grazed by a strand of supreme sword chi. Swish. Half of Russell's body turned into minced meat instantly. Aya! Russell let out a piercing, insane scream. This scream stunned Cain beside him. He never expected that Russell, despite being a venerable level fighter and holding a supreme artifact, would be felled by Kit's sword. In just a couple of months, Kit's combat power had swollen again to this extent. Cain, you useless fool. If you don't act now, we'll both die. Russell, eyes red, screamed loudly. Hearing Russell shout, the Iggy of the Xylan clan, Cain, snapped out of his stupor. They were already in the supreme battlefield. Unless someone died, there was no way to leave. Either they die or Kit dies. There was no retreat. Kill. Thinking this, Cain's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He burned his essence blood and fully activated the scorching sun wheel. Boom. Blinding golden light erupted. The scorching sun will shone like a real sun, radiating in all directions, with each ray almost enough to kill a deity mystic realm expert. Boom. The scorching sun will slam towards Kit like a rising sun. Kit first chopped the divine blood lamp, sending Russell flying hundreds of miles away, his entire body turning into pulp, only his head intact. Then he abruptly turned, lifting the star purple gold pagoda and smashing it towards Cain. Boom. The star purple gold pagoda burst forth with boundless power. It rapidly expanded, and within it, an endless starry sky appeared. Boom. The star purple gold pagoda began to absorb a massive amount of primordial energy, almost coming to life. Not good. Cain's face changed dramatically. He knew that the star purple gold pagoda was showing signs of revival. Once its spirit awakened, it would be like half a supreme reviving. At that point, he would surely die. It was impossible to fight. Instantly, Cain's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth. He began burning his essence blood to activate the scorching sun wheel, preparing to fight Kit to the death. Boom. Under Cain's essence blood nourishment, the scorching sun will instantly strengthen tenfold. It smashed straight towards the star purple gold pagoda. Ding! The star purple gold pagoda collided with the scorching sun wheel. In an instant, the surrounding space warped slightly, nearly collapsing. Remember, this was a field set up personally by the Kramer. Even a sage or quasi-supreme couldn't tear apart space here. Two supreme artifacts colliding and warping space was already shockingly terrifying. Boom! The star purple gold pagoda and the scorching sun wheel clashed. They continuously collided in midair, unleashing fearsome power throughout the entire arena. Turtle, boss is really fighting two at once. The incel watched the battle scene in amazement. The Dorian glanced at Nash and asked, hey, should you go help? I'm leaving. Without supreme artifact protection, you guys wouldn't survive a fraction of the aftershock. Nash rolled her eyes, stabilizing the Xiuxian heavenly palace while saying to the Dorian, how about you try? The Dorian looked at the slightly twisted space around them, shook his head, and said, forget it. I haven't lived enough yet. Boom. On the other side, Kit delivered 3 consecutive strikes. Despite having the protection of the divine blood lamp, Russell was in an unimaginable plight. His head was reduced to half, almost exposing his brain. Russell was almost driven mad. He hadn't expected that in their second duel, he would once again be thoroughly crushed by Kit. Enraged, Russell roared uncontrollably, sacrifice my supreme bloodline, awaken the supreme artifact. Boom. Hundreds of threads of deep red blood, as fine as hair, appeared in an instant, condensing into a drop of grape-sized blood in midair. This droplet of blood instantly rushed into the divine blood lamp. Boom! Deep red light shot skyward, illuminating the entire world. It's bad. Kit, seeing the deep red light in the sky, his expression changed drastically. He knew the situation was dire. Until now, he had overlooked a fatal flaw. Any descendant of a supreme could, through sacrificing their bloodline power, briefly awaken the supreme artifact. This sacrifice was immensely severe. Once bloodline power was sacrificed, it meant completely losing the boost from the supreme bloodline. One would be utterly ruined, but in exchange, they would gain astonishing power. Chapter 318. Preparing for a desperate fight. One must understand, once an Empyrean artifact awakens, it possesses the power of a quasi-Empyrean. When fully awakened, it's as formidable as half an Empyrean. To put it another way, this drop of blood can make the divine blood lamp unleash the strength of half an Empyrean in a short period. No other choice, I have to go all out. Kit knew it was time to play his trump card. Only by awakening an Empyrean artifact could he counter another Empyrean artifact. Buzz. A golden willow leaf appeared. It's that kind of forbidden weapon. The Demetrius's pupils constricted. He recognized the golden willow leaf. He knew that if not for a life-or-death situation, Kit would never use the golden willow leaf. Others noticed this too. I'll also burn my Empyrean bloodline powers. Zaida clenched her teeth and prepared to sacrifice the Kirin Empyrean strength to awaken the Kirin Heavenly Palace. However, the Dorian remained the calmest. He spoke, "Don't panic. Look at the leader's expression. He doesn't seem very desperate." Zaida paused and looked at Kit. Indeed, he still wore a confident smile. Meanwhile, Kit watched the Empyrean artifact begin to awaken. Though somewhat surprised, he remained calm. Not long ago, he had seen 15 fully awakened Empyrean artifacts engage in fierce combat with 12 Empyrean corpses and witnessed the Kirin Empyrean slay 12 Empyrean corpses within half an hour. Everything within 10 million miles had been obliterated into dust. In comparison, the mere awakening of a divine blood lamp was nothing. Boom! Kit used the golden willow leaf, the battle immortal seal, true dragon transformation, and other secret techniques to drastically enhance his strength. Soon, faint hints of sage power emanated from him. Within a short time, he approached the sage level. Whoosh! Kit burned his essence blood, and the rust on his sword completely fell off, revealing a celestial sword carved from immortal jade. Almost simultaneously, the divine blood lamp neared full awakening. It carried infinite power as it slowly approached Kit. Boom! The divine might of the Empyrean artifacts penetrated the golden light membrane surrounding the Empyrean arena, shaking many cultivators to their core. Heavens! Who would have thought Carson had forbidden means to explode with sage-level power? What the hell? That celestial sword. I think I've seen it in ancient texts. What? You know the origin of that Empyrean sword? Not sure. Rumor has it, it's a forbidden sword that once slew immortals. Hiss. Impossible. Didn't I hear that the sword was destroyed in the age of antiquity? Maybe it's a replica made by some Empyrean. Can't be the real one. You're right. The real sword is ridiculously powerful. It can't exist. A group of cultivators quickly snapped out of their shock. In fact, Kit's celestial sword had always been covered in rust, hiding its true appearance from everyone. Now, the rust stripping off frightened them. They believed more firmly that Kit's celestial sword was just a replica, not the legendary forbidden sword. At this moment, Kit, now at the sage realm with exceptionally sharp senses, heard the discussions around him and pondered. Forbidden sword? He wasn't aware of this term before. Perhaps he should review some ancient texts later. But now, he needed to focus on handling the divine blood lamp first. Boom! The awakened divine blood lamp, carrying tremendous Empyrean might, flew toward Kit. Without hesitation, Kit slashed with his sword. Boom! Blinding sword energy shot skyward, flinging the divine blood lamp away. A shallow sword mark remained on the ancient lamp. Impossible. An Empyrean artifact can't be marked like this. Russell froze. What kind of sword was this to leave a mark on an Empyrean artifact? These artifacts were crafted with immeasurable effort by Empyreans. Even Empyreans couldn't easily destroy them. Yet, Kit, barely a half-step sage, wielding an incompletely unlocked celestial sword, managed to leave a mark. It's just rust flaking off. Kit smirked. With his heavenly Dao true eye, he saw much clearer than Russell. His slash, while terrifying, only chipped off old rust accumulated over time. The actual divine blood lamp remained unharmed. Looking at the rusty divine blood lamp, Kit sighed. Time is truly a fearsome thing. Even Empyrean artifacts can decay. Boom! With that sigh, Kit stepped forward and charged toward the divine blood lamp. Russell sacrificed his Empyrean bloodline to awaken it, but time was limited. Once the power ran out, the lamp would revert to dormancy. Meanwhile, the young master of the Genie clan, engaged in battle with the starry purple gold tower, looked extremely grim. He knew that once Kit freed up, killing him would be child's play. Deciding that dying either way, he might as well take a gamble. Thinking this, Kane clenched his teeth and roared, "Sacrifice my Empyrean bloodline! Awaken, blazing sunwheel!" Boom! A burst of golden blood mist emerged from Kane's body and entered the blazing sunwheel. Boom! The blazing sunwheel erupted with countless purple gold patterns and emitted blinding light. Bang! It instantly unleashed boundless power, easily knocking the starry purple gold tower aside and hurtling like lightning toward Kit. Boom! At almost the same moment, the divine blood lamp spewed godly flames, aiming to reduce Kit to ashes. Oh no! The Demetrius panicked. Two Empyrean artifacts were about to strike together, both activated by Empyrean bloodline powers and nearly fully awakened. Against this, Kit had only a celestial sword, nowhere near enough to defend. Ha ha ha! Kane laughed heartily, envisioning Kit being reduced to ashes. It's over. Carson was too careless. Who would have thought Cain would suddenly sacrifice his Empyrean bloodline? Between two Empyrean artifacts, Carson is doomed. Perhaps a miracle might happen? How can there be a miracle every time? If it happened regularly, it wouldn't be a miracle. Cultivators shook their heads, believing Kit was in grave danger, likely to perish this time. But then, Kit turned around. Chapter 319. The blazing sun wheel fully restored. He looked at Cain's position and said calmly, "Cain, I have been waiting for you to strike. Did you think I was completely unprepared?" "What?" Cain was utterly stunned on the spot, but then, with red eyes, he roared loudly, "Carson, even if you were prepared, so what? Under the dual attack of two supreme artifacts, you are doomed. Kill him." Rumble. The nearly restored blazing sun wheel could easily slay a holy spirit. It carried incomparable power as it smashed towards Kit. Rumble. At this moment, in Kit's hand, the star purple gold pagoda returned and instantly radiated endless light. It had also entered a state of restoration. Heavens! Carson is simultaneously activating two supreme artifacts. Incredible. What kind of monster is this guy? You should know that one supreme sword nearing full restoration can drain a sage-level true chi in an instant. It's over. The battle has been decided. A group of cultivators stared blankly. They had anticipated Kit might flee, but to simultaneously activate two supreme artifacts was unimaginable. Even true sages would be drained of all their true chi and turn to dust in the blink of an eye if they attempted to activate two supreme artifacts at once. Rumble. In the sky, the star purple gold pagoda shone with boundless light. Kit held the star purple gold pagoda with one hand and smashed it directly, overpoweringly, towards the blazing sun wheel. Rumble. The presence of the star purple gold pagoda was extremely formidable. Though the blazing sun wheel had briefly revived using Cain's inner supreme bloodline power, it still lagged a notch compared to Kit, who was using his cultivation level to activate it. Clang. The moment the star purple gold pagoda collided with the blazing sun wheel, the latter was thrown back. Rumble. Kit took a step forward, chasing after it. Clang clang clang. Kit swung 3 times consecutively, depleting the true dragon blood within him multiple times. If not for his ample supply of divine medicine, his internal true chi would have long been exhausted by the star purple gold pagoda. Even so, Kit was somewhat out of breath, almost reaching his limit. Rumble. An even more terrifying power awakened from the blazing sun wheel. Its half-restored artifact spirit, suppressed by the supreme artifact, felt some anger and humiliation. It forcibly revived itself, starting to draw energy from the surrounding space. Rumble. On the supreme arena, centered around the blazing sun wheel, the surrounding space crumbled violently. Endless chaotic mist spread out, being swallowed and absorbed by the blazing sun wheel, transforming into energy for its revival. Splash. Pure golden light illuminated the surroundings. True supreme aura erupted. Rumble. A golden 3-legged crow, 100 feet long, appeared in the void. The instant the 3-legged crow appeared, the entire supreme arena began to turn slightly red, with supreme runes appearing around it, almost to the point of collapsing. Rumble. In Nash's hands, the xiuxian heavenly palace burst forth. It actively entered a state of revival, countering the aura of the blazing sun wheel. Heavens! The blazing sun will actually woke up. F***K. Once the supreme artifact's spirit revives, it's not much different from having half a supreme present. Now, this is going to be an amazing show. The xiuxian heavenly palace also revived. Damn, there are 5 supreme artifacts in this entire supreme battlefield. If they all revive, isn't that equivalent to 2.5 supremes? Hiss, should we run away? The faces of the surrounding cultivators turned pale. They could still join in the commotion earlier. Now many were already preparing to flee. If the 5 supreme artifacts fully revived, even the supreme arena personally forged by the Kramer might not hold up. After all, the supreme arena was merely an arena. After countless ages, many parts had already decayed. Humph, do you think only you can revive? At this moment, an unhappy mental fluctuation came from within the star purple gold pagoda. Next, the star purple gold pagoda also entered a state of restoration. Inside its 9-tier structure, a star domain appeared, boundless star rivers twinkling, providing unimaginable power to the entire supreme artifact. Jing! The immortal sword also erupted. The last trace of rust slowly peeled off it, releasing blinding immortal light. Boom! The immortal light soared to the sky, sweeping the divine blood lamp away with one stroke. This time, it wasn't just peeling off rust but left a deep sword mark. What? The supreme artifact divine blood lamp was damaged? That sword looks exactly like the one described in ancient books. F***K. Could it really be that forbidden sword? Dear me, Carson actually possesses the sword that killed immortals. Impossible. It might just be a replica crafted by an exceptionally powerful supreme. The surrounding spectators paled. Their gaze towards Kit contained more shock. The forbidden sword that had killed immortals was actually in Kit's possession. Even if it were a replica, very few supremes would dare to replicate it. You see, that forbidden sword is called such because it carries ill omens. Once, a supreme tried to replicate it, but died an unnatural death soon after. Boom! The immortal light illuminated as the immortal sword stood against the star purple gold pagoda in confrontation with the blazing sun wheel. You too. The blazing sun wheel's aura weakened significantly. Its internal artifact spirit spoke, saying, "We admit defeat. We will exit this battle. Do you think you can surrender just like that?" A clear voice sounded from within the immortal sword. "You broke the rules by reviving yourself. Want me to destroy you?" Boom! The blazing sun will clearly became furious. Energy erupted from it, rushing towards the immortal sword. Jing! From the immortal sword, a bright immortal light emerged, slashing towards the blazing sun wheel. Rumble! The blazing sun wheel was directly slashed away by the immortal sword, smashing into the golden canopy of the supreme battlefield. Next, the star purple gold pagoda and xiuxian heavenly palace flew out simultaneously, slamming into the blazing sun wheel. Rumble! At this moment, the artifact spirit within the divine blood lamp also revived. 5 supreme artifacts clashed together, emitting terrifying energies. Trouble! This time we're dead for sure. The Dorian watched the battlefield, his face turning pale. Even with supreme artifacts, a full-on battle among 5 revived supreme artifacts would suffice to reduce them to ashes. Moreover, with the xiuxian heavenly palace joining the battle, it wouldn't spare them. Huff, there's no way out. Just then, Kit took a deep breath. In his hand, a supreme coffin made of red divine metal emerged, abruptly bursting with supreme aura. F***K. Carson actually has 3 supreme artifacts. Damn it, 3 supreme artifacts, this defies logic. Hashtag chapter 320, the 5 supreme artifacts clash. Why can he find 3 supreme artifacts? Damn, what kind of fortune is this? The surrounding cultivators were completely dumbfounded. 3 supreme artifacts. Any one of them could establish an immortal supreme legacy, and Kit held 3 in his hands. This was too insane. Hong! Kit raised his hand to summon the supreme coffin, which opened in midair, enclosing Kit and the Roy along with others inside. Ding! The lid of the supreme coffin closed, forming an absolutely safe area. Almost instantly, the aftermath of the battle between the 5 supreme artifacts swept through, causing the entire supreme coffin to be hurled away, colliding with the golden light barrier. Inside the coffin, Kit spat out a mouthful of golden true dragon blood. Nash and the others were also badly injured. It's unbelievable. The Jet said with fear in his voice, 5 supreme artifacts in a chaotic battle, and we actually survived it. I can boast about this for the rest of my life. This might truly be something unprecedented and never to be repeated. Kit swallowed a holy medicine, mending his injuries while raising his hand to reveal the outside battlefield to everyone. Crack, crack. At this moment, the supreme arena had become utterly indiscernible in the midst of combat. Only divine light, piercing the chaos, remained visible. The entire supreme battlefield, except for the small area opened by the supreme coffin, had turned into chaos. The power of the supreme artifacts struck like the opening of creation. Turtle, this is the power of supreme artifacts? One must know, this place is the supreme arena. Its internal space is incredibly solid. Too insane. The whole battlefield has turned into chaos. Who knows if this arena will be destroyed? If the supreme battlefield is damaged, the aftermath of the battle among the 5 supreme artifacts could spill out, not just destroying the supreme divine treasures, but potentially exploding the entire xiuxian world. The surrounding cultivators' faces turned pale, completely losing their carefree attitude. They knew very well that once the supreme artifacts breached the battlefield, everyone present would die, no matter how far they ran. Boom. On the supreme battlefield, the thunderous sound of the artifact battles continued. However, it was now 3 against 1, augmented by the immortal sword. Even the combined forces of the divine blood lamp and the blazing sun wheel were no match for the immortal sword and the other 2 artifacts. Ding! The blazing sun wheel was blasted out of the chaos, covered in sword marks. These were real damages. Even though supreme artifacts could self-repair, it would take a long time to complete. In the short term, it was already shattered. The blazing sun wheel dimmed. Its inner artifact spirit strength was entirely depleted, and even a clear hole could be seen on the wheel, as if pierced by the immortal sword, a highly exaggerated feat. The divine blood lamp fared no better. It was pitted and darkened, nearly useless. Heaven, did they really win? Hehe. To disable 2 supreme artifacts at once, it's really incredible. This time, the Xilan clan and the divine blood sect are finished, right? I bet their leaders wish to kill someone right now. 2 supreme artifacts damaged. Repairing them would require countless treasures. Maybe they can't even be repaired. The group of cultivators couldn't help but gloat. After all, Russell and Kane's actions were utterly dishonorable. Losing to Kit wasn't shameful. Numerous geniuses within the xiuxian divine treasure couldn't defeat him either. The real disgrace was targeting Kit's companions when they lost. No cultivator respected such conduct, making mockery and gloating inevitable. Ding! At that moment, the starry purple gold pagoda emerged from the chaos, directly suppressing the 2 supreme artifacts, sealing them within the pagoda. No! Kane went mad. If the blazing sun wheel was sealed, the Xilan clan would have enemies galore, surely leading to their clan's destruction. A colossal disaster. For a moment, Kane felt regretful. Why did he meddle with Kit? Now, not only would he die, but the entire Xilan clan would perish too. Meanwhile, the blazing sun wheel's artifact spirit spoke up. So what if you suppress us? For supreme artifacts, 10,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. You may suppress us for a time, but not forever. Yes, when we break free, it will be the time for karma to repay. Suppressing you for 1,000 years is more than enough. And in 1,000 years, all karmic ties will be severed. The immortal sword's artifact spirit replied. Boom. With that, the 3 supreme artifacts combined to completely suppress the blazing sun wheel and the divine blood lamp. Ding. After sealing the blazing sun wheel and the divine blood lamp, the starry purple gold pagoda, immortal sword, and xiuxian heavenly palace rapidly dimmed and flew back toward Kit. The immortal sword reverted to a rusted sword, landing in Kit's hand. The starry purple gold pagoda hovered back and stabilized Kit's dantian. Carson, return our clan's supreme artifact. Kane stood up, gritting his teeth, eyes red with fury, staring at Kit. That is our clan's supreme artifact. You can't suppress it. Idiot. Kit didn't even look at Kane. He snapped his finger, sending a pure golden finger down from the sky, crushing Kane into dust. Bang! Kane exploded into ashes. Beside him, Russell regained consciousness briefly. He looked at Kit, a tragic smile on his face, saying, "Ha ha ha, Carson, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect to still lose to you. I refuse to accept it. I really do. If you had targeted only me, not my friends, I would have given you a chance to challenge me again, just like I spared Kane earlier. But now, since you harmed my friends, you will die." Kit stood calmly, extending one hand towards Russell. "I'll use only one palm strike. If you can survive it, I'll give you time to challenge me again." "Bastard. Carson, are you insulting me?" Russell's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He admitted defeat, but receiving no attack was insulting. Boom. At that moment, Kit's palm descended. Chapter 321, Supreme Creation Pool. Boom. Above the sky, a pure golden hand spanning 100 feet descended from the heavens. Die. Russell, with his last bit of strength, roared in anger and raised his sword to resist Kit's palm strike. Crack, crack. No matter how Russell resisted under the golden palm, his bones finally shattered into pieces. He turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Bang! An ear-splitting sound erupted. The golden palm dissipated, leaving only a human-shaped bloodstain on the supreme arena. Boom! A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. The light membrane surrounding the battlefield dissipated, signifying that Kane and Russell were both dead, and the battle was over. Kit stood on the arena, his hands behind his back, and said coolly, "Everyone listen carefully. If you attack me, it's considered personal enmity and won't involve your sections. However, if you attack my friends, then the fate of Kane and Russell awaits them, and I will destroy the Jinwu clan and the Divine Blood Sect." Boom. When these words came out, there was an uproar all around. At this moment, the group of cultivators outside looked at Kit with fear but more admiration. In the entire xuanhuan realm, survival of the fittest was the rule. There were no so-called friends, only interest-based relationships. For a holy artifact, masters and disciples could turn against each other, siblings or even fathers and sons would kill each other. But Kit, who shared the supreme artifact with his friends and stood up for them, was rare. Many people noted Kit's principles and realized they made sense. Carson had slashed many powerful factions' heirs, but didn't annihilate them completely. Even those who offended Kit, as long as they weren't too terrible, were not eliminated either. Take Davidson, who was alive and well, and even reclaimed the Yi family's holy artifact, the saint-slaying sword, from Kit. Davidson's former underlings also defected to follow Kit. It was said he received holy medicines, better than some major factions' heirs. Moreover, the 6 supreme heirs who planned to besiege Kit now seemed to have a quite good relationship with him. Unless someone went to the extreme, Kit was quite magnanimous. Understanding this, the attitudes of various sects towards Kit shifted from hostile to neutral. After all, compared to vengeful geniuses, Kit was relatively mild. Holy **T. Our boss is truly awesome. Wilbur Wong's eyes sparkled with excitement. When can I be this cool? Peter murmured softly. Meanwhile, in the sky, after warning the crowd, Kit's avatar arrived, handing him the White Tiger True Blood. Now that he had the White Tiger True Blood, Kit wasn't in a rush to transform into a chaotic body. One reason was he needed time to prepare for the Chaos Celestial Tribulation. Another was that this was the final batch of Supreme Creation Cadequid. If Nash, Wilbur Wong, Peter, Doppingbird, and Jalen could soak in the Supreme Creation Pool, they would definitely benefit immensely. Thinking of this, Kit jumped onto Doppingbird's back and said, "To the location of the Supreme Creation Pool." "Sure thing." Doppingbird was excited. He carried Kit, flapping his wings slightly. Boom. Doppingbird instantly transformed into golden light, flying toward the core area of xiuxian Divine Repository. On the way, Doppingbird faced no obstacles. Many cultivators seeing Kit standing on Doppingbird's back were startled and quickly moved aside. Joking, many had witnessed Kit slay Kane and Russell firsthand. In the entire xiuxian Divine Repository, not just ordinary cultivators, even the heirs of supreme powers would avoid crossing his path. Provoking Kit was courting death. Soon, Doppingbird reached the core area of xiuxian Divine Repository. Kit looked up. In the boundless sea, a sacrificial altar appeared. At the center of the altar was a circular pool constructed entirely of heavenly mandate stones, filled with purple gold liquid. From dozens of miles away, one could feel the terrifying energy within. Amazing energy. Wilbur Wong's face showed exhilaration. Peter frowned, saying, "Not good." Though the energy in this pool of Supreme Creation Cadequid is strong, the restrictions are the most powerful in the entire xiuxian Divine Repository. Entering it will be extremely difficult. "No problem. Follow me." Kit leaped down from Doppingbird's back onto the altar. Boom. Instantly, true dragons formed from the restrictions and surged toward Kit, intending to slay him. Without hesitation, Kit unleashed a Heaven Emperor slash. Rip. Blinding pure golden sword chi erupted, slaying one true dragon. Then Kit used the left war end Heavenly Dao Seal to smash another dragon, exploding it. Boom boom boom. Kit then used the 9 transformations of the xiuxian, stomping the third dragon to death. Roar. The last dragon finally reached Kit. Kit punched without using any supreme abilities, directly smashing the true dragon apart. Boom. For true dragon slain, a golden staircase appeared, connecting straight to the altar where the Supreme Creation Pool resided. Undoubtedly, Kit had passed the trial. Really that easy? Were those 4 dragons fake? Wilbur Wong gaped, disbelieving, and entered the restricted area. Boom. For true dragons reappeared, surging toward Wilbur Wong. Rumble. The 4 dragons unleashed mighty power, striking Wilbur Wong with their tails. Roar. Wilbur Wong couldn't help roaring and spitting blood. Not good. Wilbur Wong underestimated the restrictions. Peter's expression changed. At this moment, Kit slightly turned, slashing the 4 dragons. Hiss. "Boss, you're truly insane." Wilbur Wong drew a breath of cold air. He followed Kit, walking toward the supreme creation pool. Nash and others also caught up. Unsurprisingly, all activated true dragon illusions for their trials. However, the numbers varied. Nash and Doping Bird faced 4 dragons, Peter faced 3, and Jalen only 1. Chapter 322. Sequence of order. Clearly, the stronger the potential, the greater the outcome of the test. Phew. Supreme Creation Cadequid. The incel rubbed his hands excitedly and asked, "This thing is truly a gift from heaven. Who goes first?" Upon hearing this, Nash and the others all looked at Kit. He had already earned their recognition, and in their view, only Kit had the right to be the first one to enter the Supreme Creation Pool. However, Kit shook his head and said, "I already have the Chaos Creation Pool. I don't need the Supreme Creation Cadequid." "You're right. I nearly forgot that." Nash nodded slightly. With Kit not needing it, the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Nash, the incel, the Golden Wing Dax, the Roy, and the Jalen. All 5 had been with Kit for about the same amount of time. There was no clear hierarchy among them. Therefore, who would go in first became an obvious issue. Most importantly, after being used once, the Supreme Creation Cadequid inevitably left some impurities, significantly weakening its effects. Thus, the incel spoke up first, asking, "Boss, who should enter this Supreme Creation Pool first?" Upon hearing this, everyone else turned to look at Kit. The order of entry might well be determined by Kit's decision. Kit didn't particularly like dividing them into rankings like first or second. It seemed meaningless. After pondering for a while, he said, "Nash is the descendant of the Baron. She goes first. The Jalen has the weakest bloodline, so it's second. Then comes the Roy. Its bloodline is slightly weaker than that of the True Dragon and the Golden Wing Dax, so it's third. As for you two, the Incel and the Golden Wing Dax, it's up to you. By the 4th or 5th, the Supreme Creation Cadequid won't make much difference." Upon hearing Kit's response, both the Incel and the Jalen nodded in agreement. This arrangement made sense. The Incel and the Golden Wing Dax were themselves top-tier divine beasts, standing at the pinnacle of bloodline power. Even entering the Supreme Creation Pool wouldn't bring much significant improvement. Meanwhile, Nash, as a descendant of the Baron, theoretically deserved the pool first, as it was prepared by the Baron for its descendants. Realizing this, the Incel said, "I've already transformed into a true dragon, and I haven't fully digested the heavenly pearl power within me. The Supreme Creation Cadequid doesn't help me much. I'll go last." "I'll go second to last then," the Golden Wing Dax said indifferently. He believed that following Kit would definitely yield boundless resources later on. The Roy glanced at the Jalen, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I'm fine with that too." On the contrary, the Jalen was quite surprised. Despite being one of the earliest to join Kit, its bloodline was the weakest. Even the Roy had a primordial divine beast bloodline, far superior to its own. In fact, these days, the Jalen had become increasingly silent, feeling that it lagged far behind Kit's group in terms of natural talent and strength. But unexpectedly, Kit was so considerate. "Moved," the Jalen said. "Boss, I'm really touched." "Forget it. Just stop there. You're giving me goosebumps." Kit sighed and turned to Nash. "We don't have much time left. The entrance to the Kirin God Treasure will close soon. Let's start." "Sure." Without hesitation, Nash leaped into the Supreme Creation Pool, initiating her transformation. Boom. Pure golden Supreme Creation Cadequid flooded into Nash's body, and her face contorted with pain. Inside her body, bones cracked loudly, and blood roared fiercely as she underwent a complete metamorphosis using the power of the Supreme Creation Cadequid. Ah! A fiery Kirin appeared as a translucent figure above Nash. In the next moment, the entire fiery Kirin became incredibly solid, finally transforming into a Kirin mark floating above her brow. Traces of supreme aura permeated the air. "This is the mark only the direct children of the Baron possess," the Roy exclaimed. Such a mark means even if Nash does nothing, just lives aimlessly, she could still reach the peak of the legendary quasi-supreme level, or even the supreme level. The effect of this Supreme Creation Pool is unbelievable. Damn, descendants of a supreme, with supreme blood coursing through their veins. That's too exaggerated. The Incel and the Golden Wing Dax were equally shocked. The direct lineage of a supreme possesses an immensely strong bloodline power, which grows stronger the closer it is. Typically, the direct sons and daughters of a supreme are born as saint spirits, or even quasi-supremes, which is quite normal. Only when the blood relation weakens does this bloodline power diminish, eventually fading over countless years. Moreover, the most notable feature of the direct offspring of a supreme is that their bloodline power is inexhaustible. For instance, Cain once burned his bloodline power to activate the resurrection wheel, but such a sacrifice couldn't be restored. However, Nash was different. Her bloodline power reached the level of a supreme's child, meaning it was endless. She could recklessly sacrifice a supreme-level artifact, reviving it without worry. It was safe to say that with her current level, wielding a supreme artifact, she could suppress an entire supreme legacy. Boom. After absorbing for a day and night, Nash's bloodline power had undergone a complete transformation. Each drop of her blood was like a blood diamond, crystal clear, radiating a holy light. On her bones, countless innate patterns appeared, something only at the supreme level would normally possess. Because of her bloodline power, they manifested early on her skeleton. Damn, such talent makes me jealous. Looking at Nash's astonishing inner power, Kit couldn't help but sigh to the sky. If ranked by the level of supreme youth, 99,900 lines would represent the ultimate potential of a young supreme. Nash's potential was at least 95,000 lines upward. Placed in the 9 trials of the Baron, she would easily pass the 4th trial, perhaps even the 5th, surpassing the young Baron. Nash's immense strength came from the power of the Baron bloodline, not her own. This brought an augmentation far beyond the ordinary. Chapter 323, The True Supreme Bloodline. Rumble. The final streak of dark golden energy entered Nash's body. Nash slowly opened her eyes, and with a look of astonishment, she said, I feel as if there's an endless power within me. Very normal. What flows in your body now is almost equivalent to supreme blood. Kit sighed and then continued, fortunately, there are no living sons or daughters of the supreme beings. Otherwise, they would be incredibly tough opponents. Yes, that's true. Nash was extremely satisfied. She rose from the supreme creation pool, glanced at Jason and the others, and said, it's your turn now. Great. Jason rubbed his hands excitedly and said, then I won't hesitate. With that, Jason jumped into the supreme creation pool first. Ararg. As soon as Jason entered, he let out several piercing screams. What's going on? Kit jumped in fright and was about to pull Jason out. He then noticed that although this guy was screaming miserably, he looked like he was close to death, but in reality, he was lively, absorbing the energy from the supreme creation pool intensely. His carapace kept cracking and new carapaces were forming. This cycle repeated itself, and Jason's aura began to change. His carapace turned a fiery gold color, and intricate innate patterns started appearing all over it. Incredible. It has evolved from a red armor demon scorpion to a fiery gold demon scorpion king. That's a super poisonous creature from the ancient era, renowned for its ability to poison true dragons. Wilbur crossed his arms, his face filled with surprise, and commented, Jason sure gets more treacherous. If used properly, that poison could definitely kill many people. Poison true dragons? How about you try it later? Beside him, the Dorian urged Wilbur to test the poison on himself. TSK, why don't you do it? Wilbur rolled his eyes upon hearing the Dorian's words. Meanwhile, Nash was even more astonished. She had read about the fiery gold demon scorpion king in ancient texts and never imagined Jason could evolve to such a level. Ah, ha 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 ha. Although Jason was in pain, he laughed wildly. His bloodline had evolved, becoming the fiery gold demon scorpion king's bloodline from the ancient era, a massive qualitative leap. Compared to this, the pain wasn't worth mentioning. However, what Jason was most grateful for was Kit. He felt following this leader was absolutely worthwhile. If not for Kit, he would probably still be in the Demon Valley, mindlessly fighting ordinary beasts. Thinking of this, Jason had already made up his mind. No matter what, Kit would always be his leader. At the same time, a group of cultivators outside noticed that Kit had already brought the Dorian and others to the vicinity of the Supreme Creation Pool. Heavens! Carson actually gave the Supreme Creation Pool to his juniors. This is too generous, right? Damn, I wonder if Carson takes on juniors. I want to follow him. No wonder Davidson, the Yi family heir's juniors defected. Carson's magnanimity, sharing the Supreme Creation Pool with others, means other treasures will be even easier for him to share. TSK. So envious. Outside, the group of cultivators watched enviously, but with restrictions in place, very few could enter the Supreme Creation Pool. Even if they did enter, none dared to make a move against Kit. Thus, the cultivators could only stare helplessly, enjoying the sight for a bit. At least they could brag when they returned. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, the outer areas around the Supreme Creation Pool were densely packed with people. These past few days, Kit hadn't been idle either. Controlling his clone, he searched throughout the entire xiuxian divine treasury, finding a vast amount of holy herbs, divine herbs, and even acquired several pieces of divine metal, enough to forge another supreme-grade artifact embryo. Additionally, he collected a large quantity of divine beast blood, which could continue to nourish the chaos body after its transformation, pushing it towards completion. Rumble. Inside the Supreme Creation Pool, Wilbur completed the absorption of the Supreme Creation Liquid. Just as Kit expected, both the Dax and Wilbur were already near their limits. Even the Supreme Creation Pool couldn't significantly improve their potential much further. Conversely, the Dorian had transformed into a 7-colored divine ox lineage. A third horn had even grown on his forehead, 3 feet long, resembling 7-colored jade, immensely powerful. Huff. Wilbur opened his eyes and walked out of the Supreme Creation Pool, glancing at the remaining half of the water before asking, Leader, what do we do with the remaining Supreme Creation Liquid? Leave it for others. Kit looked at the black golden water in the pool, feeling slightly nauseated. He also had a pool of Chaos Creation Liquid. This stuff wasn't of much use to him. Better to leave it for other destined ones. Next, aren't you going to transform into the Chaos Body? Nash looked at Kit, her eyes full of concern. She had heard what the Draper had said. Knowing that the Supreme Heavenly Tribulation would descend, with only a 1 or 2% chance of survival, it was extremely remote. No problem. Kit stood calmly, unperturbed, and replied, The Chaos Body, I must transform. As for the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation, let it come. I want to see just how strong this Chaos Heavenly Tribulation is. Hehe, no need to worry. Who is our leader? The Dorian was quite confident in Kit and excitedly added, I tell you, if our leader can't get through the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation, no one can. But, the celestial environment has changed. Nash wore a worried expression and continued, that ancient small world might not truly be a pure ancient small world. That's true. Wilbur paused, somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Kit smiled and said, whether or not it is, we'll give it a try. It's better than facing certain death in the outside world. Let's go. Nash and the others were stunned, but knew there was no other choice. Thus, they followed Kit, flying toward the ancient small world. Rumble. Kit moved extremely fast. Within moments, tens of thousands of miles of land had been left behind. In less than a cup of tea's time, a majestic underground palace stretching for hundreds of miles appeared before Kit. Whoosh! A breeze blew, adding some dust to the entire underground palace. Hashtag Chapter 324. Return to the Heavenly Valley Divine Mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, Kit stepped forward and entered the Supreme Array, walking toward the central main hall. The ancient small world was located inside this main hall. At this moment, many cultivators were still searching for opportunities within the surrounding underground palace. These cultivators had all recently entered the xiuxian divine treasury. They wandered around the palace, seeking their chances. However, without the path that Kit had opened, not a single one of them could reach the main hall, let alone activate the ancient small world. Hey, someone is coming? Holy crap, that person actually has a Titus as a mount. Are you kidding me? Titus? Could that person be Carson? I remember now. There was a rumor that someone inside the xiuxian divine treasury tamed a Titus as a mount. A group of wandering cultivators nearby were visibly shocked. Bam! Kit ignored those cultivators, leaping off the back of the Titus directly into the supreme array. His array-breaking talisman activated, creating a golden path. Heavens! The rumor is true. Carson really has a way to enter the xiuxian divine treasury. Quick, let's follow him. That's right. It's said that the main hall within the underground palace houses an ancient small world, filled with countless treasures. The group of cultivators rubbed their hands in excitement. They had thought it would be impossible to enter the main hall, but unexpectedly, there really was a way to do so. Boss, should we drive them away? Ari glanced at the wandering cultivators surrounding them, slightly frowning. A group of people were following Kit, clearly ready to capitalize on any leftover benefits. Don't bother with them. Kit shook his head and followed the original path forward. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the main hall, reaching out to gently push open the doors. Boom! The main hall's massive doors swung open once more. Behind them, the bizarrely colorful ancient small world emerged. Is this what the ancient era's environment looks like? Nash was somewhat surprised. She felt the aura of the ancient small world and instinctively took a step forward, eager to experience the entirely different rules from the recent era. Boom! Above the sky, endless lightning bolts gathered and struck down toward Nash. Clang! True chi erupted from Nash's hand, forming a shield that blocked the attack. She looked up at the sky, astonished. Heavenly tribulation? How can this be? I forgot to tell you. People from the outside world don't have the ancient era's laws within their bodies, so they are repelled by this small world. They need to pass the heavenly tribulation to gain acceptance. Kit calmly explained. Don't worry, you've grown stronger since then. If you can't pass it, almost no one in the entire xuanhuan world could either. Upon hearing this, Nash glanced up at the sky in surprise. Now that you mention it, this heavenly tribulation does seem weaker than expected. Let me try. Jeffrey, Dorian, stepped forward and rushed into the ancient small world. Bang! 7-colored divine thunder descended from the sky, and in an instant, Jeffrey's skin was torn and bleeding. He exclaimed, "What? This isn't difficult at all. Damn, it's life-threatening." Heh, old ox, did you think you could compare to Nash? Ari chuckled. Even I, as a true dragon, nearly died from the heavenly tribulation. Face it honestly. Though you'll endure some hardship, the benefits far outweigh the costs. Right. Kit nodded. The rules of the ancient era are the most complete, second only to the pre-ancient immortal god era. If you can pass the heavenly tribulation, it means you've gained the ancient era's laws, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Realizing this, Jeffrey's expression turned serious. He began to seriously face the heavenly tribulation. I'll give it a shot too. Fabian, Titus, flew out and started undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, Kit turned around, took off the star purple gold pagoda, and handed it to Ari. Protect me later when I transform into a chaos body. If anyone tries anything funny, eliminate them immediately. No problem, boss. Leave it to me. Ari confidently patted his chest. Very well. Kit nodded approvingly. He turned and walked toward the Heavenly Valley Divine Mountain. Boom. This time, climbing the Heavenly Valley Divine Mountain felt much easier. With each step covering hundreds of feet, he reached the summit in just a short while. Facing the Taoist temple ahead, Kit clasped his hands and called out, "Venerable xuanhuan, Carson seeks an audience." Creak. The gates of the Taoist temple opened. Everything around was quiet. Seeing this, Kit stepped inside the Taoist temple again. However, this time, he did not enter the main hall but instead brought out the chaos creation pool and placed it on the ground in the courtyard. Boom. Chaos mist enveloped the chaos creation pool. Kit took a deep breath, and 4 types of divine beast true blood appeared in his hands. Zhuke true blood, Qilan true blood, Baihu true blood, and Xuanwu true blood, plus the true dragon true blood within his body, making a total of 5 types of divine beast true blood. Clang! A celestial sword materialized in Kit's hand. A burst of supreme energy cut through the Zhuke true blood. Boom! This strike wasn't meant to destroy the Zhuke true blood, but to use the power of the supreme artifact to remove the dead chi inside it. This method Kit had recently discovered worked effectively. Boom! With a single strike, the immense amount of dead chi inside the Zhuke true blood was obliterated and vanished completely. Phew! It's time to refine these 4 divine beast true bloods. Kit took a deep breath, preparing to jump into the chaos creation pool. At this moment, Ari spoke up, "Boss, is this world truly an exact replica of the ancient era's environment?" "I don't know." Kit paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "But fate is destiny, and wealth is heaven's will. I have no other choice." No other choice? Ari was stunned, unsure what Kit meant. Kit smiled faintly but didn't respond. He wouldn't tell Ari that after 1,000 years, the stone gate would reopen, releasing overwhelming dead chi and dozens, or even hundreds of corpse supreme beings, enough to destroy the entire xuanhuan world. To reach the supreme realm within 1,000 years, only the chaos body could break this limit. This was Kit's only option. ##### Chapter 325, Chaos Rebirth. Regardless of whether this small world mimics the environment of the primordial era, Kit decided to take a gamble. Huff. Kit took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and swallowed the 4 types of divine beast blood. With a leap, he plunged into the chaos creation pool. Rumble. Inside Kit's body, the 5 kinds of divine beast blood erupted into intense conflict, battling and devouring each other. Simultaneously, a vast amount of chaos creation fluid provided staggering energy, allowing these 5 kinds of divine beast blood to receive an endless supply of power. For a moment, the 5 types of divine beast blood collided fiercely, and Kit's body could barely withstand it, nearly shattering. Chaos Scripture. Suppress it for me. Kit shouted lightly, immediately activating the Chaos Scripture while refining the 5 kinds of divine beast blood. Rumble. The 5 kinds of divine beast blood quickly calmed down, then surprisingly united to resist the Chaos Scripture, unwilling to be refined. However, Kit was not about to let these 5 types of divine beast blood have their way. Clenching his teeth, he exerted all his strength to activate the Chaos Scripture and began the arduous process of subjugation and refinement. Crack, crack. Under the fierce resistance, Kit's flesh split open, golden blood coloring the entire chaos creation pool with a layer of gold. But in the next second, a massive surge of spiritual energy exploded within the chaos creation pool. Kit returned to peak condition once more. Thus, Kit oscillated on the edge of collapse and recreation, undergoing trials. During this process, the golden hue from the true dragon blood faded, turning red again. Each drop of blood gleamed like a ruby. Rumble. Specks of chaotic chi rose around Kit, gradually coalescing into an eggshell that enveloped him. Ready for his final transformation? Stealing the creation of heaven and earth, you dare attempt to reverse engineer the chaos body within a primordial era environment? Too bad. All your efforts will end up benefiting others. Hee. A chaos body. Pity, it will never come to fruition. Several sinister and terrifying auras echoed through the area. In the next moment, several figures in black robes, exuding demonic energy, appeared in the void. Who are you? Wilbur, controlling the star-purple gold pagoda, remained solemn-faced. He sensed that these 3 black-clothed figures were far from ordinary. Hee. You ask well. Sadly, we cannot tell you. But one thing is certain. That Kit must die. The chaos body absolutely cannot emerge. Otherwise, it would ruin our master's grand plan. These 3 black-robed individuals were extremely arrogant. When my boss was awake, you didn't dare to come out. Now, with my boss in transformational slumber, you show up yapping like mad dogs. Wilbur showed no respect. Controlling the star-purple gold pagoda, he coldly said, if you 3 take another step forward, death awaits. Supreme artifacts? We have them too. The 3 black-robed figures replied sinisterly. Boom. As they spoke, a dark light soared into the sky. Next, 3 black banners emerged. These 3 soul banners exuded an incredibly terrifying demonic nature. Both Wilbur and Nash, standing further away, couldn't help but shudder. These are supreme-level forbidden artifacts crafted by the supreme cultivators of the demon path. They possess the power of supreme artifacts but can only be used a few times. Wilbur immediately recognized the 3 soul banners. His expression turned grave, feeling a sense of heaviness. 3 supreme forbidden artifacts could unleash the true power of supreme artifacts, differing only in the number of uses available. However, fighting 2 to 1, he would be instantly killed even at first contact. Jingle! At that moment, the distant Xiuxian heavenly palace erupted with astonishing power. Nash had already weathered her heavenly tribulation. Holding the Xiuxian heavenly palace, she coldly looked at the 3 black-robed figures, saying, skulking rodents, did you forget I'm still here? Rumble. Nash's supreme bloodline ignited, sacrificing itself to the Xiuxian heavenly palace. Instantly, there was a faint sign of awakening within the Xiuxian heavenly palace. We naturally know and have been prepared for this. One black-robed figure sneered, producing a black talisman in his hand. The talisman was pitch black, exuding an eerie aura. Sealing talisman. Activate. The black-robed figure shouted lightly. The next second, the talisman emitted 1,000 feet of black light, flying toward Nash. In an instant, it transformed into a black prison cage, trapping Nash inside. Bad. It's a personally crafted sealing talisman by a supreme cultivator. Wilbur's face changed, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Seeing this, Nash acted without hesitation, using the Xiuxian heavenly palace to attack the black sealing talisman. Rumble. The Xiuxian heavenly palace struck the black prison, causing it to tremble continuously. The black light and runes also dissipated slightly. However, at this rate, it would take several months of continuous bombardment to break the sealing talisman. By then, it would be too late. Bastards. Wilbur grew anxious. He knew these 3 black-robed figures were thoroughly prepared. They held targeted talismans and supreme artifacts, directly aiming to kill Kit. But it made no sense. Although Kit was powerful, he was far from reaching the point where 3 mysterious beings would use 4 supreme forbidden artifacts to ensure his death. More importantly, Kit hadn't provoked these 3 black-robed figures. Wilbur couldn't comprehend it. Nevertheless, he didn't waver. Instead, he started burning his true dragon blood, forcefully activating the star-purple gold pagoda, preparing to fight to the death against the 3 black-robed figures. Futile struggle. Even if Kit awakens, he wouldn't dare face us 3 simultaneously. A black-robed figure shouted, ready to use the soul banner to suppress Wilbur. Just then, Kit's voice rang out. If I weren't in the midst of transformation, you 3 useless ones wouldn't even have the guts to appear. What? The 3 black-robed figures were taken aback, their skin tingling. Kit emerged slowly from the void, holding a rusty sword, with a vermilion golden supreme coffin floating above his shoulder. With 2 supreme artifacts in hand, Kit exuded an invincible supreme aura. Not possible. You're in the chaos body rebirth. A black-robed figure stared intently at Kit, hoping to verify if this was a fake. Unfortunately, Kit's aura and combat power were identical to his normal state. Plus, the presence of the vermilion golden supreme coffin and the rusty sword. It was enough proof that this was Kit himself. ####Chapter 326, Bluffing. I had a feeling someone would try something when I transform into a primordial body. Kit squinted his eyes and stared at the three black-clothed figures. Indeed, the black-clothed figures were correct. Kit's main body was within the Dao Palace, undergoing transformation. Within the Dao Palace, a fragment of the divine will of Kramer remained as protection. These three black-clothed figures were merely ants in comparison to this remnant will of Kramer. However, Kit wasn't sure if it would intervene. Therefore, he made preparations ahead of time, leaving behind a clone using a doppelganger talisman right at the beginning of the transformation process. Who knew it would actually come in handy? Bang! As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Kit. In one step, the expressions of the three black-clothed figures changed dramatically. They looked terrified. Within the xiuxian divine treasury, Kit had created countless legends. Not long ago, he directly entered the state of a half-step sage using secret techniques, forcefully reviving a supreme artifact. They, on the other hand, were only venerable level. Against Kit, they stood no chance but to be crushed. Damn it, this guy is so devious. He set a trap beforehand, making us fall for it. One of the black-clothed figures gnashed his teeth, anger and hatred evident in his voice. Meanwhile, even Wilbur couldn't distinguish between Kit's real self and clone. He laughed loudly. You idiots got tricked by my boss. Prepare to die. Don't be too confident. Another black-clothed figure clenched his teeth, pulled out a vial of black blood, and swallowed it along with the bottle. Boom. Suddenly, the black-clothed figure's aura became overwhelmingly violent. His cultivation rapidly soared, reaching the sage level within moments. This leap was even more dramatic than Kit's advancement. Haha, so this is the power of a sage? Truly terrifying. Hahaha, who can stop me in this mystic realm? The black-clothed figure laughed maniacally, excitement clear on his face. Intriguing. Kit's expression didn't change as he watched the now sage-level black-clothed figure. Standing with his arms crossed, he said coldly, just a sage? Do you really think you can threaten me? Show me everything you've got, and then I'll send you off to your death. Don't waste my time. What? The black-clothed figure froze. He had expected Kit to show fear, not remain calm. Could Kit have some hidden card? No way. He himself had reached the sage realm. I said, do you have any other tricks? Use them all, and then I'll send you off. Kit casually cleaned his ear, showing complete indifference. In reality, only Kit knew that with the strength of his clone, he couldn't possibly withstand a sage-level opponent. The gap was too large. Even with the golden willow leaf and the battle immortal talisman, he could only reach half-sage level, a far cry from sage. One must understand, below sage, everyone was like ants. The gap between half-sage and sage was akin to the difference between deity mystic and mystic realm, seemingly just one rank apart. Yet in actual combat, a sage could easily crush several deity mystics with a single finger. Moreover, the true essence energy within a sage's body was nearly boundless, enough to support a revived supreme artifact for short battles. If they fought, Kit was sure to lose without any hope of winning unless he revealed the crimson gold spear with its 5 energy seals from Kramer, but that would be like using a cannon to swat a fly. Thus, Kit stood mid-air, bluffing while waiting for his main body to complete its transformation into a true primordial body. Boom. Suddenly, the void tore apart, forming a 1,000-meter-long spatial rift, as if the world itself was ripped open. A young man stepped out, holding a black supreme sword. Wearing a peculiar mask that concealed his features, he charged at Kit. Heavens! It's the sky-rending sword. According to ancient legends, the sky-rending supreme sword forged by sky-rending supreme can tear through any space, ignoring all fields. But wasn't the lineage of sky-rending supreme already extinct? Where did this youth come from? The surrounding cultivators were bewildered, unsure what was happening. However, facing the sword, Kit remained calm. His rusted sword instantly awakened, shedding 2/3 of its rust. Almost simultaneously, his inner dragon blood was almost exhausted. Sizzling! The rusted sword, glowing red, clashed with the sky-rending sword. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the sky-rending sword. The entire ancient world trembled, as if it might vanish from the impact. Boom! After one strike, the Jensen shattered the space, fleeing miles away. Why did the sky-rending sword break upon contact? Too brittle? No, that's not a supreme artifact but a replica. It can unleash the power of a supreme artifact, but usually only last a couple of strikes against a genuine one. Luxury. Using a replica supreme artifact against an enemy. Who is this Jensen? Does he also have a grudge against Kit? The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock and astonishment. I don't seem to remember meeting you. Kit produced a purple gold holy pine seed and swallowed it slowly, his blood chi instantly recovering. Then, looking at the Jensen, he continued, but you suddenly attacked me. That's not fair play. In this era, having one supreme youth is enough. A primordial body isn't necessary. The Jensen similarly crossed his arms, his aura intimidating. He stared coldly at Kit. Without a supreme artifact, dare you fight me one-on-one? Oh, a one-on-one duel? Kit chuckled. Knowing full well that the youth was using a provocation technique to lure him into a trap, Kit had 2 supreme artifacts after all. Against the youth with just a replica, he would definitely prevail. But currently, Kit was only a clone. His main goal was to buy time for his main body to complete its transformation into a primordial body. Everything else was secondary. Chapter 327. I am invincible. You play as you wish. Therefore, he looked at the Jensen and said, Wano, I've never feared anyone. But, don't you think your realm is much higher than mine? You're bullying me from a peak divine ability realm while I'm just in the divine wandering realm. This puts me at a huge disadvantage. What? Divine wandering realm? Damn, Carson is only in the divine wandering realm? Isn't this too crazy? My goodness. In the Divine Wandering Realm, any Divine Mystic Realm cultivator can easily beat me to the ground. Yet, Carson can thrash ordinary Divine Ability Realm experts. It's really frustrating to compare people like that. The surrounding onlooker cultivators were stunned, all feeling somewhat incredulous. They had assumed Kit was at least at the Divine Mystic level. Never did they expect him to be merely in the Divine Wandering Realm. At this moment, the nearby Jace sneered. As Kit's subordinate, he knew Kit's realm very well. Divine Wandering Realm? Nonsense. Kit was currently at the peak of mystical chi. Saying Divine Wandering already overestimated him by 3 or 4 major realms. It was just that they couldn't see through Kit's true realm. Otherwise, they would be scared out of their wits. I didn't expect you to actually be in the Divine Wandering Realm. The Jensen's pupils narrowed slightly, somewhat surprised. He looked at Kit, hesitated for a moment, and then coldly said, Divine Wandering Realm? Fine. Just at the Divine Wandering Realm, I will fight you. Okay. Kit seemed indifferent, but still glanced at the Jensen with slight respect. For the other party to challenge him, at the same realm, showed commendable courage. At this point, the surrounding cultivators were also stunned. Hell, challenging Carson at the same realm? Isn't that purely asking for death? Who can be an opponent for Carson under the same realm? Just kidding. Throughout history, countless geniuses, Carson has fought all at the same realm and never lost. This Jensen shows commendable bravery but somewhat lacks self-awareness. Many of the onlookers openly mocked. They had witnessed Kit pass all 9 levels of the Kylan trials, knowing how terrifying he was. Under the same realm, Kit could not possibly lose. Hearing the mockery, the Jensen's face revealed a trace of a cold smile. Did he not know that he wasn't Kit's match? But that didn't matter. A one-on-one fight was a facade. Killing Kit was his sole purpose. This kid is preparing to use some underhanded tricks. Kit activated the Heavenly Dao True Eye, noticing the smirk at the corner of the Jensen's mouth. This kind of smile was all too familiar to Kit. Every time he was about to trick someone, he smiled just like that. However, Kit was currently in a clone state. Even if he were ambushed and killed, it wouldn't be a big deal. His main goal was to buy time until his original body awakened. Looking at the Jensen, Kit waved his hand, causing the Crimson Gold Supreme Coffin and the Rusty Sword to leave his clone and hover in midair, subtly protecting his evolving original body within the chaotic creation pool. Then, taking a step forward, Kit said arrogantly, Within 10 moves, I will surely kill you. I'll give you 1,000 moves. You are too arrogant. The corner of the Jensen's mouth curled up slightly. A black talisman appeared in his hand, concealed beneath his nail. Then he took a step forward and threw a punch towards Kit. Boom. The Jensen was extremely powerful, already at the root bone and quality of a young supreme. Even being in the peak Divine Wandering Realm, this punch's force could kill ordinary peak Divine Mystic cultivators. Facing the punch, Kit took a small step back. Boom. Kit's body flashed like a golden streak, retreating thousands of feet. The Peerless Freedom Movement technique made the Jensen's attack seem as slow as a tortoise, completely unable to hit. Boom. With the punch missing, the Jensen's face couldn't help but show anger. He said, Carson, do you only know how to dodge? I said I'd give you 1,000 moves, so there it is. Standing with hands behind his back, Kit needed to prolong the time, so he couldn't instantly kill the Jensen. He stretched out one finger and said, First move. 999 left. I am invincible. Feel free to move as you wish. Damn, are you looking down on me? The Jensen's chest heaved with rage. Surrounding cultivators watching Kit act like this were speechless. The hell, I am invincible. You play as you wish? That's asking for a beating. One can't claim invincibility casually. Fate will punish such hubris. SK, that's not right. Although Carson is strong, he has never acted like this before. He usually ends fights in the shortest time possible. Maybe his mindset has changed. After all, he's already the first among peers. I don't think so. A group of cultivators looked at each other, unsure what was happening. Only Kit remained calm. Stepping in the freedom step, he drew golden light trails in the air, easily dodging the Jensen's attacks. While doing so, he didn't forget to mock. SK, your speed isn't good enough. Neither is your strength. Just a small crater on the ground. Did you skip breakfast? With this strength, you want to challenge me? Do you have what it takes? You're blushing after just a few moves. No power at all. You're just a little chicken. Every word from Kit pushed the Jensen closer to exploding. Even the surrounding cultivators felt uncomfortable. Hell, now I understand who taught that dragon those bad habits. His insults are far worse than that dragon's. I almost want to challenge him myself. Forget it. Even if Carson gave you 10,000 moves, you probably wouldn't touch him. I think it won't take 1,000 moves for that Jensen to be enraged to death. All the surrounding cultivators were rendered speechless. Was Kit being too vicious? Almost simultaneously, the 3 black-clothed figures beside them were eager to use their supreme artifacts to forcibly attack Kit. But after some thought, they dared not move. They knew Kit's style, meticulously flawless. There was no finding any weakness. To dare using the supreme artifact must mean he has a sure plan, likely setting a trap. Better to first see if the Jensen can handle Kit. They could sense that the Jensen had a similar aura to theirs, perhaps coming from the same master. Translation note: asterisk character names have been kept in pinyin as requested. The translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring fluency and naturalness in English. Chapter 328. Kill you within 10 moves. At this moment, the Jensen's eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of losing control, mostly because Kit's words had been devastatingly hurtful. He had shattered the masked youth's defenses entirely. Despite his pride as a peerless genius admired by countless people, he now felt like a mere clown, continuously being toyed with by Kit. Enraged, the Jensen abandoned his facade. Boom. His aura surged as he entered the divine profound state. Damn, this isn't fair play. He actually broke his promise first, lifting his own realm restrictions. As I said, at the same level, who can be Kit's match? Speaking of which, it's unknown if that Jinsen stands a chance against Kit in the divine profound realm. It should be fine, right? Although Kit is strong, there's still a huge realm gap which isn't easy to bridge. A crowd of cultivators murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, Kit remained calm. Looking at the Jinsen, he said, though you violated the rules first, I've decided to still let you have 1,000 moves. There are over 700 left. Don't waste my time. Can you speed up? Good. Very good. The Jinsen trembled with anger at Kit's lofty attitude. Boom. Without a word, he punched straight towards Kit. Entering the divine profound state, his speed multiplied several times. But Kit didn't use his full strength. Stepping back slightly, he effortlessly dodged the punch and commented, even in the divine profound realm, your speed is still snail-paced. Arg. Furious, the Jinsen roared, you dare to look down on me. Supreme secret art, burning blood. Boom. In an instant, his aura drastically changed. Releasing all his energy, he reached the peak of the divine skill realm, and with his bloodline force ignited, he stepped into the venerable realm. His combat power increased over 100-fold compared to the divine profound realm. Boom. Once again, the Jinsen attacked Kit. This time, he finally matched Kit's speed. The vast difference in realms meant that even the powerful free step technique had its limits. Boom. Brogan roared, Carson, this time, my speed is fast enough, right? Ha ha ha. Your speed is sufficient, but you're too predictable. Kit unleashed a green sword aura. It wasn't particularly strong, just an ordinary attack from a divine profound cultivator. To the Jinsen, this weak attack was nothing. He sneered, an attack like this, even 100 wouldn't harm me. Arg. The Jinsen screamed in agony as Kit's seemingly insignificant attack easily pierced through his defenses, creating a fist-sized hole in his chest. First move. Unhurried, Kit maintained distance and said, 9 more moves left. I said I would kill you within 10 moves without using supreme artifacts. Just 10 moves. Bastard. The Jinsen coughed up large amounts of blood. Kit's seemingly insignificant attack caused severe injuries. Kit's expression grew contemplative. The 9 challenges set by the Arwen had provided him with invaluable opportunities for growth, improving his mastery over various supreme secret arts and forces to an extraordinary degree. Simultaneously, the Dao had also advanced several levels. Facing increasingly formidable opponents, Kit hadn't noticed this improvement until facing the Jinsen. Now, he realized his combat rhythm control had enhanced to an astonishing extent. Even with just divine profound power, he could severely injure a venerable, achieving maximum effect with minimal effort. Sizzle. The wound on the Jinsen's chest slowly healed. At the divine skill realm, almost non-human capabilities were reached. One could survive with only a head remaining. For a divine skill cultivator, such an injury wasn't fatal, but the humiliation was real. Looking at Kit, the Jinsen gritted his teeth. Carson, I know your skills are impressive, but in the face of absolute power, everything else is useless. Try it then. Kit, standing mid-air, yawned boredly and said, you're too weak. Finish your 1,000 moves quickly so I can kill you. Carson, don't be too cocky. The Jinsen's eyes turned blood red as he charged forward again. Boom. Attacks rained down, nearly blocking all escape routes. Facing this barrage, Kit took a step and charged straight at the Jinsen. Perfect. The Jinsen rejoiced internally. If Kit dared to confront him directly, he was confident he could land a killing blow. In the split second they made contact, Kit activated the 9 transformations of the Kylan, appearing behind the Jinsen with a swift, spatial step. An ice blue sword beam emerged in his hand, imbued with traces of Dao power, descending swiftly. Not good. The Jinsen sensed lethal intent brewing at his nape. He felt this sword could sever his head. Arg, turn around. Eyes bloodshot, he roared, reinforcing his body to dodge the strike. Boom. His speed multiplied several times, almost turning to evade the attack. Faced with the Jinsen's burst of power, Kit calmly responded, True Dragon Transformation, activate. Boom. Kit's aura intensified tenfold across all attributes. Instantly, the sword's speed multiplied tenfold, catching the Jinsen off guard as Kit slashed down. Ding! The sword struck the Jinsen's neck, feeling resistance. At the venerable realm, the Jinsen's defenses were astonishing, his strength hundreds of times greater than in the divine profound realm. Yet Kit. Chapter 329, Corpse Aura. Even with the tenfold power of True Dragon Transformation, he was still only at the peak divine profound realm. The gap was just too wide. To say nothing of it, if it were an ordinary peak divine profound cultivator, Benji could remain stationary and allow the opponent to attack, yet it would be extremely difficult for them to harm him. However, this sword strike came from Kit, wielding the heavenly Dao sword technique. Crack! Kit applied a bit more force, and the true chi defense around Benji's neck instantly shattered. The cold blade touched his skin, sending chills down Benji's spine. He knew that if this sword landed, it would certainly decapitate him. Get out of the way. Benji nearly burned through all his potential. Gritting his teeth, his speed somehow increased further. Rip! Kit's sword had already severed 2/3 of Benji's neck. In just another instant, his head would be chopped off. But it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Benji squeezed out all his remaining potential, and struck back with a fist aimed at Kit. If Kit insisted on killing Benji, the residual force from this punch could still fatally wound Kit. It was a truly suicidal tactic, a desperate last stand. Kit realized he couldn't kill Benji like this. He once again employed the 9 transformations of the Kylan, tearing through space and easily evading the youth's attack. Boom. The battle happened in the blink of an eye, so fast it was hard to comprehend. When the surrounding spectators finally registered what happened, they saw Benji's neck partially severed, barely hanging on by a thread. Benji had to hold his own head to keep it from falling off while neutralizing the lingering sword intent. Otherwise, the wound wouldn't heal. Meanwhile, Kit leisurely floated midair, extending 2 fingers and saying, 2 moves. You're too weak. I've only made 2 strikes and you're almost dead. It feels like killing you won't take 10 moves. Heh. Benji panted heavily, one hand holding his head in place, the other pointing at Kit, unable to utter a word. The surrounding cultivators gaped, as if they'd seen a ghost. What the hell? Carson managed to do this in just 2 moves. By our ancestors, is this what Divine Wanderer realm looks like? Pinning down a venerated one for a near-instant kill? To think, Benji has the qualifications of a young supreme. An ordinary venerated one would have been killed by Carson in 1 move. Unbelievable. How many historical records has this broken? Those watching had become somewhat numb to Kit's feats. They found that Kit's specialty was creating miracles. Throughout his journey, he'd broken countless records deemed unbreakable. They weren't surprised anymore. If Kit suddenly burst forth and wiped out a supreme, it would be seen as normal. Of course, what they didn't know was that in the Heaven's Destiny Mountains, Kit had already slashed a corpse supreme. Though not by his own strength, this achievement of felling a supreme was still accomplished. Now high above, Kit stood calmly, waiting for Benji to recover from his wounds. His main objective was to delay time and draw attention away from his true self undergoing transformation. Killing Benji was irrelevant. As long as Kit could transform into a chaos body, he could directly advance to the Divine Sea realm. At that time, everything below the king level could be described in 2 words: rampant slaughter. Moreover, Benji carried many traces of Corpse Supreme's aura. Kit had been slowly waiting, wanting to see exactly what Benji was. Huff. Benji stared at Kit, his eyes dark, nearly losing control. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Do you want power? Benji hesitated. He knew the speaker was a terrifying existence. If he made a deal, he would gain unprecedented power, but he would also pay a hefty price. Benji struggled to make a decision, but when he saw Kit's condescending stance, he clenched his teeth and said, I will deal with you. Very good. An immense will instantly engulfed Benji. Booming. Black smoke swirled around Benji, revealing countless evil-looking patterns on his skin. These patterns looked like countless black eyes, incredibly malevolent. The aura of corpses. Kit narrowed his eyes. Having dealt with Corpse Supremes multiple times, he was very sensitive to their corrupt aura. He immediately realized Benji had likely borrowed corpse power. This wasn't good news. Hee. Benji emitted a strange laugh. He slowly rose, his mask falling off, revealing a decayed face to Kit. Carson. The decayed Benji spoke hoarsely, looking at Kit coldly. You've ruined my plans multiple times. Today, I can't let you live. You must die. Is that so? Kit remained unfazed, extending a finger towards the now corpseified youth. Come on, let me see how strong you really are. Humph. Foolish to the end. Without another word, the corpse took a step forward, charging straight at Kit. Boom. The will of the Corpse Supreme completely overtook Benji. Now, this whole decaying body equaled a corporeal manifestation of the Corpse Supreme. Feeling this, Kit remarked curiously, interesting. In theory, there shouldn't be any unsealed Corpse Supremes in the Xuanhuan realm. So, what are you? You dare speak to me like this? The Corpse Supreme instantly flew into a rage. Without hesitation, he punched directly at Kit. Boom. The speed and power of this punch didn't seem much different from before, but an eerie force locked onto Kit. It felt as though fate destined this punch to hit him no matter what. What a bizarre technique. Kit narrowed his eyes, gently swinging his fist. Boom. An unparalleled explosion of brutal force erupted. Kit's punch moved faster, targeting the corpse's weak point, slamming right into its forehead, shattering its skull. Bang! The corpse's head exploded. Chapter 330, confronting the yin-yang soul-devouring curse. But there was no joy on Kit's face. He raised his hand and looked at his palms. A mass of black veins could be seen spreading from his palms toward his primordial soul at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread across half of his arm. Disaster! It's a curse. Ari's expression turned extremely grim as he shouted loudly. That Jensen seems to have used his own life as a sacrifice to cast a deadly curse. Boss. Wuxia face suddenly changed, preparing to rush over. Kit said, don't come closer. This curse will kill all living beings within a radius of 10 feet around me. As he spoke, Kit reached up and detached one of his arms. However, it did nothing. The black veins continued to creep up Kit's arm, threatening to consume his entire body. Fascinating. Kit gazed at the curse with a mix of fear and fascination. He could feel the power of the heavenly Tao imbued within this curse, making it exceedingly difficult to deal with. To eradicate it was unrealistic. Once infected, it was almost impossible to remove. If my true self were here, I'd probably be worn down by this curse, Kit thought in dismay. However, since this was only a clone, it could serve as an experimental subject to find a way to counter the curse. With that thought, Kit began to sit cross-legged on the ground, channeling the chaotic scripture to resist the curse. Boom! The chaotic scripture started to work furiously, and its effects were immediate. The black veins halted their advance but didn't retreat. Instead, they formed a black millstone and engaged Kit in a stalemate. During this process, Kit's flesh burned away. Each piece of flesh lost also diminished the black curse's power. Heavens! Carson has actually been hit. I've seen this curse in ancient texts before. It's called the yin-yang soul-devouring curse, and its effects are incredibly powerful. That's right. You mentioning this reminds me. Apparently, even below the level of Zunju, Supreme, there is no way to counteract it. It's over. Isn't Carson doomed? I reckon so. After all, even quasi-Zunjus were said to be consumed by this curse according to ancient tales. A group of cultivators exchanged glances, all feeling somewhat regretful. Kit's performance suggested that if he survived, he would likely become a very powerful Zunju. But now, he might really die young. Throughout history, countless people had perished under the yin-yang soul-devouring curse. Despite Kit's strength, there was still a high chance he wouldn't be able to resist it. At this moment, Kit remained oblivious to the external voices. He was fully focused on resisting the yin-yang soul-devouring curse. As the chaotic scripture operated, the curse was suppressed and prevented from spreading. Yet, it deeply engraved itself into his flesh, impossible to eliminate, constantly siphoning power from his bloodline, depleting his lifespan and strength. This curse is not at the level of Zunju's secret arts. It's nearly at the level of heavenly Dao talismans. It must be an artifact from before the ancient times. Kit analyzed calmly in his heart. If my true self faced this curse, I would definitely suffer a great loss. Even if I could expel the curse, I'd lose a significant amount of lifespan. It's absolutely a huge loss. While mumbling, Kit wasn't in a hurry to remove the curse. Knowing one's enemy well ensures victory, so Kit used the true eye of the heavenly Dao to study the yin-yang soul-devouring curse inside him and trace back to understand its nature and secrets. Boom. Kit slightly eased off the chaotic scripture, ceasing to suppress the yin-yang soul-devouring curse. Boom. The black veins erupted immediately, starting to erode Kit's primordial soul. In the blink of an eye, Kit's aura had weakened by half. Phew, Carson can't hold on. It's over. With the yin-yang soul-devouring curse invading the primordial soul, unless a Zunju personally intervenes, no one can save him. Phew, this isn't good. Carson is so powerful, perhaps a miracle will happen. Impossible, even Qilin Zunju would be directly refined to death by this curse. A group of cultivators chattered among themselves, their faces filled with nostalgia. In their eyes, Kit was already dead. Even Nash and Ari watched Kit with immense concern, knowing he was in real trouble from the curse. At this moment, Nash suddenly spoke. There's an ancestor remnant in the Dao Palace. Perhaps we can ask the ancestor to save him. No use. Cole sighed. Look at Boss's physical body and primordial soul. They're already in tatters. Even if he were saved, his foundation would be ruined. There's no hope. How can this be? Nash gritted her teeth, finding it hard to accept this reality. Only Jalen remained calm. He glanced at Kit, a flicker crossing his mind, and whispered, Look, boss. He seems to be smiling. Huh. Cole froze, turning around with Nash to look at Kit. At that moment, Kit sat cross-legged midair, exuding a dying aura, almost completely dead. His body was riddled with endless fatal curse symbols, ready to exterminate him. Yet strangely enough, after several hours, 10, 20, 30, the whole day passed. Despite the ravaged state of Kit's body and primordial soul, which were almost reduced to bones, a single thread of vitality always persisted. No matter what, the yin-yang soul-devouring curse couldn't extinguish Kit's last breath. Phew, Carson can withstand this long. What terrifying willpower. Exactly. It feels like just a breath would end his life. Perhaps, he can really endure through the yin-yang soul-devouring curse? Who knows? If he continues holding on, even the yin-yang soul-devouring curse's power might be depleted. Phew. Maybe a miracle is indeed happening. A group of cultivators whispered to each other. Meanwhile, an impatient skeleton watching nearby grew fearful of Kit surviving. Seeing that Kit always retained a thread of vitality, regardless of the attempts to snuff it out, it became anxious. Suddenly, it attacked, wielding a banner of souls and blasting it towards Kit. Boom. The power of the supreme artifact descended upon Kit. At that moment, Kit abruptly opened his eyes. ####Chapter 331. An accident. His eyes gleamed with a sharp, focused intensity as he stared at the black-robed man and said coldly, I've been waiting for you to make your move. Never expected you could hold out for an entire day and night. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion among the surrounding cultivators. Could it be that Kit had been feigning this condition? What? The black-robed man leading the skeleton's underlings was also bewildered. He had never imagined that Kit, on the verge of death, would suddenly open his eyes and appear as if he had been waiting for them all along. For a moment, a chill ran through the black-robed man's heart. However, with the arrow already on the string, there was no choice but to release it. Whatever the case, he had no other option now but to attack. Clang! The soul-summoning banner quivered lightly, carrying boundless power as it crashed down towards Kit, aiming to directly suppress and kill him. In response to the soul-summoning banner's assault, Kit simply shifted his thoughts. Boom! Instantly, the curse of the yin-yang soul-devouring spell vanished from Kit's body. Swallowing a holy medicine in one gulp, Kit's body swiftly returned to its peak state, exuding incomparable strength. Clank! The crimson gold supreme coffin suddenly burst into action, entering a rejuvenated state. Boom! The entire supreme coffin loomed like a divine mountain, hurtling towards the black-robed man, emanating an endless aura of death. No! The black-robed man let out a miserable cry instantly. He sensed something was wrong but didn't have time to think it over, resorting to using all his might to activate the soul-summoning banner to counter Kit. Bang! The two supreme artifacts collided. In an instant, space shattered, and the supreme battlefield was activated. The supreme coffin sent the soul-summoning banner flying into the supreme battlefield, and then the supreme coffin itself took flight, opening its lid and enveloping the soul-summoning banner inside. Clank, clank, clank. The soul-summoning banner struggled incessantly within the supreme imperial coffin. However, the supreme coffin had entered a revitalized state, emitting an incomparable supreme power that completely suppressed the soul-summoning banner. Crack, crack. A bone-chilling crunching sound echoed. It seemed something was collapsing. No, my soul-summoning banner. The black-robed man roared in fury, desperately trying to control the banner. But it was impossible. The moment the supreme coffin rejuvenated, an unparalleled force erupted within it. The subpar supreme artifact, the soul-summoning banner, only had limited usage, making it vastly inferior to genuine supreme artifacts. A mere slight vibration from the supreme coffin caused the soul-summoning banner to turn to ashes and shatter completely. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The lid of the supreme coffin opened again, spilling out a series of debris. On the ground, a thick layer of remnants accumulated. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man stared wide-eyed, incredulous. The soul-summoning banner was a supreme artifact. Even if it was a replica, it was supposed to be unbreakable. Yet it had been destroyed so easily? What the hell? Even Kit was startled. He hadn't anticipated that the supreme coffin would revive on its own while he controlled it to attack. Perhaps it was sensing the aura of the skeletal remains? That wasn't impossible, given this supreme artifact was specifically crafted by Kramer to counter the skeletal remains' supreme power. Clank. The supreme imperial coffin lid closed and flew back into Kit's hand. Kit, naturally, had no intention of explaining anything to the three black-robed men. Holding the supreme coffin with one hand, he looked at them coldly and said, "Want to ambush me? Do you even qualify? You weren't affected by the yin-yang soul-devouring curse?" The black-robed man was completely flabbergasted. He couldn't fathom how Kit could transition from near death to full recovery in just a second. After all, the yin-yang soul-devouring curse could drain a quasi-supreme's life force, yet it had been dispelled so effortlessly. At this point, the surrounding cultivators were also stunned. No way. Is the yin-yang soul-devouring curse ineffective against Kit? I told you, this thing can't kill Kit. Forget it, Kit is too crafty. He knew the black-robed men would not resist attacking, so he feigned death to lure them into striking first. Too ruthless. My God, he calculated everything so meticulously. That single blow managed to rejuvenate the supreme coffin after a long period of build-up. So Kit pretended to be drained by the yin-yang soul-devouring curse while charging up the supreme imperial coffin, causing it to briefly awaken and destroy the soul-summoning banner. Now I understand why Kit has such a notorious reputation. Legend says Kit tricked many people to their deaths. After witnessing this today, the rumors are true. Hearing the surrounding cultivators' remarks, Kit's expression turned strange. In fact, most of their speculations were close to the truth, except he had secretly infused spiritual energy into the rusted sword, not the supreme coffin. The rusted sword had a mysterious origin and possessed the greatest power. Against three supreme artifacts, its chances of victory were much higher. As for the supreme coffin, its spontaneous revival seemed to be triggered by the presence of the skeletal remains, influenced by the aura of the Guido. Of course, it could also be the intervention of a lingering supreme spirit within the Dao Palace. However, he didn't reveal this. Instead, he turned to the remaining two black-robed men and said leisurely, "You two, do you want to fight together or one-on-one? I'm unbeatable, you choose." Upon hearing Kit's words, the three black-robed men's expressions changed drastically. "Kit, don't get too cocky. All-out effort. Sacrifice ourselves to summon our master's avatar." "Yes, we have no other choice." The three black-robed men were utterly terrified. In a single encounter, Kit had destroyed one soul-summoning banner. If they used the remaining two banners to battle Kit, they still had zero chance of winning. Boom boom boom. Dark energy surged around the three black-robed men, and amidst this, a powerful, incomprehensible force seemed to be summoned. Seeing this, Kit raised his hand, and the rusted sword flew out automatically. Boom. From the rusted sword, immortal light soared skyward, carrying boundless supreme power, rushing toward the three black-robed men. However, their sacrifice occurred too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the three of them dispersed like sand grains. Above, a skeletal altar appeared, with a 100-foot-high gateway slowly opening. Intriguing. Kit, unfazed, lifted the sword and aimed it at the gateway, slashing upward. Creak. The gateway opened, revealing a massive, 100-foot-tall skeletal hand, exuding an eerie and terrifying presence. Chapter 332. Even an overlord, I've slain. Without a word, the massive skeletal hand struck toward Kit, intending to crush him to death. SSSHH. Kit slashed with his sword, creating a series of sparks on impact with the giant hand. Humph. Boy, you dared to attack me? Your bravery is commendable. From behind the gateway, a powerful voice resonated coldly, carrying an invincible force. Just a mere incarnation. What have you got to be arrogant about? A true overlord's corpse, I've slashed before. With a roar, Kit ignited all the true dragon blood within the incarnation, sacrificing it for boundless power. SSSHH. The immortal sword's ice blue light turned bluish gold, and 80% of its rust fell off. Zing zing zing. The immortal sword quivered, unleashing incomparable strength. The previously impenetrable bone was instantly scarred, cracking loudly as a segment of the little finger was severed from the colossal bony hand. "Hey, boy, you actually harmed me?" Behind the gateway, the voice expressed fury, frustration, and disbelief. After all, though it was just an incarnation, this wasn't something Kit could achieve even with the help of the supreme artifact. Boom. The corpse, furious, tore through the gateway, attempting to forcibly enter the primeval world. Trouble. Everyone flee. It seems a supreme entity's incarnation has been summoned by the three black-clothed figures. Superhuman. Actually capable of taking on a supreme artifact barehanded? Despite losing a finger segment, it's astonishing enough. Run. This isn't the time to spectate. If these two truly fight, the entire primeval world will be destroyed. Surrounding spectators scattered, fleeing far from the primeval world, afraid to continue spectating. However, at this moment, from atop the primeval mountain, where the Dao Palace had remained quiet, a voice emerged. "Coming to my primeval world to cause trouble, do you think I don't exist?" Upon hearing this, the world fell silent. A figure appeared atop the primeval mountain, with fiery red hair. It was the remnant essence of the Ilias that Kit had once encountered. "Humph, Just a remnant essence. What's there to count? The skeleton overlord didn't take it seriously. You? Just a scrap that managed to escape. The Ilias responded nonchalantly. Countless ages ago, I killed 12 skeleton overlords. Some fragments of their bodies landed in the mystical truth realm and disappeared without a trace. I never found them, so you must be one of those remnants. Eons passed, and I vanished. But you've now risen up. Ilias. No, you're merely a remnant essence. Since you dare speak such nonsense, let me kill you. The skeleton raged, extending its large hand to strike the Ilias. The Ilias snapped his finger, and a burst of crimson divine light exploded. In an instant, the skeletal hand crumbled into dust. Boom. The Ilias stepped forward, charging directly into the gateway, heading towards the skeleton overlord's lair. Aya, you're just a remnant essence. Why are you so strong? No, die here. I cannot lose, kill. Terrifying screams filled the air behind the gateway, along with the terrified roars of the skeleton. Hearing this, Kit stood in midair, wearing a rather peculiar expression. He found the Ilias' style of handling things only describable by one word, reckless. Just a remnant essence, without hesitation, he stormed into the skeleton overlord's lair, intent on killing him outright. No nonsense whatsoever. Too formidable. Boom. Terrifying sounds continued from behind the gateway, then fell silent after several breaths. I wonder how it went. Did the Ilias' remnant essence lose? Thinking this, Kit saw a figure emerge from the gateway, the Ilias himself. In his hand was a sealed palm. From its aura, it undoubtedly belonged to the skeleton overlord. Only the true body of a skeleton overlord could emit such a potent decaying force. Senior. Kit bowed respectfully. For this guardian who protected humanity and bestowed many opportunities upon him, Kit held great respect. The Ilias handed over the sealed skeleton overlord's palm, saying, "This is for you. I've sealed this palm. Within 1,000 years, it won't be able to break free." Kit was stunned, looking at the Ilias with confusion. "Senior, why should I carry this palm? It's dangerous. I might get killed myself." "Relax. The power in this palm has been thoroughly eliminated by me. To recover, it would take eons. There's a purpose for making you carry this. Long ago, when I was young, I missed quite a few remnants while slaying skeleton overlords. During my peak era, these remnants hid their presence, too afraid to show themselves. But now, they've regained their power and will soon emerge to wreak havoc. Having you carry this palm is to lure them out. If I were to suppress them personally, they wouldn't dare appear. So all this time, it's been fishing bait." Kit was speechless. Yet, he wasn't very afraid of skeletons either. Inside the crimson gold spear given by the Ilias, 5 supreme level powers were sealed. Dealing with fragmented remains of skeletons would be like swatting a mosquito with a cannon. Moreover, once he reached the Saint Realm, a fragment of a skeleton corpse would be easily dealt with by Kit himself 100 times over. Thus, Kit accepted the skeleton overlord's palm and said, "I understand, senior." "Very well." The Ilias nodded slightly. He glanced at Kit's true self in the chaos creation pool, then said, "A chaos body, rare even in the primeval heyday. Finally, it's about to emerge." Boom. Within the chaos creation pool, Kit's body fused 5 sacred beast bloodlines, xiuxian, true dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, forming blood like a ruby crystal. Transparent and lustrous, countless runes flowed inside, as if elucidating the primal forces of the universe. This was chaos true blood, just a peanut-sized globule. ##### Chapter 333, the completion of the chaos body. This drop of true chaos blood was not large, yet it illuminated Kit's physical body, making his entire flesh seem as if it were at the dawn of creation. Boom. An indescribably profound sensation came over him. Kit could feel as if the entire world had become transparent. Rustle. Kit's physical body crackled loudly, with the last bit of imperfection finally being perfected. His body became like crystal glass, emitting a strange luster. As the last trace of imperfection was completed, it signified that Kit's chaos body had reached a small level of completion. Boom. An unprecedented power erupted within Kit. At the moment the transformation of the true chaos blood was completed, tiny droplets of crimson gold blood derived from it. Within Kit's body, the crystalline bones crackled once more. A true rebirth began. In this process, Kit felt as if an infinitely long time had passed. In reality, the cleansing by the golden blood only lasted for a few breaths. After the golden blood cleansed through, Kit reached his peak state. Crack. It seemed something shattered explosively. Kit's realm bottleneck crumbled. His physical body reached the 5th heavenly stage, achieving the ultimate state of golden body realm. A layer of immortal golden light enveloped his entire body. Even ordinary venerables, speaking strictly in terms of physical strength, were far weaker compared to Kit. Even king-tier beings were inferior to Kit in some respects. Bam. The chaotic cocoon formed by chaos energy exploded and shattered. Kit slowly emerged from the chaotic cocoon, exuding an overwhelming power and aura. Heavens! Could it be that Carson's true self is inside the chaos pool? Damn, that's intense. So the one thrashing all those geniuses earlier was just a clone? Hell, Carson's chaos energy is suffusing. Could he have? It's a chaos body. Throughout the ages, the chaos body has reappeared. So, that is a chaos body? My god, even without being a chaos body, Carson already swept through all opponents ancient and modern. If he transforms into a chaos body, incredible, he actually did it. A group of cultivators stood there stunned, having witnessed the end of the battle. Seeing Kit standing in midair, they were left speechless. Boom. Kit gently shook his body, causing a thunderous roar in the surrounding space. He left only an afterimage in midair. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted. Aya! Several figures plummeted out of the void, then exploded midair. These were the individuals who had harbored murderous intent while watching the fight. They belonged to various factions. Some were assassination groups, others were major sects Kit had offended before, such as the Divine Tree sect and the Yun family. Their successors had been lurking in the space, always observing the fight and looking for chances to ambush. Boom. In just one breath, dozens of people exploded mid-air, turning into mist. Kit stopped, feeling immensely shocked. His current power was excessively strong. Even he felt uneasy. Originally, in his normal state, he was at the late-stage Divine Mystic realm, with Dragon Transformation increasing his strength tenfold, and the superior Battle Immortal Charm multiplying it by 1,000. Only then did he reach Venerable Peak, approaching King Tier. Now, in his normal state alone, he was hundreds of times stronger than before, nearly reaching Peak Divine Technique realm. If he used the Dragon Transformation and Battle Immortal Charm fully, slaying kings would be effortless. And he was still only at the Mystical Chi realm, not even at the Divine Sea realm yet. This chaos body, it's insane. Kit gasped, feeling profoundly astonished. He had estimated the enhancement of the chaos body to the best of his ability, but it surpassed his expectations. Heavens! In an instant, he slaughtered 50 to 60 Divine Technique and Venerable level experts. What does Carson intend to do? Is he losing control? How can it be? Look at them. They were hiding in the void, clearly preparing to ambush. That makes sense. Still, we should retreat. Carson might have just completed his transformation and could be slightly out of control. A group of cultivators stepped back fearfully, afraid that Kit might kill them all. Just then, Kit looked up. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled across the sky, 9-colored divine lightning appeared, and boundless heavenly power descended. The chaos heavenly tribulation. Even prodigies from the ancient era faced near certain death against this tribulation. Out of 100 prodigies, only 1 or 2 could survive such a tribulation. The probability was so low, less than 1%. Kadif and death are trivial. I'll face it head on. Chaos heavenly tribulation? Bring it on. Determination flashed in Kit's eyes. Boom. In the sky above, the violent 9-colored chaos heavenly tribulation unleashed astonishing power, yet it hesitated to descend, seemingly gathering its strength. This is coming straight for me. Kit looked at the heavenly tribulation overhead, deeply shocked. How terrifying. Wilbur also paled. Just glancing at the lightning above made his scalp tingle. He was certain that if he encountered such a tribulation, he would be instantly turned to ashes. This is the chaos heavenly tribulation. Countless people have died under this. More accurately, countless prodigies. Of course, if someone isn't freakishly talented, how could they trigger a chaos heavenly tribulation? One of the most dangerous tribulations indeed. The cultivators continued to marvel. Their eyes gleamed, fixated on Kit's true self, eager to see if he could withstand the chaos heavenly tribulation. Interesting. Kit stood with his hands behind his back, floating in midair. Looking up at the vast expanse of 9-colored lightning spanning hundreds of miles, he muttered, "Damn it, this thing is insanely powerful." Boom. At that moment, the thunderbolt erupted. From the sky, endless lightning storms rained down, smashing towards Kit. Without hesitation, Kit threw a punch, shattering the heavenly tribulation completely. But immediately, tens of thousands of 9-colored divine lightning bolts surged down like a storm, each bolt as thick as a barrel, capable of instantly obliterating a divine technique expert into dust. Chapter 334. The Chaos Heavenly Tribulation. 9-leaf sword technique, kill. Kit let out a long howl and immediately employed the supreme sword art. With one slash of his sword, boundless green sword chi surged toward the sky, clashing with tens of thousands of 9-colored divine thunders. Crack, crack. Innumerable divine thunders were forcefully shattered by Kit in midair, but several hundred still struck his physical body simultaneously. Boom. Equivalent to hundreds of deity realm experts attacking at once. The terrifying force directly sent Kit plummeting into the void, creating a colossal crater spanning several miles on the ground. Inside the crater, Kit's body crackled with numerous flesh wounds, suffering severe external injuries. Golden chaos blood splattered, filling the entire crater with faint chaos mist. Bang! Kit planted a foot on the ground and shot upward like a cannonball once more, myriad green sword chi erupting as he charged toward the approaching thunder tribulation in the sky. For a moment, the entire sky was illuminated by the glaring light emitted from the 9-colored divine thunders. Amidst this light was an overwhelming sword intent piercing through the heavens. Crack! A 9-colored divine thunder struck Kit's shoulder, adding another scar. At this time, golden chaos vitality roared, unleashing incomparable life force. In a blink, his original injuries instantly healed. This recovery speed is outrageous. Kit was taken aback by the speed of his physical recovery. His current recovery rate was at least 10 times faster than before, possibly even stronger. More terrifyingly, true chi flowed within his body unimpeded, its speed several times faster than before, implying that his reaction abilities were also several times better. Even without using true dragon transformation, Kit could easily withstand the 9-colored divine thunders in the sky. My goodness! Already tens of thousands of divine thunders have passed, and the boss is still holding on? The Dorian was shocked. Hubert opened his mouth, swallowing saliva, and said, "Does the boss have an endless supply of true chi inside him?" "No. He's absorbing the power of the 9-colored divine thunders." Adrielle's eyes sparkled with specks of gold. Seeing many things clearly, she whispered, "At present, the consumption rate for fighting the heavenly tribulation is far lower than his recovery speed." So the boss has been continuously at peak condition? Hubert's eyes widened. Above the heavens, tens of thousands of 9-colored divine thunders poured down as if the sky had split open. In such a situation, even a king would be exhausted to death. Yet Kit, relying on his extraordinarily powerful sword technique and unbelievably fast recovery speed, managed to hold his ground against the chaotic heavenly tribulation in the sky. If the strength of the chaos heavenly tribulation didn't increase, Kit might not sustain any damage at all after passing it. Crack! The 9-colored divine thunders raged for 3 days and nights above the heavens. Originally vast thunder seas not only didn't diminish but expanded to cover about 1,000 miles. And except for the initial surprise attack, Kit now used one hand to fight off the heavenly tribulation while the other absorbed the power of the tribulation to refine his physical body. What freakish existence! In just 1 day and night, there must have been hundreds of millions of thunders. Not to mention a mere divine traveler realm cultivator, even a king would die. No, even a celestial lord would be exhausted to death. After all, each thunder is comparable to a peak deity realm cultivator's full-strength strike. Is he really a divine traveler realm cultivator? Even if Carson were at the venerable realm, facing those hundreds of millions of thunders, he would die. The distant spectators watching the spectacle were speechless. Above the heavens, the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation continued to brew. This indicated that the chaos heavenly tribulation was far from over. It was just beginning. Phew, the prelude has passed. The main act has begun. Kit took a deep breath and sighed. During the past day and night, he sensed that destructive forces were gestating within the chaos heavenly tribulation. Now, after so much build-up, they had finally reached their peak. What? The tens of millions of 9-colored thunders earlier were just the prelude? If the prelude is this astonishing, how terrifying would the true chaos heavenly tribulation be? Phew, this is the chaos heavenly tribulation? To think merely witnessing such a level of heavenly tribulation would cause nightmares. All the cultivators stared wide-eyed, feeling a sense of awe. Throughout history, how many people have witnessed the chaos heavenly tribulation? Hardly anyone. The last appearance was during the late ancient era, after which it was merely a fleeting glimpse. No one had ever successfully passed through the chaos heavenly tribulation. In various ancient texts, encountering such a heavenly tribulation was described with the term inevitable death. If not for witnessing it firsthand, many cultivators wouldn't believe in such an outcome. But after today's personal observation, they felt that using inevitable death as a description in ancient books was actually too mild. To pass such an absurd heavenly tribulation would indeed be supernatural. Rumble. At this moment, hundreds of thunder forces condensed into a phantom thunder seal. Square-shaped, it carried an air of dominance over the world. It's the Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal, an ultimate artifact crafted by the Super Emperor named Thunder Emperor during the primeval era. No way, the 9-colored divine thunders actually condensed into a phantom image of an ultimate artifact? Could it be? This thing possesses the power of an ultimate artifact? The faces of the cultivators paled as they felt the chaos heavenly tribulation becoming increasingly bizarre. Kit was also surprised. He detected a faint trace of supreme majesty from the Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal. Though very slight, it was undeniably real. Boom. After condensing, the Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal, with its almost invincible might, smashed directly towards Kit. Heaven Dao Fist. Facing the Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal, Kit didn't hesitate. Stepping forward, he punched straight at the seal. Bang! An explosive force erupted. With one punch, Kit shattered the Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal into dust. Yet, his fist was covered in mangled flesh, revealing pale gold finger bones in some areas. This was the first injury Kit sustained since the previous day and night. Fascinating. The Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal contains genuine supreme power. Extremely terrifying. If it weren't for the Heaven Dao Fist being inherently a Heaven Dao technique, this single Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal could easily suppress a king to death. Shaking his hand, golden vitality flowed over it, visibly healing his injuries at an alarming rate. Rumble. Hundreds of Supreme Thunder Emperor Seals emerged in the sky. Carrying the aura of death, they flew toward Kit. Chapter 335. Absolutely terrifying. With an air of readiness to finish Kit off. Damn. Kit couldn't help but curse loudly. Wasn't it said that the chance of surviving the Chaos Heaven Tribulation in the ancient small world was 1 or 2%? Why does it now feel like a sure death? But, no matter what, facing the Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal formed by hundreds of 9-colored divine thunderbolts, Kit had no choice but to bite the bullet and charge forward. Boom. Holding a long sword, Kit directly surged toward the Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal in the sky. Boom. The raging power of thunder swept across the surrounding void. The Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal came crushing down on Kit with a mighty roar of supremacy. Heavenly Sword. 9-leaf sword technique. Way imprint. Xiuxian 9 transformations. Step through void. Kit used over a dozen supreme secret techniques and heavenly Dao abilities. In an instant, all around them were the 9-colored Supreme Thunder Emperor Seals, along with Kit's rampant sword aura and spells. Their first clash radiated myriad lights. Boom. In the sky, there were far too many Supreme Thunder Emperor Seals. Despite Kit's unmatched strength, he could not withstand their overwhelming numbers. Soon, a Supreme Thunder Emperor Seal struck him directly. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Kit staggered. His shoulder was bloodied and torn, but he was not in mortal danger. He looked up at the Supreme Thunder Emperor Seals in the sky, swung his sword backward, and shattered 2 seals. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, Supreme Thunder Emperor Seals crashed into Kit. Even though he had a chaos body with astonishing recovery capabilities, he found it increasingly difficult to keep up. His true chi within was draining rapidly. His body became littered with wounds, healing speed lagging behind the injury rate. Accumulating injuries made things increasingly dire for him. Damn, it looks like the boss can't hold on any longer. The Dorian stood up, a serious look on its face. There's nothing we can do. Corey shook his head, saying, "This is the Chaos Heaven Tribulation. It represents the will of heaven and earth. Only if the boss passes the tribulation will he gain the acknowledgement of the will of the heavens. Are we just supposed to watch, unable to do anything? Adrielle gritted her teeth, nearly wanting to intervene. You'd better not act. This is a heavenly tribulation. Even with a supreme artifact, you'd be powerless. The large pung bird beside her warned. You might even bring on the tribulation exclusive to supreme artifacts. With those words, Adrielle calmed down. She looked at Kit with determined eyes, saying, I believe in him. He can get through this chaos heaven tribulation. Boom. In the sky, the second wave of several hundred supreme Thunder Emperor seals dispersed. Covered in wounds, Kit punched through the last seal. His breath was weak, and his true chi almost depleted. Boom. At this moment, thousands of supreme Thunder Emperor seals slowly formed. Precisely 3,000 if counted carefully. 3,000 supreme Thunder Emperor seals? My god. Even if an ancient powerful being were here, they wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying attacks. The overwhelming force is secondary. Crucially, this heavenly tribulation carries supreme energy, leaving supreme power at the wound site, making it hard to heal. The previous hundreds of seals have already severely wounded Carson. Will he really be able to hold on next time? A group of cultivators watched anxiously. Their hearts clenched tightly. They felt Kit might not withstand the next wave of tribulation. Damn, they really want to kill me. Kit stared at the neatly arranged 3,000 supreme Thunder Emperor seals in the Thunder Sea, feeling speechless. Each of these 3,000 seals could seriously injure a king. It wasn't about sheer strength, but the presence of supreme energy. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't withstand them. The scars left behind would never fully heal due to the indelible supreme energy. Had he not possessed the incredibly strong Chaos Classic and a horrifying Chaos body, capable of refining all substances to forcibly neutralize the supreme energy, he would have died 100 times over already. Not good. Kit took a deep breath. A purple golden pine seed of the Saint Pine appeared in his hand, which he immediately swallowed. Boom. Unmatched medicinal power erupted, swiftly transforming into true chi and vitality. Kit's wounds healed visibly, reaching peak condition in moments. Then, he retrieved a handful of purple golden Saint Pine seeds and placed them nearby. When fighting starts, there may be no time to take medicine. Boom. The 3,000 supreme Thunder Emperor seals condensed instantly, bearing unmatched power as they crushed towards Kit. Kill. Without hesitation, Kit charged straight into the lightning tribulation. Kadif and Death, take it easy, refused to submit. Just charging forward was all it took. Ding ding ding. Kit pushed his strength to the limit, confronting the 3,000 supreme Thunder Emperor seals. He smashed each seal one by one with punches. During this process, his injuries worsened, forcing him to allocate part of his strength to neutralize the supreme energy seeping into his wounds. However, this made Kit even weaker. Boom. A supreme Thunder Emperor seal struck Kit. He flew away like a cannonball, smashing into a mountain range and breaking through a chain of mountains. Splash. Dust rose as Kit quickly rushed out again, kicking a supreme Thunder Emperor seal apart. Time ticked by. After using the sacred herbs, Kit's recovery ability increased significantly. Another few hours passed. Kit's body was covered in deep, bone-exposing wounds, each carrying a heavy dose of supreme energy. This energy continuously corroded the wounds. Even with his utmost effort to neutralize the supreme energy, it would take some time to fully recover. At this point, all 3,000 supreme Thunder Emperor seals were destroyed by Kit. The Chaos Heaven Tribulation above remained, brewing even more dangerous forces. Phew. Standing under the Chaos Heaven Tribulation, Kit's breath was somewhat weak. However, his wounds were gradually healing. Swish. At this moment, divine light appeared, revealing a cold, sharp divine sword piercing toward Kit's forehead from the void. It seemed like some kind of secret technique, moving so fast that time itself seemed to reverse. Even with the free and easy step speed, Kit couldn't dodge this lethal strike. Oh no, someone's trying to assassinate him. Heavens, the timing is just perfect. Chapter 336. Imminent death from the heavenly tribulation? I refuse to believe it. Just when Kit's vital energy and blood were at their weakest, he had almost no offensive power. How ruthless. The crowd immediately erupted into a chorus of exclamations. Boss. Wilbur Wong let out a startled cry and instinctively rushed forward, intending to intervene. However, it was too late. The assassin's speed was too fast. Swish. A bone-chilling killing intent burst forth. Kit could see that the assassin's flesh was collapsing and his essence blood was burning as he pushed himself to the limit just for this one strike. The power on the sword edge was unimaginably terrifying. If Kit were struck, even if he were at his strongest, his primordial soul would be severed. You wish to kill me? You're not qualified. Kit grew furious. With a long roar, he activated the true dragon transformation. Boom. His aura surged, and his speed reached 10 times its original level. Even so, Kit still couldn't completely dodge it. Snap. At almost the same moment, the assassin's full strength slash cut into Kit's shoulder, carving out a 1-foot-long wound. How is this possible? A look of shock flashed across the assassin's eyes. He never imagined that Kit could still evade his attack when his strength was almost depleted. Meanwhile, Kit was enraged. He raised his fist, unleashing the heavenly Dao fist towards the assassin. The assassin tried to block Kit's punch with his sword but failed miserably. Crack. The sword made of spirit metal shattered instantly, turning into fragments that scattered everywhere. The force of Kit's punch remained undiminished, smashing directly into the assassin's chest and obliterating him. Only the head remained in Kit's grasp. Speak. Why do you want to kill me? Kit's voice was icy cold as he stared at the assassin. Golden blood flowed from his shoulder, nearly severing half his arm. A sight of extreme misery. Had Kit reacted any slower, the assassin would have succeeded. Do you think I'll tell you? Dream on. The assassin steeled his heart, knowing he was doomed. Without a word, he burned his primordial soul, preparing to self-destruct. You think suicide is that easy? Kit flicked his finger effortlessly, subduing the assassin's primordial soul and preventing self-destruction. You. The assassin looked at Kit in horror, realizing the situation was dire. The power Kit displayed now was truly terrifying. He couldn't even commit suicide, and if he couldn't die, Kit had countless ways to make life unbearable. Kit, looking at the assassin's primordial soul, said, I don't like tormenting my opponent's primordial soul. If you answer truthfully, I'll give you a quick death. Huff. The assassin hesitated before speaking, I don't know who hired me. I only know that the entity wanting to kill you seems to be from the Xilan clan. The Xilan clan? I almost forgot about them. Since they seek their own doom, they can't blame me. Kit narrowed his eyes, saying, I understand. With that, he slightly squeezed, causing the assassin's primordial soul to vanish into dust. Rumble. Kit's vital energy boiled within him, healing his wounds rapidly as he adjusted to peak condition. After experiencing the previous ambush, Kit became cautious, guarding against potential assassins lurking around. Meanwhile, far away, among a group of cultivators, many opened their mouths wide, despair evident in their eyes. They were all opponents of Kit. Initially, they thought he was surely dead under that terrifying strike. The threat was about to be eliminated, but they were incredibly naive. Not only did Kit survive the strike, but he counterattacked and killed the assassin. In such a dire situation, he could still retaliate. How could anyone kill Kit? It seemed an impossible feat. They could only hope that Kit would perish in the heavenly tribulation. By then, Kit had already recovered to peak condition. Above him, the endless sea of thunderstorms condensed into a colossal sky monument. This monument was hundreds of feet tall and tens of feet wide, towering over the sky like a small mountain. That's not right. Kit frowned as he observed the sky monument. He sensed the dense presence of the heavenly Tao's power within it, which was completely different from the heavenly tribulations he had faced before. What is that sky monument? Unheard of. It feels as if the entire world is pressing down. Heaven. Can anyone survive facing this level of celestial punishment? I feel it's uncertain. Tremors filled the voices of the surrounding cultivators. Those whose mental fortitude was insufficient were crushed by the monument's aura, falling to their knees with heads bowed. The rest turned pale. They could hardly imagine the immense pressure Kit would endure, standing beneath the monument. Intriguing. Kit gazed at the monument. The chaos scripture roared inside him. He adjusted himself to the peak state. Just then, beside him, the remnant consciousness of the Arwen appeared, saying, There's something I forgot to tell you. What? Kit asked in surprise, as he saw the Arwen's remnant consciousness. After countless years, this ancient world is incomplete and no longer matches the environment of the ancient era. Arwen looked up at the sky monument and slowly said, This monument represents the will of the heavenly Tao, forbidding the existence of a powerful constitution like the chaos body in this world. Cutting off your chaos body is your only path to survival. You've come this far, doing quite well. If you don't cut off the chaos body, even immortals cannot help you, for the heavenly Tao seeks your destruction. Sigh. Now I know why it's so terrifying. Kit exhaled deeply. He lifted his head and looked at the sky monument, saying, So, in a true ancient environment, this sky monument wouldn't exist, and I would have already transcended the chaos tribulation? Yes, exactly. The Arwen's remnant consciousness nodded slightly and continued. Without the chaos body, there's nothing significant lost. You will remain invincible, won't you? Cutting off the chaos body? Kit lifted his head, staring at the sky monument and murmured, Not cutting it means death? Far away, many cultivators, hearing Kit's conversation with the Arwen's remnant consciousness, were shocked beyond measure. Chapter 337. Resisting the heavenly steel. Damn, did I hear that right? Severing his chaotic body? That sounds unbearable. No wonder there haven't been any more chaotic bodies since the ancient era. Now I understand. Heavens will even attempt to suppress a chaotic body. They must be incredibly powerful. Oh, Carson must feel utterly hopeless. You bet. Possessing the strongest constitution in history, yet having to sever it, anyone would suffer immensely. A group of cultivators were at a loss for words. They had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of a chaotic body. It was absolutely overpowered. Now, to survive, one had to cut off their own chaotic body? The thought was incomparably desperate. Meanwhile, within the crowd, several of Kit's enemies had also arrived. Seeing that Kit needed to sever his chaotic body, they sneered and mocked him. Haha, you actually have to sever your chaotic body? Amazing. This isn't just plain painful? Whoever wouldn't suffer from this? TSK. It's obvious Carson must have done too many shady things and has incurred heavenly retribution. Mocking voices echoed faintly. By the side, Nash held the Qiulan skyblade, her gaze landing on the group. She said coldly, Which scoundrel is talking behind my back? Stand out. Without using my supreme artifact, I'll kill you 100 times. Right? No need for the boss to lift a finger. You bunch of trash. I can take all of you on my own. Jeffrey, Dorian, took a step forward, its divine beast aura exploding. Boom. The heavy pressure turned the surrounding cultivators' faces pale. Those who were mocking just now immediately shut up. They couldn't fight Jeffrey or Nash at all. Even one Jeffrey alone was enough to sweep them all away. Puff. At this moment, Kit slowly opened his eyes. He looked up at the heavenly steel in the sky and said, If heavens will suppresses me, does that mean I can't pass? I don't believe it. Isn't it just a heavenly steel? Watch me destroy it. Quite defiant. The remnant of the Kramer being stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently, That's your choice. Before the heavenly steel suppresses you, anything can still change. Unnecessary. In Kit's hand, a spirit sword appeared. He channeled his entire body's blood energy to its peak state, and then looked up at the sky, saying, "Heavenly steel? I'll shatter it." Rumble. Above the sky, the heavenly steel seemed enraged by Kit's words. It brought down an awe-inspiring force from above, pressing down towards Kit. Rumble. A power far more terrifying than any Imperial might assaulted Kit. It felt as if all pressure from the cosmos descended upon him together. Crack, crack. Kit's flesh and bones creaked under the strain. He raised his head and immediately noticed something strange as he looked up at the heavenly steel in the sky. On the ground, the flora, fauna, and rocks showed no signs of movement. Only he felt an infinite pressure. This wasn't normal. Not quite right. This isn't physical pressure but rather a psychological one. Kit lifted his head and stared directly at the heavenly steel. Rumble. An indescribably terrifying oppressive force came over him. In an instant, Kit felt like the whole world was being watched by a pair of unimaginably cold eyes. These eyes held no emotion, but carried an ancient suppressing power. The will of heaven has descended? Beside him, the remnant of the Kramer being showed surprise. At his level, he naturally sensed that there seemed to be an added intent atop the heavenly steel. Rumble. The heavenly steel slowly descended, and Kit put away the spirit sword, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He activated the Tao True Eye and looked back at the heavenly steel. He felt that by staring straight at the heavenly steel, he might see the core logic of the world's workings. Rumble. An unparalleled intent fell upon Kit's heart. If it were someone with slightly less determination, they would have gone insane long ago. But Kit faced the heavenly steel head-on. Bang! A dark golden pupil appeared on the heavenly steel. The instant this dark golden pupil emerged, an inexplicable power followed. Next, an unexplainable sensation washed over Kit. His eyes turned dark gold, the Tao True Eye instantly upgrading to a higher level. This is the true Tao True Eye. Looking at the dark golden eye on the heavenly steel, Kit felt profoundly shocked. He suddenly realized that his previous understanding of the Tao True Eye was far off. One might say, it was completely wrong. The true use of the Tao True Eye should be to see through the essence of the world and understand the fundamental rules governing it. This was the true function of the Tao True Eye. This is interesting. Kit stared at the heavenly steel, noticing that the oppressive feeling vanished without a trace. Indeed, it was a trial. The deeper one's reverence for the heavenly steel, the more frightening its pressure. The deeper one's fear of the heavenly steel, the more invincible it became. Was this heavenly tribulation testing one's mental resilience? Kit paused, then chuckled wryly. He had expected many outcomes, but never imagined that this challenge could be passed so easily. Rumble. In the moment Kit grasped a deeper understanding of the Tao True Eye, the heavenly will in the sky dissipated. The heavenly steel transformed into a phantom, passing beside Kit, and the miles-long thunderbolt in the sky instantly dissipated. Heavens! What happened? Why did the terrifying heavenly steel pass by harmlessly? Didn't the remnant of the Kramer being say only severing the chaotic body could get past this? Incredible. It went by so simply. A group of cultivators were bewildered, not understanding what exactly transpired. Rumble. Just then, 9-colored divine light descended from the heavens, landing on Kit. Following which, a pure golden crystal appeared before him. Heavens! It's a heavenly blessing. That crystal contains a heavenly Tao art. In ancient legends, only those acknowledged by heaven receive heavenly Tao arts. Heavenly Tao arts. Around, everyone's eyes turned red with envy. Many trembled in excitement. After the end of the ancient era, for countless ages, there hadn't been any sightings of heavenly Tao arts. Who knew today they'd appear again? Kit was also somewhat surprised. Probing into the golden crystal with his divine sense, he froze after a quick scan. Not because of anything else, he had heard of this Tao art before. It was called the God-Demon Transformation. If he could obtain a drop of divine blood or immortal blood. Chapter 338. The Arrival of Ancient Great Powers. With just this drop of blood, one can transform into a being with divine and demonic bloodlines, gaining unimaginably terrifying power. Remember, immortals and deities are far above the supreme level. The enhancement brought by their bloodlines is exceedingly formidable. Just as an example, Nash's complete activation of her supreme bloodline has already surpassed over 99% of all prodigies. At the same rank, no one could be her match. And the divine transformation directly activates superpowers comparable to those of divine or demonic children. In the ancient era, there were traces of immortals, even minuscule amounts of immortal and divine blood. Hence, in that era, someone relied on this ability to kill countless enemies, making a name for themselves. Fascinating. This ability is very powerful. Pity. I wonder if there's still any immortal or divine blood left in this world. It's probably very unlikely. Kit sensed the information within the golden crystal, feeling that if he had time, he should try to find divine blood. Of course, Kit didn't hold much hope. His era was too far removed from the ancient times. Clack. Kit put away the golden crystal, his physical body bathed in 9-colored divine light, all his injuries healing. This signified that he had passed the heavenly Tao's trial, becoming the only chaos body owner since the ancient times. Really succeeded? The incel looked at Kit and muttered, "Not human. How many records has the boss broken? Too terrifying." Boom. At this moment, a spatial gate opened before Kit. A being with overwhelming aura appeared mid-air. His presence was immense, still at the peak celestial lord level, and not just one but 15 of them. Boom. An elder dressed in yellow robes emerged, his aura so strong that it made the surrounding mountains tremble slightly with just its overflow, showcasing terrifying power. This gale had already reached the great power realm. In the entire xuanhuan world, living great powers were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, almost always serving as Brendan in major forces. They held extremely high status and seldom ventured out. Intriguing. 15 celestial lords and one great power. Kit squinted his eyes, somewhat surprised that the Qilin Divine Vault had progressed to a point where even great powers could enter. It seemed that the Qilin Divine Vault was about to close. According to the rules of the Qilin Divine Vault, initially only Deity Mystic Realm cultivators were allowed in, followed by Mystical Ability Realm, Venerable Realm, Sovereign Realm, Celestial Lord Realm, and finally, the Great Power Realm. Generally, reaching the Great Power Realm indicated that the Qilin Divine Vault was almost closed. If one couldn't exit in time, they would be sealed inside forever. To leave again would mean waiting for millions of years. Unless one reached the Sacred Sage Realm, then one could shatter space and traverse through time-space currents to eventually reach the xuanhuan world. In ancient times, many cultivators chose to cultivate until reaching the Sacred Sage Realm before leaving the Qilin Divine Vault. Some even chose never to leave, given the abundant resources inside far exceeded those outside. For a moment, Kit's thoughts drifted. Meanwhile, the Gale surveyed the surroundings and said proudly, "Who is Carson? Step forward." Boom. A great power's words created a sound wave upon speaking, blasting several lower-ranked cultivators away who couldn't withstand the force of just a single sentence. Heavens! So this is a great power cultivator? Hiss. Too strong. Heh. Even in ancient times, great powers were formidable figures. Not to mention now. 15 celestial lords led by a great power targeting Carson. We're in for a show. Aren't you worried? With all those supreme artifacts, Carson isn't intimidated by these so-called great powers. Supreme artifacts require cultivation levels to unleash their true might. Great powers don't necessarily fear them. What nonsense. Once activated, even emperors would be beaten like dogs. Unless it's a saint, no one dares to take on supreme artifacts head-on. The crowd argued heatedly. One group thought Kit, even with supreme artifacts, wasn't a match for an ancient great power. Another believed he could easily obliterate the great power once he activated his artifacts. Standing midair, Kit said calmly, "I am Carson. What do you want?" "You are Carson? Just a measly deity mystic?" The Gale's pupils narrowed as he examined Kit's aura closely. Kit had hidden his chaos body aura. Without an eye-level perception equivalent to the heavenly Tao's true eye, one couldn't detect Kit's true aura. Not even saints could. Grand Elder, don't waste time. Kill him and retrieve the divine blood lamp. Right. Our patriarch ordered it. We must retrieve the lamp no matter the cost. Let's act, Elder. 15 celestial lords from the Divine Blood sect urged impatiently behind the Gale, eager to finish Kit off. Intriguing. People of the Divine Blood sect? Kit floated nonchalantly in midair, instead summoning multiple runes around him, wary of their movements. He knew better than anyone the power of supreme artifacts. Although one great power and 15 celestial lords were formidable, Kit with his artifacts could slaughter ancient great powers like dogs. No matter how many, they wouldn't be enough for him. Thus, the fact that they dared to challenge him suggested only one possibility. They had a way to counteract the supreme artifacts. "Carson, I offer you two choices." The Gale stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calm. "First, return our divine blood lamp, and all grievances between us will be forgiven. Second, I kill you and retrieve the lamp. Choose." "Oh, I choose a third option." Kit sneered disdainfully. Did they really think they had him cornered? You choose a third option? Please note that the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and tone while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherent storyline flow. Chapter 339. The Supreme Forbidden Artifact of the Divine Blood Sect. The Lanny in the yellow robe was taken aback. He looked at Kit and asked with surprise, "What choice?" "The so-called third choice is that I kill you all." Kit stood with his hands behind his back, casting a cold gaze at the Lanny in the yellow robe before saying, "Ancient powerhouse? I've never killed one before. You will be the first." Fine. The Lanny in the yellow robe laughed out of anger. He pointed at Kit and said coldly, "Boy, do you really think that because you have a supreme artifact, my Divine Blood sect can't deal with you? You're too naive. You must understand. With your cultivation level, you're not capable of unleashing the true power of a supreme artifact. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, prepare to die. I'm giving you the same message. Within 15 minutes, I will eliminate all of you." Kit didn't bluff either. He wanted to see what cards the Divine Blood sect had left. "Attack!" The Lanny in the yellow robe shouted. Behind him, the 15 elders simultaneously produced a small blood-red altar in their hands. Rumble. The moment the small altars appeared, an indescribable force descended upon the scene. Whistling sounds filled the air. A crimson aura enveloped the surrounding space. All chi signals were locked down. Subconsciously, Kit retrieved the crimson gold supreme coffin, but found that this supreme artifact had inexplicably entered a state of hibernation. "Ha ha ha ha." The Lanny in the yellow robe burst into laughter and loudly said, "Are you surprised? These small altars are the supreme forbidden artifacts left by my sect's founder, the Supreme of Divine Blood. They can put the artifact spirits of supreme artifacts to sleep. Unless you are a saint spirit, there's no way for you to activate them." This is quite interesting. Kit was stunned. He had indeed never seen such a thing before. However, putting a supreme artifact spirit into a temporary slumber was truly a troublesome matter. Without the aid of the supreme artifact spirit, one would need at least the strength of a saint spirit to forcefully activate a supreme artifact. If one did not reach the saint spirit level, even more strength would be like a drop in the bucket, utterly ineffective. Thinking about this, Kit took a deep breath. He silently attempted to activate the remaining few supreme artifacts and found that most of them were in a state of hibernation. Only the rusted sword remained unaffected. This item was indeed a higher tier than the supreme artifacts. Holding the rusted sword, Kit now felt reassured. However, he didn't intend to expose the rusted sword's power here. Keeping this secret to surprise the enemy was better. With this thought, he looked at the Lanny in the yellow robe and said, "I see. I understand. Humph. Now that your supreme artifacts are useless, boy, Prepare to die. The Lanny in the yellow robe wasn't going to waste any more words on Kit. With a wave of his hand, he struck out toward Kit, intending to crush him. Rumble. A massive hand, several hundred feet wide, descended from above. Kit unleashed the Heavenly Emperor Slash, slicing upward. Under the tremendous force rebounding, his tiger's mouth split open. Pale golden blood flowed out. On the massive hand pressing down, only a string of sparks emerged. The realm difference was too great. Even if Kit used a superior battle immortal talisman and combined it with the true dragon transformation to enhance his power tenfold, he still wouldn't be a match for the Lanny. Die. Facing this scenario, a cruel glint flashed in the eyes of the Lanny in the yellow robe. He seemed to see Kit being annihilated by his palm. Oh no, boss is in danger. Ernest was suddenly very anxious. He wielded the star-purple gold tower, emitting boundless light, ready to strike the Lanny in the yellow robe. Wait. At this moment, Zaida stopped Ernest. She said, in that blood-red area, any supreme artifact entering it will put its artifact spirit to sleep. What should we do then? We can't just stand by and watch. Ernest became even more anxious. Don't worry. Look at boss's expression. Beside them, the golden-winged Dax remained remarkably calm and slowly said, based on my understanding of boss, whenever he shows this kind of expression, it means he's planning something sneaky. Stay as far away as possible, or you'll be in trouble. These words made everyone pause and turn their gazes toward the blood-red domain. At this moment, the 15 small altars sealed the void, forcing the artifact spirits of the supreme artifacts into hibernation. The palm of the Lanny in the yellow robe could be considered invincible, with the power of a powerhouse, which was terrifying beyond comparison to Kit's current strength. It was purely a gap in strength. Brute force overcame all methods. No taboo secret arts would work here. But right then, Kit suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Oh no. The Lanny in the yellow robe's pupils contracted sharply, sensing something amiss. He felt like he had fallen into a trap. A shadowy figure emerged from the void. This shadowy figure was simply humanoid, radiating faint golden light all over. Its features were unclear, and it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. However, the moment it appeared, an overwhelming aura erupted. What's happening? The Lanny was confused. He could tell that this shadow wasn't alive, but rather some sort of remnant soul. Yet it carried vibrant vitality, which was peculiar. This shadowy figure was naturally the remnant soul of a supreme. It usually only appeared when Kit was in danger. Of course, it might not appear at all. Just moments ago, Kit communicated briefly with this eternal true soul. He was responsible for helping the remnant soul find the remaining soul fragments and reshape its physical body. In return, the remnant soul protected his safety. Sizzling. 100-foot-long beam of sword energy was slashed out by the remnant soul toward the Lanny's palm. The remnant soul's power fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes high, sometimes low. Not long ago, it could withstand a supreme artifact, but now, it launched an attack only at the king level. Humph, I thought it was something formidable. Turns out it's so weak. Before he could finish speaking, the Lanny let out a piercing scream. His wrist was directly severed, the golden giant hand falling apart in midair, shrinking rapidly until it finally turned into an ordinary-sized hand and landed on the ground. What exactly was that golden shadow? My goodness, an ancient powerhouse's arm was chopped off like that. Just who is Carson to actually carry around a protector of the ancient powerhouse rank? The onlookers exchanged puzzled looks. At this point, Kit had no interest in killing the Lanny in the yellow robe. One reason was that it wasn't necessary, and the other was that he realized he knew little. Just as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win 100 battles out of 100. Chapter 340, Kicking Iron Plate. The history of the Divine Blood sect, where the Geo resided, was extremely ancient. This supreme sect, with its countless years of heritage, possessed profound depths and an unknown number of peculiar forbidden artifacts. Before thoroughly understanding his opponent's true strength, Kit had no intention of engaging in a desperate fight. Otherwise, he would surely suffer greatly. Thus, with one punch from the immortal soul remnant, it easily shattered the 15 blood-red altars that had entrapped them. Let's go. The scarlet gold supreme coffin in Kit's hand burst with supreme aura. In an instant, they tore through the fabric of space-time. Hell, I knew the boss would have a plan. Ari shivered, shouting gleefully as he ran but still managed to look back. You punks of the Divine Blood sect, listen up. Uncle Dragon will definitely come back for revenge. Stop yakking and let's move. Zaida gave Ari a kick, directly sending him into the spatial passage. The Brody and the Dax, being divine beasts themselves, were also incredibly fast, outrunning even Kit. They clearly understood that staying behind would only hinder Kit without offering any particular advantage. Boom. Naturally, Kit brought up the rear. Seeing the others leave, he did not linger, waving goodbye to the soon-to-disappear Alfonso remnant. Senior, farewell. Boom. The spatial passage closed instantly. Kit disappeared along with Zaida and the others. Damn it. The face of the Geo twisted in anger. Clutching the wound on his wrist, he gnashed his teeth and said, Carson, you won't escape me. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Right, Elder, Carson greeted that red-haired cultivator before he left. Seemed familiar, but can't recall. Yeah, seemed to call him something like Senior. He might know something important. Not bad. Subdue him and interrogate him clearly. The group of Divine Blood sect cultivators were accustomed to being arrogant. None of them noticed that the surrounding spectators had faces green with fear, barely daring to breathe a word. They all knew that what remained in the void, yet to dissipate, was the Alfonso remnant, awakened by the aura of Corpse Supreme. Without hesitation, it suppressed the remnants of the corpse, which were at least at the near supreme level. Witnessing Kit overcome the chaos heavenly tribulation, This terrifying existence actually faced potential suppression? What a joke. Many cultivators were even watching with amusement, knowing that the mighty divine blood sect was in deep trouble now. Boom. Without a word, the Geo slapped towards the Alfonso remnant, aiming to subdue and interrogate the Alfonso remnant. The Alfonso was surprised at the elder's audacity. However, it did not grow angry. It was like someone seeing an ant boasting. Regardless of its threats, it was simply inconsequential. Rumble. A colossal hand spanned 1,000 zhong slammed down. The Alfonso remnant merely glanced at it, causing the massive hand to shatter instantly. Then, the entire arm of the Geo splintered inch by inch, and soon the rest of his body began to disintegrate. With a scream, the elder immediately severed half of his body. This sentence can be improved for fluency and accuracy. With a scream, the elder swiftly severed half of his body to prevent further damage. This version more naturally conveys the urgency and severity of the action in English. Only then did he avoid turning into bloody mush. What? The Grand Elder is a great master realm cultivator. One glance destroyed half of his body? Too terrifying. No. Simply unbelievable. Can't be. Is this a saint spirit living within the Kirin Divine Tomb's small world? One glance decimates a great master. Isn't that too exaggerated? The Divine Blood sect cultivators' minds buzzed loudly. Their faces showed disbelief. Meanwhile, the Alfonso remnant ignored the Geo and vanished after taking a step within the Dao Palace. That place is the Alfonso's Dao Palace. I remember now. The Alfonso has red hair too. He. So that earlier was the Alfonso remnant. We wanted to suppress the Alfonso remnant? The Divine Blood sect cultivators could hardly stand steady. One by one, they dropped from the sky, nearly scared to death. Many were drenched in cold sweat. If it were other powerful cultivators, they might still stand a chance. But against the Alfonso, they stood no chance at all. Even just a remnant, with a mere thought or a glance, could obliterate them entirely. Not even close to their league. Rumble. At this moment, Kit emerged with Zaida and the others, tearing through the void and dropping from the sky. They crashed onto the mountain range like meteorites, leaving several deep craters in the ground. SSSS. Ari climbed up from the ground, rubbing his waist, and grumbled at Zaida with displeasure. Why did you kick me? My waist feels like it's about to snap. SK, you're too weak. Zaida rolled her eyes. Ari huffed in annoyance. You're at the Dao realm, while I'm at the traveling immortal realm. There's a huge gap between us. Alright, want to settle this in a fight? Kit got up, brushing off the dust, and said in exasperation. I need to meditate to consolidate my cultivation and mental state. Watch over me, and don't let anyone disturb me. You got it. Ari thumped his chest confidently and declared, Boss, you can count on me. If anyone dares to intrude, I'll subdue them. Don't get cocky. Kit couldn't resist kicking Ari. He felt this guy really needed it. Just before leaving, Kit took out a pile of divine herbs and sacred artifacts, saying, these will greatly benefit your cultivation. Use them first. I'm going into seclusion. Whoosh. Blinding divine light erupted, and a mountain of treasures piled up, enhancing the surrounding essence energy by more than 100-fold. Imagine hundreds of thousands of years old medicinal kings, sacred herbs, even divine herbs, various holy crystals, divine beast true blood, glowing in a spectrum of colors, almost rivaling the treasure vaults accumulated over countless years by major sects. Boom. The Brody lunged forward to grab, but Ari was ready. He activated the celestial purple gold tower with a slight tremor. Boom. The Brody was sent flying. Finally, Zaida stepped in, suppressing both Ari and the Brody, distributing the divine treasures according to needs. As for Kit, these minor matters didn't concern him much. He found a cave, carved out a grotto, and started organizing his gains and summarizing his insights from this experience. Phew. Kit took a deep breath. Chapter 341. Consolidating the Realm. After meditating for about 1 or 2 hours, his thought process gradually calmed down. His mental state was fundamentally sound, allowing him to effortlessly solidify his cultivation and foundation, ensuring they were exceptionally robust. There was no need to waste too much time on this. Instead, the crucial question was what he should do next, and how he would continue to survive. First things first, breaking through is the issue, muttered Kit. He held the Chaos Scripture in his hand and slowly opened it. Boom. A flood of information flooded into his mind, presenting all the requirements for the Divine Sea Realm within his consciousness. So, this is what the Divine Sea Realm entails? Kit slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had underestimated the Divine Sea Realm. He knew that in his current normal state, he could easily dominate those at the Profound Art Realm, and any Divine Sea cultivator could be dispatched with a mere breath. However, according to the Chaos Scripture, the Divine Sea Realm was merely the beginning of true cultivation. The previous 5 realms were just laying the foundation. Kadiki, the earlier realms, entering the Divine Sea Realm required 3 materials of the sacred medicine grade: Sun Saint Vine, 9 Khedive's Resurrection Flower, and Profound Young Sacred Essence Marrow. Looking at these 3 materials, Kit felt speechless. These were not ordinary materials. Each could be considered exceedingly rare in the entire world. Despite exploring the entirety of the Chilan Divine Treasure Trove, which contained at least 70 to 80 kinds of sacred medicines, not one of these 3 was found. Phew. Headache incoming. Kit rubbed his temples. He sensed he would have to wander the world once again, searching for these materials. More importantly, even if he wanted to find them, there was no guarantee he could. After all, these 3 sacred medicines were already considered rare among sacred medicines, each with extremely stringent environmental requirements. It was uncertain whether such environments even existed anymore in the xuanhuan world. After analyzing the breakthrough materials and the Chaos Scripture, the remaining task was to figure out how to deal with the Jingu clan and the Divine Blood sect cultivators. Pondering this, Kit stroked his chin, realizing he needed to capture a few cultivators from the Divine Blood Sect and the Jingu clan to gather information. From his previous encounter where he faced the Divine Blood Sect cultivators who came to hunt him, he discovered that these supreme inheritors possessed methods to put the spirit of a supreme artifact to sleep. This made them genuinely tough opponents. Worse yet, if they planted death curses on individuals as traps, killing them would inevitably cause Kit to bear the death curse, which would be the most troublesome scenario. Any slight mistake could lead to his downfall. Phew. Indeed, this is a problem. I should first capture a few people, inquire about the situation, and then decide my next move. Kit took a deep breath. He stood up, walked out of the cave where he had been meditating, and instantly heard a long cry. Roar. The resounding roar of a mighty true dragon shook the heavens. Cristobal bellowed towards the sky, shouting, "Ahaha! Finally, this dragon grandpa has advanced to the divine mystic realm. Advancing from divine sea to divine mystic in just 1 year. No one can surpass this record in history. Haha, too exhilarating." Rumble. At that moment, Cristobal's joy turned into sorrow. Above the sky, a sea of thunder emerged. It was actually the heavenly tribulation caused by his breakthrough. F***CK. It's actually the heavenly tribulation. How unfair is that? Is heaven envious of talent? Cristobal was quite speechless. Above the sky, another bout of thunderous noise erupted. Rumble. The terrifying sounds were deafening. Although Cristobal continued chattering, his expression turned serious, treating the heavenly tribulation with utmost caution. The heavenly tribulation, reserved for geniuses throughout history, was also the most lethal challenge for them. If one could overcome it, it signified a great leap forward. But if one was careless, it truly could mean death under the heavenly tribulation. This is interesting. Seems like Cristobal can now be counted among the prodigies. Kit observed Cristobal with some surprise. The heavenly tribulation was exclusive to geniuses. Especially after the Middle Antiquity era, changes in the xuanhuan world environment led to a weakening of global power, making it more difficult to trigger a heavenly tribulation. In the ancient era, many youth saints could trigger a heavenly tribulation, but in the recent Antiquity era, not even youth supremes could easily invoke one. Rumble. Endless thunder poured down from the sky. Cristobal screamed miserably within the heavenly tribulation, shouting incessantly. I'm dying. That doesn't make sense. Why is this heavenly tribulation so terrifying? I'm a true dragon, the child of fate in the universe. Can you give me some leeway? You bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Cristobal roared frantically. Despite being beaten badly by the thunderstorm, causing his scales to peel off and skin to turn black, his vital energy remained incredibly vigorous, showing no signs of injury. This indicated that the current heavenly tribulation posed no lethal threat to Cristobal. Rumble. The thunderous storm lasted for nearly 8 hours before finally dissipating. After drinking several mouthfuls of the tricolor immortal spring, Cristobal recovered and let out a loud shout. Hooray! Finally, it's over. Ahaha, even the heavenly tribulation can't defeat me. I must be a genius. Hey, leader, you've emerged from your retreat? Seeing Kit emerge, Cristobal eagerly approached, looking excitedly at him. Kit glanced at Cristobal, stroked his chin and praised, not bad, just as expected from my little brother. You managed to go through the heavenly tribulation so easily. Hehe, without your abundant resources, leader, how could I be so strong? Uncharacteristically, Cristobal didn't boast. He clearly knew that transforming into a true dragon was entirely due to Kit's massive resource investment, including the ancient true dragon's dragon pearl, various divine medicines like the destiny fruit, and training his body in the supreme transformation pool. If he were still just a water dragon, achieving this would have been impossible, even if he worked himself to death. Therefore, it was undeniable that Cristobal harbored genuine gratitude towards Kit. Kit naturally understood this, saying nothing further and instead smiling, all right, resources don't mean everything. Mindset is key. Even successors of the supreme powers lack nothing in resources, yet many are just empty shells. All right, where's Zyda? Hashtag chapter 342, the arrogant Godric. They heard about a secret realm appearing, and it seems there's some treasure there, so they all want to check it out. As Corey said this, he paused for a moment and added oddly, judging by the timeline, they should be back by now. This is odd. Could something have gone wrong? In theory, with a supreme artifact like the xiuxian Heavenly Palace in Nash's possession, nothing could go wrong. Not necessarily. Let's go check. Kit frowned slightly. Supreme artifacts weren't invincible, especially since the Divine Blood Sect possessed a supreme gene chi that could put the spirit of a supreme artifact to sleep. Other supreme forces likely had similar items. Additionally, with the current situation in the xiuxian divine treasure allowing mighty beings to enter, if Nash and her group were careless, they might really be in trouble. Note, gene chi seems to be a term that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. It may refer to a forbidden or restricted artifact. For better fluency, it would be better to replace it with restricted artifact, or similar terms depending on context. Revised. Supreme artifacts weren't invincible, especially since the Divine Blood Sect possessed a supreme restricted artifact that could put the spirit of a supreme artifact to sleep. Other supreme forces likely had similar items. Additionally, with the current situation in the xiuxian divine treasure allowing mighty beings to enter, if Nash and her group were careless, they might really be in trouble. That's true, Corey agreed without hesitation, transforming into a hybrid gray dragon and said to Kit, boss, let's go. Seeing this, Kit summoned a holy grade mask in his hand. This holy grade item could alter appearance and conceal one's true aura. He was already being targeted by supreme legacies like the Jinwu clan and the Divine Blood Sect, and countless elders were preparing to ambush him. It would be better to stay low-key for now. Boom. Kit stood on Corey's back as the latter whipped its tail, dashing off towards Nash's location like lightning. Meanwhile, elsewhere, amidst ruins, the entire xiuxian divine treasure had entered its most intense phase, with various factions well prepared. They knew that different regions harbored all sorts of treasures. Many factions monopolized areas, exploring them slowly. Any wandering cultivators who intruded would be killed immediately. Boom. Scarlet divine light soared skyward. A deep red ring appeared, shooting toward the void like lightning, attempting to escape. It's an imperial spiritual artifact. Attack. Absolutely can't let this spiritual artifact escape. Chase it. Burn my essence blood for maximum power. Numerous cultivators exerted their utmost efforts to catch the imperial spiritual artifact. For most cultivators, supreme artifacts were mere dreams, and holy grade items were unimaginable. An imperial spiritual artifact was enough to stabilize a decent-sized sect, becoming its foundation. Obtaining even 1 or 2 such items might take a lifetime. Hence, most cultivators were willing to risk their lives for an imperial spiritual artifact. A brutal battle erupted immediately, causing many casualties among the cultivators. Of course, not everyone valued the imperial spiritual artifact. Nash and her group of 4, including the Alan, were discussing quietly. According to the map, the treasure's location is at the center of these ruins. It appears that millions of years ago, a saint-level expert defeated an opponent and sealed them within this region. It's uncertain. We should go check it out. Suddenly, thunder-like sounds reverberated from the sky. 9 green phoenixes pulled a golden chariot, slowly flying towards the ruins. Flags on the chariot waved, adorned with a Jinwu symbol exuding a mysterious aura. Boom. Behind the chariot, 100 venerable level cultivators, each riding spirit beasts and clad in royal spiritual armor sets, followed closely. Such a display was terrifying. Heavens! It's actually the 6th son of the Jinwu clan, Godric? Godric? Him? Allegedly, he's incredibly talented, even surpassing the young clan leader Kane. I've heard that before. Though Godric is young, he is a rare case of a reverted blood Jinwu clan member with exceptionally strong bloodline talents, reaching venerable level status before 50. His venerable level at 50? That's several times faster than ordinary cultivators. True, some cultivators never reach venerable level despite thousands of years of effort. As discussions arose among the wandering cultivators, many started to retreat. They knew this world was harsh. If Godric was here, it meant the Jinwu clan had set its eyes on these ruins. No other cultivators dared to enter. Leaving now could save their lives. Staying would provoke the Jinwu clan, leading to immediate death. You worthless wandering cultivators. Scram. Those who don't leave within 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. The Jinwu clan will take over these ruins. Anyone who opposes, step forward, and I'll send you on your way. Behind Kane, the 100 venerable level knights acted arrogantly, disregarding everyone else. So annoying. Jinwu clan again. Nash frowned slightly, recalling how she had been belittled and expelled by major forces during the decline of the Xiuxian clan due to her weak bloodline and strength. She detested such superpowers intensely. SK, pretending too much. The Alan transformed into human form, crossing his arms indifferently. Should we just kill all these people? Fred Bird remained calm, replying, forget it. Boss said we don't know what tricks the Supreme Forces have up their sleeves. If we're ambushed, we'll be in big trouble. Killing doesn't require strength. 1 yin-yang soul devouring spell, and we'd lose at least half our lives. Spirits are nice. Be my servant. At this moment, Godric, standing on the golden chariot, looked at Nash and grabbed her without hesitation. He was confident. As a venerable level with exceptional talent, rivaling a heaven rank initial stage, he believed subduing the peak profound realm Nash was easy. Boom. Godric's large hand descended with immense power. Nash, however, felt enraged, retorting coldly, be your servant? Who do you think you are? You're more suited to be a dog for me. What? Godric froze, taken aback. But then, a chilling voice rang out. Make my person your servant? How presumptuous are you? Not good. Kane shuddered, realizing someone had sneaked up behind him. Of course, this person was none other than Kit. Chapter 343. A series of smack UPS. He had come ahead out of concern for Nash's safety. Unexpectedly, he ran into the rampantly arrogant Godric and couldn't help but laugh. This guy was the personal son of the leader of the Jinwu clan, knowing a wealth of information and making him one of the most valuable targets. One could say that within the Jinwu clan, secrets unknown to Godric would be few and far between. However, seeing that Godric dared to have Nash serve as his maidservant, Kit instantly flew into a rage. Deciding to put other matters aside, he would first beat Godric into submission. At this moment, faced with Kit, who appeared behind him after a space jump, Godric's face turned pale in shock, struggling with all his might to turn around and launch a full attack to push Kit back. His movements were tragically too slow. Boom. A punch of heavenly Tao struck Godric's abdomen, directly shattering his spiritual sea. This area is the core part of a cultivator. Once shattered, it requires a massive amount of resources to repair. Severe pain and dizziness overwhelmed Godric. He was thoroughly stunned. In just one exchange, he had been shattered by a single blow. Who could endure this? But in the next moment, Kit grabbed Godric by the neck, lifting him up. Raising his hand, he slapped him 7 or 8 times. Slap, slap, slap. A series of loud slaps. Teeth covered in blood scattered in every direction. Godric's face swelled visibly at an alarming rate. While beating him, Kit scolded. Making my people serve as your maidservants? How much of a face do you think you have? Daring to bully my friend. Have you lived long enough? Looking through history, what sort of man are you to not know how to walk properly at your age? I've never seen someone so shameless like you. Damn it, I'm out of words. Just beating you will do. Kit smacked Godric over the head, turning him completely into a pig's head. It wasn't until this moment that 100 respected Jinwu clan cultivators reacted. They loudly demanded, Rogue, put down our young lord. Attack. Kill him. How dare you provoke our Jinwu clan like this? Kill him. Everyone attacked together. Be careful not to hurt the young lord. A group of golden armored knights were now in complete chaos, because if Godric died, they would all die along with him. This was a tragic outcome indeed. Boom. The combined attack of 100 honored cultivators rumbled forward irresistibly. Seeing this, Kit didn't plan on standing firm. With a slight movement of his foot, a flash of lightning enveloped his body. In an instant, he retreated dozens of miles, appearing on top of a relic tower. Boom. The combined attack from 100 honored cultivators instantly caused rocks and sand in a circumference of dozens of miles to fly apart and disintegrate. A new mushroom cloud slowly ascended. Nice. Kit remained remarkably calm. Holding Godric by one hand, he dealt another slap while scolding, daring to have your followers lay hands on me? Slap you to death. Hoo. At this point, Godric fully realized the situation. His spiritual sea had been destroyed, nearly impossible to rebuild. Naturally, he possessed not a shred of strength. Furiously staring at Kit, clenching his teeth, he said angrily, I will kill you, no matter who you are, from any faction. Slap. Kit returned with another slap, calmly saying, you think you're something? Want to kill me? Dream on. Hoo. Godric had lost it. Even though he lacked strength, he struggled wildly, kicking frantically towards Kit. If he had any power, he would absolutely have Kit flayed 100 times and torn limb from limb to relieve his hatred. But very unfortunately, the world is cruel. There is no if. At this moment, surrounding stray cultivators saw Kit holding Godric, whom he had beaten into a pig's head, unable even to speak coherently. Each felt incredibly stunned. Heavens, what a formidable person. Came in and started slapping, transforming Godric into a pig's head? In the entire Xiuxian divine repository, who dares to disrespect the Jinwu clan? That's a supreme faction. Not bad. Even someone strong like Carson, faced with a supreme faction, can only run away. PSHH. What running away? I was there personally. Carson had the upper hand, just wary of the blood divinity sect's tricks, not willing to risk it. TSK. Regardless, this person daring to slap Godric like this, that slap isn't on Godric's face but on the Jinwu clan's. This is true. It said that Cain was slashed by Carson. Godric just took up the position of young patriarch. TSK. Who would have thought entering the supreme divine repository, he'd be slapped like this? Hey, you bring this up, I remember. Didn't the Jinwu clan's supreme artifact get suppressed by Carson? TSK. So the Jinwu clan has no supreme artifact. Can they still be considered a supreme faction? PSHH. Unless it's a true supreme, none can permanently suppress a supreme artifact. Dead feud. Absolutely a grudge till death. This is more infuriating than killing Godric by 1,000 times. The surrounding cultivators debated fiercely, all feeling Kit was doomed. Supreme factions aren't easy to provoke. They have deep reserves and endless means. After all, without some substantial backing, they wouldn't have lasted so long. Slap. A series of smacks from Kit. Beating him was quite satisfying. Watching beside him, Wilbur Wong felt extremely itchy. He asked, boss, let me give it a couple of tries. Just wait. Kit wasn't anxious. Turning around, he lifted his hand to seal Godric, preventing him from rebuilding his spiritual sea, then casually tossed him to Nash, saying, just keep him alive, I need him. All right. Nash clenched her fists, narrowing her eyes at the unconscious Godric. Glancing at the Dorian beside her, she instructed, prepare the 3-color immortal spring. When I almost beat him to death, pull him back. Shit, how brutal. The Dorian shuddered. Sympathy filled its gaze when looking at Godric. Rogue, release the young lord. You bunch of rogues. If our young lord encounters any problem, you'll surely die. Treasure your lives, don't ruin yourselves. Kill. The Jinwu clan's 100 honored level guards were panicked. Godric absolutely couldn't have anything happen to him. If he truly died here, it wasn't just that the Jinwu clan's leader lost a son. Chapter 344. The tragic end of Godric. More importantly, the face of the Xiuxian clan was utterly lost. Any random passerby could single-handedly defeat the young chieftain of the Xiuxian clan. How useless must the Xiuxian clan be? Isn't that completely over? Boom. Hundreds of venerable cultivators launched another wave of attacks. But in Kit's hand, a sacred sword appeared. Boom. Blinding holy light soared into the sky. Although sacred artifacts were far inferior to supreme artifacts, their power easily crushed these Xiuxian clan cultivators who only possessed king-level spirit artifacts. Boom. Kit struck down with one sword swing. In an instant, the attacks from 100 venerable cultivators were directly shattered, turning into golden dust that dissipated in midair. Next, Kit took another step forward, moving so fast it seemed like a blink. He was already beside a Xiuxian clan knight. Raising his hand, he punched towards the opponent's sea of gods. Boom. An incomparable force erupted again. Oh no. The color drained from that cultivator's face. The sea of gods was undoubtedly the weakest point for any cultivator. If it exploded, they would instantly lose all their true chi. Hastily, he gathered all his true chi as defense. However, what he didn't expect was that although Kit's punch looked powerful, it was actually just a feint. The real strength lay in the attack on the spirit. Zap! A golden flying dagger flew out from Kit's brow, instantly piercing through the cultivator's brow, and in the blink of an eye, utterly destroyed that cultivator's spirit. Bang! The cultivator's head exploded, and his body fell from the sky. Kit, now striding in the free and easy steps, had already attacked another cultivator. Boom! Kit's ferocious swordsmanship burst forth. For a moment, the sky was filled with overwhelming sword energy and the booming sound of the sacred artifact. The remaining 99 venerable cultivators seemed as fragile as earthen chickens and straw dogs, crumbling at the slightest touch. Boom! blood rained down from the sky, mixed with the screams of cultivators and various dismembered limbs. Kit, with his sword alone, cut down more than 20 venerable level cultivators in the blink of an eye. Enraged by now, he faced the remaining 70 venerable cultivators and roared, "Today, you will all die here." Boom. His sword technique became even more violent. With each breath, Xiaolan clan cultivators fell to the ground. In just half a quarter of an hour, only a few survivors remained, looking as if they'd seen a ghost. They turned and fled, shouting as they ran, "Damn it! Where did this guy come from? King level. That guy is at least king level combat strength. We're done. We're all done. Hurry. Report this to the elder." Ah. Screams and cries filled the air. Kit subdued the last cultivator, who dared attack him, and glanced at the fleeing group of Xiaolan clan cultivators. He curled his lip in disdain. He wasn't worried at all. Since the enemy had already lost their fighting spirit, Kit saw no reason to chase them. He turned and looked at the fallen Godric. Now, since Godric was the young chieftain of the Xiaolan clan, well, the new young chieftain should know even more. But when Kit saw the pitiful state of Godric on the ground, he was still shocked. Godric looked utterly miserable, twitching sporadically, making Kit suspect whether he might not survive. Heh. Zaida sheepishly laughed and said, "He isn't dead. He can still be used." He's indeed not dead, but barely hanging on by a thread. Kit rolled his eyes. He threw dozens of talismans, sealing Godric with a supreme artifact. Now wasn't the time to deal with Godric because, amidst the ruins, something extraordinary seemed about to appear. Boom. Almost immediately after Kit sealed Godric, the ground collapsed, mountains crumbled, and endless runes flashed before shattering. In the center of the ruins, blood-red light soared into the sky. A somewhat demonic voice spread throughout the space, saying, "MMM, after countless ages, endless loneliness and waiting, all for revenge. This time, I will slaughter everyone, devouring the flesh and blood of any genius." Ha ha ha. Demonic laughter echoed around. Kit's gaze suddenly became serious. This entity was very strong. Another great power level expert. Boom. A super terrifying giant hand emerged from the ground, slapping the earth. Boom. A terrifying shockwave rose into the sky. From the ground emerged a nearly rotten corpse, spreading terrifying death aura in every direction. Intriguing. An awakened corpse of a powerhouse. Possibly a sacred spirit? Kit was somewhat surprised. However, at his current level, a mere great power level strength was not too much of a threat. Boom. As Kit pondered, the corpse surged out of the ground, immediately locking onto Kit. Despite all kinds of secret techniques masking his presence, Kit's faint divine medicine aura couldn't be hidden. Ha ha ha. I never thought. Just upon awakening, there's such a delicious prey. Having chosen his target, the corpse wasted no time and directly grabbed towards Kit with one hand. Boom. Terrifying power erupted once again. Facing the corpse's palm strike, Kit didn't hesitate and swung his sword backward. Boom. Overwhelming sacred might erupted. A sacred artifact? The corpse gasped in shock, realizing he had underestimated Kit. He never expected Kit to possess a sacred artifact in his hands. How could this exist in the hands of a teenager? But there was no time for contemplation. Kit wielded the sacred sword and slashed downward. Crack. A loud snapping sound. A deep, bone-deep wound appeared on the corpse, black blood splattering everywhere. Boy, you actually injured me. I'm enraged. The corpse was thoroughly infuriated. Without hesitation, it grabbed the sacred sword, crushing it with crackling sounds, while the other hand reached for Kit's head, aiming to crush his spirit. Seeing the decaying claws, Kit didn't hesitate either. He delivered a devastating blow using the 9 transformations of the Kirin, sending the corpse flying back like a projectile. The sacred sword emitted blinding rays of light. Chapter 345. The Exit of the xiuxian Divine Vault. Seizing the skeletal hand gripping the holy sword, Argyle directly cut off several fingers. You will die for this. The skeleton roared in anger, truly overwhelmed by rage. It had assumed that upon its emergence, it would at least wreak havoc and feed on the life essences of various creatures. However, unimaginably, it was maimed by losing an arm in just one exchange with Argyle. This was a grievance it could not easily swallow. At this moment, Argyle narrowed his eyes in surprise. Indeed, the Holy Spirit skeleton, being endowed with spiritual intelligence, possessed terrifying strength. Holding a holy artifact, a single sword strike from him could obliterate even an arm. Yet this intelligent Holy Spirit skeleton merely lost an arm. It's incredibly resilient. Argyle thought to himself but did not pause in action. This skeleton emanated overwhelming death energy and was clamoring to drown the world in blood. It was evident that it was an extremely brutal existence. Releasing it would undoubtedly cause catastrophic disaster. With that thought, Argyle without hesitation held the holy sword in one hand and pursued, delivering another blow to the skeleton. Clang! A dazzling sword beam soared into the sky. The Holy Spirit skeleton erupted in fury, striking toward the holy sword with its fist, intending to smash it away. But the holy sword was irresistibly sharp. Not only did it fail to knock the sword away, but instead, it had its other arm severed by the holy sword. The Holy Spirit skeleton let out an enraged roar, shouting, "If I were in my peak state, a mere holy sword couldn't have harmed me. But you are not in your peak state." Argyle remained composed. He swung his sword downward, yelling, "Die now." Boom. The power of the holy sword instantly multiplied several times over. With one slash, the Holy Spirit's arm was severed, followed by slicing through its torso. Swoosh! Argyle's sword sliced cleanly, bisecting the Holy Spirit skeleton, causing its lower half to drop helplessly to the ground. Then he slashed down again, cleaving open the head. Boom! A green ball of primal fire emerged from the head, heading towards Argyle's forehead. aiming to enter his mind and devour his soul. But with a thought, Argyle activated a supreme secret technique. A golden fly knife condensed from soul force chopped onto the green primal fire, instantly eradicating the Holy Spirit skeleton, reducing it to ashes. Plop. The Holy Spirit skeleton fell to the ground, radiating golden light as the death energy rapidly dissipated. The whole skeleton began decomposing. Is it digesting its own flesh? Argyle looked at the remains on the ground in surprise. At the Holy Spirit level, its body was valuable material, tough and restorative. Its blood and bone marrow could be refined into precious medicines. To any Holy Spirit, it was unacceptable for their remains to be used as materials after death. Hence, most Holy Spirits decompose their bodies automatically upon death using secret techniques. This Holy Spirit was clearly killed by someone. Before dying, it activated this technique, but for some unknown reason, underwent necromantic transformation into a decaying corpse. Now, with the evil spirit eradicated by Argyle, the skeleton decomposed on its own, transforming into pure energy and dissipating into the heavens. What a pity. Lawrence walked over, looking at the ground with regret. This was the remains of a Holy Spirit. Even if one did not consider extracting bone marrow from the holy bones, it was a celestial-grade medicine, and the remaining materials could forge a holy weapon. But now they could only watch as the Holy Spirit remains disintegrated into nothingness. Argyle glanced at Lawrence and said, "Don't be too greedy. This person had no enmity with us. Using someone's corpse for medicinal purposes is excessive." "You're right," Lawrence scratched his head. Thinking about it, using human corpses for medicine was worse than pulverization and scattering ashes. No wonder the Holy Spirit did not wish to leave its remains behind. Rustle, rustle. At this moment, the golden light completely dissipated, turning into countless stars that vanished into the heavens. Only a few extremely hard holy bones and a couple of teeth remained on the ground. These were the most durable parts of the Holy Spirit. Even its decomposition technique could not break them down. Huh. Suddenly, Argyle squatted down. In the remains of the Holy Spirit, a palm-sized jade fragment appeared on the ground. Picking up the jade, Argyle realized it was actually a map. On the map, countless mountains and rivers circled around, creating a very unique image. Argyle felt oddly familiar with these places, as if he had seen them somewhere before. "Boss, doesn't this resemble Ancient God Mountain?" Lawrence suddenly pointed to a marked position on the map. Argyle was momentarily stunned. He examined the jade carefully and muttered, "Yes, it is Ancient God Mountain. This aura, I'd never forget it." If we use Ancient God Mountain as a reference, this jade records, seemingly a part of the entire Xiuxian Divine Vault. Nash took out a map, comparing it and said, "Despite a discrepancy of millions of years, most of the ruins' locations are similar. This map seems to document some secret locations within the Xiuxian Divine Vault." That makes sense. After all, at the Holy Spirit realm, there are probably few places within the entire Xiuxian Divine Vault that could pose a threat, Argyle remarked while examining the map. This map must contain locations visited by this Holy Spirit. Many places I've been to before. The Convergence of Nine Dragons, Ancient God Mountain, Xiuxian Divine Vault. What is this place? Looking at the map, Argyle's expression turned startled. Nash also paused, her gaze fixed on the map. On the map, a mysterious location bore detailed information in Middle Ancient script. It roughly described a route punched through by a Holy Spirit when leaving the Xiuxian Divine Vault long ago. Hiss. Seeing this coordinate, Argyle's heart raced. He knew that this coordinate was likely genuine. After all, the Xiuxian Divine Vault only opens once every million years. Chapter 346. The Residual Spirit of the Xiuxian Supreme? Some cultivators who didn't manage to leave in time would be trapped and die in this small world. Among these trapped cultivators, many had once reached the Saint Realm. Then these Saint Realms broke through space, traversed through the chaotic space-time currents, and left the Xiuxian Divine Treasury. And there were many such passages. There was a good chance that some could still be used. In this case, Kit could extend his stay within the Xiuxian Divine Treasury. Additionally, without any mishap this time, at the exit of the Xiuxian Divine Treasury, a cluster of super sects would unleash all their reserves, blocking him right at the exit. If he dared to show his head, it would be difficult for him to fight his way out. After all, these major powers possessed supreme forbidden artifacts that could make the spirit of a supreme artifact fall into slumber. They were extremely hard to deal with. But now, if this passage could be used, then Kit wouldn't have much to worry about. So, Kit glanced at the map and decided to go check out the exit first. Rumble. At this moment, the restrictions in the entire ruins crumbled further. A large number of spirit artifacts soared skyward. However, most were Imperial-grade spirit artifacts, which did not pique Kit's interest. Without snatching them, he said to Nash, "Let's go." "Okay." Nash nodded slightly. He followed Kit's pace without another word, quickly leaving the spot. Only the five-colored Divine Buffalo was a bit slow. He stealthily wiped his hand to pick up the remaining sacred bones on the ground, following Kit's steps toward the exit. Rumble. Kit left the ruins and stopped on a mountain peak. "Is this place the exit?" "It doesn't seem like it," Nash said in surprise. Kit shook his head and replied, "Of course not. Before heading to the exit, I still have some things to do." After saying that, he waved his hand. The dragon-shaped pendant in his hand instantly revealed the sealed Godric floating in midair, then heavily landing on the ground. Bang! Severe pain jolted Godric awake. Seeing it was Kit, he roared angrily, "You wait and see. How dare you humiliate me like this? I will tear you into pieces." "That's enough. I get it. You don't need to repeat yourself," Kit retorted. Then he slapped Godric across the face and asked, "I've got a question for you." "Ah." Godric's eyes turned red again. Stiffening his neck, he shouted angrily, "You must be dreaming. No matter what you do, I won't say a thing." Kit wasn't angry. Grabbing Godric, he said, "Since you're unwilling to cooperate, we have no choice. Doug Long King, Find a privy to imprison him for 1,000 years. Then we'll capture another Xylan and ask again. What? Godric was utterly dumbfounded. Being sealed in a privy for 1,000 years. What an evil idea. Better to kill him. Most importantly, Kit's words woke him up. The secrets of the Xylan clan weren't known by him alone. Kit just needed to find another person, while he would have to stay lonely in the privy until death. Instantly, Godric cowered. Dejected, he said, "No, don't seal me in the privy. What do you want to ask? If I know, I will surely speak up and won't hide anything." "You should have cooperated earlier," Kit mused, not hurried to kill Godric. Looking at Godric, he calmly asked, "I heard the supreme artifact of the Xylan clan was stolen by Carson?" Godric was taken aback, not expecting Kit to suddenly ask about this. He thought for a moment and answered somewhat gloomily, "It's true. Our clan's supreme artifact, the blazing sun wheel, has been suppressed and is almost unusable. Do you have any methods to take it back?" Kit continued unperturbed. Godric hesitated before replying, "There are many ways. The simplest is sending out powerful warriors to kill Kit. If it fails, we can use other secret methods, like the residual spirit left by our ancestor, the Xylan Supreme, to forcibly recall the blazing sun wheel. However, such action would come at a great cost, and won't be used unless absolutely necessary." "I knew it. A supreme artifact isn't easy to suppress." Kit narrowed his eyes. Now, both the divine blood lantern and the blazing sun wheel, two supreme artifacts, were suppressed within the star purple gold pagoda. However, he couldn't permanently suppress them. Even though a mortal sword said they could be suppressed for 1,000 years, if there really was a residual spirit of the Xylan Supreme. With the power of a supreme residual spirit, recalling a supreme artifact wouldn't be difficult. A supreme artifact driven by a supreme and one reviving autonomously were entirely different. The Divine Blood sect probably also had many contingency plans. It seemed he had to prepare as early as possible. These two supreme artifacts were time bombs. Once activated by a supreme residual spirit, it would be like a fully restored supreme. Caught off guard, Kit might end up being suppressed instead. Considering this, several ideas popped into his mind, causing Kit to smile faintly as he thought of ways to resolve the two supreme artifacts. Of course, everything depended on whether the passage created by the Saint Realm could still be used. Thinking about this, Kit proceeded to ask more questions. Could Diki the true strength of the Xylan clan, and how many people from the Xylan clan had come to the Kylan Divine Treasury this time, etc. Throughout, he used a lie-detecting spirit artifact and wasn't worried about Godric lying. When the questions were almost done, Godric dejectedly said, "All right, I've answered all your questions. Kill me then?" "Kill you? Why?" Kit gave Godric a strange look and said, "Since you cooperated so honestly, then, as a reward, I'll spare you." "What?" Godric was stunned, not reacting, but the next second, Kit grabbed Godric, threw him into the air, and whipped his back with a kick. Bang! Godric flew hundreds of miles due to Kit's kick. Then he fell heavily into a mountain range. "Let's go." Without looking at Godric, Kit shot into the sky again, heading toward the exit marked on the map. Aya! As Kit just left, Godric's seals automatically unraveled. He let out a long scream, roaring furiously, "Ayawa! I will kill you. No matter where you run, I will cut you down." Roaring, Godric smashed a small mountain with a punch. Meanwhile, Kit had already arrived at the location indicated on the map. Chapter 347, The Golden Path of Kadif. Swish. The location marked on the map was situated amidst an endless mountain range. This mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, eerily silent. There wasn't even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, a very unusual occurrence. More bizarrely, the mountains were abundant with medicinal kings, some resembling purple jade, others akin to stars, shimmering with a faint starlight. Swish. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a refreshing fragrance from afar. Kit felt as if his primordial soul had transcended, floating in ethereal bliss. My God, such a vast mountain range, and no one has entered it? These medicinal kings are everywhere, at least tens of thousands. They haven't been gathered by cultivators? Boss, when something unusual happens, there's bound to be something strange. I feel this mountain range has an indescribable aura. The Dorian and the others were utterly perplexed. Kit spoke, seeing their reactions, feeling the abnormality is correct. At the weaker points of the Kylan Divine Treasure, the Draper used the Supreme Array for reinforcement. This place is one of those reinforced locations, thus riddled with supreme killing arrays. Any living being who enters will die. Then how do we find the passage opened by the Holy Spirit? Wilbur scratched his head, saying curiously, in theory, that shouldn't happen. The Supreme Killing Array is incredibly dangerous. Even a Holy Spirit would die in these mountains. It's hard to say whether the Supreme Killing Array is dangerous or not. It depends on whether the Draper left any path to life. Could it be, there is a way out here? Nash stroked her chin and said, perhaps our ancestor considered the possibility of someone being sealed in this small world when constructing the entire Kylan Divine Treasure and left an exit route beforehand? Hee. Still, Nash is clever. Kit praised Nash, then continued, as Nash said, this region has only one path to life, leading straight to the center of the array, but there is no way back. Clearly, the Kylan Divine Treasure can only be exited, not entered. Speaking, Kit waved his hand. An array-breaking talisman appeared and exploded into the entire Kramer array within the mountains. Boom! Catamitless bloody patterns spread, ferocious and terrifying, undeniably showing the true form of the Supreme Array. Any existence daring to touch the Supreme Array faced certain death, but besides the blood-red patterns, a faint golden path led directly to the heart of the array. However, on the golden patterns were ancient talismans marking this as a one-way road. If anyone tried to turn back, they would be crushed by the Supreme Array. Sure enough, this path was deliberately left by the Draper. Kit stood with hands behind his back, unsurprised. He looked at the golden path and continued. This path is very special. I don't plan to leave the xiuxian divine treasure now, but verifying if this path is usable is necessary. If everything goes as expected, after exiting the xiuxian divine treasure, there will be a spatial chaos flow. Without the reinforcing means left by a holy spirit, I might get lost in the temporal chaos forever. Therefore, my true body definitely cannot leave. Avatar talisman? Wilbur, who knew Kit well, immediately thought of the avatar talisman. Correct. Kit nodded. He snapped his fingers, igniting an avatar talisman, which transformed into golden light around him. Boom. A new avatar appeared before Kit. Huh. Kit glanced at the avatar, somewhat surprised. He noticed the avatar's chaotic body hadn't been replicated. It remained its previous true dragon form. This puzzled Kit, but he soon realized the crux of the issue. The chaotic body was too unique. Previously, the primordial lotus representing the near-immortal essence of his original body hadn't been replicated either. Firstly, the level of these entities was too high. Secondly, the materials used to craft the avatar talisman were too low-grade. Catamited by materials, the effectiveness of the avatar talisman was significantly reduced, unable to replicate top-tier existences like the chaotic body and the primordial lotus. Phew. It's time to refine a batch of higher-level avatar talismans, muttered Kit. He had plenty of materials now, and didn't lack the ingredients for avatar talismans. Even Wilbur poked Kit's avatar, muttering, Boss, your avatar is so weak. I think I could beat it. That's just an illusion. Kit controlled the avatar, snapping his finger. Boom. Terrifying power erupted, terrifying even without using war immortal talismans, enhanced by true dragon transformation. Bang! Wilbur couldn't withstand Kit's finger snap and was sent flying. Boom! Wilbur smashed into a mountain, creating a large crater. Teasage, this dragon got too cocky. I wonder if I can beat him. You mentioning that, I also want to beat him. Nash and the others whispered, conspiring to find a chance to give Wilbur a beating. Boom! Wilbur returned like lightning, hearing them plotting. With a sly smile, he said, No way, gentlemen, fighting isn't good. What if you hurt the plants and flowers? Hearing this, Nash and the others rolled their eyes, but they merely teased him and wouldn't really attack Wilbur. At this moment, Kit ignored all this. He stepped forward, controlling the avatar into the supreme killing array. Boom. One step, and Kit stepped onto the golden pattern. The entire supreme killing array showed no special reaction. Following the golden pattern, Kit walked step by step, glancing around. Outside the golden patterns, dense medicinal kings grew abundantly. There were even 7 or 8 sacred medicines growing. Unfortunately, even Kit couldn't harvest these sacred medicines and medicinal kings. They grew within the area of the supreme array. Below the supreme level, perhaps a near supreme could Manchang make it, but any lower would surely meet a dead end. Note, Manchang is better translated as barely or hardly to maintain fluency. I chose barely here to fit the context better. Revised version. Below the supreme level, perhaps a near supreme could barely make it, but any lower would surely meet a dead end. Thinking this, Kit crossed hundreds of miles, quickly reaching the end of the golden path where a black stone door appeared. Boom. A primal aura surged, as if the chaos of the universe had just begun to separate, reminiscent of a primitive era. Chapter 348, Two Paths, Choose One. In a daze, Kit felt as if the entire world was being reshaped. Interesting. Kit stroked his chin and immediately activated the heavenly Dao True Eye to reassess the stone door. This time, the stone door underwent a transformation once more. Rumble. The black stone door was no longer ordinary. It had transformed into a gateway of golden radiance, composed of countless mysterious symbols. Kit had never seen these symbols before. They were extremely primitive, possibly even surpassing the ancient era, perhaps from an era before the ancients. Holy cow, could this be text that existed before the era of gods and demons? Kit rubbed his chin, muttering softly, if it's from before the ancient era, then it must be the script used by deities and devils. Could this stone door have originated in the age of gods and demons? That's a bit terrifying. Feeling that the text on the stone door was incredibly precious, Kit focused intently on the characters, preparing to forcefully memorize them. However, unexpectedly, he failed. These symbols seemed to carry a special kind of magic, making it impossible for him to remember them. He would forget instantly as soon as he turned away. No matter what method he tried, it was the same result. It seems that these symbols carry too much power. With my current primordial spirit, I can't record or bear the force behind these words. Kit pondered thoughtfully, recalling an old saying. According to ancient legends, the script used by gods and devils originates from the primal forces of the universe. Such forces could only be inherited or recorded by divine gold and supreme artifacts. Any other material simply couldn't handle this text. It would vanish instantly. The demonic-looking script before him was likely from before the ancient era, possibly used by immortal deities. What a pity. The symbols within this stone door are absolutely a treasure trove. Unfortunately, I can't remember them. Kit felt extremely frustrated. It was like having a gold mountain in front of him, yet not being able to take a single piece. He could only watch helplessly, truly a bitter experience. Forget it. Let me first see what's behind the stone door. Kit muttered to himself. He turned around and looked at the blood-red grinding wheel in front of the stone door. The grinding wheel was covered with dark red blood stains. The blood was from holy spirits, and despite the passing of hundreds of thousands of years, it had not dried up. It still carried formidable power. However, much of this power had dissipated over time. If it had been freshly flowing holy spirit blood, Kit's avatar would have been obliterated instantly at such close range. Does it require holy spirit blood to open, or just any blood? Over endless ages, lesser beings' blood has vanished, leaving only the near-immortal blood of holy spirits. Kit examined the grinding wheel for a long time, pondering whether direct experimentation would be better. He stepped forward and dripped true dragon blood onto the grinding wheel. Hum. A low hum echoed, and the entire grinding wheel lit up with blinding golden light. A peculiar symbol appeared, resembling the yin-yang taiji diagram, evolving continuously in mid-air. Ultimately, a profound symbol formed. Whoosh! At the instant this symbol appeared, the stone door slowly opened. Rumble! A heavy aura rushed toward Kit, as if the entire world weighed down upon him, overwhelmingly heavy and astonishing. That is, Kit was extremely surprised by what lay behind the stone door. Beyond the door was a space about 100 zhang long, unremarkable except for a faint golden teleportation array, constructed from countless golden runes. However, the array hadn't been used for many years, covered in a thick layer of dust. Interesting. Does this teleportation array lead directly out of the Kirin Divine Repository? Kit glanced at the golden teleportation array. The entire array was immensely complex, with countless dark golden inscriptions floating, making it hard to discern its true destination. Even though Kit could understand part of the Supreme arrays, his realm was too low compared to the Supreme level, making the difference too great. The golden teleportation array before him was completely incomprehensible. I don't know where this teleportation array leads. Kit eyed the golden teleportation array, tempted to try it out. However, he also noticed something else. Surrounding the entire teleportation array was a faint golden membrane. Beyond the membrane were terrifying temporal rifts. Yet, there was an indistinct path extending outward from the membrane. This implied one thing. The Holy Spirit who left the map didn't choose to activate the golden teleportation array, but instead crossed through infinite temporal rifts to return to the xuanhuan world. That meant, the golden teleportation array did not lead to the xuanhuan world? SK, this is problematic. Should I activate the teleportation array first, or check if the Holy Spirit's path is viable? Kit scratched his head, encountering a rare dilemma. Eventually, he took out a copper coin, muttering, forget it. I'll let the coin decide. Clang. The copper coin soared high. When it landed back in Kit's hand, it showed the reverse side again. This meant Kit needed to activate the golden teleportation array to see where it led. Alright, let's give it a try. With that, Kit wasted no time and immediately activated the golden teleportation array. Rumble. Countless golden runes emerged, shooting skyward. A spatial rift opened. The next moment, boundless temporal rifts were pierced, causing Kit to feel dizzy, as if time itself had warped. He knew this was an illusion caused by the influence of the temporal rifts. Had it not been for his reference point, he might have thought an eternity had passed, driving him mad. However, this side effect quickly disappeared, and the surroundings became calm. Kit found himself in a dim space similar to the sky of Blue Star. Before him lay a vast planet. The size of the planet was astonishingly large, with a diameter of at least millions of miles. Facing this planet, an overwhelming sense of pressure made it hard to breathe. This isn't the xuanhuan world. It's outside the xuanhuan world, possibly another planet. Kit glanced at the incredibly large planet, and then looked behind him. There were no other teleportation arrays. This meant the method to return to the xuanhuan world might exist somewhere within this planet, or it might not. ####Chapter 349. Exploring the path of the Holy Spirit. The entire teleportation process is one way. Once he teleports over, it is highly unlikely that he will ever be able to return to the mystic true realm. Unless he can reach the Holy Spirit level and traverse the endless spatial chaos currents, returning to the mystic true realm would be impossible. Thinking about this, Kit stroked his chin. It seems quite a problem. Looks like I can only explore this strange world later. Boom. Almost at the same moment, the time limit for the clone talisman was reached. Kit's clone dissipated into the void. Outside, Kit's main body slowly opened his eyes, rubbing between his eyebrows. Boss, how did it go? Ari saw Kit frowning and got startled, thinking something had gone wrong. He asked, is that path unusable for now? That's not it. Kit shook his head and said, beyond this path, there's a teleportation array left by a supreme Kylan leading to other worlds. Not the mystic true realm. What? Other worlds? Do you mean there are other worlds besides the mystic true realm? Of course. In ancient texts, it is said that at the Holy Spirit level, one can traverse the endless spatial chaos currents to reach other worlds. Wuxia Xinyu and the others exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that after the Kylan divine treasure, there could be such a world. At this moment, Zaida suddenly spoke up. If we're talking about a strange world, I have indeed heard of it. It comes from an ancient legend within the Kylan clan. Kit's interest peaked. Who is Zaida? She is the descendant of a Kylan supreme and a successor of the Kylan clan. If it's a legend of the Kylan clan, it might well be true. Seeing Kit interested, Zaida slowly explained, in ancient legends, our ancestors didn't stay in the mystic true realm all the time. They traversed the spatial chaos currents, exploring chaos and searching for materials to forge supreme artifacts. They accidentally discovered other worlds. These worlds varied in size. Some were small like the Kylan divine treasure, while others were even vaster than the mystic true realm. Our ancestors once visited these worlds and supposedly left a subclan there. However, that's a very old legend. It's said that during the ancient era, our clan still interacted with Kylan clans from other worlds. Some of them even stayed in the mystic true realm, but no one knows if it's true or false. As you say, I do recall now. Ari rubbed his chin and said, ancient records state that vast worlds do exist within the mystic true realm, but reaching them requires achieving the Holy Spirit realm and taking immense time. Moreover, most of those worlds aren't as rich as the mystic true realm. Therefore, fewer powerful beings leave the mystic true realm over the eons. Coupled with the depletion of resources here, the latest records of journeys to other worlds date back to the Middle Ancient era. Since then, perhaps only powerful holy spirits venture out, but they remain close to the edges, fearing to travel too far. Interesting. Kit stroked his chin, suspecting that the world he saw could very likely be a vast world that the Kylan Supreme once visited. Just then, Xiuxian suggested, "Boss, why don't you go to that vast world? The mystic true star isn't safe for you anymore. Many major forces want to eliminate you. It's too dangerous." "SK, boss, maybe you should really consider going to another vast world. You can return when you reach the Holy Spirit realm," Ari said seriously. "I have a feeling that these major forces are definitely plotting something behind the scenes. One misstep, and you might get eliminated by them." Hearing Ari, Kit smiled. "Don't worry, that world can only be my last resort. For now, the mystic true realm isn't that bad off yet. A few supreme forces trying to kill me? Not qualified enough." Ari scratched his head. Since Kit was insistent, he couldn't argue further. "Next, let's explore the path left by the Holy Spirit." Kit touched his nose and continued, "If this Holy Spirit path doesn't work, things will get complicated." With that, a golden light flashed, and another clone appeared midair. Seeing this, Ari didn't comment. "Hope that path works." Zaida silently prayed. Boom! Kit's clone rushed into the supreme killing formation. With prior experience, he moved extremely fast, covering 100 miles in an instant. Within moments, he was back before the stone door. He skillfully opened it. Boom! The aura of spatial chaos currents surged. Kit took a step forward, entering the stone door, and landed on the golden teleportation altar. He walked to the edge of the altar. Whispering sounds. At the edge, strange sounds came, akin to bizarre creatures wailing from hell. Kit glanced at the broken parts of the golden light screen where some patterns remained. They were writings left by holy spirits. These weren't written by just one person but many. Thousands of words covered the area, mostly idle marks like, "visited here," but some described this pit briefly. Simply put, this was a direct path from the Kylan Divine Treasure to the mystic true realm. Once taken, there's no turning back. Otherwise, the Kylan Divine Treasure's supreme formation would forcibly suppress and kill any intruder, leaving no trace. The entrance to the Kylan Divine Treasure can only be accessed at certain times. Even holy spirits cannot enter otherwise. After reading this information, Kit didn't hesitate. His clone was meant for reconnaissance anyway. Whether he returned or not was irrelevant. Rumble. Kit stepped on the golden patterns. Instantly, the Holy Spirit's teleportation array activated, and a familiar dizziness hit him. This sensation was even more intense than the Supreme Kylan's teleportation array. Even Kit felt almost dispersed. The dizziness lasted a full quarter hour before fading. Kit rubbed his forehead, got up from the ground, and muttered, "Damn, what a crappy teleportation array. My vision is nearly blurred. Wait, where am I?" Chapter 350, The Corpse of a Divine Beast. By the time Kit's vision cleared, he found himself in the middle of an ancient fragment of a continent. The entire fragment was enveloped in a faint white glow that prevented it from being torn apart by the surrounding temporal chaos. It stretched for several thousand miles but wasn't particularly large. However, the inherent oppressive aura radiating from the land was overwhelming. Kit's clone was normally at least at the deity stage, but both his speed and strength were suppressed to the divine sea realm, making him at least 1,000 times weaker. Incredible. This must be a fragment of a great world. But why is it adrift in the temporal chaos? Was it shattered by some powerful being and fell into this chaos? Kit silently speculated. But this was all conjecture. Looking at the desolate landscape before him, Kit felt speechless. Even these divine spirits weren't very reliable. They actually transported him onto a fragment of a continent. Could it be that after so much time, the exit pathway had been damaged? Shaking his head, Kit muttered, "No choice, I'll have to find another reliable passage." Countless ages have passed, and finally, a cultivator has come here. A cold voice sounded. Kit turned around in surprise, his pupils constricting slightly with astonishment. A gaunt Lanny in black stood behind him, moving completely silently, and his cultivation depth was unfathomable. This Lanny was not simple. Staring at the Lanny in black, Kit narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" "Huh? Your language, has changed a lot." "That makes sense. After millions of years, such changes are normal." The Lanny in black coldly observed Kit and said, "As for who I am, it's not important. You'll soon be dead anyway." "The visitor doesn't seem friendly," Kit muttered under his breath. He narrowed his eyes, activating the Dao True Eye to examine the Lanny in black. Boom. Under the scrutiny of the Dao True Eye, the Lanny's true state became immediately apparent. He wasn't a physical entity, but merely an illusion. Phew. So, that's what it was. Just an illusion. No matter how powerful, no one can appear so silently behind me. Kit sighed in relief. He extended a finger and pointed directly at the Lanny. "You dare attack me?" The Lanny in black still thought Kit couldn't see through his illusion and continued to intimidate him. Boom. 100 zhang-long brilliant sword aura erupted, instantly annihilating the black-robed elder's illusion, dispersing it into the air. Clunk. A black fragment fell to the ground. Kit picked it up and discovered it was a shard of a sacred artifact, already thoroughly destroyed with internal runes obliterated. The black-robed elder seemed to be generated by this fragment of the sacred artifact. Sacred artifacts turning into fragments. At least a battle between beings of the divine spirit tier occurred here. What happened? Kit frowned as he held the fragment, contemplating, then decided to traverse the entire desolate continent to understand what transpired. Covering several thousand miles took Kit only about half an hour. Soon, he reached the edge of the continent fragment. Whoa. Standing at the edge, looking outward, Kit couldn't help but gasp. The fragment he stood on was just a small part. In front of him lay hundreds of other fragments, all originating from the same shattered planet. In the center of the planet, a divine spirit tier beast lay sprawled out, stretching for thousands of miles. Despite its unknown age, it still radiated a terrifying aura. Even now, crimson blood slowly flowed, emitting immense power. Even at a distance of 10,000 miles, Kit's face paled, and he instinctively stepped back. Hiss. Is this a fresh divine spirit corpse? Kit gazed at the enormous beast, thinking about what might have happened. Clearly, millions of years ago, 2 or more divine spirit tier entities battled here, resulting in the death of a divine spirit beast whose body remained. Sacred artifacts were shattered. Others possibly escaped along the temporal chaos. I remember, in the supreme divine treasure, there's also a divine spirit corpse. However, it's polluted by necrotic chi and turned into a rotten corpse. I wonder if it has any connection with this beast. Kit stared at the corpse, activating the Dao True Eye without hesitation. Rumble. The originally vast corpse, spanning 1,000 miles, now appeared as a mere phantom under the Dao True Eye. At the core of this corpse lay a lizard-like creature 100 zhang long, with silver-white scales and a fierce appearance, likely possessing partial true dragon bloodline. This was its true form. The vast 1,000 zhang phantom was formed by residual energy overflow. Intriguing. Such a fresh divine spirit corpse is an incomparably precious treasure even for divine spirits. Not taking it means either the divine spirit suffered heavy injuries and lacked the strength to carry the corpse away, or perhaps, this divine beast isn't dead. Kit frowned. If he'd brought the supreme divine artifact, its power would ensure he could suppress even a revived divine spirit. Now, he could only proceed cautiously. A palm-sized shield materialized in Kit's hand, emitting a faint white light that enveloped him, shielding him from the overwhelming aura of the divine beast. This replica sacred artifact could be used about 10 times, sufficient for Kit's needs. Boom. Kit leaped off the continent fragment, flying towards the divine beast corpse tens of thousands of miles away. If the divine spirit chose to leave, the transmission array position would likely be near the corpse. Kit had to investigate, regardless. Rumble. An overwhelming aura erupted. As Kit approached the divine beast, the unique aura of a divine spirit increasingly pressured him. By the time he reached within 100 miles, even with sacred artifact protection, Kit felt like he was about to be crushed. This is the pressure of a divine spirit? Unbelievable. Kit couldn't help but marvel at the incredible power. Chapter 351. Didn't completely die? Within the xiuxian divine repository, he had indeed encountered numerous remnants of holy spirits. However, most had dissipated their blood and chi on their own, leaving only a few bones, or their corpses had been eroded by the aura of supreme beings, with all their power completely drained, leaving only decaying husks. But the holy beast before him seemed as if it had just died. Each drop of holy blood carried an incomparable force and oppressive aura. Too powerful. This must be the true level of a genuine holy spirit. Kit took a deep breath. Still, he was no stranger to great events, having witnessed the revival of a supreme artifact and seen the battle between supreme entities and the supreme xiuxian. The aura of this holy beast was terrifying, but it was merely terrifying. It didn't come close to the overwhelming despair felt when faced with a supreme entity's power that could crush everything under the sky. Using the power of a holy artifact replica, Kit approached within less than 100 zhang from the holy beast. At such proximity, he could even see the silvery white scales on the lizard-like holy beast's body. And at this moment, the situation changed abruptly. Thud. Thud. A heavy, muffled sound echoed, as if something was pulsating. The immense force made the surrounding void start to crack. Boom. In Kit's hands, the replica holy artifact couldn't withstand the pressure, showing dense cracks. One could imagine that without the holy artifact, those few sounds alone would have crushed Kit to death. This is a heartbeat? Kit was stunned. Crack, crack. The previously closed eyes of the holy beast slowly opened, revealing dark golden vertical pupils locked onto Kit. Boom. An incomparable pressure washed over him. Damn, this guy isn't dead? Looking at the holy beast, Kit's heart sank. He had thought so. This thing must have died countless years ago, yet its vitality was still so vibrant. It hadn't really died. Now it was completely hopeless. Without a supreme artifact, he couldn't possibly fight this holy beast. Even if it were a dying, immobile holy beast, it could still kill him 100 times over. The gap in levels was too large, beyond anything that could be bridged. A flicker of spiritual waves passed, and the holy beast appeared surprised. Due to its severe injuries, it had entered a state of simulated death, sleeping for eons. If not for Kit's arrival, it would have continued to sleep for an even longer time. What surprised it most was that although Kit was very weak, there was not a hint of fear in his demeanor. This piqued the holy beast's immense curiosity. Looking at Kit, the holy beast emitted a rumbling voice. Human, did you come from the supreme divine repository? How did you? Oh right. This path can only lead from the xiuxian divine repository to xuanhuan world. Kit instantly reacted and calmed down. After all, it was just an avatar. Worst case scenario, he might die. More importantly, he needed to figure out what was going on with the holy beast in front of him. With that in mind, Kit looked at the holy beast and asked, "You look badly injured. Need any help?" "You?" The holy beast's eyes flashed with disdain. It said, "You're too weak. You can't help me at all." "Is that so?" Kit also calmed down. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "That's not necessarily true. I've seen supremes. Don't put on airs in front of me, holy spirit." "Oh, human, you're pretty bold." The holy beast, having slept for endless ages, subconsciously wondered if it was dreaming. Throughout history, how many mere respecters dared speak to a holy spirit like this? Wouldn't that be pure recklessness? It looked at Kit in disbelief and asked, "Human, are you speaking to me?" "No problem." Kit nodded. He continued, "If I'm not mistaken, each of your wounds is deadly, and the power left by your opponent continues to worsen your injuries. The rate of aggravation exceeds your healing speed. Eventually, you'll perish in your slumber. It will take a long time, but the outcome will be death. Am I wrong?" Upon hearing this, the holy beast fell silent momentarily. Kit was right. The injuries from that battle hadn't healed due to residual power from its opponent lodged in the wounds. Moreover, its injuries were so severe that it lacked the strength to remove that power. If this continued, it was bound to die. However, what surprised it more was that this mere respecter-level cultivator could see its current state. That, in itself, was unusual. Thinking about this, the holy beast glanced at Kit and then focused its gaze on his eyes, saying, "I see. Heavenly Eye. Still, even if you can see my condition, it's futile. You're too weak. I could kill you 100 times with a single thought." "I know, but what if I say I can heal your injuries?" Kit spread his hands with a sincere smile. "So, here are two options. First, believe me, and I'll cure your injuries. Second, die alone in this endless void, where maybe millions of years later, a new holy spirit will skin and dissect your remains to refine medicines and holy artifacts. Which do you choose?" Kit's words hung in the air, and the holy beast paused in silence. Then it sighed. "Do I have a choice? Try it, human. If you can get me back on my feet, I will give you unimaginable rewards. Even agree to 3 requests, whatever I can fulfill." "No need. After all, you're the first living holy spirit I've met." Kit smiled slightly. "Besides, since you didn't kill me immediately, it shows you aren't overly malevolent. Helping you is no big deal, really." "No big deal?" The holy beast's tone rose a notch. "My injuries are far from simple. They require massive amounts of holy medicine to recover. Removing the lingering killing intent from the wounds is incredibly difficult. Frankly, with your strength, you're far from qualified." "Don't worry. I have my ways." Kit stood with his hands behind his back, looking relaxed. If it were a typical respecter-level cultivator trying to heal the holy beast, it would be an insurmountable task, impossible to accomplish. But this didn't include Kit. He had too many treasures: divine fruit of fate, divine beast blood. Chapter 352, Method to heal the auto, or various divine medicines, the primordial chaos elixir from the chaos creation pool, and immortal pills condensed from the tricolor immortal spring. All could easily mend the auto's injuries. The auto asked hesitantly, "A method? What kind of method?" "Divine medicine." Kit calmly stated his solution. Upon hearing Kit's method, the auto was genuinely astonished, even reconfirming in disbelief. "You obtained divine medicine within the xiuxian divine treasury?" "Indeed. Is that odd?" Kit looked at the auto, also surprised and unable to understand why it was so shocked. As a holy spirit, it must have seen and consumed divine medicine before. Seeing Kit's nonchalant expression, the auto was speechless. It exclaimed, "There indeed exists divine medicine within the xiuxian divine treasury, but most are protected by supreme formations, making them extremely difficult to obtain. Even among young supreme geniuses, only a select few manage to acquire divine medicine. I spent 10,000 years in the xiuxian divine treasury and only found one by sheer coincidence. Was your divine medicine obtained from a supreme formation, or through some fortuitous encounter?" Looking at the astonished auto, Kit felt somewhat dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that revealing this information would lead the auto to deduce so much. Clearly, he needed to be more cautious in the future. However, what the auto said was true. To gather water from the tricolor immortal spring, one needed the potential of an ultimate supreme. Throughout history, there had been only 3 such individuals, including Kit, that made 4. Even someone like him would be injured trying to force a harvest from the purple gold sacred pine without breaking the formation first. Then there was the heavenly destiny fruit, located beside a corpse Guido. Without his immortal sword to subdue it, even a near supreme would be crushed by the corpse Guido. Moreover, obtaining items like the chaos creation pool, xiuxian divine blood, each required top-tier genius status. "I can still be alive today. It's practically a miracle." Kit couldn't help but complain, recalling his experiences. "What miracle?" The auto was momentarily stunned upon hearing Kit's remark. Kit didn't wish to delve deeper into the topic, so he replied, "I am just an avatar and do not carry any divine medicine with me." "Wait a moment. I'll control another avatar to send you some divine medicine." "Okay." The auto glanced at Kit, now noticing something off about his condition. Despite coming out of the xiuxian divine treasury via a hidden path, Kit did not possess any treasure except for a replica holy artifact. Clearly, this wasn't normal. He appeared to be a temporary avatar, which would soon dissipate. Looking at Kit's avatar, the auto muttered, "What kind of avatar is this, capable of working across infinite space-time turbulence? Could it be a secret technique developed by a supreme or a talisman created by one?" Thoughts raced through the auto's mind as it regarded Kit with greater seriousness and respect. Having cultivated to the Holy Spirit realm, it knew better than anyone the challenges on the path of cultivation. From Chi practitioner to mystical energy realm was relatively easy. Advancing to the divine mystic realm required luck. From divine mystic to Holy Spirit, however, was fraught with trials. Among its contemporaries, only it had achieved the Holy Spirit realm. Moving forward, even for the auto, the path was shrouded in uncertainty, and it had no clue how to advance or even if it could survive. But then it saw Kit, exceptional in temperament, bone structure, and courage. This level of prodigy, if they endured the trials, becoming a supreme was almost certain. At the very least, achieving near supreme was guaranteed. Yet Kit's journey had just begun. If it aided him now, once Kit matured, a few treasures and cultivation resources could propel it to new heights. Realizing this, the auto regarded Kit with newfound reverence and acknowledged that Kit deserved equal standing with it. Suddenly, Kit's avatar began to fade. The avatar token had a limited duration, and its time had come. Hiss. Bad timing. As the avatar neared dissipation, Kit glanced at the auto and asked, "Is there still a path leading to xuanhuan world?" "It's cut off." The auto responded calmly. "My dying opponent severed the path before death, trapping me here. With my severe injuries and impending demise, I lost the ability to open passages through space-time turbulence. Otherwise, returning to xuanhuan world to heal would have been effortless. So, Giving you divine medicine to restore your injuries would allow you to reopen the passage? Exactly. The auto nodded slightly. Good. I'll return soon. Kit nodded. Boom. His avatar transformed into a golden light and vanished into the void. The replica holy artifact, unable to withstand the auto's pressure, crumbled into dust. Intriguing, truly an avatar? The auto squinted, feeling a surge of anticipation. Since it couldn't discern Kit's avatar's authenticity, the chances were high that Kit possessed divine medicine. If so, its recovery was imminent, causing the auto to eagerly await Kit's return. Meanwhile, atop the small mountain, Kit slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing briefly within them. Seeing Kit awake, Corey asked, How'd it go, boss? Does that path still exist? The path is severed. Kit shook his head, saying, 2 holy spirits battled, destroying the space-time turbulence and ruining the secret exit from the Xiuxian divine treasury. Ah. Corey was taken aback, speechless. So, we can only confront the Jinwu clan and the divine blood sect head-on now. Chapter 353. I haven't finished speaking yet. The Dorian had a serious expression as he said, If that's the case, then it's not good. We need to prepare in advance. No need. Kit calmly waved his hand. Why not? This time, the Dorian was somewhat confused. Because I haven't finished speaking yet. Kit smirked and continued. In the place where the 2 divine spirits were battling, one didn't die. It's currently on the verge of death. I gave it a holy herb to heal its wounds and to help me open up a path for our departure. A living divine spirit? A hint of surprise flashed across Wilburwang's face. What if it turns against us? What then? Nash furrowed her brows with concern. No worries. Kit smiled confidently. He still had 3 golden willow leaves and 5 power duplicates left from the Kramer. It wasn't just a minor divine spirit. Even a quasi-supreme wouldn't be a problem for him now. Then, Kit turned around, full of bravado, and said, If that divine beast dares to repay kindness with enmity, I'll cut it down. True leader indeed. This overbearing aura is impressive. Wilburwang flattered him beside him. Not bad at all. Truly my loyal subordinate. You have an eye for talent. Kit patted Wilburwang's shoulder. Humph. Nash turned and told the Dorian, I'm getting goosebumps. So am I. The Dorian agreed wholeheartedly. Kit paid no attention. He dispatched another duplicate, diving into the Supreme Formation for the 3rd time, retracing his original path back to the Continental Fragment. Boom. A replica holy artifact appeared on Kit's shoulder. Without hesitation, he returned to the Divine Beast's side. Back so soon? The Divine Beast looked at Kit in surprise. That Supreme Formation isn't easy to traverse. You came and went in less than half a day. It's incredible. Kit paused, asking, Is the Supreme Formation hard? When I first traversed it, stopping here and there, it took me 100 years to reach this place. The Divine Beast sighed, Kadiki you, moving through the Supreme Formation as if it were flat ground. You're quite extraordinary. Cough cough. Kit said nothing. A jade tripod appeared in his hand. The tripod was fist-sized, carved entirely out of white jade. Instantly, despite the desolate void, the presence of the tripod added a few degrees of sanctity and a refreshing fragrance. Purple gold holy pine. A high-quality holy herb. I didn't expect you to have passed the trial left by the Kramer. The Divine Beast marveled. Even as a divine spirit, I find it difficult to enter that place. Not too shabby. Kit smiled slightly and asked, 1 purple gold holy pine should suffice. How long will it take you to fully recover? Up to a year, or a few months at the least. The Divine Beast answered, Once done, I can open a passage to return to xuanhuan world. Very well. Then I entrust you with this task. Kit nodded gently. It's no big deal. The Divine Beast said nothing as it swallowed the purple gold holy pine tower along with the jade tripod directly into its stomach. Rumble. Terrifying power erupted inside the Divine Beast. Its heart began to beat thunderously, resounding like thunder in the void. Even the sound caused cracks in the holy artifact on Kit's shoulder. I can't stay much longer. In 6 months, I'll return here. Needing your help with something? Kit inhaled deeply and explained, Naturally, you're free to help or return to xuanhuan world. I'll wait for you. The Divine Beast replied firmly, knowing that assisting Kit could lead to significant returns in the future. A sure-win situation that only a fool would reject. Hearing the Divine Beast's unwavering response, Kit nodded approvingly. Crack. The replica holy artifact couldn't withstand the increasingly terrifying aura of the Divine Beast and started breaking apart. Seeing this, Kit waved and said, Until we meet again. All right. The Divine Beast responded, recovering some strength. Rumble. Towering divine might erupted, annihilating Kit's duplicate instantly. Meanwhile, the Divine Beast stood up, absorbing chaotic energy from the space-time turbulence to mend its wounds. Back in the outside world, Kit opened his eyes. How did it go, leader? Wilburwang asked anxiously. It's settled. Kit took a deep breath and said, Now I don't have any worries. Divine Blood Sect, Jinwu clan. Since you dared to trouble me, you must pay the price. Yes, leader. Whose trouble do we seek? The Dorian clenched his fists, saying, I know several key outposts of the Divine Blood Sect. Should we start by destroying a few? No need. Our target is the new young lord of the Divine Blood Sect, Atli. Kit rose from the hill, mounting the Arjun. Nash, you and the others clear out all Divine Blood Sect outposts. Suppress and seal any members you can, eliminate those you can't. Understood. Nash nodded, feeling excited. The Divine Blood Sect and Jinwu clan were among the main culprits behind the downfall of the Xiuxian clan. It was time to settle old scores. Boom. Standing on the Arjun, Kit headed toward the core of the Divine Blood Sect based on the information obtained from Godric. Elsewhere, Godric's face was ashen. Clenching his fists, he smashed a table and shouted, Have you identified that person yet? Your Excellency. No one in the entire Xiuxian Divine Repository recognizes him. But based on the person's strength and conduct, it seems to be Carson. Carson. Always Carson. Godric inhaled deeply, dispelling his humiliation. Losing to a commoner felt different from losing to a champion. The former was embarrassing. The latter, honorable defeat. Hashtag chapter 354, quit bragging. Within the entire Xiuxian divine repository, most of the successors from the superpowers knew very well that Kit's strength was in a league of its own. Not being able to beat Kit wasn't actually shameful. TSK. Isn't this Godric? Black eye and swollen face. I heard you got beaten up by someone? A rather sharp voice rang out. Godric's face stiffened. He gritted his teeth and said, Atli, are you looking for death? Looking for death? You'll have to kill me first. Atli showed utter disdain. He glanced lazily at Godric and said, I must say, you as the new leader of the Jinwu clan are just mediocre. To think anyone could slap you unconscious with ease. TSK. What a weakling. You're asking for it. Godric couldn't hold back any longer. In his rage, he attacked immediately. Boom. The Jinwu clan's secret technique erupted, and Godric formed a golden hand seal in his hand, hurling it straight at Atli. Rumble. This golden hand seal was incredibly powerful, its force terrifying. Humph. Atli let out a cold snort, his face full of contempt. To him, Godric's strength was weak. Getting beaten by a random passerby was indeed disgraceful. Therefore, he didn't take it seriously. He casually threw a punch, intending to shatter the golden hand seal. Rumble. Truly worthy of being the new young lord of the Xianxia sect, Atli's power was extremely formidable, even slightly stronger than Russell. His casual punch carried blood-red slaughter, immortal light, striking directly onto the golden hand seal. Boom. An overwhelming force erupted. Atli's expression changed drastically. He could feel that the golden hand seal possessed immense power, almost equivalent to his full-strength attack. He had underestimated. Bang. A heavy strike exploded. Atli's arm bones shattered under the impact of the golden hand seal, and he was sent flying by the force. Boom. Atli slammed into the mountainside, instantly causing the entire mountain to collapse. Tisich, some young lord of the Xianxia sect, what a waste of space. Godric looked at Atli coldly, sarcastically retorting without reservation. However, deep down, he was a bit solemn. Atli's strength was indeed formidable. Even though Atli had been careless, he still managed to withstand Godric's full-strength attack effortlessly, suffering only minor injuries. Rumble. From the collapsed mountainside, stones flew about, exploding into dust. Atli walked out of the wreckage, his wounds rapidly healing. His gaze turned serious as he looked at Godric and asked, the person who beat you, an elder? Of extremely high realm? No, his realm is lower than mine. Godric stood with hands behind his back, calmly saying, I am no match for him. What? Atli was utterly bewildered. After all, Godric's strength and realm were comparable to his own. At the same realm level, even if unable to win, it would never result in being completely overpowered. The only explanation would be that the person was an elder with far more cultivation time and a much higher realm. Initially, Atli thought Godric had simply been too arrogant, earning a beating from some passing elder. But now it seemed like something entirely different. This was quite alarming. For someone of a lower realm to utterly dominate Godric, within the entire Xiuxian divine repository, among countless prodigies, only one person might be capable of this. Thinking of this, Atli looked at Godric with a serious expression and asked, You encountered Carson? That's right. Godric didn't hide it. Within the entire Xiuxian divine repository, Kit was too strong. Being dominated by Kit, honestly, wasn't shameful. In fact, boasting about surviving a fight against Kit added prestige. You're lying. Atli looked at Godric, clearly disbelieving, and said, Given the relationship between the Xianxia sect and Carson, if you met Carson, you wouldn't be alive now. He would have killed you. As Atli spoke, the people around nodded slightly, feeling Godric meeting Kit would definitely result in death. Surviving seemed unfathomable. According to various legends, Kit's strength varied, but even in the weakest version, he severed the arm of a great power-level expert from the Xianxia sect before fleeing. Or, he withstood the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation, becoming the first Chaos Bodyborn since ancient times. Each record was unprecedented. Honestly, although Atli loudly declared he wanted to challenge and kill Kit to avenge his brother Russell. In reality, if he truly met Kit, he would run faster than anyone else. Kit now had a fearsome reputation, becoming a nightmare for the younger generation. No one could stand up to Kit, and looking at the unbelieving eyes around him, Godric couldn't help but start showing off. He said coldly, Carson is just all talk. He ambushed me and I gave him 300 moves, then counterattacked, driving him away. Ugh. Atli looked at Godric, momentarily speechless. He didn't know whether Godric was telling the truth or not. However, his purpose wasn't this, so Atli shook his head and said, Stop bragging. If Carson was that useless, he couldn't break so many records. Did you really endure 300 moves from him? Or did you just get slapped in the face? Cough. Godric didn't answer. He glanced at Atli and said coldly, Enough. Atli, what do you want from me? Simple. Carson has already become our irreconcilable enemy. Let's cooperate, join forces, and kill Carson. A sinister smile crept onto Atli's lips. Godric's pupils constricted as he looked at Atli, asking gravely, What plan? This isn't the place to discuss. Atli pointed at the crowd around them and smiled. Let's go to a private room for detailed discussion. Fine. Godric clenched his fists tightly. His hatred for Kit ran deep. If there was a chance to eliminate Kit, he wouldn't let it slip. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kit stood on the back of a Solomon, arms crossed behind his back. Below his feet, the true form of the Dax spread wings spanning 100 zhong, immensely large. And as a pure-blooded golden-winged Dax, its speed was not much slower than that of the Kuanpeng. With just a slight flap of its wings, hundreds of miles were left behind, almost matching the speed of Kit using the unrestrained step. Boom! The golden-winged Dax cut through the sky like a streak of golden light. A group of cultivators couldn't help but exclaim in awe along the way. Chapter 355. What does it mean to court death? Is that a pure-blooded golden-winged Dax? Impossible. There's actually such a pure-blooded divine beast inside the xiuxian divine tomb? Incredible. At this speed, it would only take a few flaps of its wings to cover 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, truly worthy of being a branch of the Xuanhuan lineage. In ancient legends, when Xuanhuan spreads its wings, it can soar for tens of thousands of miles. This golden-winged Dax already has some resemblance to the Xuanhuan. If only we could tame it and use it as a mount. Are you courting death? That's a pure-blooded divine beast at the peak of the divine power realm. Even at the peak of the venerated realm, no one would be a match for it. Yeah, you going up there would just be giving it a snack. Is there someone standing on that golden-winged Dax's back? Your eyes need treatment. Who can stand on the back of a golden-winged Dax? Right. The golden-winged Dax is incredibly proud. How could it possibly become a mount for a human cultivator? A group of cultivators gasped in amazement, fantasizing about taming the golden-winged Dax as a mount. But very few dared to actually make a move. Unless one was a prodigy like Kenan Sovereign, nobody could match such a divine beast like the golden-winged Dax within the same realm. Haha, this is awesome. The golden-winged Dax laughed joyfully. If under normal circumstances, he wouldn't dare to be so blatant, fearing he'd attract the attention of top-tier powerhouses. After all, being a divine beast, the golden-winged Dax is considered precious, with his whole body being valuable treasure. Even if not tamed as a mount, it could be used for alchemy and other purposes. Nowadays, it's not the era when divine beasts were abundant anymore. However, now with Kit accompanying him, he could fly however he wanted in the xiuxian divine tomb without fear. Probably nobody in the entire xiuxian divine tomb would dare challenge Kit. You should calm down. Don't be too arrogant. Kit was speechless. The golden-winged Dax was drawing too much attention, almost as if advertising I'm a divine beast on his face. Don't worry, boss. In the entire xiuxian divine tomb, few would dare to make a move. The golden-winged Dax was quite composed. However, Kit frowned slightly and said, what about newcomers? With the recent full opening of the xiuxian divine tomb, virtually all major forces and independent cultivators from across the continent have come here. All sorts of people are present. Huh. The Dax was taken aback. That indeed posed a problem. Newcomers might not have heard of Kit's name. Thinking about it, suddenly a dazzling golden light shot towards them. It was an arrow, with terrifying power reaching the peak venerated realm. There are actually people daring enough to attack. Kit paused, flicking his finger to shatter the attack. Then, he turned to look in the direction of the attacker. There, a few young men showed regretful expressions. One of them, holding an imperial rank spirit bow, sighed regretfully. Actually destroyed by an attack. This golden-winged Dax is indeed powerful. This is true. A nearby youth agreed. Why not give it another try? The boy holding the imperial rank spirit bow looked excited. He aimed the bow and arrow again directly at Kit. Tisich, I let you off once, yet you still dare to attack? Kit's brows knitted, feeling somewhat speechless. He hadn't intended to waste time, but now felt it necessary to teach them a lesson. Boom. As he pondered, the opponent once again activated the imperial rank spirit weapon and launched another attack. Boom. This time, the power increased 3 to 4 times, nearly reaching king-level force. Facing this, Kit stepped forward, conjuring an ordinary spirit sword, and casually slashed out. Boom. Pure golden sword energy surged skyward. With one slash, Kit shattered the golden arrow again. Who dares disturb me? Courting death. Where did that guy come from? Daring to stop me from hunting the golden-winged Dax. Kill him. The boys were enraged. They felt their mood completely disrupted. Somebody actually dared to ruin their fun. Utterly intolerable. Boom. Unlani appeared before the youths, his aura steady, already at the early stage of the king realm. I see why you're so brazen. Daring to be so arrogant, because you have a sect powerhouse backing you. Kit's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at the youths, saying speechlessly, since the xiuxian divine tomb officially opened, it seems only trash got in? Beside him, the golden-winged Dax also felt speechless. Top-notch geniuses have their pride, and wouldn't rely on their sect elders even if they couldn't win. To depend on the strength of their sect to bully others was the most disgraceful behavior, more embarrassing than losing a fight. Such geniuses usually entered first and naturally obtained the highest resources within the xiuxian divine tomb. As more areas opened later in the xiuxian divine tomb, sacred herbs, divine tombs, everything had been unlocked. Subsequently entering cultivators, aside from independents, were mostly second-generation rich kids like those present. Typically, they were children of sect leaders or high-ranking figures, protected by powerful cultivators. They were tyrannical in daily life, above the law, but weak in reality, just a bunch of weaklings. Kadiki these few youths whose strength was merely at the deity profound level, and even weaker within that tier. Know this, even an average deity profound cultivator using an imperial rank spirit weapon required careful handling by Kit. While imperial rank spirit weapons were inferior to holy artifacts, their power was also formidable. However, these weaklings were guarded by a peak venerated realm cultivator, making them practically invincible within the xiuxian divine tomb. Without such protection, these weaklings wouldn't survive an hour. Boom. The white-haired king coldly glanced at Kit, noticing he had jumped from the back of the golden-winged Dax. This meant this young man had tamed a peak divine power realm divine beast. Absolutely a top genius at the Kenan sovereign level, most likely hailing from some significant power. Realizing this, the white-haired elder hesitated to act, crossing his arms and looking coldly at Kit. Chapter 356, Soloing the King. Boy, what's your name? Tell me your name, and I'll consider whether to kill you or not. Kit glanced indifferently at the Lanny with white hair and said coldly, a mere wasteland king, daring to act so arrogantly? Looking for death? You dare speak to me like this? The Lanny with white hair looked astonished, as if he couldn't believe it. Kit curled his lips in disdain. He replied, why not? Do you think who you are? Just a king. Upon hearing Kit's words, the white-haired elder became even more hesitant to make a move. He could sense that Kit wasn't bluffing. That meant Kit might be from a much more powerful faction. It wouldn't be wise to offend him. Otherwise, disaster could descend. Meanwhile, the few young nobles nearby hadn't detected any abnormality, or perhaps they were just used to being arrogant and didn't care. Elder Cade, don't bother talking nonsense with that solitary cultivator, just kill him. The lead youth was utterly dismissive. With no further ado, the youth drew an arrow, aimed, and shot it straight at Kit. A streak of golden light pierced through the sky towards Kit. Numerous passing cultivators burst into exclamations of surprise. Heavens! Who is that guy? So brave, challenging Carson? It must be some mysterious supreme inheritance. I don't recognize that attire. From the clothing, it seems like someone from Xiuxian of the Central Continent. That's right. In the Central Continent, sects are rare. Most are nations and major families established by cultivators, similar to our sects here. TSK. I've heard of Xiuxian, a typical nation of the Central Continent. Why would they challenge Carson? You know those Central Continent cultivators, all inflated egos but no real strength. A group of cultivators showed outright disdain. The white-haired king easily overheard the discussions around him. Instantly, he felt numb all over. Before entering the xiuxian divine treasury, he had known of Kit's formidable reputation. Undoubtedly the #1 person one should never offend in the entire xiuxian divine treasury. He had killed 4 or 5 heirs of supreme forces. For a mere prince from an ordinary Central Continent nation, he was nothing. Who could have thought they'd provoke Kit by sheer misfortune? Sweat dripped down the forehead of the white-haired king as he waved his hand, shattering the entire space. The arrow shot by the Prince of Xiuxian was crushed simultaneously. What do you mean by this? Kit watched the white-haired king with interest, making no move yet. Sir Carson, we had no intention to offend. We didn't know your true identity. The Alec now spoke humbly. Please spare us and give Xiuxian some face. Oh, what's Xiuxian to me? Why should Carson give you face? Kit scratched his ear, showing extreme disdain. If it weren't for his current strength, he would have been suppressed and killed by these people long ago, shot dead by the Prince of Xiuxian. Though Kit disliked meddling in others' affairs, killing these pests upon encountering them was quite necessary. Buzz. At this moment, the distant Prince of Xiuxian also got angry, shouting loudly, in all my life, no one has ever dared to provoke me like this. Elder Cade, don't waste time on him. Kill him directly. A mere venerable realm cultivator dares to be so arrogant. You. Elder Cade sighed deeply, unsure what to say. Enough. Give me 2 choices. Either take me down or I'll take you down. Kit smiled slightly and stepped forward, attacking the white-haired king first. This was his first time soloing a king-level cultivator. Honestly, Kit was very curious about how strong king-level cultivators really were. Around them, cultivators burst into exclamations. Heavens! Is Carson preparing to solo a king? Incredible! How long has it been? About a year, right? I remember when Carson entered the xiuxian divine treasury, he struggled even against deities. TSK. No wonder he's considered the strongest genius in history. This speed, truly unparalleled. Kit's terrifying speed left a group of cultivators sighing in amazement. And Elder Cade was enraged. He shouted, even if you're a genius, you can't belittle me like this. Think kings are made of mud? As he spoke, Elder Cade stepped forward and punched directly at Kit. Boom! A formidable aura erupted, surpassing heaven. The weakest king was at least 10 times stronger than a venerable, a pure realm suppression. Thus, throughout history, those who could transcend such realms as a venerable were always unparalleled geniuses. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible. Facing a king's attack, Kit took a deep breath. In his hands, both the immortal combat symbol and true dragon transformation were activated simultaneously, multiplying his strength by 1,000-fold instantly. Boom! Kit moved with unmatched speed using the Wayfarer steps. Despite the terrifying attack, hitting nothing was like hitting air. Before the white-haired king could react, Kit had already arrived next to him. What? The white-haired king was stunned. He hadn't expected Kit to be so terrifying in terms of speed and strength. After all, the xiuxian divine treasury had only been open for a year. At the opening, the highest realm allowed entry was deity, meaning this boy had grown enough within a single year to threaten a king. Such terrifying speed made him a monstrous existence. No wonder he was considered the most untouchable genius in the xiuxian divine treasury. Even without any backing force, his own growth speed alone was enough to make any faction fear. Thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly. A punch of the heavenly Dao smashed into the chest of the white-haired king. Boom! The power of the heavenly Dao punch was extremely terrifying. This punch shattered the bones in the Lanny's chest, causing his entire chest cavity to collapse inward. Bam! The white-haired king flew out like a cannonball, while Kit followed closely with the Wayfarer steps. His spiritual sword turned ice blue, surrounded by countless black threads. Only a white thread appeared between the eyebrows of the white-haired king. Slash! Ice blue sword light flickered as the black and white threads intertwined. Chapter 357. Great Defeat of the Old King. Representing 2 outcomes, life and death. Kit followed the white thread and struck directly towards the Alec's third eye area. In an instant, the Alec's third eye exploded. Even before the sword light arrived, a wound appeared on his forehead, with crimson blood flowing out. Why is this guy so terrifying? How could he unleash such a sword strike? The Lanny was in despair. Kit's sword fell like divine heavenly wrath. Though there were hiding places everywhere, he had no time to evade this sword. No, I can't die. Driven by an intense will to live, the Lanny roared and burned his essence blood. Boom. A tremendous surge of vitality erupted within the Lanny's body. The sudden burst of power gave him immense strength, forcing his head to shift by an inch. Ting! In Kit's vision, the white thread snapped. This strike would not kill the Alec anymore. SSSHH. Kit still brought down his sword. The Lanny's left shoulder was pierced through. Then with a forceful slash, half of his shoulder along with the arm was severed. Aya! The Lanny immediately let out a piercing scream, but amidst the pain, there was joy. He could feel that he had finally escaped death, evading that fatal blow. 9 transformations of the Kirin, step heaven. Boom. Kit stepped down with a trace of supreme divine might, stamping right onto the Alec's face. The overwhelming force made the Alec's entire face cave in. His neck snapped with a crack. Bang! Another kick from Kit hit the Lanny's chest, sending him flying for dozens of miles, crashing into several mountains. Rumble. The thunderous sound echoed, and a group of cultivators watched in shock. No, it's impossible. That was a king. Carson didn't use any supreme or holy artifacts, yet he could defeat an ultimate king just by sheer combat power. What kind of monster is he? Too incredible, injuring a king-level cultivator in less than 10 moves. TSK. Even if the older generation of powerful cultivators show up, they wouldn't be a match for Carson. More and more cultivators gathered. Seeing Kit take on a king and win, they couldn't believe their eyes. And the Howard was dumbfounded too. Plop. He couldn't hold his imperial spirit bow steady and dropped it on the ground. Damn, that's the prince of Yishao Kingdom? He hasn't even fought yet, and he's already scared like this? Such a coward. Yeah, the central region is different from Donghua domain. There exist over a dozen imperial dynasties and thousands of ancient kingdoms that have lasted for countless years. Most princes of these kingdoms are cowards. Non-cowardly princes are usually killed by the crown prince of the kingdom. TSK. The internal struggles in ancient kingdoms are far more brutal than those in Donghua domain sects. A group of cultivators whispered amongst themselves. Their faces showed disdain. Rumble. Wild energy soared skyward. Far away, in the ruins-covered mountain range. The Alec rose again, reattaching his severed arm. A vast, deep aura exploded once more from his body. Rumble. The king's recovery ability was truly otherworldly. The severe injuries inflicted by Kit were repaired within mere breaths. The severed arm was reattached. The Lanny's face darkened. Being stomped and kicked by Kit filled him with humiliation. He glared at Kit coldly and said, "Boy, I underestimated you earlier. This time, you will surely die." Anyone can talk big. Kit remained calm, but inside, he was astonished. After all, the Alec was only an early-stage king, built up by various elixirs. His strength was relatively weak, barely reaching the average level of a king. Even so, despite the 100-fold boost from his immortal talisman and the 10-fold stacking from the true dragon transformation totaling 1,000 times amplification, combined with the Dao secret technique and supreme secret technique, he still couldn't kill this king? Humph. Die. The Alec wasted no time, stepping forward and throwing a punch at Kit. Boom. The serious Alec increased his attack speed several times over. He covered dozens of miles in one step, and almost instantly, his fist was in front of Kit. Not bad your speed. Kit activated the Dao True Eye, and everything around him seemed to slow down. This was the true usage of the Dao True Eye he had grasped in the Dao Celestial Steel. Once activated, the attacks of other cultivators would appear to slow down 100-fold in his eyes, and any flaws would be easily discernible. Boom. The Lanny's punch was incredibly powerful, but Kit was faster and more ruthless. He channeled the 9 transformations of the Kirin, step heaven, delivering another kick directly toward the Alec's Divine Sea. This force was immensely powerful, and if struck, even the Lanny would suffer a shattered Divine Sea. Boy, you dare. The Lanny was unprecedentedly enraged. He stretched out to block, protecting his Divine Sea. However, Kit's kick was a feint. In the moment when the Lanny used all his strength to guard his Divine Sea, an ice-blue longsword appeared in Kit's hand, unleashing the Dao sword technique. Clang, clang, clang. A faint sword resonance sounded. At such close range, Kit followed the white thread and delivered his strike. Crack. The Lanny's head was cleanly severed by Kit's sword and fell downward. My head was cut off? The Lanny was dazed. Boom. Thousands of green sword lights erupted from Kit's hand, shattering the Lanny's Divine Sea. Then Kit reached out and caught the falling head. Plop. The Lanny's head landed in Kit's hand. No. The Lanny was enraged. His divine soul power surged, trying to make a final desperate move. But in terms of divine soul power, not just a mere king like the Lanny, even a celestial lord would not be a match for Kit. Divine soul sealing talisman. Kit softly shouted and condensed a pale golden talisman in his hand. Boom. The pale golden talisman erupted. The Lanny's divine soul power was instantly sealed back. Aya! The Lanny roared angrily, filled with endless frustration. He was truly unwilling, having lost to Kit. As Kit looked at the Lanny. Chapter 358. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He said, "You have lost. Do you have any last words?" The white-haired elder did not want to die and threatened, "Boy, Einar is not someone you can provoke. If you kill me, Einar will certainly request the Taishan Imperial Dynasty to annihilate you." "SK, do you think I'm afraid?" Kit showed disdain. A black, god-slaying talisman condensed in his hand. With a point of his finger, he was about to extinguish the white-haired elder's divine soul. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. "Carson, stop right there." Rumble. A surge of violent energy erupted. A divine sword shot up into the sky, rushing toward Kit to slay him. As soon as the divine sword appeared, it carried boundless sovereign divine might, aiming to directly subdue Kit. Clang. the star purple gold tower floated above Kit's shoulder, emitting endless purple light. In an instant, the supreme sword's divine might vanished from the sky, unable to harm Kit at all. Kit turned around and immediately recognized the supreme weapon above the sky. This was one of the supreme weapons used recently in the battle against the corpse sovereign. Looking at the supreme weapon in the sky, Kit said, "Xiuxian sword. I've seen it before. Its power is quite decent." "Boy, do you dare insult our Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty's supreme weapon?" Another Miles descended. His aura was terrifying, a peak grand supreme powerhouse. Heaven. It's actually the retired emperor of the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty, a being with one foot in the emperor realm. Not good. The Digby of the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty has come. He might be here looking for some life-extending elixirs. Now things are getting interesting. Will Carson cut down this Digby? The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded. They felt that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Even Kit found it somewhat peculiar. Holding the white-haired elder's head, he asked, "My private grudge with Einar, what does it have to do with your Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty? Old man, are you planning to meddle unnecessarily? The Lord of Einar is my grandson. Is that unrelated?" The Xavier looked coldly at Kit, a fleeting trace of fear flashing in his eyes. He stared at Kit and said, "Boy, let him go. Whatever grievances we have can be wiped clean." "You're dreaming." Kit sneered. With hands behind his back, he stood solemnly. He coldly looked at the white-haired elder and said, "But no way. Today, these people, Carson, am determined to kill them. No one can stop me, not even you." "What?" The Xavier froze, a fleeting trace of fear flashing across his face. Though he held the Xiuxian sword, a supreme weapon of the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty, Kit also had the supreme star purple gold tower, making it impossible to kill him. Moreover, logically speaking, he shouldn't offend Kit. But the few young nobles below were his grandsons, essential pawns in supporting Einar as a puppet of the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty. This couldn't be compromised. Thinking this, the Xavier took a deep breath and asked, "All right, boy, what compensation do you want? As long as the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty can provide it, we won't hesitate." Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes, looking at the Digby of the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty. He felt a bit admiring. Indeed, this Digby who had lived countless years knew when to yield and when to stand firm. Realizing he couldn't intimidate him, he immediately softened up. Too cunning. Looking at the Xavier, Kit said, "I told you already. I'm going to kill these people. No one can stop me, not even you. Step aside or get cut down." "Bastard." The Xavier was furious. He didn't expect Kit to be so stubborn, determined to kill several princes of Einar, even if it meant defending the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty. Meanwhile, the Prince of Einar on the ground had a pale face, his legs trembling. He finally remembered what King Einar had told him before he came. The xiuxian divine treasure wasn't a benevolent place. Throwing a brick might hit a successor of some superpower and then be killed by them. He didn't believe it at first, but now, he believed it. Unfortunately, it was too late. If he had known the xiuxian divine treasure was so terrifying, he would never have come even if beaten to death. Boom. At this moment, Kit lost patience. The god-slaying talisman emerged in his hand, ready to suppress the white-haired elder. Seeing Kit about to kill the white-haired elder in front of him, the Digby of the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty said, "Boy, here's the deal. I'll give you information about a sacred herb in exchange for the lives of these people. How about that?" "Oh, information about a sacred herb?" Kit paused slightly, feeling curious. Sacred herbs were precious for sure, but more importantly, he needed 3 sacred herbs for his breakthrough. Perhaps, the Digby of the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty had one of those. Yes, in the world, there's a sacred herb named Sun Saint Vine. Ancient legends say it grows on the sun. In reality, this herb can only grow in places with abundant yang energy. Seeing Kit showing interest, the Digby felt it was more likely to save these young nobles. He said, "Therefore, the place where the Sun Saint Vine grows is purely yang. Such places are extremely rare, but I know the location. If you let them go, I'll tell you the location. How about that?" "Really, the Sun Saint Vine?" Kit sneered, looking at the Digby of the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty. "This information isn't hard to find. How do I know the location you give is real or fake?" "Humph. A monarch doesn't jest. I will not lie." The Digby was very arrogant. "PSK, don't bluff." Kit didn't believe in a monarch doesn't jest. Moving the god-slaying talisman, he instantly extinguished the white-haired elder's divine soul. Pang! The moment the divine soul dissipated, the white-haired elder's head began to rapidly disintegrate. "Boy, what are you doing?" The Digby of the Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty was utterly confused. Why would Kit kill the white-haired elder when he desperately needed the Sun Saint Vine? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If there is, it's most likely a trap. Kit, holding the star purple gold tower, coldly looked at the Digby. ####Chapter 359. Supreme Battlefield, slain the old emperor. No matter where you are, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If something seems too good to be true, it usually is. I happen to need the Sun Holy Vine, and the Digby of the Taisu dynasty just happens to know about it. What are the odds? I'm telling the truth. The Digby's expression suddenly darkened, looking extremely displeased. "Don't bother pretending. It won't do you any good," Kit sneered. "If I want something, I ask for it directly. So, the only possible explanation is that you knew I needed the Sun Holy Vine. And the only way you could have known is mind reading. You must have some kind of divine skill that allows you to read thoughts. Interesting. You." The Digby's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Kit to figure it out so quickly. Indeed, he possessed an ancient secret technique. This divine skill was incomplete, but it allowed him to occasionally catch a few words from other people's thoughts. Just now, Kit's mind briefly flashed with the phrase, Sun Holy Vine. Initially, he planned to use this as bait to trap Kit, but the latter wasn't falling for it. In an instant, the Digby's expression hardened. So be it. Then, let's have a fight to the death. With that, he swung the Tai Su sword toward Kit. Rumble. The Tai Su sword burst into 10,000-foot rays of light. Carrying the thunderous power of a supreme deity, it slashed towards Kit. This strike from a supreme artifact had enough power to destroy heaven and earth. But Kit had been using supreme artifacts quite a bit recently, so he decided not to take it head-on. Instead, he took a step back, dodging the attack like lightning. Rumble. When the Tai Su sword struck, it carved out a gigantic valley hundreds of miles long. Swish. Deep red lava gushed out, slowly filling the valley. Almost all life within a radius of several hundred miles was annihilated by this one slash. This is really unethical. Kit frowned slightly, feeling somewhat repulsed. Previously, if his attacks missed, he would generally control his power and avoid intentionally striking the surroundings or attacking nearby cultivators. Therefore, the destruction caused was relatively limited, mainly flattening mountains. However, this slash from the Digby contained supreme sword intent that wouldn't dissipate for thousands or even millions of years. This place would become a wasteland. Initially, Kit intended to prolong the battle until the Digby's energy was depleted. But now, it wasn't necessary. If the other party continued this reckless destruction, the area within 10,000 miles would turn into a dead zone. Ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand the supreme level sword intent and killing aura. Boom. A rusted sword appeared in Kit's hand. Dax, capture those pampered brats. Kill them all if they resist. Kit ordered. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. The Dax spread its wings across tens of thousands of miles and instantly charged at the brats. At the same time, Kit took a step forward, slashing his sword towards the Tai Su sword. Rumble. Heavenly Dao sword intent erupted. The deep red rust on the rusty sword peeled off, revealing a foot-long blade. And the Tai Su sword seemed angered. It quivered and slashed back towards the rusty sword. Ding! The two supreme artifacts collided, unleashing incomparable power. Space around them flickered, and if this force spread out, it would tear apart the entire Xiuxian Divine Tomb, including being ripped apart by spatial currents. But at this moment, the rules of the Xiuxian Divine Tomb activated, reopening the supreme battlefield. Rumble. Centered around the two supreme artifacts, boundless heavenly Dao laws emerged, forming a stage spanning 100 miles. On this stage, Kit's single slash sent the Digby flying. Heavenly Dao sword intent surged into the Digby's body, creating hundreds of bloody holes. Crimson blood gushed out from these wounds. If not for the Digby's Peak King realm strength, this attack could have killed him outright. Grr. The Digby clenched his teeth in hatred. He glanced around, saying, Supreme battlefield. Fine, I will slay you here. Boom. Translucent drops of blood floated up, heading toward the suspended Tai Su sword. As the Digby of the Tai Su dynasty, he naturally carried the bloodline of Tai Su supremacy. This bloodline sacrifice could briefly awaken the spirit of the Tai Su sword, which would be enough to kill Kit in that instant. Rumble. Thinking of this, the Digby still held the Tai Su sword, slashing down with increased power several times over. Facing such a dangerous attack, Kit took a step forward, casually wielding his sword with one hand and slicing through the air. Ryup. The overwhelming sword intent of the Tai Su sword was torn open, leaving a gap. Kit stepped forward again, delivering another slash. Oh no. The Digby raised his hand, trying to decapitate with the Tai Su sword, but Kit revealed a blood-red talisman in his hand. Instantly, time within a 10,000-meter radius seemed to freeze. Even the supreme artifact, Tai Su sword, showed no response. Any amount of power sent into it was like throwing stones into the sea. It was useless. The spirit of the Tai Su sword fell into a deep sleep. What is that? It put the Tai Su sword to sleep? The Digby looked stunned. Do you think I'll tell you? Kit smirked. He delivered a final slash, with the supreme aura of the immortal sword hidden but still potent. Residual power exploded, slaying the Digby and causing him to disintegrate into ashes. Only a few sacred artifacts remained, floating in midair. Whoosh! The blood-red talisman burned and turned to ash. In less than half a breath of time, it consumed a sacred artifact material. That's terrifying. Kit exhaled sharply, glancing at the blood-red talisman. Chapter 360. Atli's Scheme. This talisman was modeled after the supreme artifacts created by the god Blood Supreme, capable of putting a supreme artifact into a brief dormant state. However, Kit was not a supreme. Even if he exerted all his strength, this talisman could only maintain its effect for half a breath. Within this half breath, the artifact spirit would be dormant. Unless one reached the realm of Holy Spirit, they wouldn't possess the vast energy required to forcibly awaken the supreme artifact spirit. Pity it can only last for half a breath. Kit cast a regretful glance at the shattered blood-red rune. If this thing could last for an hour or two, then he would dare use such a rune to suppress and seal the Tai Su sword. But now, he could only watch as this supreme artifact left. Boom. Almost instantaneously upon the death of the Digby of Tai Su, a blinding light shot up into the sky as the Tai Su sword's artifact spirit revived. It then tore through the supreme battlefield, breaking through space, and directly left. Heskay. If only it could have been suppressed and refined. Kit sighed. He was currently suppressing two supreme artifacts. These two wouldn't remain under his control either. Once the God Blood Sect and the Xylan Sect used their blood sacrifice secret techniques forcefully, Kit couldn't hold them back. Boom. The golden supreme battlefield dissipated. The rusted sword in Kit's hand vanished as he took a step forward and arrived beside the Titus. At this moment, on the ground, several princes of Yishao ancient country were already terrified, sitting on the ground. The only disobedient one had already been crushed to death by the Titus's claw, leaving no trace behind. So fast? The Great Peng looked at Kit, incredibly surprised. He thought it would take Kit at least a day or two of fierce battle to resolve this issue. He didn't expect the Digby of Tai Su to be dealt with so simply. Yeah, The talisman I refined proved to be more effective than I anticipated. As he spoke, Kit looked down at the few Xiao ancient country princes on the ground and said, "Remember next life. Don't be too arrogant." "Hold on. Spare my life, please." One of the Xiao ancient country princes shouted in terror. At this moment, Kit waved his hand. A streak of sword energy sweeping over and directly killed all the Xiao ancient country princes. "Boss, if you were going to kill them all, why didn't you let me handle it?" The great Peng was speechless. He thought Kit had something important to interrogate them about. "It's because of the curse?" Kit stretched out his arm and looked. Endless runes covered his arm, spreading towards his sea of consciousness. Once it invaded his sea of consciousness, salvation would be impossible. Damn, not just one kind of curse. Yin-yang soul devouring curse, immortal severing curse. The great Peng felt his scalp tingle. Kit merely eliminated a few princes who deserved death, yet he faced such severe curses. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Kit didn't say much, initiating his chaos body. Instantly, the chaotic blood chi surged, charging toward the cursed areas. Chaos chi was the origin of all things in the world, naturally able to refine everything, including curses. Therefore, as the chaos blood chi swept through, the curses retreated, disappearing completely in a blink. "Damn, is that the chaos body? So enviable." The Titus looked at Kit enviously. "Coincidentally, I still have 5 kinds of divine beast true blood. Want to try the chaos body? Not many requirements, just get through the chaos heavenly tribulation." Kit smiled at the Titus. "Forget it." The Titus was speechless. He witnessed firsthand how Kit endured the chaos heavenly tribulation and the desolate heavenly steel at the end. That kind of tribulation might only be passable by Kit. "Alright, let's go. To the location of the God Blood sect." Kit jumped back onto the Titus's back. "Got it." The Titus nodded slightly, spread his wings, soared high, and swiftly flew thousands of miles away. Elsewhere, at this time, Manny, the young master of the Xilan clan, and Atli, the young master of the God Blood sect, entered a private chamber. "Cut the crap. What is it?" Manny asked impatiently. "It's simple, just this thing." Atli took out a rusty arrowhead and placed it on the table. "This arrowhead." Manny's pupils constricted as he stared at the arrowhead. It was about the size of a finger joint, very ancient and plain, lacking any ornamental elements. Yet, it exuded an extremely intense sense of death. This arrowhead is a forbidden weapon left by the God Blood Supreme. Once activated, it can slay a holy spirit. Atli smiled cruelly and continued. "The arrow won't cease until the person dies. Either the arrowhead is destroyed, or Carson is killed." "Are you sure this can penetrate the defense of a supreme artifact?" Manny still doubted while looking at the arrowhead. "SK, if the supreme artifact awakens, it can indeed block it. But in a dormant state, it absolutely cannot withstand this arrowhead." Atli confidently explained. "Moreover, this is an ambush, not a direct confrontation." "You mean we find someone to distract Carson while another uses the supreme forbidden weapon to ambush him?" Manny's eyes lit up. This method seemed quite promising with a fairly high success rate. "Right. You distract Carson, I'll ambush him." Atli nodded and began assigning their roles. However, Manny immediately disagreed. Was he kidding? Dragging Kit down meant certain death. He knew Kit's formidable combat prowess from personal experience. "So," Manny glanced at Atli, rolled his eyes and muttered, "Why don't you do it yourself? Didn't you claim to have fought Carson for 300 rounds and driven him off?" Atli looked curiously at Manny. Manny was momentarily speechless, muttering, "That's different. How is it different? It's just a matter of holding him off for some time." Seeing Manny's reaction, Atli instantly understood. Claiming to have fought Kit for 300 rounds must have been Manny exaggerating. The truth was likely Kit simply slapped Manny a few times before deciding not to kill him and letting him go. Within this half-breath, the artifact spirit would fall into dormancy. Unless one reached the Holy Spirit realm, they wouldn't have the immense energy required to forcibly awaken the supreme artifact spirit. Pity it can only last half a breath. Kit glanced regretfully at the burst blood-red rune. If it could last an hour or two, he would dare use such runes to suppress and seal the xiuxian sword. But now, he could only watch as the supreme artifact left. Boom. Almost instantly upon the Digby of Xiuxian's death, a blinding light shot up to the sky as the xiuxian sword's spirit revived. It tore through the battlefield and fragmented the space before leaving directly. "SK, if only I could suppress and refine it." Kit sighed. He was still suppressing 2 supreme artifacts. He couldn't protect them in the future either. Once the God Blood sect and Xilan clan used the blood sacrifice secret technique, Kit wouldn't be able to hold on. Boom. The golden supreme battlefield dissipated. Kit's rusty sword vanished. He stepped forward to stand beside the golden winged Dax. Meanwhile, on the ground, several princes of Yishao ancient nation were absolutely terrified, sitting paralyzed. The lone disobedient one had already been crushed by the bird's claw, leaving no trace behind. So fast? The Dax looked at Kit, astonished. He thought it would take Kit days of fierce battle to resolve the situation. He didn't expect the Digby to be dealt with so simply. "Yeah, the talisman I refined worked better than expected," Kit said, looking down at the few remaining princes. "Next life, remember not to be too arrogant." "Hold on, spare me, please." One prince screamed in fear as Kit waved his hand, releasing a sword aura that swept across and decapitated all the princes instantly. "Boss, if you were going to kill them all, why not let me do it?" The Dax was speechless. He thought there might be something important Kit needed to interrogate. He never expected immediate execution. Because of the curses? Kit lifted his arm, revealing countless endless runes spreading towards his consciousness sea. Once they invaded the mind sea, even deities couldn't save him. Damn it, another type of curse. Yin-yang soul devouring curse, immortal severing curse. The Dax watched, shivering. Kit merely killed some guilty princes yet faced such severe curses. Don't worry, I'm fine. Kit activated his chaotic body. Instantly, a flood of chaotic blood chi surged toward the cursed areas. Being the origin of everything, this essence could naturally purify all materials, including curses. Thus, the chaotic blood chi cleansed away the curses in mere moments. Damn, that's a chaotic body? Truly enviable. The golden winged Dax stared at Kit, drooling. Funny coincidence, I have 5 types of divine beast true bloods here. How about trying out the chaotic body? Just need to endure the chaos heaven tribulation. Kit grinned at the Dax. Never mind. The bird sighed, remembering Kit's harrowing chaos heaven tribulation, especially the final despair heavenly steel. Only Kit seemed capable of surviving that. Alright, let's go to the God Blood sect location. Kit jumped back onto the Dax's back. Okay. The bird nodded, soaring high into the sky and swiftly heading miles away. Elsewhere, Godric, heir of the Xylan clan, and Atli, heir of the God Blood sect, entered a secret room. Enough nonsense. What is it? Godric asked impatiently. Simple, it's this. Atli placed a rusted arrowhead on the table. This arrowhead. Godric stared, pupils constricting. The arrowhead, roughly fingertip-sized, appeared simple but exuded an intense aura of death. This arrowhead is a forbidden artifact left by the God Blood Supreme. Once triggered, it can slay a holy spirit. Atli smiled cruelly. Unless the target dies, the arrow won't cease. Once activated, either the arrowhead is destroyed, or Carson is dead. Are you sure it can break through a Supreme Artifact's defense? Godric remained skeptical. Tisich, if the Supreme Artifact were fully active, yes. But in a dormant state, it cannot withstand this arrowhead. Atli replied confidently. Moreover, this will be an ambush, not a direct confrontation. You mean we find someone to distract Carson while another uses the forbidden weapon to strike? Godric's eyes lit up. This method seemed highly effective. Exactly. You distract Carson, I'll ambush him. Godric bristled, realizing he'd be the bait, facing Kit. He knew how overwhelmingly powerful Kit was from their previous encounter. Why don't you do it? Godric rolled his eyes. Weren't you claiming to fight Carson for 300 rounds and drive him away? Atli looked puzzled. That's different. Godric stammered. How is it different? Just delay him for a bit. Atli saw through Godric's lie. The real story was likely Kit simply smacking Godric around before letting him live. Chapter 361. This immortal mountain, I want it. As this thought crossed his mind, Atli looked at Godric with disdain. He said, forget it. I'll hold Carson back. You're nothing but trash, so you'd better watch me take him down. Really, you? Godric looked at Atli, his eyes filled with contempt. He had fought Kit and knew all too well the latter's true strength. With Atli's current power, facing Kit was not a battle. It was a death sentence. There was no way he could match up to Kit. One encounter might end with instant death. Of course, Godric held no fondness for Atli and found great amusement in seeing him humiliated. Moreover, the Jinwu clan wasn't just muddling through either. They had prepared a secret weapon specifically to kill Kit. Kit remained oblivious to the plot against him orchestrated by Atli and Godric. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Riding on the golden winged Dax, he had already arrived at the true core of the divine blood sect. Boom! A vast immortal mountain appeared before him. The entire mountain seemed shaped by the grand forces of nature, its soil above tinged with purple, emanating specks of purple mist. Purple mist draped over the immortal mountain, with hundreds of spirit veins crisscrossing like giant dragons, converging the spiritual energy within thousands of miles to nourish the whole purple immortal mountain. Actually, purple mist soil. Such soil can nurture holy medicines. Kit glanced at the entire mountain in surprise. It doesn't stop there. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to 100 years of diligent cultivation outside. The golden winged Dax was also amazed. He muttered aloud. No wonder they are a supreme force, able to dominate such a place. Without power, they would have been driven away long ago. Fascinating. Let's destroy this main stronghold of the divine blood sect. Kit didn't panic. With a step forward, he flew straight towards the immortal mountain. Rumble. At that moment, 2 Peak Law Realm cultivators appeared, blocking Kit's path. Where did you come from? Get lost. This place isn't somewhere you belong. This is now the territory of the divine blood sect. Leave immediately if you don't want to die. You have 10 breaths to get out. Both divine blood sect disciples were quite young, looking like men in their 20s. Yet, their faces wore an identical look of arrogance. They gave Kit 2 options, leave or die. Clearly, they were used to acting high-handedly. Kit never tolerated such people. Looking at the 2 divine blood sect disciples coldly, he said, this immortal mountain, nurtured by heaven and earth, does not belong to the divine blood sect. Both of you leave now. Haha, did you hear that? He told us to leave. Unbelievable. For how many years has no one dared to be so insolent in front of our divine blood sect? Exactly. Who does this guy think he is? Carson? The 2 divine blood sect disciples laughed heartily, as if hearing some tremendous joke. You 2 really have no regard for your lives. Kit was speechless. Hearing Kit's words, a flash of coldness passed through one of the divine blood sect cultivator's eyes. He sneered. Ignorant brat. Die. Boom. The disciple raised his hand, sending a palm strike toward Kit. Fierce true chi condensed into a 10-meter-wide giant handprint, slamming towards Kit. Looking at the handprint, Kit sighed and said, you 2 really have no regard for your lives. Saying that, he stepped forward and threw a punch. Boom. A golden fist imprint swung without any spells or techniques. Pure strength alone instantly crushed the divine blood sect disciple's attack, along with him, exploding into a bloody mist. That's impossible. The remaining disciple was dumbfounded. He took 2 steps back, looking at Kit with uncertainty, asking, Who are you? To actually dare kill divine blood sect's cultivator? The Divine Blood Sect? Worthless. The voice of the golden-winged Dax rang out. Transforming into a streak of gold light, he appeared next to Kit, shrinking to a foot-long form and standing on his shoulder. Boom. The divine beast aura erupted from the golden-winged Dax. The Divine Blood Sect disciple's face paled upon seeing him, a terrifying thought rising in his heart. All his fighting spirit vanished, and he stammered to Kit, "Why you are, Carson?" "Indeed. This immortal mountain is fine. I'll take it." Kit stood with his hands behind his back, saying calmly, "Also, let's eliminate a few Divine Blood Sect members. You, spread the word. Ordinary Divine Blood Sect disciples, put your hands on your heads and stay quiet. I won't kill you. Otherwise, I'll slaughter every last one." "What?" The Divine Blood Sect disciple's face turned even paler. If it were anyone else, he would treat it as a huge joke. But if it were Kit, rumored to be blessed with unparalleled fortune and wield 3 supreme artifacts as a youthful emperor, it was a different story. "Hurry up." Kit smirked, sweeping his gaze over the Divine Blood Sect disciple, and ordered, 3 breaths, either leave or die." Boom. The Divine Blood Sect disciple didn't use even a breath's time. Turning around, he ran while screaming loudly, "Carson has come. He's attacking us. Xiuxian is here. He says he will only kill elders and higher-ranking members. Ordinary disciples should surrender and crouch with their hands on their heads, and they won't be killed. Run for your lives." The disciple frantically shouted, heading towards another exit to escape. Meanwhile, at least tens of thousands of Divine Blood Sect disciples on the Immortal Mountain were all alarmed. "What? Carson has come? Impossible. How dare he? We have supreme restricted artifacts. He can't use his supreme artifacts. Damn, you know Carson's temperament. Don't hesitate. Run. Supreme restricted artifacts aren't foolproof. If Kit discovers a way to forcibly reactivate his supreme artifacts, this area spanning thousands of miles will be leveled." "Right. Carson has suppressed the supreme artifact left by the founding ancestor. A supreme restricted artifact may not be effective. Yes, hurry and run." Thousands of Divine Blood Sect disciples scrambled chaotically in all directions. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be this panicked. But this was Kit, hailed as an unrivaled demon, an incomparably ruthless powerhouse. Boom boom boom. Almost simultaneously, several powerful auras surged skyward. Each belonged to a Arn realm cultivator. Among them was the Geo Kit had encountered not long ago. Chapter 362. Single-handedly blocking a sacred artifact. The pinnacle of great power strength. Moreover, he was the first in history to dare challenge the Supreme Chi-Kaden and actually take action against it. Of course, with just a glance, the Supreme Chi-Kaden had extinguished his physical body. From several hundred miles away, he saw Kit, causing his pupils to contract involuntarily. At this moment, Kit stood calmly with his hands behind his back, taking one step to instantly cover a distance of hundreds of feet. He moved very quickly, but his gait was composed. Every single Divine Blood Sect disciple who saw Kit let out an odd cry and scattered in all directions. They didn't dare to make a move at all. And the golden-winged great Pong bird standing on Kit's shoulder also showed no interest. It didn't even want to fight. Note, Pong should be translated as Pong to maintain consistency in terminology. So it should be, and the golden-winged Dax standing on Kit's shoulder also showed no interest. It didn't even want to fight. Boom. Just then, a Divine Blood Sect disciple suddenly launched a sneak attack. He seemed to be an inner sect disciple. Compared to ordinary disciples, his strength was clearly a notch higher, having already reached the initial stage of the venerated realm. In his hand was a replica sacred artifact, a purple long knife that erupted with dazzling light as it slashed towards Kit. Boom. The power of the purple replica sacred knife was extremely terrifying, but Kit activated the star-plucking Warren technique and extended 2 fingers, lightly pinching the blade. Clang. The purple sacred blade was held by Kit's 2 fingers, unable to move. Impossible. You can actually block a sacred artifact barehanded? That inner sect Divine Blood Sect disciple was completely stunned. There's nothing impossible about it. You're just too weak. As Kit spoke, he did not hold back in the slightest. He snapped his finger, forming a god-annihilating sigil that struck the inner sect Divine Blood Sect disciple's forehead. Snap. A splash of blood sprayed from the forehead of the Divine Blood Sect disciple. His soul was instantly destroyed by the god-annihilating sigil, and his body fell from midair. Heavens! True Disciple Dai was actually killed, bare-handedly blocking a sacred artifact? Too terrifying. With this kind of strength, it's at least at the sovereign level. Let's go. We absolutely can't fight against him. Run. The surrounding disciples ran even faster. Some avoided Kit directly, staying more than 10 miles away and not daring to appear within 20 miles of him. Carson, you actually dared to kill our Divine Blood Sect true disciple? You're courting death. There's a path to heaven you won't take. Instead, you come here to die. This time, Carson, we will definitely slay you here. Roars resounded around him. In the next moment, 8 great power cultivators, over 30 celestial lord-level experts, and at least 200 to 300 sovereigns surrounded Kit in formation. Buzz. A small blood-red tripod cauldron emerged, sealing the void around and putting the spirit of the supreme artifact to sleep. They were worried about Kit escaping. Yet Kit remained calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at a group of great power Divine Blood Sect cultivators, and coldly said, "Do you think I can't kill you without the supreme artifact? Humph. Boy, don't talk big. Even if you say anything, you're only at the sovereign level. Without a supreme artifact, we can slaughter you like dogs." "That's right. This time you dared to come here on your own. It's really asking for death. Let me handle it. I want to personally execute this boy. He actually killed my true disciple Dai." All around were elders of the Divine Blood Sect. Their faces were filled with anger. Kit had suppressed the Divine Blood Sect's supreme artifact, the Divine Blood Lamp, and killed the Divine Blood Sect young Master Russell. And now, he actually attacked their main gate once again. Such actions were equivalent to repeatedly rubbing the Divine Blood Sect's face and dignity in the dirt. One could say that every Divine Blood Sect cultivator viewed Kit as a thorn in their side. If Kit didn't die, they would find no peace. Well, anyone can talk big. Kit remained incredibly calm, glancing around indifferently. Most of the elder-level cultivators of the Divine Blood Sect are gathered here, right? Perfect, let's take care of them all at once. Boy, you're arrogant. At this point, an Lanny in a yellow robe stepped forward. The aura of an ancient great power erupted, pressing down on Kit. Boom. For an ordinary sovereign, the aura of a great power was an unbearable force. How much more so for the weaker Kit? Facing this wave of pressure, Kit simply snapped his fingers calmly. Buzz. A faint golden sigil appeared. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted, shattering the Lanny's oppressive momentum in reverse. Boom. The faint golden sigil hovered in the air, rising skyward, forming a golden barrier encapsulating Kit and hundreds of sovereigns within. Not good. My true chi is rapidly fading. What's happening? Damn it. That's a primordial heavenly Tao sigil, the immortal sealing sigil. It forms an immortal sealing barrier where all true chi cannot be utilized. Damn it. How many kinds of sigils does Carson have? Doppelganger sigil, God annihilating sigil, soul suppressing sigil, array breaking sigil. What level of inheritance has this guy received? Quick, get us out of this immortal sealing sigil restriction. No use. Our supreme forbidden artifacts lock the void. Now without true chi to control, if we dare to break out, we'll be slaughtered by the supreme forbidden artifacts. Regardless of whether they were great powers or celestial lords or sovereigns, panic began to set in. They knew their greatest advantage was their terrifying true chi. Who would have thought that Kit could negate their advantage with just one immortal sealing sigil? This made people feel somewhat hopeless. Crack crack. Kit also couldn't use true chi, but it didn't matter. His physical body was equivalent to sovereign-level fighting power. Dealing with a group of great powers without true chi was as simple as slaughtering chickens. Boom. Golden blood chi surged from Kit's body, like a storm ravaging the surroundings. Heavens! What kind of terrifying physical body is this? Is this the chaos body? Truly terrifying. Just with physical strength, equivalent to a sovereign, the faces of the Divine Blood Sect elders changed drastically. They couldn't help but feel despair, knowing they were utterly doomed. Even at the great power level, pure physical strength was merely equivalent to the venerated level. Without true chi, Kit could kill them as easily as slicing vegetables. Zing! A rusted sword appeared in Kit's hand. His gaze swept around, landing on the Lanny in the yellow robe, then he coldly stated, "Well, let's start with you." Boom. Cold killing intent made the Lanny's face change abruptly. Step, step, step. He couldn't help but retreat 3 steps. What are you afraid of? Chapter 363. The Power of the Immortal Sealing Talisman. The corners of Kit's mouth curled up as he said with a mischievous grin, "Don't worry. It won't hurt much. No need to be scared. Boy, think clearly. The Divine Blood Sect is absolutely not someone you can oppose." The Fisher was stuttering. He tremulously warned, "If you continue to be stubborn, you will surely pay an exorbitant price." Tisk. Kit, completely unbothered, stepped forward coldly saying, "When I, Kit, decide on something, my word is as solid as a nail. If I said I'll kill all of you, then none of you shall be spared. Prepare to die." Boom. With one footstep, Kit struck the ground. Terrifying power erupted, causing the earth within dozens of yards to rupture and sink several dozen feet. Kit charged at the Fisher like a storm. Damn it. The face of the elderly man turned livid. A xuanhuan flew out from between his eyebrows directly toward Kit. Engaging in a physical fight would undoubtedly mean certain death for him. Only by engaging in a xuanhuan confrontation could he have a fighting chance with a great ability level xuanhuan. Who? Kit watched the Fisher coldly. Similarly, a stream of spirit force separated from between his brows, transforming into a pure golden xuanhuan figure. Raising its hand, it punched straight toward the Fisher. Buzz. The xuanhuan figure used Heavenly Tao Fist. This technique wasn't limited to true chi. It could also utilize xuanhuan and physical body strength. Divine Blood / Extinguish God. In contrast, the elderly man roared angrily, unleashing the secret techniques of the Divine Blood Supreme. Boom. A blood-red crescent moon formed, flying toward Kit. The Divine Blood Supreme itself was specially cultivated for xuanhuan-type supremacy. Therefore, Divine Blood Sect cultivators were extremely adept at xuanhuan attacks. Extinguish God / Let me destroy you first. Facing this attack, Kit remained calm. His xuanhuan transformed into a golden figure punching straight into the blood-red crescent moon. Bam! The blood-red crescent moon blade shattered under the punch by Kit. His xuanhuan remained unscathed. Boom! Kit's xuanhuan executed the Heavenly Tao steps, the Freedom Step, becoming a golden streak of light, arriving instantly before the xuanhuan of the Fisher. No! The face of the elderly man turned ashen. He knew it was over. Boom! Another punch by Kit hit directly on the xuanhuan of the elderly man. Boom! Even a great ability level xuanhuan was incredibly fragile. Before Kit, such a freak, there was no room for retaliation. With one punch, Kit shattered the xuanhuan of the elderly man, scattering it into ashes in midair. Snap! With the death of his xuanhuan, the corpse of the elderly man immediately became lifeless and fell down. Boom! The body of the elderly man slammed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. What? Impossible! The xuanhuan of a great ability level cultivator, even if weak, has power comparable to that of a venerable. It can easily annihilate a venerable using xuanhuan power. How could a great ability level cultivator's xuanhuan not withstand even one move against Kit's xuanhuan? Just what did this kid do to polish his xiuxian to such a degree? A group of cultivators looked at Kit, each with expressions filled with fear and shock. For most cultivators, once reaching the Divine Sea realm, they almost never continued tempering their physical bodies, because it was too difficult. The resources required were at least 3 times those of ordinary cultivators. Apart from resources, it demanded extremely strict requirements for talent, especially for xiuxian, which was the hardest to cultivate. Any mishap could lead to damage or explosion of the xiuxian, resulting in immediate death. While tempering the physical body posed little danger, it required enormous amounts of heavenly treasures, each exceedingly precious. Additionally, it needed a lot of time spent on polishing the physical body. Without exaggeration, in the same period, a cultivator specializing only in true qi could reach the great ability realm, whereas one cultivating both xiuxian, physical body, and true qi might barely reach the supernatural realm, or not even the supernatural realm. Clearly, the great ability and common supernatural realms differ significantly in strength. Thus, most cultivators only casually practiced xiuxian and physical body. Yet, Kit managed to excel in all 3 aspects. He was undoubtedly a monstrous existence. Boom. Kit's xiuxian flew backward, returning to his body. Blood energy burst from his body as he glanced around, saying indifferently, "I won't bully you, all of you. Come at me together. Carson is too arrogant. Even if he is strong, blood energy has its limits. Right. Come together. Slay him. Kill." The eyes of surrounding divine blood sect cultivators turned bloodshot, charging towards Kit like they were energized. Those who remained were at least of the sovereign realm, each having slaughtered countless others to rise to their ranks. They understood clearly, this was a fight to the death. Either Kit died, or they did. There was no choice. Perfect. Today, you all must die. Kit let out a long howl, stepping on the ground with sheer physical strength, charging toward a group of divine blood sect elders. Rumble. Thunderous battle rumbles erupted, shaking the earth. 7 great ability experts, more than 30 celestial lords, and hundreds of sovereigns. The noise they created, while less terrifying than true qi, was bloodier. One sword slash by Kit severed an arm of a great ability expert. Simultaneously, another celestial lord swung a sacred blade at Kit. Though without magical power, the sacred blade remained exceedingly sharp. It could effortlessly sever Kit's flesh. Bam! Kit dodged sideways, avoiding the blade, and then punched the celestial lord away. Rumble. Kit alone, with his sword, wherever he went, whether facing a great ability expert or a celestial lord, all met their end with one sword slash by Kit. It's impossible. I'm unwilling. If I could use true qi, I would have already slain this boy. Kill. I'll fight to the death with you. Why? Wasn't the immortal sealing talisman eradicated by the heavenly Tao? Why does it reappear? Extinguish God slash. Kill. A group of divine blood sect cultivators fought with red eyes. But Kit was too strong, easily evading both xiuxian attacks and various physical attacks. However, a casual punch by Kit could crush a great ability expert's or celestial lord's body and obliterate their xiuxian. Using true qi and not using true qi, the difference was vast. Chapter 364. One-on-one with the great beings. For these great being cultivators, this was truly too important. At this moment, outside the golden barrier, a group of ordinary disciples from the divine blood sect were utterly shocked. I didn't see wrong, did I? Our sect's elders are being slaughtered one-sidedly? Heavens, that's Elder Warren. He's a great being cultivator and was just obliterated by Carson with a single sword strike. Elder Cade is dead too. 8 great beings, over 30 celestial lords, hundreds of kings. Even emperors would have had a fighting chance here. But now, they are being mowed down by Carson. This is really despairing. So this is the immortal sealing talisman? Indeed, it wasn't for no reason that it was exterminated by heavenly Tao. Just like the chaos body, too heavenly defying. A group of divine blood sect disciples were all deathly pale. Many disciples actually hugged their heads, crouched on the ground, fearing that Kit would come out soon and kill them all. At this moment, the golden-winged Dax hovered in midair, watching the battle below. He was immensely surprised. The disparity before him was terrifying. Upon releasing the immortal sealing talisman, Kit completely turned the tide. Kadiki, a possessed killing god, he fought his way in and out among a group of great beings and celestial lords. No one could block even one of Kit's moves, truly worthy of being an ancient heavenly Tao talisman. Its power was not to be underestimated, not to mention great beings, even if it were stronger emperors. If their true qi was sealed by the immortal sealing talisman, they would be doomed too. The gap was too vast. Bang! A dull sound. A king was crushed by Kit's hand, shattering his soul. He turned his head and looked at the last great being. Boy, if not for the immortal sealing talisman, you wouldn't be my match. Do you dare remove the immortal sealing talisman and fight me one-on-one? The great being's face was ashen. If he were killed in a one-on-one battle by Kit, it would be due to inferior skills. However, being unable to use true qi and getting beaten to death by Kit's physical prowess was something he found hard to accept. Even if he died, he would die unacceptingly. Kit glanced at the great being, snapped his fingers. Boom. The immortal sealing talisman shattered. The great being's true qi returned. Rumble. Sensing the return of his true qi, he laughed madly. Carson, you're too overconfident. Daring to lift the immortal sealing talisman. Fine. I will definitely give you a swift death. Just you? A hint of disdain flickered across Kit's face. He stretched his limbs and said, since becoming a chaos body, I've never tested my ultimate combat strength. So, you'll be my first target. What? I'm your practice dummy? The great being sneered. Carson, you don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Just because you can slay a few higher-ranked kings, do you think you can fight a great being? Understand that there is an insurmountable chasm between us. Is that so? Kit grinned. Without another word, he began to activate the supreme secret art, the true dragon transformation. Boom. Kit's aura instantly surged tenfold, the true dragon blood burning within him. But he didn't stop there. He began burning the blood of Xuke, xiuxian, xuanhuan, and white tiger, divine beasts. In an instant, his power rose sharply. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times. Boom. It seemed he broke some kind of limit, burning the 5 divine beast true bloods at once. Instantly, his power increased 50 times, reaching early stage king. Huh? Early stage king? Not bad. The divine blood sect great being watched Kit with disdain. What difference did peak king aura make? 2 major realms apart, he could crush Kit with a finger. Hehe, this is only the beginning. Kit curled his lips. With a thought, the chaos blood began to burn. Boom. Kit felt unprecedented power surge with the burning chaos blood. His power skyrocketed by 10,000 times. What an exaggerated number. But as the chaos blood burned, the other 5 divine beast bloods automatically extinguished. The 10,000-fold increase naturally vanished too. Can't stack them? Kit was taken aback by the power boost within him. Soon, he reacted. This was likely due to world rules, or the limits of this supreme secret art. If stacking were possible, then the Chaos Blood's 10,000-fold boost combined with the 5 Divine Beast Bloods' 1,000-fold boost would result in a terrifying 500,000-fold increase. That was too excessive. Yet, Kit noticed that while the Chaos Blood brought a 10,000-fold boost, the consumption was roughly the same as the True Dragon transformation, meaning the Chaos Blood was 1,000 times more powerful than True Dragon Blood, yet consumed about the same. That was truly absurd. Rumble. Under 10,000-fold amplification, Kit's aura burst, reaching early stage Celestial Lord. Some interest. The great being's pupils narrowed, adding wariness to his mind. He could sense that Kit used some secret art, increasing his aura by 50 times first, then by 10,000 times, and the 10,000-fold boost was almost the upper limit for the same realm, possibly unsurpassed even by Kit. Looking at Kit, the great being coldly said, "This is your limit. Though early stage Celestial Lord is strong, I can crush you with a finger. Catamite? No, far from it." A high-grade battle immortal talisman appeared in Kit's hand. This heavenly Dao talisman would comprehensively enhance his overall power by 1,000-fold. The battle immortal talisman lit up. Kit's expression suddenly changed. With 1,000-fold power burst, he felt unable to bear it. It wasn't an illusion. If he forced the high-grade battle immortal talisman, he would perish instantly, both body and soul. At this moment, the immortal sword trembled lightly. The high-grade battle immortal talisman disintegrated into ashes, its amplification disappearing instantly. What happened? Kit frowned. The immortal sword explained, "Simple. The power boost was too intense, leading to loss of control. With Chaos Blood amplified 10,000-fold and the high-grade battle immortal talisman added, it reached 10 million-fold. It's like the difference between a 100-story building and a 10,000-story building. Too much amplification. Your body can't handle it. The overwhelming power will cause your body and soul to collapse instantly." Chapter 365, Battle. With your current foundation, the maximum boost you can achieve is 10,000-fold. So that's how it is. 10,000-fold is already the limit? No wonder the blood of the 5 divine beasts extinguished automatically. Kit murmured to himself. Upon hearing this from the immortal sword, Kit recalled something. He had previously felt very puzzled. Theoretically, the true dragon transformation could enhance his power by over 10-fold, and the superior combat immortal talisman by 1,000-fold. According to theory, he should have long surpassed the 10,000-fold mark. However, the boost he received remained consistently at 10,000-fold. He had always thought that there was something wrong with his calculations. But now it seemed he had hit the upper limit of enhancement. Taking another step forward would result in him being obliterated by such overwhelming power. But with this situation, things became awkward. Although early stage Heavenly Lord was strong, the gap between him and peak Grand Sage Realm Cultivators was almost 100-fold. Without exaggeration, a Heavenly Lord could be killed with just a finger by a Grand Sage. Carson. Throughout history, 10,000-fold has been the limit. This is part of the Heavenly Dao rules. Even if one has a chaotic body, one cannot defy the heavens. The Aiden, seeing Kit struggle but not advance in realm, mocked. "Do you really think you can use various secret techniques to stack them without limit? Why are you in such a hurry?" Kit glanced at the Grand Sage. With his hands behind his back, he coldly said, "Who says 10,000-fold can't be exceeded?" The Aiden remained silent, hands behind his back. To be honest, he didn't feel confident about whether Kit could break this limit. Buzz. A golden willow leaf appeared around Kit's body. Instantly, Kit's realm surged to the divine profound level. This enhancement was slight because Kit's usual combat strength was already at the venerable level. Although the golden willow leaf boosted him to the divine profound level, it only brought him to an ordinary cultivator standards. The increase could be described as negligible. However, the moment his realm improved, the situation changed drastically. The 10,000-fold enhancement was set based on the peak strength of the divine profound realm, 10,000 times the peak combat strength of a divine profound cultivator. The gap between these realms was immense. Suddenly, the 5 divine beast bloods that had once extinguished inside Kit flared up again. Boom! Blood energy surged out from Kit's body. His cultivation soared once more, reaching the mid-late stage of the Grand Sage realm. Although still one tier lower in terms of chi, the disparity in combat power wasn't so great anymore. "You actually broke the 10,000-fold limit?" The Aiden looked at Kit, hardly believing it. Kit, sensing his surprise, his aura boiled as he said calmly, "Well, mid-stage Grand Sage. Enough to kill you. You're quite arrogant indeed. The elderly Aiden coldly replied, I've been at the Grand Sage realm for several thousand years. How can I possibly lose to you? Then cut the chatter. Let's battle. Kit was not courteous. Activating the Heavenly Emperor Slash and moving with the free and easy steps, he lunged straight at him. Boom. 500,000-fold power boost. Even Kit found it slightly unsettling dealing with such tremendous force. This resulted in his sword strike, though powerful and fast, lacking a bit in precision. The sword slashed across the shoulder of the Grand Sage Cultivator from the Divine Blood sect. Rip. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving a deep wound on the Grand Sage's shoulder. How is this possible? Why are you so fast? The Grand Sage was stunned. Kit's strike was too fast for him to react. I told you, high realm and power don't necessarily mean victory. Kit lightly exclaimed. Even more terrifying sword energy erupted, aiming to split the Grand Sage in two. Stop! The Grand Sage roared, grabbing the sword with his hand. His Grand Sage level true chi burst forth, managing to crush Kit's sword energy. Tisi. Kit realized it was impossible to instantly kill the Grand Sage with a single strike. That was unrealistic. He executed the Xiuxian 9 transformations with a kick towards the Grand Sage. Boom. 100-meter-long Xiuxian shadow appeared in the sky, then descended with a heavy kick. Boom. The impact was unparalleled, space itself fracturing. Kit's kick was no less potent than his earlier Heavenly Emperor Slash. Oh no. The Grand Sage's face turned pale. Exerting all his might to resist the Xiuxian's descending foot, he failed completely. Boom. The Xiuxian's foot landed directly on the Grand Sage, smashing him into the ground, spitting blood and suffering serious injuries. At this point, the observing Divine Blood sect cultivators gasped in shock. What? Elder actually lost? Completely suppressed by Carson. Impossible without using holy or supreme artifacts. The gap between Grand Sage and Venerable is at least 1,000,000-fold, if not higher. 3 major realms apart. My god, has the Xiuxian Divine Treasury never opened before? Am I dreaming? A group of cultivators found it incredibly hard to believe. They couldn't fathom that an elder at the peak Grand Sage realm would lose to Venerable level Kit. It was like a T-Rex being held down and pounded by an ant. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Meanwhile, the elder under Kit's attack also looked grim. He realized he overlooked something. While Kit's strength was only half his, using Supreme Secrets techniques, Kit turned simple attacks into devastating ones. This was utterly abnormal. To be sure, although Supreme Secret techniques were fearsome, they consumed a massive amount of true chi. Even a Grand Sage needed time to prepare, similar to needing a cooldown for ultimate skills. But Kit turned every move into a Supreme Secret technique. Even if his strength was doubled, there was no way he could match up. Divine Blood Slash. The Grand Sage grew inexplicably furious. Knowing he couldn't continue like this, he formed a blood-red crescent moon in his hand, slashing directly at Kit. This was a Supreme Secret technique created by the Divine Blood Supreme, possessing unimaginable power, effortlessly tearing through space, leaving a black chasm in its wake. Interesting. Kit remained calm. Chapter 366. The first of its kind, Venerable Argyle slays a great power. With a stony expression, he controlled the ethereal Kylan above the sky. He kicked directly towards Blood God Slash. Boom. The Crimson Crescent Blade was extremely sharp. Kylan 9 transformations couldn't block it and was forcibly obliterated. Ting. Blood God Slash reached Argyle. Its glow dimmed significantly. Argyle used Star Plucking War End at an unprecedented speed and caught Blood God Slash with one hand, then gave it a firm squeeze. Boom. After being hit by Kylan 9 transformations, the already weakened Blood God Slash was crushed single-handedly by Argyle. Argyle, prepare to die. Seeing this, the great power wasted no time, taking a step forward to send another Blood God Slash toward Argyle. Heavenly Dao Sword Technique. Argyle was no pushover. He immediately employed Heavenly Dao Sword Technique to resist. Rumble. In the sky, the battle between great powers could be described as devastating to both heaven and earth. Even on Immortal Mountain, within 100 miles radius, devastating sword chi ravaged everywhere. Any single strike could easily slay a Venerable. Surrounding cultivators retreated rapidly, daring not to approach. It had to be said that the great power was indeed formidable. One advantage was his millennium-long experience in this realm, which was far greater than Argyle's 1 or 2 years of cultivation. Secondly, Argyle's strength was less than half of this great power's. That he hadn't been swiftly defeated by the great power in just a few moves was already a miracle. A disparity of such magnitude usually created an overwhelming force gap. Argyle managed to hold out till now purely because of his extraordinary skills, plus the Heavenly Dao True Eye, allowing him to dodge fatal attacks effortlessly and strike at the opponent's weak points. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, a day and night passed in a flash. Outside the Divine Blood sect, many passing cultivators were alarmed, observing from afar. Many cultivators couldn't help exclaiming, "Who is it, daring to invade the Divine Blood sect? Look at the ground, hundreds of kings, over 30 celestial lords, and 7 corpses of great powers are lying all over the place." Hiss. With so many strong individuals, even emperors can't match him. Could it be an imperial-level powerhouse? That shouldn't be right. Great powers and beyond cannot enter the Kylan Divine Treasure. A group of cultivators puzzled incessantly. At this moment, a cultivator with heavenly eyes inside exclaimed, "Heavens, that person is Argyle? It's impossible." When Argyle entered the Kylan Divine Treasure, he only had divine mystical tier combat power. He was hunted down by transcendent realm cultivators. How could he possibly reach the level of a great power? Yeah, it can't be Argyle. To ascend from divine mystical to great power in 1 year, even immortals can't achieve that. Around them, cultivators scoffed. refusing to believe that Argyle could be battling a great power. Scoff. Believe it or not is up to you. Wait, isn't that a golden-winged dax? In this world, only Argyle tamed a golden-winged dax. Hiss. Isn't this too crazy? Could it really be Argyle? Can't say. Argyle has broken too many impossibilities. Instantly, many who firmly believed it couldn't be Argyle began to hesitate. Above the sky, the intense battle raged on. Argyle's strength seemed inexhaustible. Even after a day and night, he remained in peak condition. No matter how severe his injuries, they would rapidly heal within 15 minutes. However, the great power of the Divine Blood sect couldn't endure. His body was covered in wounds, with visible white bones in several areas. Clearly, he had exhausted his strength for healing. Seeing this, Argyle took a step forward and sent a punch of heavenly Tao at the great power again. Boom! Under Argyle's punch, it felt like heaven itself was pressing down. The great power changed color. He roared furiously, mustering all his true chi to confront Argyle. But it was futile. Argyle's blood energy was terrifying. Kadiki an abyss, vast and endless. Exhaustion wasn't an issue for him. During a day and night, he had exchanged at least tens of thousands of blows, depleting his true chi almost entirely. While Argyle remained at his peak. Boom! Argyle's punch sent the great power flying, spitting blood. He crashed into and shattered part of the mountain. What kind of monster are you? Crawling out from the rubble, the great power sounded bitter. Argyle was just a venerable, yet his true chi surpassed that of a great power. Bewildering. Heh. Argyle didn't explain. Throughout this day and night, he continuously used sacred medicines to replenish himself. Otherwise, even a mere 10 breaths wouldn't suffice. With 50,000 times amplification, came 50,000 times consumption. Even with boundless true chi, it could only support a few breaths of combat. Boom! An icy blue sword beam appeared. Argyle employed Heavenly Tao sword technique, looking at the great power without hesitation, and slashed downwards with one strike. SSSHH. The icy blue sword beam shattered space. Instantly, despair spread across the great power's face. He realized Argyle had sealed space, making it impossible to evade. He could only withstand it head-on, but he was completely drained, with no chance. Realizing this, the great power roared, Argyle, I will drag you down with me to death. Yin-yang soul devouring curse. Boom! The great power burned his divine soul, transforming into a black and white rune, charging straight at Argyle. Yin-yang soul devouring curse. The golden-winged dax exclaimed, heart racing. Yin-yang soul devouring curse wasn't an ordinary curse, but required sacrificing one's divine soul as a base. This type of curse was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if hit, Argyle wouldn't die, but he'd surely suffer heavily. Yin-yang soul devouring curse? I knew you'd use this move. Argyle remained calm. He had learned his lesson once and wouldn't fall for it twice. A rune appeared. Upon its appearance, the yin-yang soul devouring curse uncontrollably struck the golden rune. Swish! The golden rune was quickly eroded, weakening the yin-yang soul devouring curse. Ultimately, in one breath, the golden rune was eradicated by the yin-yang soul devouring curse. Please ensure the translation aligns with your expectations and feel free to provide feedback or further instructions. Hashtag chapter 367, cleaning the battlefield. The yin-yang soul devouring curse had also dissipated without a trace. Thud. The corpse of that Arn, now resembling an empty shell, fell to the ground, and the entire space became completely silent. A group of Blood Divinity sect cultivators trembled in fear. They did not dare to make a sound. He won. That powerhouse really killed 8 Arns and wiped out Blood Divinity sect's base within the xiuxian divine treasure. Whoa. To kill 8 Arns and over 30 celestial lords without sustaining any damage. What kind of monster is this? The Blood Divinity sect has lost big this time. They lost so many powerful cultivators. Even the large amounts of materials they collected couldn't be saved. Wait a moment. That person is Carson. I know him. Heavens. It's really Carson. The distant cultivators drew a cold breath. If someone used a supreme or holy artifact to slay a Arn-level cultivator, there would be nothing unusual about it. After all, any venerable with a holy artifact could stand against a Arn. Not impossible at all. But to defeat a Arn at the venerable realm without using a holy artifact, that was truly setting a new record. Throughout history, there had never been a record of a venerable killing a Arn. That was a millionfold gap. It was a difference that no ordinary cultivator could bridge. At this moment, Kit's 500,000-fold enhancement disappeared. He took a deep breath and muttered, damn it, what a loss. This day and night battle had cost him nearly 30 purple gold sacred pine seeds, an extravagant waste indeed. If he had used a holy artifact, Kit might have slain that Arn in just 15 minutes. Considering everything, if it weren't for the situation where holy artifacts were forbidden, carrying a holy artifact and blasting through would always be the most efficient way. Turning around, Kit's gaze fell on a cultivator. Looking at that cultivator, Kit calmly asked, where is Blood Divinity sect's treasure vault? I don't know. Usually all treasures are submitted to the elders, and then sealed by them in their portable spirit artifacts. The Blood Divinity sect cultivator answered shakily. With them? That does make things easier. Kit glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground. He snapped his fingers, and instantly, hundreds of spirit artifacts floated in midair. With a sweep of his divine will, a black jade bracelet flew out from the floating artifacts and appeared in his hand. Within the bracelet were an enormous amount of medicinal herbs. Also countless quantities of spiritual metals, minerals, and jades or other essences. However, most of these resources were relatively low-grade products, mostly 10,000-year-old herbs, or demons older than 100,000 years. There were also a few semi-divine herbs. As for divine herbs, not a single one. Although the xiuxian divine treasure wasn't short of divine herbs, obtaining them was as hard as climbing to heaven. Not much high-grade medicine here. Kit was speechless. At this moment, Kit noticed some broken blueprints in the corner of the black jade bracelet. Materials and grades varied greatly, but a rusted purple metal piece caught his attention. Rustle. The purple metal piece appeared in his hand. Kit activated his heavenly Dao True Eye, sweeping across the purple metal piece. Boom. Instantly, endless purple runes appeared in Kit's eyes. These purple runes, like the stone door left by the Kramer, carried the same power. Completely incomprehensible. No matter how many times he saw them, they would be forgotten instantly, leaving no impression in his mind. Actually, this thing. At this moment, the immortal sword let out a light exclamation. I almost forgot. You're still here. Kit was speechless. He knew the background of this immortal sword was massive. Perhaps it knew what these purple runes were. The immortal sword said, these runes are ancient immortal script from before the age of primordial chaos. Born during the era of gods and demons, it's natural you don't understand them. After that upheaval, this writing was eradicated and can no longer be interpreted. Even writing can be erased? Kit was incredibly surprised. Of course, the era before primordial chaos was incredibly brilliant. In that era, each word and each character contained boundless power. Even what would be considered supreme emperors in this era were only slightly stronger beings back then. The immortal sword side, continuing, as for what these characters record, it's a legacy site from the god-demon era. If you reach that place, you might gain inheritance from the god-demon era. What place is it? Kit looked at the purple runes before him, somewhat frustrated. These characters were harmless, but completely incomprehensible, forgotten as soon as seen, leaving no traces. The immortal sword replied, you need to be able to comprehend these characters to know what place it is. Otherwise, even if I told you the location, you wouldn't remember it. Just like those words, the rules of the world would erase it instantly. How long will that take? Kit frowned slightly. Mystic Realm. That's the lowest threshold. The immortal sword replied. Phew. Mystic Realm? Not too far off. Kit took a deep breath, calming down. He put the purple metal fragment into the star purple gold pagoda for storage. Then he looked at the 5 blood-red miniature tripods floating in the sky. These small tripods were banned artifacts refined by the Blood Divinity Supreme, capable of putting supreme artifact spirits to sleep. Absolutely priceless treasures. Without hesitation, Kit raised his hand, and the 5 small tripods appeared in his hand, being stored inside his supreme artifact. Then turning around, he looked at the group of Blood Divinity Sect cultivators and said coolly, I, Carson, hereby declare, I am determined to annihilate the Blood Divinity Sect. No one can change my mind. If you're smart, withdraw from the Blood Divinity Sect early to avoid getting entangled. Finished, Kit directly jumped onto the Golden Wing Dax's back and said, let's go, to the Xylan clan. Okay. The Golden Wing Dax was extremely excited. Flapping its wings, it vanished in an instant, faster than lightning. Phew, too terrifying. Didn't expect Carson to let us live. Not slaughtering everyone. This Carson isn't a ruthless killer. Right. Any other cruel cultivator would have left none of us alive. I've decided. I'm going to leave the Blood Divinity Sect. Chapter 368, Direct Assault. With his own strength, without using any holy artifacts or supreme artifacts, he slew 8 great powerhouses from the Divine Blood Sect. The Divine Blood Sect is finished. Provoking such a formidable enemy, staying in the sect is equivalent to courting death. That's right. Carson is truly terrifying. The Divine Blood Sect is completely done for. Its downfall is just a matter of time. Oh, if only we knew today, we shouldn't have let Russell enter the xiuxian Divine Treasure. Don't talk about it, let's go. Staying in the Divine Blood Sect, the future can only lead to one path, death. A group of cultivators from the Divine Blood Sect were in disarray at this moment. Many even directly withdrew from the Divine Blood Sect, unwilling to continue staying. These were mostly registered disciples and outer sect disciples, who received average treatment, mainly doing odd jobs for the Divine Blood Sect, while earning some extra income on the side. In exchange for the protection of the Divine Blood Sect, switching to another sect would be practically similar. For a moment, on the Immortal Mountain, most of the registered disciples and outer sect disciples left, with the majority of inner sect disciples also departing. Only a small number of inner sect disciples and true disciples remained. They were too deeply tied to the Divine Blood Sect, unable to break away, and could only face Kit head-on. F***CK. Carson actually wiped out one of our main strongholds. What do we do next? Why don't we confront Carson directly? Are you crazy? Carson is equipped with supreme artifacts and holy artifacts, capable of challenging great powerhouses alone. He's nearly invincible. Return to the sect and seek help from it. Yes, let's go. After a brief discussion among the true disciples and inner sect disciples, they quickly left the xiuxian Divine Treasure. Rumbling. At this moment, Kit sat cross-legged on the back of the Golden Wing Dax, heading towards the Xylan tribe, while organizing the spoils from this battle. 8 great powerhouses, 37 celestial lords, and 261 king-level powerhouses. These powerhouses were almost all situated in the upper echelons of xuanhuan world. Even within the Divine Blood Sect, which was one of the supreme forces, they were elder-level or grand elder-level figures. The treasures on them were naturally immense. Holy artifact materials, and the like need not be mentioned. What Kit valued even more were the Divine Blood Sect's supreme secrets. Thus, after searching, a golden book appeared in Kit's hands. The supreme secret technique created by the Divine Blood Supreme, Divine Blood / has 7 forms. Each form possesses an incomparably fearsome power. Even Brendan cannot master all 7 forms, only being able to practice the first 6. The last form can only be comprehended by those with supreme potential. Seeing the annotations on the first page, Kit felt pleasantly surprised. The stronger the Supreme Secret Technique, the greater the assistance to him. And the Divine Blood Supreme ranked in the upper middle tier among Supremes, so the Supreme Secret Technique he created was absolutely super powerful. Thus, Kit closed his eyes and began cultivating the Divine Blood Sect's Supreme Secret Technique. To him, comprehending the Supreme Secret Technique wasn't particularly difficult. After an hour, Kit had thoroughly mastered the first form of the Divine Blood Supreme's Divine Blood Slash. As for the remaining 6 forms, he would need time to slowly ponder and cultivate. Boom! At that moment, countless dust particles shot up into the sky, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps and the pungent smell of sulfur. Kit looked up ahead. Ahead lay a vast expanse of volcanoes stretching for hundreds of miles, erupting continuously, spewing massive amounts of lava into the air. Smoke billowed, blotting out the sun. What a magnificent sight! The golden-winged Dax was astonished, saying, "This place should be the base of the Xilan tribe." Perfect. Charge in directly. Kit hesitated not at all, saying, "I'll take out this stronghold as well." Good. The golden-winged Dax let out a long cry. Boom. It transformed into a streak of golden light, plunging directly into the endless smoke. Who dares intrude upon the territory of my Xilan tribe? Hold on, that streak of golden light. It's a golden-winged Dax, and there's someone on its back. That's Carson. Hurry up. Carson is here. Tell Iggy to flee quickly. Disastrous. Who would have thought Carson would rush into our stronghold directly? Initially, a group of Xilan tribe members prepared to eliminate this audacious intruder, but now, seeing Carson, they knew Godric was doomed. Immediately, they retreated frantically, not daring to step forward. Meanwhile, Kit charged forward recklessly, arriving at a palace where a presence close to Cain emanated. This presence belonged to the core lineage of the Xilan tribe, distinctly different from the ordinary tribes people nearby. Boom. Without a word, Kit punched straight at the palace. The terrifying force erupted, shattering the entire palace in an instant. 2 figures rushed out of the palace to counteract Kit's punch. Divine Blood Slash. Blazing Sun Seal. Atli and Godric didn't expect Kit to act so decisively, attacking without a word. Moreover, the power of the punch was shockingly fearsome. Boom. Kit didn't hold back at all. He crushed both the Divine Blood Slash and Blazing Sun Seal with a single punch. Although his strength diminished considerably, it remained incredibly potent. Not good. Carson is too strong. Godric and Atli felt their scalps tingle. They never imagined that combined. They couldn't even withstand one punch from Kit. What level of monster was this? Neither Godric nor Atli could fathom it. Bang! The terrifying punch slammed into Godric and Atli. Both spat blood as they flew backward. Their meridians and bones cracked loudly, almost shattered. Instantly, the situation turned extremely dire. Rumble. The two were thrown back, crashing into the volcano. In an instant, the volcano burst apart explosively, sending a column of lava over 1,000 zhang high shooting into the sky, giving the Xilan tribe's stronghold a sense of apocalypse. Boy, you're asking for death. At that moment, a Grand Elder of the Xilan tribe spoke up. He was already at the peak of the great powerhouse realm, immensely powerful, his fist sending ripples throughout the sky. Great powerhouse level? Interesting. Kit stepped with ease, activating the true dragon transformation, overlaying with an intermediate war immortal symbol, his power instantly increasing 1,000-fold. His heavenly Dao True Eye activated, exposing every flaw effortlessly. Kadiki a streak of light. He easily dodged the Grand Elder's punch. Then a spirit sword materialized in his hand, unleashing Heavenly Dao Sword, charging forward. Boom. The moment Heavenly Dao Sword technique activated, the surroundings changed. The originally complex space transformed into black and white lines. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. The names Carson, Kit, Godric, Atli, and others have been consistently used as per Pinyin conventions. Chapter 369. Another battle of antiquity. Black represented death, while white signified the only path to slay the opponent. Kit dodged countless black threads and rushed toward the great elder of the Jinwu clan, following the white thread. Without a word, he slashed down with his sword. Clang! Kit's sword strike wasn't powerful. The expression of the Gilbert suddenly changed. The target of this strike was right between his eyebrows, where his spirit resided. And he had been overly confident and hadn't defended himself. Kit's sword actually broke through, now less than an inch from his brow. If this strike hit, he would undoubtedly die. Instantly, he let out a long howl, directly burning his true blood to narrowly dodge Kit's sword. Meanwhile, Kit remained incredibly calm. At the moment the Jinwu clan's great ability changed, the trajectory of the white thread also shifted but still existed. Without hesitation, Kit followed this white thread and slashed down again. Rip! A faint sound. Kit's sword cut across the Jinwu clan Grand Elder's neck, cleanly severing his head. Crack! There was a light crack from the Jinwu clan Grand Elder's neck. It can't be. He actually severed my head with one sword? His strength is clearly hundreds of times weaker. The Jinwu clan Grand Elder roared wildly. He clutched his severed head with one hand, activating his true chi to heal the wound, while using the other hand to cast another blazing sun seal towards Kit. Boom! The power of a great sage-level blazing sun seal was immensely formidable. Within a meter, Kit could feel the astonishing force carried by this seal. If he were struck by it, death would be inevitable. Thus, Kit, without hesitation, cast Divine Blood Slash, then took a step back, rapidly putting thousands of feet between them. Boom! Almost instantly, the blazing sun seal slammed into the ground. For a time, the earth sank for hundreds of miles as countless columns of molten lava shot up. All the volcanoes seemed to have been leveled. Snap, snap. A few sharp sounds came as the great elder's neck rapidly healed. In just a couple of breaths, it was fully recovered. Tisich, truly deserving of the title Arn. Such incredible recovery abilities. Kit stood in midair, completely nonchalant. At this moment, Godric and Atli felt utterly hopeless beside him. They knew Kit was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. To duel a great sage-level cultivator and even decapitate them. Such overwhelming combat power was absolutely beyond their reach. Boy, don't get too cocky. Bring out the supreme forbidden weapon of the Jinwu clan to prevent this boy from using any supreme artifacts. Quickly, lock down the space. Don't let them escape. Almost instantly, 6 more Jinwu clanbranden arrived. They directly activated a large formation, enclosing Kit within. Instantly, a golden sky dome formed, locking down space and rendering transmission arrays almost useless. Locking down space? Kit looked up at the sky. He stood with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, "Rest assured. I have no intention of fleeing, because I will slay all of you. You're being too arrogant." One Jinwu clan Grand Elder sneered contemptuously. With 7 great sage-level experts, how could they possibly lose? Don't waste words on him. Directly use the sacred artifact to subdue him. One Jinwu clan Grand Elder produced a 9-colored divine jade seal, square and majestic. Good. Together. No more wasted words, to avoid complications. Kill. These 7 Jinwu clanbranden weren't as ostentatious as those from the Divine Blood sect. Each one was exceptionally ruthless. After sealing the space, they immediately drew out 7 sacred artifacts and attacked Kit. Boom. The pressure of sacred artifacts filled the air. Facing these 7 artifacts together, Kit wouldn't stand a chance unless he used his supreme artifact. The rusted sword appeared in Kit's hand. It's useless. Boy, with space locked down and your weapon spirits asleep, you are certainly doomed. Heh, prepare to die. Provoking our Jinwu clan is courting death. Hopeless, right? But you don't even have the means to fight back? Several Jinwu clanbranden sneered with malicious smiles. They reveled in the apparent inevitability of Kit's demise. But Kit merely smiled slightly and said, "Wait to die? Do you really think I came unprepared?" What? Several Jinwu clanbranden, faces paled. Could Kit still turn the tide? Boom. 7 sacred artifacts descended. Facing these 7 artifacts, Kit did not use his immortal sword. He thought this sword could be saved for later, to deceive more people. Revealing his ability to wield an immortal sword now would be a waste. Thinking about this, Kit took a step forward and slashed again at the Jinwu clanbranden. Clang. Golden sword soared into the sky. Facing the terrifying power of 7 sacred artifacts, Kit's action seemed like stopping a flood with a tiny dam. He has no tricks left. A mere sword, which even a normal great sage could block, not to mention 7 sacred artifacts. Phew. Finally, Carson will die here. His 3 supreme artifacts will all belong to our Jinwu clan. The surrounding Jinwu clan members grinned widely, seeing Kit's imminent death. Just then, a golden willow leaf appeared. An unparalleled power surged into Kit's body, instantly elevating his cultivation to the peak of the great sage realm. Boom. Wild energy erupted. Bear in mind, Kit still had the 100-fold increase from the immortal battle talisman and the 10-fold enhancement from the true dragon transformation. This equated to having 1,000 times the power of a normal great sage. Under such an accumulation of terrorizing power, Kit's realm approached that of an emperor-level cultivator. Not good. What's happening? Why did this boy's strength surge so much all at once? Emperor. His body emits an emperor's aura. A group of Jinwu clanbranden were instantly shaken. Clank. Kit casually caught a 9-colored holy seal with one hand. Then with a flick, he sent another artifact flying away. Boom. Unmatched power erupted, causing the remaining 5 artifacts to hover in midair, unable to advance further. Ding 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 ding. Chapter 370. Half Saint? No mercy. Kit extended his finger and flicked 5 times in succession. The remaining 5 holy artifacts were sent flying in an instant, as light as foam, weightless. Boom. The 7 holy artifacts collided with the ground, causing hundreds of volcanoes to crumble into dust. Kit looked at his hand, sensing the power within him, and said with some surprise, "Emperor-level power. If I use a high-grade war immortal talisman, it should reach the sage level." While muttering to himself, Kit glanced at the 7 great Xylan clan experts. At this moment, the 7 supreme elders of the Xylan clan all had looks of despair on their faces. They hadn't expected that Kit would instantly use a secret technique to elevate his cultivation to the Emperor realm. At the Emperor realm, the distance to sage was but a step away. Using holy artifacts is akin to a divine mystical realm expert using an Emperor-grade spirit artifact against an overlord. Utterly helpless, they could be crushed by a single finger. The gap in realms was too great. How do you want to die? Kit didn't rush to attack. He watched the supreme elders. He noticed that though they were filled with despair, they hadn't collapsed, suggesting they still had backup plans. Isaac Tion. Just then, Atli stepped forward, looking at Kit, and said angrily, "Do you dare to fight me?" Kit activated the Heaven's Dao True Eye and swept a glance over Atli. Originally, he wasn't concerned, but now, his pupils constricted. On Atli's chest, there was a fist-sized clot of blood, extremely terrifying. It seemed to be the blood of a certain sacred spirit. Sealed within it was an incredibly fearsome power. In the Divine Blood sect's potent secret techniques, there is one where a strong person, upon death, seals their power into their blood to be used by descendants. Kit squinted, glancing at Atli and slowly said, "Interesting. Atli, your confidence comes from that clot of blood?" "Exactly." Atli showed no courtesy. He let out a long cry, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. Originally, Atli was at the Overlord realm, but now his realm rapidly surged. King, Celestial Lord, Grand Master, Sovereign, It soared all the way up to half-saint before slowing down. At this level, his aura already carried threads of divine might. Interesting. Seeing this, Kit showed no fear. Hee. Isaac Tion, how will you resist me? Atli looked at Kit with smug satisfaction. Feeling the power within him, he laughed heartily and shouted, half-saint level power. It truly is powerful. I can feel it. Right now, I could crush you with a single finger. Is that so? Kit gazed at Atli, disdain evident on his face. He looked at Atli coolly and said, Atli, with merely half-saint level power, you dare to act defiantly before me? Humph. Atli was immensely inflated. He coldly swept a glance at Kit. Without another word, he slapped out at Kit. Boom. A terrifying force erupted. At the half-saint level, power could shatter heaven and earth. This slap instantly caused space within dozens of miles to collapse into a black void. Boundless temporal currents surged out. Seeing this, Kit took a direct step forward, a high-grade war immortal talisman appearing in his hand. Boom. Kit's aura instantly intensified tenfold, reaching peak emperor level. However, the gap between him and half-saint remained vast. Haha, Isaac Tion, you're dead for sure. Atli laughed gleefully, but Godric, who had been watching intently, suddenly changed expression. He noticed that Kit's face remained unchanged, eyes cold, lips curling into a mysterious smile. This was highly unusual. As soon as Atli finished speaking, Kit had already thrown a punch. Boom. This punch carried a rumbling heavenly might, as if the sky was descending. Bam. Kit's punch tore through the temporal currents and struck Atli's palm. Crack. Atli's hand immediately snapped and broke. This is impossible. Atli froze, confirming that Kit only used emperor-level power. How could he resist a half-saint? How? And just then, Kit landed another punch. Bang. This punch struck Atli's nose, instantly flattening it. It didn't stop there. One punch after another struck Atli's face. Blood flew everywhere. Atli became bruised and swollen, his entire face resembling a pig's head. But, admittedly, half-saints are tough. After enduring hundreds of punches from Kit, he suffered only light injuries. Isaac Tion. Atli's eyes turned bloody red. He threw another punch, almost using all his strength, intending to kill Kit. Meanwhile, Kit's chaotic blood roiled, burning chaotically. Instantly, his speed and power reached near-sage levels. Then he kicked Atli in the face, sending him flying backward. Boom. Kit caught up to the flying Atli, kicking him deep into the molten earth. Boom. Countless volcanoes exploded and melted into magma. With a single kick, even the magma sea was vaporized, revealing blackened land. Boom. Kit stomped Atli, planting his foot on the ground. Blackened earth instantly created a massive, several dozen-mile deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, Atli spat blood from his mouth and nose, emitting a shrill scream. Isaac Tion, I'll kill you. Tisk. A rusty sword appeared in Kit's hand. Without hesitation, he activated the Heavenly Dao Sword technique, stabbing down directly. Under the Heavenly Dao Sword technique, countless weaknesses were exposed. Kit's sword pierced straight through Atli's forehead. Boom. In the final moments, Atli was afraid. He knew that Kit's sword would mean certain death. Instantly, Atli's eyes turned bloodshot. He screamed, producing a rusted bronze arrowhead. Boom. The moment this arrowhead appeared, it hurtled toward Kit's forehead, aiming to shatter his primordial soul. What is this? Seeing the bronze arrowhead, Kit's pupils constricted. This arrowhead was ancient, carrying a sense of primeval wilderness, like a heavy sky descending, crushing everything. Inside the arrowhead, chaos opened up, worlds formed, and ultimately reached their end. A scene of the world's demise. Most crucially, Kit recognized some mysterious symbols similar to those seen on stone gates or purple copper scriptures. Pre-divine text. It must not hit me. Chapter 371. The terrifying bronze arrowhead. Kit's pupils constricted, and he immediately activated his immortal sword to form a protective barrier. Clang. The moment the rust-covered arrowhead struck the immortal sword's barrier, countless mysterious symbols on its surface lit up. It seemed as if it had sensed something, awakening instantly. In an instant, the arrowhead shattered the supreme barrier formed by the immortal sword and headed straight for Kit's third eye. At this moment, the weapon spirit within the immortal sword was also stunned. Its voice trembled as it said, "This arrowhead? Damn, why is it in this era?" Boom. The emotionless rust-covered arrowhead shot directly into Kit's third eye, aiming at his primordial soul. Rumble. This mysterious bronze arrowhead carried boundless power, crushing all resistance on its way, intent solely on destroying Kit. But right then, a primordial green lotus appeared around Kit's primordial soul. Ripple. The primordial green lotus swayed lightly, unleashing endless chaotic sword chi that erupted towards the bronze arrowhead. The arrowhead's speed came to an abrupt halt. Rumble. The primordial green lotus burst forth with infinite light, combating the bronze arrowhead. What is this thing? Kit felt endless shock from sensing the bronze arrowhead. He could feel that this bronze arrowhead bore inexplicable power, as if it didn't belong to this era. It's divine power. The immortal sword's voice echoed slowly. Shit, you know, I nearly forgot about you. Hurry up and take action. Kit spoke. I know you must have a way to counter this arrowhead. You think too much. The creator of this arrowhead is even more powerful than my first master who forged me. If I were at my peak, there might be a way. But now, under seal, there's nothing I can do. The immortal sword sighed, continuing. This kind of arrowhead possesses infinite power, connected to Heavenly Dao. Only Heavenly Dao's power can contend with it. Heavenly Dao? Kit was initially taken aback, but then felt immense joy. Ordinary cultivators cannot comprehend Heavenly Dao, but not Kit. He was proficient in Heavenly Dao techniques and possessed abundant, Heavenly Dao power. Thinking of this, Kit focused his mind. His primordial soul atop the primordial green lotus stood up abruptly, rapidly forming seals to create a heavenly Tao seal. Then he unleashed it toward the bronze arrowhead restrained by the primordial green lotus. Rumble. Under the impact of the heavenly Tao seal, the bronze arrowhead was hurled out of Kit's sea of consciousness. Whoosh! The bronze arrowhead, streaked with faint golden blood, flew backward out of Kit's third eye. A bloody hole appeared on Kit's forehead. Golden blood gushed out. If not for his primordial soul guarded by the primordial green lotus and possessing heavenly Tao seal techniques, he would already have been killed by the bronze arrowhead. Humming. The material used to craft the bronze arrowhead was extremely resilient. Despite being struck by Kit's heavenly Tao seal, it remained unscathed. After adjusting in midair, it once again charged toward Kit. Himph! Kit let out a soft cry. A crimson gold supreme coffin appeared in his hand, sealing the bronze arrowhead inside. Clank, clank, clank. Inside the crimson gold coffin, the arrowhead continuously attacked, trying to break free. Unfortunately, although the item's origin was mysterious, a supreme artifact cast from divine metal wasn't easily breached. Even though the weapon spirit was dormant, the bronze arrowhead couldn't destroy it. Rumble. Golden Chi roared as the bloody hole on Kit's third eye visibly healed. Holding the crimson gold supreme coffin, Kit looked down at Atli beneath his feet and coldly said, Atli, you are quite impressive. Just now, you almost killed me. This can't be. Even that bronze arrowhead couldn't kill you. I won't accept this. Atli was in extreme agony, angrily shouting, Why? Why could you withstand that bronze arrowhead? It seems that bronze arrowhead was indeed prepared for me. Kit's pupils narrowed. He swung his sword, cleaving through Atli's head, extracting his primordial soul and holding it in his hand. Then he asked, Speak. What's the background of that bronze arrowhead? Where did you obtain it? You think I'd tell you? How naive. Atli glared coldly at Kit. He said, Atli, fear no death. Since I lost, go ahead and kill me. But making me betray the divine blood sect is impossible. Oh, you're loyal indeed. Holding Atli's primordial soul, Kit smiled deeply and continued. Though I don't like using soul-searching techniques, it seems inevitable now. Atli's expression changed drastically. Kit's actions frightened him. He had heard about the evil nature of soul-searching techniques, which forcefully read the memories of one's primordial soul to find desired information. But using soul-searching techniques had a cost. Reading someone else's memories affected one's mental state. If one's resolve was not strong enough, it could lead to cognitive confusion, mistaking oneself as another person. Similar to schizophrenia on Earth. Thus, even Kit had never used soul-searching techniques. Of course, Kit didn't plan to use it. He was just intimidating Atli. Seeing Atli's changing emotions, Kit continued, How about it? I can give you another choice. If you answer my questions about the origin of that bronze arrowhead, I will consider sparing your life. Why should I believe you? Atli hesitated slightly, his mindset shifting. If he could live, no one would choose death. Even Atli was no exception. Moreover, the location where the bronze arrowhead was found was not some good place. Kit proudly answered, Kit, always keep my word. If I say I'll let you go, I will. Atli paused, recalling Kit's actions. Indeed, Kit rarely went back on his word. No, it had never happened before. Thinking this, Atli narrowed his eyes. His voice low and chilly, he said, Fine, I agree. Hope you keep your word. Deal. Kit said nothing further. He touched the area between his brows, where the wound had healed, but still felt faint pain. This time, he had come closest to death. Chapter 372. The True Foundation of Supreme Powers. Atli's primordial spirit replied, This bronze arrowhead was discovered in a deathgene shear known as the Supreme Abyss. This place is a tear in space from the time of the great battles between supreme powers. To this day, the supreme power hasn't dissipated. That area remains unhealed. Some cultivators ventured deep into it and found many treasures. This arrowhead is one of them. When someone found it, it still had supreme blood on it, not yet dried. It's suspected to be a secret weapon crafted by a supreme being. Upon hearing Atli's reply, Kit was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected the bronze arrowhead to have been discovered like this. However, this arrowhead wasn't some supreme artifact but an even more powerful weapon consecrated by deities. Alright, I've answered what you wanted to know. Let me go. Atli looked at Kit, feeling nervous. His primordial spirit was now in Kit's hands, his life and death decided by Kit's whim. Don't worry. Kit, don't go back on my word. Kit wasn't in a hurry to release him. He smiled slightly and continued. I said I'd let you live if you cooperate. But now I'll give you two choices. First, answer some of my questions, and I'll return your body to you. Second, I'll let your primordial spirit go but destroy your body. Choose. You're too despicable. Atli flared up. Cut the chatter. I'll count to 3. If you don't choose, I'll assume you've chosen the second option. A flame appeared in Kit's hand as he said calmly, Do you want your body back or not? You choose. Fine. I agree. What do you want to ask? Atli felt utterly depressed. He knew this time he was thoroughly trapped. In Kit's hands, he could only be at his mercy. If he lost his body, it would take at least 100 years to recover, during which he would need countless herbs. It was far better to answer Kit's few questions. Moreover, Kit didn't ask about any divine blood sect's supreme secrets. He opened his mouth and asked, What is the true strength of the divine blood sect? You don't know? Atli looked incredulous. He recalled how Kit, regardless of origin, treated everyone in the entire Qilin Divine Vault equally. Anyone who displeased him got a brutal beating. Could it be? Kit didn't know what a supreme force was. Rubbish. Is the divine blood sect that famous? Kit snorted. Oh. Atli almost choked. The divine blood sect, being a supreme force, ranked high across the entire Xuanhuan continent. Not being famous? That was laughable. Atli took a deep breath and said, across all of Eastern Domain, my divine blood sect ranks within the top 10. Across the entire Xuanhuan continent, we rank within the top 100. So, there are around 100 supreme forces across the entire Xuanhuan continent. Kit nodded slightly, muttering to himself, looks like supreme forces aren't immortal either. From ancient times to now, over countless years, there must have been thousands of supreme beings. Out of 10, only 1 or 2 have survived. Humph, do you really think supreme forces are immortal? How can they be? Atli looked at Kit and continued, but, Carson, if you continue to oppose the divine blood sect, they will definitely mobilize their hidden strength to fight to the end. As for the true hidden strength of the supreme legacy, ha ha, hidden strength? What hidden strength? Kit's lips curled up slightly. He had been waiting for this answer. Atli frowned and replied, I don't know exactly, but I've heard that when powerful individuals have only a few days left, they use secret techniques to seal themselves away, enduring through endless ages without aging. They enter a state of suspended animation. As for how many powerful figures the divine blood sect has sealed away, I don't know either. But over the long history of the divine blood sect, there were hundreds of near-supreme beings, with countless holy spirits, and even perhaps the offspring of divine blood supreme beings in hibernation. Once these powerful beings awaken, ha ha. Interesting. Kit's pupils narrowed. This answer matched what Godric had told him. In the Xylan clan, there were also countless powerful beings in hibernation, awakening only in times of crisis. These powerful beings were much like the hibernating Kramer being he had encountered before. They might only have 1 or 2 days of life remaining, or even mere hours, but they could still unleash their peak era power. With the divine blood sect's reserves, they might actually have near-supreme level strong ones. And whether the divine blood supreme being was truly dead was unknown. For example, the Kramer being had feigned death from ancient times until now, surviving countless years. Sensing a change in Kit's tone, Atli continued, Carson, your talent is unparalleled. If you join the divine blood sect and become its young lord, it's guaranteed. If you stubbornly refuse, you will surely die. Tisich, even if your divine blood sect unleashes 100 near supremes, or even the divine blood supreme resurrects, I, Carson, will slaughter them anyway. Kit squinted his eyes coldly, saying, all right, I'll keep my promise and let you go. Having said that, Kit tossed Atli's primordial spirit back into his body, then kicked Atli's butt, sending him flying. Carson, you bastard. Atli, kicked flying, cursed wildly. But he didn't dare linger. Kit had only said he'd let him go, not promised not to kill him. At this moment, the surrounding members of the Xylan clan felt extremely anxious. Kit was so powerful that they had no chance of victory and could be easily wiped out by him alone. After all, even the half-saint level Atli had been killed by Kit like cutting vegetables. Now, looking at the group of Xylan people, Kit didn't seem eager to kill them anymore. Considering the reserves of a supreme force, whether or not he wiped out this group wouldn't make a significant difference. Standing midair, a new idea emerged in Kit's mind. He stood with his hands behind his back, coldly surveying the surroundings, and said, you guys, I won't kill you for now. Deliver a message for me. If the Xylan clan wants to retrieve their supreme artifact, it's not impossible, but it will require a small price, a sun holy vine or a divine medicine plant in exchange. Otherwise, I'll toss the supreme artifact into the time-space turbulence. Upon hearing Atli's response, Kit was taken aback. He hadn't expected the bronze arrowhead to be discovered in such a manner. However, this arrowhead wasn't any supreme weapon but an even more powerful divine artifact forged by immortals and deities. All right, I've answered what you wanted to know. Let me go. Atli looked at Kit, feeling increasingly nervous. Currently, his primordial spirit was held by Kit. His life depended on Kit's whim. Don't worry. Kit, am not one to break promises. Kit didn't release him immediately but smiled slightly before asking. I said I'd spare your life, and I will. But now I give you 2 choices. The first is to answer some of my questions, and I'll return your physical body to you. The second choice is for me to release your primordial spirit while destroying your physical body. Choose. You're too despicable. Atli's temper flared up. Enough talk. I'll count to 3. If you don't choose, I'll take the second option by default. A Dao fire appeared in Kit's hand as he said calmly, do you want your body or not? You choose. Fine. I agree. What do you want to ask? Atli was thoroughly depressed. He knew he was utterly caught this time, completely at Kit's mercy. If he lost his physical body, it would take him at least 100 years to recover, during which he'd need an immense amount of herbs. Far better to answer Kit's few questions. And Kit didn't ask about the Blood Divinity Sect's supreme secrets. He simply asked, what is the true strength of the Blood Divinity Sect? What? You don't know? Atli looked incredulous. He recalled how Kit treated everyone equally within the xiuxian divine treasure, regardless of their background, beating those he disliked. Could it be Kit didn't know about supreme forces? Nonsense. Is the Blood Divinity Sect so famous? Kit smirked. Whoosh. Atli nearly choked. The Blood Divinity Sect, being a supreme force, ranked highly across the entire xiuxian continent. How could it be unknown? Atli took a deep breath and said, in all of Eastern Domain, the Blood Divinity Sect ranks in the top 10. Across the entire xiuxian continent, we rank among the top 100. So, there are around 100 supreme forces across the entire xiuxian continent. Kit nodded, muttering, seems like supreme forces aren't immortal after all. From ancient times to now, countless ages have passed, with thousands of supreme beings existing. Out of every 10, only 1 or 2 remain. Did you really think supreme forces were eternal? Impossible. Atli replied, then continued, but, Carson, if you continue to oppose the Blood Divinity Sect, they will definitely mobilize their hidden strength and fight to the bitter end. And speaking of the true foundation of supreme legacies, hidden strength? What kind of hidden strength? The corner of Kit's mouth lifted. This was the answer he had been waiting for. Atli frowned and responded, I don't know either, but I heard that when strong individuals have just a few days left to live, they use secret methods to seal themselves, enduring endless years without consuming lifespan. They enter a state of suspended animation. As for how many strong individuals the Blood Divinity sect has sealed, I don't know either. But over the long span of history, the Blood Divinity sect has had hundreds of near-supreme beings, countless holy spirits, and perhaps even the children of the Blood Divinity Supreme may be in self-sealing slumber. Once these strong ones awaken, intriguing. Kit's pupils narrowed. This answer matched what he had learned from Godric. Within the Xilan clan, numerous powerful figures similarly self-sealed, awakening during crises. These were like the self-sealed Kramer he had encountered, possibly having only a couple of days or even hours of life left but still capable of displaying peak-era strength. With the Blood Divinity sect's foundation, they might indeed unearth near-supreme beings. Even whether the Blood Divinity Supreme was truly dead remained uncertain, just like the Kramer, who pretended to be dead from ancient times to now, enduring endless years. Sensing the change in Kit's tone, Atli continued, Carson, your talent is unparalleled. If you join our Blood Divinity sect, becoming its Iggy is guaranteed. If you persist in defiance, your death is certain. Even if your Blood Divinity sect produces 100 near-supremes, or even the Blood Divinity Supreme himself revived, I, Carson, will slay them without hesitation. Kit narrowed his eyes coldly and said, All right, I'll keep my promise and let you go. Then he tossed Atli's primordial spirit back into his physical body, grabbed Atli's body, and kicked him hard on the buttocks, sending Atli flying. Carson, you. Atli cursed violently while being kicked away but didn't dare stay. Kit had promised to let him go but never said he wouldn't kill him. Meanwhile, the Xylans nearby felt a chill run down their spines. Given Kit's formidable power, they stood no chance and would be slaughtered by him single-handedly. Recalling how the half-saint Atli was killed effortlessly by Kit, they knew their fate would be no different. Now, Kit, watching the group of Xylans, decided against killing them. In the context of supreme forces, exterminating or not exterminating them made little difference. It was like spitting in the ocean. Floating in midair, a new idea formed in Kit's mind. Standing hands clasped behind his back, he looked coldly around and said, I won't kill you guys for now. Tell this message for me. If the Xilan clan wants to retrieve their supreme weapon, it's not impossible. But a small price must be paid. I require the Sun Saint Vine or a divine herb as exchange. Otherwise, I'll throw the supreme weapon into the temporal chaos. Chapter 373, Lewis's plea for help. You people of the Xilan clan must pay an endless price. Kit's resolute voice boomed, making the crowd from the Xilan clan turn pale. The main issue was that Kit's demands were indeed terrifying. He actually wanted a sacred herb, a solar sacred vine. It should be known that sacred herbs were incredibly rare. How many could find them? That was something only Saint-tier cultivators could hope to find. Even within the entire Xilan divine burial grounds, only a few existed. However, in the face of Kit's overwhelming pressure, the group of Brendan of the Xilan clan had grim faces and, despite knowing it was nearly impossible to find a sacred herb, did not dare to argue. They feared Kit would obliterate them all with a mere thought. Whoosh! Kit took a deep breath. He glanced at the Brendan of the Xilan clan and said calmly, Remember this, my patience is limited. I want an answer within 1 month. After speaking, Kit leapt onto the back of the Solomon bird. Transforming into a streak of golden light, he instantly disappeared. Rumble. As Kit left, the oppressive feeling around them vanished. The lava sea on the ground, which had frozen due to Kit's aura, began flowing once more. Rumble. The deafening roar echoed, and the Brendan looked at each other uneasily. What do we do now? Humph. What else can we do? This matter has gone beyond our control. That's right. If Kit truly discarded our clan's supreme artifact into the temporal chaos stream, awakening it across infinite temporal streams would require at least the power of a near-supreme level. Sigh. We should awaken our ancestor. Let him decide. Several Brendan of the Xilan clan sighed deeply. Manny, however, had a livid expression. He felt extremely humiliated because, just now, facing the formidable Kit, he felt utterly hopeless. He didn't dare to challenge Kit. Not even a hint of fighting spirit could rise within him. His mind was filled with thoughts of escape. Even after Kit left, his heart still pounded wildly, unable to calm down. Kill Kit. I must kill him. Otherwise, my Tao heart will never stabilize, and I will never advance again. Manny's mind was consumed by the idea of eliminating Kit, but as he considered it carefully, despair crept in. Kit was too strong. He could never defeat Kit, considering the Xilan clan's Brendan were thoroughly thrashed, unless they mobilized their hidden reserves. Otherwise, the entire Xilan clan was no match for Kit. Time passed swiftly. 10 days slipped by quietly, and a small mountain exploded. Kit emerged from the shattered mountain. Although his cultivation realm hadn't changed, his aura was concealed, appearing as ordinary as any commoner. Whoosh! Kit took a deep breath. Over these 10 days, he summarized his battle experience against the Xilan clan's powerful beings from the Divine Blood sect. Meanwhile, he also retempered his body and refined his foundation. Though his strength improved by an infinitesimal amount, less than a 10,000th, it was indeed some progress. Perhaps, I'm still not at my limit? Or maybe getting stronger is just an illusion. Kit muttered to himself. Boss, you've exited seclusion? Corey appeared from somewhere, animatedly saying, Boss, let me tell you, the past few days have been thrilling. We wiped out the Divine Blood sect's outpost. Now Atli is seeing red. Hehe. A new peak Grand Elder joined the Divine Blood sect, allegedly half a step away from the Emperor level. He says if he catches you, he'll suppress you. The Xilan clan has also declared they will surely kill you. Not just the Xilan clan but also the Divine Blood sect along with hundreds of sects big and small, say they'll slay you on sight without mercy. Nash and others exaggeratedly recounted the events, chattering about what had happened. Tisi. Kit smirked. He knew very well that merely with the forces mobilized by the Divine Blood Sect, they couldn't be a match for him. Mostly, they were spouting tough talk to save face. Boss, should we retaliate? Earl rubbed his hands and said, the Divine Blood Sect and Xylan clan are so rich, having collected countless treasures over the years. No need. Kit shook his head and said, we've already made enough of a scene. For now, let's keep a low profile. Even a rabbit, when cornered, will bite back. The Xylan clan might use their hidden reserves if pushed to extremes. Hidden reserves? Nash paused slightly, looking curiously at Kit and asked, what reserves? Some ancient monsters with only a few days left to live. Kadiki near Supremes, sealed using secret techniques to protect their descendants. Kit sneered, these old monsters, with their limited lifespans, are truly capable of going all out. Upon hearing this, Earl and others drew a sharp breath. Near Supremes were no joke. At that level, their power was heaven-defying. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even compare. Even if they had only a breath left, they still possessed near Supreme level combat power. Kit holding a Supreme artifact might not be sufficient. So, let's keep a low profile recently. Don't provoke those old monsters to take their last stand. Kit frowned slightly. He held 5 incarnations of the Kramer, so he wasn't overly concerned about near Supremes. However, he didn't want to waste his limited powers on these old monsters who were barely hanging on. It was unnecessary, purely wasteful. Besides, suppressing the blazing sunwheel and divine blood lamp wasn't very useful. Better to exchange them for sacred herbs he needed. As a successor to the Supreme heritage, Kit believed he could find sacred herbs. Compared to a near Supreme ancestor, a sacred herb was trivial. An additional sealed near Supreme ancestor could determine whether a calamity could be avoided and continue the lineage. Not comparable to just one sacred herb. Swish. Just then, a blood-drenched figure appeared. Kit turned in surprise and saw it was Lewis. He was currently being chased by a group of blue-robed cultivators, appearing quite bedraggled. Not again. Every time I meet Lewis, he's always being pursued. Kit was speechless. Despite his mockery, Kit moved quickly. With a flick of his finger, he shot a 3-colored immortal spring into Lewis's mouth to aid his recovery. Then, he watched the group of blue-robed cultivators with interest. Chapter 374. Cleanse your neck and await your doom. In a casual tone, he said, who exactly are you people, to dare pursue and attack my friend Kit? And who are you, to dare obstruct matters of the great mystery imperial dynasty? Move aside. Anyone who gets in the way will be eliminated. There's no need for idle talk. The Crown Prince has decreed that Lewis must be captured. It doesn't matter who comes. The group of cultivators was furious. But at this moment, Kit wasn't angry anymore. These cultivators were merely at the divine ability realm. Truthfully, he didn't even have the interest to make a move against them. He turned his head, looking at Lewis and asked somewhat helplessly, what exactly happened? To be pursued by such trash? Carson, I never thought you would come to save me. Lewis felt very speechless. He scratched his head and said, this matter is a long story. To put it simply, my younger sister has a special constitution, which attracted the attention of the great mystery imperial dynasty's crown prince. He wanted to seize her as a cultivation vessel. I killed countless subordinates of the crown prince, but ultimately, I was no match for him. Even more so, I was ambushed and severely injured. At this point, Lewis's voice sounded bitter. Such a thing. Kit frowned slightly and asked, how is Alexandra now? Hasn't she? That wouldn't happen. Lewis shook his head. He answered, my sister used a secret technique to hide within a holy artifact. The great mystery imperial dynasty's crown prince, even if he wants to open the holy artifact, would need at least a month. I was preparing to return home to find assistance. Phew, I understand. Kit breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Lewis on the shoulder and said, don't worry. I'll help you deal with the great mystery imperial dynasty's crown prince. Well, thank you. Lewis solemnly cupped his hands in gratitude. He knew that even though Kit already had many enemies, adding an emperor-level force like this without cause was definitely troublesome. For Kit to be willing to provoke the great mystery imperial dynasty for him already proved that he was an absolute qualified friend. A trusted comrade worth life and death. Kit didn't think much about it. He turned around, looking at the group of roaring green-robed cultivators, and said calmly, deliver a message for me. Tell the great mystery imperial dynasty's crown prince to cleanse his neck. In 3 hours, I'll be there to cut off his dog head. What? You dare to be so arrogant? Humph, you're courting death. You think you're someone? The group of cultivators from the great mystery imperial dynasty was utterly disdainful. Rumble. At this moment, Corey transformed into a golden dragon. He grabbed a green-robed cultivator with one claw and said coldly, you ants dare insult our leader? Die. With that, the cultivator in his hand was instantly crushed to pieces. Heaven, it's a true golden dragon. The only true dragon in Xiuxian Divine Treasury is Carson's mount. So, this person, is Carson? I heard 10 days ago, Kit consecutively killed 8 ancient powerhouses and over 30 heavenly emperors from the Godblood sect, not to mention countless below kingdom-level cultivators. Not just that, the entire Immortal Mountain was emptied, leaving only a few hundred out of tens of thousands of cultivators. The Xylan clan's residence was also razed to the ground. The group of cultivators instantly froze. They stopped their bravado. Many cultivators simply sat down, unable to move. Kit's reputation in the Xiuxian Divine Treasury was infamous. For any cultivator, facing Kit was akin to living a nightmare. At this moment, Kit said indifferently, I won't kill you, but go tell the Germain that he has 3 hours left to live. Prepare his last will and testament. Don't think of running. He can't escape. Upon hearing this, the faces of the great mystery imperial dynasty's cultivators turned pale. They dared not mock anymore, because Kit's past victory showed that whoever he targeted truly couldn't run away. Get lost quickly. Corey burst with formidable aura. He looked coldly at the group of Great Mystery Imperial Dynasty's cultivators and said, "You scum! You're lucky to be alive." Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Hearing Corey's words, the Great Mystery Imperial Dynasty's cultivators didn't dare linger any longer. They turned and fled. Who dared challenge Kit within the entire Xiuxian Divine Treasury? Thank you. Lewis bowed and looked at Kit, asking, "But why should we wait 3 hours?" Simple. We rescue first. Kit smiled faintly. He patted Lewis on the shoulder and said, "If anything happens to your sister, the Great Mystery Imperial Dynasty's crown prince wouldn't die enough, even if executed 100 times. Ah, that makes sense." Lewis sighed in relief. At this moment, Corey asked, "Boss, time is running out. Let's go fast." "All right." Kit nodded slightly and said, "Just in time. After my seclusion ended, the Great Mystery Imperial Dynasty's crown prince should be a good target for practice." Bam. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Germain was manipulating a holy artifact, combating a nearly intact holy tower. The entire holy tower was tightly sealed. No matter what the crown prince did, he could not open it. "Annika, give up. Lewis can't save you." The Germain said, "How long can you hold on? Half a month, or a whole month? I'm very patient. I will capture you alive." My brother will bring reinforcements." Annika's voice came from inside the holy tower. "Tisich, that useless Lewis? Whether he can avoid my pursuit is still unknown." The prince wore a lascivious smile, extremely self-satisfied. He laughed aloud. "Hee, don't resist, it's useless." Inside the holy tower, Annika stopped speaking. She was somewhat worried now. Was her brother really safe? On the other side, Kit rode the golden winged Dax, moving at extreme speed. Before the Great Mystery Imperial Dynasty's cultivators returned, he arrived at the Crown Prince's location first. Swish! A palace covered in golden light appeared before Kit. Interesting. Kit squinted his eyes at the sight of the palace. This was no ordinary palace but a powerful defensive type holy artifact capable of defending against ambushes at any time. Entering the palace without triggering the holy artifact would be incredibly difficult, and if they used an Emperor-level artifact. Chapter 375, just charge in. If the power is too immense, Kiera inside the immortal palace would be killed as well. "SK, this isn't easy," muttered Kit. "Boss, how about we try a diversion?" asked Wilbur. "No need. You guys just charge straight in," smiled Kit. He turned his head, glanced at Nash and the others, and said, "I'll go save her. Beating up the crown prince of Xiuxian dynasty shouldn't be an issue, right?" "No problem." Nash crossed her arms and said, "I alone can handle all of them here." "Very good." Kit nodded slightly and said, "You too. Start immediately to draw their attention." "Okay." Wilbur didn't say anything and rushed out directly. Then he transformed into a 100-meter-long golden dragon, roaring towards the golden palace with overwhelming aura. "Roar! Cadetal thief of Xiuxian, come out and die. Did you hear that? Dragon Grandpa will count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll break in. Roar! Is the crown prince of Xiuxian dynasty a coward? Afraid to come out?" It must be said, Wilbur was quite adept at taunting. A few words were enough to infuriate a group of people from the Xiuxian dynasty, each one exceptionally angry. Even the crown prince who was attacking the holy tower couldn't hold back. If not for being unable to extricate himself now, he would have gone to kill Wilbur long ago. He asked the 2 attendants beside him angrily, "Go settle this. Bring him alive." "Yes, your highness crown prince." Several attendants instantly vanished from the hall. At this moment, outside, Wilbur continued his provocation and ridicule incessantly. Within just a dozen breaths, the ancestors of the crown prince of Xiuxian dynasty had been insulted thoroughly. Holy cow, this dragon's trolling skills are almost otherworldly. Kit rarely complained but did so now. While complaining, a talisman in his hand gradually took shape. A teleportation talisman, one of the 3,000 Dao talismans frequently used by Kit, not particularly refined. The materials equated to those of a high-grade spirit artifact, but the one in his hand required materials equivalent to an imperial spirit artifact, extremely precious, and its effect was extraordinarily powerful, capable of breaking through the defenses of the immortal palace and teleporting inside. Boom. Soon, more than 10 venerable level cultivators of the Xiuxian dynasty rushed out. These cultivators wore golden robes, exuding an arrogant demeanor, but upon seeing Wilbur, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "A true dragon? Impossible. True dragons should have been extinct in this world. Wait, if I remember correctly, Carson has a true dragon as his mount. So, he represents Carson coming to cause trouble? This is bad." The Xiuxian dynasty's cultivators' faces paled, extinguishing the anger in their hearts instantly. Their whole hearts turned icy cold. Who exactly was Kit? In the Xiuxian Divine Treasury, no one dared to provoke him. If one provoked him, that meant certain doom. He would beat you to death. Even the Divine Blood Sect's base Kit dared to destroy. There was nothing in this world he wouldn't dare do. No force he wouldn't dare provoke. Therefore, several Xiuxian dynasty cultivators exchanged glances and knew they absolutely couldn't provoke Kit. That would be courting death. Thus, they all bowed to Wilbur with forced smiles, saying, "May I ask how our Xiuxian dynasty has offended you?" How did it offend? Wilbur was stunned. He didn't expect these guys to act so humble. Despite such provocation, they didn't get angry. This was awkward. At this moment, Nash stepped forward, dressed in white with unparalleled beauty. As she appeared, the Xiuxian dynasty's cultivators retreated dozens of steps continuously, faces filled with horror. Xiuxian clan. Nash. It's rumored she received help from Carson, obtaining the supreme inheritance of the Kramer, activating true bloodline in the supreme Genesis pool. Her cultivation is at the peak of divinity realm, but her combat power rivals a near king. She is definitely the strongest under Kit. She possesses the supreme artifact of the Xiuxian clan, the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace. Just days ago, she nearly wiped out all bases of the Jinwu clan and Divine Blood sect. Oh, why is she here at Taishan Dynasty? Could it be she plans to wipe out Taishan Dynasty? A cluster of Taishan Dynasty cultivators felt chills run down their spines. Wilbur's cultivation was at the xianxian level. Even as a true dragon, he wasn't much of a threat to a group of venerables. They could suppress Wilbur without offending Kit, but facing Nash, this wouldn't work. Nash alone could slaughter everyone present effortlessly. Moreover, she had a supreme artifact in hand. If she activated the supreme artifact, everyone would turn to dust in an instant. Boom. Nash's aura erupted, her steps elegant, lightly stepping forward. Hee. Several Taishan Dynasty cultivators' teeth started chattering. Immortal Lady Nash, we beg to know where we've offended you? Please enlighten us. Yes, dying like this is too miserable. Which bastard offended Immortal Lady Nash? Come out yourself and face your punishment without dragging everyone else down. Who is it? Come out. Before Nash spoke, the Taishan Dynasty cultivators began suspecting each other. Facing Nash, death was certain. Everyone had to die. At this moment, Nash remained silent, lifting her delicate white hand, lightly pressing down with a palm. Boom. The power of Nash's palm strike was incomparably terrifying. More than 10 Taishan Dynasty cultivators couldn't withstand it. They quickly scattered, but Nash's palm struck directly onto the holy artifact, Immortal Palace. Rumble. Instantly, the Immortal Palace's defense activated. A myriad feet of golden light soared to the sky. Holy power erupted and retaliated toward Nash. This was a counterattack from the holy artifact. Without a holy artifact in hand, one couldn't withstand a king-level strike. The Xiuxian Heavenly Palace appeared in Nash's hands. The boundless holy power before Nash had no effect at all. Not reaching within 100 meters, it was annihilated, vanishing without a trace. Rumble. Supreme aura erupted. The Xiuxian Heavenly Palace burst with a myriad of lights. A supreme might erupted, crushing down toward the entire Immortal Palace. Hashtag Chapter 376, the Heavenly King of Battle, Stuart. In an instant, the entire Immortal Palace trembled. Standing before an supreme artifact, a sacred artifact is no different from tofu. Not good. What is she going to do? Selen immediately panicked. This move by Nash might annihilate the Casper, but his sister Alexandra would also be doomed. Relax. Nash knows what she's doing. Kit stood with his hands behind his back, glanced at the nearby teleportation talisman, and waved his hand, putting it away. He knew that such matters no longer required his intervention. But Selen was still anxious. Relax, there's nothing to worry about. Kit smiled slightly, saying, Selen, you don't use supreme artifacts often, so you can't feel these subtle changes. Although Nash is using a supreme artifact to attack, this attack only looks terrifying. It doesn't have any real killing intent. Relax, she's probably preparing to force the Casper to come out. I trust you. Selen gritted his teeth and didn't rush forward. Boom. The power of the supreme artifact was like the heavens collapsing. It brought an earth-shattering sensation. Inside the Immortal Palace, the Casper's face changed drastically, almost disbelieving. Someone actually came to kill him with a supreme artifact? How could this be possible? He was, after all, the Casper. If any supreme power used a supreme artifact to crush him, it would offend the entire great mystic dynasty, leading to endless reprisals. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as the terrifying aura remained, like the sky collapsing. Helpless, the Casper had no choice but to abandon refining Alexandra. He roared in anger, leave! Get out of this palace! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. No need for the Crown Prince's reminder. Many great cultivators within the Holy Palace fled faster than rabbits. Are you kidding me? Even great cultivators were mere ants before a supreme artifact. One wave of pressure could crush them all. Boom. Instantly, all the cultivators of the great mystic dynasty left the Holy Palace en masse. Seeing this, Nash inwardly sighed and reigned in the power of the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace, transforming it into an ordinary-looking palace floating in her hand. Nash, I've never offended you. Why are you trying to kill me? The Crown Prince felt aggrieved. He was sitting at home when trouble fell from the sky. He was just moments away from possessing Alexandra, but Nash intervened unexpectedly, intending to crush them all without a word. Nash looked at the Casper and said coldly, do I need a reason to crush a bug? You. How dare you insult me like this? The Crown Prince's face turned bright red, his whole body trembling. Being compared to a bug was an absolute humiliation, as well as a complete mockery of the entire great mystic dynasty. If he could fight back, the Crown Prince would definitely make Nash pay dearly with blood. I am not insulting you. I am stating a fact. I am merely crushing a bug, Nash replied slowly and calmly. This answer made Wilbur drenched in sweat. He realized that Nash must have learned some bad habits from Kit. Her calm words, while not outright cursing, made one so furious they could rise from their grave. You. At this moment, the Crown Prince's face was flushed and neck swollen. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body shook. He wanted to shout that a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated, but he dared not move. Nash could crush him like a bug, just as she said, and he didn't want to die. Not now. As for the surrounding great cultivators, they huddled like quails, heads down, not daring to meet Nash's gaze. Boom. At this moment, a booming voice echoed. Daring to insult my great mystic dynasty with just one supreme artifact? Are you mocking us by saying we have no supreme artifacts? With those words, a sword light shot up into the sky, its power extremely terrifying. Zing! The supreme sword appeared in midair, and a young man in yellow robes materialized beside it. It's our clan's heavenly king of battle, Stuart. Haha, a half-step emperor under 1,000 years old. Absolutely heaven's pride. He has come. His ancestral bloodline rivals that of a child of the supreme of the great mystic dynasty. We're saved. We're truly saved. The cultivators of the great mystic dynasty cheered. Even the Casper shrank back. The heavenly king of battle, Stuart, was incredibly strong, wielding supreme authority within the great mystic dynasty. His word carried more weight than even the emperor himself. Oh, Wilbur gasped on the side. Generally speaking, in situations where both parties possessed supreme artifacts, whoever had a higher realm could unleash greater power. Without a doubt, in a one-on-one battle, Stuart could easily kill Nash. Humph. It seems I can't eliminate these bugs with just my own strength, Nash said coolly, turning to look at Kit's direction. You should handle it. The moment Kit saw Stuart, he knew things were getting dicey. Stuart wielded the supreme sword, and if they really fought, everything within thousands of miles would be reduced to ashes. Alexandra inside the immortal palace would surely die. Therefore, Kit revealed the teleportation talisman in his hand and tossed it to Jason. You guys go through this teleportation talisman to save Nash. As for the ones outside, leave them to me. All right. Selin nodded forcefully. He knew of Kit's numerous victories, and fighting Stuart would be easy for him. Boom. At this moment, the heavenly king of battle, Stuart, noticed something was off. Looking in Kit's direction, he found nothing. So he made a hand seal, forming an ice blue mark about 30 feet wide, radiating incredible power. Boom. The ice blue handprint formed instantly, then shattered space and flew towards Kit. Seeing this, Kit activated the true dragon transformation, igniting the 5 divine beast bloodlines. An intermediate grade war immortal charm suddenly lit up, boosting his combat power by 5,000 times. However, compared to a half-step emperor, he was still weaker by 100-fold. This was the gap in realms, vast enough to induce despair. Kit activated the Heaven's Dao Eye. The entire ice blue handprint was no longer solid but composed of countless ice blue lines. No matter how complex something is, it always has its flaws. Kit instantly spotted the weakness in the ice blue handprint and applied a gentle force along the crack. Chapter 377. Defeat you in 5 moves. Zayip. It sounded like a small knife slicing through tofu. Kit's sword chi slashed again, shattering the originally terrifying ice blue handprint into dust mid-air. Stuart, right? The strongest genius of Tai Xian dynasty? No problem, I'll slay you today. With one step, Kit appeared in mid-air. He held a long sword in one hand, his aura far weaker than Stuart's, yet it still made everyone around retreat a few steps. Carson. Stuart looked at Kit, his pupils constricting with astonishment. At the same cultivation level, blocking his attack wasn't the scary part. Scary was how Kit's power seemed hundreds of times weaker, yet this light, almost feeble strike could effortlessly cut through the blue handprint. This was enough to prove that Kit's strength was non-human. Watching Kit, Stuart took a deep breath and said, Carson, you killed our Tai Xian dynasty ancestor. That's an unresolvable enmity. Today, you come seeking me. Are you looking for death? I think the one seeking death is you. Kit advanced with his sword, speaking as he walked. As for your ancestor, he deserved it. If you want revenge, prove it with your strength. Humph. Let's see what you've got then. Looking at Kit, Stuart couldn't help but feel a chill. Despite knowing Kit's power was weak, he felt invincible. Indeed, it was so. Kit looked at Stuart, extended a hand, and said indifferently, I can defeat you in 5 moves without using a supreme artifact. Do you believe me? You're too arrogant. Stuart sneered coldly, Kit, no matter how powerful you are, it's impossible to defeat me in 5 moves. Is that so? Kit remained silent. His rusty sword vanished. After loosening up, he added lightly, I'll allow you to use the Tai Xian sword. If you last 5 moves against me, you win. You're asking for death. Stuart thought Kit was insulting him. Even a saint spirit wouldn't dare claim they could beat him in 5 moves, while he used a supreme artifact. This difficulty level was incomparable. Just then, several blood-red miniature tripods appeared in Kit's hand. These blood-red tripods sealed space, forming a crimson barrier in an instant. Tricks. Stuart didn't recognize these were the supreme prohibitive artifacts from the divine blood sect capable of putting supreme artifacts to sleep. Boom. Stuart channeled true chi to activate the Tai Xian sword's supreme might. Yet, no matter how much he exerted, it remained ineffective. The entire supreme artifact seemed broken, unusable. Not good. Those are the divine blood sect's supreme prohibitive artifacts that put artifact spirits to sleep. The legend is true. Carson destroyed their base, killing 8 great adepts and stealing these supreme prohibitive artifacts. Trouble, where Emperor Stuart is in danger. If without the supreme artifact, slim chances indeed. Well, only wait and see. The hearts of Tai Xian dynasty cultivators rose to their throats. They knew once Kit and Stuart decided the winner. If Stuart lost, they all would die. Hearing this, Stuart's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect you to really kill 8 great adepts and steal the divine blood sect's supreme prohibitive artifact. I picked it up, Kit smiled. Now, you can't use the supreme artifact. Prepare to die. Are you joking? Stuart's tone was icy. Even without it, I'm a quasi-emperor, hundreds of times stronger than you, easily crushing you like an ant. Is that so? Kit calmly said, 5 moves. If you block them, you live. Humph. Arrogant fool. Stuart was enraged. A regal spirit sword materialized. With a step, he lunged towards Kit, intent on total annihilation. Crack crack. Space shattered. Mountains and vegetation turned to dust. Quasi-emperor level might. Boom boom. Facing an unstoppable fist, Kit opened his heavenly Dao True Eye, slowing down space-time. Finding the gap among black and white threads, he prepared. Bang! A fist miles wide descended. Kit stepped forward with a solid aura, condensing all his power into 10 feet, exuding an imperial aura. Zing! Stepping out, he moved with extreme speed, leaping onto the enormous fist, landing before Stuart in an instant. What? Stunned by Kit's incredible speed, power, and accuracy, the icy blue sword chi, barely detectable, reached Stuart. Crack! A layer of saint armor emerged to block Kit's sword, but instantly fragmented into spiderweb cracks upon contact. Moments later, it disintegrated into ash. The icy blue sword light weakened but continued towards Stuart's primordial soul. If hit, his soul would instantly dissipate. Zayip! In an instant, the sword sliced Stuart's forehead. Knowing there was no choice, despite the side effects, Stuart had to use his ultimate skill. Taishin Blood Shield Technique. Chapter 378. The Ultimate Card of Stuart. Faced with this situation, Stuart gritted his teeth, his essence blood boiling within him as he unleashed the supreme secret art. He turned into a streak of crimson light and instantly vanished from Kit's sight. Boom! Kit's sword struck empty air, yet its icy blue blade remained. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Stuart reappeared hundreds of meters away in the sky. He coughed up blood profusely. Fresh blood streamed down his forehead from a deep wound that nearly penetrated his skull, almost cleaved by Kit's sword. Stuart's body was covered in countless cracks, indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Actually, it's the Grand Mystic Blood Shield Technique. The War Celestial King Stuart has been pushed to this extent. I've heard before that the Grand Mystic Blood Shield Technique possesses unparalleled power, but it comes at an extremely heavy price. It burns the power of the Grand Mystic bloodline and consumes lifespan. But that's better than being killed. Unbelievable. Carson forced Stuart into this state with just one move. There are 4 more moves left. Hiss. It might not be enough to withstand. The Grand Mystic Blood Shield Technique? Interesting. Kit watched Stuart with interest and said, "This secret art demands a strong physical body, but yours is too weak. If it were me, I wouldn't even get injured, let alone suffer backlash." Who can't talk big? Stuart's voice was icy cold. "Carson, since you insist on courting death, don't blame me." "Oh, what trump card do you have? Show it then." Kit yawned, saying, "Your combat strength is so weak, I'm losing interest." "Weak? Huh, weak." Stuart's teeth clenched together audibly. Burning the bloodline, summon the ancestors. In a fit of rage, a 7-colored light emerged from within Stuart, his bloodline power burning fiercely. A faint, ethereal shadow appeared behind him. Rumble. The moment the shadow appeared, wisps of supreme aura began to spread. Its face was indistinct, and its attire ancient and blurred, definitely not from the present era. Its eyes were incredibly blurry. Not good. We're in trouble now. Nash frowned, saying, "This is a summoning technique for someone with supreme bloodline, capable of summoning a supreme-level shadow avatar." Hiss. Hearing Nash's words, Wilbur's pupils contracted, sensing the danger. He looked at Nash and asked, "How strong is this shadow?" "You should have seen. The remnants of the Kylan Supreme." Nash took a deep breath, her brow furrowed tightly. "If things get dire, I can only..." "Wait a bit. Look, our leader isn't panicking." Cole suddenly appeared from somewhere, leisurely saying, "I feel. Our leader likely has a way to counter this supreme shadow." Upon hearing Cole's words, Nash and others glanced back at the battlefield. Kit watched the supreme shadow, somewhat surprised but unworried. Although the shadow possessed supreme-level aura, its strength wasn't very powerful. Furthermore, the true consciousness of the Grand Mystic Supreme did not return. Its actual combat strength couldn't compare to the remnant of the Kylan Supreme. However, it could still crush most cultivators. "Carson, I expended a large amount of bloodline power just to kill you. This time, you will surely die." Stuart coldly glared at Kit and launched an attack without another word. Boom. Behind Stuart, the Supreme Shadow stepped forward, striking toward Kit with a palm. The Shadow's movements were simple and direct, each blow hitting powerfully. An overwhelming force surged toward Kit, every palm print plain and straightforward, devoid of any excess energy. From afar, it resembled a barrage of black meteors falling from the sky. Interesting. It's an attack mixed with heavenly Dao power. Kit narrowed his eyes as he watched the black meteors descend. Each attack carried a hint of strange power, heavenly Dao power. Though weak, it symbolized the will of heaven. No matter how he dodged, these attacks were unavoidable and would inevitably strike. Therefore, watching the heavenly powers rain down, Kit took a step forward, a spiritual sword materializing in his hand. Heavenly Dao sword, slash. Boom. Ice blue sword light, soared to the heavens. Almost simultaneously, a palm imprint rushed toward Kit. Without hesitation, Kit slashed the sword at the imprint. Crack. The black palm imprint shattered instantly under Kit's sword. Boom. As soon as the first palm imprint shattered, more flooded in from the sky. Kill. Kit showed no hesitation, raising his sword to shatter each approaching palm imprint, then charged forward towards Stuart's position. Crack. Crack. Wave after wave of attacks erupted. Kit's might was astonishing. None of the countless palm imprints managed to hit him. They all shattered upon impact. Seeing this, a spirit saber appeared in the Grand Mystic Supreme's shadowy hand, which then slashed toward Kit. Rumble. Black saber light tore through space, reaching Kit in an instant. Heavenly Dao sword technique. Kit let out a long whistle. Icy blue Heavenly Dao sword light bursting forth. Activating the Heavenly Dao true eye, he instantly found the soul flaw within the black saber light. Crack. Kit's sword struck the flaw, causing the black saber light to shatter instantly. Impossible. You can block the attack of a supreme shadow? Stuart was completely stunned. He knew he might have encountered someone he'd never dare provoke in his life. Originally, when he entered the Kylan Divine Treasury, he had scorned Kit. He believed that if Kit appeared, he could easily subdue him with just a wave of his hand. But now, things were far from what he had thought. Kit was immensely powerful, not someone he could match. After all, a blow from the Supreme Shadow just now would have killed him. Yet Kit managed to block the Supreme Shadow's strike with a single sword slash. Phew. Kit took a deep breath. In reality, while his sword seemed to deflect effortlessly, it was actually a risky maneuver. If his sword had deviated even slightly, it would have failed. This strike was purely a stroke of luck. Rumble. After slashing once, the Supreme Shadow did not dissipate. Chapter 379. Supreme Shadow? Same treatment. In an instant, he slashed out another 7 or 8 times, each strike carrying incomparable power. Ziz. Black blade light tore through the void, leaving deep, bone-visible cracks in its wake. Seeing this, Kit took a deep breath and finally became serious. Rumble. The chaotic bloodline force within his body ignited. The immortal battle talisman automatically deactivated. In an instant, his power surged to 10,000-fold enhancement. Rumble. An explosion of thunderous sound erupted from within Kit's body. He stepped lightly using the free and easy steps, wielded the Heavenly Tao sword technique, and unleashed 9 consecutive strikes, shattering every black blade aura that the Quinton's shadow had cast. Then, he rushed toward the Quinton's shadow, delivering a decisive sword slash. Rumble. Kit's sword fell with boundless Heavenly Tao power. A long sword appeared in the shadow's hand, shaped just like the xiuxian sword, attempting to block Kit's strike. Ding! Kit's strike was invincible. After a crisp sound, the long sword in the shadow's hand shattered. A tearing sound followed as Kit's sword cleaved through the Quinton's shadow. Boom! Within the shadow, Wilson's expression changed dramatically. He roared in anger, trying to block Kit's attack, but it was futile. Rumble. Powerful force erupted. Ice blue sword chi sharp beyond belief. Despite Wilson's all-out effort, he was no match for Kit. With a clear ringing sound. Snap! Kit's sword plunged into Wilson's neck, and with one final exertion, Wilson was cleaved in two. Bang! Wilson's body plummeted, his head containing the primordial soul staring dumbfounded at Kit, still disbelief etched on his face. No. Impossible. Wilson roared in low fury. That was the Supreme Shadow I summoned. Why couldn't I kill you? Because I'm stronger than you. A slight smile curled at the corners of Kit's mouth. Without further ado, he brought down another strike. Snap! With one swift stroke, Kit split Wilson's head open, releasing his primordial soul which tried to escape. Even at the peak realm, if one's physical body were destroyed but the primordial soul remained intact, they could regenerate a new physical form. Faced with imminent death, Wilson finally felt fear. He regretted entering the xiuxian divine treasury. If he hadn't come, he would still be the most outstanding genius of the Xiuxian Empire, basking in unlimited resources with a limitless future. Even becoming an emperor wasn't impossible. But now it was too late. At this moment, Kit lunged forward, caught up to Wilson, and delivered a decisive strike. Boom! Violent sword chi instantly annihilated Wilson, turning him into dust. Swish! The sword chi dissipated into the void. Kit waved his hand, unsealing the space where the divine blood cauldron had been locked. 5 small cauldrons appeared in his hands and were stored back into the dragon-shaped pendant. Far away, the observers from the Xiuxian Empire turned pale. Wilson, who was almost at the emperor level, wasn't even a match for Kit. Others didn't stand a chance either. Ping! At this moment, the Xiuxian sword quivered. Its inner spirit woke up and detected that Wilson had been slain by Kit. An icy voice echoed, "You have gone too far. You killed the most promising successor of the Xiuxian Empire, someone who could become the next Quinton." Rumble. As the words were spoken, endless power boiled within the Xiuxian sword, as if intending to destroy Kit. At this moment, the star purple gold tower, the crimson gold supreme coffin, and the rusty sword appeared in Kit's hands. Meanwhile, Zaida activated the xiuxian palace to confront the Xiuxian sword. Now it's 4 against 1. Kit said calmly, "Though you are a supreme artifact, don't try to throw your weight around in front of me. If you're not satisfied, I don't mind suppressing one more supreme artifact. I don't care how many I suppress." What? The spirit inside the Xiuxian sword fully awakened. No longer was it sluggish. Its divine consciousness swept through and immediately noticed the blazing sun wheel and the divine blood lamp suppressed within the star purple gold tower. Both were top-tier supreme artifacts. They had been subdued by Kit and looked battered, indicating a fierce battle before being suppressed. Thinking of this, even the powerful spirit of the Xiuxian sword went green with envy. It never imagined Kit to be so formidable. 2 supreme artifacts, fully revived, were subdued, and Kit possessed 4 supreme artifacts, 4 against 1. Unless Quinton resurrected, it would surely be subdued. In an instant, the Xiuxian sword spirit stopped talking and said, "The path of cultivation is filled with hardships and dangers. Kadif and death are predetermined. Fortune and wealth lie in fate. Wilson's death, I will no longer intervene." Having said that, the Xiuxian sword soared skyward, piercing through the void and left the xiuxian divine treasury. Leaving a dramatic line before running? Kit was speechless. In his view, even if it were to lose, it should at least put up a fight first. Meanwhile, the crown prince of the Xiuxian Empire was thoroughly dumbstruck. His face was pale, knowing he was doomed. The war chief Wilson, an expert with a foot already in the emperor realm, was effortlessly chopped down by Kit. He definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Surely, death was inevitable. Boom. At this moment, the palace beside them shook. Then a hole tore through the ceiling, opening a skylight in the celestial hall. Jalen led Lewis and Kiera out of the palace. Seeing Kit standing there, Jalen had no idea what happened. He stared at Kit, surprised and said, "Hey, boss, these people are still alive?" "Soon." Kit shrugged. He raised his hand, ready to finish off the crown prince of the Xiuxian Empire. But then, Lewis suddenly spoke. "How about this? This feud is mine. Let me handle it." "Sure." Kit withdrew his hand, saying, "These people are yours." "No problem." Lewis's fists cracked loudly. He stared at the crown prince of the Xiuxian Empire and said, "Kurt, I told you, you would die. The life you owe me, it's time to pay it back." "Impossible. This can't be. How are you friends with Carson?" Chapter 380, Single Combat, Unmatched. The crown prince of the Xiuxian dynasty felt his head buzzing with disbelief. Impossible? Why is it impossible? Lewis stepped forward, looking arrogantly at the Xiuxian dynasty's crown prince Chavez. He said, "Chavez, I'll give you two choices. The first is to have a fair fight with me. One-on-one combat where we determine both superiority in life or death. The second choice is a free-for-all. You will have no chance of winning." Hearing Lewis's words, Chavez's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Among Kit's group, each one was an exceptional genius. Apart from the lower realm Cell and Jalen, the rest were all top-tier experts. Even the Brody, who had relatively weaker bloodline power, could easily overpower him. His only hope was Lewis. Having fought Lewis before, Chavez knew Lewis's strength. There was still a fighting chance. "Fine. Lewis, let's single combat." Chavez took a deep breath and accepted Lewis's challenge. At this moment, Kiera asked anxiously, "Tion, Armando, do you think my brother will lose?" Kit glanced over and replied, "It's a 20-80 split. Chavez has a 20% chance, while Lewis has an 80%. Kit was now battle experienced, having fought in hundreds of battles against top-tier opponents. His insight was incredibly sharp. In reality, Kit could tell at a glance that Lewis's strength was slightly inferior to Chavez, but his bloodline power was extremely strong, and his foundation was solid. Chavez likely used potions to rapidly increase his realm, leaving his true strength somewhat hollow. Despite appearing formidable, once the superficial aspects were stripped away, Chavez would be far weaker. Hearing Kit's analysis, Lewis took a deep breath and said, "With an 80% chance, it's worth betting on." Having spoken, Lewis strode forward into the open sky. Chavez did the same, and the two stood steadily mid-air, starting their aura contest. Boom. Chavez was at the respected rank, probably mid-level respected. His aura was vast and overwhelming, crushing towards Lewis. Boom. Lewis also unleashed his aura. He had already broken through to the early respected rank. Although slightly weaker, he showed no fear. Lewis advanced from Chi practitioner to early respected rank in just a year. That's pretty intense. Kit muttered. The last time I saw him, his realm was even lower than mine. That's normal. Once Supreme Inheritors activate their bloodline power, their strength surges rapidly. Once that power is exhausted, the subsequent cultivation speed reflects their true potential, Zaida explained. Supreme descendants can be born at the Holy Spirit rank. This is not unusual. They might reach Quasi-Supreme by age 2 or 3 due to bloodline boosts. However, bloodline power cannot surpass ancestors. A Supreme's offspring might be forever locked at Quasi-Supreme without true effort to reach Supreme. A nearly impossible feat. It's too difficult. True, I've heard legends that a Supreme once feared his son lacked trials and removed his bloodline power, allowing him to grow naturally. Unfortunately, his son never became a Supreme. The challenge was too high. Cristobal rubbed his chin. Nonsense, the path gets harder as one progresses. Deity realm is just the start. Holy spirits are rare and exceptionally talented. As for Supremes, they must outcompete countless geniuses. It's not that simple. Zaida added. Furthermore, everyone becomes more refined and proficient in various Supreme secret arts, gradually closing the gap between them. Records show that at the Holy Spirit rank, transcending ranks is almost exclusive to super elites. Indeed, the Brody nodded thoughtfully. Kit watched Lewis battle Chavez, feeling a bit melancholic. Supreme and Holy Spirit seemed so distant. He was currently at the profound Chi realm, many realms away from Supreme, and the higher he went, the slower the progress. Achieving Supreme within 1,000 years seemed incredibly challenging. He could only take it one step at a time. Rumble. At this moment, in the sky, Lewis and Chavez had exchanged hundreds of blows. Both being at the respected rank, the clash leveled dozens of miles around, leaving craters resembling lakes. Within the rolling smoke, Lewis had gained the upper hand, pressuring Chavez relentlessly. "Lewis, if you kill me, the Xiuxian dynasty and the Wu family will inevitably go to war." Seeing no hope of victory, Chavez roared. "And you will die a miserable death." "The Xiuxian dynasty, what does that matter to us, Wu?" Lewis scoffed, slamming a punch that made Chavez spew blood and fly back. Kill. Eyes bloodshot, Chavez knew his only hope was to eliminate Lewis. Otherwise, he'd surely be slain. But he wasn't Lewis's match. With time passing, Chavez was covered in injuries, bones exposed in some places, and his shoulder was a bloody mess. Bang. Chavez was smashed to the ground by Lewis, unable to stand up again. Exhausted, he spat angrily. "Lewis, I never thought I'd lose to you. This is unbearable." Tisik. Lewis raised his hand, forming a sword chi, aiming at Chavez. "Chavez, accept your fate. You've lost." "Damn it." Chavez's face showed despair, yet his eyes were full of viciousness. He held a blood-red charm in his hand, silently shattering it. Suddenly, everything changed. Chavez's health restored instantly, returning to peak condition, and he teleported several hundred feet away. Meanwhile, Lewis's expression drastically changed. Boom. A surge of energy shot skyward as the blood-red charm exploded. ##### Chapter 381, Chavez's death. A blood-red light swiftly coalesced into 12 blood-red long swords, and in an instant, they were activated. Damn. It's the blood soul sword array cultivated by an ancient great power. Cultivated using a great power's vital energy and heartblood. It consumes boundless precious resources. If used properly, a single blood soul sword array can slay a great power level expert. Selen is dead for sure. The crowd couldn't help but shout in alarm. It was important to understand that the blood soul sword array was no joke. Ancient records were filled with instances of it killing great powers. Extremely lethal. Even Selen, who was trapped within the blood-soul sword array, his face suddenly changed color at this moment. This thing was something he couldn't block and might instantly kill him. Seeing the situation, Nash took a step forward, ready to offer assistance. But Kit raised a hand and said, "Relax. You have to believe in Selen." Believe in him? Nash was slightly taken aback and couldn't help reminding him, though Selen is powerful, facing the blood-soul sword array, he will certainly be killed. Relax. Kit smiled slightly and said, "Do you think Selen has no trump card?" Huh. Nash was stunned, ultimately not making a move, but instead looking at Selen inside the sword array. At this moment, the 12 blood-red blood-soul swords floated around, emitting a faint bloody smell. Even from a distance, one could sense the lethal aura coming off them. The blood-soul sword array hadn't been activated yet. It only encircled Selen first, and the main reason was that Chavez was worried that if he killed Selen, Kit would strike him down. But now, it seemed Kit kept his word and did not make a move. With this, Chavez's boldness greatly increased. He appeared on a hilltop, swallowing a pill while restoring his injuries, saying, "Selen, quit talking nonsense and surrender immediately. Otherwise, I'll slay you like squashing an ant." "Chavez, you're really playing too dirty." At this moment, Selen's pupils narrowed, his face showing a cold smile as he said, "Chavez, you used the blood-soul sword array in a fair battle. Truly unfair." "So what? The rules of combat don't prohibit using this thing." Chavez also had a cold smile on his face. Looking at Selen, he continued, "Quit babbling, Selen. With your current strength, you are no match for me. I give you two choices. Either admit defeat or die. Choose one." "I choose neither." A jade pendant appeared in Selen's hand. Boom. A terrifying force erupted. In an instant, blinding sword chi shot up into the sky. The 12 blood-soul swords sensed the threat and automatically activated, turning into a flood of blood-red beams in midair, trying to eliminate Selen and the sword chi. But it was futile. The moment the overwhelming sword chi erupted, the 12 blood-soul swords instantly shattered in midair. Stepping forward, Selen calmly said, "Chavez, your Xian dynasty has the blood-soul sword array, but do you think my Wu family doesn't have comparable treasures?" Grind, grind. Chavez's teeth almost ground to dust. He looked at Selen angrily, knowing that this time, he was truly in trouble. He was not a match for Selen. At this moment, Nash glanced at Kit, slightly surprised, whispering, "How did you know Selen still had a trump card?" "Hee, that's a secret for now." Kit stood with folded arms, a mysterious smile on his face. In fact, seeing the jade pendant in Selen's hand, Kit felt deeply moved. That kind of jade pendant, he had another piece. Given to him by Selen's father, Ethan. To say nothing else, it had saved him from life and death crises at least 4 times, playing a pivotal role. This was why Kit chose to help Selen. Not for anything else, the sentiment behind Ethan's jade pendant was enough. As Selen's son, it was unimaginable that Selen wouldn't have some sort of restriction or artifact on his person. Boom. At this moment, Selen took a step forward. Looking at the opposing Chavez, he said coldly, "Chavez, I won't give you another chance to ambush me. Prepare to die." Who dies is uncertain. Chavez's face twisted grotesquely, his entire body bursting with blood energy. He charged at Selen again. Rumble. For a moment, the sky distorted, and the surrounding void became somewhat warped. This time, Selen didn't delay any further, delivering a fatal blow right away. Within 100 moves, Chavez was already unable to hold back. Falling back continuously, he spat out blood and flew away. Kill. Without hesitation, Selen stepped forward once more and slashed down with the sword, directly cutting through Chavez's soul essence and incinerating it into ashes. The crown prince of the Xian dynasty, Chavez, is dead. Now we're really in trouble. First, Kane and Russell were killed, and now the crown prince of the Xian dynasty is dead. Everything is related to Carson. This matter will likely also be blamed on Carson. Far away, a group of cultivators were utterly shocked. Kit was known as the killer of supreme power inheritors. Including Chavez, this was the third one. Typically, in hundreds of thousands of years, one might not even see an inheritor of a supreme power being killed by someone. Swish, swish, swish. Upon seeing Chavez's death, the remaining cultivators of the Xian dynasty instantly turned pale. Each one turned and fled, not daring to stay. Seeing this, Kit did not plan to stop them. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he unleashed the 9-leaf sword technique. Boom. One slash from Kit sent thousands of green sword chi streaking into the sky. Instantly, countless cultivators from the Xian dynasty were reduced to ashes. No one could withstand even a single strand of Kit's sword chi. "Boss, why did you kill them all?" The Dorian was quite surprised. If it were before, Kit usually only killed the main figures, rarely engaging in such total annihilation. "These people are no good eggs." Kit pursed his lips and continued, "They are Chavez's lackeys, having committed countless evils. They cannot be allowed to leave." "Right. Some of those who attacked me were among these people." Courtney bounced over, looking at Kit and smiling, "Thanks for saving me." "Hee, no problem." Kit smiled slightly, pointing to Selen beside him, and said, "Won't you thank your brother?" "Yeah, I was nearly hunted to death." Selen was also quite distressed. "I get it," Courtney giggled, "but without Carson, I wouldn't have been rescued so easily, right?" Chapter 382, Ethereal Grand Assembly. "Humph, it's good that you understand this." Lewis let out a long breath. At this moment, another figure drifted over from the distance. "Huh." Kit let out a light exclamation, turning his head to look at the approaching figure. She wore a white dress, exuding an otherworldly aura. Her face was exquisitely beautiful with a lively smile. It was none other than the Miley, who was walking alone towards Kit's position. Clearly, she had come specifically for Kit. "Carson, it has been a while." The Tory moved quickly but gracefully as she approached and greeted Kit with a smile. One day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. Your Highness, what brings you here? Kit looked at the Miley with a smile. This is about inviting you to attend an ethereal grand assembly I'm hosting. At that time, all the top talents from across Xuanhuan continent will participate. In the Holy Maiden's hand appeared an invitation covered in gold embossed letters. Warning the invitation to Kit, she continued, additionally, the Xylan clan and the Divine Blood Sect's top talents will also be there. You can chat with them and discuss what price they might ask for the supreme artifact. Interesting. Kit took the invitation, glanced at it, and smiled, asking, what if I don't go? Well, the Holy Maiden blinked her eyes playfully. If you don't come, then this ethereal grand assembly won't be much fun, will it? Alright, I'll make an appearance. Kit nodded slightly, sounding carefree. I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Even the Miley showed a surprised expression when Kit agreed so easily. After all, despite Ethereal Cloud Palace's guarantee, the ethereal grand assembly wasn't entirely safe. Many people were lurking in the shadows, wanting Kit dead. For Kit to dare go was already incredibly daring. Why not? Anyone who tries to cause trouble for me can just be taken care of. Kit remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back as he smiled at the Holy Maiden. When exactly does the ethereal grand assembly start? In half a month, the ethereal grand assembly officially begins. The Holy Maiden smiled slightly and continued. I've said everything I need to, so I'll take my leave now. Sure, take your time leaving. Kit nodded slightly, saying nothing further. After the Holy Maiden left, Kit turned to look at Wilbur and said, alright, let's leave as well. Boss, are we really going to attend the ethereal grand assembly? Wilbur looked surprised. What if it's a trap? Bruce frowned slightly and said, if it were me, I wouldn't miss the chance to eliminate you. So, I need to prepare. I'll close myself off for half a month, and give those who wish to ambush me a big surprise. Kit smiled mysteriously. Hee, I feel someone's about to have a bad time. Wilbur chuckled, recognizing Kit's expression. This was definitely the look of someone planning something significant. Meanwhile, as Kit entered seclusion, the entire xiuxian divine treasury became bustling with activity. A year had passed since its opening, and the cultivation limit was now set at the ARN level, meaning almost all cultivators from the entire Xuanhuan continent could enter. After all, the ARN level was considered the pinnacle. Beyond this tier, there were only a few individuals. As major factions entered the area, independent cultivators began exiting the xiuxian divine treasury, and factions started claiming territories, scouring for resources. Time was running out. In 1 or 2 years, the xiuxian divine treasury would close. Typically, the duration was only 3 years. Simultaneously, Ethereal Cloud Palace began preparing for the Ethereal Grand Assembly within the xiuxian divine treasury, which many powerful factions would attend. Primarily, it was a social event to familiarize themselves. Only a few fortunate ones, typically major forces or exceptionally powerful independent cultivators, received invitations from Ethereal Cloud Palace. This made the xiuxian divine treasury even more lively, as everyone speculated who would receive an invitation, particularly whether Kit would show up at the Ethereal Grand Assembly. Kit, on the other hand, rarely stopped to focus, preparing the necessary resources for the Ethereal Grand Assembly. His intuition told him that the situation wasn't simple. The legacies of supreme powers were vast and unpredictable. Who knew what strange tactics might emerge? Even terrifying avatars of ancient forebears could appear. Therefore, Kit began organizing his ace cards. First was the Crimson Gold Divine Spear, a supreme artifact of the Kramer. He had nurtured it for over half a year, but hadn't used it. To surprise his opponents, inside it lay 5 manifestations of the Kramer's power, his most potent ace card. Even a real supreme would find it challenging against these 5 power manifestations. After all, the Kramer wasn't just any supreme. Having killed 12 corpse supremes in 15 minutes made it one of the top-tier existences among supremes. Next was the Immortal Sword. After 2 years of nurturing by Kit, much of the red rust had fallen off, revealing an inch-long jade-like sword tip. Under normal circumstances, the Immortal Sword could match ordinary supreme artifacts. However, for full revival, it required saint-level strength. Thinking about this, Kit took out 3 golden willow leaves, scratching his head, muttering, there are only 3 left. Now I'm in trouble. The golden willow leaves came from a golden willow tree beside the chaos pool, capable of boosting Kit to the peak ARN level. Combined with War Immortal Talisman and True Dragon Transformation, Kit could reach the edge of the Saint Realm. This allowed him to fully activate the Immortal Sword. But after several battles, he had very few golden willow leaves left, only 3. Ordinary golden willow leaves were still plenty, boosting him to the deity level directly. Chapter 383, The Heart of the Saint. With a 50-fold enhancement, it would probably reach the Emperor level. It's very powerful, but still not enough to awaken the Immortal Sword. Left is this jade pendant left by Senior Ethan. Kit took out another jade pendant in his hand. Within this jade pendant, there are 5 streams of power left by Ethan. Each stream is equivalent to a full force strike from an Empyrean. By now, Kit doesn't need it much anymore. After all, with the combination of the Immortal Combat Symbol and ordinary willow leaves, he can easily combat Emperors now. These forces in my hand, although strong, are still not sufficient. I need other powers. Thinking this, Kit summoned a scripture into his hands. Golden radiance instantly filled the entire cave. This golden scripture was naturally the Chaos Scripture, Artisanry Chapter. To be honest, Kit had always been well equipped with supreme and holy artifacts and lacked no spirit artifacts, so the Artisanry Chapter had always been of little use. But now, it would come into play. The God-slaying spear, an imperial prohibited artifact that can slay the soul of an emperor. The profound mechanism shield, capable of defending against sane attacks. The blazing sun wheel. One artifact blueprint after another passed through Kit's eyes. Kit remained unperturbed as he sat cross-legged on the ground, flipping through the golden book in search of a suitable, forbidden artifact. Finally, his gaze stopped on one forbidden artifact. Heart of the Saint. A Saint-grade prohibited artifact, capable of temporarily boosting cultivation to the Saint tier, usable for a total time of 1 hour. Required materials: Saint's Essence Blood, Saint Crystal Heart, Saint Medicine Tianluan Grass, 9-colored Spirit Marrow. A series of materials appeared before Kit. Whoa, this could indeed be forged 1 or 2 times. I still have a few Saint Crystal Hearts in my possession. The other materials aren't lacking except for Saint's Essence Blood. That is definitely a challenging ingredient to obtain. Kit frowned slightly as he examined the list of materials. From a theoretical standpoint, the Heart of the Saint would be extremely useful for him. If his cultivation could instantly elevate to the Saint tier, it would mean any opponent could be swept aside effortlessly. It would fully restore supreme artifacts to their peak state, even allowing him to wreak havoc against quasi-supreme beings. However, the Saint's Essence Blood among these materials posed a headache for Kit. Damn it, where should he go to find Saint's Essence Blood? Were there even living saints in this world? Wait, suddenly, the image of the jasper flashed in Kit's mind. He looked at the materials list and muttered to himself, it just says Saint's Essence Blood without specifying the species. So, the Saint-level jasper on the path to supremacy, its saintly blood might still be effective. Also, it's about time I sent him some resources. With this thought in mind, Kit rose up and dashed out of the valley. Boom. Using the teleportation array, Kit moved incredibly fast. In a single breath, he was already standing on the mountain top, facing the back door left by the Kylan Supreme. A clone emerged from Kit's body. Then, he controlled the clone to quickly traverse the route, reaching the shattered planetary debris in a flash. The entire area was desolate and lifeless as before. However, the overwhelming saint-grade aura of the jasper had vanished without a trace. Even its massive body was gone. The entire void became eerily silent. This can't be. What happened? Kit stared at the ruins before him, puzzled. Just then, a figure appeared behind Kit, tapping his shoulder. Boom. The clone almost instinctively responded, striking with a heavenly Dao seal while using the free and easy steps to gain distance. Bang! The heavenly Dao seal, which could slay a realm-transcending cultivator, had no effect on the figure. The person was as solid as a rock. Even his hairstyle remained perfectly in place. By the time Kit reacted, he saw a silver-haired youth standing still, looking at him and saying, "It's me, Jasper. Long time no see." "Phew, you scared me. I nearly used a supreme artifact to subdue you." Kit couldn't help but comment. He sized up the Jasper and asked curiously, "Why are you in human form?" "I'm not on the brink of death. I can't control my own aura." The Jasper sighed, crossing his arms and asking, "Anyway, why did you come here? Your aura suggests you're not a true deity." "You got it right. I need some saint's blood, so I'm borrowing a bit from you." Kit didn't beat around the bush and proposed a deal. "Can I swap it for a supreme secret technique?" "Supreme secret technique?" The Jasper paused, asking, "What kind of technique?" "Bloody slash of blood supreme. Quite powerful." Kit held out a jade pendant, smiling at the Jasper and asking, "How does that sound?" "No problem." The Jasper agreed readily. A supreme secret technique was something even saint spirits would fight desperately over. Compared to that, giving some blood was trivial. Thus, the Jasper extended his hand and slashed it. Instantly, blood resembling crimson diamonds flowed out. Before the murderous aura from the blood could burst forth, a barrier appeared around the Jasper, blocking the inherent murderous aura of the blood. Otherwise, that aura alone could slay Kit's clone from miles away. Whoosh! The Jasper leisurely let out a considerable amount of blood, approximately several hundred pounds, forming a disc-sized lump before stopping. Looking at the lump of blood, the Jasper asked, "Is that enough?" "If I'm not mistaken, your original form was hundreds of feet tall. Compared to that, this amount is like a mosquito bite to an ordinary person. Insignificant." Kit crossed his arms nonchalantly. "You should release at least 100,000 pounds for it to be meaningful. This is pure saint essence blood. 1 drop equals 100 drops of regular saint blood, equal to 1.5 saints total blood supply. 10,000 pounds would drain 10 saint spirits dry." The Jasper shot a disdainful glance at Kit. Raising his hand, he emitted powerful true chi, easily neutralizing the murderous aura in the blood, rendering the saint essence blood harmless. Otherwise, the energy within this mass of saint blood would kill anyone below the Empyrean level instantly. They simply wouldn't withstand the inherent murderous aura. Chapter 384. Enemies all over the world. "So that's it? Essence of sacred blood? The refined effect should be even better." Kit nodded slightly. He tossed the supreme secret art divine blood slash to the auto and asked, "By the way, how's the progress on the path of sacred spirit?" "Not too bad. The damage isn't very severe. In another 2 or 3 months, I can fix it." The auto took the supreme secret art and continued, "Apart from this, I'm more curious. What sort of people have you offended? You didn't dare use the main exit of the Kirin Divine Treasure, but insisted on taking a back route." Cough, cough. "Well, it's hard to say." Kit coughed lightly. "Fine, don't say then. After I clear this path, I'll check out the main exit of the Kirin Divine Treasure myself." The auto pursed his lips, handed over the fully assimilated sacred blood to Kit, and said, "I feel it might be quite interesting." "Well," Kit stroked his chin, pondered for a moment and said, "If you want to go see, it's fine. Just don't mention you know me. If they think we're friends, you might get killed. Some ancient monsters may still be alive, guarding the Kirin Divine Treasure exit." "Holy crap. What did you mess up?" Even the auto sucked in a cold breath at this point. "It's not many, just the Taishan Empire, Jinwu clan, Divine Blood Sect, 3 supreme forces. Oh, and the Jinpeng clan and Yi family. Plus, a little bit of the legacy from the ancient era." Kit rubbed his chin, calculating for a moment before saying, "Not too many." "Holy crap." The auto sucked in a cold breath, and he said, "Not too many? 3 supreme forces alone can muster dozens of quasi-supreme beings. Forget it. Rest assured, I won't mention knowing you. It's way too dangerous. Maybe there are a few more? Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. Looking at Kit seriously, the Otto reminded him. At least consider us as friends, so I have to warn you. The legacies of those supreme powers are deeper than you can imagine. Without the power of a quasi-supreme or above, it's best not to provoke these forces. Are they really that powerful? Kit raised an eyebrow, looking at the Otto with some surprise. Compared to Nash and others, Otto of the Divine Spirit class clearly had a better understanding of supreme legacies. You need to understand, from the ancient era until now, thousands of supremes have appeared, but only 100 or so families passed down their legacy. Most others vanished. Those who survived were mostly eyewitnesses of the era when supremes ruled, yet they remained safe and sound. The supreme tier forces are far more terrifying than you imagine. The Otto paused, then continued. And these supreme forces aren't confined to one place or world. They spread their eggs across multiple baskets. Annihilating these supreme forces is countless times more difficult than you imagine. What you're saying, I've heard bits of it before. Kit narrowed his eyes slightly. If his memory served correctly, the Alfonso left descendants in other worlds. So, likely, other supremes also left legacies on other planets. This way, even if they offended a supreme-level being, the entire lineage wouldn't be completely wiped out. Thus, the waters of this world were deeper than Kit had anticipated. He might need to be more discreet in the future. Pretending to be a weakling while striking like a tiger was the best strategy. Otherwise, excessive arrogance would lead him into trouble eventually. With this thought, Kit wore a solemn expression. He turned to look at the Otto and solemnly said, "Thank you for your advice. My clone doesn't have much time left. I must take my leave. Safe travels." The Otto nodded briefly and vanished in a flash. Kit pulled out a transmission talisman and tossed the sacred blood inside. In the next moment, the clone dissipated. Splash. Outside, the essence of Otto blood appeared in Kit's hand. This globule of blood was sealed within a jade gourd, with 9 seals set by Kit to prevent the internal energy from leaking. However, despite this, a tremendous amount of life essence was still continuously seeping out, turning half the mountain golden. Hey, what's that? It's sacred blood, the essence of a sacred spirit's blood. Whoa, that sacred blood isn't ordinary. 1 drop of sacred spirit blood essence is worth a holy fruit. Boy, war end over the treasure. Right. This area is under the domain of the Shenmu sect. Give us the treasure if you know what's good for you. Almost instantly after the sacred blood essence appeared, various cultivators surrounded Kit. The Shenmu sect? Kit looked somewhat perplexed. Before entering the Kirin Divine Treasure, the Shenmu sect had been hunting him all over the place. Who would have thought he'd run into them here? Talk about meeting enemies where you least expect. Just then, a young voice sounded, "Ha ha ha, with this essence of sacred blood, I will definitely undergo a transformation and break through to the divine travel realm." A young man appeared before Kit, speaking with a look of arrogance. Kit recognized him well. It was none other than Ari, the Iggy of the Shenmu sect, whom he had spared earlier. Ari had been quite cocky at first, but upon seeing Kit's face, his expression froze and turned deathly pale. Damn it, it's Carson, the harbinger of disaster. Am I dreaming? Seeing Kit push through the Kirin Divine Treasure unchallenged and subdue everyone, Ari had long since given up any thoughts of revenge. There was no point. He knew he would never match Kit in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Kit was speechless. If not for Ari jumping out, he might have forgotten about this enemy altogether. He wasn't particularly interested in retaliating against the Shenmu sect either. With enemies all over the world, the Shenmu sect barely registered on his radar. Thus, Kit didn't have much desire to kill Ari. Instead, he said with a hint of nostalgia, "Tiska, Ari, long time no see. Are you trying to rob me?" "No way. Absolutely not." Ari was terrified. He kicked a nearby cultivator away and angrily shouted, "You idiots! You dared to rob Lord Carson. Have you lost your minds?" Chapter 385, Refining the Sage Heart. SSS. As soon as these words were uttered, all the Divine Wood sect cultivators dropped to the ground on their buttocks. Their faces showed a mixture of desperation and anguish. They felt like cursing their fate. Damn it, if only they had known it was Carson standing before them. They would have fled long ago. Who in their right mind would challenge Carson? That's just asking for death. Ewan, you've become much smarter. Donald looked at Ewan with admiration. Hack. Thank you for your praise. Ewan let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Donald had no intention of attacking him. He rolled his eyes involuntarily. In his heart, he thought anyone would make the smart choice in such a situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter the Kylan Divine Vault. As Donald observed the restrained yet sharp Ewan, he felt a tinge of melancholy. A year had flown by, and he hardly noticed. It felt like just an instant, and his thoughts were still lingering over more than a year ago. Only now, seeing Ewan, did he realize how much time had passed. Forget it. Take care of yourself. This world is not as simple as you think. Shaking his head, Donald prepared to leave. The teleportation talisman in his hand glowed with a burst of golden light, shattering the void, and he vanished from the mountain range. Boom. The moment Donald left, Ewan slumped onto the ground, breathing heavily. His face was pale, muttering, "Holy crap, that scared the wits out of me. He actually didn't attack. Well, I guess I'm no longer considered his opponent anymore." Realizing this, a look of disappointment washed over Ewan's face. Indeed, in just one short year, the gap between himself and Donald had widened dramatically. There was no catching up in this lifetime. At that moment, one of the Divine Wood sect disciples spoke up, "Iggy, if he's Carson, then, did you once fight him evenly?" "Holy cow, you're right. Back then, I could at least go back and forth with Carson." Ewan's eyes lit up with excitement. "If I spread this story, it will give me bragging rights for 10 years. Cough cough. Several divine Wood sect disciples couldn't help but cough in disbelief. However, what Xuanhuan said wasn't entirely incorrect. Among the young generation who had hunted Donald and fought evenly against him, very few remained alive today. Elsewhere, Donald returned to his secluded cultivation spot and began refining the sage heart. He needed to prepare for the ethereal summit and negotiations with the Divine Blood sect and the Xylan clan. Without any trump cards, things could get tough. Although this was his first attempt at refining, the difficulty of the sage heart was not too high. After 3 days and nights, he finally completed one. Crack crack. At that moment, powerful waves erupted from the sky. Thunderclouds filled the heavens. A celestial tribulation was forming. In this world, anything strong enough to defy nature would trigger a celestial tribulation. And a treasure that could instantly elevate one's cultivation from the profound chi stage to the sage level certainly warranted such a tribulation. Rumble. The celestial tribulation's power extended for tens of thousands of miles, overwhelming pressure from endless thunderheads causing shock among the cultivators below. Heaven. A thunder sea stretching for 10,000 miles. What's happening? This aura. It's a celestial tribulation. Could it be? Someone has reached the sage level and is about to transcend the celestial tribulation? SSSS. If this thunder sea descends, we'll all die. Indeed, within 10,000 miles, everything will be annihilated. No living thing can survive. Many cultivators turned pale as they gazed at the thunderous clouds overhead, sensing imminent doom. If this continued, everything would be destroyed. Many began opening portals to escape to distant lands, unable to stay under the shadow of the tribulation. It was simply too terrifying. Rumble. The thunder sea within tens of thousands of miles grew stronger with each passing moment. Suddenly, mountains cracked open. A sword chi tore through the mountain as Donald rushed out from the cave, looking up at the thunder sea and muttering, "Not good. It's a sage-level celestial tribulation. Boss, what do we do next?" At that moment, Corey and Cell approached shakily, struggling to stand. A sage-level tribulation was no joke. Its terrifying power made even Corey tremble. Just its aura alone was nearly unbearable. One could imagine the destruction once the tribulation descended. Whether it was Corey or Donald, both would be doomed. Meanwhile, Donald gripped the sage heart in one hand, calmly saying, "Stay calm." That is, Corey stared at the blood-red, gemstone-like sage heart in Donald's hand, visibly shaken. Despite being fist-sized, it carried infinite energy. A single misstep could lead to its unleashing. Phew. A trace of fatigue flashed across Donald's face. At his current level, refining this sage heart was indeed a challenging task. Rumble. It took half an hour for the lightning tribulation to coalesce in the sky. During this period, Donald's aura rapidly recovered, returning to peak condition. Seeing this, Corey gasped and gave a final warning, "Boss, I don't think we can keep this thing. Maybe we should abandon it." "No way. I, Donald, am not the type to give up easily." Donald took a deep breath, looking at the sage heart in his hand and murmuring, "It's time to test the true power of this." The sage heart can be activated for 1 hour. In theory, with enough speed, it would take only 15 minutes, or even less, to survive this celestial tribulation. Of course, that was just theory. The actual result depended on the true power of the sage heart. Rumble. Finally, the endless thunder sea solidified, spanning tens of thousands of miles, with 6 golden true dragons forming, each at the sage level, condensed from pure tribulation energy. Only by slaying these 6 dragons could the sage heart be preserved. Otherwise, this forbidden artifact would surely be destroyed by the tribulation. Phew. Activate, sage heart. Chapter 386, Ascending the Saint Realm. In Kit's hand, a crystal that resembled red agate appeared. A brilliant light rose up. In the next moment, boundless power surged within Kit. This was truly the realm of a genuine saint. Standing at this realm, Kit's heavenly Tao True Eye activated, transforming the entire world. What was once solid matter now appeared as countless lines. Each line intertwined with others, converging into threads of law. These threads ultimately constructed a true world, the Xiuxian Divine Treasury subworld. This is the realm of saints, comprehending laws and creating worlds. Kit took a deep breath, his eyes full of astonishment. Throughout the entire mystic truth world, among 100 mystic realms, only 1 or 2 were naturally formed. The rest were mostly subworlds opened by saints. After their demise, these subworlds evolved into new mystic realms, filled with treasures providing vast resources for the entire mystic truth world. At this level, one transcends into a saint, and attack methods drastically change. Boom. Just as Kit was lost in thought, a thunderous true dragon charged toward him. Roar. The roar echoed through the 9 heavens, deafeningly loud, heard clearly for tens of thousands of miles. Boom. Instantly, the thunderous true dragon roared towards Kit, striking him with its tail to crush him. Clang. Ice blue sword energy exploded. In Kit's hand, the rusted sword emerged, devoid of supreme divine might, appearing like an ordinary long sword. Compared to the 1,000-feet-long thunderous true dragon, the 100-feet-long sword aura seemed insignificant, like a toothpick. But this single sword strike was perfectly precise. Crack. In an instant, the ice blue sword energy effortlessly sliced down along the thunderous true dragon's neck. With just one stroke, it severed the head of the thunderous true dragon. Huh. Kit was stunned. He hadn't expected the thunderous true dragon to be so fragile. He had merely slashed casually, and it was instantly killed. Was it because his heavenly Tao sword technique was too powerful, or was this thunderous true dragon too weak? That didn't make sense. But then, the situation abruptly changed. The decapitated thunderous true dragon did not die. Being a manifestation of heavenly tribulation, it lacked true strength. As long as the heavenly tribulation existed, it had immortality. It even multiplied. Rumble. A torrent of heavenly tribulation force came directly splitting into two parts and infusing into both the head and body of the thunderous true dragon. Instantaneously, it rapidly replenished itself, becoming two new golden true dragons that spat lightning fires across the sky. What the heck? Is this some kind of joke? Kit felt somewhat shaken. One slash hadn't destroyed the thunderous true dragon, but instead split it into two. How could he possibly continue? Meanwhile, the cultivators who witnessed Kit's tribulation crossing were all shocked. Unbelievable! That thunderous true dragon actually split into two? Now, there are 7 saint-level forces attacking the mysterious saint. He looks somewhat like Carson. Nonsense. No matter how monstrous Carson is, he can't transcend the saint tribulation. In my opinion, he must be a strong figure left behind in the supreme deity treasury, who never left after the last opening. That is plausible. It's not without precedent. More and more cultivators gathered around. One person suddenly said, "This is the true dragon tribulation." Ancient legends say it starts with several thunder-formed true dragons surrounding the tribulation crosser. Each time a thunderous true dragon is slain, it splits into two. However, it doesn't infinitely increase. Typically, it stops at 36. Sigh. 36 saints? Such terrifying power. Enough to challenge even a holy spirit. Inhuman. How could anyone possibly survive such tribulation? The group of cultivators looked at each other, speechless. Another cultivator then explained, "I've read about true dragon tribulations in ancient texts. They usually only encounter those absolute geniuses. There are 2 ways to pass. Delay the process for 3 days and 3 nights until the tribulation dissipates on its own. Or keep slaying them until all 36 true dragons appear, then kill all 36 at once. Only 4 recorded instances exist of such an achievement in ancient texts." Sigh. I think the first method is more reliable. Even though there are already 7 dragons, enduring 3 days and 3 nights shouldn't be too difficult. Yes, killing 36 saint-level true dragons consecutively is almost impossible. Even a holy spirit-level combatant may not be able to continuously kill 36 saint-level thunderous true dragons. The group of cultivators believed Kit would definitely choose the first method. At this moment, Kit had a peculiar expression. Being at the saint realm, he easily overheard the discussions among the cultivators. Hearing that enduring 3 days and 3 nights would suffice to cross the tribulation made him speechless. After all, the duration effect of a saint heart was only 1 hour. 3 days and 3 nights would require 36 saint hearts to endure. Phew. Looks like I have no choice but to take the most dangerous route. Kill all 36 true dragons? Worth a try. Kit deeply inhaled, his cultivation boiling up. His feet erupted in the free and easy steps, holding the holy sword in one hand. He gave a soft cry, heavenly Dao sword technique, slash. Zrizrip. Kit transformed into an ice blue beam. His speed increased several dozen times, far outpacing even an average holy spirit. Time seemed to freeze, everything falling into a state of stillness. As soon as his steps surged forward, Kit dashed in front of the 2 newborn thunderous true dragons, slashing horizontally. Crack. The 2 thunderous true dragons were directly sliced into multiple pieces. Then Kit lunged again. Crack, crack, crack. The remaining 5 thunderous true dragons were also cut apart by Kit's single sweeping blow, turning into fragments. Rumble. Wild lightning power erupted. 7 thunderous true dragons instantly turned into piles of fragments. Heavens! What happened? 7 saint-level thunderous true dragons were just slaughtered? Ancient genius. Possibly, a young supreme being from millions of years ago, left behind in the mystic realm. Hashtag chapter 387. An almost impossible celestial tribulation. Indeed. To slay 7 saints in one strike, this young supreme being is no less impressive. A group of cultivators could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Many rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dreaming. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that in the present era, there could still be a saint-level cultivator capable of killing 7 pure-level thunder true dragons in one strike. Cough cough. After unleashing his sword, Kit himself felt overwhelmed. Blood splattered from various parts of his body. His flesh was on the verge of collapse. After all, he was not a true saint, but had merely advanced using the heart of a saint. Otherwise, even 100 thunder true dragons would have been slain by one strike. As for now, 7 thunder true dragons were his limit. Any more power would shatter his physical body. Not good at all. Kit frowned. Just then, an endless surge of thunder power erupted from the sea of lightning, pouring into the shattered remains of the thunder true dragons. Instantly, overwhelming power exploded. 36 thunder true dragons reappeared, each more formidable than before. Any cultivator facing such powerful thunder true dragons would only find death. Huff. Seeing this, Kit actually breathed a sigh of relief. He gripped his rusted sword tightly and activated the heavenly Dao True Eye to its utmost limit. Now there was no choice, only one word. Kill. Aoho. Rumble. The 36 saint-level thunder true dragons were awe-inspiring. With immense pressure and power, they charged towards Kit. Facing 36 thunder true dragons, any ordinary person would have fled immediately. But not Kit. His thoughts shifted, and his speed increased explosively. He left a trail of afterimages in the air, evading attacks from 30 thunder true dragons in an instant. In the next moment, he stepped through space, disappearing from the spot. Rumble. Space collapsed, and order divine chains appeared. Just now, Kit's punch had nearly reached the upper limit of the Kylan Divine Treasury's power, almost summoning the supreme battlefield. At that moment, Kit reappeared beside a thunder true dragon. Boom. Kit's sword slashed down, effortlessly severing the head of the thunder true dragon. Endless sword energy erupted, turning the entire thunder true dragon into hundreds of fragments. However, within moments, these fragments gathered again. Within a breath, the Thunder True Dragon had recovered to its pre-injured state, roaring as it attacked Kit once more. Huff. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to use that move. Kit produced 3 golden tokens of duplication. These tokens were different from ordinary duplication tokens. They were made from holy materials, making them extremely durable. They could duplicate entities of Sage, Spirit caliber strength, which were highly valuable. By taking out 3 at once, Kit showed that he was willing to invest heavily. Boom boom boom. Counting the 3 duplicates, Kit divided into 4, attacking the Thunder True Dragons from 4 directions. Rumble. Thunder roared around him like a divine warrior, slashing at the Thunder True Dragons. In theory, with 4 bodies possessing his current strength, each duplicate could eliminate 9 Thunder True Dragons within a short time, allowing him to pass this celestial tribulation. However, this was only in theory. In reality, it was almost impossible. Rumble. Kadiki thunderclaps, the sound erupted. Kit continuously unleashed 7 strikes, destroying 7 more Thunder True Dragons. But at this moment, his bones started emitting muffled sounds. This indicated he was nearing his limits. Once he reached his limit, if Kit forced more power without stopping, he would die from a burst body. Huff. A gamble it is. Bite gritting his teeth, Kit brought out a rune and slapped it onto himself. The Vajra rune, a rune almost useless to Kit. It could greatly enhance physical strength. He used leftover materials from refining duplication runes and battle immortal runes to inscribe this. Originally thought to be unnecessary, it now finally served a purpose. Boom. Bright golden light erupted from Kit's body. Instantly, his physical strength increased tenfold, and the nearly collapsing body began to heal miraculously. Then, Kit took another step forward, his rusted sword slicing down. SSSSSSSS. Now, the 8th Thunder True Dragon was extinguished by Kit's sword. Only one remained. Just as Kit prepared to swing his sword, one duplicate could not withstand the immense pressure and exploded. Bang bang bang. The other 2 duplicates fared the same. Killing 7 Thunder True Dragons was already their limit. Forcing out the 8th strike would result in certain death by bursting. Phew. Only 7 left. Kit glanced around, feeling a chill in his heart. If he had time to catch his breath and calm the chaotic energy inside him, slaying 7 Thunder True Dragons in one strike would not be difficult. But now, he was just slightly better off than the duplicates. The Vajra rune strengthened his body tenfold, but only allowed him to make 1 more strike. Not 1 more. Because it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. It was exponential. Each additional strike added multiple times the pressure on his physical body. Damn it. Kadif and death are indifferent. I'll fight until the end. Kit let out a long howl, striking out recklessly with his final strike. Zing. Ice blue sword energy erupted, instantly exterminating the 9th Thunder True Dragon. 6 Thunder True Dragons remained, having reacted and instinctively defended themselves to avoid being slain by Kit. However, countless blood flowers bloomed around Kit's body. His physical body had truly reached its limit. 1 more attack, and he would suffer the same fate as the 3 duplicates. Meanwhile, the first slain Thunder True Dragon had already formed a rough shape. Within a tenth of a breath, Kit had to kill the remaining 6 Thunder True Dragons. Otherwise, over 30 Thunder True Dragons would resurrect. Kit's saint's heart was destined to be destroyed by the celestial tribulation. Since my physical body and chi are useless, I will use my primordial spirit to destroy these 6 Thunder True Dragons. Kit took a deep breath. A beam of golden light shot out from between his brows. If you looked closely, you'd see a 1-inch tall miniature Kit, almost a miniaturized version of Kit. Though only 1 inch tall, the figure was incredibly solid. Chapter 388. Essence Spirit strikes the True Dragon. Carrying a powerful aura, he charged towards the 6 Thunder True Dragons without any fear. But while Kit, the main cultivator, showed no fear, the surrounding cultivators erupted in shock and disbelief. Heavens! Is that an Essence Spirit? Abandoning his physical body to use his Essence Spirit's power to slay 6 True Dragons. Has this guy gone mad? He's absolutely insane. The Essence Spirit is the very foundation of a cultivator. Once damaged, it's nearly impossible to restore. The slightest consequence is demonic transformation from overtraining, and the worst, death or fading into nothingness. Hiss. Too crazy. The surrounding spectators sucked in cold breaths. If not forced to extremes, no cultivator would risk their Essence Spirit. An Essence Spirit is too important. For high-level cultivators, injuries to other parts like the divine sea, meridians, bones, flesh, or even the lack of a physical body don't matter much. Reconstructing the body is only a matter of time. Only the Essence Spirit is something cultivators dare not risk. Even the slightest mishap could turn someone into a madman or a fool. Kit was confident because he had the protection of the chaotic green lotus, and his Essence Spirit was already an indestructible true soul, almost unkillable. This was the confidence behind Kit's bold actions. Otherwise, he would rather give up the saint heart than play with his life. Boom. In an instant, Kit stood before a Thunder True Dragon. Boom. Kit's Essence Spirit, barely an inch tall and resembling a sparrow, radiated intense energy. In a split second, terrifying Essence Spirit power condensed on his fist. Bam. A pea-sized fist struck the head of a 1,000-long Thunder True Dragon. To anyone else, this might seem inconsequential, but the Thunder True Dragon's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, dissolving into lightning. One punch and a Saint-class Thunder True Dragon is obliterated. One strike shatters all arts, but that's true chi. Dare to use Essence Spirit power like this? In endless legends, only those who have become saints through their Essence Spirit possess such formidable strength. This Essence Spirit power, hiss, it's even more powerful than his cultivation. All the cultivators were speechless. Even Nash, Wilbur, and others who knew Kit well were dumbfounded. What they saw was simply outrageous. Pure Essence Spirit power, obliterating a saint in one punch. Even storytellers wouldn't dare tell such tales. No 3-year-old would believe it. Yet, this actually happened. If spread, it would be deemed mere boasting. More outrageous things were yet to come. Kill. With a long howl, Kit's inch-tall essence spirit surged forward with unstoppable momentum towards the remaining 5 Thunder True Dragons. Boom boom boom. Kit delivered 5 consecutive punches, his aura reaching its peak. The remaining 5 Thunder True Dragons were instantly obliterated. Rumble. Endless lightning exploded. The sky above, where the Thunder True Dragons were recovering, halted when the last one was slain. They transformed into pure lightning and dispersed into the heavens. Swoosh. Immediately after, Kit's essence spirit flew back into his body. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, almost drenched in it. Crack crack. The effects of the Vajra seal wore off. The backlash shattered his bones, nearly killing him. Kit hastily swallowed a holy medicine, barely stabilizing his injuries. Heavens! Within a single breath, he continuously slew 36 Thunder True Dragons. In ancient history, only 4 people have achieved this. What kind of character can do this? Absolutely not an unknown in xuanhuan world. Hiss. He's injured. Looks like he really went all out earlier. The surrounding cultivators were near boiling point. This record has stood for countless ages in xuanhuan world, unbeaten by anyone. It proves just how hard this record is to break. And now, it happens in this era. Could it be? The legendary golden age of geniuses is returning? At this moment, Kit frowned slightly. He looked up at the sky. The boundless thunder sea still existed, indicating the heavenly tribulation wasn't over. Rumble. Kadekning exploded. The scattered lightning forces of the Thunder True Dragons converged, forming a monster clad in golden scales, with gold lightning coursing through its body. Its dark gold eyes focused on Kit, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. Hiss. Even Kit sucked in a cold breath, his entire body exploding with aura to barely stabilize himself. As for the other cultivators watching from afar, they suffered as soon as the golden Kadekning dragon appeared. The overwhelming force changed their expressions, instilling dread. Many cultivators with weaker resolve already knelt, trembling, unable to muster the courage to look up at the golden Kadekning dragon. Golden Kadekning dragon. Holding a rusty sword, Kit struggled to stand. His injuries were severe. However, bolstered by the Saint Heart and holy medicine, Kit's strength quickly recovered to its peak within moments. Looking at the golden Kadekning dragon, Kit frowned. There were no records of this creature in ancient texts. Why did it appear now? True dragon tribulation shouldn't involve this thing. Unless, because he is a chaotic body? Thinking this, Kit's lips twitched, his face pale. The thought left him deeply frustrated. The heavenly Tao's tribulation adjusted specifically for him, adding some extra challenge to balance it. But this really put him in a tight spot. The previous 36 Thunder True Dragons nearly killed him, and this golden Kadekning dragon would be even tougher. Absolutely a formidable opponent. Realizing this, Kit took a deep breath. Now, there was no turning back. He must press on to see just how strong this golden Kadekning dragon truly is. Roar. The dragon roared across the 9 skies. The golden Kadekning dragon moved with terrifying speed, composed entirely of lightning. Hashtag chapter 389, special treatment for the chaotic body. In a single thought, several thousand zhang of distance was crossed. With an open mouth, it prepared to swallow Kit whole. Wanna eat me? Dream on. Kit stared at the golden thunder dragon as the rusted sword in his hand appeared, emitting an icy blue heavenly sword chi. Boom. Facing the deadly strike from the golden thunder dragon, Kit raised his sword with a single move. He ruthlessly split open the massive fiery maw of the golden thunder dragon. Crack. The golden thunder dragon's lower jaw was severed. Its anger knew no bounds. Roaring, one of its dragon claws swiped at Kit. Boom. Both speed and strength of the golden thunder dragon far surpassed that of ordinary Thunder True Dragons. However, compared to Kit, it was too slow. Kit used the tranquil step, his body moving at an incredible speed directly onto the back of the golden thunder dragon. Then, the long sword in his hand burst into 10,000 feet of golden light, slicing down. Heavenly Emperor slash. Kit roared angrily, hacking down onto the golden thunder dragon's neck. Instantly, the golden scales formed by thunder power exploded, and liquid golden dragon blood flew. A deep wound, visible to the bone, formed. Ah! The golden thunder dragon seemed to sense the presence of death. It flipped midair, plummeting towards the ground, attempting to crush Kit to death. But Kit remained calm. Circulating true chi, he slashed again and again, deepening the wound each time. And he also fell toward the ground from hundreds of thousands of zhang above. Kadiki a golden meteor. His speed grew faster, even exceeding the limits of the Kirin Divine Vault. Such terrifying speed hitting the ground would trigger qualitative changes. Its might capable of annihilating all material within several thousand miles. Boom. Infinite order chains appeared. The Supreme Arena re-emerged, expanding rapidly. And the golden thunder dragon, undeterred, carried Kit straight towards the Supreme Arena. It had no emotions. After a brief skirmish, it realized that killing Kit head-on was hopeless. The only method left was using its own strength to drag Kit to death with it. Not good. Boss run. This speed is too terrifying. Striking the Supreme Arena will surely result in death. Impossible. The first sage ever to die from falling. Could this really be happening? A group of cultivators felt speechless. Yet, it was indeed the truth. The Supreme Arena was unbreakable. If he hit the ground, there would still be a glimmer of hope. But colliding with the Supreme Arena meant certain death. That golden thunder dragon clearly planned to take Kit down with it. Amidst infinite peril, Kit became completely calm. He took a deep breath. Raising the long sword high, he brought it down with a slash. Snap. The icy blue sword chi cut through the last bit of bone connecting the golden thunder dragon's neck. Instantly, its head exploded. The entire corpse began disintegrating mid-air, turning into lightning fire dissipating in the sky. However, Kit was now less than 1,000 zhong from the Supreme Arena. Stop right there. Kit roared, trying to soar upwards, but his speed was too fast. He couldn't stop. Over 1,000 zhong. His speed only slowed by a fraction. Eyeing the Supreme Arena, just 10 zhong away. Even Kit couldn't help but feel despair. Would he be the first sage to die from a fall? How ironic could this get? At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck. Kit finally remembered. He still had a teleportation talisman. A huge spatial rift formed. Kit dashed into the teleportation array, avoiding striking the arena. Boom. A spatial gate formed in the sky. Kit emerged from it, still carrying the terrifying speed. He streaked forward for tens of thousands of zhong before finally stopping. Phew. Kit sighed in relief. He looked up at the thunderstorm in the sky. Now, the boundless sea of thunder roiled, and the once invincible heavenly tribulation had dissipated. This signified that Kit had survived the true dragon tribulation. Gods. Finally survived the true dragon tribulation. Incredible. This has got to be the most terrifying heavenly tribulation I've ever seen. Who was that senior? The group of cultivators were overjoyed. Kit paused slightly. He didn't want to reveal his true strength. So, he grabbed Nash and the others in one hand, shattered the void with a punch, and vanished on the spot. Boom. Tens of thousands of li away, Kit emerged from the void, covered in blood. His aura quickly faded back to the profound chi realm. In his hands, the sage heart remained intact, radiating a faint red glow. But compared to when it was born, it had dimmed significantly. That battle lasted only about a quarter of an hour. Not bad. Kit inspected the sage heart. This sage heart would last her quite some time. Phew. Scary stuff. Wilbur exhaled deeply. Let alone you, even I was worried. Roy wiped sweat off his brow. Just then, he'd been incredibly anxious, fearing Kit wouldn't survive the heavenly tribulation. Seeing this, Kit smiled and said, "Relax. Didn't I say I didn't have much confidence in passing the heavenly tribulation, but surviving was possible?" "Boss, did you say that?" Wilbur was very surprised. Kit paused, then insisted, "I definitely said that." You're right, boss." Wilbur wanted to argue, but seeing Kit ominously cracking his fingers, he gave up. Needlessly, he didn't want to get beaten by Kit. All right, let's not delay further. Let's go to the ethereal gathering. Kit took a deep breath, jumped onto the golden winged Dax's back, and commanded, "Let's go." Meanwhile, elsewhere, outside the Kirin Divine Vault, a decrepit Lanny stood at the entrance of the Kirin Divine Vault, white hair framing his withered, skeleton-like body, dressed in attire from the Bloodline sect, but not modern wear. Ancient, likely from countless years ago. Around him, Bloodline sect cultivators looked upon the Lanny with respect. Chapter 390, a semi-saint emerges. His face was full of fear. Clearly, this elder held an absolutely high position within the Divine Blood sect. Rumbling. The elderly man with white hair exuded an aura that wasn't astonishingly formidable. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating invincible confidence like a god of war surveying the world beneath him. I remember now. That Lanny is a semi-saint from the Divine Blood sect over 800,000 years ago, named Cohen. Among the crowd, a cultivator cried out in shock. Cohen? He's still alive? Semi-saints only live for about 10,000 years. How could he live for 800,000 years? SK, don't you know? The Supreme Legacy includes relics left by Supremes which can be used for self-sealing to pause time. Some senior experts will undergo self-sealing when their lifespan is nearly depleted, then emerge to resolve troubles for the sect. I've heard of that too. This is ridiculous. A semi-saint has come. Not quite right. Isn't the highest limit inside the Kirin Divine Repository just great beings? How could a semi-saint enter? It should be because his lifespan is almost gone. His realm has dropped to the great being level. However, for such a powerhouse, forcefully gathering strength, they should be able to return to the semi-saint realm and achieve semi-saint combat power. More terrifying is that he's already at the semi-saint level. If he blood sacrifices his own lineage to forcibly summon a supreme artifact, Carson may not be able to suppress the Divine Blood sect's Divine Blood lamp. Intriguing. This ethereal gathering is truly extraordinary. A group of cultivators looked at Cohen with immense shock. This time, the Divine Blood sect had undoubtedly spared no expense, digging up an ancient ancestor from 800,000 years ago. In this era, the strongest ones are just at the semi-saint level. Cadaeving semi-saints are so rare, you could count them on your fingers. And as for the Emperor and King realms below that, these are generally the old monsters within supreme forces who rarely appear even once in many years. Walking through the Xuanhuan continent, even a great being-level cultivator can be considered invincible. However, this time, the Divine Blood sect directly brought out an ancestral figure at the semi-saint level. If they can borrow a supreme artifact and fully revive it, unless Kit reaches the semi-saint level and similarly revives the supreme artifact, death is inevitable. Rumbling. At this moment, another troop arrived. They were clad in golden attire, their aura overwhelming, the scene making them no less impressive than the Divine Blood sect. The Xylan clan's people have also come. Strange. Do you feel the surrounding air becoming scorching hot? It's a semi-saint level Xylan. At this level, the Xylan's bloodline is almost entirely activated. Within dozens of miles, everything feels like under the blazing sun. Hiss. Another semi-saint. Surrounding cultivators were astonished. Two opponents at the semi-saint level, even if they aren't targeting Kit but retrieving their respective supreme artifacts from the Xylan clan and the Divine Blood sect, it's still shocking enough. Roar. Dragon roars echoed across the 9 heavens. 9 dragon snakes pulled a golden carriage approaching slowly from the distant horizon. On the carriage sat a person with overwhelming momentum, yet exuding an internal sense of decay. His cultivation isn't strong, merely at the great being level. Wearing yellow robes with white hair, his condition resembled the ancient semi-saint of the divine blood sect perfectly. Heavens! Another semi-saint. Someone from the Xiuxian Empire has come too. Goodness, 3 semi-saints already? Long heard that Carson killed his way through the entire Kirin divine repository, offending countless powerful enemies. My goodness, 3 semi-saints? Representing 3 supreme legacies and more, including the Xiuxian sword of the Xiuxian Empire. If the 3 semi-saints activated together, the Xiuxian sword fully revived is inevitable. The heavens are turning upside down. 3 supreme powers have unearthed their sealed ancestors. It's obvious they aim to eliminate Carson. The surrounding cultivators were shaken. Many felt their scalps tingle, pondering whether to venture into the Kirin divine repository to participate in the ethereal gathering that happens every million years. After all, Kit's side has 4 supreme artifacts while the Xiuxian Empire and divine blood sect, etc., though having only 1 each, their semi-saint ancestors can forcibly reclaim supreme artifacts via blood sacrifice. For these old masters with little time left, the damage to their bloodline from such sacrifices is negligible. This results in a 4 versus 3 scenario. If the 3 supreme powers gain more allies, TSK, the entire supreme repository might not withstand so many supreme artifacts battling. Even if it does, few observers would survive. 7 fully revived supreme artifacts clashing would annihilate anything within millions of miles. Rumbling. At this moment, more factions entered the Kirin divine repository. These factions weren't supreme forces, but the lowest among them had produced saint spirits, such as the ancient Yun family, divine wood sect, demon Kuai sect, golden winged Dax, or branches of the Yi family with supreme bloodlines. Each was renowned on the Xuanhuan continent. Some had incredibly lucky breaks, obtaining supreme legacies without producing supremes and acquiring supreme artifacts. Though these legacies lacked the profound history of supreme legacies, they were terrifyingly powerful. Almost all have gathered here. Many are Kit's enemies. These forces have invited their long-retired ancestors, preparing to go all out against Kit. After all, even if a semi-saint emerged only once every million years, dating back to ancient times, there would still be tens of thousands. Of course, during the vast expanse of time, these factions would lose significant strength, but the number of those who underwent self-sealing remains considerable. We set off. At this moment, the divine blood sect took the lead, a large contingent advancing into the Kirin divine repository. Rumbling. Thousands of powerful figures followed closely, heading towards the Kirin divine repository, aiming to utilize this event to eliminate Kit. Seeing numerous sects marching in a massive throng, many cultivators couldn't help but sigh from deep within. Next, things will really become dramatically changed. Yes, I see a sea of bodies forming. As the divine blood sect's powerful figures headed to the ethereal gathering, Kit stood on the back of the quarry, hands clasped behind his back, directly heading towards the ethereal gathering. Although his aura was concealed, numerous geniuses along the way turned pale. Currently, everyone in the Kirin divine repository knows that Kit has a true dragon, and it's the only one in the entire xuanhuan world. Chapter 391, Mount Piao Miao. In the entire mystical truth realm, only one cultivator could ride a true dragon, and that was Kit. Upon learning Kit's identity, although a group of geniuses claimed they feared no one, they didn't dare to confront him and took detours instead. Boss, aren't we being too arrogant? Are we asking for it? The jet was utterly speechless, complaining. It feels like arrogance invites death. How can you say that? Kit's lips curled into a smile as he pointed at another group nearby and said, look at those guys. They are far more arrogant than we are. With that, the jet turned curiously. 9 dragons pulled a gold-plated dragon palanquin in midair, racing forward as if drawing a rainbow across the sky. Many cultivators watched them in awe, some even more so than Kit. Of course, many cultivators had never seen a true dragon up close, plus the jet wasn't displaying his aura. As a result, many didn't believe they had encountered Kit, thinking it was an imposter. Lately, numerous people inside the Kylin Divine Treasury had been mimicking Kit. Even Kit had encountered several en route, which was bizarre. But something like a gold-plated dragon palanquin couldn't be easily replicated by just anyone. It was an imperial-grade spiritual artifact. Most cultivators' combined assets wouldn't amount to its value. An imperial-grade spiritual artifact was already considered a divine weapon among treasures. Intriguing, the jet noted. Judging by their attire and appearance, these seem to be members of the divine blood sect. Boss, shall we go beat them up? No need. I'm not interested in killing them. Kit shook his head, adding, moreover, I'm here for the Ethereal Cloud Summit, not to kill people. Killing them would disrespect Ethereal Cloud Palace. It's unnecessary. That makes sense. The jet stopped arguing upon realizing this. He understood Kit's nature. He treated others as they treated him. Since Kit had good relations with Ethereal Cloud Palace, he naturally wouldn't want to offend them by attacking the divine blood sect. A loud rumble sounded as Kit continued toward the Ethereal Cloud Palace after passing the gold-plated dragon palanquin. Covering over 10,000 miles took just half a day. Kit saw from afar a floating mountain amidst ethereal mists, covered with precious plants and medicinal herbs, alongside various rare beasts, like stepping into a fairyland. Interesting. This should be Mount Piao Miao. Kit rubbed his chin and explained. This peak seems to have been refined by the first Supreme of the Ethereal Cloud Palace specifically for the Kylin Divine Treasury. It's rumored the Supreme of Ethereal Cloud Palace once received much heritage from the Kylin Supreme. The same thing I've heard too. The jet murmured softly before continuing. Oh right. If I recall correctly, the Ethereal Supreme planted a tea tree on this immortal mountain, named Ethereal Tea. It's a divine medicine grade that can only grow on this mountain. Ethereal Cloud Palace can only harvest it once every million years. This time, we might have stumbled upon a great treasure. Ethereal tea? One of the top 3 spirit teas in the mystical truth realm. Kit rubbed his chin, now intrigued. Why didn't I think of that? If I knew, I would have come here first. When I entered, it seemed Ethereal Cloud Palace hadn't arrived yet. Cough, boss. We shouldn't target acquaintances? The jet coughed lightly to remind Kit. I was just saying. All right, let's go up the mountain. Kit jumped off the jet's back. Meanwhile, the jet transformed into human form, becoming an innocent-looking young man, hard to associate with the notorious evil dragon. Together, they headed toward the immortal mountain. Rumble. Many factions arrived continuously. Squawk. A crimson vermilion bird blocked the sky with fiery red flames surrounding her body, radiating intense heat. Heavens, that's the Letitia? How powerful. A vermilion bird's celestial dharma transformation means it can assume its original form. Generally speaking, the stronger the individual, the larger the form. With wings spanning thousands of feet, this indicates peak divinity and strength alone. TSK. Isn't she renowned for her beauty? Pfft, can she compare to the Liana? TSK. Hard to say. Rumor has it, the Liana and Letitia have competed for years over who is the top beauty of the Eastern Domain. I still find the Vermilion Sacred Maiden prettier. I favor the Liana. A group of cultivators chattered, unknowingly diverting their conversation. Beside them, Kit touched his chin and muttered, top beauty? Interesting. She can even match the Liana? Boss, humans also have beauty standards? The jet asked, bewildered. Don't they all look the same? No scales at all, incredibly ugly. Come on, what would you know as a dragon? Kit snorted inwardly. The difference in aesthetic standards between species was vastly significant. Boom. At that moment, a white-robed youth with a bronze mask landed at the foot of the mountain. He glanced at Kit coldly and said, I searched the entire Kylan Divine Treasury and found no Carson. He must be here. Are you Carson? Yes, I am. What do you want? Kit crossed his arms, observing the Jinsen with interest. His intuition told him this person was likely provoking him. Indeed, the Jinsen stared at Kit coldly and declared, another fake Carson. I've scoured the Kylan Divine Treasury and killed 7 or 8 impersonators. Not one lasted a single move. And you, if you can withstand my one strike, I'll tell you who I am. Not interested. Kit shook his head and turned to the jet. Let's go. Indeed quite weak, the jet snickered. Following Kit for so long had raised his standards immensely. Though the Jinsen had top-tier bloodline and realm, attaining the venerable realm, he stood no chance against Kit. The gap was simply too large. Hashtag chapter 392. Hurley, the war god body. Without using any special techniques, Kit's regular combat power was already enough to suppress an early-stage king realm, slightly activating the true dragon transformation. Even great beings were no match for him. This Jinsen did not even have the qualifications to fight Kit. Do you dare ignore me? The Jinsen was getting angry. He let out a long roar and threw a punch at Kit. Boom. This punch was unbelievably powerful. A mighty aura rose up. Although this was a young man at the venerable realm, this punch reached the level of a half-step king. Huh. Kit turned around and glanced at the Jinsen, slightly surprised. The higher one's rank, the more difficult it became to challenge higher realms. Young saints could challenge Divine Sea, and Keenans could challenge Immortal Shen. Reaching peak venerable strength from early venerable wasn't too hard. Young saints could achieve that level. However, hitting the near king level required the cream of the crop among Keenans, comparable to the Dorian. Few within the entire secret realm could reach this tier. Just a few inheritors of supreme legacies were probably at this level. Boom. In the moment Kit hesitated, the Jinsen had already thrown a punch. Humph. Another imposter. The Jinsen spoke disdainfully and somewhat disappointedly. Sigh. I have to find Carson again. As he spoke, his punch did not hesitate for a moment, aiming to kill Kit with one strike. Star-plucking war end. With a thought, Kit's left hand turned golden. He extended a single golden finger, lightly flicking it. Boom. This finger carried boundless force, striking the Jinsen and instantly sending him flying. Rumble. The Jinsen spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell back thousands of feet before finally stabilizing himself. Looking at Kit, he was filled with shock. He had fought invincibly in the Kylan Divine Treasure, but was sent flying by just a finger from this youth? Was this too terrifying? Rumble. At this moment, a 9-colored divine ox, 1,000 feet tall, descended. Stepping on the ground, its dark golden eyes stared at the Jinsen as it said, Boy, dare to lay hands on my boss? Have you had enough of life? Old ox, you scared him. Instantly, a great pong bird, with wings spread over 3,000 feet, landed on the ground, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Hee, let me deal with him. Jalen was excited, standing on the Dorian's head, saying, I haven't used my toxins after evolving. He is a fine experimental subject. Meanwhile, distant cultivators also noticed the commotion. Immediately, excitement spread around. Heaven, the ancient Dorian, ancient golden-winged Dax, and that is highly poisonous, the king-level bloodline of red-armored demon scorpions. Not only that, look at that true dragon. Beside it should be Carson. Hiss, am I dreaming? Someone dared to challenge Carson inside the Kylan Divine Treasure? Seeking death. Who can be Carson's match? Hee, maybe not. What if Carson is bluffing? Bluffing? You didn't see the day the Kylan Divine Treasure opened. Carson single-handedly slew, forget it. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Hee, such things, you won't believe unless you witness them yourself. The greatest person throughout history, an achievement countless young supremes couldn't reach in their youth. This title is truly intimidating. Among these cultivators, many had witnessed Kit create miracles over half a year ago, completing the 9 levels left by the Kramer. This achievement was extraordinarily remarkable, almost absurd, leading those who hadn't witnessed it firsthand to dismiss it as rumor, refusing to believe a word of it. Standing up from the ground, the Jinsen spat out a mouthful of blood, looking around without a trace of fear, instead, incredibly excited. He said, "Good. So you are the real Carson. Just as your reputation suggests. Your power is indeed immensely strong. However, are you planning a gang-up fight?" "Why not?" Kit smirked and said, "Do you believe that with one order, my subordinates can turn you into minced meat?" "You." The Jinsen's face abruptly changed, angrily shouting, "I didn't expect you would be such a sore loser. Afraid to duel me? Duel? Forget it. I don't want to waste time." Shaking his head, Kit turned around and said, "Your mindset is good. Your future achievements will certainly be significant. But there's no need for us to fight. I'm afraid I'll crush your mindset, shatter your Dao heart." "What? Do you think you're sure to win?" The Jinsen became furious. Removing his mask, he coldly said, "Carson, I am Hurley, successor of the Supreme Heavenly War Sect, challenging you. Dare you accept?" "He's the heir of the Supreme Heavenly War Sect, Hurley?" "I've heard of him. Renowned as a super genius unseen in millions of years, with the godly warrior body." "Godly warrior body?" "It's said that the more they fight, the stronger they become. Almost limitless. Ranked third among all physiques. Only the chaos body can definitively surpass the godly warrior body." "Interesting. It's rumored that Carson is the only chaos body of the near-ancient era. This gets interesting now. A battle between godly warrior body and chaos body hasn't occurred since the age of antiquity. Unexpectedly, it's happening here in the Xiuxian Divine Treasure." Cultivators exclaimed in surprise. They watched from afar, feeling extremely excited. A duel between two legendary physiques was an incredibly rare event, seen once in millions of years. Being able to witness a clash between the chaos body and the godly warrior body was undoubtedly a grand spectacle. Only during eras when supreme existences, or multiple supremes, coexisted could one witness such phenomena. Boom. Hurley's aura erupted. Inside his body, pure golden blood boiled, similar in color to Kit's blood. However, it carried overwhelming fighting spirit. Interesting. Godly warrior body. Kit narrowed his eyes, no longer underestimating Hurley, his expression turning serious. The godly warrior body was exceptionally unique. Initially very weak, but with increased combat experience, the bloodline would evolve almost limitlessly. Theoretically, it could even defeat the chaos body. Of course, this was theoretical. In reality, every historical combat record showed victories for the chaos body. The godly warrior body had never won. However, Kit was curious about the godly warrior body. Turning around, he said, "Godly warrior body? Interesting. Several successors of supreme lineages were probably at this level." Boom. While Kit hesitated, the Jinsen had already thrown his punch. Another imposter. The Jinsen said disdainfully and somewhat disappointedly. "Oh well, back to looking for Carson." Without hesitation, he aimed to kill Kit with this single punch. War end plucking stars. Kit thought, and his left hand turned golden. He extended a golden finger and flicked it lightly. Boom. This finger carried boundless power, striking the Jinsen and instantly sending him flying. Rumble. The Jinsen spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating several thousand feet before stabilizing himself. Looking at Kit, he felt indescribable shock. He had been unbeaten in the Xiuxian Divine Treasure, but this youth sent him flying with just a finger. This was terrifying beyond belief. Rumble. At this moment, a 9-colored divine ox 1,000 feet tall descended. Stepping on the ground, it stared at the Jinsen with dark gold eyes and said, "Boy, you dared to attack my boss? Have you had enough life?" "Old ox, you scared him off." Instantly, a great pong bird with a wingspan of 3,000 feet landed beside it, exuding a terrifying aura. "Cool. Let me handle him." Jalen, standing on the Dorian's head, said excitedly, "I haven't used my poison since evolving. He'll make an excellent test subject." Meanwhile, distant cultivators noticed the commotion, causing a sudden uproar. Heavens! The ancient Dorian? The ancient golden-winged Dax. And that is, the king-level lineage of the poisonous red-mantled scorpion. Not only that, look at the true dragon. Next to it should be Carson. Hiss. Am I dreaming? Someone dares challenge Carson in the Xiuxian Divine Treasure? Courting death. Who can stand against Carson? Hehe. Not necessarily. What if Carson is all talk? All talk? You weren't there when the Xiuxian Divine Treasure opened. Carson single-handedly killed, forget it. You won't believe me anyway. Hehe. Things like that. You won't believe unless you see it yourself. The greatest prodigy in ancient history. An achievement no supreme could reach in their youth. That title is too intimidating. Among the crowd, many had witnessed Kit's miraculous feat 6 months ago, completing the 9 trials left by the Kramer. This achievement was unprecedented, almost absurd. So much so that those who didn't witness it firsthand considered it a rumor, refusing to believe it at all. Standing up from the ground, the Jinsen spat out some blood, surveying his surroundings without fear, but rather excitement. "Excellent. So, you are the real Carson. Your reputation is well deserved. This power is indeed incomparable. But are you going to gang up on me?" "Why not?" Kit smirked. "Do you believe my underlings can turn you into minced meat if I give the order?" "You." The Jinsen's face changed, furious. "I didn't expect you to be such a sore loser. Afraid to duel me one-on-one? One-on-one? Forget it. I don't want to waste time." Kit shook his head, turning around. "Your attitude is commendable. Your future achievements will surely be great. But fighting me isn't necessary. I fear crushing your spirit, breaking your Dao heart." "What? Do you think you've already won?" The Jinsen, now unmasked, glared coldly. "Carson, I am Hurley, successor of the Supreme Battle Sky Sect, challenging you. Will you accept?" "He's Hurley from the Supreme Battle Sky Sect?" "I've heard of him. Renowned as a super genius unseen in millions of years, the War God Body. War God Body? It grows stronger through combat, almost limitless. Ranked third among physiques. Only the Chaos Body surpasses it. Intriguing. Rumor has it Carson is the only Chaos Body in modern times. Now it gets interesting. A battle between War God Body and Chaos Body, a spectacle from the ancient era. Who would have thought we'd see it in the xiuxian divine treasure? The crowd exclaimed in shock, watching from afar, immensely excited. A clash between two legendary physiques was incredibly rare, happening once every million years. Witnessing a confrontation between the Chaos Body and the War God Body was an absolute feast. Such spectacles only occurred in eras where various supreme geniuses or multiple supremes coexisted. Boom. Hurley's aura erupted. His body contained pure golden blood, similar to Kit's but carrying overwhelming battle intent. Fascinating. The War God Body. Kit narrowed his eyes, taking Hurley seriously, his expression solemn. The War God Body was extremely special, initially weak but evolving limitlessly with combat experience. In theory, it could even defeat a Chaos Body. Of course, this was just theoretical. Historically, the Chaos Body always prevailed. However, Kit found the War God Body intriguing. Turning around, he said, War God Body? Fascinating. Chapter 392, Hurley, the War God Physique. Without using any special techniques, Kit's regular combat strength was already enough to take on an early-stage king. Slightly activating the True Dragon transformation made even a Arn no match for him. This Jinsen didn't have the qualifications to fight Kit. Do you dare to ignore me? The Jinsen became angry. He let out a long cry and punched towards Kit. Boom. This punch had unmatched power. A powerful aura rose into the sky. Despite being at the venerable stage, this punch reached the level of a half-step king. Kit turned around and glanced at the Jinsen, somewhat surprised. The further along one goes, the harder it becomes to challenge higher ranks. Young Saints could challenge Divine Sea Realm experts. Keenans could challenge Divine Profound experts. Reaching peak venerable level while still in the initial venerable stage wasn't hard, as Young Saints could achieve that. But to reach the Quasi-King level, one had to be among the top-tier Keenans. Probably comparable to the Dorian. In the entire Secret Realm, only a few could reach this level. A few inheritors of supreme legacies were likely at this level too. Boom. As Kit hesitated for a moment, the Jinsen had already thrown his punch. Another imposter. The Jinsen said disdainfully and with some disappointment, I have to find Carson again. Speaking, he showed no hesitation in landing his punch, intending to instantly kill Kit. Star-picking war end. With a thought, Kit's left hand turned golden. He extended a golden finger and lightly flicked. Boom. This single finger carried boundless force, hitting the Jinsen and immediately sending him flying. Rumble. The Jinsen spat out blood on the spot. He retreated thousands of feet before steadying himself. He looked at Kit, filled with astonishment. He had been undefeated throughout the xiuxian divine tomb. Yet this youth sent him flying with just one finger? How terrifying. Rumble. At this moment, a 9-colored divine ox, over 1,000 feet tall, descended. It planted its foot on the ground, dark gold eyes staring at the Jinsen, saying, Kid, you dared to lay hands on my boss? Had enough of living? Old ox, you frightened him. Instantly, a huge golden-winged dax, spanning 3,000 feet, landed, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Cackling, let me handle him. Jalen, now standing on the Dorian's head, excitedly said, after my evolution, I haven't used my toxins yet. He'll make a great test subject. Meanwhile, distant cultivators also noticed the commotion. In an instant, the surroundings boiled up. Heavens! An ancient divine beast, the Dorian, and the golden-winged dax. And that, is it a king-level lineage from the poisonous red-armored demon scorpions? And there's more. Look at that true dragon. The one beside it must be xiuxian. Hiss. Am I dreaming? Someone dares to challenge Carson in the xiuxian divine tomb? Suicidal. Who can match Carson? Heh. Not necessarily. What if Carson is just boasting? Boasting? You clearly weren't there when the xiuxian divine tomb opened, and Carson single-handedly? Never mind. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Heh. That kind of thing. You won't believe unless you see it with your own eyes. The greatest person in ancient and modern times. Countless supremes couldn't achieve what he did in their youth. This reputation is terrifying. Among the crowd of cultivators, many witnessed firsthand Kit's miracle more than half a year ago, completing all 9 trials set by the Kramer. This achievement was extremely outrageous, even absurd. So much so that those who hadn't seen it firsthand considered it rumor and refused to believe it. Now, the Jinsen stood up, spat out another mouthful of blood, and scanned his surroundings without fear. Instead, he was incredibly excited. Excellent. It seems you are indeed the real Carson, just as famous. Your power is truly unparalleled. However, are you planning to gang up on me? Why not? Kit sneered and said, do you believe I can order my followers to turn you into mincemeat? You. The Jinsen's face changed abruptly, angrily retorting, I can't believe you're such a sore loser. Afraid to face me alone? One-on-one? Forget it. I don't want to waste time. Kit shook his head, turned around and said, your mindset is impressive. Your future achievements will definitely be significant. But there's no need for us to fight. I'm afraid I might break your mentality and shatter your Dao heart. What? You think you're certain to win? The Jinsen flew into a rage, removing his mask and coldly saying, Carson, I am Hurley, successor of the Supreme Battle Heaven Sect, challenging you. Will you accept? He's the successor of the Supreme Battle Heaven Sect, Hurley? I've heard of him. Known as an unprecedented genius appearing once every million years. The War God Physique. War God Physique? They say the stronger you fight, the stronger it gets. Practically limitless. Ranked third among physiques. Only the chaotic physique is consistently superior. Intriguing. Heard that Carson is the only chaotic physique of recent times. Interesting. A battle between war god physique and chaotic physique. Something only witnessed during the prime eras of ancient times. Didn't expect to see it here in the xiuxian divine tomb. The crowd of cultivators cried out in shock. They observed from a distance, hearts pounding with excitement. A clash between two legendary physiques was incredibly rare, happening once every 1,000 or 10,000 years. To witness a confrontation between the chaotic physique and war god physique was undoubtedly a feast. Only in eras where multiple supreme beings coexisted could such events be seen. Boom. Hurley's aura exploded. Pure golden blood surged within him, similar in color to Kit's blood, but carrying a surging battle intent. Intriguing. War god physique. Kit narrowed his eyes, no longer underestimating Hurley. His expression turned serious. The war god physique was very unique. Initially weak, it evolved almost limitlessly with increasing battle experience. Theoretically, it could defeat a chaotic physique. Of course, that was only theoretical. In practice, records through history showed the chaotic physique always winning. The war god physique had never emerged victorious. But Kit was genuinely curious about the war god physique. He turned around and said, "War god physique? Intriguing." Chapter 393. The war god physique beaten. Hurley, I accept your challenge. I want to see just how strong this so-called war god physique is. Excellent. Hurley wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He let out a long roar, and his aura surged. In his hand appeared a large staff made of black gold. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the black golden staff rapidly expanded to reach hundreds of feet in length, like a mountain range, smashing toward Kit. Ding! Kit caught the black golden staff with one hand, surprise flickering across his face. Interesting. An early-stage King Realm strength, huh? Humph. You haven't seen anything yet? Although Hurley's expression remained unchanged upon seeing his attack effortlessly deflected by Kit, inwardly he drew a cold breath. Kit's combat prowess was genuinely terrifying. His full-strength strike had been caught by Kit with a single hand. Sigh. He blocked it? Damn. Carson, if my memory serves me right, should be at a lower realm than Hurley. Too frightening. Is this the power of the chaos body? Not only that, even before becoming a chaos body, Carson could solo kill the mightiest supremes within the same realm. Hehe. If you truly understand Carson, you'd know that even another chaos body might have an easier time against him. That's true. I suspect even a chaos body would be crushed by Carson. His combat power transcends just being a physique. Indeed, physique isn't everything. There was once a chaos body killed by a supreme at the same realm. Although the chaos body is top tier, it's only on par with the supreme's offspring, not someone who can challenge a higher realm like xiuxian. The crowd of cultivators gasped in astonishment, all feeling incredibly shocked. At this moment, Kit shook his hand leisurely and said nonchalantly, "Not bad for strength, almost numbed my hand." Humph. If you dare underestimate me again, you'll die miserably. Hurley let out a cold snort and roared, "War God Bloodline Rampage, activate." Boom. Hurley's aura instantly surged tenfold, making his movements incredibly formidable. Boom. He turned into a crimson streak of light and delivered a punch straight toward Kit. Seeing this, Kit activated True Dragon Transformation. His aura surged tenfold as he sidestepped Hurley's blow. An icy blue light flashed around his fist. The Heavenly Dao Fist. Boom. Kit's punch struck Hurley's chest, causing his bones to shatter with a crack. He flew backward like a cannonball. Rumble. A massive abyss 3,000 feet long and several dozen feet wide tore through the ground. Hurley smashed into a mountain and finally stopped. His aura weakened significantly as he knelt on one knee, coughing up golden blood. He stared at Kit, disbelief clouding his eyes. Just one punch? He had been injured this badly. Too terrifying. This Carson was indeed the unparalleled figure of past and present. A monster that countless geniuses in the xiuxian divine treasure dared not challenge. He finally understood what Kit meant by not wanting his Dao heart to collapse and become a waste. Good. As a war god body, the stronger the opponent, the stronger I can become. I will use you as my whetstone to achieve supremacy. Hurley didn't crumble but instead surged with more battle intent. Boom. Hurley's war intent pierced the sky, shattering the clouds overhead. His injuries healed quickly as his aura grew stronger. Does he grow stronger with each injury, like steel tempered through repeated forging? Kit felt somewhat surprised. Boom. Hurley stomped the ground, causing a 100-foot radius to collapse. Moving as fast as a meteor, he crossed thousands of feet in an instant and came before Kit. Then he unleashed another devastating punch. Boom. This punch was immensely tyrannical. Kit did not flinch, punching back with icy blue light condensing on his fist. Bang! Crack! After a sharp sound, Kit's fist remained unharmed, while Hurley's arm exploded under the force of Kit's punch. What? Hurley was bewildered. Even if his physique wasn't as strong as a chaos body, it shouldn't shatter from one punch. What kind of monster was Kit? Don't be too surprised. Kit threw another punch, icy blue light flashing once more. This punch carried unimaginable power, targeting Hurley's sea of consciousness. If hit, Hurley would surely die on the spot. Rumble. Death approached him. Hurley felt despair. No matter how strong the war god physique was, if killed by Kit's punch, he wouldn't have the chance to grow. But Kit's fist stopped mere inches away. Boom. The wind faded as Kit retracted his fist, saying calmly, "You lost. Why didn't you kill me? Aren't you afraid I might surpass you in the future?" Hurley was startled. "You won't surpass me even if given the time." Kit spoke indifferently. "Don't believe me? Try it." Phew. Hurley took a deep breath. He got up, looked at Kit coldly and said, "Fine, Carson. I'll remember your words. One day, I will surpass you. I'll wait." Kit turned around and suddenly punched out. Boom. His target wasn't Hurley but empty space. Bang! Space shattered, sending out a beam of divine light. A royal-grade spiritual weapon trying to block Kit's punch. Crack! Royal-grade weapons had unmatched defense, but that depended on who wielded them. Kit's punch sent the white shield flying. Behind the shield stood a Dylan, his face filled with terror. Blood spurted from his mouth, his internal organs displaced. He was no match for Kit, a mid-stage King Realm assassin. Ordinary cultivators would really be killed by you. The corners of Kit's lips curved upwards. Getting ambushed once is understandable, but trying twice? Do you take me for a fool? This can't be. The Dylan's face became even more contorted. He was utterly confused, unable to understand how he had been detected despite hiding so well. Chapter 394. I've been watching you for a long time. Wanna run again? He didn't leave even a trace behind. Yet Kit was able to discover him, and injured him with just one punch. What kind of monster is this guy? Several thoughts flashed through the Dylan's mind in an instant. He glanced at Kit, and without a word, turned and fled. Kit was too strong, completely beyond his capacity to deal with. I've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. You still want to run? Who do you think I am? Kit stood with his hands behind his back, with a single stride. Boom. In an instant, Kit appeared in front of the Dylan. Then he raised his hand and threw a punch. Bam. The heavy blow sent the Dylan staggering back. His bones cracked as he was thrown across the area. Clang. Just then, Jalen appeared suddenly. He flashed from the void, his poisonous sting striking swiftly. Zap. The Dylan was struck, his heart instantly chilling, filled with despair. A king-grade bloodline from the ancient red-armored demon scorpion. An extremely powerful poison, capable of killing even a true dragon. Such a terrifying toxin now surged into his body. This time, not dying would mean being crippled. What the hell? Almost instantly after being struck, the Dylan found his true chi had vanished without a trace. He fell to the ground like a broken burlap bag. Plop. After a soft sound, the Dylan lay on the ground, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Kit approached with a benevolent smile on his face, looking every bit like a good friend. No. The Dylan felt utterly hopeless. He looked at Kit and said through gritted teeth, I really had no ill intentions. Spare my life. Sure. Who sent you to kill me? Kit crossed his arms and looked at the Dylan with interest. Grasp your last chance to live. I won't ask again. The Dylan's expression froze. He said with difficulty, I really can't tell. Otherwise, the restriction in my mind will directly extinguish my spirit. So it seems, someone really plans to have me assassinated. Kit sneered. These underhanded tactics are useless. What? The Dylan was stunned. He hadn't expected his casual reply to reveal so much to Kit. That bastard said Kit was just a brute who charged recklessly relying on his strength alone? Judging by this performance, he was both brave and cunning, with deep strategy. His intelligence and power had clearly reached peak levels. I thought this would be a simple task. Now it looks like certain death. At that moment, Kit continued watching the Dylan. My condition remains unchanged. Tell me who wants to kill me, and I'll let you go. Well, as the Dylan hesitated, suddenly, the originally dormant restriction within his spirit burst out. In an instant, his spirit was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Self-activating restriction? Kit's pupils contracted slightly. With his heavenly Dao True Eye active, he knew exactly what had happened. The restriction was activated by its placer intentionally. Simple restrictions couldn't activate themselves from a distance unless that person was nearby. Realizing this, Kit turned around, his icy gaze sweeping over the gathered onlooker cultivators. Hiss. What's happening? Could the assassin be among us? Oh no, Carson might kill all of us. Who knows? I heard he was once attacked by an assassin before, and now for the second time. If he's enraged and attacks us, we have no chance of surviving. Run. The group of cultivators' faces changed abruptly. But right then, 81 array flags flew from Kit's hands and landed in the center of the crowd. Clang. A sword hum echoed. Within moments, the surrounding cultivators' expressions turned grim. Sword energy emerged from Kit's hand. He stepped forward toward the crowd, his body radiating boundless killing intent. Hiss. Carson is approaching us. We're dead. These 81 array flags are all Imperial-grade spirit artifacts. We can't escape. Which damn fool? Come out immediately. Yeah, if you don't come out, everyone dies. The crowd of cultivators was in chaos. They believed Kit was in a furious state, prepared to strike without discrimination. No matter who they were, to exterminate them all. Such actions, other cultivators might hesitate about, but Kit had no hesitation. From his previous deeds, he was clearly a lawless figure. Offending other factions? He didn't care at all. Hee. Many cultivators shivered, their teeth chattering in fear as they watched Kit. Boom. At that moment, Kit had already reached the cultivators. He naturally wouldn't kill innocents. For Kit, with his heavenly Dao True Eye, finding the assassin hiding among them required just a glance. No disguise could hide from him. Being an assassin meant cultivating different methods, having distinct aura, bearing curses, carrying the grudges of victims, all potentially revealing something. Moreover, working as an assassin for long distorted one's psyche, making them less like normal cultivators, more akin to demonic cultivators. Just then, amidst the crowd, a small, emaciated elder not taller than 1.3 meters appeared terrified. Almost simultaneously, Kit noticed the short elder. Though appearing as an ordinary cultivator, his body brimmed with raging blood energy and infinite grievances, coupled with overwhelming killing intent deeply ingrained. Even from a distance, one could smell the faint bloody scent on the elder. This scent came from countless deaths, characteristic of assassins. Interesting. Kit's gaze flickered. Instead of exposing him immediately, he slowly lifted his rusted sword, gently activating it. Boom. Imperial divine power manifested. The group of cultivators nearly cried out in dismay. Was it really necessary to be this unlucky? They were just here to watch. To be blasted by an imperial artifact, they truly couldn't be more unlucky. Besides, did using an imperial artifact against them make sense? Purely using a cannon to swat a fly. But right then, the dwarf elder vanished in a flash, shooting up into the sky. Chapter 395. Who gave you permission to kill me? The transmission talisman in his hand was burning as he attempted to cleave through the void and forcefully break out of the formation. I've been waiting for you to step forward, to come and kill me, but you think you can leave without paying with your life? How wicked is that? At this moment, Kit's voice rang out. What? The elderly dwarf was initially stunned, then his expression drastically changed. He realized that Kit wasn't planning on eliminating everyone. Instead, he was waiting for him to make a move, to escape, and then seize him. Furthermore, Kit had guessed that no information could be obtained from the first assassin. He intentionally probed whether there were any other assassins present. By initiating the restriction to eliminate the witness, he inadvertently exposed his presence nearby. What a terrifying calculation. The elderly dwarf felt his scalp tingling. Taking this contract was clearly a grave mistake. His opponent was an unprecedented super genius. Not only was his power terrifying, but his strategic prowess was unrivaled. But just then, Kit moved. Kit didn't use the rusty sword. In a flash, his hand had already landed on the elderly dwarf's head. No. The elderly dwarf angrily retaliated, trying to resist. But it was futile. Kit's palm covered down, instantly causing the elderly dwarf's body to shatter. His soul was directly captured by Kit. Looking at the soul of the elderly dwarf in his hand, Kit's eyes turned cold, and he said indifferently, "Are you going to tell me yourself, or should I search your soul directly? You dream. Even if I die, I won't tell you anything." The elderly dwarf was resolute. He immediately began self-destructing, aiming to erase his memories. However, Kit merely raised his hand and pressed down. Instantly, the Lanny's soul crumbled. It became incredibly weak. Numerous restrictions appeared, depriving him of the ability to self-destruct. Bastard! The elderly dwarf was furious. Just then, Kit activated the array-breaking talisman and struck the elderly dwarf's soul directly. Instantly, all the restrictions locking his memories were broken, dissipating into nothingness. Impossible! The elderly dwarf was shocked again. His soul's restrictions were extremely solid, impossible to break. They were secret techniques created by sovereigns. Yet, they couldn't withstand Kit. It was truly alarming. Teasish, ignorant. Kit didn't bother explaining. After all, even the formations set by sovereigns could be cracked by him. How much more so for the elderly dwarf's soul restrictions? Breaking them was effortless. But just then, the elderly dwarf suddenly roared in anger. His soul started burning. Kit paused, noticing that the elder's soul lacked its essence. This is a secret method to control souls. Kit frowned slightly. He remembered reading about such an evil technique in ancient texts. Simply put, it involved extracting the essence from the soul. This way, one would always have control over the person's life, regardless of distance. Once the soul's essence was destroyed, the remaining soul would become rootless water, being eradicated by the force of heavenly Tao. This power, not even sovereigns could resist. It was part of heavenly Tao's rules. Whoever tried to resist would die. Who would have thought my loyalty wouldn't be enough when I'm no longer useful, and I'd be discarded right away? I refuse to accept it. Carson, let me tell you, I come from the assassin faction, Bloodslaughter. Whoever wants to kill you, I don't know, but Bloodslaughter has a long history. You must be careful. Cough, cough. Can't witness the day of Bloodslaughter's destruction. The elderly dwarf's enraged voice faded. Kit frowned, smacking his lips. Spent all this effort and got nothing useful out of him. A backstab, and the elderly dwarf revealed everything. This is probably the power of betrayal. The incel beside him also sighed. Just then, the Kimberly floated over from afar. She looked at Kit, then at the group of terrified cultivators in the distance, chuckling, "Brother Tion, can you take down the array flags? You frightened my guests." "No problem." Kit wasn't too concerned. There were too many who wanted him dead. A few more or less didn't matter. With a wave of his hand, the array flags appeared in his grasp, and the spatial constraints vanished. The trapped cultivators bolted like hares, covering 100 miles before stopping to gasp for breath. Damn, almost died in there. Damn, next time I watch a show, I'll run as far as I can. Damn, almost died. Our ancestors bless me. Once I get back, I'll offer incense. Phew, came close to death this time. This story will last me a lifetime. Hehe, now that you mention it, this risk wasn't wasted. The group of cultivators ranted wildly. At this point, Kit ignored the crowd. He turned to look at the Kimberly and asked, "How about what I need?" The Sun Clan agrees to trade the Solar Saint Vine for the Blazing Wheel. The Kimberly smiled, continuing, "Moreover, the Divine Blood Sect has the mystical young Saint Marrow, but they aren't willing to give it up. Instead, they told me that if you don't hand over the sovereign artifact, they will use blood sacrifice to forcibly recall it. The sovereign forces have their dignity and cannot be insulted." These guys still have dignity? Kit was speechless. He responded, "Forget it. If they disagree, let them. Soon, I'll toss the divine blood lamp into the temporal vortex and let them recall it themselves." "Don't be hasty." The Kimberly was startled. She knew Kit was a man of his word. If he said he would throw the divine blood lamp into the temporal vortex, he would do it. Once a sovereign artifact was thrown into the temporal vortex, to recall it would require a quasi-sovereign level powerhouse to perform a blood sacrifice, which was required to summon it back. The Divine Blood Sect might have some dormant quasi-sovereign level elders, but these entities were the foundation of the sect. They could save the entire sect from annihilation in critical moments. Far more precious than mystical young Saint Marrow. I suspect the Divine Blood sect mostly can't swallow this humiliation. After endless ages, no one has dared to challenge a sovereign force like this. The Kimberly continued, perhaps if we mediate, this deal can still be made. After all, if you miss this chance and want to find mystical young Saint Marrow later, it would take months or might not happen at all. Note asterisk the translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested while preserving the original tone and style of the text. Chapter 396, Provocation. Indeed. Kit stroked his chin and said, all right, I'll give the God Blood sect some time and opportunity. At the same time, I'll remember this favor from the ethereal cloud palace. Upon hearing Kit's words, the Kimberly's eyes lit up. A favor from Kit might seem insignificant now, but once he grows stronger, it would be an entirely different story. Given Kit's talent, as long as he doesn't die, becoming an emperor is only a matter of time. Even if he can't become an emperor, achieving the level of a quasi-emperor means being invincible throughout the entire xuanhuan continent. As long as the debt of this favor exists and Kit is alive, the ethereal cloud palace wouldn't have to worry about extinction. Realizing this, the Kimberly replied, it was nothing. Brother Tian, the ethereal feast is about to begin. Please follow me. All right. Without saying much, Kit turned around and addressed Nash and the group with the Dorian, let's go. Sure thing. The group eagerly followed along, quickly leaving to wander around out of curiosity. This was their first time attending the ethereal feast, and they were extremely interested in the entire ethereal peak. Especially the incel muttered whether it was possible to uncover the legacy left by the ethereal supreme on the peak. Kit paid no attention to them. With his hands behind his back, he walked step by step onto the ethereal peak, looking curiously at the surrounding scenery. While ethereal peak may not appear vast from the outside, it had its own inner universe. What outsiders saw was merely a single mountain peak. In reality, it consisted of 365 floating immortal mountains suspended in midair, each shrouded in ethereal mist with an incredibly dense concentration of primordial energy. The core was located right at the center of these 365 immortal mountains, accumulating the spiritual energy of the entire small world. And that was where the true location of the ethereal peak lay. Phew, such abundant primordial energy, exclaimed Kit in admiration. Looking around, he noticed countless formations left by emperors everywhere. Above, the ethereal cloud mirror hovered at the very center of the entire small world. This was the supreme artifact of the ethereal cloud palace. If anyone dared cause trouble within the small world and wasn't at the emperor level, relying on the emperor-grade formations, the ethereal cloud mirror could fully revive and directly suppress the intruder. Phew, looks like I can't fight easily here. Kit nodded slightly, then leaped into the air, leaving a streak of light as he headed straight for the central ethereal peak. At this moment, several cultivators suddenly blocked Kit's path. Dressed in splendid attire, they seemed to belong to a major force. Blocking Kit, one of them spoke indifferently. Can wandering cultivators also attend the ethereal feast? My, how enlightening. Boy, didn't you sneak in? Heh, maybe you're from a rundown sect that received a ticket through some ancestor's fortune. To participate in the ethereal feast alongside us, you're such a disgrace. A group of cultivators stood with their arms crossed, constantly mocking him. Fascinating. Who sent you to provoke me? Kit stood calmly, unaffected by their mockery. Different mental states led to different levels of tolerance. Getting angry over a few insults would truly be a disgraceful behavior, showing his mental cultivation was not yet mature. Looking at the cultivators in front of him, he spoke indifferently. You guys better tell me who is behind this honestly, and I won't hold it against you. Hearing Kit's words, the group of cultivators' pupils constricted, filled with fear. He had hit the nail on the head. They were indeed incited by another cultivator. Was this person someone significant? That shouldn't be the case. Boy, who do you think you are? No one instructed us. That's right, just a wandering cultivator putting on airs. Boy, get out of the ethereal feast immediately. You don't belong here. Right. If you dare take another step, you will die for sure. These cultivators blocking Kit remained arrogant. At this moment, on the other side, two elders were chatting leisurely. Both were mighty figures, immensely powerful. One of them noticed something amiss. He said, something's off. Someone from your sect seems to be having a conflict. So what? My Chasing Cloud sect has never feared anything under heaven and earth. That powerful figure sneered and turned to look in Kit's direction. Then he got a jolt of shock. That young man. Why did he look so much like Carson? No, it's him, Carson. Meanwhile, Kit looked at the cultivators in front of him, hands still behind his back, and said, interesting. Since you refuse to talk, I'll make you until you do. You dare to start a fight during the ethereal feast? Don't brag. If you dare to make a move, you'll be instantly suppressed by the emperor-level restriction within the ethereal feast. That's right. A country bumpkin wandering cultivator, who's clearly clueless. Come on, hit me and see what happens. Several cultivators taunted loudly. Fascinating. Kit found it amusing. Kadate flashed in his hand as a charm appeared. Buzz. A golden light barrier formed, enclosing Kit and the cultivators within. What is this? How strange. He's not really planning to start a fight, is he? The cultivators were taken aback. Before they could react, Kit had already stepped forward, reaching the cultivators. He grabbed one cultivator by the neck and lifted him up with one hand. Boom. That cultivator wasn't weak, at least possessing deity profound realm cultivation. For ordinary cultivators, this was a top-notch level in xiuxian divine repository. But in front of Kit, they were mere ants. Rumble. The cultivator fiercely attacked Kit, but all his attacks were ineffective. Staring at the cultivator, Kit spoke coolly. I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me who made you target me. You, who exactly are you? The cultivator stopped struggling, realizing he was dealing with a formidable opponent. Even descendants of emperor-level forces dared not start fights during the ethereal feast. Doing so would be openly disdaining the ethereal cloud palace, leading to expulsion even if not instantly killed. Who I am doesn't concern you. Chapter 397, The Xiuxian Sect. You have only two choices. The first is death. The second, tell me who sent you to cause me trouble, Kit said with a smile. After all, the ethereal gathering is a joyous occasion, and bloodshed wouldn't be very fitting. Crack, crack. The cultivator trembled. He opened his mouth, trying to recall the person who ordered him around, feeling even more chills run down his spine. If he revealed that person's identity, there was no doubt it would offend them. That would be even worse. With this thought in mind, the cultivator stammered, I can't say. In that case, Kit extended his hand, a god-slaying talisman emerging on his fingertip, ready to kill the cultivator outright. Just as Kit was about to strike, a sudden shout interrupted, Hold your hand. This is a misunderstanding. Oh. Kit turned to face the one who spoke. It was Unlanny with white hair, looking somewhat slender but exuding vitality. His aura was powerful, reaching the peak of the Great Power stage. Looking at the Great Power cultivator, Kit calmly remarked, It seems this fellow belongs to your sect. Are you here to cover for him? Of course not. The Lanny was taken aback and quickly explained, These disciples just left the sect and don't understand the rules. Please show some leniency and spare their lives. Scram, or I'll beat you up too. Kit's expression was disdainful. He looked at the youth he held by the neck and asked, All right, my patience is limited. Speak or else. Killing during such a grand event isn't ideal. Don't kill me. I'll talk. The cultivator, lifted by Kit, was terrified now. Kit didn't care about the dignity of great powers. Killing him would be as easy as squashing a chick. Then speak. Kit watched the youth with interest. Facing Kit, the youth, bracing himself, began. It's like this. The one who told us to provoke you is from the Xiuxian sect. The Xiuxian sect? Kit frowned slightly. As far as I remember, I've never offended this sect. How dare these bastards cause trouble for me? They must be tired of living. Not quite. At that moment, the voice of the Kimberly interjected. Kit turned and looked at her, asking, How so? In truth, the Xiuxian sect originated from the Xiuxian clan. Initially, they were servants of the Xiuxian clan. But after the decline of the Xiuxian, they were supported by other supreme powers, turning against their former masters. Not only did they severely harm the Xiuxian, but they also proclaimed themselves the true descendants of the Kramer. The Kimberly shook her head, continuing, However, the Kramer's artifact cannot be used by the Xiuxian sect, or they can only use it through special secret techniques, which requires immense power each time. The Kramer's artifact? Isn't it the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace? Kit was even more surprised upon hearing this. Of course not. There's a huge difference between inheritance artifacts and ordinary holy artifacts, the Kimberly explained. The Xiuxian clan's supreme artifact is the Xiuxian Heaven-Shaking Seal, forged by the Kramer with a lifetime of effort, a supreme artifact par excellence. Among supreme artifacts, it possesses the highest level of power. Legend has it, this artifact is comparable to an immortal weapon. It's the supreme artifact of the Xiuxian sect now, but it can't be easily used. Their pure Xiuxian lineage is weak. Thus, the Xiuxian Heaven-Shaking Seal doesn't recognize them. Unless they pay a massive price, they can't use the supreme artifact. Fascinating. Now I understand the enmity. Kit nodded slightly. Clearly, the Xiuxian sect and the Xiuxian clan had a bitter, irreconcilable feud. Throughout history, traitors have been more detestable than enemies. Zaida awakened the supreme bloodline, holding the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace. Once she matures, she will reclaim the Xiuxian Heaven-Shaking Seal. She and the Xiuxian sect are eternal foes. Zaida never mentioned this, obviously intending to handle it herself. After all, the Xiuxian sect is a supreme level power. Not easily provoked, she didn't want to involve Kit. Understanding this, Kit asked the Kimberly, You want me to reconcile with the Xiuxian sect? No. Your enmity with them is different from that with the Divine Blood sect, Jinwu clan, or Taishan dynasty. The Kimberly shook her head. With those, it's merely conflict among contemporaries, normal competition. Reconciliation would be simple. But with the Xiuxian sect, it's a clash between camps where one must die. There's no room for compromise. Once Zaida grows, she'll reclaim the Xiuxian Heaven-Shaking Seal. Without the supreme artifact, the Xiuxian sect will surely perish. Hearing the Kimberly, Kit nodded and said, I see. That's good. I've said my piece, so I'll take my leave. The Kimberly gave a slight nod and floated away. Meanwhile, the rest of the cloud-chasing sect cultivators, who had provocatively challenged Kit, looked green with fear. Hell, they thought ridiculing an independent cultivator would bring a rich reward. Now it looked like pure nonsense. Their target was none other than Kit, the biggest nemesis in the Xiuxian deity treasury, a descendant of a supreme power, and a prince of a dynasty. Kit could kill without hesitation. The cloud-chasing sect was nothing compared to him. There was no restraint in killing them, which was why the leading great power elder's face turned green. The cultivator lifted by Kit moaned, Mr. Carson, I really didn't know it was you. Let me go, please. I wasn't planning to kill you anyway. Kit waved his hand, tossing the cultivator aside and then asked, Where are the Xiuxian sect people? Over there. The group of cloud-chasing sect cultivators pointed toward the distance. Oh. Kit turned to look in the direction indicated by the cultivators. In that direction, two youths gasped when they saw Kit turn to look at them. Without a word, they turned and ran. Forget it. Kit's level of combat strength was something they couldn't match. And with a flash of a teleportation talisman in Kit's hand, he appeared before the two Xiuxian sect cultivators and coolly said, After scheming against me, you still plan to run? That's not appropriate, right? ####Chapter 398. What it means to be savage. Hearing Kit speak like this, several of the Xiuxian sect cultivators took a sharp intake of breath. They looked at Kit with an ugly expression on their faces. They knew very well that there was no way to peacefully resolve this situation. Deciding to come clean and put on a bold front, they said, Carson, you're really asking for death. Stay out of the feud between our Xiuxian sect and the Xiuxian clan, or you might meet your end. Is that so? You're quite cocky. Kit laughed, and just then, Wilbur appeared from nowhere. Next to him were the Dorian and the Jalen. These three had grown quite familiar recently, and none of them were particularly good characters. They liked nothing better than to find trouble when they had nothing to do. Now, hearing Kit argue with the Xiuxian sect and knowing that Nash and the Xiuxian sect were hereditary enemies, they couldn't help but intervene. So, the Dorian said, "Boss, we'll take care of these two. We'll make sure they behave themselves." That's right. Hee. Xiuxian sect? Worthless. Wilbur grinned wickedly as well. You. The two Xiuxian sect disciples were utterly terrified. The notorious reputations of Wilbur and the Dorian even surpassed that of Kit. After all, Kit rarely insulted his opponents. He usually just killed them on the spot unless there was deep-seated animosity. But Wilbur and the Dorian were different. If you fell into their hands, life would be worse than death. Go. Without any hesitation, the two Xiuxian sect disciples made up their minds. Even if it meant death, they refused to fall into the clutches of these thugs. Unfortunately, their strength was too weak. At the level of deity realm, the Dorian alone could subdue both of them. With a roar, the Dorian charged forward, one hoof crushing each Xiuxian sect disciple. The two disciples were instantly trampled until they spewed blood and flew in different directions. Just one move, and they lost all ability to resist. TSK. This Xiuxian sect, not impressive. Supreme power? So weak. Trash like this can enter the Xiuxian sect? TSK. The Xiuxian sect has truly declined. You'd be better off putting a dog in here. At least it would bark a couple of times. The Dorian and company mercilessly mocked the two. Meanwhile, the two Xiuxian sect disciples became enraged. One of them shouted, "You two demons, don't get too arrogant. Wait until our holy son arrives. He'll crush you with one hand. Let us go. Otherwise, the Xiuxian sect will hunt you down until your deaths." The two Xiuxian sect disciples felt extremely humiliated. Their eyes reddened with rage at the Dorian. At this moment, Kit approached one of the Xiuxian sect disciples and said, "Hendrix? Fine. I'll kill him when I see him. Stop bragging. Tisich, our holy son has awakened the Xiuxian bloodline, possesses supreme Xiuxian blood, and you think you can match him? Humph. If you dare challenge him, you'll die on the spot." The two Xiuxian sect disciples were especially furious. Their idol, the Hendrix, being insulted hurt more than death itself. Fanatics indeed. Kit sighed. He glanced at the Dorian and said, "All right, have your fun. Just remember to take them out of Ethereal Peak if you decide to finish them. This place is sacred soil opened by the Ethereal Supreme, and their blood could pollute it." "I understand, boss." The Dorian grinned and looked down at the two Xiuxian sect disciples, saying, "Humans often ride magical beasts. How about this? Be my mounts and I won't kill you. Deal? Get lost. The honor of the Xiuxian sect cannot be defiled. Think it over. You're still young." Scram. "Hey, that's impolite. You deserve some punishment." Crack. The screams of the two Xiuxian sect cultivators reverberated through the sky. The surrounding cultivators turned pale and scattered. None dared provoke the Dorian and Wilbur, the scourges of the world. Kit stood with his hands behind his back. Ignoring the two Xiuxian sect cultivators, he turned and walked toward Nash. Seeing Kit approach, Nash guessed his intentions. Blinking, she smiled and asked, "Are you here because of the Xiuxian sect?" "Yes. I've always believed that the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace is a lost holy artifact of the Xiuxian clan." Kit nodded slightly, then asked curiously, "What exactly is the relationship between the Xiuxian clan and the Xiuxian sect?" "In ancient times, when my ancestor, the Kramer, was still alive, we had many servants. One of them, named Coulter, served my ancestor for a long time. He was powerful, having reached the quasi-supreme level. After being baptized in the blood of the Kramer, he gained supreme bloodline and founded the Xiuxian sect." Nash paused, then continued, "But after Coulter's death, the Xiuxian clan began to decline. During this period of weakness, the Xiuxian sect attacked the Xiuxian clan, stole the sky-turning seal of the Xiuxian, usurped their position, and exterminated the Xiuxian clan. That's the truth." "Really?" Kit drew a deep breath, squinting as he spoke. "This is something you should have told me earlier." "No. If you get involved, you might really die." Nash shook her head. "Ancient records suggest that Coulter, the ancestor of the Xiuxian sect, may still be alive." "What nonsense." Kit's pupils contracted. Now he understood why Nash didn't want him involved. Coulter had once followed the Kramer, already reaching peak quasi-supreme, and possibly matching supreme-level combat prowess. If he was still alive, it would certainly be a catastrophe. However, while shocked, Kit wasn't afraid. He still had the 5 avatars left by the Kramer. As long as Coulter wasn't a true supreme, he would face certain death if he showed himself. The Kramer slew zombie supremes like slicing vegetables. Needless to say, Coulter, who wasn't even a supreme, would be no match. "So, you shouldn't get involved." "I don't want to drag you into this," Nash said worriedly. "There's no question of being dragged in. Whatever happens, I'm going to handle this." Kit replied resolutely. Upon hearing this, Nash was stunned, almost thinking she had misheard. Hashtag chapter 399, the Xiuxian Heaven Inverting Seal. She looked at Kit, asking incredulously, "Your meaning is, you plan to deal with Coulter?" "Exactly." A confident smile played on Kit's face as he said, "Even if Coulter dares to show up in front of me, he must die. However, let's first figure out how to reclaim the Xiuxian Heaven Inverting Seal, this supreme artifact." "Tisich, don't boast too much." Nash was inwardly touched. She knew that Kit didn't need to provoke the Xiuxian sect. In fact, if Kit kept his distance from her, the Xiuxian sect wouldn't have a reason to offend him either. Yet, Kit chose resolutely to stand by her side and even vowed to recover the Xiuxian Heaven Inverting Seal. This was truly putting friendship to the test. Seeing her reaction, Kit smiled faintly and said, "Hee hee, boasting? Wait and see. Or how about we make a bet?" A bet on what? Nash asked curiously. Kit stroked his chin, muttering, now that you mention it, I haven't thought of what to bet yet. How about whoever loses has to unconditionally agree to one request from the winner, no matter what the request is? Tisich, bet, then. Nash pouted and said, but I must remind you, the Xiuxian heaven-inverting seal isn't just any ordinary supreme artifact. It's far more powerful than most. Don't worry, I know my limits. Kit nodded slightly. He had spent a year or two in the Xiuxian Divine Vault, so he was well aware of the impression left by the Kramer. Naturally, he understood that only a few could match the grandeur of the Kramer throughout history, and the supreme artifacts created by the Kramer after endless efforts were undoubtedly unprecedentedly powerful. They weren't easy to deal with. Perhaps only the immortal sword could consistently overpower the Xiuxian heaven-inverting seal. At the same time elsewhere, upon hearing what Kit had done, the Hendrix turned deathly pale. Through gritted teeth, he spat, Carson, excellent. Since you've chosen to oppose our Xiuxian sect, I will ensure you die without a trace. With that, the Holy Sun slammed his hand on the table. Instantly, the entire table shattered explosively. Everyone else around jumped in fright. Your Excellency, we shouldn't engage Carson right now. Yes, that Carson is too strong. Kane, Russell, Chavez, these super powerful beings all died at Carson's hands. Every activation of the Xiuxian heaven-inverting seal requires an enormous price. We should focus on getting rid of Nash and seizing the Xiuxian heaven-inverting seal first. Yes, that's the way to go. Several subordinates nearby, startled, quickly began to dissuade the Holy Sun. Clearly, now wasn't the time to quarrel with Kit. After all, even Russell and Kane, wielding supreme artifacts, couldn't kill Kit. Instead, their supreme artifacts were suppressed. Sending their group over would be a suicide mission. The Holy Sun calmed down, standing with folded arms and a gloomy expression. You notify the Divine Blood Sect to see if they have any secret methods. As long as Carson loses his supreme artifact, our half-saint can easily suppress and kill him. Yes, Your Excellency. A cultivator nodded slightly before leaving and disappearing from the Great Hall instantly. Carson, you won't live much longer. I will definitely kill you. The eyes of the Hendrix turned bloodshot. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Dorian and Cadencel had beaten two members of the Xiuxian sect nearly to death. Just then, a cultivator passed by and stood not far from the Dorian and Cadencel, his nose practically crooked from anger. This person was naturally Aryan. After ransacking the Kramer's ruins and acquiring numerous sacred artifacts along with the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace, Aryan originally believed his path to invincibility was clear. But unexpectedly, Kit struck and took away most of his resources, leaving him only one sacred artifact for self-defense. Recalling this, Aryan felt like his nose would twist off from anger. The Dorian noticed Aryan, feeling somewhat guilty as he barked, Hey, what are you staring at? Haven't you seen someone getting beaten? What are you looking at? That sacred artifact in your hand belongs to me. Aryan was furious, rolling up his sleeves and walking over angrily. Damn it, I had over 10 sacred artifacts. You left me only one. Give me back my Xiuxian Heavenly Palace. You should ask my boss Carson. For that thing, the Dorian felt equally awkward. Aryan and Kit weren't exactly mortal enemies. They could still be considered acquaintances in theory. That was why he hadn't killed Aryan outright but had left him alive. Killing him outright would not be wise. Seeing the Dorian shift all blame onto Kit, Aryan was momentarily speechless. He glared at the ox angrily. Enough talk. The one who hit me with a sneak attack was you. Do you have any proof? The Dorian refused to admit it. Aryan waved his hand slightly, producing a rusty, cracked longsword. The sword was 3 feet long, covered in rust, seemingly an ancient spirit weapon. But its sudden appearance caused the Dorian's expression to change dramatically. This sword was a supreme forbidden weapon, equivalent to a one-time use supreme artifact with terrifying power. One strike from Aryan could eliminate the ox 100 times over. The Dorian's expression immediately softened. He laughed cheerfully. No, think of our relationship. Keeping a sacred artifact isn't safe with you, you know? And the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace belongs to the Kramer's descendants. It's only natural for it to be given to them. How about this? I know a place full of treasures. Next time, we can go together? Aryan rolled his eyes. He was only posturing and wouldn't actually fight. Moreover, the supreme artifact already belonged to Nash and indeed wasn't his to claim. His main intention was to improve relations with Kit. If he could join forces with Kit now, he would certainly gain more benefits in the future. As for sacred artifacts, Kit didn't seem to care much about them. Seeing the multitude of sacred artifacts with the Dorian and Cadencel made that clear. There was even a possibility that in the future, Kit might give some supreme artifacts to his subordinates for protection. In Aryan's view, joining Kit wasn't bad at all. At least Kit genuinely cared for his own people and didn't play double games. Getting tricked to death without knowing how would be unbearable. In the xuanhuan world, such things were all too common. Chapter 400. Still dare to challenge? Faced with Aryan's slight threat, the Dorian naturally wasn't one to back down. He chuckled and slung an arm around Aryan, saying with a broad smile, Aryan, what's the relationship between us? It's just 1 or 2 holy artifacts. So what? Rest assured, in no time at all, I'll return everything to you. Keep dreaming. Aryan rolled his eyes. He said furiously, no matter what, you have to compensate me. Those holy artifacts, do you know how many years it took me to accumulate them? 1 ambush, and they're all gone thanks to you. The Dorian blinked, then suddenly turned his head, looking to the side in surprise. Hey, boss, why are you here? What? Aryan was momentarily taken aback, somewhat dazed. Kit had actually come? This could be a major trouble. If the other party misunderstood, he might attack and take Aryan out directly. However, as soon as Aryan turned his head, he knew it was bad. He had been tricked. There was nothing where the Dorian was standing. Where was Kit? And in that moment Aryan turned his head, The teleportation talisman was already attached to him. Then, with a cheeky tone, the Dorian said, "Haha, brother Aryan, see you later. Until we meet again." Finishing, the Dorian immediately activated the teleportation talisman. What the hell? Aryan flew into a rage, cursing the Dorian. This ox was too despicable and shameless. He had duped him again. But before Aryan could finish his curses, the teleportation talisman activated, sending him far away. The Dorian kicked the two people from Xiuxian's sect on the ground and said, "Subdue them, let's go." I didn't expect that he would be Aryan. Lawrence looked very strange, muttering, "The first time I met this guy, as an ancient power, he seemed quite intimidating, but now he looks like a joke." Cough, cough. He is still a reincarnated ancient power. Let's give him some face. After a couple of light coughs, the Dorian continued, "Okay, let's go. Let's check how our boss is doing." All right. Nodding, the Dorian picked up the two people on the ground and marched towards the center of the ethereal gathering. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kit led Nash towards the ethereal gathering. As they walked, they chatted leisurely, with Kit learning much more about Xiuxian's sect. Throughout history, countless members of the Xiuxian clan had died at the hands of Xiuxian's sect disciples, leading to deep-seated hatred. Simply put, Xiuxian's sect's true strength lay in the Xiuxian overturning seal, but their actual power came from the ancestral treasures forged by its ancestor, Cultivator, the Near-Empyrean artifact, the Yellow and Black Tower. It was said that this Near-Empyrean artifact might rival a genuine Empyrean artifact. It was more than enough for dealing with ordinary cultivators. Only for truly formidable opponents would the Chui family deploy the Empyrean-level Xiuxian overturning seal. Surprisingly, they've only brought a Near-Empyrean artifact. This will make things more interesting. Oh. Nash initially froze, then asked curiously, "Interesting? How so?" "Hee, I'll keep that secret for now." Kit smiled slightly but didn't say more. Though the difference between a Near-Empyrean and an Empyrean artifact seemed small, it was actually a vast gap. Facing the divine blood lamp and the blazing sun wheel, even a divine sword could withstand a few hits. Ultimately, it was suppression. Because these artifacts participated in suppressing Corpse Sovereign, Xylan Sovereign, and Divine Blood Sovereign, making significant contributions to the entire xuanhuan continent. Therefore, unless the Xylan clan and Divine Blood sect were seeking death, Kit generally wouldn't destroy their heritage entirely. At most, he would cleanse the top echelons of the entire Xylan clan and Divine Blood sect. But for the despicable force like Xiuxian's sect, there really was no need to hold back. "Tisich, so mysterious." Nash pouted, showing blatant disdain. Boss. At this moment, Lawrence's voice rang out. Several people rushed over, visibly excited. Seeing this, Kit couldn't help but complain. "Can you pay attention to your image? That thing is useful?" "Yeah." Lawrence and the Dorian paid no heed whatsoever. "Forget it, do as you please." Kit also didn't want to get involved in this. Waving his hand, he strode forward towards the peak of Immortal Mountain. Boom. At the summit of Ethereal Immortal Mountain stood a grand palace. Female disciples of Ethereal Cloud Palace were busily preparing the venue. Many had already taken their seats, discussing cultivation insights or boasting amongst themselves. However, as soon as Kit entered, the scene immediately fell silent. Every cultivator's gaze turned to focus on Kit. If there was anyone who was the most famous in the Xiuxian Divine Treasury, it would undoubtedly be Kit. After all, besides him, no one else dared offend for supreme forces and still live healthily until today. This couldn't be explained by luck anymore, but was due to his power. In that instant, many cultivators' gazes contained added respect. Of course, there were those who were extremely displeased. For instance, the cultivators of the Xylan clan and Divine Blood sect, though most were beaten into submission and dared not speak. Only the Kip sneered coldly, "So you're Carson? I wonder if it's true strength or a false reputation blown out of proportion. And what are you?" Lawrence was immediately displeased. He stepped forward, berating, "Come on, show yourself. Afraid to fight, hiding there jabbering. Right, my boss doesn't even need to lift a finger. I can take on 10 of you alone." Stepping forward, the Dorian exuded an overwhelmingly violent aura. Rumble. At this moment, the great golden-winged Garuda bird also stepped forward, releasing a powerful aura. Instantaneously, many cultivators changed color. Whoa, 3 pure-blooded ancient divine beasts, each with top-tier potential. Were they all subdued by Carson? TSK. Each of these divine beasts is at least near Empyrean level. Their potential is too strong. Xiuxian's sect has problems. Even without considering Carson, 3 divine beasts plus Firelight, who has awakened her true lineage and potential after receiving the Sovereign Evolution Cadequid, are enough to give Xiuxian's sect a hard time. I feel Firelight alone is enough. Chapter 401. Unresolvable Deadly Enmity. Once they reach their peak, they will be virtually at the supreme level. Even Coulter, the patriarch of the Xiuxian sect, would be killed if he were to face them personally. A group of cultivators whispered amongst themselves, wearing malicious grins. These opponents were too formidable. Each one possessed a supreme artifact. This meant that as long as they used these artifacts to shield their cultivation from the heavens and find a secluded place to practice for a period of time, they could grow and develop unhindered. As long as they developed stealthily, once they matured, the Xiuxian sect would be doomed. Especially Nash, there was a deadly feud between him and the Xiuxian sect. Only one of the two factions could survive. An all-out, unresolvable enmity. At this moment, within the Divine Blood sect, an elder cleared his throat gently. He looked at Kit and coldly said, "Youngsters, don't be too arrogant." "Exactly. Kadiki owner, like servant." The semi-saint of the Xylan clan also spoke up, saying, "How crude. A bit of talent and you're already so smug. You won't go far." An elderly figure from the Great Mystery Dynasty, who resembled a skeleton, sneered, "I've seen plenty of geniuses like you, and most end up accomplishing nothing." Faced with the ridicule from these elders, Kit took a step forward and said calmly, "You three old wrecks, leaning on your age to act superior. If you don't want to live, I'll send you off. Your lifespan is almost up anyway." "What? Aaron, are you courting death?" "Hehe, you have no idea about our true realms." The three semi-saints were extremely angry. It had been years since anyone dared threaten them like this. So what if they're just semi-saints? Kit showed no fear in his expression. He looked at the three semi-saints and said coolly, "Just three half-dead semi-saints putting on a show in front of me? If you aren't satisfied, I can send you off right now." "You, Cohen," the semi-saint from the Divine Blood sect, stood up immediately. Looking at Kit angrily, he said, "Carson, you're too arrogant. Courting death. So what?" Kit drew out his rusted sword, stepping forward and fixing his gaze on Cohen. He said coldly, "Do you want to fight me? Dare you?" Boom. As Kit spoke, dots of supreme power emanated from the rusted sword in his hand. Cohen's expression changed abruptly. Clenching his fists, he truly did not dare to attack. He wasn't at his peak state now, merely at the Grand Empyrean level. Facing a supreme artifact, he would only be instantly killed. If he forcefully revived himself to peak condition, then his lifespan would drastically diminish, leaving him less than a day to live. In other words, he had only one chance to fight. Regardless of winning or losing, it would result in his death. "Calm down. Make peace." At this moment, the ethereal holy maiden slowly approached and said, "I know the grudge between you two is deep, but I came here to resolve it." Humph. Cohen flicked his sleeves and sat back down. Kit also sheathed his rusted sword and said to the ethereal holy maiden, "If so, let this old fool linger a bit longer." Having said that, Kit found a seat, sat down, and leisurely drank tea. Boom. At this moment, many large factions started arriving one after another. Shouts of surprise spread through the crowd. The supreme inheritance ceremony brought the head of the xuanhuan sect. The emperor of the Holy Flame dynasty has also arrived. The patriarch of the ancient Yun family, who once hunted Carson, has come too. Heaven. The Yi family is here too. King Tadio Pong, the leader of the Golden Falcon clan, has also arrived, rumored to have reached the quasi-emperor realm. Amidst the constant exclamations of shock from the cultivators, Kit crossed his legs and continued drinking tea by himself. At this moment, a young man in white walked toward Kit. His appearance was handsome, his stature tall, and his smile warm. If placed on Blue Earth, he would undoubtedly have a massive fan base loyal to him. "Sir, you must be Carson, right? Long admired indeed." The young man in white was very polite and smiled warmly. "My name is Bert, from the Nye family. May I sit?" "Bert? Never heard of you." Kit shook his head, looking at Bert with a slight frown. He felt an aura from Bert that he deeply disliked but couldn't quite put his finger on. He opened his heavenly Dao True Eye and saw that Bert's divine sea was shrouded in chaotic fog, making it unreadable, while the rest of his body appeared transparent. There were no signs of any demonic cultivator aura. However, there was still something that made Kit extremely uncomfortable. This was strange. Vaguely, he felt he had sensed this aura somewhere before. "Tion brother, I don't seem to have offended you, right?" Bert's pupils narrowed slightly, not expecting by Armando to be so dismissive. "You haven't offended me, but I believe that when someone offers kindness without reason, they must be up to no good." Kit put down his teacup and stared coldly at Bert. "Speak directly. What do you want?" "Tion brother, don't misunderstand. I really just want to make friends." Bert's pupils constricted, feeling a hint of alarm. Kit guessed correctly. He indeed wanted to scheme against by Armando, but he didn't expect Kit to pick up on it. This divine perception was indeed terrifying. No wonder he was the first person of the Chilan divine treasury. However, even so, if his scheme succeeded, then, heh. With a mocking grin internally, Bert maintained his warm expression externally. With a sincere smile, he said, "Tion brother, you really misunderstood. I came here simply to make friends." Kit kept his heavenly Dao True Eye active. All changes in the world were captured by him. Bert's minute expressions, unnoticed by others, were clear as day to Kit. Indeed, there was something amiss. Kit was amused. He had always schemed against others. Now someone was trying to scheme against him? Perfect. He would let this guy see what it means to suffer a loss. So, Kit smiled faintly and said, "I see. It was my misunderstanding." "That's better." Bert breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled slightly and added, "By the way, did you hear? In the Xuanhuan realm, another important divine treasury is about to appear." Kit blinked, narrowing his eyes, and asked, "What divine treasury?" "Why, the path of supremacy." Bert sat down beside him, poured himself a cup of tea, and grinned. "This path of supremacy is not ordinary. ###Chapter 402. Unprovoked solicitude, either a scoundrel or a thief. Throughout history, countless geniuses have ventured into the path, but very few have survived. However, as long as one survives, the lowest level of achievement is that of a sage spirit. If one can reach the end, 9 out of 10 will achieve the rank of supreme. Kit lifted his teacup and took a sip. Bert's description of the supreme path was something Kit had read about in numerous ancient texts. It was not a naturally occurring secret realm but rather a collection of various explored secret realms and locations by past supremes. Generations of successors eventually transformed it into an invincible path. This road was filled with all sorts of secret realms and dangers. Countless prodigies died on this path, yet those who survived were almost all top-tier geniuses. To embark on the supreme path, one needed to be at the divine sea realm, and to reach the end, one would likely need to attain the sage spirit realm. Thinking of this, Kit said, "If I recall correctly, this path only opens once every 100,000 years. Is it opening again now?" "Yes." Bert nodded slightly. He continued, "However, it has been since the late Middle Ancient era since someone last passed through that path. It has been a very long time without the birth of new Supremes. Ah, the Supreme Path, huh? Kit squinted his eyes slightly. He had to go through the Supreme Path no matter what, but he could not let Bert lead him around by the nose, or he would definitely fall into a trap. Thinking of this, Kit looked at Bert and asked, I'm quite interested in the Supreme Path. What do you plan to do, brother Nya? Why don't we embark on the Supreme Path together? I'd be honored. Bert's eyes sparkled, and he felt extremely pleased inside. This was exactly what he planned. Though Kit was strong, he wasn't invincible. As long as he seized the right moment, it wouldn't be difficult to take him down. If he used a secret technique, he could seize control of Kit's chaotic body. Then, achieving Supreme status would be nearly guaranteed. What he needed to do next was to gain Kit's trust. Thinking of this, Bert cleared his throat and continued. The Supreme Path still needs another year before it opens. There's no rush for now. By the way, Brother Tian, I heard you're looking for the 9 Khedive's revitalizing flower? That's right. You know something about it? Kit raised an eyebrow, smiling. From their brief conversation, Kit had almost figured out what Bert was up to. Firstly, flattery to increase goodwill. Next, the real trap. Thus, Kit wasn't in a hurry. He continued to pretend and subtly observed Bert. He was quite curious about what this guy really wanted. Bert, however, had no idea his ulterior motives had been completely seen through. He smiled at Kit and said, That's great. Brother Tian, I happen to have information on the 9 Khedive's revitalizing flower. Where is it? Kit raised an eyebrow, leisurely sipping his tea, appearing completely at ease. Seeing Kit so relaxed, Bert said, Brother Tian should know that the 9 Khedive's revitalizing flower is a healing holy medicine, incredibly precious. Even sage spirits vie for it at the cost of their lives. This level of divine medicine is only found in the treasuries of supreme-level forces, and it just so happens that the Xiuxian sect has one. They keep it in the hands of their sacred son, just in case they truly die in the Xiuxian God Vault. Well, this completes everything. Kit narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself, It seems the Ernan is bound to face misfortune. Cough, cough. I'm only responsible for passing the message. Anything else has nothing to do with me. Bert lightly coughed twice, a cunning smile on his face. He believed that after this reminder, Kit's trust in him would significantly increase. In no time, the chaotic body would be his. Kit glanced at Bert, clearly understanding what this guy was planning. But Kit didn't care. He stroked his chin, pondering how he could obtain the 9 Khedive's revitalizing flower from the Ernan. Directly overpowering him seemed too unreliable. If the Ernan knew his background, he would likely destroy the flower. Therefore, it had to be through wit. Meanwhile, in the sky, cultivators heading to the ethereal peak were gradually filling up. In the spacious palace, cultivators from all over the world sat densely. Though they had heard of each other, most had never met. After all, xuanhuan world was vast. Even using teleportation arrays, traveling from the eastern region to central prefecture took half a year. As for the distant western region, that would take at least a year. Without events like the Xiuxian God Vault, these cultivators might never meet in their lifetimes. Apart from representatives of superpowers from all over, there were also independent cultivators like Kit on the invitation list. These scattered cultivators came from all over, but those invited by the ethereal sect generally had exceptional skills, either immensely powerful figures or exceptionally talented prodigies. They were the cream of the crop. Especially among the younger generation, many were targets for recruitment by various supreme-level forces. Such powers also needed fresh blood. Otherwise, they would inevitably decline over time. Naturally, Kit was within the scope of recruitment. Many supreme-level forces offered enticing propositions, but Kit turned them all down. One reason was that he preferred freedom and being unrestrained. Another reason was that he had too many enemies in Xuanhuan continent, with fragments of corpses still existing. Joining a faction would bring immense disaster to that faction. No need to put them in danger. At that moment, the sacred son of the Vermilion Bird clan approached Kit, smiling and saying, Brother Tian, it's pretty lively here. Ignoring so many supreme-level factions, are you planning to establish a new one yourself? Don't joke around. Staying alive is hard enough now. Kit chuckled, replying, What? You're trying to recruit me too? Hee hee, yes. The Alejandro nodded slightly and asked, What do you think of my sister? My sister? Kit was taken aback, asking, Who's your sister? The Juliana. The Alejandro raised an eyebrow. Chapter 403, The Supreme Powers Courtship. He said with a smile, Hey, let me tell you this. If you join the Vermilion Bird clan, I will absolutely mobilize all the power within our clan to marry my sister to you. How about that? Cough, cough. Kit couldn't help but cough a few times, feeling that the Alejandro was playing a little too big. To court him, he would even offer his sister. On the side, Nash furrowed her eyebrows slightly and looked at the Alejandro with ill intent, saying, You are actually using your sister to court Kit? Did she agree? You would just do it like this? SK. Then you tell me, in the entire Xiuxian divine burial ground, who is worthy of my sister? The Alejandro wasn't fazed at all. Instead, he put his arm around Kit's shoulder and smiled, saying, So, what do you think? My sister is the top beauty in the eastern domain. You? Kit hesitated for a moment before saying, It sounds like pimping. Cough, cough. The Alejandro was speechless. He finally understood why Wilbur Wong and Peter were so talkative. It turns out they had learned from Kit. Seeing this, Kit smiled and said, I'll pass. Too many enemies. She might become a widow in just a few days after marrying me. How can that be? The Alejandro still wouldn't give up and wanted to continue promoting his sister. But right then, shocking killing intent erupted. A delicate hand gripped the neck of the Alejandro, hurling him away. Boom. The Alejandro landed on a mountain peak, stirring up much dust. And Kit saw the murderous-looking Letitia approaching. Clap, clap. The Vermilion Bird maiden rubbed her hands together, looking at Kit with a sweet smile and said, Brother Tian, my brother was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. That's not true. You misunderstood. Kit looked at the Letitia in surprise. Her speed was fast, and her strength was incomparably terrifying, capable of suppressing the Alejandro before he could react. Her talent far exceeded that of the Alejandro. In the entire Xiuxian Divine Burial Ground, she ranked among the best. Among Kit's followers, only Nash could firmly surpass her. At this moment, Pierce suddenly appeared from nowhere, patted Kit on the shoulder, and said cheerfully, "Not bad, kid. You've grown so quickly. What the hell?" Kit was taken aback. Pierce's movements were like ghosts. He didn't even notice Pierce's approach. How terrifying must this guy's true strength be? Seeing Kit's surprised expression, Pierce spoke, "No need to be nervous. As a supreme force, the Wu family naturally participates in such events as the Ethereal Gathering. Most people in the clan aren't here, so I could only send an avatar to come over." "I see." Kit nodded slightly. "By the way, I heard you saved my son and daughter twice." "Thank you." Pierce looked quite gratified. Honestly, he used to find Kit interesting and helped him casually, but in just 1 or 2 years, Kit grew so much that he could now contend with supreme powers, killing his way through the entire Xiuxian Divine Burial Ground. No one dared to claim first place. This was indeed scary. Just happened to, Kit didn't say much. He poured Pierce a cup of tea and said with a smile, "By the way, why haven't I seen Pierce and Uxaner at this ethereal gathering?" "They've gone back." Pierce was calm, explaining, "They have gained enough in the Xiuxian Divine Burial Ground. They need time to cultivate and refine their skills. Our clan doesn't lack experience, we lack mindset. Otherwise, we wouldn't have cast all the new generation out, letting them toughen their minds by training at the bottom." "I see." Kit suddenly understood. Time passed in a flash. 1 day later, the group of cultivators had chatted enough. The true ethereal gathering began. A group of female cultivators from the ethereal cloud palace served a cup of ethereal tea and placed it in front of the gathered cultivators. Just the tea leaves could be clearly divided into 2 classes. The first class belonged to the supreme powers, sourced directly from the ethereal peak, formed over 1,000,000 years, known as ethereal tea. Such tea needed to be stored using imperial-grade spirit chi to prevent the internal spiritual energy and Tao aura from leaking out. It was brewed with tricolor immortal spring water. 1 cup was almost equivalent to a king-grade medicinal plant. As for the other cultivators, they received regular tea. Although it was also cultivated in the ethereal cloud palace, it was not of the same level or grade as the ethereal tea from the ethereal peak. Plop. Several cups of ethereal tea were set in front of Kit by female cultivators from the ethereal cloud palace. These were all first-class teas. Even before opening the cups, Kit could already see the 3-color divine light swirling inside, and a tea aroma wafted over, making him feel a floating sensation in his spirit. His internal true chi flowed more smoothly. A mysterious and wondrous feeling swept over him. It was incredibly magical. All around, independent cultivators watched Kit enviously. For the ethereal cloud palace to provide Kit with first-class ethereal tea indicated that they considered him to be of the highest tier, on par with supreme forces. This treatment was unprecedented. Besides Kit, none of the present independents or top ancient forces received this honor. Ancient legends say that the ethereal supreme left a legacy on the ethereal peak. Drinking a cup of ethereal tea might allow one to comprehend the supreme secret techniques hidden within. Beside him, Nash smiled and said, "However, throughout history, no one has succeeded. You can try." "Oh, I'll give it a shot." Kit picked up the teacup, preparing to take a sip. At that moment, the voice of a demi-saint from the Divine Blood sect sounded, "Kid, don't think that because you have some talent, you can understand the legacy of the ethereal peak. Impossible. Throughout history, countless people have failed to comprehend the legacy on the ethereal peak. This legacy was casually left behind by the ethereal supreme. No one below the supreme level can decipher it." A group of old forces sneered disdainfully. Seeing Kit preparing to try, they began to mock him. "Funny, these old men really can't let go." Kit sighed, putting down the teacup and smiling at Cohen, saying, "Want to make a bet? I'm ready anytime. What's the bet?" Cohen glared coldly at Kit, exuding confidence and not backing down at all. Kit was straightforward, immediately stating his terms. Chapter 404. Lose, and kneel 100 times. He spoke up, "Supreme artifact, the Godblood lamp. If I fail to comprehend the supreme inheritance on ethereal peak, I will unseal the Godblood lamp. But if you lose, I won't be too hard on you. Just kneel 100 times and get out of the ethereal gathering. How about that?" "You brat." Cohen instantly stood up. He looked at Kit, shaking with anger. This kid really didn't know his limits. The inheritance atop ethereal peak had never been comprehended by anyone over countless years. Kit wanted to understand the ethereal supreme inheritance? Dreaming in daylight. Thinking this, Cohen stood up immediately, exuding overpowering authority. "Fine, I'll take your bet." "That's great. Remember not to cry later." Kit's expression was calm. He gulped down the ethereal tea in his hand in one breath. Boom. The effects of ethereal tea erupted, and in an instant, an unprecedented power exploded within Kit. The power was extremely terrifying. Instantly, Kit could feel the sky change as the entire world transformed. Rumble. Hundreds of ethereal peaks shone with numerous beams of divine light shooting into the sky. These beams converged on the main peak, the ethereal peak, and a shadowy figure slowly formed. The figure was blurry, but clearly that of a woman with a floating mirror identical to the ethereal cloud mirror hovering above her head. Suddenly, the ethereal cloud mirror revived and appeared in the hands of the shadowy figure. Rumble. The ethereal supreme's figure moved abruptly. She waved her hand, and under her palm, time seemed to reverse, space collapsed, carrying an invincible aura. No matter where one was, it was certain they would be struck by this palm. Boom. A supreme aura spread. This palm transformed into a rune and appeared in Kit's sea of consciousness. The late ethereal supreme technique, transforming sky palm. Kit opened his eyes slowly, a look of surprise on his face. This supreme secret technique was incredibly terrifying, possibly only rivaled by the 9 changes of the xiuxian. Even Heavenly Emperor Slash seemed somewhat inferior in comparison. At this moment, the surrounding group of cultivators were utterly stunned. Heaven, did Carson really comprehend the supreme secret technique atop Ethereal Peak? Ancient legends say even Ethereal Cloud Palace itself doesn't have this technique. That's right. After developing this technique, the Ethereal Supreme passed away. Only a Supreme or equivalent can see this technique. Whoosh. This is going to be interesting. The group of cultivators drew cold breaths. Ethereal Supreme's technique must be kept secret. Would the people from Ethereal Cloud Palace let Kit go, or would they eliminate him? At this moment, a figure emerged from the palace's main seat. She was a breathtaking beauty, seemingly the same age as the Kimberly, yet her eyes held a sense of vicissitudes. Note, vicissitudes is used to convey the original Chinese term tongsong, which implies the changes and experiences over time. Clearly, this was the Jeanette. I didn't expect our ancestor to leave behind a supreme secret technique. The Sienna stood up and approached Kit, speaking as she walked. Over thousands of years, this secret technique has almost become legend. Who would have thought it truly exists today? Carson, can you give us a copy of this supreme secret technique? Huh. Kit was startled. He noticed that the Sienna used the phrase, give us a copy, rather than return it. This was intriguing. It indicated that Ethereal Cloud Palace believed this supreme secret technique belonged to Kit, not intended for reclamation. This surprised Kit. He asked, isn't this inherently Ethereal Cloud Palaces? No, it's different. The Sienna shook her head. Our ancestors bestowed treasures upon many forces. They can't all belong to Ethereal Cloud Palace. This supreme secret technique is no exception. Ancestor left it here to wait for the destined one, or leave some enlightenment. Whoever obtains it, it belongs to them. Well then, give me more ethereal tea. This drink tastes good. No problem. The Sienna nodded approvingly. Then, Kit turned and looked at the semi-saint from the Godblood sect, saying casually, all right, pay the bet, 100 bows, not a single one less. One less, and you die here. Bow now. You. Cohen was momentarily dumbfounded. His face turned purple, trembling all over. 100 bows meant eternal disgrace. But if he didn't bow, he would be seen as unable to accept defeat. Both scenarios led to everlasting shame. Cohen was left speechless. The surrounding cultivators laughed. Many disliked Cohen for being overly arrogant upon arrival. Seeing him suffer at Kit's hands felt better than enjoying ice cream on a hot summer day. Soon, the crowd started heckling. Elder Uriel, don't worry, just 100 bows. Just do it. Indeed, character is important. Don't default on debts. Don't worry, we won't mock you. Just stick to the bet. No harm done. Luckily Elder Uriel's bet wasn't eating dung. Cough, cough. Now that you mention it, many cultivators cheered, eager to see Cohen humiliated. Finally Cohen, after a long silence said, boy, I, Cohen, never break my word. So, start bowing. Kit crossed his arms grinning, don't worry, my luck can handle it. Humph, though we agreed on 100 bows, we didn't specify when. Yes, Grand Elder Uriel can bow in 100 years, still counts. Hehe, this is a loophole in the rules, not breaking the agreement. What loophole? This is part of the rule. Godblood sect disciples chimed in, trying to skew the situation. After all, as a top-tier sect, seeing their Grand Elder kneel and bow to a young man was mortifying and a permanent dishonor. Compared to that, dodging the debt might be better. After all, various supreme powers had dodged debts countless times before. Better to be known for deceit than kneel 100 times. Chapter 405. Half-Sage? Same beating. I knew it. You were planning to welsh on the deal. Kit didn't say much. He turned his head and looked at the Jeanette, smiling slightly. Palace Master, may I borrow this venue to teach this old turtle the rules of being a person? Let's prioritize peace and harmony. The Jeanette smiled slightly, saying, this grand event of Ethereal Summit only happens once every million years. Spilling blood here would be inappropriate. You two should calm down. Humph. Cohen felt very smug. He glanced at Kit and said indifferently, brat. In consideration of the Jeanette, I won't stoop to your level. Kit frowned slightly, and with a slight twitch of his finger, the rusty sword appeared in his hand. He stared at Cohen and said coldly, do you think I don't dare to finish you off? You. Cohen's expression changed. Indeed, he had heard that Kit possessed a secret method that could elevate him to the combat strength of a half-sage for a short period. Back when he was in his prime, he wouldn't have been afraid, but now, his vitality wasn't sufficient. If they truly fought, he might indeed be killed. Looking at Kit, Cohen spoke, Carson, do you dare to show no respect to Ethereal Cloud Palace? Respect isn't something I can give. Having said that, Kit turned to look at the Jeanette. His attitude was already very clear. If Ethereal Cloud Palace insisted on siding unfairly, then, he would have to refuse to give Ethereal Cloud Palace any face by slaying Cohen in public. At this point, the Jeanette understood this as well. Offend Cohen of the Divine Blood Sect or Kit? She didn't need to think about it. Definitely Cohen. One is an Lanny who doesn't have many days left, while the other is a rising star, with boundless potential. More importantly, Kit is a man of righteousness and principles. Getting along with Kit now, and cultivating a good relationship would provide access to countless resources later on. Conversely, offending Kit now would make things difficult for Ethereal Cloud Palace in the future if Kit lived. As for Cohen, offending him wasn't a big deal. The Divine Blood Sect wouldn't quarrel over such a small matter. Moreover, this Lanny brought it upon himself. The face of the Divine Blood Sect wouldn't really be damaged. With these thoughts flashing through her mind, the Jeanette made her choice. No. Although harmony is valued, Elder Uriel, please honor your bet. The Palace Master glanced at Cohen and said coolly, a bet is a bet. If you welsh on it, the world will ridicule you. The divine blood sect's reputation will be ruined because of you. You have two choices. Fulfill the bet by prostrating yourself 100 times, or die. I'll help the divine blood sect clean house. Choose one. As she spoke, the palace master lifted her hand, summoning the ethereal cloud mirror into her palm. Boom. An unprecedented force erupted. The ethereal cloud mirror, always in its fully awakened state within the ethereal peak, unleashed power equivalent to a personal strike from the supreme master of ethereal cloud palace. Not just Cohen, even the entire foundation of the divine blood sect would perish under this attack. At this moment, a group of cultivators began enjoying the spectacle. None of them were foolish. Everyone knew that ethereal cloud palace had firmly taken Kit's side. However, the divine blood sect wouldn't object. Losing was losing. Reneging on a bet and getting killed was part of the rules in the xuanhuan realm. The divine blood sect had no reason to complain. Haha, well done. The old geezer really can't play the game. He promised 100 kowtows, but now he wants to welsh. TSK, truly can't take the heat. The crowd of cultivators buzzed with ridicule and mockery. Cohen's face alternated between red and white. Looking at the Jeanette, he said, Palace Master, we are both supreme forces. Why go so far? Give me some face. For this matter. Buzz. The ethereal cloud mirror emitted a bit of supreme divine power. A strand of aura descended, and Cohen instantly fell to his knees, his kneecaps shattered, unable to stand. Boom. An even more formidable force erupted. In an instant, Cohen sensed death's approach. He would die. Really die. If he continued to resist, he would be directly suppressed and killed. Crap. Cohen clenched his fists in anger, his entire body surging with vitality, trying to forcibly return to his peak state. Rumble. Boundless light exploded. An unprecedented force erupted within Cohen's body. Buzz. The surrounding space trembled slightly as the aura of a half-sage seeped out. The Jeanette's pupils constricted. The ethereal cloud mirror in her hand quivered, unleashing an even stronger supreme aura. Rumble. This force was terrifying. Within the palace, faces of all the powerful figures from various factions paled abruptly as they hastily retrieved holy artifacts or supreme artifacts to counter this pressure. Still, many people collapsed onto the ground, unable to even stand. This situation wasn't embarrassing. After all, that was the suppression of a supreme level power. Buzz. Kit also withdrew the starry sky purple golden pagoda to protect himself from being injured by the supreme aura. Crack. Bones in Cohen's body exploded. His entire body instantly disintegrated into a pool of bloody mud. Facing imminent death, Cohen finally became afraid. He realized he wasn't fearless towards death. Since death was inevitable, and his time was limited, he didn't want to die so pointlessly. Imagine losing a bet, reneging, and then being killed. Such an embarrassing incident wouldn't even be recorded properly by the divine blood sect. Perhaps even his name would be erased from history. Realizing this, Cohen roared angrily, Brat! Carson, do you dare wager again? What kind of bet? Kit stood with hands behind his back, the starry sky purple golden pagoda appearing on his shoulder, emitting dots of purple golden light that blocked the pressure from the ethereal cloud mirror. He watched Cohen on the ground with interest and asked, What do you want to bet? In the xuanhuan realm, strength decides everything. Do you dare fight me? A fair duel? Cohen asked coldly, Dare or not? Why not? Kit stood with his hands behind his back, extending a single finger, and said, Someone weak like you. I could crush you with just my pinky. Arrogant. Cohen's eyes instantly turned red. He felt infinite humiliation. If a regular cultivator said this, he wouldn't even spare them a glance. A half-sage and an ordinary cultivator are on completely different levels. The gap is too large, like clouds and mud. They have no commonality. Chapter 406, Supreme Battlefield. It was much like how an ordinary person wouldn't be interested in a stray dog barking on the roadside. At most they'd feel annoyed and give it a kick. But when it came to Kit, he found it impossible to remain so composed and indifferent. Kit was too powerful. He had reached a level comparable to his own. Being at the same rank, saying that one could be killed by a finger would be an endless humiliation. Boom. The Kadev put away the ethereal cloud mirror, smiling as she looked around at the guests. Everyone, there has been a minor incident. Since Elder Uriel wishes to battle Carson, I shall activate the supreme battlefield atop ethereal peak for their duel. What do you all think? Great. No problem. Haha, I've long heard that Carson is very strong. Seeing him today, this match will definitely be worth watching. Hehe. 2 or 3 years ago, he was being hunted down by the divine mystic sect and ran all over creation. Now he can rival a half-saint. His talent is truly unmatched. Tisich, they haven't started fighting yet. Master, don't waste time. Let's start. Opening bets. Legendary young prodigy Carson takes on divine blood sect's half-saint ancestor Cohen. Odds 1:3. Damn, Carson's odds are that high. I bet on Cohen. He is, after all, a true half-saint. Carson used secret techniques to boost himself. His chances of winning aren't high. Humph. Ignorant. Carson is a chaos body, something that hasn't appeared in boundless ages. Do you even know what a chaos body means? That's right. I'm betting on Carson. A group of cultivators were extremely excited, standing up and clamoring for the Kadev to open the supreme battlefield immediately. Many people had already placed their bets. However, most people felt that Kit would win, which somewhat surprised Kit himself. He thought most people would assume he would lose. At that moment, a voice rang out from beside, One holy medicine, betting on Carson to lose. Holy medicine? Hell, placing a bet with holy medicine. This is getting intense. It's Godric of the Xylan clan, supposedly the clan's young leader who got beaten badly. Is this guy still alive? Wasn't he killed by Carson? There might be some revival technique. The successor of a supreme force is hard to kill unless faced with a top-tier supreme artifact. The group of cultivators exchanged glances, all feeling a bit unexpected. Intriguing. Kit saw this, and without even looking at Godric, turned to the Kadev and said, "Elder, please proceed." Very well. The Kadev didn't hesitate. She raised her hand lightly, and instantly, storm clouds gathered in the sky as countless runes emerged. A vast battlefield gradually formed. The battlefield was covered in rust, all grayish-green with traces of bronze corrosion, stained with dark red blood that hadn't faded despite who knew how long. Whoa, it's holy blood. Legends say that battles between sages have taken place on the platform of Ethereal Peak. It seems true. Indeed, holy blood never fades. Despite boundless ages passing and holy artifacts disappearing, this holy blood remains fresh and glowing. Not quite. These holy bloods may look powerful, but they are actually dead. This battlefield probably only opens once in boundless ages. Who knows who the unlucky one will be this time? Obviously, Cohen versus Carson. The winner must be Carson. Cultivators chattered among themselves, their faces showing a mixture of awe and shock. Rumble. At that moment, Cohen rose from the ground. Flesh and bone regenerated rapidly on his body, rejuvenating from Lanny back into a youthful appearance. Rumble. In an instant, Cohen exuded overwhelming power, completely reversing to look about 20 years old without a hint of aging. Whoa, this is a half-saint, such powerful aura. Hehe. Ancient legends say true half-saints can regenerate from a drop of blood, catching stars and capturing moons. Incredibly formidable indeed. Oh no, I bet on Carson. Am I going to lose? Piske. Suspenseful. Carson took down many opponents at the half-saint level using secret techniques, but there's no comparison to a true half-saint. True. In all of xuanhuan world, achieving the half-saint realm occurs once in tens of thousands of years, each one a genius. Cohen was one of the top 5 renowned experts hundreds of thousands of years ago. He likely has hidden cards. Many cultivators' expressions changed dramatically, and several regretted their choices. Reading about half-saints in ancient books and actually sensing a half-saint's presence were two entirely different things. Knowing Cohen was suppressing his aura now, otherwise, the mere aura would kill at least half of the people present without protection from holy artifacts. Such terrifying power. Could Kit really be his match? Phew. After boundless ages, I finally returned to my peak state. Young again, Cohen spoke with confidence, his face cold as he stared at Kit. Boy, returning to my peak. I only have half a life left. This is my last battle, eliminating a powerful foe for the Divine Blood Sect. Death would be without regrets. Do you really think you can beat me? Kit's expression remained calm, though inside he felt immense gravity. This was his first direct confrontation with a half-saint, and Cohen's presence wasn't just blood vitality waning, but like an overwhelming flood, forming a domain just by standing there. This was the sage-exclusive Dao, also called a law, part of the rules governing the universe. For half-saints, raw power was secondary. Their battles were mainly about dueling Dao and laws. Cohen had been a half-saint for tens of thousands of years, and his understanding of laws had reached a terrifying level, every movement carrying the grand trends of the universe. His defenses were impregnable. He was not like Godric or Russell, whose levels were boosted artificially through secret techniques. He was a fundamentally different entity. Fascinating. Kit narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming serious. At this moment, the Kadev glanced at Cohen, nodding slightly. This was the true demeanor of a half-saint, not the previous weakened, barely surviving form. With his recovery to peak condition, Cohen's strength returned fully. Phew. At that moment, Cohen took a deep breath. Chapter 407. Rebirth from a drop of blood. He moved slightly with his feet, and in an instant, his body disappeared and reappeared on the platform. He then turned to look at Kit and said coolly, "Kid, you're not scared, are you?" Scared? That word isn't in my dictionary. Kit also laughed. A transmission rune appeared in his hand. With a thought, his body similarly appeared on the platform. Buzz. A light barrier rose up, sealing Kit and Cohen inside. Both of you. The supreme battleground has been opened. It will determine superiority and even life or death. Only one of you can leave alive. Jeanette stood in midair and slowly said, "The battle begins." Whoosh. Outside, cultivators rose one after another, standing in midair. Each was excited, all knowing that this would be an unprecedented and stunning battle. Boss, will he succeed? Jace looked at Kit on the platform, his eyes filled with some worry. Don't worry. Who is our boss? Peter was very calm. He said, the semi-saint level duels aren't new to him. Nothing will happen. That's right. I know our boss's strength clearly. There will definitely be nothing wrong. Beside him, Jalen was equally calm. Looking at Kit, it said, after so many battles, if boss dares to step onto the field, he must have confidence in winning. Don't forget, he still has. Zaida gave a slight reminder. Right. Jace instantly calmed down, remembering Kit's heart of saint in his hand. With a heart of saint in hand, mere semi-saints were nothing. They could be crushed with just one finger. Boom. On the platform, Cohen wasn't in a hurry to move. Standing with his hands behind his back, he released his aura. Instantly, endless blood chi carrying thunderous saint power pressed towards Kit. Those below the Emperor level would be directly crushed by such an aura. Tisi. Kit curled his lips. He didn't use the heart of saint. It'd be too wasteful. In his hand, a golden willow leaf appeared. Looking at it, Kit sighed. Only 2 left, not many more. Having said that, he focused inwardly for a moment. A pale golden light shot up into the sky. Kit's realm instantly ascended to the Arn level, and then he activated the Chaos transformation. Bang! Under tenfold enhancement, Kit reached the semi-saint level directly. Endless saintly power radiated from his body, nearly stepping into the domain of saints. Huff! Kit breathed out deeply. Boom! This breath of white mist instantly transformed into an endless storm of lightning. Instantly, Cohen's aura became vulnerable as boundless storms pressed toward him. Humph! Cohen flicked his sleeves, and the infinite storm of lightning dissipated. Before he could speak, Kit had silently appeared before him, operating the heavenly Dao fist. Ice blue killing intent condensed on his fist. Bang! Kit's punch landed on Cohen's chest, immediately blasting a bloody hole in it. Cohen was sent flying sideways, crashing into the barrier of the supreme platform. He was severely injured upon entering. Ah, cough, cough. Cohen coughed lightly twice, and the bloody hole in his chest created by Kit healed completely in an instant. Phew! Kit watched the other's recovery speed with astonishment. No wonder these semi-saints could achieve rebirth from a drop of blood. As long as there was a single drop of blood or a wisp of soul, they could return to peak condition. A truly heaven-defying ability. Apart from lifespan, wherein a stroke of heaven's saber was bound to be fatal, others had only one method to kill a semi-saint, to exhaust their power bit by bit, wearing them down. Other than that, there were no other ways. But Kit was different. His strength and speed matched, but his recovery abilities were far inferior. If it came down to whose reserves were thicker, there was no guarantee of victory. He might run out of sacred medicines before exhausting Cohen. After all, according to ancient records, most semi-saint duels often lasted months or even years. Each semi-saint cultivator had explosive recovery abilities. Grinding them down to death was no easy task. Boy, it seems you've already noticed. Cohen coldly observed Kit, saying, the one who gave you the golden willow leaf should be of the saint tier. It can enhance your cultivation to the peak of the Arn realm. Then, using true dragon transformation, burning chaos blood for tenfold enhancement, forcefully boosting you to the semi-saint realm. Isn't that correct? Spot on. Kit's lips curled upward. I originally thought you were nothing but a useless old relic. Now it seems, you still have some discernment. But even so, seeing through this won't change the fact that you're going to be killed by me. Naive. Although my vitality is waning, you can't wear me down, Cohen confidently said, looking at Kit coldly. Your golden willow leaf has a limited existence time, and ultimately, your chaos blood will burn out. Once either reaches its limit, you will meet your end. Relying solely on external force, you cannot possibly kill me. That's not certain. Kit narrowed his eyes, watching Cohen while calculating how to take out the Lanny. Cohen's guess was correct. The golden willow leaf could last at most half an hour, and he had 3 of them, making a total of an hour and a half. However, Cohen could survive at least 12 hours. Time was not on Kit's side. Regarding chaos blood, although the effect of his medicinal king was far weaker than sacred medicines, replenishing his consumption was sufficient. If within 1.5 hours, there was no way to defeat Cohen, Kit would have to use the Heart of Saint. Huff. Clarifying all this, Kit stared at Cohen and declared, then let's see which lasts longer, my restricted artifact or your healing speed. Kid, prepare to die. Cohen raised his hand and launched a divine blood palm at Kit. Heavenly Dao Slash. Kit was equally unyielding. Countless spiritual energies in his hand formed an ice blue heavenly Dao sword. Without a word, he slashed directly towards Cohen. Boom. Instantly, boundless light surged into the sky. Kit's sword tore apart Cohen's attack and cleaved straight down, splitting Cohen into 2 halves. However, Cohen had achieved near immortality. At the moment of being severed, flesh flowed backward. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his peak state. Chapter 408. One sword to split the heavens. Then a palm struck towards Kit. Divine blood palm. Cohen roared with rage. His entire palm turned a blood-red hue, resembling a blood diamond. The deathly aura was overwhelming. The power of this palm strike was terrifying, causing Kit to be startled. In the eyes of Heavenly Dao True Eye, every direction was densely filled with endless black lines. These lines were incredibly abstract, offering almost no way out. Go all out. Plucking Star War End. Kit let out a long howl, his energy reaching its peak. His hand then transformed into a golden color, emitting an almost undying aura as it surged toward Cohen. Suddenly, a mysterious state enveloped him. In front of Kit, the rules of the world transformed into black and white lines. Each line carried a piercing killing intent. These white lines eventually formed a rune, appearing on Kit's hand. Plucking Star War End. Heavenly Dao Fist. A wondrous feeling arose in Kit's heart. His golden plucking Star War End suddenly clasped together, then icy blue fist winds emerged. Boom. Kit's fist struck Cohen's blood-red palm. An immense force exploded. Cohen's blood diamond-like palm instantly made crackling sounds before shattering instantly. The power of Kit's punch did not diminish. It drove forward, smashing into Cohen's head. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. A deep, bone-visible hole appeared on Cohen's head, and his primordial soul instantly shattered. Boom! In Kit's hand, the Heavenly Dao sword technique fell once again. Cohen was cut into pieces. Ah! Divine blood dissolution technique? Cohen's miserable scream echoed as his body exploded in midair and turned to dust. Seeing this, Kit's pupils constricted. He knew that Cohen wasn't dead yet. Sure enough, the dust of Cohen instantly recovered to his peak state beside Kit. He struck back with a punch aimed at Kit. Boom! This punch was immensely powerful, exuding a bloody aura. Kit could even smell the pungent scent of blood from Cohen, along with decaying odors. Intriguing. Seeing this, Kit didn't hesitate. He slightly sidestepped, dodging the attack. Then he punched back, hitting Cohen's abdomen. Bang! The heavy blow erupted, forcing Cohen to spit blood. Bastard! Cohen also became ruthless. He endured Kit's strike and countered by striking Kit's shoulder. Crack! Kit's shoulder bones shattered, unable to withstand the power of a semi-saint. After all, while Kit had formidable strength, it wasn't entirely his own but rather augmented by external forces, equivalent to the level of a typical semi-saint. If not for his supreme-level combat techniques, Kit would have already been defeated. Blood splattered around Kit's body. His bones shattered as he was blasted away. Cohen was also thrown back, but remained strong, his injuries rapidly recovering. That was a semi-saint. True semi-saints had astonishing recovery abilities. Almost immortal. Boom. Kit landed on the stage, but his injuries neither worsened nor improved. He wasn't a true semi-saint. His recovery speed was limited. Humph, kid, is this the extent of your power? Daring to challenge me? Cohen sneered at Kit. Boy, accept your fate. You're no match for me. I can endure countless injuries, but how many can you handle? Is that so? Kit stood up, his expression unchanged. He said, do you think having faster recovery makes you invincible? If I can instantly kill you, you won't get a chance to recover. No matter how strong your recovery ability is, what use does it serve then? What? Upon hearing this, Cohen paused, then laughed sarcastically. Kill me instantly? Huh. 800,000 years ago, I was unbeaten across the land. Who in the realm of semi-saints can defeat me? Boy, you are truly ignorant. Outside, the onlookers took sharp breaths in surprise. Hiss. So this is the recovery ability of a semi-saint? Too strong. Carson is clearly stronger. He has blown Cohen up multiple times, yet he always recovers. There's no choice. Cohen is nearly immortal. Grinding him down takes too much time. Look, Carson's injuries heal slowly. He isn't a true semi-saint, so his recovery is limited. If this continues, Carson might be worn down to death. Just too low in realm. If they were of the same realm? Nonsense. In the same realm, the battle would have ended long ago. Throughout history, no one can fight Carson equally. The spectators were speechless. Kit had several advantages in the fight. He had blown Cohen up multiple times, but he couldn't kill the opponent, nor could his attacks keep pace with Cohen's recovery. To any opponent, this was a devastating scenario. Facing Cohen's ridicule, Kit took a deep breath and said, looks like it's time to get serious. Then, a plain-looking ordinary spirit sword appeared in Kit's hand. He swiped his hand over the spirit sword, and instantly, a beam of light shot skyward, emitting an icy blue divine light with a tinge of death. Not good. Cohen's gaze became solemn. He had a premonition that if Kit's sword struck, he would die, and die terribly. Boom. Kit's heavenly Dao true eye reached its limit. Everything around seemed frozen. Even the boundaries of time and space started blurring. It seemed like a streak of light pierced through chaos. On the tip of Kit's sword, a heavenly Dao sword intent flashed, carrying the aura of creation. Heavenly Dao sword technique, first form, creation. An unprecedented feeling surged. Kit realized that his previous understanding of heavenly Dao sword technique was just surface level. The true essence was contained in this single stroke. This sword cut spanned past and present, bridging endless rivers, symbolizing the power of creation. And he only harnessed an insignificant fraction of that power. But that fraction was enough to easily slice through Cohen's head. Chapter 409. A shocking sword stroke, instantly killing a semi-sage. Swish. A barely audible sound echoed, as if slicing through tofu. This sword stroke had no flamboyant or superfluous movements. One swift stroke, and Cohen's body froze mid-motion. Splatter. His body disintegrated like sand. Earlier, Kit's sword cut off all his life force and destroyed the very origin of his power. It was as if a heavenly blade had fallen from above, impossible to evade. This sword, terrifying. In a daze, it felt like I saw heaven cleaving down. Cohen took a deep breath and said coldly, if you could grow stronger, you might break the limit of supremacy, defying the heavens to become a true immortal. But, you won't have that chance. The threat you pose to the divine blood sect is too great. Kit's pupils constricted. He sensed something ominous. Boom. At that moment, a blinding divine light flashed around Cohen. In the next instant, an unprecedented force surged. In an instant, in Cohen's sea of consciousness, his primordial soul wasn't repairing but instantly dissolving into a skeletal symbol. It then flew directly toward Kit. What? Kit froze. He realized something was amiss. He immediately countered with another sword stroke, attempting to obliterate the skull symbol. However, it merely split into two before striking him. Boom. Endless curses erupted, instantly infecting Kit's entire body, causing his flesh to rot wherever it spread. Clearly, Cohen knew he was doomed and had prepared a death curse. Whether he won or lost, he would take Kit down with him. Intriguing. Kit drew a deep breath. He let out a long roar, as chaos blood energy burst forth from his body, surging with endless vitality to counteract the curse's power. Not long ago, he had been cursed once by a necropolis. Having some experience with curses, he knew dealing with such power required brute strength. Whoever had more endurance would survive. Boom. Chaos mist enveloped everything as boundless power surged from Kit's body. Meanwhile, the Chaos Sutra activated, forcibly suppressing the curse, bringing it to a standstill. Outside, the crowd of cultivators was stunned. Heavens! Carson has been hit by the curse. Oh no, that's a semi-sage level curse. Even regular holy spirits might not withstand it. Hiss. This is bad. The cultivators involuntarily gasped. Many faces paled. Despite Kit's strength, his realm was still too low. Facing a semi-sage's fatal strike fueled by all their life force, he simply couldn't withstand it. Surviving it all was a miracle. But now, chaotic energy within Kit began to show its advantages. All things in the world ultimately derived from chaotic power, naturally capable of nullifying any force. Even the curse Cohen created with his life was no exception. Boom. Boundless chaos blood energy enveloped him. Dense death symbols on Kit's body began to dissipate. Witnessing this, the cultivators couldn't help but exclaim, Heavens! The curse's power is dissipating. Not dying? Unreal. Too crazy. One sword to kill a semi-sage and withstand a semi-sage's death curse. Too powerful. Heaven-defying. So strong. Worthy of being the one who refreshed the xiuxian divine treasury. Not just the cultivators, even the palace master of ethereal cloud palace, emperors of major dynasties, and countless ancient families or forces passed down from ancient or even primordial times were dumbfounded. What kind of powerhouse was this? Far too formidable. That was a death curse formed from the semi-sage's primordial soul and flesh, one of the most tenacious forces under heaven. Kit managed to withstand it, even converting the death curse, showing incredible power. Immediately, many emperors of various forces decided to list Kit as the most unprovocable existence in the world. Even with their 800,000-year-old ancestor, Divine Blood Sect couldn't defeat Kit. Another person would surely die. No matter how outstanding they were, none could match Kit. For a moment, many cultivators were speechless. Boom. The deeply embedded curse within Kit's flesh was extracted and dissolved into nothingness. Soon, his internal organs, tendons, bones, and blood vessels became as transparent as glass, free from any trace of the curse. Phew. Kit exhaled deeply. With a thought, violent life-blood energy swept away the remaining curse power, turning it into nothingness. I refuse to accept this. The last black symbol transformed into Cohen's face. He angrily roared and howled, but it was futile. Looking at Cohen's face, Kit calmly said, "Your refusal is pointless. This world is cruel. Survival of the fittest." Finishing, Kit flicked his finger, sending a streak of sword energy to obliterate Cohen's last remnant. Boom. 9-colored divine light soared into the sky. On the arena, the pale golden light barrier disappeared, signifying Kit's ultimate victory. Heavens, he really won. Incredible. Haha, I win. As I said, Carson will win. Unbelievable. Not even an old-timey semi-sage can beat Carson. Is there anyone in this world who can? Perhaps an ancient clan or kingdom might have a living holy spirit. That's hard to say. The cultivators rejoiced, but some, like Godric and Atli, looked ashen-faced. Both had placed bets on holy herbs and lost everything. Meanwhile, the Divine Blood Sect members turned green with envy. Angering a foe like Kit meant utter doom for them. As long as Kit lived, the demise of Divine Blood Sect was inevitable. Thinking about this, many inner and outer sect disciples eyed each other warily, contemplating how to leave the sect. Failure to distance themselves soon could mean certain death. Bang! Kit stepped off the arena, returning to the Grand Hall. His gaze fell on an elder from the Xiuxian clan, saying coolly, "You, want to fight me?" Chapter 410. The grand event begins. Boy, what do you mean by that? Don't think it's something to be proud of just because you defeated Cohen. No matter how strong a genius is, being overly arrogant can lead to downfall. Humph, you actually dare to challenge us. Do you not want to live anymore? The people from the Xiuxian dynasty and the Xiuxian clan immediately turned pale, some of them extremely angry. However, no matter what they said, they didn't dare bring up the arena battle again. After all, if they really started a fight with Kit, their 2 half-saints might very well die in the arena. If only 2 half-saints were dead, it would be fine. After all, these 2 half-saints didn't have many days left to live. But losing face would be utterly humiliating. Both half-saints felt guilty and didn't dare engage easily. The Camilla was also speechless. She had come to mediate, not to let Kit and a few forces of the Xiuxian clan fight to the death. If Kit eliminated everyone from the 3 major forces, what would there be for her to mediate? At this moment, Kit stood with his hands behind his back, saying indifferently, "Xiuxian dynasty, Xiuxian clan. Only 2 half-saints are left. Come at me together. It's easy for me to deal with. No need for any other talk. Let's see who's stronger in real combat." Cough, cough, cough. The surrounding cultivators changed expressions, equally speechless. Has Kit become addicted to fighting? He actually still wants to? And he even intends to take on 2 half-saints alone. Too outrageous. The crucial point was that those from the Xiuxian clan and Xiuxian dynasty felt guilty because their 2 half-saints weren't confident about defeating Kit. As a half-saint, Cohen was from the same era as them. All knew that Cohen was almost close to becoming a saint. If not for his fear of death, a fierce battle 1,000 years ago might have made him a holy saint by now. Even so, he was easily killed by Kit with 1 sword strike. Saying he could take on both of them at once wasn't boasting. It was the truth. Throughout history, the rules of the xuanhuan realm never changed. The strong rule, the weak are prey. As long as one's strength was powerful enough, rules were all empty, not important at all. Although Kit was arrogantly unconcerned about others, his strength was his greatest backing. Compared to some youthful geniuses who fought instantly upon disagreement and were known for their audacity, Kit could be considered elegant and refined. At this moment, the Camilla stepped out to mediate. She spoke, "Everyone, today is the Piao Miao Grand Gathering. There shouldn't be any deaths. Let's call it off and maintain harmony." That does make sense. Kit didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and the rusty sword in his hand vanished. Then, he was preparing to find a seat when the Camilla spoke. "Follow me. Your status doesn't match sitting here." "Huh, is there even a reserved seat?" Kit asked, quite surprised. Naturally, after all, you're undefeated across the xiuxian divine treasure and the top genius of your generation. The Camilla smiled slightly. She extended her hand, pointing to a place and said, "Come with me, it's right there." Soon, Kit arrived at the inner main hall. At the topmost part, there was an ordinary stone stool. Around it, there were 4 rows of tables. On each table floated a fragrant tea scent. Various cultivators either discussed their experiences or bragged about their prowess, while embellishing their tales outrageously. God, that's Carson? Why is he sitting here? Just wait, are those stone stools really reserved? Hiss, could it be that Piao Miao Cloud Palace plans to draw in Kit? A group of cultivators were stunned. The entire main hall fell silent instantly. Everyone turned their heads, staring fixedly at Kit. Kit remained calm. He opened the Dao eye, looking curiously at a few stools. Rumble. Instantly, the winds and clouds changed dramatically. In front of him, the empty stone stool seemed to reveal a certain imprint. Phantom figures sat on the stools, each incredibly powerful. So much so that after countless ages, the aura lingered, leaving imprints. These are... Kit looked at the stools in front of him, slightly stunned, unsure of the palace master's intention. Each stool carried an emperor-like aura, symbolizing the positions of past emperors. Perhaps they were friends of Emperor Piao or disciples. But whichever it was, if Kit forcibly sat on them, the aura on the stools would attack him. That would truly be dangerous. Kit wouldn't idle around challenging such things. Seeing this, the Camila explained, rest assured, among these stone stools, there is an empty position. While speaking, she pointed to a stool. Kit glanced over. Sure enough, there was no imprint, and it shone brand new. The palace master continued. This spot was left by Emperor Piao personal disciple, the second-generation ancestor of Piao Cloud Palace. They said whoever could grasp Emperor Piao's inheritance could claim this spot. Such a thing exists? Kit was speechless, feeling rather strange. However, he wasn't someone who dwelled on details, so he simply bowed and said, if that's the case, then I shall offend. No problem. The Camila nodded gracefully. She came to her own seat, sat down elegantly, and then said, everyone, today at the Piao Grand Gathering, we don't have overly significant matters, just some trivial tasks to address. Trivial matters? Solve insignificant affairs at the Piao Grand Gathering? Isn't it too wasteful? SK, that's being modest. Do you really think so many supreme forces are here just for chit-chat? Yeah, we don't know what matters they are discussing. It's rumored that Piao Cloud Palace is mediating between Kit, Blood God Sect, and the Xiuxian clan. Is that true? Definitely true. By the way, the Path of Emperors is also opening soon. A group of geniuses will be sent first. And it seems there are changes in Central Plains with a super-secret realm about to emerge. I've heard that a true dragon emperor is buried within that secret realm. Yes, and apparently, there are demonic stars coming from the outer regions to the western regions, very perilous. TSK. Truly a turbulent time. The main hall quickly became noisy. Translation note, Chapter 410. The grand event begins. Boy, what do you mean? Don't think that defeating Cohen is something to be proud of. No matter how powerful a genius is, excessive arrogance can lead to their downfall. Humph, you dare to challenge us? Do you want to die? The people from Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty and the Xiuxian clan immediately turned pale with some anger. However, no matter what they said, none dared to mention the arena battle again. After all, if they really battled Kit, their two half-saints might very well die in the arena. If only two half-saints died, it would be fine. After all, these two half-saints wouldn't live long anyway. But losing face like this would be unbearable. Both half-saints felt guilty and did not dare to easily engage in combat. The Jeanette was also speechless. She came to mediate, not to let Kit fight against several forces of the Xiuxian clan. If Kit eliminated everyone from the three major forces, then why would she bother mediating at all? At this moment, Kit stood with his hands behind his back, saying coolly, Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty, Xiuxian clan, there are still two half-saints left. Both of you come together. I'll take care of it. No need to talk about other things. We'll see the results in combat. Cough, cough, cough. The surrounding cultivators' expressions changed abruptly. They were speechless. Is Kit addicted to fighting? He's even ready to fight two half-saints alone. Too outrageous. More importantly, the ones feeling uneasy were from the Xiuxian clan and Xiuxian Imperial Dynasty, because the two half-saints had no confidence in dealing with Kit. As a half-saint, Cohen belonged to the same era as them. All knew that Cohen was almost on the verge of becoming a saint. If not too afraid of death, he could have challenged for sainthood 10,000 years ago. Perhaps he would already be a saint spirit now. Even so, he was easily slain by Kit with one sword stroke. To challenge them both, fighting 2-on-1. This wasn't boasting. It was reality. Throughout history, the rule of the mystic realm has never changed. Might makes right. The strong devour the weak. As long as one's strength is sufficient, rules don't matter at all. Kit might be arrogant and unrivaled, but strength is his greatest backing. Compared to some young geniuses who challenge opponents head-on without hesitation, showing their prowess, Kit could be considered refined and elegant. At this time, the Jeanette stepped forward to mediate. She said, everyone, today is the ethereal feast. Killing should be avoided. Let's stop it here. Peace is precious. You're right. Kit didn't say much. He waved his hand, and the rusted sword in his hand vanished. Then, he was about to find a seat when the Jeanette spoke up. Follow me. Based on your status, sitting here isn't appropriate. There's a designated seat? Kit asked in surprise. Of course. After all, you swept through the Kylan divine treasure unchallenged, being the top of the young generation. The Jeanette smiled faintly, extending her hand to point, saying, right there. Follow me. Soon, Kit arrived at the deepest part of the main hall. At the highest point, there was an ordinary stone bench surrounded by 4 rows of tables. Each table was wafting with tea fragrance. Cultivators either engaged in lively discussions, sharing their experiences wandering the world or boasting about themselves in exaggerated terms. Various incredible tales spread widely. Quite a few stories seemed as fantastical as those in the classic of mountains and seas. Their boastful claims almost reached the heavens. Heavens? That's Carson? What's he doing here? Wait, those stone benches, can it be? Hiss. Could Ethereal Cloud Palace be planning to recruit Carson? The group of cultivators were stunned. The entire main hall instantly fell silent. All heads turned to stare intently at Kit. Kit remained calm, opening his Heaven Dao true eye to glance curiously at the benches. Boom. In an instant, the scene changed dramatically. In front of him, The empty stone bench seemed imprinted with some sort of mark. Ghostly figures sat on the benches, each incredibly powerful. Thus, after endless ages, the aura remained, leaving behind traces. These are... Kit stared at the benches, slightly dazed, unsure what the genet meant. These benches carried the aura of Supremes, indicating positions once held by Supremes. Maybe friends of Ethereal Supreme, or disciples. No matter which, forcefully sitting on them would result in being attacked by the aura imprinted on the stone benches. That would be genuinely dangerous. Kit wouldn't idle away time challenging such things. Seeing this, the genet explained, "Don't worry, there is one vacant position among these stone benches." While speaking, she pointed to one particular bench. Kit glanced over. Indeed, it lacked any imprint, looking brand new. The genet continued, "This position belongs to the direct disciple of Ethereal Supreme, and founder of the second generation of Ethereal Cloud Palace. Whoever can comprehend Ethereal Supreme's legacy gets this position." Such a thing exists? Kit was speechless, feeling rather odd. But he was not one to delay, so he merely bowed and said, "Since that's the case, I shall proceed. My apologies." "No problem." The genet nodded gracefully. She took her seat and said elegantly, "Everyone, today's ethereal feast has no overly significant matters, just some trivialities to address." Trivialities? Solving insignificant affairs at the ethereal feast? Isn't that a waste? It's a modest way of putting it. Do you really think so many supreme forces gathered here just to chat? Yes. We don't know what exactly. It's rumored Ethereal Cloud Palace will mediate between Kit, the Bloodline sect, and the Xiuxian clan. Is it true? Definitely true. Also, the path of supremacy is about to open. The first batch of geniuses will be sent over. Central region seems to have undergone changes, with a super-secret realm about to emerge. I've heard too. Allegedly, the secret realm contains a true dragon supreme. Right? I heard a demonic star from beyond the domain is extremely perilous to the western region. TSK. Truly an eventful autumn. The main hall quickly became noisy. 2. Names like Kit, Cohen, etc. are preserved in pinyin form. 3. Maintained paragraph structure, tone, style, and logical coherence. Chapter 411. The position left by the Supreme. Many cultivators were muttering to themselves, wondering what the Corley was about to announce. Kit sat on a stone stool, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He mused that coming to this ethereal gathering had indeed been the right decision. From the conversations he overheard, this world was vast and filled with endless treasures. Once he gathered enough solar sacred vines, mystical young holy marrow, and 9 Khedive soul flowers, he could leave the eastern domain. For one thing, there were too many acquaintances here who might seek to harm him. Secondly, Kit decided it was best to be far from his base to avoid endangering his friends. While he didn't care much for himself, if anyone dared to threaten his clan, trouble would ensue as his growing fame attracted unwanted attention. Finding the Yi Kingdom wouldn't be difficult, and then it wouldn't take much to wipe out the entire nation. No supreme artifact required. A semi-sage wielding a sacred artifact could destroy a 10,000-mile area with a single strike, leaving no survivors. At this moment, the Corley sat atop the main hall, seeing the group's discussions intensify, and she slowly began her announcement. "Gentlemen and ladies, I believe you have all figured out by now. The first matter concerns Carson and the conflicts with various major forces. As the saying goes, enemies should become friends rather than hold grudges. At this point, let's settle old scores here and now. Those forces that once hunted Carson will offer compensation to resolve past grievances. This includes the Divine Blood Sect and the Xiuxian clan. Carson has clearly stated that if each offers a sacred medicine, the past can be forgiven and forgotten. Any future incidents are another matter." Her words brought an eerie silence to the main hall. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Throughout history, only other forces apologized to Supremes to resolve disputes. Now, Kit accepted compensation from these super forces using sacred medicines, a true miracle. Sitting cross-legged on the stool, Kit looked at the Divine Blood Sect and the Xiuxian clan without speaking. However, when his gaze fell upon the Xiuxian Gate, he opened his mouth. "The reconciliation does not include the Xiuxian Gate. I am determined to destroy them." His words drew another gasp from the crowd. Heavens, did I hear correctly? Carson vowed to destroy a supreme force? When did the Xiuxian Gate become such an enemy of Carson? Besides a supreme, who dares to declare the destruction of a supreme force? It's impossible. Even a supreme couldn't completely eliminate them. These supreme forces have branches in other worlds. As long as one survives, they could rise again. The Yi clan is similar. Their main lineage disappeared in the ancient era, but many branches survived. The cultivators were stunned. They hadn't expected Kit to be so bold, vowing to destroy the Xiuxian Gate's lineage. Meanwhile, members of the Xiuxian Gate were furious. An elderly man glared fiercely at Kit and growled coldly, "You boy! Do you think your invincibility inside the supreme deity treasure will last outside its confines? You're too naive. If you dare step out, we will crush you. Do you really think everyone can bluff? Let's see who destroys whom. People like you, ungrateful and treacherous, deserve to be obliterated." Kit smirked, showing 6 white teeth. "You brat, what do you mean?" The Xiuxian Gate followers were first taken aback, then enraged, shouting, "Unable to compete? You start slandering us?" "Exactly. Who do you think you are? Xiuxian Gate was founded by the Draper himself. Don't spout nonsense, Carson. No one will believe your lies." Cultivators criticized Kit, but he remained unperturbed, stating calmly, "Long ago, Draper had a servant named Coulter, considered the ancestor of Xiuxian Gate. Coulter was obedient while Draper lived, even during the peak of the Xiuxian clan's power. But when the Xiuxian clan declined, Coulter swiftly betrayed, seizing the heaven-turning seal, declaring himself the true heir. This betrayal disrespects Draper's nurturing and represents sheer treachery. Calling you despicable doesn't do justice. It insults the term. I, Carson, benefited greatly from Draper. I cannot ignore the fate of the Xiuxian clan. Therefore, I vow to destroy Xiuxian Gate. Nobody can change my mind. Kit's words carried weight, his aura sharp as heavenly blades. Several Xiuxian Gate cultivators turned away, unable to meet his gaze. His words, true, left them speechless. Kit took a deep breath, staring coldly at the Xiuxian Gate members. You people deserve death. Hehehe, Carson, what are you babbling? Prove that we aren't Draper's descendants. Indeed, the heaven-turning seal is our holy artifact, making us the true lineage of Draper. Carson, unable to defeat us, you smear our name. Ridiculous. The Xiuxian Gate cultivators felt guilty, yet some, with thick skin, denied their past actions. They feigned indignation as if Kit were the liar. Chapter 412, the Xiuxian sect? I will obliterate it. But Kit was too lazy to argue with a group of people. He stood up directly and said coldly, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. It won't take long for me to force your admission. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar all around, mainly because Kit's words were extremely powerful, and they were quite arrogant. He actually wanted to make a supreme-level force concede, which was unimaginable. No, to be precise, it meant obliteration of a supreme-level force. This was unrealistic. Throughout history, only Supremes had such power. At this moment, the Jeanette spoke up, everyone, please keep quiet. Regarding the grievances between Carson and the Xiuxian sect, my ethereal cloud palace will not get involved. However, the disputes between the rest and Carson can still be mediated. Humph. Upon hearing this, the cultivators of the Xiuxian sect couldn't easily react either. Each of them swung their sleeves and returned to their seats. The Jeanette ignored the Xiuxian sect people. In fact, she herself looked down on the trash of the Xiuxian sect. In the xuanhuan world, although it was survival of the fittest among cultivators, some relationships remained strong. One was the relationship between master and disciple. The second was that between master and servant. Coulter's actions were akin to betraying his master, the most despised behavior. Therefore, forces like the ethereal cloud palace had utter disdain for Coulter, didn't consider him at all seriously. Of course, over endless years, the Xiuxian sect had slowly whitewashed itself through time. If not for someone bringing up this incident, everyone would almost forget about the Xiuxian sect's betrayal of the Xiuxian clan. The atmosphere became somewhat somber for a moment. However, Divine Blood sect was the first to capitulate. They had suffered too many losses at Kit's hands. Trying to eliminate Kit would require resurrecting an ancestral-level powerhouse, or a Holy Spirit level personally intervening, to possibly defeat Kit. If it really came to that, it would be better to hand over the sacred medicine. At least there was a way to trace the sacred medicine, whereas producing a Holy Spirit level powerhouse as a foundation was incredibly difficult. Perhaps one in millions of years. In the xuanhuan world, power was paramount. Without strength, no amount of sacred medicine would do any good. Understanding this, a cultivator from Divine Blood sect said, we agree to the exchange. We will use the solar holy vine to retrieve our Divine Blood sect's supreme artifact, the Divine Blood Lamp, and we will erase all grievances with Carson. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding cultivators took a sharp breath. Damn, Divine Blood sect actually caved? Incredible. That's Divine Blood sect, and they just caved? Heh, clearly, Carson has completely subdued Divine Blood sect. Continuing to oppose him would only create unerasable enmity without any use. If they could resolve the grudge, killing Carson, what benefit would that have for Divine Blood sect? Definitely none. But losing a large number of top-tier experts is a certainty. TSK. Divine Blood sect isn't stupid. Quite cunning indeed. A group of cultivators sighed deeply. They thought Divine Blood sect had such hard principles that it wouldn't capitulate so easily. But now it seemed they overestimated Divine Blood sect's integrity. They were the first to kneel. Of course, this was inseparable from Kit's formidable strength. After all, he mercilessly chopped down a half-holy right before everyone's eyes. This combat prowess alone was already astonishing enough. Phew, didn't expect Divine Blood sect to be the first one to step forward. The Jeanette breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head, looking at Kit, and asked, what do you think? I don't care. If you want to reconcile, then reconcile. Kit lazily yawned, completely disregarding Divine Blood sect. For him, whether it was a supreme-level force or any other force, he was fearless. These people before him were merely stepping stones on his path to growth. And so-called supreme forces weren't anything significant. Whoosh! In Kit's hand, the star purple gold pagoda appeared, and he said indifferently, warrant over the solar holy vine, and I'll release the Divine Blood Lamp. Boom! Seeing this, a senior cultivator of Divine Blood sect waved his hand. A jade box appeared in his hand. Within the jade box was 9-colored divine soil, where the sacred medicine, holy vine, was growing. The entire solar holy vine was 3 feet long, radiating a soft golden light. Each ray of golden light shone brilliantly. Upon seeing this, Kit didn't say much. He waved his hand. The solar holy vine appeared in his hand, and after a mental sweep, confirming there were no issues, Kit said, not bad, it's truly the solar holy vine. Carson, quickly return the Divine Blood Lamp. Right, you got the solar holy vine, so don't go back on your word. Quickly release our sect's supreme artifact. A group of Divine Blood sect cultivators immediately grew anxious, fearing Kit would renege. After all, none of them together could match Kit's single finger. With such a huge gap, if Kit insisted on reneging, they had no methods to deal with it. However, at this moment, Kit curled his lip and said, you guys are using small-minded thoughts to gauge gentlemen? While speaking, the star purple gold pagoda appeared in Kit's hand. Boom! In an instant, within the star purple gold pagoda, the seal above the suppressed Divine Blood Lamp shattered. It was directly thrown out of the pagoda. Rumble! An endless light emerged on the surface of the Divine Blood Lamp. It It was full of killing intent, ready to retaliate, but upon seeing Kit and Zaida together with 4 supreme artifacts, it immediately abandoned the idea. Its internal artifact spirit wasn't foolish, knowing a 1 versus 4 battle offered no chance of victory. Moreover, within Kit's body, there was a strange power. This power might very well be the 5th supreme artifact. Counting that way, it would be 5 against 1, with a shockingly large power gap. Boom. Almost instantly, Ethereal Cloud Mirror revived. It directly stirred up the power of the entire ethereal peak, forming an infinite vortex, rapidly strengthening itself. All of this happened in a split second. When everyone finally reacted, they discovered that the supreme artifact, Divine Blood Lamp, had already dimmed. It was now much more low-key, covered in thick copper rust, its wick dimming as if it could extinguish at any moment. Let's go. The Divine Blood Sect cultivators retrieved the Divine Blood Lamp and turned to leave. Their steps were relaxed, their hearts filled with immense excitement, even wanting to laugh out loud. Chapter 413, Supreme Artifact Confrontation. Although they lost a sacred medicine, being able to reclaim the Supreme Divine Blood Lamp was already a stroke of luck. Moreover, from the changes in the Divine Blood Lamp just now, it was obvious that Kit possessed something that even the Divine Blood Lamp feared. They could not provoke him again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A group of people from the Divine Blood Sect couldn't afford to continue participating in the Ethereal Grand Assembly. Instead, they left midway, afraid of any mishap with the Divine Blood Lamp. At this moment, those without supreme artifacts were all wide-eyed and stupefied. After a long while, someone finally sighed. Holy crap, did Carson really suppress 2 supreme artifacts? Is this real? Not a supreme but can suppress 2 supreme artifacts. Who is this kid? Amazing. I always thought it was a rumor. Didn't expect Carson to really suppress 2 supreme artifacts. Absolutely cannot make enemies with this kid. He's too terrifying. Many forces now had pale faces, viewing Kit as an untouchable. Kit was too strong. Strong enough that these forces dared not provoke him at all. An absolutely formidable opponent. At this moment, Kit sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes falling on the Xylan clan members, saying lightly, "Does the Xylan clan want to retrieve the blazing sun wheel? If not, I'll just throw it away. It takes up space here and I can't use it." You, Carson. Damn it. The Divine Blood Lamp is our greatest treasure, and you treat it like trash? If you dare to cast it into the time-space rift, my Xylan clan will hunt you down to death. The Xylan clan members became frantic. However, at this moment, the Sylvana said, "Everyone, I called you here for peace, not for battle." Upon hearing this, the Ethereal Cloud Palace members calmed down. They looked at Kit, gritting their teeth and said, "All right, we agree to exchange it for the profound young holy jade spine." That's right. The Sylvana nodded slightly. Boom. The Xylan clan member took out a peculiar crystal, fist-sized. Inside it was sealed a stone about the size of an egg, translucent and radiant like the sun, emitting near-immortal energy. That's the profound young jade spine. At this moment, the Sylvana waved her hand, grabbed the profound young holy jade spine, checked it, handed it over to Kit, and said, "No issues, release the blazing sun wheel." Hearing this, Kit did not hesitate. With a thought, instantly, the blazing sun wheel emerged from the star-purple gold pagoda. Boom. The moment the blazing sun wheel appeared, it immediately revived, releasing its vast supreme power. Boom. Blinding divine light erupted, transforming the blazing sun wheel into a foot-long Xylan. The instant it appeared, anyone in the hall not protected by a supreme artifact was overwhelmed by the supreme power. One after another, they all collapsed to the ground. Incredible. The blazing sun wheel has fully revived. It transformed into a Xylan. Its artifact spirit truly awakened. Is it preparing for a showdown? Not good. If supreme artifacts clash, even a minor collision will unleash supreme level power. The entire ethereal peak may not withstand it. No, this place is guarded by supreme arrays, so it's fine. But others are in danger. Once they fight, we're all dead. The cultivators' voices carried a hint of bitterness. The blazing sun wheel was simply too powerful. So powerful that they almost couldn't endure it. Whoa. At this moment, the star purple gold pagoda swayed gently, emitting terrifying supreme aura. It also revived. In an instant, the star purple gold pagoda's aura reached its peak state. It floated above Kit's shoulder, sending its supreme aura straight toward the foot-long Xylan. Instantly, where the auras clashed, space flickered uncertainly. Endless spatial cracks formed densely. Ridiculous. Not good. They're really going to fight. Must not happen, or everyone here dies. Exactly. A revived supreme artifact is half a supreme. This is serious. The cultivators' faces turned green. Unbelievably unlucky to witness a supreme artifact confrontation. To ordinary cultivators, such a confrontation was no different from a natural disaster. Once they fought, the heavens would collapse and the earth split, destroying millions, even tens of millions of miles. The entire eastern domain would be erased. This was a supreme level battle. Unless in the time-space rift, it would surely destroy the entire xuanhuan world. Star purple gold pagoda, do you dare to fight me? The blazing sun wheel, now a foot-long Xylan, eyes filled with raging fury. If you want to fight, let's fight. The star purple gold pagoda did not back down. Facing off with the blazing sun wheel, it said coldly, "Supreme artifacts vary in strength. You're no match for me." Upon hearing this, the blazing sun wheel said nothing, only leaving one sentence, "Then fight me. I believe one-on-one. I'm no weaker than any supreme artifact." Finishing, the foot-long Xylan flapped its wings slightly. Whoa. Something seemed to break loose. A pure golden supreme battlefield appeared, forcibly teleporting the blazing sun wheel and the star purple gold pagoda inside. Supreme battlefield. These two supreme artifacts are going to duel within. Holy cow. Didn't expect to witness a revived supreme artifact duel. SK. Nothing to see. Can't see anything? How do you know? Have you seen it? Duh. Back in the Xiuxian God Repository, 6 supreme artifacts dueled, heaven collapsed, and the entire supreme battlefield reverted to chaos. What happened then? What else? In the supreme battlefield, there was only chaos mist. All I knew was that the divine blood lamp and the blazing sun wheel were suppressed until today. Holy cow. Didn't expect the battle had happened once. Hehe. You don't know. These 2 battles are different. Last time was 4 against 2. This time is 1-on-1. Odds hard to say. Turns out it was 4 against 2? That explains why the blazing sun wheel isn't satisfied. Surrounding cultivators murmured among themselves, shock increasing rather than decreasing. Mainly because all this was incredibly unbelievable. Most people never saw a supreme artifact in their entire lives. Chapter 414. Ancient Secrets, the Great Cataclysm. There was no hesitation when it came to the showdown between supreme artifacts. It was a full-strength revival, almost as exhilarating as battles between supreme beings. Boom. At this moment, on the supreme battlefield, the solar wheel acted without any delay. Instantly, a scarlet golden light tore through space. Space fragmented, infinite chaos filled the entire arena. Even Kit's heavenly Dao True Eye became useless. Only occasional streaks of immortal light piercing the sky could be seen, accompanying the long howl of the solar wheel. It could be imagined that the battle inside was extremely fierce. Yet, seeing such a brutal scene, the group of cultivators slightly frowned. No matter how grand the battlefield was, they still couldn't see anything. Tisich, just a mess of chaotic fog, can't see a thing. If we could see, that would be freaky. Unless you're at the sage level, one can penetrate the chaos and see what's happening inside. TSK. Truly regrettable. A battle between supreme artifacts, one can only witness once in an endless amount of time. TSK. You saying that makes me feel awkward too. The surrounding group of cultivators were speechless, but at this moment, the K-Dev smiled faintly and said, everyone, no need to worry. I have a solution. With that, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, a beam of immortal light shot up into the sky. Above the heavens, the ethereal mirror burst forth with boundless brilliant light, illuminating all directions. In an instant, a phantom image appeared across the sky. Within the image was the scene of the celestial purple gold tower and the solar wheel clashing on the supreme battlefield. Rumble. At this moment, within the celestial purple gold tower, boundless star rivers surged, emitting terrifying power. It struck towards the 3-legged Xylan. The moment they collided, the situation abruptly changed. Rumble. Space vanished, and even chaos repeatedly dissipated and reappeared. Amidst this process, countless tiny worlds could vaguely be seen flickering in and out of existence. Perhaps it wasn't just an illusion. Phew. This is the power of the supreme level. If this battle were fought in the xuanhuan realm, it might really lead to its destruction. No kidding. According to ancient legends, every great calamity seems to involve supreme level forces. Look, it appears the sun wheel, the supreme artifact of the Xylan clan, isn't a match for the celestial purple gold tower. How peculiar. As far as I remember, in ancient legends, the celestial purple gold tower wasn't very famous and was even once considered a near supreme artifact, yet it's incredibly powerful. You don't know this. Some supremes didn't leave behind legacies. True. Not all supremes left legacies. Some chose to quietly dissipate. Phew. Could Carson have dug up the grave of the Star Supreme? The group of cultivators exchanged glances, feeling that matters were becoming increasingly perplexing. Only Kit paused momentarily, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Back in the Cycle Land, he had asked 3 corpses about the Great Cataclysm. However, they hadn't provided clear answers. Now, other cultivators mentioned the Great Cataclysm, making things intriguing. It indicated that the Great Cataclysm was not just a legend, but something substantial. He turned to the K-Dev, bowed, and cheerfully asked, Palace Master, do you know anything about the Great Cataclysm? The Great Cataclysm? The K-Dev paused slightly, tilted her head in thought, and then said, well, it's just a legend. Oh, please tell me more. Kit's expression grew serious. He knew that much of the truth lay within the ancient texts of these supreme factions. After all, most of them had survived from the age of antiquity or primordial times. Even now, remnants from those eras might still be sealed away within their foundations, holding information and truths unattainable by outsiders. Seeing Kit's serious face, the K-Dev did not hold back. She smiled and explained, according to ancient legends, since the formation of the xuanhuan realm, billions of years have passed. However, the rise of cultivators and all sentient beings began approximately a billion years ago. That era marked the origin of the age of antiquity and the endpoint of countless deities, immortals, and Buddhas. Traces of immortals could be found further back in history, leading many to call it the age of gods and demons. Nobody knows why divine beings vanished overnight. Similar to the xuanhuan realm experiencing many celestial disasters, these disasters occurred randomly, with some epochs passing millions of years without incident, while others faced calamities every few million years. Each disaster caused severe damage and sometimes reshaped the world completely. Hearing this, Kit fell silent for a moment, then pondered briefly before asking, so, are you saying the world we live in can be destroyed at any moment? Yes, the K-Dev nodded slightly. The true reason might only be known to beings at the supreme level, but our ancestor never mentioned it. She created a realm immune to the Great Cataclysm, allowing many supreme factions to survive. During the onset of the Cataclysm, any sage-level faction enters their own small world. Anyone who tries to leave meets certain death. Once, a sage-level faction defied this and opened their small world during the Cataclysm. Afterward, that faction vanished. Really that eerie? Kit frowned, feeling the situation growing more complex. He sent a mental message to Immortal Sword. asking, "You definitely know what the so-called Great Cataclysm is, right?" "I do." Immortal Sword replied calmly. "Then hurry up and tell me. It'll kill you if I say," Immortal Sword bluntly stated. "This involves changes in Heavenly Tao and the flow of world rules. I'm not afraid of Heavenly Tao's backlash. But you? Do you think you can survive a heavenly tribulation that kills true immortals?" Damn. Kit sucked in a breath, sensing the matter becoming more complicated. Revealing just a hint of information could trigger a tribulation that kills true immortals. What then is this so-called Great Cataclysm? At that moment, Immortal Sword added, "Besides, you are currently in the era where the Great Cataclysm has just begun." Chapter 415. The Great Cataclysm of Antiquity. This great calamity will be the most devastating of all time, even surpassing any before it. We are nearing the transition from the age of gods and demons to the age of antiquity. Even the supreme powers may not withstand it. You must be cautious. Phew. Kit sucked in a breath sharply. What's wrong? The Jeanette was taken aback, not understanding why Kit was so surprised. Kit paused for a moment before saying, "If I'm not mistaken, Ethereal Cloud Palace should be able to predict the timing of each great calamity. When is the next one?" "Not clear. But every great calamity has signs. Some last only a few years, while others can span millions. However, the damage they cause isn't directly related to their duration." The Palace Master shook her head and continued, "The calamity between the Upper and Middle Antiquities lasted only 3 years. No one knows exactly what happened, but when we hid within our small world and came out after 3 years, most top-tier experts were already dead. In the entire xuanhuan world, ordinary people became incredibly rare, 1 in 10,000 at best. The whole world had almost no vitality left. It took a full 10 million years for it to regain its former glory. But from the Middle Antiquity to recent antiquity, there were 7 or 8 consecutive great calamities, each claiming many top-tier experts. Each wave led to numerous lineages being cut off, divine and sacred medicines disappearing, and the cultivation environment deteriorating further. And now, the signs of a new great calamity have reappeared. And based on our experience, this one might be unprecedentedly catastrophic, even more severe than the great calamity that occurred during the transition from the age of antiquity to the age of ancient times. The calamity during the transition from antiquity to ancient times? Kit was stunned, scratching his head as he curiously asked, what were the consequences of that calamity? According to ancient texts, at the end of the age of antiquity, it wasn't a time of decay but a peak era for the entire xuanhuan world. During that time, there were even over a dozen supremes coexisting. One could say half-saints were common, and sacred spirits were everywhere. An era of unparalleled brilliance. The Palace Master seemed to recall something as she continued, but after the great calamity, like a sickle, it reaped countless experts. Even those dozen supremes fell simultaneously. No one in that calamity was spared. After the calamity ended, from sea god realm to supreme level, not a single cultivator survived. True dragons, phoenixes, golden-winged garudas were nearly wiped out. Countless sacred and divine medicines vanished, and numerous powers that thrived for hundreds of millions of years were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. When our ancestors emerged from the small world, they found the entire xuanhuan world virtually devoid of life. To this day, remnants of the age of antiquity, such as secret realms and hidden worlds formed by the corpses of sacred spirits, can still be discovered. Phew, this sounds serious. Kit sucked in another sharp breath. If the great calamity of antiquity was already so terrifying, and as Immortal Sword described, this upcoming one would be even worse, this was indeed extreme. It seemed he needed to prepare early. Otherwise, he would surely die if left unprepared against a calamity not even Supremes could endure. Boom. At this moment, on the Supreme battlefield, the Blood God Lantern and Star Purple Gold Tower were fiercely battling. Their powerful attacks were tearing apart the very laws of nature. For a moment, the entire Supreme battlefield was on the brink of chaos, enveloped in chaotic mist. However, after thousands of rounds, the blazing sun wheel was blasted away. Then, the Star Purple Gold Tower descended to suppress the blazing sun wheel forcefully. Boom. Infinite light erupted from above the blazing sun wheel. Boy, do you admit defeat? The Star Purple Gold Tower asked. Damn it. The blazing sun wheel struggled frantically, but the Star Purple Gold Tower's power was clearly superior. No matter how hard the blazing sun wheel struggled, the Star Purple Gold Tower remained immovable. Humph. If you've lost, accept it. Keep resisting, and I'll suppress you for 10,000 years. The spirit of the Star Purple Gold Tower said, Do you concede? Aye. The spirit of the blazing sun wheel was momentarily stunned. It knew it had lost. Continuing stubbornly would serve no purpose and might result in suppression for 10,000 years. Thus it admitted, fine. Indeed, I've lost. Boom. Upon conceding, the terrible supreme aura around the blazing sun wheel dissipated. Its form transformed from a 3-legged golden crow into a golden disc, hanging dimly in the sky, its mood evidently grim. At this point, astonished cries from outside echoed. The blazing sun wheel actually lost? Unbelievable. Could it be that Star Supreme is stronger than Xylan Supreme? That's not right. It's not a matter of combat strength, but the inherent advantages of the two supreme artifacts. The blazing sun wheel excels in attack, but the Star Purple Gold Tower is purely defensive with suppression abilities. Perfect balance of attack and defense. I see. So it was suppressed. I feel like the Star Supreme is inherently stronger, which makes its artifact even more powerful. TSK. Stop talking about that. The Xylan clan has lost face with this defeat. A group of cultivators exchanged glances, their faces filled with surprise and shock. Defeating the blazing sun wheel was secondary. What was truly terrifying was Kit's ability to revive a supreme artifact. This meant, without the foundation of near-supreme cultivation, Kit could sweep across various supreme-level forces. Absolutely someone not to offend. The star-purple gold tower trembled slightly, its radiant divine light extinguishing. It reverted to an ordinary-looking purple gold tower, flying back into Kit's hand. Looking at the cultivators below, Kit said coolly, "Is there any force still unwilling to submit?" Boom. Instantly, Kit's presence swept the surroundings. This aura wasn't extremely strong, yet it carried an invincible might. Many cultivators nodded slightly, daring not to meet Kit's gaze. Before the battle began, they were already half intimidated. Just then, the Jeanette stepped forward to mediate. She said, "Everyone, grudges between Carson and the Xylan clan have been resolved. From now on, consider them nullified." Chapter 416. Resolving Feuds. Phew. The people of the Jinwu clan heaved a long sigh of relief. Reconciling with Kit meant that their grudges against him were finally erased. Now they could sleep soundly. Otherwise, they would be in constant distress. Without getting rid of Harvey, they wouldn't be able to sleep. Among them, a half-step elder from the Jinwu clan stepped forward. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Palace Master. We Jinwu clan will remember this favor. From today onwards, the Jinwu clan has no more feuds with Carson." Indeed. Are there any other forces wishing to resolve their grievances? The Palace Master of Piao Cloud Palace's gaze swept across the entire hall, her eyes sparkling slightly. The atmosphere in the hall immediately turned quiet. Cultivators from major factions exchanged glances. Many were curious about how many forces Kit had enmity with. After all, Kit had enemies everywhere. This was their last chance, considering two supreme powers, the Jinwu clan and Xianxia sect, had already admitted defeat. These factions admitting defeat wasn't really shameful. However, after waiting for a moment, no other force stepped forward. It seems no one else wants to reconcile. Piao Cloud Palace's master shook her head and said, "So next, we'll discuss a significant matter in Zhongzhou. Hold on. Our Shenmu sect is willing to pay the price to reconcile with Carson." At that moment, a figure appeared before everyone. The person wore a long robe and was a pale-faced young man. This person was none other than Iwan. The Shenmu sect, which had existed for countless years, still qualified for the Piao Grand Gathering. Instantly, many factions turned their gazes toward Iwan. He's the person from the Shenmu sect? I recall now. The Shenmu sect had deep enmity with Carson and pursued him relentlessly across the world before he entered the Xiuxian Divine Treasury. In that case, if they don't reconcile, the Shenmu sect is doomed. No if about it. With Carson's current strength, leveling the Shenmu sect is just a matter of minutes. A group of cultivators chattered amongst themselves. They suddenly realized that Iwan wasn't asking for reconciliation but pleading for mercy. After all, the Shenmu sect didn't have the power to match Kit. At this point, Kit was surprised. He looked at Iwan and said, "Shenmu sect? If you hadn't come forward, I'd almost have forgotten about you. You may go." Upon hearing this, Iwan was stunned. He had prepared to make immense sacrifices, but unexpectedly, Kit let him off? This was truly surprising. Seeing this, Kit smiled slightly and said, "All right, my feud with the Shenmu sect is resolved. Anyone else?" The White Stone Palace requests reconciliation. Also, my Yi family requests reconciliation. The Ancient Yun family requests reconciliation. The Golden Falcon tribe. In an instant, nearly 30 to 40 forces stepped forward, seeking reconciliation with Kit. Well, Kit looked at the bustling crowd below and was speechless. He inadvertently offended so many people. It was truly absurd. He distinctly remembered only offending a dozen or so forces. Yet, suddenly, 3 to 4 dozen appeared. Other cultivators, watching Kit's remarkable achievements, were all dumbfounded. One must know, besides solitary cultivators, those who came here were all forces that had nurtured saint-level beings. Many hailed from ancient and middle ancient times. Though many gathered at the Piao Grand Gathering, each one was a colossal power ruling over tens of thousands of miles. Yet, Kit managed to offend 40 to 50 such powers. He practically overturned the entire eastern domain. Damn, boss. He's made too many enemies, hasn't he? The Dorian gaped and muttered. Is this reconciliation real? Don't pretend to reconcile here and then ambush us with 800 saints and several supreme artifacts at the Xiuxian Divine Treasury exit to kill us. Piske, I feel I can't follow the boss anymore. His luck is too strong, I can't handle it. Duglong whispered, how do I feel like I might get killed if this keeps up? He's provoked too many forces. Zaida frowned slightly and continued, previously, these forces weren't aware of each other. Now, will they unite? Fear not. Even if united, they can't threaten the boss. The golden-winged great rock saw things clearly. Rather, we might soon fall behind the boss's pace. Upon hearing this, Zaida and the others fell silent. Indeed, Kit could now stand against half-saint-level beings, and had offended not just one supreme-level force. Once out of the Xiuxian Divine Treasury, perhaps a saint-level being wielding a supreme artifact might chase Kit. They might not kill Kit, but killing them would be easy. Following Kit might lead to their deaths. At this moment, Kit, looking at the forces below, thought the same. He stood up, hands behind his back, and said, I didn't expect to offend so many forces. Regardless, from today onward, all past grievances are forgiven. Besides, I don't like involving innocents. No matter which of your forces it is, if you want to kill me, send someone from your generation. If I'm killed, it's simply that I wasn't skilled enough. But, if any elder comes after me, I'll hold your entire force accountable. After Kit finished speaking, the cultivators in the hall fell unusually silent. They understood what Kit meant. Feuds between contemporaries remained personal and didn't involve sects. But if a sect mobilized all its resources to hunt down Kit, it became a feud between Kit and the entire sect. A life-or-death situation where failing meant the sect's doom. This provided some leeway for the sects, keeping matters of the younger generation separate from the sect itself. Indeed, this was the rule among major sects. Fights between peers did not involve the entire sect. Otherwise, elders attacking new generations would lead to endless retaliation, ultimately exterminating the youth. Of course, this only applied to major forces. Solitary cultivators didn't have such treatment. Offending any disciple of a major sect would mean certain death. However, all along, every force regarded Kit as a solitary cultivator. Chapter 417. The Ancient Supreme Battlefield Ruins. Never considered a major force. However, these deterrents from Kit have been surprisingly effective. After all, with the various outrageous records Kit has set, as long as he doesn't die, he is definitely destined to become a supreme in the future. And if any disciple were to make an enemy of Kit, they would surely use all their might to take him down. If they can't do it now, they will be flattened by Kit in the future. The severity of this threat even surpasses the older generation directly targeting and hunting down the younger geniuses of rival sects. Therefore, for most forces, even if Kit eliminates an entire generation of young talents, the elder generation dare not act against him. Otherwise, as long as Kit isn't dead, their sects are doomed. I agree. Carson's battle with his peers is a personal grudge. Any enmity between disciples of Xuanhuan sect and Kit is a personal matter, not related to the sect. The Taishians also agree. Understanding this, various forces nodded in agreement. For a moment, the surrounding freelance cultivators were stunned. Heaven-defying. One person is like a great power. At least 20 supreme legacies and hundreds of holy supersects at this grand assembly. Carson alone has deterred these forces. This accomplishment is unprecedented and unmatched. My goodness, I need to write this down. It's worthy of being recorded in history. A group of cultivators sucked in cold breaths. But most forces were actually relieved, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall easing significantly. For the majority of forces, reconciling with Kit equals resolving a critical threat. As for the enmities between peers, the elders naturally wouldn't get involved. Of course, there were some who were extremely displeased. One such force was the xiuxian sect. The bear stood with his hands behind his back, standing up and looking at Kit. His voice was raspy as he said, "Aaron, you're too arrogant. It won't help you live long." "Is that so?" Kit revealed a bright smile, mocking him. "I just need to live longer than the xiuxian sect. If you're not satisfied, we can fight one-on-one. Let me cut you down right now." "You." The bear was taken aback, his face turning ashen. "Fight Kit one-on-one?" Xianxia sect's half-Saint Cohen was a cautionary tale, instantly killed by Kit with a single sword strike. Below the sage level, no one could match Kit. Furthermore, Kit had at least 3 supreme artifacts. Who could be his match? For a moment, the bear's face flushed red. He waved his sleeves and said, "Let's go. I won't stoop to your level." With that, he led the xiuxian sect members and turned away. Haha, he actually ran away. This old geezer lives in increasing fear of death. Haha, he's actually scared. Running away without a fight. Wonder how this old fellow made it to half-saint level. Didn't you know? The xiuxian sect has a supreme bloodline and endless resources. Even a pig could be cultivated to half-saint. TSK. Really contemptible. Among the various supreme forces present, many started mocking the xiuxian sect members. They felt that the xiuxian sect might really be on its last legs. Kit was too strong, and his growth speed even more terrifying. In just a year or two, he had transformed from someone even xianxia couldn't defeat into an undefeated entity below the sage level. This rate of growth was akin to a small vendor suddenly amassing billions in assets within a blink of an eye. Staggering speed. It wouldn't take long for Kit to reach the near supreme level. When that happens, the xiuxian sect is finished. A near supreme can live for millions of years, slowly grinding down the entire foundation of the xiuxian sect. Many supreme forces understood that the xiuxian sect's fate was sealed. Some were preparing to distance themselves to avoid getting entangled. After the xiuxian sect people left, the Sylvana said, "Everyone, now that Carson's grievances have been resolved, the next significant event is the reopening of the Central Plains Supreme Battlefield." Heavens, it's actually the Supreme Battlefield? That place hasn't opened in 2 million years. Hehe. The treasures inside the Supreme Battlefield are on par with those of the xiuxian Divine Treasury. But, the danger is also extremely high. The Grand Hall instantly erupted in excitement. Many cultivators were thrilled, rubbing their hands eagerly, ready to dive in. Only Kit was utterly confused. He truly had no idea what the Supreme Battlefield was about. Though he had read many ancient texts, he had only been cultivating for less than 2 years, barely missing out by a couple of months. In terms of experience, he was still very much a novice. Beside him, the Jeanette noticed Kit's puzzled look and said, "Although many have heard of the Supreme Battlefield, few understand it fully. So let me introduce it again. Please listen patiently." "Haha, thank you, Palace Master. Yes, I've only heard rumors. This thing opens every 2 to 3 million years. Only detailed records exist within Supreme Legacies. Most folks don't know the specifics." "No need to be formal, Palace Master. Please speak. There are many freelancers here too." Interest among the cultivators peaked immediately. Curiosity filled their faces as they listened intently about the Supreme Battlefield. Seeing the excitement, the Jeanette nodded and began explaining. "Since everyone's eager, let me tell you what the Supreme Battlefield entails. The so-called Central Plains Supreme Battlefield refers to the ancient ruins left after an epic battle between supremes. In ancient times, 2 supremes battled for millennia without a victor, but their conflict penetrated chaos and gave birth to a vast world. This world is littered with the remains of supremes and contains countless opportunities, spanning tens of millions of miles, mostly void space. It also has land fragments, remnants of supremes, and various treasures born from chaos. Once, someone found a supreme finger bone in the battlefield, refining it into a top-tier powerhouse. Overall, there are numerous treasures inside. But the downside is, it's even more dangerous than the xiuxian Divine Treasury. As she finished speaking, the hall erupted in exclamations. "Dangerous? Why? No way. That extreme?" Translation maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring a natural, fluent English rendition that adheres to the tone and style of the source material. Chapter 418. The Perilous Ancient Relic. This doesn't make sense. I feel like the Xiuxian Divine Vault is already life-threatening, and this supreme battlefield is even more dangerous. The group of cultivators were all speechless. Even Kit stroked his chin, muttering to himself, this supreme battlefield isn't a place for the faint-hearted. Everyone, don't be surprised. The Xiuxian Divine Vault was left by the Draper as a secret realm for future generations. Aside from the core area, there are very few deadly arrays. Most of the time, it's just testing. The Jeanette smiled slightly and continued. However, the supreme battlefield is a boundlessly vast secret realm created by supreme battles. Inside it, there are remnants of supreme artifacts, the killing intent of supremes, or even the remains of supremes. Moreover, there are countless lethal arrays and legacies left behind by innumerable powerful figures throughout history. In this place, even quasi-supremes could die here if they're not careful. Hiss. Even quasi-supremes can die? Don't say that. In ancient times, indeed there were holy spirits who perished in the supreme battlefield. In my clan, one holy spirit perished in it. In our clan, 3 saint-level ancestors perished. Many cultivators' expressions changed dramatically. Putting together what they had heard, they realized that the supreme battlefield was no ordinary place. At this moment, the Jeanette added, in fact, the inherent dangers of the supreme battlefield are secondary. The most critical point is that the supreme battlefield spans through the void, connecting many other major worlds and realms of demon existences. Therefore, these people are far more dangerous. Besides, most of their descendants also live within the supreme battlefield, making it equally perilous. Thus, the supreme battlefield is nowhere near as safe as the Xiuxian Divine Vault. It's fraught with danger, and although it has many opportunities, the greater likelihood is of perishing. Hearing this, some cultivators began to reconsider joining. For these cultivators, the Xiuxian Divine Vault was already life-threatening. A supreme battlefield that was hundreds of times more dangerous would mean certain death. But there were also cultivators eager to try. They were extremely interested in the so-called supreme battlefield. These were all top geniuses who wouldn't admit defeat easily. At this point, Kimberly came to Kit and asked with a smile, what do you think, Brother Tion? Would you like to venture into the supreme battlefield? I haven't decided yet. Kit scratched his chin, feeling this matter was rather thorny. The inherent dangers of the supreme battlefield were secondary. What worried him more were the potential backstabbing tactics by various supreme forces. After all, in the supreme battlefield, there were no restrictions on rank or power. Anyone, any force, any means could be used, completely different from the Xiuxian Divine Vault. To put it simply, if several supreme forces collaborated and sent out a few quasi-supremes equipped with supreme artifacts to ambush him, it would be problematic. Even if he possessed a clone of the Draper, it wouldn't last long against such threats. However, with countless opportunities in the supreme battlefield, Kit wasn't about to miss out. He just needed to use some strategy. Understanding this, Kit smiled amiably and said, the supreme battlefield is filled with danger, so I'll pass. Huh. Kimberly was taken aback. She looked at Kit suspiciously, feeling something was off. Was Kit actually afraid of the supreme battlefield? How ridiculous. Throughout the entire Xiuxian Divine Vault, everyone else might have felt fearful or uneasy. Only Kit didn't. He dared to kill a half-holy from the Godblood sect. How significant could the supreme battlefield be? At this moment, others were also puzzled, wondering why Kit didn't want to go. Only Corey glanced at Kit and muttered, damn, boss must be thinking of changing his alias again, right? Beside him, Nash was also stunned. That was indeed a possibility. It had been a long time since Kit had changed his alias. Changing to a new one now wasn't unusual. Furthermore, the name Carson had made too many enemies. Even if grievances were settled, it was uncertain whether those supreme forces would still target him from behind. Nearby cultivators found this strange, but didn't dare ask. They decided to check later what exactly an alias was. Once it was confirmed that Kit wouldn't go, the cultivators started discussing who would join the supreme battlefield, chatting about cultivation insights and other topics. As for Kit, he sipped ethereal tea while handling various factions trying to get closer to him, contemplating his next move. The opportunities in the Xiuxian Divine Vault had been mostly exploited. It was time to leave. But before leaving, Kit felt he could set up a trap for the Xiuxian sect. Without further ado, he planned to retrieve the Xiuxian Heaven-Stirring Seal from the Xiuxian clan. An idea formed in Kit's mind. Time flew by, and the ethereal summit lasted for over half a month. Half a month later, the ethereal summit ended. Cultivators departed to seek their own fortunes, and Kit also found a quiet place to leave a copy of the Sky Transformation Palm technique of the Supreme Ethereal before preparing to leave. Just then, Kimberly approached him again. She blinked her eyes and said, Carson, no, that's probably not your real name. But it doesn't matter. You really won't go to the supreme battlefield? I only said Carson won't go. Kit smiled slightly, continuing, soon, this super genius Carson will perish. His legend will end here. I understand. Kimberly paused and understood instantly. She looked at Kit curiously, asking, then, who will go to the supreme battlefield? Can you give me a hint? So I can avoid running into you. Hee. I'm not some kind of flood or beast. Kit smirked, smiling gently and saying, when I choose another name, that's a different story. We'll meet again in the supreme battlefield. Until then, Kimberly didn't say anything. She knew Kit kept silent out of concern for his own safety. Farewell. Kit waved his hand, turned around, and left without another word. After leaving, Kit wasn't in a hurry to refine the Sun Sage Vine and profound young sacred jade marrow. Chapter 419. The older ginger is spicier. Argyle did not intend to use the 9 Khedive's reviving flower immediately. Instead, he planned to gather all such flowers and directly break through to the divine sea realm. According to Bert's information, the 9 Khedive's reviving flower was in the possession of the Qilan Gate's Saint Sun. Obtaining it would be incredibly challenging. The Saint Sun possessed the supreme divine tool, the Qilan heaven-turning seal, within which this healing holy medicine was most likely stored. Even if they managed to defeat the Saint Sun, it would be highly improbable to acquire the flower unless they used some stratagem. Thinking thus, Argyle glanced at the jet beside him. At that moment, the jet's belly was swollen from eating countless medicine kings until he was stuffed. He radiated light as he fully absorbed the medicinal power. Seeing this, Argyle walked over and smacked him on the head. Smack. Startled awake, the jet flared up in anger. Arvid, do you want me to turn you into a dead ox? Hey, boss, it's you. Never mind then. Cough. I have a mission for you. Argyle smirked, narrowing his eyes and said, I need you to spread a piece of news. Huh. The jet caught sight of Argyle's sly smile and became instantly intrigued. Poking its hand eagerly, it asked, Spill it, boss. Who are you planning to trick? Obviously the Qilan Gate's Saint Sun. I don't like that guy. It's time to teach him a tiny lesson. A slight curve appeared on Argyle's lips. Upon hearing this, the jet suddenly understood everything. Having grown familiar with Nash and others, he held no fondness towards the Qilan Gate. Therefore, patting his chest happily, he replied, You can count on me, boss. What's the message? Very simple. Argyle smiled and revealed his entire plan. The jet's eyes lit up brighter with each word. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. His boss's ability to trick people was far superior to his own. Soon after Argyle issued the order, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the Qilan sacred treasury. Carson is severely injured and requires dozens of holy medicines, including the 9 transformations revival pill for salvation. Upon this announcement, it instantly swept across the entire Qilan sacred treasury. Currently, Kit's fame surpassed every other cultivator. Any small rumor could attract the attention of countless cultivators. Moreover, when news of Kit being critically injured reached them, every force scrambled for reliable information. After investigations, many forces drew in cold breaths. They learned Kit had been trapped in an array left by a supreme deity while exploring a relic. Although he barely escaped, he suffered heavy injuries. Without the 9 transformations revival pill, he might not survive. Meanwhile, subordinates of Kit, like the Jet and Arvid, denied these rumors while frantically purchasing various spiritual and holy medicines, including those necessary for the 9 transformations revival pill. This led to many forces feeling they had a prime opportunity to shine. On one side, those who wished harm upon Kit bought up all available holy medicines on the market. On the other hand, forces friendly with Kit also sent holy medicines. For these forces, offering holy medicines was nothing major, but the favor they earned could never be erased. Considering Kit's nature, these forces were sure to benefit greatly in the future. An absolutely risk-free venture. As for Kit himself, he vanished for nearly 3 months. During this time, he kept a low profile, assessing trustworthy forces while absorbing the gains from his battle with Half Saint Cohen. However, most forces within the Qilan sacred treasury grew anxious, frantically seeking traces of Kit and reliable information. Most came up empty-handed, confirming that Kit was indeed seriously injured. Now, Kit had changed his identity and appearance, hiding in a desolate mountain. With Jet and others, he leisurely sipped tea, extremely relaxed. Plop. Nash landed before Kit, muttering, You're pretty calm. 3 months have passed, and now most people outside believe you're dead. That's right, remarked Kit. Next to him, Jet returned from outside, scratching his head and asked, Boss, we've gathered hundreds of holy medicines, but we still lack the 9 Khedive's reviving grass, which is in the Atticus's possession. Your fake injury has made him hide it even more securely. How do we get it? I know, nodded Kit. If the Atticus didn't hide it well, we wouldn't stand a chance. Beside him, Arvid was puzzled. Boss, what does that mean? Simple. Dig a trap and let him jump in. Smiling, Kit waved his hand, producing several maps. These maps show the location of the 9 Khedive's reviving flower. Spread these fragments and wait for the Atticus and my enemies to fall into the trap. Huh. Jet first froze, then inhaled sharply. Kit's plan was obvious. He wanted to make others believe he already knew the location of the 9 Khedive's reviving flower. Those who wished him well would give the fragments directly to Kit without taking the flower themselves. The logic was simple, a minor favor with no risk involved. However, if it were Kit's enemies, their actions would differ. They would hoard or destroy the fragments to prevent Kit from getting the 9 Khedive's reviving grass. But that doesn't make sense. If so, why not just take it by force? Nash stroked her chin, pondering. Seems quite complicated. Not complicated at all, Kit shook his head. The Qilan Saint Sun is very cautious. Directly seizing the 9 Khedive's reviving flower from him is almost impossible. We must gradually eliminate his vigilance. My goal is to make the Atticus extract the flower himself. Chapter 420, Kit's Plan. SK. This difficulty is quite high. Ari clicked his tongue, feeling that this possibility was not very likely. Beside him, the Roy also said, Boss, the Tate isn't stupid. How could he willingly hand over the 9 Deaths revival flower? Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Kit spoke up. You two don't know about this, do you? Alright, let's spread a piece of news. I'm preparing to personally collect map fragments and find the 9 Deaths revival flower. Hiss. Ari and the Roy both sucked in a breath sharply. Upon hearing Kit's words, the duo finally understood what Kit was planning to do. Only the Solomon scratched its head, asking with some puzzlement, Boss, what's the difference if you go out in person, or if the Tate brings out the 9 Deaths revival flower? TSK. I said, you are June, you're dense. Beside him, Ari was quite smug. With a smile, he explained, Boss is currently heavily injured. It's the best chance to take down Boss. If you were the Qilan Saint Sun, how would you choose? I would seize this opportunity and eliminate the opponent. The Solomon drew in a sharp breath. Exactly. That's right. Ari nodded slightly, then continued. What boss wants to do is make the other party think they can take him down. And if the other party collects all the maps and finds that the 9-death revival herb doesn't exist, what would they do then? If it doesn't exist, boss definitely wouldn't go there. So, the Solomon drew another sharp breath and asked, could it be planting a new one? Smart. Even better, they don't need to collect all the maps. They just need to place that 9-deaths revival flower somewhere and set a trap for me. Kit nodded slightly, patted the Solomon on the shoulder, and said, all right, spread this news. Remember to include the part about my serious injuries. Sure thing. Relax, boss. Spreading rumors? I'm an expert at it. Hee. And selling this map, I must get a good price for it. The Roy, Ari, and Jalen had gathered together. Trouble was inevitable. Kit rubbed his temples, inwardly wondering whether the news would end up killing him even before it reached its destination. After the three left, Nash asked, what now? Wait for the news to spread across the entire xiuxian divine treasury? No, I'll go out and provoke someone into a fight. Kit waved his hand and said, the Tate is cautious and cunning. He won't believe I'm seriously injured unless I show up. Boss, should I go with you? The Dax rubbed his hands excitedly. No need. I'll go alone. Kit waved his hand again and crushed a teleportation talisman. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the small mountain. Time flew by, and another 10 days passed. The mysterious map recording the 9-deaths revival flower emerged, along with more detailed reports about Kit's severe injuries. Thanks to Ari and company's improvised efforts, Kit suffered a great loss in the Supreme Relic site. Not only was he heavily injured, but his invincible chaos body had also been severed. The losses were heavy. He was critically injured, waiting for the 9-deaths revival flower to save his life. Furthermore, various fortune tellers appeared intermittently, constantly spreading misinformation to confuse major forces. Some of these fortune tellers were pretending to be Kit. However, most were random wandering cultivators or mysterious fortune tellers spreading false news. For a moment, all sorts of information flooded the xiuxian divine treasury. Of course, more forces were still pursuing the mysterious map. The map was divided into 9 parts. Each part landed in different supreme forces' hands, making it almost impossible to collect them all. At this time, within the xiuxian sect's headquarters, the Tate stood with his hands behind his back, his expression somewhat unpredictable. He turned his head, frowning as he asked, tell me, is Carson really seriously injured, or is it fake? Behind the Tate stood a thin, shrewd-looking cultivator of the xiuxian sect. After pondering for a moment, the cultivator answered, I believe it's hard to say. Carson isn't a fool. On the contrary, he's quite cunning. Back when he was weak, he tricked many forces. It's possible he's faking the injury. Find someone to test it. The Tate felt excited inside. He knew that if Kit were indeed injured, this was the best time to kill him. Once Kit was killed, it meant a huge inheritance of heavenly Tao, 3 supreme treasures, countless divine and holy medicines, supreme secret techniques. To put it bluntly, Kit himself was a walking divine treasury. But this was predicated on Kit being truly injured. Thinking of this, the Tate took a deep breath and continued, auction off a portion of the map. If Carson is really injured, he will come for this map. Yes, your highness. The cultivator nodded slightly and immediately went to execute the Tate's orders. At this time, Kit was still wandering around, slowly gathering information. He entered a tea house and ordered a cup of tea. Then he overheard several nearby cultivators discussing quietly. Hey, did you hear? The xiuxian sect collected a map fragment and is apparently planning to auction it. Auction it? Why? Unknown. Maybe they feel collecting all map fragments is hopeless and are selling directly. I feel like they're trying to get Carson to show up and snatch this map. Possibly. After all, Carson publicly declared at the ethereal gathering that he intends to eliminate the entire xiuxian sect. Don't know if Carson will try to seize the map. I feel like he probably will. After all, the 9-deaths revival flower recorded on that map is his last hope for survival. As the group of cultivators debated, Kit stroked his chin, put down his teacup, threw a top-grade spirit stone as payment, and flashed toward the xiuxian sect. It was time to let everyone know his injured news. At this time, inside the xiuxian sect's base, a group of cultivators were starting to relax. Chapter 421. The Art of Tricking. The news had been out for several days, yet Kit had not shown up. Even the Kit began to wonder if Kit had perished, or was merely in seclusion. At the gate, 2 lax guards were chatting. One remarked, it's been 5 days. Carson won't come. Maybe he's dead. Hee, who would have thought? He dared to barge into the supreme forbidden zone. That's it, dead right there. Do you really think Carson is as strong as he claims? I don't believe it. I bet I could beat him with just one hand. You're bluffing. You can't even beat his pets. How could you belittle yourself like that? I just can't stand your boasting. Damn, do you want to fight? Let's go. Enough. Stay alert. The cultivators of xiuxian sect felt very relaxed, believing Kit wouldn't last long. Just then, a white figure flashed and arrived at the entrance of xiuxian sect. It was none other than Kit. He walked unhurriedly towards the few xiuxian sect cultivators, chuckling, you guys, said I'm dead? Carson, he's here. Hurry, sound the alarm. Wait, don't run. Of course, only a fool wouldn't run. He can't be stopped. Run. Wait, didn't you say you could beat Carson? He's here, do it now. I was just bragging. The once boastful group scattered instantly. They knew they stood no chance against Kit. Confronting him would lead to their swift demise. Although Kit had wiped out many factions, he only targeted true disciples and elders, sparing ordinary disciples unless they sought death. Boom. Kit wasn't being polite now. With a sword swing, he flattened the ornate gate of xiuxian sect, reducing it to dust. Rumble. The might of his strike was breathtaking, even overshadowing the alarms raised by the xiuxian sect disciples. Carson is here. He's attacking. The rumors are true. He's heavily injured and needs the 9 Khedive soul flower to live. He strikes directly without talking, just like him. Prince, save us. Quickly, activate the supreme weapon and subdue him. Chaos erupted within Xiuxian's sect. Many cultivators fled in terror. Standing calmly, Kit snapped his fingers. Boom. 108 talismans sealed off the entire entrance, preventing anyone from escaping. Then, Kit stepped into Xiuxian's sect. Carson, don't be too arrogant. The Kip finally arrived, blocking Kit's path. His expression was a mix of shock and anger. He was terrified of Kit's strength. Facing him made his scalp tingle. Knowing Kit's lethal capability, his only hope was to flee using a supreme weapon for protection. However, he was also secretly delighted. Carson's attack confirmed the rumors. He was indeed severely wounded. The Holy Sun observed Kit closely. Sure enough, despite his apparent vigor, Kit smelled faintly of medicinal herbs, a clear sign of serious injury. This was just a show of strength. Kit glanced up at him, saying coolly, "You stand too high. It's uncomfortable for me to look up. I hate being looked down upon." What does it matter if I look down on you? The Holy Sun sneered. You won't be able to do so soon. Kit smiled, shattering a teleportation charm and vanishing, reappearing behind the Holy Sun. What? The Holy Sun froze, unprepared for Kit's ability to teleport directly behind him. Too late to react. A kick from Kit struck the back of his head, sending him crashing to the ground face first. Bang! Dust billowed into the sky. The Holy Sun lay prone, dazed. But as he recovered, he felt an intense surge of joy. Kit's strength had weakened, though still formidable. Crucially, he lacked the aura of Chaos body. The rumors were true. Kit's injuries were severe enough to sever his primordial Chaos bloodline. Carson, ha, didn't expect you to be hurt. The Holy Sun laughed maniacally, feeling elated, but his laughter died as Kit stomped down on his chest from midair, smashing him into the ground again. Rumble. The earth cracked, forming a massive crater. Damn you. The Holy Sun's eyes blazed red. He hadn't anticipated that even an injured Kit could overpower him effortlessly. Cough. Kit spat out a streak of purple gold blood, wiping his mouth and smiling. I give you 2 choices. First, I kill you and take the map. Second, you hand over the map, and I let you live. Choose. I'll count to 3, and if you don't choose, I'll decide for you. 3, 2. Kit counted quickly. Cold sweat poured down the Holy Sun's forehead. He knew Kit would carry out his threat. Thinking this, the Holy Sun shouted, Carson, even if you kill me, you won't get the map fragment. It's inside the sky-inverting seal, guarded by the Grand Elder. Chapter 422. Kit is really injured. Sure enough, Kit sighed inwardly. He knew that such important items would definitely be kept in supreme artifacts. After all, aside from supreme-level entities, there were few who could open these artifacts and retrieve their contents. Though he had long anticipated this, it was still an act, one he needed to perform convincingly. Thinking of this, Kit raised his hand and slapped a talisman into the body of the Xiuxian Gate's Holy Sun before saying, This is the soul-devouring curse. Only I can undo it under heaven and earth. Come find me with the map fragment in 3 days. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. Having said that, Kit kicked the Holy Sun away and turned to leave. Cough, cough. Before leaving, Kit lightly coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth again. He silently wiped it away and turned to depart. Damn! The Marlin lay on the ground, feeling extremely humiliated. His body trembled with anger. He was nearly driven mad. If not for his concern about his life, he would have confronted Kit long ago. He was the Holy Son of the Xiuxian Gate, second only to the Gate's master, revered by thousands across the entire central state. But in front of Kit, he felt like a small nobody, powerless to resist. Thud. At that moment, a black-clothed cultivator with a rat-like appearance approached the Marlin and asked respectfully, Your Highness, what do we do next? War end over the map fragment to Carson? Impossible. Even if I die myself, that bastard must die too. The Marlin rose from the ground, his face dark as night. I happen to possess a 9 Khedive's resurrection flower. We don't need to gather the full map. We can forge a true one. As long as the flower is real, Carson will come to seize it. Is our ancestor's supreme forbidden weapon still intact? You mean to use it directly? The rat-like cultivator was surprised. But that's necessary. Carson is too strong and poses an extremely high threat. Losing 1 or 2 supreme weapons isn't a big deal. The Marlin paused, then continued, Also, spread the word. We're going to hunt down Carson along with anyone who has a grudge against him. Hiss. The Govind gasped but dared not defy the Marlin's orders. He immediately went to execute them. Meanwhile, after thoroughly beating up the Marlin, Kit did not leave. Instead, he visited various sects possessing map fragments, sweeping through each one. No genius stood a chance against him. He crushed them without mercy. Yet each time, he appeared pale and weak, as though genuinely injured. Along the way, Kit acquired 3 more map fragments, solidifying news of his severe injuries. Powerful figures now sharpened their weapons, waiting for the perfect moment to strike him. Boom. Golden light flashed as Kit descended upon Chavez Sect's gate, standing calmly with his hands behind his back, not making a move. Carson has arrived. Quick. Report to the Elder and the Sect Master. I heard several sects have already been razed to the ground. I thought Carson was on good terms with our sect? He's almost dead now. Who cares? Anyone who stands in the way dies. The group of Chavez Sect cultivators was in a panic, faces filled with terror. Honestly, facing someone of Kit's caliber, claiming not to be nervous would be a lie, especially since he seemed ready to fight to the death. Chavez Sect's young master heard about Kit's arrival and smiled to himself, muttering, That sounds just like him. A disciple nearby, puzzled, asked, Iggy, shouldn't we prepare defenses? I've heard he destroyed many sects already. Relax. I know Carson well. He's the type to return respect with respect. The young master replied, I bet he'll ask politely first. Let's go see him. As he spoke, the young master walked towards Kit. Meanwhile, Kit stood leisurely, strolling toward the sect's entrance, while Chavez sect cultivators exchanged worried glances. Indeed, Kit had already raised several sects, entering a half-mad state. Few dared to provoke him. Boom. Just then, the young master appeared, smiling at Kit. It's been months since we last met. Brother Tian, how have you been? You look much weaker. As he spoke, the young master scrutinized Kit. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss, but Kit's aura of the primal body had vanished, as if truly severed. Seeing this, Kit simply said, I need that map. Name your price. The young master was taken aback by Kit's directness. He bowed and took out the map fragment, handing it over. No need for payment. Consider it a gift. I don't take things for free. Kit stored the map fragment and produced a scripture in his hand. Throwing it to the young master, he said, This is a holy technique created by a saint spirit. That should settle it. The young master was speechless. He knew trying to make Kiddo a favor wouldn't be easy. A holy technique had its value, while Kit's favor was priceless. Despite appearing severely injured, Kit wasn't necessarily mortal. He had still devastated several sacred lands and thrashed kings and heavenly emperors. Goodbye. Kit turned and left without another word. Suddenly, a voice called out, Carson, stop. Kit turned to see a young man exuding arrogance. Judging by his age, barely in his 20s, he was practically an infant among immortals living hundreds, or even thousands of years. The youth had reached the peak venerable realm. Chapter 423. I'll let you have 100 moves. Absolutely. This was the youngest existence with the highest cultivation Kit had ever seen. The other party was wearing the robes of the Chavez sect, clearly some hidden genius. His status was not low. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to snub even the young sect master of Chavez. Looking at the young man, Kit asked, Who are you? What's the matter? My name is Gaspard. I heard that you're very strong and wanted to spar with you, said the teenager named Gaspard arrogantly. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Kit and continued, Since you're injured, I won't bully you. If you can hold out against me for 15 minutes, you win. How about that? Interesting. Kit smiled too. He looked at Gaspard and calmly said, No need for that. You can make your move. I'll let you have 100 moves. Within 100 moves, I won't counterattack. Go ahead. Do you dare underestimate me? Gaspard was furious, pointing at Kit and saying angrily, Very well. I will defeat you within 10 moves. You sure are confident. Kit was speechless. He turned around and asked the Chavez sect disciple, Do you know this person? He's Taishang Elder Arlen's direct descendant, highly talented. A candidate for young sect master. The young sect master of Chavez sect explained with a helpless look on his face. Too young. Doesn't know his place yet. Brother Tian, do me a favor. Just beat him up a bit. What the heck? Kit was speechless again. He suspected that there was no love lost between the Chavez sect young sect master and Gaspard. Otherwise, he would have tried to stop this by now. Boom. Before Kit could respond further, Gaspard had already made his move. The other party seemed to still adhere to martial virtues as he didn't launch a real attack initially, but rather threw a casual punch toward Kit as a minor warning. Bam! Kit extended a finger and lightly flicked it, shattering the opponent's attack effortlessly. What? Gaspard froze. That attack, although not fully powered, was certainly not something Kit should have been able to block. For a moment, Gaspard refused to believe it, assuming Kit must have used some secret technique. Letting out a long howl, his entire body erupted with true chi as 5-colored divine flames suddenly appeared on his body. Boom! The moment the divine flames appeared, Gaspard's aura expanded several times over. Yes, the 5-element sacred fire. It's said to be a natural manifestation from the bloodline power of the supreme being of Chavez sect, capable of burning anything under heaven. Gaspard truly lives up to being the one with the closest bloodline to the supreme being of Chavez sect in this generation, actually awakening the 5-element sacred fire. This is going to be fun. If Carson has his chaos body, he wouldn't fear the 5-element sacred fire, but if he lost it, then he would definitely be suppressed by it. The group of cultivators immediately became excited. No matter how strong Kit might be, he couldn't easily overpower the 5-element sacred fire, right? Boom. In an instant, Gaspard controlled the 5-element sacred fire to condense into a massive, 10,000-foot-long bell, which pressed down towards Kit. Swish. Kit used the wayfaring steps, xiaoyao, moving at an incredible speed. Note, wayfaring steps is chosen to better convey the meaning and provide a natural, fluent reading experience in English while maintaining consistency in terminology and style. With the realm of his mental state and after using the golden willow leaves multiple times to reach the semi-saint or even saint realm, Kit had mastered the basics of the immortal walking steps, heavenly Dao sword, and various supreme techniques. He could now unleash some of their true power. For instance, the immortal walking steps were previously only fast. Now, they could momentarily freeze time or, put another way, Kit moved so quickly that time hardly seemed to pass around him. However, this speed was limited by his current cultivation and could only last for dozens of miles. But even so, it was more than enough for combat. Whoosh! In an imperceptible moment, Kit appeared right before Gaspard. What? Gaspard was utterly bewildered. He hadn't anticipated Kit's speed to be so extraordinary. He felt no presence at all. Before he could react, Kit extended a finger and flicked it. Boom! A terrifying burst of pure golden true chi shot out. Instantly, Gaspard was sent flying by Kit's single finger, spitting blood, visibly wounded. This is impossible. Gaspard sprang up from the ground, his disbelief palpable. He never expected to be so easily defeated by just one finger from Kit. It was a hard fact for him to accept. Even the other cultivators were stunned. Gaspard got sent flying by a single finger? Wow, This is Carson's true strength? Too powerful. No, you're all wrong. Carson isn't physically strong. He's merely at the initial stage of Venerable Realm, but his combat techniques are too advanced. He can easily suppress Gaspard. That's right. I noticed that too. Tian Xiaotian is genuinely injured, only possessing the power of the initial Venerable Realm. However, his mastery of supreme secret techniques far surpasses the average cultivator, allowing him to unleash several times more power. These cultivators weren't fools. They quickly grasped the essence of the situation. At this point, Kit stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing Gaspard. Do you still want to continue? You're no match for me. I don't believe it. Gaspard was utterly enraged now. He hurled another punch at Kit with full force. Boom. Gaspard's enraged punch was overwhelmingly formidable. Even cultivators at the king level would hesitate to intercept such a blow. Yet, Kit's immortal walking steps barely stirred as he easily evaded the punch. Rumble. Unbelievably stubborn, Gaspard launched relentless punches, tearing through the void. But Kit didn't even counterattack. He simply avoided each strike effortlessly and yawned nonchalantly, saying, your strength isn't bad, but missing every time is pretty useless. Gaspard finally snapped. His attacks became more frenzied, yet his speed remained far too slow compared to Kit's. Meanwhile, the Chavez sect young sect master was dumbfounded. This was just too outrageous. Despite practicing for many more years, he was only slightly stronger than Gaspard. But Kit wasn't just slightly stronger. It was outright overwhelming. He had no doubt that if Kit wanted to, he could instantly kill Gaspard. This was terrifying. Was this guy really in a seriously injured state? Kit also noticed the confusion among the other cultivators and inwardly mused, seems like I went a bit too far. Chapter 424. Humiliating Gaspard. However, it hadn't reached the point of being exposed yet. Cough, cough. Kit coughed again lightly, a thread of purple golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His speed decreased, and his body paused for a moment. What a great opportunity. Gaspard was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he threw a punch at Kit, firmly believing that this punch would definitely hit him. But almost instantly, Kit extended a hand, unleashing the war end of plucking stars. His movements were as swift as lightning. Raising his hand, he grabbed hold of Gaspard's fist. Boom. A dull sound reverberated. Kadiki thunder exploding. The entire void trembled. Gaspard's fist came down, and in an instant, it was covered in blood and gore, bones shattered and tendons severed, nearly useless. Meanwhile, Kit remained unscathed. Step, step, step. Kit retreated 7 steps consecutively. With each step, massive amounts of force were deflected by him, leaving a bottomless abyss in the ground wherever he stepped. Rumble. Stopping his retreat, Kit's aura boiled intensely. However, inadvertently, he coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood, seemingly truly heavily injured. Hiss. Carson should be really injured. Otherwise, Gaspard wouldn't have any chance. That's right. If not for Carson's recurring injury, Gaspard wouldn't even be able to land a hit on him. So strong. Without using the golden willow leaves to enhance his realm or employing supreme secret arts, merely using the power of an initial stage venerable, he's dominating Gaspard. This combat talent is virtually unmatched. The crowd of cultivators marveled endlessly. Winning through superior strength and high cultivation was something nobody would look up to. But if one could defeat someone stronger with lesser power, turning the tables on them, that was glory. And Kit did exactly that. He didn't use the true dragon transformation or the golden willow leaves. His strength was just that of an ordinary venerable. Normally, he would have been instantly killed by Gaspard. Being able to counterkill Gaspard purely relied on an array of supreme secret arts comparable to cheats, and all of these had reached the preliminary stage of proficiency. He could truly unleash the power of these supreme secret arts, unlike Gaspard, who only possessed their forms but lacked their essence. Cough, cough. Kit coughed out some more blood, glanced at Gaspard, and said with a smile, enough. I don't have time to play with you. Humph. Gaspard was disdainful, loudly declaring, Carson, we haven't decided the winner yet. Take another strike from me. Boom. Gaspard continued to attack, slapping Kit again. Rumble. Powerful energy surged towards him. Kit moved slightly on his feet, his speed suddenly increasing, and in an instant, he appeared before Gaspard. Heavenly Dao Fist. Kit unleashed a punch. Though not very powerful, it struck Gaspard's chest, causing infinite cracks in his divine sea, dislocating his internal organs, and nearly depriving him of strength. Then Kit followed up with a whip kick to Gaspard's head. Boom. Gaspard was slammed into the ground, his primordial soul nearly shattered by Kit's whip kick, causing him to faint directly. Hiss. 2 moves, and Gaspard was killed instantly. So strong. Is Gaspard disabled? Not likely. Carson obviously held back. Otherwise, Gaspard would be dead now. Tisk, TSK. If only I had such combat prowess. Do you want a pillow for your dreams? The Chavez sect cultivators around were speechless. One must know, Gaspard was a genius of the ancestral type, breaking many records. Yet, in front of Kit, he couldn't last even a few moves and was directly knocked to the ground. It was simply too outrageous. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? You can all come together. Kit surveyed the area, saying indifferently, faster. I'm in a hurry. Cough, cough. Mr. Carson, you flatter us too much. Throughout history, who could ever face off against Mr. Carson? Exactly, exactly. A group of cultivators fawned over Kit madly. Turning his head, Kit glanced at the young master of the Chavez sect and said, well, following your request, I've beaten him half to death. Do you also want to try? Cough, cough. No need. The Chavez sect young master rolled his eyes and muttered, I at least gave you the map. It wouldn't be so mean to repay kindness with ingratitude, right? Since you don't need to, then I'll leave. Without further ado, Kit broke the teleportation rune in his hand and vanished instantly before the sect gate. Phew. The moment Kit left, the Chavez sect young master heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, cold sweat drenched his back. Although Kit hadn't deliberately targeted him, the inherent killing intent radiating from him was terrifying. Kadiki, a prehistoric beast, just staring at him generated pressure akin to a nightmare. Looking at where Kit had disappeared, the Chavez sect young master made up his mind, never to provoke Kit, who was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, on the other side, while Kit was pretending to collect maps from various sources and letting others know he was injured, inside the Xiuxian gate, the preparations of the Andreas were nearing completion. Standing in a valley, he gazed at the blood-red nine-death resurrection flower within it, a sneer curling the corners of his mouth. Excellent. The trap is set. Let's wait for Carson to take the bait. Has the map been sent out? It has already been sent. I placed the scroll intentionally on a disciple and had him provoke Kit. A Govind behind the Andreas spoke darkly. If the opponent was killed by Carson, then now the map is in his hands. Wonderful. Now we just wait for Carson to take the bait. The Andreas inwardly sneered, saying indifferently, with the supreme prohibited artifact of my ancestor, Carson is doomed. Hehe, your highness, once Carson is dead, then the divine treasure on his person will naturally be yours. Hehe. The Govind behind the Andreas continued, with such divine treasure in hand, perhaps the new supreme will be you. Hehe. The Andreas chuckled darkly, saying indifferently, Carson, you must come here. And at this moment elsewhere, Kit opened the map in his hand, glanced at it and muttered, not bad forgery, but it doesn't matter. Nine Death's resurrection herb, mine. As he spoke, Kit looked at the Xiuxian gate disciple sealed on the ground. He took out a talisman, its appearance changing continuously until it transformed into the exact likeness of that Xiuxian gate disciple. As for that Xiuxian gate disciple, Kit suppressed and sealed him away. Chapter 425, Trap. Within the Xiuxian gate, there exist restrictions and seals. Once this disciple is dead, they will know on the other side. Thus, Kit's infiltration plan would be in vain. Whoosh! Kit moved very quickly. In a blink, he vanished from his original spot. Soon, he arrived high up in the air and stopped. Before him, not far away, lay an immensely vast mountain range, blood-red overall, barren, with no vegetation whatsoever. Even from a great distance, one could feel the overwhelming pressure sweeping over. Intriguing. The place where Holy Spirit blood fell can cover all traces and launch a surprise attack without warning. Kit glanced at the entire mountain range, inwardly surprised. If he hadn't known beforehand, being tricked by the Xiuxian gate this way would indeed be a huge loss. But now, slipping in quietly is all it takes. Thinking of this, Kit landed gently, once again checking his attire. After confirming there were no anomalies, he leisurely entered the ruins soaked in Holy Spirit blood. At this moment, the whole mountain range was deathly silent. Not even an ant could be seen. It resembled a desert of death, the only thing present being the overwhelming killing aura brought by the Holy Spirit blood. Hey you, what are you doing here? A Xiuxian gate disciple suddenly appeared, looking at Kit with ill intent. Seeing this, Kit smiled slightly, saying kindly, it's like this. Brother, I got lost. The Saint Son ordered me to check if there's any problem with the restrictions around the 9 Khedive's rejuvenating flower. You're an array master? The Xiuxian gate disciple beside him immediately became serious, showing more respect in his tone. Why else? Kit remained calm and said, step aside quickly. If anything goes wrong with the array and Carson escapes, you too, well, master, please enter. The two disciples instantly changed their expressions and didn't dare obstruct him anymore. After all, most people wouldn't dare be as bold as Kit, delving deep into the Xiuxian gate so fearlessly. Kit glanced at the two Xiuxian gate disciples and coolly said, carry on with your tasks. With that, he slowly walked away, hands behind his back, disappearing before the two disciples' eyes. What's there to be arrogant about? Just because you understand some array arts? One disciple spat toward Kit's direction. Yeah, what's there to be smug about? The other disciple also showed clear dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Kit still strolled leisurely towards the central area of the array. He wasn't in a rush, but rather wandered around idly. The other cultivators saw this and did not question him. Kit's location was right at the center of the array, many areas considered dead zones. Unless it was the array master who created the formations, no one could enter. 100% insiders. No Xiuxian gate disciple expected Kit to casually stroll around in numerous deadly arrays without any concern. Soon, he reached the core area of the valley. Activating his heavenly Dao True Eye and scanning the surroundings, he immediately recognized several familiar faces. At this moment, the Atticus hovered in the void, staring intently at him, clearly waiting for him to enter. Kit was in no rush. He knew that the Atticus wouldn't make a move unless he stepped into the trap. He looked around, trying to see if there was anything unusual. The heavenly Dao True Eye could see through everything. Any trap could be revealed instantly. An inconspicuous corner caught Kit's attention. As the heavenly Dao True Eye swept over it, this corner showed no reaction, seeming just like any ordinary place. Unusual behavior must have its peculiarities. There was something off with this corner. Frowning, Kit examined it more carefully. Boom. The instant his heavenly Dao True Eye was fully activated, boundless chaos mist appeared, blocking all divine opportunities. Even the heavenly Dao True Eye couldn't penetrate it. However, within the boundless chaos mist, there emerged a chilling and bone-chilling aura. Kit sucked in a breath. This aura was all too familiar. Near Emperor blood. Not truly an emperor, but carrying a touch of emperor-like essence. In the training grounds of the Abdullahi, a near emperor once forced his way into the Emperor Death Array and was killed. His remains carried exactly this kind of aura. Moreover, The aura within the chaos mist was extremely decaying, imbued with the stench of death. Turns out it's this sort of thing. Just then, the voice of the immortal sword echoed. You can talk? Kit was slightly surprised, not expecting the immortal sword to speak up voluntarily. In theory, the weapon spirit should be in a dormant state when he wasn't activating it. I woke up long ago. Now I can stay awake for extended periods. The sword's spirit spoke calmly, adding, if I'm not mistaken, this formation contains the death aura refined from a near emperor corpse, a secret method from the ancient era. Death aura refined from a near emperor corpse? Is it very powerful? Kit asked curiously. I've seen emperor corpses. What's the big deal? Tisich. Naturally formed ones are different. This death aura is refined using secret methods and is incredibly toxic. It carries the law of decay. In ancient times, it was called emperor corpse poison, and anyone below the near emperor level dies from it. Sigh. That extreme? Kit sucked in another breath, muttering, interesting. The Atticus really went all out to kill me, even bringing out emperor corpse poison. Be careful. If you get contaminated by this, you might die. The sword added, even I can't save you. Don't worry. I got it. Kit frowned, stepping back 2 paces, distancing himself from that seemingly harmless corner. Then he looked around. Besides the corners storing the emperor corpse poison, there were 12 other corners covered in chaos mist, each containing emperor corpse poison. Once Kit stepped into the trap, the emperor corpse poison would be triggered. The entire space would be instantly overrun by emperor corpse poison, turning to ashes. Anyone below the near emperor level would die, but Kit felt no fear. He looked towards the center of the 13 corners. A 9 Khedive's rejuvenating flower grew silently in that spot, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Fascinating. This is the bait. Kit, watching the 9 Khedive's rejuvenating flower, suddenly grinned. Chapter 426, Supreme Corpse Poison. Do you plan to go in directly? Immortal Sword remarked, let's get this straight. If the other side detonates the Supreme Corpse Poison, I might not be able to block the invasion. I'm not at my peak condition right now. As for you, only by using the Sacred Spirit Heart might you have a sliver of a chance. No, it's not necessary. Kit shook his head and said, I have a better idea. Having finished speaking, Kit strolled away from the trap's location. Almost the moment Kit left, the Neil appeared in the void. His expression was rather grim as he said, that person, is Carson? Indeed. The Bohan replied, I knew Carson wouldn't engage us directly, but would instead transform into one of Xiuxian Gate's cultivators and infiltrate here. Why did he back off then? An ominous premonition arose in the Neil. He asked, did he notice the trap? I had the feeling that he was watching me just now. It's unlikely. Carson is very cautious and wouldn't easily enter a trap. The Bohan was also puzzled. Never mind. Keep waiting. As long as Carson wants to live, he will definitely come to take this netherworld rebirth flower. The Neil took a deep breath, and his body disappeared again into the void. At this point, Kit had moved far away from the netherworld rebirth flower. He stroked his chin, deciding not to use the body doubling talisman. Though the body doubling talisman was useful, entering the supreme array risked exposure. Moreover, the clone's strength was limited. Even if it could deceive the Neil, it wouldn't be able to bring out the netherworld rebirth flower. It would be destroyed along with the supreme corpse poison, rendering all previous preparations futile. Therefore, the only method now was to mislead, distracting the Neil while finding a way to neutralize the supreme corpse poison and then retrieve the netherworld rebirth flower. Thus, Kit needed to lure the Neil and his guards away. Thinking of this, Kit activated the body doubling talisman, forming a clone which instantly teleported outside the mountain range. While his true self changed appearance again and headed towards the supreme corpse poison's location. Swoosh! Simultaneously, Kit's clone appeared in the sky over a mountain range. Its appearance immediately caught the attention of the gatekeeping cultivators of Xiuxian Gate. These gatekeepers were personal confidants of the Neil and were extremely familiar with Kit's appearance. Seeing Kit's face brought up nightmarish memories. Heavens! It's Carson. He's here. Hurry! Report to the Holy Sun. Carson has arrived. He seems ready to attack. Let's go. Don't fight him. That's suicide. Xiuxian Gate cultivators fell into chaos. In the midst of this turmoil, Kit held a spirit sword, leisurely raising his hand for a slash. Boom! A single slash tore through the void, leveling a portion of the mountain range. Then, Kit spoke unhurriedly. This mountain range belongs to me, Carson. From this moment on, all others must leave within 15 minutes. All others who remain after 15 minutes, die. I repeat once more. You have 15 minutes. Make haste, save your lives. Boom! Kit's voice thundered deafeningly, clearly audible within a radius of tens of miles, stunning the Neil who was lying in wait for Carson. He felt he might have miscalculated. Initially expecting Kit to sneak in quietly, he hadn't anticipated Kit would attack openly. He recognized this voice. He would never forget it. Your Highness, could this Carson be an imposter? The Bohan queried. I heard Carson has a secret art to create clones. Can a clone be so powerful? Just rumors. The Neil snorted disdainfully, saying, the power in this voice is even stronger than when I last heard Carson. Clearly, this is the real deal. The Bohan tried to dissuade him, but the Neil was decisive. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, wait here. I'll lead a group of elders to confront Carson. Not wait for Carson to enter. The Bohan was taken aback. The Neil responded, no. Unless I appear defeated and fleeing, how can he feel safe enough to enter the trap? Remember, as soon as Carson steps into the trap, activate the supreme forbidden instrument to eliminate him. Got it? I understand, Your Highness. The Bohan nodded firmly. Boom. With that, the Neil vanished and sped towards the gate to confront Kit's clone. Meanwhile, Kit overheard their entire conversation, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Interesting. Supreme forbidden instrument? Must be referring to the supreme corpse poison, and the bohan knows how to control it. Realizing this, Kit's body quickly concealed itself in the void. Instantly activating the unbound step, he moved at lightning speed. In a flash, he stood before the bohan. What? That cultivator sensed something wrong. Chilled to the bone, he wanted to shout a warning to the Neil, but it was too late. Kit pointed his finger, crushing the cultivator's physical body and capturing his soul. Any slight pressure from Kit's hand would shatter the cultivator's soul. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Bang! A dull sound echoed, followed by the crack of the cultivator's body exploding, blood splattering everywhere. Kit raised his hand, summoning a Dao flame which instantly evaporated the cultivator's remains. Tia, Carson. The cultivator's teeth chattered violently, his soul quaking and curling up in fear. He never imagined that the one outside was indeed a clone, while the true self had been lurking nearby all along. Reflecting on this, the cultivator admitted, "What a diversionary tactic. We lost unfairly. How do you deactivate the supreme forbidden instrument?" Kit held the cultivator's soul in his hand, asking coldly, "Tell you and die. Not telling you means death too. Why should I tell you?" The cultivator sneered scornfully. Chapter 427. Obtaining the 9 Khedive's revival flower. He was a wise man and clearly understood that, no matter what, he would be unable to escape death. In such a case, there was no need to cooperate with Kit. However, Kit was not in a rush. He opened his mouth and said, "If you tell me, I will let you leave alive. My word is my bond." "Why should I believe you?" The cultivator stared coldly at Kit and said, "We are both smart people. It's impossible for you to release me without repercussions. You also consider yourself a tiger? You overestimate yourself. At most, you're just a bigger rat." Kit sneered and said, "I give you 100 chances, and you can't kill me. Enough nonsense. Do you agree or not?" "You." A flash of coldness vanished in the eyes of the sly-looking cultivator, but he knew that Kit was telling the truth. Now, he didn't have the strength to kill Kit, so in the endless years to come, he could never catch up to Kit's pace. Killing Kit? It was nothing more than wishful thinking. Thinking about this and embracing the belief that it's better to live miserably than die gloriously, the cultivator said, "All right, I'll tell you the secret method to control the formation. I hope you keep your promise." "I always mean what I say." Kit pinched the cultivator's spirit and asked, "All right, hurry up. How do you collect the supreme forbidden tool?" "Okay, I'll tell you." The cultivator nodded quickly and began explaining the method piece by piece. Meanwhile, Kit used the lie-detecting secret art, discerning whether the cultivator was telling the truth or lying. Thus, he wasn't worried that the cultivator would trick him. Soon, he had obtained the secret art. With a gentle grip, Kit sealed the cultivator. "Hold on, didn't you say you'd let me go?" The cultivator was bewildered and shouted loudly, "You don't keep your word." "Not keeping my word? You're overthinking it. I just don't want you disturbing me." Kit sneered. With a wave of his hand, Kit suppressed the cultivator's spirit, and then added, "After the deed is done, I will release you. Keeping you around takes up space." "You bastard." The cultivator was infuriated. Ignoring him, Kit threw him into the dragon pendant and put his hands behind his back. Then, he split off an avatar, entering the killing formation again. One by one, beams of light illuminated as the avatar effortlessly collected the 9 Khedive's revival flower located in the central area. Then it returned to the original body's hand. Phew. Kit took a deep breath. Regardless of anything, the 9 Khedive's revival flower was finally obtained. His months of planning were not in vain. However, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he glanced around and set his eyes on the 13 portions of supreme corpse poison. This was indeed good stuff. If used properly, it could theoretically eliminate any 13 enemies below the quasi-supreme level. Absolutely the best tool for murder and arson, traveling through the world. This was also why he forced out the method to collect these supreme forbidden tools. However, given that it was supreme corpse poison, Kit was not foolish and naturally wouldn't risk his own self to test it. Otherwise, if the cultivator had tricked him, wouldn't that be disastrous? Therefore, Kit directly controlled the avatar to start trying to collect the first portion of supreme corpse poison. Kit followed the secret method he had forced out, beginning to gather the supreme corpse poison. As points of black light rose, the boundless chaos mist dissipated in this corner very quickly. A palm-sized black bottle emerged. Inside the small bottle was a drop of black liquid slowly flowing. Even though it was sealed infinitely, some toxins still seeped out, causing Kit to feel dizzy and disoriented. God damn it. This poison. Absolutely the most terrifying toxin I've ever seen. Kit took a deep breath. He raised his hand and used the Heavenly Dao Talisman to add 9 seals before finally collecting the first portion. Phew. Next, it's time to collect the remaining 12 portions. Kit chuckled, muttering, "The Holy Son of the Xiuxian Gate is truly a good person. Not only did he give me a 9 Khedive's revival flower, but also provided 13 supreme forbidden tools. TSK. I wonder if he'll die of anger when he finds out the truth." Shaking his head, Kit continued to collect the supreme forbidden tools. Meanwhile, his avatar was stalling time far away. Boom. The avatar of Kit slashed out a sword strike, shattering the void. An elder of the Xiuxian Gate was instantly cleaved by Kit. SSS. This kid is terrifying. Remember, he hasn't boosted his realm using forbidden tools yet, and he's already this frightening. He can actually suppress an early-stage king-level elder. A group of Xiuxian Gate disciples watching from afar gasped in surprise. Bang! That king-level elder was once again cleaved by Kit. A deep gash appeared on his neck, nearly severing his entire head. But the Lanny laughed madly, saying, "Ha ha ha, Carson, you have indeed declined. Recently, you could still fight a great cultivator. Now, you can't even defeat a king-level elder like me. Hee hee. Your golden willow leaves are probably all consumed, right? Now, injured, you can't use the true dragon transformation either. Hehe. Who would have thought I'd have a chance today to slay a genius like you? What an honor. You really talk too much. Kit was speechless. If his main body wasn't currently collecting the supreme forbidden tools and needed to stall for time, he would have killed this Lanny long ago. Why waste time talking nonsense? However, when it came time to act, he still had to play along. Cough, cough, cough. Kit spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura became somewhat feeble. Hehe. Carson, don't force yourself. Today, you won't get the 9 Khedive's revival flower. You can only die here. The elder's tone was icy. This is the consequence of opposing our xiuxian gate. Even if you're a world-class genius, you will die here. Is that so? Kit sneered. His foot moved slightly, initiating the ethereal steps. He appeared in front of the elder like a ghost. Executing heavenly Dao slash. Another sword descended. Whoosh. Kadiki slicing butter with a hot knife. Kit sliced down along the black thread, cutting through the xiuxian gate elder who suddenly stopped laughing. Whoosh. His entire body was cleaved in two by Kit. Endless sword energy erupted, directly crushing the soul along with it, turning it into blood mist that scattered in midair. SSSS. Sucking sounds of breath rang out all around. Translation provided based on the original Chinese text, maintaining the story's tone and style while ensuring grammatical correctness and fluency. Chapter 428. Delaying Tactics. A group of cultivators stood dumbfounded. None of them had expected that the elder at the early stage of King Realm, who was just gloating a moment ago, would be extinguished by Kit with a single sword strike. Carson, you dare kill my xiuxian sex elder? At this moment, the enraged voice of the Zaire rang out. He looked at Kit coldly and said, Carson, you're courting death. Today, no matter what, you will die here. Is that so? Kit waved his hand, sheathing the long sword in his possession. He moved his limbs slightly and spoke indifferently. If I dared to come, it's because I have the confidence of victory. I'll give you two choices. The first choice is to hand over the 9 Khedive's revival flower. The second choice is for me to beat it out of you. Here, don't say I didn't give you an opportunity. Honest cooperation is always better than anything else. What do you think? Humph. Even if I die, I won't hand over the 9 Khedive's revival flower to you. The tone of the Zaire was unbearably arrogant, but inside, he was riddled with doubt. During their last confrontation, he almost got killed instantly by Kit. In just 2 moves, he was directly defeated. Without any chance to retaliate, this time it might not be different. However, his objective was not to win, but to lure Kit into a deadly trap after his inevitable defeat. After all, since Kit wanted the 9 Khedive's revival flower, he must keep him alive. What the Zaire did not know was that Kit's real self had already infiltrated the core area, not only taking away the 9 Khedive's revival flower, but also the supreme forbidden artifacts he set up. Cough, cough, cough. Kit began coughing violently again. His face was pale, his chi and blood dried up, appearing extremely weak. He looked like he could drop dead at any moment. This made the Zaire elated inwardly, seeing Kit seemingly about to die. Could it be that he would get the chance to feel superior to Kit? That would be making history indeed. He laughed and said, Ha ha ha, Carson, looks like your injuries are already this severe. Too good. SK, no matter how serious my injuries, getting rid of you is more than enough. Despite his weakening aura and pale face, Kit continued, even if I am severely injured, you cannot even compare to me. Arrogant fool. xiuxian 9 transformations. The Zaire flew into a rage. Kit's words were purely insulting him. After all, he was a renowned genius in Central Continent. Was he really inferior to Kit? How ridiculous. Without another word, the Zaire immediately activated the supreme secret technique, xiuxian 9 transformations. Boom. A virtual image of a xiuxian, 1,000 feet long, formed and stomped down toward Kit. Rumble. The surrounding space exploded as the xiuxian's shadow descended with infinite pressure. You insult the supreme secret technique created by the Draper with your use of xiuxian 9 transformations. Kit curled his lip in disdain. He raised his hand and punched straight towards the xiuxian's image. Boom. This punch shattered the space around it, causing everything around it to collapse. The seemingly formidable xiuxian image was destroyed by one punch from Kit. Crack. Almost instantly, the punch hit the Zaire, making him spit blood and fly back. Not possible. You're injured. The Zaire was so frustrated that he nearly bled from anger. It made no sense. He couldn't defeat the peak state Kit before, and now he couldn't defeat the heavily wounded, dying Kit either. It was truly unjust. At this point, Kit realized that he had lost control earlier when he saw the Zaire using the Kramer's secret technique. After all, the Kramer had been quite kind to him. He gave him 2 supreme artifacts plus a myriad of opportunities. But his descendants were taken over by the xiuxian sect, even robbing the supreme artifacts. This naturally made Kit incredibly angry. Subconsciously, he used more strength, nearly killing the Zaire with one punch. Cough, cough, cough. Kit spat out several mouthfuls of blood, swaying unsteadily, feigning a state of impending death. This act relieved the Zaire somewhat. Looking at Kit, he sneered and said, Carson, I admit you're strong, but what does that matter? You're dying. Kit ignored the Zaire and stared at him coldly, saying, You don't have the qualifications to use xiuxian 9 transformations, and you're not using it correctly. Let's see how you plan to show off. The Zaire arrived late and did not know about Kit obtaining the legacy of the Kramer. He glared at Kit coldly and said, I have practiced for hundreds or thousands of years within my clan. In terms of mastery of xiuxian 9 transformations, I rank top among the young generation. How dare you say I'm not qualified? Overconfidence. Overconfidence? Just the truth. Kit stood with his hands behind his back. As he took a step forward, his entire aura changed. Rumble. A pure golden xiuxian appeared in the void, roughly 10 feet tall, vividly lifelike. At the instant it appeared, the surrounding space experienced some changes. The golden xiuxian radiated vibrant energy, akin to a genuine divine beast. Not possible. The Zaire stared intensely at Kit, eyes filled with shock. In practicing xiuxian 9 transformations, the first transformation produces only a regular xiuxian illusion. By the second transformation, it becomes a solidified xiuxian, and achieving a lively appearance would be at least at the 4th or 5th transformation level. An achievement at the Holy Spirit stage could only be like this. In the same realm, the power difference between the 1st and 5th transformations of xiuxian 9 transformations can reach dozens of times. Boom. The golden xiuxian, 10 feet tall, seemed to have its own consciousness. It took a step forward, its body flashing a streak of golden light, and stomped down on the Zaire. Boom. The golden xiuxian's foot crushed through the void, shattering the entire space with just one stomp. With just one step, the Zaire couldn't withstand it and was flung far away. His body was nearly disintegrated, many parts turning into meat paste. Rumble. After striking once, the golden xiuxian did not stop. It continued its pursuit. Quickly, it caught up with the Zaire and stomped down again. Rumble. The Zaire was kicked flying once more. He kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood, cracks appearing all over his body. Just one more stomp, and the Zaire would be stomped to death. Not good. Kit was startled. He had just collected 7 of the 9 supreme forbidden artifacts, and still had 6 left to collect. ####Chapter 429. I was just playing with you. The Gregory couldn't die now. So, Kit had to let up. He spat out a large mouthful of golden blood. Cough, cough, cough. Golden blood flowed from the corner of Kit's mouth. Simultaneously, the invincible golden xiuxian that exuded dominance vanished instantly. The threat of death was lifted. Huff, huff, huff. The Gregory took deep breaths and gulps. He looked at Kit from a distance with lingering fear, his heart pounding. Phew. Thankfully, Kit's injuries relapsed. Otherwise, he would have been finished. That was absolutely the closest he'd ever been to death. Cough, cough. A bit disappointing. Kit wiped the blood from his mouth and said to the Gregory, I don't have much time left. I need to get rid of you quickly. No way. You're too naive. The Gregory coldly replied, looking at Kit. You're seriously injured. As long as I stall for some time, you should fall, right? Hehe. You won't survive in the end. Where is your supreme artifact? Are you going to use your supreme artifact? To deal with trash like you, there's no need for a supreme artifact. Kit smiled slightly, showing no sign of fear. With one step, he arrived right in front of the Gregory. Then he threw a punch. Boom, boom. The punch was extremely fast, but Kit was holding back. Bam. The Holy Sun blocked the attack with his hand. Although he was still smashed away by Kit's punch, the aura of imminent death was gone. He looked at Kit and said, Carson, you've weakened. Weakened? Still enough to kill you. Kit remained calm. He took another step forward and aimed another punch at the Holy Sun. Boom. This punch tore through the void, but it was once again blocked by the Holy Sun. In fact, the Holy Sun countered with a punch towards Kit. Swoosh. Kit easily dodged it and kicked him hard in the forehead, sending the Holy Sun flying again. Bam. Kit followed up with several hundred punches, each one weaker than the last. Several hundred punches left the Holy Sun heavily wounded but did not kill him. Bam. Another kick from Kit sent the Holy Sun soaring away. Rattle. The Holy Sun crashed into a rock before stopping. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, and his injuries were severe. His body was covered in thousands of large and small wounds, almost falling apart. But even so, the Gregory was laughing wildly. He shouted, Carson, ha ha ha, you've weakened. Your injuries must be reaching their limit. Ha ha ha, I know why you didn't use your supreme artifact. It's because your injuries are too heavy, and you can't use it anymore. TSK. 3 supreme artifacts. Finally mine. At this moment, the Gregory was elated. Even the surrounding xiuxian sect cultivators were no exception. They all cheered wildly, shouting, ha ha ha, this was hard to come by. Not bad. If the xiuxian sect gets 3 supreme artifacts, we'll definitely sweep across the entire Xianxian world. Which faction could rival the xiuxian sect? TSK. Divine treasures. Absolutely divine treasures. Our xiuxian sect will finally rise. How about we take action now and kill Carson? No, we can't be sure if Carson has any hidden tricks. If he uses a desperate move, that would be terrible. That's true. Anyway, he's seriously injured and about to die soon. Let's wait a while. The surrounding xiuxian sect cultivators were dancing with excitement. It seemed they had already considered Kit as defeated. A bunch of idiots. Standing on the ground, Kit's lips curled upward into a slight smile, showing no trace of fear. At this moment, his main self had already retrieved all the supreme artifacts. He had nothing to lose. He could now act without hesitation. Suddenly, Kit unleashed his full power. Boom. A powerful life force erupted from Kit, rising into the sky. His state was immediately at its peak. There wasn't a hint of injury left. In no way. The Holy Sun's laughter stopped abruptly. He stared at Kit, his eyes wide like bells. This shouldn't be. Wasn't Kit supposed to be dying from his injuries? Why? Why did Kit suddenly return to his peak, and possibly even stronger? Suddenly, he remembered something and asked incredulously, Carson, you weren't injured at all? Not exactly. This is my clone. You idiots. Kit smiled, saying, I've been playing with you all along. Enjoying it? Not at all. The Holy Sun's face turned green with rage. Without Kit explaining further, he already guessed everything. Since this was a clone, then the real one must have already taken the 9 Khedive soul-returning flower. If not successful, the supreme artifacts would have activated by now. Moreover, Kit's clone would have continued pretending to be injured to buy time instead of returning to its peak. As for the other Kylan sect cultivators, they fell silent instantly. Their eyes were wide open in shock, anger, and humiliation spreading through them. What an insult. An entire sect was played for fools. They hadn't noticed. If losing in strength were acceptable, now they felt intellectually inferior. Many cultivators felt an impulse to fight Kit to the death. Boy, die. A nearby great being couldn't hold back and slapped toward Kit. Kit's clone didn't dodge. Instead, it activated True Dragon Transformation, elevating its strength to king level. Then it layered a medium-grade Battle Immortal token, bringing its power to the peak of Heavenly Sovereign level. Boom. An unprecedentedly strong aura burst forth. Kit slashed with a sword, severing the great being's hand, then struck again, aiming for his forehead to destroy his soul. No. The great being panicked and dodged. However, Kit anticipated this move. He stomped down, hitting the great being's head. Bam! A dull thud resounded. The great being flew away under Kit's foot. Kit didn't chase him. His clone's lifespan was running out. Phew. No more playing with you guys. Time for me to use the 9 Khedive's soul-returning flower slowly. Kit smiled, giving them the finger before the clone dissipated. Aya! At this moment, the Gregory also reached the trap site. Hashtag chapter 430, defenses shattered. Just a glance was enough to send a thunderclap through the mind of the IL. His entire body buzzed with shock and disbelief. At this moment, the entire valley could be described as nothing short of devastated. Not only had the 9 Khedive's revival flower disappeared, but the 13 supreme prohibited artifacts had also been taken away. 13 supreme prohibited artifacts. Killing Kit would have been worth it if he could obtain just 3 supreme artifacts. It would be an absolute win. But now, not even a single strand of hair remained for him. Instead, he almost died at Kit's hands, suffering heavy losses. For a moment, the Yael felt like fainting. He lost control of his emotions, screaming in rage, "Carson, I swear I will kill you. Carson, I will never rest until you are dead. Damn you." The normally composed Yael now disregarded his dignity, spewing curses wildly. Hee. Kit stood 100 miles away in midair. Seeing the Yael lose his composure, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He wasn't upset at all. After all, the person being cursed was Carson, not him, Kit. This was the benefit of having a disguise. Let them curse all they want. It wasn't his real name. Shaking his head, Kit stopped paying attention to the furious Yael and turned to leave. With the 3 sacred herbs now in his possession, it was time to begin advancing to the Divine Sea Realm. He had stayed too long in the Profound Chi Realm. Choosing a secluded place, Kit asked the Dorian and Ari to guard him. He sat cross-legged within the ruins of a sage's legacy. The area was surrounded by a Holy Spirit array formation, making it inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. He sat on a broken stone slab and took out the 3 sacred herbs, a golden sun saint vine, a jade-like profound yang sacred marrow resembling a lake, and a blood-red 9 Khedive's revival flower. Together, they emitted an immortal radiance. Buzz. As the 3 sacred herbs appeared, divine light rained down, instantly filling the air with a dense fragrance of medicinal herbs. Whoosh. Kit took a deep breath, picked up the profound yang sacred marrow, and swallowed it whole. Buzz. Infinite energy surged from the profound yang sacred marrow. In an instant, an endless torrent of scorching energy condensed within Kit's dantian. The originally boundless ocean of true chi truly transformed into a sea, breaking through the barrier that once existed. The Divine Sea Realm had arrived. Boom. The originally golden true essence seemed to undergo some mystical change. Strange runes flickered within the true essence. Instantly, another wave of mysterious power erupted, reinforcing Kit's physical body, marking a fundamental transformation. Every cultivator experiences only 3 major transformations throughout their life. The first is from the Profound Chi Realm to the Divine Sea Realm, the path from immortal to the start of godhood. It means a qualitative leap in lifespan, recovery ability, spirit, and physique. Boom. However, this surge of power merely swept through Kit's body, causing bones to crackle, but it barely removed any impurities. Most changes were restructuring, making his body more resilient and suited for the Divine Sea Realm. There were no other noticeable changes. Holy crap. They said reaching the Divine Sea Realm would cause my body to undergo a fundamental transformation. But there's hardly any difference now. Kit felt speechless upon sensing his own changes. However, he quickly understood why. Though he reached the Divine Sea Realm, his physical body had already been refined to its peak, far surpassing that of ordinary Divine Sea cultivators. His physical strength was comparable to that of a king-level cultivator. Simply breaking through to the Divine Sea Realm was not enough. Feeling the disparity in power within his body, Kit shook his head, grabbed the Sun Saint Vine, and swallowed it whole. Then, he began cultivating, aiming to break through physically. Boom. As soon as he consumed the Sun Saint Vine, a golden flame emerged. This golden flame crazily absorbed Kit's chaotic blood as fuel, rapidly expanding. Holy crap, what's happening? Kit panicked and hurriedly channeled the Chaos Scripture to suppress the golden flame. However, he soon realized that it was futile. The Sun Saint fire generated by the Sun Saint Vine was like a spark falling into a pile of gasoline, fueled by his chaotic flesh and blood, unstoppable. Even the Chaos Scripture couldn't subdue it. Damn it, could the Sun Saint Vine given to me by the Jinwu clan be fake? A thought flashed through Kit's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible, he had carefully examined it using the Heavenly Tao True Eye. It was genuine and had no hidden tricks. So, it must be due to him. Perhaps, the Sun Saint fire uses chaotic blood as fuel? This realization worried him. If so, things could go terribly wrong. For a moment, Kit considered abandoning part of his physical body and leaving with his spirit. The Sun Saint fire seemed unstoppable for some reason. But soon, Kit noticed something unusual. Wherever the Sun Saint fire burned, it didn't completely consume the flesh, leaving roughly 1/3 behind. This remaining flesh was translucent and incredibly sturdy, regenerating rapidly and unafraid of the sun's saint fire's burning. Haha, I get it now. This is the true meaning of a fundamental transformation. Using the sun's saint fire to refine the body and forge the strongest physique. Kit took a deep breath, his worries dissipating. He focused on accelerating the regeneration of his flesh to counter the sun's saint fire's burn. Boom. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days and nights passed. Within Kit's body, 2/3 of his flesh had been burned away, but eventually, all of it regenerated, forming a body as radiant as crystal. Boom. Kit extended his hand and casually waved it, shattering space. With pure physical strength alone, he could kill a venerable level cultivator with one punch. This level of physical strength was nearly equivalent to a near emperor level. Phew. Next is the 9 Khedive's revival flower. As Kit looked at the blood-red 9 Khedive's revival flower before him, preparing to take it, something unexpected happened. Meanwhile, outside, a group of cultivators rushed to the perimeter of these ruins. Yes, this is definitely the place. According to Shan Xuanzi's calculations, Carson should be here meditating and preparing to break through. Quickly, seal off the surrounding space. Humph. Everyone prepare. We absolutely cannot let Carson escape. Chapter 431. Dare to face me in a duel? This time, we've brought our ultimate trump card. Carson is as good as dead. In an instant, a group of cultivators sealed off the void, enclosing the entire ruin within it. Who are you? Only now did the Dorian soar into the sky. He glanced at their attire but found them all dressed in black, making it impossible to determine which sect they belonged to. Thus, he sneered harshly, "Humph, concealing yourselves like cowards, afraid to reveal your true identities? Hehehe, since you're all dead anyway, telling you wouldn't serve any purpose. It's just a waste of effort and time. Yeah, this ox has quite impressive hide. I want to skin it for a set of armor. The Dorian is a primeval divine beast, a treasure trove of power. Can't let that go to waste. I want the ox's horns, perhaps I can forge an imperial-grade spirit weapon." The group of cultivators laughed sinisterly, already discussing how to divide the spoils. Their cultivation levels were not particularly high, merely at the divine ability realm, yet they acted extremely arrogantly. They didn't even consider the Dorian a threat. The Dorian became even angrier. He stepped forward directly and said, "You two have truly infuriated me. If you have the guts, face me in a duel." Calm down. Something is off with this group. At that moment, Kit's voice rang out. The Dorian turned his head and saw Kit pat him on the shoulder, then continued, "That's enough. You should leave first. I'll deal with these people." Having said that, Kit took a step forward, activating his Dao True Eye to sweep over the group of cultivators. This group was sizable, consisting of 300 to 400 people. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, they were merely a group of divine ability realm practitioners, each one gaunt and emaciated, as if suffering from severe malnutrition. Almost nothing but bones and skin remained. However, through Kit's eyes, every individual in this group possessed tightly packed rules within their bodies, indicating immense strength. These were sacred bodies. Such manifestations could only occur after reaching the semi-saint realm, and the identity of this group became apparent. They were self-sealed experts from countless major forces who lowered their own cultivation levels to extend their lifespan by several years. But for these experts, unleashing their full potential was but a matter of moments. "Boss, what's so special about these people?" The Dorian was somewhat confused. At this moment, Nash spoke up, "Very unusual. They carry a decaying aura on their bodies. These are powerful figures from long-lost eras, surviving till today by sealing themselves. Not just that, almost everyone has a unique cultivation system. This suggests they come from numerous different forces. A forcibly assembled group of semi-saint level experts." Gulp. Wilbur, the incel, drew a deep breath and said, "Boss, we need to flee. Even with 3 supreme artifacts, we can't match these few hundred semi-saints. Each one was once a top-tier expert. They only sealed themselves to protect future generations when their lifespans neared exhaustion. They have mere days or weeks left, and they don't fear death." Gasp. Nash also widened her eyes, her face pale as she said, I'll ask the ancestral remnant to intervene and slay this group of semi-saints." "It's futile. He won't interfere." Kit stood calmly, shaking his head as he explained, "Supremes are forged in blood and gore. Seeking help from him is impossible. However, if I'm not killed, he might avenge me." Huh. Nash was surprised. She looked at Kit and asked, "Then, what should we do?" "Simple. Don't give a damn about life or death. If you're not satisfied, fight." Kit scanned the semi-saints and said, "Hundreds of semi-saints? I'll kill them all." "Boss, now's not the time for boasting." Wilbur swallowed hard and said, "Give me a supreme artifact. I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. You run quickly." "Tisich, I won't send my subordinates to die." Kit took a step forward, scanning the semi-saints with a calm gaze. "Do you know disturbing someone's cultivation is incredibly annoying? I'm furious right now, and the consequences will be dire." Haha, still angry in the face of death. A gaunt semi-saint stepped forward, standing with hands behind his back, his icy gaze fixed on Kit as he said coldly, "Carson, your anger won't change anything." "Change anything? Naturally, you must all die." Kit stood with hands behind his back, scanning the group of semi-saints as he coolly stated, "No need for unnecessary talk. One-on-one or group battle, your choice. For one-on-one, you take turns. For group battle, I'll handle all of you alone." As he spoke, Kit took another step forward. Boom. Kit's aura exploded with unbridled ferocity without any wind. How formidable. Incredible, such steady aura. It rivals the peak venerated level. But, how did this kid manage to kill Cohen? He was among the best of the semi-saints, nearly reaching the saint level. This kid has forbidden artifacts that boost his realm. stacking effects, achieving semi-saint caliber. Gasp. That's terrifying. Humph. So what if he can match a semi-saint? We have hundreds here, and he's just one man. The group of semi-saints sneered, all believing Kit had no chance of winning. Standing calmly, Kit scanned the gathered semi-saint experts and said, "Who wants to duel me? Step forward. As renowned and historic experts, you surely aren't all cowards, too afraid to challenge me? Heh, kid, don't get cocky. I'll slay you." A gaunt elder stepped forward, and as he advanced, his aura erupted instantly. Initially merely at the divine ability realm, his cultivation rapidly skyrocketed, returning to the semi-saint level in the blink of an eye. From being gaunt, he transformed into a youth with thick black hair, exuding robust vitality. Boom. The semi-saint took a step forward, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Rumble. The overwhelming presence of a semi-saint surged towards Kit like an avalanche, but Kit stood with hands behind his back, and a golden willow leaf appeared in his hand. The moment the golden willow leaf appeared, Kit's cultivation surged explosively, directly reaching the Emperor realm. Boom. The aura and power of an emperor burst forth. Chapter 432, Beating a Semi-Sage. Even Kit was stunned for a moment. His current cultivation had reached the early stage of the Emperor realm. It seemed that this was the limit of the golden willow leaf. Before, his cultivation was too low, and at most, it could only boost him to the Great Being realm. However, it didn't matter anymore. After using the golden willow leaf, Kit didn't even need the War Immortal seal. He directly activated the Chaos True Dragon transformation. Crack. The Chaos blood burned once again, but this time, its power became incredibly shocking. It immediately reached a twofold enhancement. Even Kit was taken aback. It was evident that after using the Solar Saint Vine and reaching the 6th physical realm, his Chaos body had also been strengthened. By burning the Chaos blood, he could achieve a twofold enhancement. At the Emperor realm, with a twofold enhancement, Kit's aura rapidly swelled. In an instant, he had reached the peak of the semi-sage realm. He was just half a step away from becoming a sage. Rumble. Endless power surged within Kit's body. If it were anyone else, they would have lost control long ago, succumbing to insanity or self-destruction due to the overwhelming power. But Kit was different. He had already experienced sage-level power through the Heart of Sage. At this moment, although the power was immense, it still paled in comparison to true sage-level strength. Fascinating. There is actually a secret technique that can elevate one's combat power to the peak of the semi-sage realm. The reborn sage said coldly, "Boy, since you've reached the semi-sage realm, I won't be considered as bullying you. My name is Deshawn. Remember my name. Even if you die, it will be a form of honor." Do you really think you're going to win? Kit sneered, and instantly, the rusty sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword and pointed it at Deshawn, saying, "Just a semi-sage. You dare call yourself a sage? No matter how defiant you are, you'll end up being slain by me in the end." Deshawn snarled coldly and attacked without any further ado. He shot out a palm toward Kit. Instantly, a black palm flew towards Kit, obliterating everything along its path into dust. Seeing this, Kit stepped forward and shouted lightly, "Transform Heaven Palm." Boom. Kit thrust out his palm, sending a faint gray shadow flying toward the black palm. In an instant, the two attacks collided. Rumble. Dust erupted everywhere. Instantly, the sky was filled with dust. Facing the Transform Heaven Palm, the black palm was no match and shattered instantly. Thud. Deshawn was struck by backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Staring at Kit in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Impossible! Your strength shouldn't be this powerful. There's a lot you don't know about me." Kit stepped forward, directly appearing before Deshawn, and punched out with his hand. Bang! Deshawn tried to block, but a pale blue sword glow emerged from Kit's rusty sword. The Heavenly Dao sword technique activated. In an instant, Kit slashed at Deshawn's shoulder, nearly severing his entire arm. Following this, Kit kicked Deshawn in the chest. Rumble. Deshawn was kicked hundreds of miles away, his mind buzzing. He stared at Kit with wide eyes, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible! This can't be happening. Nothing is impossible. Stop making excuses for your weakness." Kit threw another punch, sending Deshawn flying again. The terrifying force almost disintegrated Deshawn. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch landed on Deshawn. Even with the semi-sage realm's incredible recovery ability, he wasn't a match for Kit and was continually beaten down. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding semi-sages watching the battle were all extremely unpleasant. They had all heard of Kit's reputation, but none of them expected him to be this formidable. Not a single bit of his reputation was exaggerated. Even in rumors, Kit's strength was never portrayed as terrifying as what they were witnessing. It was said that Kit was on par with Cohen in rumors. He wasn't supposed to be overpowering Deshawn like this, and Deshawn was already among their elite. Among the hundreds of semi-sages present, only a few could defeat Deshawn, and none dared claim a sure victory. He's terrifying. We absolutely cannot let him grow any further. Yes, if Carson survives, he will become the future Supreme. No one can break his dominance and become the Supreme Ruler. Damn, the only solution is to eliminate Kit while we still can. If Deshawn dies in battle, we will immediately activate the Supreme Artifact and use its power to obliterate Kit. The group of semi-sages watched as Deshawn was repeatedly overpowered by Kit. They realized that defeating him individually was hopeless. The only solution was to use the Supreme Artifact's power to destroy Kit. Eliminate this potential threat for their descendants. This was the genuine thought of all the semi-sages around. Bang! Without holding back, Kit slashed down with the Heavenly Dao sword technique. Slash! This sword cut through everything. Deshawn's head was split in two by Kit's sword, exploding upon impact. In his dying moments, Deshawn continued to roar, "Impossible! This can't be. How can I lose to you? A mere ant. Impossible. Defiance won't save you now. Accept your fate and die. With a swift slash, Kit utterly annihilated Deshawn's remaining spirit. Then, Kit turned around, his gaze sweeping over the group of semi-sages, calmly saying, "Come at me together. You're so weak. I'm bored." "What? Insolence. Boy, even if you're strong, you can't insult us. Do you look down on everyone? Killing Deshawn means nothing." "Yes, too arrogant." The group of semi-sages grew frantic, their eyes red with rage. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to attack Kit en masse. Meanwhile, Kit stood with his hands behind his back, lifting his chin, looking down at them dismissively. "What if I do look down on you? Dare to challenge me one-on-one? You don't have the courage. A bunch of cowards." Chapter 433, Attack together, don't waste my time. Attack together, don't waste my time. I still need to cultivate. Fighting with you all is a sheer waste of time and life. Boy, what did you say? For heaven's sake, are you belittling us? Damn brat. Stop talking. Is anyone willing to step forward and take out this boy? I have a secret technique that can temporarily transfer my cultivation power to you. The half-saints surrounding him all had bloodshot eyes. Originally, they were prepared to use their supreme artifacts to annihilate Kit, but now, none of the half-saints would dare do such a thing. They couldn't afford to lose face. Hundreds of half-saints dealing with one mere boy required the combined attack of supreme artifacts? That would undoubtedly become the biggest laughingstock in the xuanhuan realm. Even after 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, it would remain a topic for other cultivators to mock. Boy, I admit you are strong, but that's not enough reason for your arrogance. At this moment, a half-saint slowly stepped forward. He exuded a steady aura, having recovered to his peak condition. He looked quite young on the outside. Around him, a layer of pale golden flame enveloped him. Boom! With a single step forward by the half-saint, within 100 miles, mountains sank and all things turned to dust. In the void, endless black cracks erupted, swallowing everything. Hiss! Who is this half-saint? His aura is terrifying. The Dorian took a sharp breath. Beside him, Nash glanced over and said, "Not clear yet, but I can sense that this guy isn't easy to deal with." Upon hearing Nash's words, Corey beside them grew serious. He opened his mouth and said, "That's not an ordinary half-saint. He's Oscar, the famous half-saint from 1.27 million years ago. He was nearly invincible in the xuanhuan realm, almost reaching the sage realm. Unfortunately, he failed to withstand the sage heavenly tribulation and had to cut off his own cultivation path to avoid it. Rumors were that he had passed away, but apparently, he's still alive." Hiss! He reached a level that could trigger a heavenly tribulation, meaning, his combat strength could rival a sage? Jinchi Dapeng Niao, with a solemn expression, replied, "If that's true, then we're in trouble. Perhaps even worse." Corey continued, "By burning his life force, theoretically, he can recover to his peak state, equivalent to the sage realm combat strength. His lifespan is about to end anyway. He has no fear of heavenly tribulation anymore." Upon hearing this, Nash's face changed. She stepped forward, intending to warn Kit. But Kit, not far off, spoke up, "Interesting. You must be Oscar the half-saint, right? I've heard of you." "Boy, you're impolite. You should call me Oscar the Sage." Oscar detested being called a half-saint. Not passing the sage heavenly tribulation was his biggest regret in life. Upon hearing this, Kit stood calmly with his hands behind his back. He replied, "Oscar the Sage? But, you're not at sage-level strength right now. You're asking for death." Oscar instantly flew into a rage. Without holding back, he unleashed his full cultivation power, condensing it into a fiery blade formed from flame rules. The blade, 3 feet wide and 10 feet long, bore an overwhelming might as it chopped down towards Kit. Boom! The powerful aura surged forth, shattering space itself under its might. Even Kit became fully alert. "Haha, boy, my Oscar blade is indestructible. There's nothing I can't sever. Just wait there for your death." Oscar laughed wildly, supremely confident. In his era, no one could withstand his peak strike, not even Kit. "You're overthinking it." Kit gazed at Oscar. A faint blue sword energy emerged from the rusty sword in his hand. Without fear, he executed the heavenly Dao sword technique, clashing directly with the Oscar blade. SSSHH. The ice blue sword energy sliced through the air. Following the only white line among countless black lines before him, Kit slashed down. Ping! Kadiki a hot knife through butter. The ice blue sword energy effortlessly cleaved the Oscar blade in two. Then, with a reverse stroke, Kit severed half of Oscar's head. Unfortunately, Oscar's reaction speed wasn't slow. Thus, this blow did not injure his vital Yuan Shun, primordial spirit. Fearful swordsmanship. No, impossible. This kind of swordsmanship? Oscar was utterly dazed. His mind buzzed as he looked at Kit with incredulity. This swordsmanship reminded him of ancient texts, swordsmanship that should not exist. The heavenly Dao sword. Using the power of the Dao, it could slay even supreme beings when perfected. Such powerful swordsmanship was thought to be legendary, yet here it appeared? Incredible. Look at this swordsmanship. Could it be the heavenly Dao sword technique? No way. This surpasses even the true immortal swordsmanship. It can't exist. It's just some supreme artifact imitation. Heh, they must have used a supreme artifact secretly. No, I think no supreme artifact was used. Cultivators around them debated incessantly. Meanwhile, Kit's attacks were relentless. He kicked Oscar away and pursued, delivering another slash with the heavenly Dao sword. The white thread directly linked to Oscar's primordial spirit. One decisive strike from Kit, and Oscar would die. Oscar's face turned green. He couldn't be killed by such a young upstart. How humiliating. Better to die under the heavenly tribulation than by Kit's hand. Thinking this, Oscar roared and unleashed his full cultivation, reaching peak battle power. Boom. An infinite sage might surged, freezing the surrounding space instantly. The aura of a sage appeared. Just that aura alone felt like 1,000 horsemen trampling towards Kit, aiming to crush him. Boom. Kit's entire body rumbled with surging chi and blood. Catamitless power flowed, blocking Oscar's aura. For the first time, he looked somewhat grave. Oscar's cultivation had indeed reached the sage level. Truly terrifying. Note: the translation follows the provided instructions closely, maintaining the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence with the storyline. Chapter 434, Wounding a Sage. Looking at the half-sage Oscar, Kit slightly furrowed his brows and said, "Sage-level combat power, this is troublesome." Ha ha ha. At this moment, Oscar's combat power had returned to its peak. In the sky above, boundless heavenly tribulations condensed. For tens of thousands of miles around, everything was shrouded under the sage's heavenly tribulation. Countless creatures trembled in fear, not daring to look up at the tribulation in the sky. Oscar's gaze then landed on Kit, and he spoke, "Kid, this is my true strength. After endless years, I didn't think I would finally return to my peak." "Great. Kid, you're very arrogant. But let's see if you can withstand the strength of one finger of mine." "One finger? If you dare stick it out, I'll chop it off." Kit showed no fear at all. He took a deep breath, and an endless stream of true chi circulated within him. He was fully prepared for battle. Confidence is good. Oscar looked at Kit once more. But alas, ants remain ants. No matter how confident they are, it's useless. The gap between a sage and a half-sage is insurmountable. The half-sage Oscar raised a single finger towards Kit, as if ready to crush him with just one finger. Boom. This finger instantly enlarged midair. It transformed into 100-meter-long, dozens of meter-thick column like a pillar holding up the heavens, crashing down toward Kit, intending to kill him with just one finger. The other half-sage cultivators held their breaths, ready to act. From their perspective, Kit's only way to survive this blow from Oscar was by using an Imperial artifact. If Kit used an Imperial artifact first, they would retaliate in kind, which would be reasonable. In such a clash, the deciding factors would be the quantity of true chi and the number of Imperial artifacts. Kit had 3 Imperial artifacts but possessed only half-sage level strength. On their side were 300 or 400 people with several Imperial artifacts. A head-on clash would result in Kit being instantly killed. This was the confidence of these half-sage cultivators. However, Kit did not use an Imperial artifact when facing Oscar's invincible finger. Instead, he swiftly stepped forward using the ethereal step. Time and space around him seemed to stop. Swoosh! Kit leaped onto the finger, landing on it and rapidly rushing towards Oscar at its end. And at the moment he reached Oscar, ice blue sword energy erupted from his rusty sword. Boom! Ice blue sword energy tore through the void, obliterating everything. Kit's sword landed on Oscar's forehead, yet it only produced a sharp ting sound. Then, a few strands of hair fell, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. As for Oscar, who endured Kit's strike directly on his forehead, nothing much happened. Only a few strands of hair were lost. This was the defense of a sage realm, with infinite laws encircling him, making his defense unparalleled. Unless one was also at the sage level, breaking through his defense was simply unachievable. Only Kit, who had once stood at the sage realm, could cut a few strands of hair. Any ordinary half-sage would have been crushed long ago by Oscar's finger. "Kid, you are indeed fast." Oscar was, after all, at the sage level. The moment Kit's sword cut off a few strands of hair, Oscar sensed it. He became somewhat enraged and said, "Ant, it looks like you haven't realized the situation. The gap between us is too large. You cannot possibly be my match." "That's not necessarily true." Kit didn't say much and swung his sword again in reverse. Shush! Instantly, his sword cut off a few more strands of hair. Boom! Oscar's attack arrived. Kit, seeing this, stepped back using the ethereal step and appeared hundreds of miles away, looking at Oscar with a slight frown. This guy was indeed hard to deal with. After reaching the sage level, his power hadn't increased much, but his laws had been perfected. Using sheer force to break through his defenses fortified by laws was impractical. The only method left was using the heavenly Dao sword technique. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Oscar extended one hand, covering over 100 miles. A palm came crashing down toward Kit. Boom! This massive palm blocked the sun and locked all of Kit's escape routes, intending to crush him to death. Intriguing! Kit saw this and didn't elevate his realm to sage using the sage heart. Instead, he prepared to use the heavenly Dao sword technique to destroy this strike. Whoosh! Kit adjusted his breath, clearing all distractions from his mind. He began to cultivate and fuse this sword technique continuously. Zing! A barely noticeable sword sound rang out. Instantly, this sound spread throughout the entire xiuxian divine storage. Most cultivators were oblivious and unaware. Only a group of half-sages watched Kit with incredulity and exclaimed, "This is the mark of initial mastery in sword Dao. When one becomes one with the sword and delivers the perfect strike, it's terrifying." Struggling in vain. Oscar was utterly disdainful. He didn't stop. His hand continued pressing down toward Kit. Boom! The palm crushing down. Even if Kit was strong, the real attack of a sage was fundamentally beyond his ability to resist. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. To cultivators, 1 meter was mere moments, truly impossible to dodge. A group of half-sages watched eagerly, all wanting to see Kit get crushed by Oscar's palm. If that happened, everyone would be pleased. With Kit dead, they could return to their clans to seal themselves away until the next crisis arrived, or until they died of old age. That would be a unique form of peaceful death. At this moment, Kit slowly opened his eyes. He looked up at the gigantic palm in the sky, and without a word, the ice-blue sword beam shot upward, instantly reaching 1,000 meters long. Holding the rusty sword with a 1,000-meter-long blade light, Kit aimed at the palm above and slashed down. Shush! This strike exhausted all of Kit's vitality and spirit. Its power was horrifying. A single sword slash split the entire palm into 2 halves. The surrounding half-sages immediately widened their eyes, their mouths agape, unable to hold back, exclaiming in surprise. Chapter 435, Cutting Down a Sage. Heaven-defying. He shattered the sage's palm? Inhuman. Throughout history, how many at the half-sage level have managed to injure a sage? Few. Another new record. The group of half-sages felt their entire worldview collapse. The gap between a half-sage and a sage was razor-thin yet practically insurmountable, like the difference between a novice and a master, spanning several major realms. A battle between a sage and a half-sage was akin to that between a human and an ant. A single finger could crush the latter. This explained Joab's confidence. To him, crushing Kit was as simple as snapping his fingers. Even just now, when Kit struck with all his might, it only managed to sever a few strands of hair. For an ordinary cultivator, not even one strand of hair would be severed. That was the power gap. But now, Kit had cut off the hand of Farron, creating a never-before-seen record. Throughout history, very few at the half-sage level had ever toppled a sage. Even few young supreme beings could achieve this. Seeing the astonished reactions of the cultivators, the corner of Kit's mouth curled into a smirk. Meanwhile, Joab let out an enraged roar. "You dare injure me? You're courting death." He instantly regenerated the hand Kit had severed, but the humiliation and fury in his heart were beyond limits. As a sage-level being, he'd been injured by a half-sage, who even cut off his hand. If other sages knew about this, wouldn't they die laughing? It would be recorded in countless ancient texts for future generations to mock. Farron seethed with anger, wishing to tear Kit apart. Glaring at Kit, he raged, "Carson, you're dead. I'll crush you piece by piece." "Haha, big talk is cheap. Show your moves." Kit held the rusted sword confidently, his eyes filled with disdain. Fine. Kit's disdain fueled Farron's rage. No longer concerned with maintaining his dignity, he stepped forward, the golden flame Dao appearing in his hand as he slashed toward Kit. With a deafening boom, the laws of the world shook under Farron's attack. At the sage level, one could harness the elemental laws for offensive power, much like the recorded legends where words became law. Under such elemental power, true chi struggled to compete. It was like trying to shatter stone with air. Thus, without using elemental power to counter, no amount of true chi could withstand this blow. Elemental power, indeed troublesome. Kit frowned slightly. Leveraging the heart of the sage before, he'd surpassed the sage level. His understanding of the elemental laws even surpassed Farron's, as Kit had truly transcended to the sage realm while Golden Flame had not yet faced the celestial tribulation, making him an incomplete sage. The pale golden flame saber was almost upon him. In moments, Kit would be cut down. Watching the saber approach, Kit took a deep breath, stepped forward, and swung the heavenly Dao sword directly at the saber. Elemental power wasn't invincible. It had its limitations and was not impossible to counter. As Kit channeled the heavenly Dao sword technique, countless black threads enveloped the surroundings, except for one faint white thread that barely existed. Excellent. If there's any way through, it can be blocked. Taking a deep breath, Kit directed the rusted sword along the white thread and slashed upward. A tremendous rumble echoed as time seemed to shift, followed by a sharp clang. Farron's face froze. Ice-blue sword energy sliced through the golden flame Dao, splitting it in two before disintegrating mid-air. Then, Kit's ice-blue sword energy, without losing momentum, slashed toward Farron once more. Zap! Time seemed to reverse. Despite sensing the impending strike, Farron could only watch helplessly as the sword neared his neck. This involves the manipulation of time. This kid's move froze time itself. It's the genuine heavenly Dao sword technique. Impossible. How did this kid learn it? Farron roared inwardly, desperately struggling to resist. However, it was futile. Kit's strike disrupted space-time itself, rendering all resistance ineffective. Die! With a roar, the ice-blue blade slashed across Farron's neck. It sliced through cleanly like a knife cutting paper, easily breaking through his defenses. But the attack only went an inch deep before losing momentum, unable to advance further. Ha. Kid, give up. There's an absolute power gap between us, as vast as heaven and earth. Farron laughed maniacally. Although his body was immobilized, his consciousness remained active, allowing him to taunt Kit relentlessly. But Kit ignored the provocation, drawing a deep breath and roaring, "Chaotic True Dragon Transformation, begin." Boom. The 5 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, xiuxian, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, all began burning within the chaotic true blood, their essences swirling around Kit. The combination boosted his strength by 50 times, almost unbelievably. Including the 10,000-fold enhancement from the chaotic blood, Kit's overall power multiplied to over 1,000,000 times. His body, despite its incredible resilience, couldn't endure this magnitude of enhancement. Cracks began forming on his bones and meridians, threatening imminent explosion. But freezing time with one swift strike gave him the moment he needed. Chapter 436. All of you, attack together. Slash. Under the empowerment of the blood of the 5 great divine beasts, Kit's sword cut down with sheer force, severing Oscar Saint's head clean off. Crack. His neck snapped, and Oscar Saint's head flew high into the air. He stared at Kit, his eyes filled with profound disbelief. No. Impossible. Oscar Saint widened his eyes, despair etched in his gaze. After all, he was a saint. Yet now, he was being killed by an insignificant half-saint junior. How ironic. In endless time to come, he would surely become a laughingstock among other saints and merely a stepping stone for Kit's unparalleled reputation. An endless stream of thoughts flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, Kit watched him without hesitation, raising his ice blue sword again. Slash slash. Kit slashed hundreds of times in an instant. Even with the augmentation from the 5 divine beast blood stopped, the forced millionfold amplification had inflicted severe damage to Kit's physical body. Cough cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Kit's mouth, faint golden blood flowing over his body, almost turning it completely red. Fortunately, these wounds were not serious. With a mental command, a sea of chaotic blood within him boiled up, unleashing formidable vitality that healed his injuries at an alarming speed. Crack crack crack. The temporal restriction vanished as the saint blood surged upwards, causing Oscar Saint's headless corpse to fall. His floating head revealed hundreds of dense sword marks, exposing both his primordial spirit and head. I can't believe this. To be defeated by a mere half-saint. Ah, this is impossible. It can't be. Boy, I will kill you. Oscar Saint roared wildly, but he had no strength left to attack. Boom. Countless sword auras exploded, instantly reducing Oscar Saint's head to ashes, dissipating into nothingness. At the same moment, the heavenly tribulation in the sky slowly dissipated, signifying one thing. Oscar Saint was truly dead. Haha, am I dreaming? No, not a dream. Earlier, Carson utilized the power of the temporal law, freezing time. Only then did he manage to slay Oscar Saint successfully. Whistle. Space reigns supreme. Time is king. The laws of space and time are the two hardest to master. Even supreme beings have barely dipped into them. Carson actually mastered the temporal law? He didn't fully control it. It was the effect brought on by his bizarre sword technique. Whistle. Could it really be the heavenly Dao sword technique? Hard to say. Unbelievable. That's a saint-level combat power. He really did it. All around, the faces of the half-saints turned pale, their sense of defeat profoundly deep. They were once top-tier powerhouses, even if their lifespans were nearing exhaustion due to self-sealing. They still retained the arrogance and confidence of a strong individual. But Kit's single sword strike shattered their former confidence completely. This sense of defeat was something these half-saints couldn't accept. At this moment, Kit stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. Looking at the group of half-saints, he said, "All of you, attack together. I'll take care of you all at once." Half-saint? Huh, what a joke. His words left the group of half-saints silent. In the xuanhuan world, strength was paramount, while generation and cultivation time were just superficial matters. Even though Kit was young, having killed Oscar Saint already established him as possessing saint-level combat power. Disdaining them was simply stating the fact. One-on-one was hopeless, so the surrounding group of half-saints exchanged glances, contemplating whether to use the supreme artifacts to suppress Kit collectively. Seeing everyone hesitating, Kit said, "Are you people not going to make a move? Bring out your supreme artifacts. Let me send you all on your way." Carson, you're too arrogant. Even if you manage to subdue Oscar Saint, you can't withstand a supreme artifact. Yes, Carson, you're courting death. Don't waste time with him. Let's act together, mobilize the supreme artifacts, and crush this boy. Take action immediately. A surge of rage erupted among the group of half-saints. Even if Kit was powerful, he shouldn't treat them like this. Rumble. Chaotic energy permeated the area, and 5 streams of supreme aura soared skyward. 5 supreme artifacts hovered above, enveloped by chaotic mist, making it unclear which specific artifacts they were. However, the faint chaotic mist carried a fatally lethal presence. Watching the chaotic energy before him, Kit squinted slightly. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he remarked, "Hiding and showing only your tails, yet sending 5 supreme artifacts to crush me. Truly, you give me too much credit." Ha 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 ha. Naturally, Carson, regardless of your talent, in front of a supreme artifact, you're just as powerless. That's right, Carson. Do you have any last words? Speak them now. Hehe. This chaos body is a treasure. Just destroy the soul, but this corporeal form. If we can usurp it, it will be an absolute treasure. The half-saints seemed confident of defeating Kit. Adrielle, who had been watching from afar, became anxious immediately. She withdrew the xiuxian heavenly palace, releasing its supreme aura to join the battlefield, facing off against the 5 supreme artifacts. Adrielle, this is my business. Stay out of it. Kit said calmly, 5 supreme artifacts are nothing. When I unleash my ultimate skill, step back far away to avoid accidental injury. Why, you're serious? Adrielle looked at Kit, stunned. She knew most of Kit's trump cards but never knew about such a powerful skill. Nonetheless, she chose to trust Kit and turned to flee, taking the Bruce and others, escaping thousands of miles away. Hearing the conversation between Adrielle and Kit, the half-saints grew solemn. Ultimate skill and avoid accidental injury. These phrases, if spoken by an ordinary cultivator, would have elicited mockery and laughter long ago. 5 supreme artifacts controlled by hundreds of half-saints could even subdue a holy spirit, relying solely on the amount of true essence rather than cultivation realm. Even a group of chi practitioners, given enough quantity to accumulate sufficient true essence, could still subdue a holy spirit. Before a supreme artifact, a saint's seemingly invincible law was easily crushed. Without the law, a saint was merely 4 or 5 times stronger than an average half-saint. Chapter 437. The Ancient Saint Spirit Sneaks Attack. But, when it came to Kit, they did not dare mock him. Up until now, Kit was very strong, extremely strong, and he never bragged. When he said he would eliminate the Farron, he did just that. And this final move, there was at least an 80% likelihood, no, a 90% or higher chance, that it was real. In Kit's hand, the Heart of the Sage and a Combat Immortal Talisman appeared. The Heart of the Sage could increase his strength by 7 to 8 times, while the Combat Immortal Talisman would further boost his power by 1,000-fold. He forcibly activated the rusted sword to suppress the group of quasi-sages in front of him. Boom. The aura from the heart of the sage spread outwards, and this aura was extremely mystical, causing the group of quasi-sages to change expression. What is that? Such a powerful aura. It seems like the aura of a sage? Can't be. Could it be that Carson has a way to elevate his realm to the level of a sage? Humph. Even if he can reach the sage level, he will still die. The group of quasi-sages sounded tough, but their hearts were filled with fear. Kit was too strong, so strong that he could easily eliminate them. Standing with his hands behind his back, Kit looked at the group of quasi-sages and said, "All right, no more playing around. Time to send you on your way." Just as he was about to activate the heart of the sage, suddenly, the situation changed. A cold and yet terrifying aura emerged beside Kit. Boom. In an instant, the opponent struck. A punch shattered the void, even destroying the world's laws. An incredibly terrifying presence descended. A saint spirit level existence. Kit drew in a breath, feeling alarmed. The difference between a saint spirit and a sage was no less significant than that between a sage and an emperor. They were fundamentally different realms of existence. Theoretically, unless it was someone who had been left behind a million years ago, there should be no saint spirit level existences within the xiuxian divine vault. So, where did this guy come from? Did some supreme force unearth a saint spirit level ancestor? That unknown existence threw a punch, causing the surrounding space-time to reverse. Undoubtedly, this was clearly saint spirit level power. In this urgent moment, Kit didn't have time to use the heart of the sage. Instead, he activated the free and easy wanderer steps, instantly retreating. Boom. With one step, Kit retreated 100 miles. At his original position, the void collapsed, forming a black hole over a kilometer in diameter. A figure slowly emerged from the spatial black hole. He wore gray hemp clothing, looking youthful but exuding a decaying aura. Clearly, this was an ancient saint spirit. Even a saint spirit level's existence ambushes me? Kit looked at the young man in gray, slightly frowning and said, "You're really pushing things too far." Pushing things too far? Honor is all superficial. Only interests are eternal. The young man in gray looked at Kit indifferently and said, "The 3 supreme artifacts on your body are enough for me to make my move. Prepare to die. I don't like wasting time." Finishing his sentence, the gray-robed saint spirit took a step forward. Boom. Space shattered, and in an instant, the gray-robed youth stepped through the void to stand before Kit. A slap came down, fast, accurate, and lethal. He gave Kit no room for idle talk, aiming solely to kill. Naturally, Kit wouldn't wait for death passively. He stepped using the free and easy wanderer steps, his body retreating explosively again, while slashing out a sword strike. Zayip. Ice blue sword energy shattered the void, instantly striking the gray-robed youth. Clang, clang, clang. Ice blue sword energy hit the surface of the gray-robed youth, producing a series of sparks. Not even penetrating the defenses. A mere ant dares to fight me? The gray-robed youth sneered, throwing another slap towards Kit, which Kit effortlessly dodged. Boom. Space collapsed again, forming a black hole several kilometers in diameter. Boom, boom, boom. The gray-robed saint spirit attacked furiously, giving Kit no time to react or catch a breath. Temporarily, heaven and earth were torn apart. In many places, even primordial chaos energy was spreading. This was the power of a sage, shattering the void at will, returning the surrounding space to chaos. Cough, cough. After dodging for a long time, Kit was injured not lightly. Looking at the gray-robed saint spirit, Kit said, "Interesting. If saint spirits bully like this, then I don't need to hide anything either." Speaking, Kit stood still. Seeing this, the gray-robed saint spirit hesitated to attack. His intuition told him that the current Kit was quite dangerous. At this moment, a faint purple light sphere appeared in Kit's hand, emitting a gentle glow. Rustle. Purple divine light filled the entire area, and the purple light sphere split into 6. Each piece carried traces of supreme power and a hint of heavenly Tao's elusive force. Whoa, what technique is that? A secret art of heavenly Tao? No, maybe it's a taboo technique of the Supremes. I can sense the faint supreme aura on it. I feel more like some forbidden artifact. Could it be that this forbidden artifact allows Carson to kill a saint spirit? Hard to say. This move has been prepared for tens of seconds and is still brewing. It feels dangerous. Seeing Kit's actions, the group of quasi-sages felt extremely anxious. Many of them dared not get closer. The current Kit was too strong, having created too many miracles. Even eliminating a saint spirit was not impossible. Gulp. The gray-robed saint spirit swallowed, staring at the 6 streams of purple divine light emitted by Kit, frowning slightly and feeling nervous. From the previous battle, Kit possessed countless hidden cards. Eliminating him would not take much time. However, Kit stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the gray-robed saint spirit, holding 6 purple spheres in one hand, and said, "Old man, I didn't want to use this move, but things have come to this point. Now I have to. But before I do, I have a question." "What question?" The gray-robed saint spirit frowned slightly, looking at Kit strangely, unsure what Kit would ask. Looking at the gray-robed saint spirit, Kit asked, "I want to know how, as a saint spirit, you managed to enter here? Dropping to the Arn realm is understandable, but as a saint spirit, no matter how much your cultivation drops, you should still possess the power of a sage. You couldn't have stormed in, unless you've always been inside the xiuxian divine vault, never leaving?" ####Chapter 438. I'm about to unleash a big move. You guessed right, I've been alive all this time, sealed away in the xiuxian divine treasure. The Daeon stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Boy, there's so much you don't know." Intriguing. Seeing this, Kit squinted his eyes. He carefully scrutinized the Ma-E holy sage and indeed made a new discovery. He had always thought that the other party was the true self, but now it seemed that it was not the true self but a clone. This clone wasn't very strong. In fact, it was probably at the late stage of a sage level. If it had been the true self that came just now, under a surprise attack, Kit would have had no choice but to use one of the incarnations of the Kylin Supreme. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. There was no way he could have defended himself. Looking at Daeon, he said indifferently, "Truly pitiful. You're destined to stay here forever. No, you were sealed here by someone else. Isk. Boy, you're smart. But, you're about to die." Daeon immediately flew into a rage. At this moment, among the group of semi-sages, someone recognized Daeon. "I remember now. He is the Daniel, an ultimate powerhouse from several million years ago. SSS. I recall too. It was 3 million years ago when the Kylin Divine Treasure opened. I entered it with him. Back then, in the Kylin Divine Treasure, he was the strongest genius. Within 3 years, he advanced from the venerable level to become a powerful being. He practically broke records. After breaking through to the Great Power Realm, he vanished without a trace. We assumed he perished in the Kylin Divine Treasure, but who knew he survived and even reached the Holy Spirit level? Heh. Now I remember a rumor, which claimed that the Daniel was tricked by someone into a dangerous area. Looks like it's true. Many of the surrounding semi-sages were from the same era as Daeon and directly recognized his true identity. And Daeon stopped pretending. He said coldly, "Boy, I was betrayed by someone and trapped in the Supreme Killing Array. Throughout my life, there was no way out. Even after reaching the Holy Spirit level, it remained a dead end. So I sealed myself, waiting for help from my juniors of the Wuxian sect. But I waited and waited for 3 million years, and no one came to rescue me. Only a little over a year ago, when what seemed like supreme-level energy erupted, breaking the seal, was I able to send out a clone through the crack and escape. There are many secrets on you, which might allow me to break through to the quasi-supreme realm and leave that cursed place. Warren them over, and I'll let you go." Intriguing. Kit looked at the ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect and asked, "Do you really think a clone at the late-stage sage level can defeat me? Or what?" The ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect stood with his hands behind his back, very arrogant. He said, "My strength is only at the sage level, but my realm is that of a holy spirit. Killing you is simple. But, you haven't killed me yet in our fight." Kit smiled slightly, lifting the 6 purple light spheres in his hand, taunting, "Heh. If you're not afraid of dying, just catch this move of mine." Boom. As he spoke, the 6 purple light spheres instantly emitted light. Fragments of supreme artifacts flickered. Supreme artifact. The ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect's pupils constricted. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a holy spirit-grade weapon that blocked his front. Although he did not possess a supreme artifact, using a holy spirit-grade weapon to withstand some supreme aura was feasible. Excellent. Catch this. Kit gave a slight shout, and 5 light spheres instantly shot out. However, their target was not the ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect but Nash and the 5-colored sacred bull, along with the others. What? Those light spheres flew toward Cadetal White Tion's subordinates. Not good. That's not an attack. Darn. They are transmission talismans. The group of semi-sages, with their broad knowledge and keen insight, immediately grasped Kit's true intent in just an instant. He wanted to send his subordinates away. Even the clone of the ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect became furious, realizing he had been outsmarted by Kit. Watching Nash and the others, Kit said, "No need to return. Leave it to me. With you here, I can't fully unleash my power and may inadvertently harm you." Saying that, the purple light spheres exploded. In an instant, Nash and the others vanished from sight. "Boy, die for me." The ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect couldn't hold back any longer and slapped directly toward Kit, intending to crush him instantly. Buzz. Purple light burst from Kit's hand. He waved at the ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect with a benevolent smile and said, "Hey, if you're not afraid of death, come after me. Bye now." After saying that, Kit's body disappeared. Boom. Almost as soon as Kit vanished, space around him collapsed. Endless mountains flattened into a vast 100-mile-wide fist imprint. As for Kit, he had already vanished without a trace. Aarg, this angers me. The ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect's eyes turned red. He was visibly shaken and roared furiously, "Boy, you can't run. I will hunt you down wherever you hide." With that, the ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect formed a hand seal. Buzz. Pure golden light emerged. Instantly, a spatial gate appeared in midair. The same spatial gate Kit used to escape earlier. The moment the spatial gate appeared, the ancient holy spirit of the Wuxian sect rushed inside impatiently, fearing Kit would get away. At that moment, behind the spatial gate, Kit's body plummeted like a meteor. Before him stretched endless silver-white mountains. These were the heavenly mandate mountains in the Kylin Supreme's cycle realm. Also one of the places where the Guido was suppressed. Buzz. Landing on the mountain range, before him swayed a heavenly mandate fruit tree. Opposite to it was a coffin radiating an air of infinite antiquity. The decayed aura permeated the air, accompanied by fragments of the supreme aura. "Boy, what do you want here?" At this moment, a voice rang out from within the coffin. It was the voice of the Guido. Terrified by Kit's 3 strikes and sensing how the Kylin Supreme effortlessly slaughtered 12 Guidos like slicing melons, he was thoroughly frightened. Now, he obediently stayed within the coffin. Seeing Kit again, he couldn't help but feel terrified. This guy was truly a harbinger of disaster. Who knew what catastrophe his visit might bring? Bringing a friend to play with you. Kit smiled and said, "Are you not bored staying here alone?" "Unnecessary. Get lost." The Guido's tone was icy and extremely unfriendly. Note: the translation aims to maintain coherence, natural flow, in the original paragraph structure while adhering strictly to English. Chapter 439. It's time to leave. He was very clear about one thing. If Kit dared to come, it certainly wasn't with good intentions. Seeing the situation, Kit wasn't angry at all. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Well, the time is just about right. People should be here by now." As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened in the sky, and the ancient spirit of Griffin appeared above Tianming mountain range. In an instant, supreme arrays activated around them. Under the heavy pressure, even a spirit couldn't fly. Instead, they plummeted like meteors to the ground. Boom! The ancient spirit of Griffin landed with a heavy thud. He looked around and showed fear on his face. As someone who had already reached the spirit realm, he could naturally sense the changes in the environment. At this moment, supreme arrays were densely packed all around him. Trying to break through would be nothing short of a dream. That would be tantamount to suicide. "Aaron, would you rather die than let me live?" The ancient spirit of Griffin expressed incredulity. He never imagined that the end of the transmission array would lead to a dead end. Easy to enter but almost impossible to leave, unless there was an exit left in the supreme array. Cough. "You misunderstood. I didn't intend for us both to perish. I'm going to kill you here and then leave." A seal immortal talisman appeared in Kit's hand. Instantly, the laws around changed, suppressing all true chi, rendering it unusable. What is this? The ancient spirit of Griffin was stunned, his face turning pale. He realized that his true chi wouldn't respond. Seal immortal talisman. Haven't you heard of it? Kit's movement sped up significantly, reaching the ancient spirit of Griffin in a blink, striking a reverse punch directly at his face. Bang! Without the support of true chi, the speed of the ancient spirit of Griffin dropped drastically. His physical body was far inferior to Kit's chaos body, and he was struck flying away. His entire face caved in, with blood spouting from his nose. Bang! After rolling along the ground, the ancient spirit finally stopped. Then, he roared lowly, "Aaron, I see. You have a seal immortal talisman and don't want to expose yourself? You're wrong. I just don't want your main body to know about this." Kit walked towards the ancient spirit while explaining, "The supreme arrays isolate everything here. Even the connection between you and your main body will be severed. Didn't I guess correctly?" "You." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the ancient spirit's expression changed abruptly. Except for the heaven-dividing talisman, no secret technique could penetrate the supreme array's defenses and would be forcibly severed. Kit was confident he could eliminate the spirit without revealing how it happened. With this realization, the ancient spirit took a deep breath. He glared at Kit, grimly saying, "Aaron, do you think you've won? The game is over. Without true chi, you are nothing." Kit lunged forward, attacking the ancient spirit relentlessly. Bang bang bang. Every punch from Kit hit the ancient spirit heavily. For a moment, the ancient spirit spat blood, unable to fight back. However, with the recovery ability of a saint-level being, he could quickly heal after each injury. Interesting. Without much ado, Kit grabbed the ancient spirit by the neck and threw him forcefully into the supreme array. Huge boom. Instantly, the supreme array activated, unleashing chaotic sword chi that obliterated the ancient spirit, dispersing him in mid-air. Just before death, the ancient spirit roared furiously, shaking the heavens. "Aaron, this is your death wish. I will never forgive you. Wait for me. I'll kill you myself." "Tisich, dream on." Kit brushed his hands off, heading toward the exit. He didn't forget to bid farewell to the corpse inside the coffin. "Excuse the disturbance. I'm leaving now." "Humph. Just don't come back." The tone of the corpse within the coffin was chilly and unfriendly. However, this strengthened his resolve not to reincarnate prematurely. He hadn't forgotten that Kit, only a year ago, was still a minor deity rank figure, but now he could defeat a saint-level being. Given more time, becoming a supreme wasn't far-fetched either. So, he decided to continue waiting for the opportune moment to reincarnate. After all, he had plenty of time, whereas Kit, despite his extraordinary talent, had limited lifespan. He would eventually die over endless time. Meanwhile, on another side, the Dorian and 4 others landed in an open space, creating several large craters. "Won't the boss be alright? Why don't we go back and fight?" "Didn't you hear the boss? Don't worry about him. He must have a plan. I think we should go back. What if he was bluffing?" The group debated heatedly, except for Nash, who remained calm. "Stop arguing. Going back would be futile. They have 5 supreme artifacts, hundreds of half-saints, and a spirit being. We can't match them. Going back means certain death. I believe Kit can win. If not, we'll focus on cultivation and one day destroy these forces." Hearing this, Wilbur's gaze dimmed. To be honest, he'd only known Kit for a year or two, but their bond was unbreakable. He truly considered Kit a close friend. But he hadn't expected such an event to unfold. "Who said I died?" Suddenly, Kit's voice sounded. Buzz. Kit reappeared in the space, looking at everyone helplessly. "Do you guys ever have any faith in me? Does it look like I would get myself killed?" "Boss, you're okay?" Wilbur's eyes shone with surprise and relief. "That's a given." Kit stood confidently with a mysterious smile, continuing, "But, Carson is already dead?" "Eh, what does that mean?" The Dorian scratched his head, utterly confused. "SK, you don't get it." He changed his cover. Wilbur smirked, turning to Kit. "Boss, you're ready to leave Qilin Shrine?" "Exactly. It's time to leave." ####Chapter 440, preparing to depart. Kit stroked his chin and continued, "You spread the word. Say that, I was hunted down by hundreds of half-saints and the avatar of the ancient sage from the Wenyang sect. I dragged the ancient sage's avatar into death within the supreme array. The brave ones can verify through the teleportation array." "Boss, you're planning to fake your death?" The Dorian was stunned, not expecting Kit to make this choice. Seeing their reaction, Kit nodded and replied, exactly. The Central State Supreme Battlefield will be open soon. I need to head there. There's not much fortune left for me in the Xiuxian Divine Treasury, so it's time to leave. So that's it. Boss, are we going with you? Cristobal hesitated, wanting to accompany Kit. Shaking his head, Kit said, no need. You follow Zaida. We'll meet up in the Supreme Battlefield. If I bring you along, it'll be too easy to expose myself. Besides, if I flee alone, it'll be more convenient. Many forces will guess that I'm not dead and use divination techniques to locate me. They might even besiege me with supreme artifacts. Bringing you along would ensure my survival, but it's hard to say for you. Boss, what you just said really hurts. Cristobal was speechless. Jingu Fred nodded and said, but boss is right. Our current strength can't keep up with him. That's true. Zaida agreed, slightly nodding. She looked at Kit and suddenly remembered something else, asking, right? Since you won't be called Carson anymore, you need a new name in the Supreme Battlefield. What do you plan to call yourself? It should definitely be an impressive name. Cristobal excitedly poked his hand and suggested, how about Gaius? Too over the top. Kit rolled his eyes. He said, I prefer a simple name. How about something like Wang Ergo? Don't do that, boss. It makes it hard for us. Cristobal's face turned green. Jingu Fred and the others felt similarly. Other prodigies had powerful and famous names like Grand Profound Saint Sun, Vermilion Bird Saint Sun, Wenyang Sect Young Patriarch. In contrast, Kit choosing the name Wang Ergu seemed incredibly inappropriate. Just imagining introducing someone by saying, our boss is Wang Ergu, made it embarrassing and hard to utter properly. It's too embarrassing. Thus, Zaida and the others unanimously opposed the name. Wang Ergu is too simple. Zaida sighed and proposed, since you've inherited the legacy of the Star Supreme, why not take the name Star? No, it could easily reveal my identity. Kit shook his head, pondered for a moment, and then said, but you're right. I need a distinctive name. How about Invincible Dongfang? Boss, people will try to kill you with that name. It's too domineering, inviting heavenly punishment. Indeed, it's very inappropriate. Such overbearing names may invoke backlash from the heavenly Tao. Zaida and the others shook their heads, finding Invincible Dongfang unsuitable. SK, then how about Wang Ergu or Simeon? Kit was starting to get a headache. Choosing a name was indeed quite difficult. I remember. My ancestor once used a name with low popularity. Maybe you can use it. Zaida seemed to recall something. The name is Rieo. I think it fits you well. Rieo? Kit tilted his head in thought and finally decided, all right, I'll go with this name. All right, boss, when we meet you, should we have a password? In case we encounter someone with the same name, it'd be awkward otherwise. The Dorian added, the password should be unique, one rarely used throughout history. That's tough. Cristobal frowned. Kit remained calm, saying, password? Easy. Heaven King Earth Cover Tiger. Pagoda suppresses river demons. Don't worry, no one in xuanhuan world has used this before. These two phrases were not in xuanhuan world's language, but were instead spoken in the language of Blue Star. To Cristobal and the others, it was an incomprehensible special tone, sounding like some unknown language. True. I've never heard it before. Cristobal was momentarily stunned, but realized Kit was correct. The tone was unusual and practically non-existent in the entire xuanhuan world. Now that the password is settled, I'll be off. Kit nodded, then fetched a large pile of cultivation resources and the crimson gold imperial coffin and handed them over to the Dorian and the others. With the addition of the Qilan Heavenly Palace and the crimson gold imperial coffin, they now possessed two supreme artifacts, enough to ensure their safety. Moreover, the crimson gold imperial coffin, which he used frequently, was a distinctive coffin-shaped artifact, making it easier to leak his identity. Thus, it was more suitable for Cristobal and the others. Additionally, he still had 3 supreme artifacts left, enough for himself. Boss, you. Cristobal was surprised, not expecting Kit to give him the star purple gold tower. Just take it. Kit smiled faintly, continuing, these resources will suffice for you. Yes, boss. We won't let you down. Cristobal looked at Kit with determined eyes. Kit said nothing more. He waved and turned to leave. Almost simultaneously, a shocking message spread within the Qilan Divine Treasury. Carson had fallen. When the news broke, many supreme forces couldn't believe it. Who could kill Kit, who wielded 3 supreme artifacts? Only after the truth gradually unfolded did everyone draw a cold breath. 373 half-saints, 5 supreme artifacts, 2 sage-level combatants, the Farron and the avatar of the ancient sage from the Wenyang sect, had barely managed to stop Carson. Even then, Kit had dragged a half-saint and 2 sage-level combatants to their deaths and lost his 3 supreme artifacts. Of course, some speculated that Kit hadn't died, but it was only speculation. Not until Cristobal brought the crimson gold imperial coffin and killed numerous cultivators did everyone realize Kit must have truly perished. Chapter 441. New Persona, Jerson. Otherwise, the supreme artifact could never have ended up in the hands of the incel. For a moment, many people sighed. Such a powerful genius like Kit was just a fleeting flower. A fallen genius is ultimately nothing. At this moment, on the other side, Kit retraced his steps onto the small path leading out of the Qilan Divine Treasury. This road was quiet, with countless layers of supreme formations forming a single path leading to the exit of the Qilan Divine Treasury. Kit didn't say anything. He stepped forward, preparing to enter the supreme formation. However, at that moment, he stopped and turned his head, looking around the void. The surrounding space was quiet but couldn't escape Kit's current perception. Right now, within the surrounding void, there existed a familiar aura. A slim figure appeared. Alicia emerged into the open space. Looking at Kit, she blinked her eyes and said, "You look very much like someone I know. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Kit was speechless. He hadn't expected Alicia to arrive before him to block him at the Supreme Formation entrance. There was no reason for it. Maybe. Alicia did not expose him either. A token appeared in her hand which she tossed to Kit, then said, "This token carries some information about the Supreme Battlefield. Good luck." Huh, got it. Kit caught the token, scanning it with his divine sense. It indeed contained fragmented information, nothing too precious, but gathering such information would take considerable time. Considering Alicia's actions, Kit confirmed that she had recognized him. Casually tossing the token into the star-purple gold pagoda, Kit looked at Alicia and asked, "How did you recognize me?" "You forgot. I have the heavenly eye." Alicia chuckled, covering her mouth. She continued, "Right? Since you're not my acquaintance, what should I call you on the Supreme Battlefield? I can stay far away." "How should you call me?" "Call me Xiuxian." Kit smiled slightly, waving his hand and said, "All right, I'm off. Farewell." Alicia nodded slightly, watching Kit's departing back, feeling a touch of sentiment. She didn't believe Kit had fallen. Therefore, she waited at the exit of the Kramer's secret realm beforehand, and unexpectedly, she saw Kit come over. Hundreds of semi-sages, 5 supreme artifacts, all failed to kill Kit. That proved that Kit had truly matured. While he wasn't invincible, as long as he avoided fatal mistakes, his future achievements were limitless. Becoming a supreme being was practically assured. Even becoming a deity might be possible. These thoughts flashed through her mind. Alicia murmured to herself, "Xiuxian?" Before long, this name may become a nightmare for countless geniuses on the Supreme Battlefield. On the other side, Kit followed the path, passing through the Supreme Formation, and returned to the Shattered Star. At this point, the sacred beast had vanished. Where the sacred beast had once been gravely injured, a spatial gate remained. Words were etched above it. Clearly, the sacred beast had repaired the passage to the xuanhuan realm. This passage could only move forward and could not return. Time to set off. Kit looked at the spatial gate in front of him, taking a step forward and entering it. Surrounding space shifted, presenting Kit with a stable passage. The entire channel was constructed from countless holy grade runes. Following the passage to its end was a desolate planet, or rather, a planet resembling a hellish landscape. Endlessly stretching, it was filled with deep red magma. There was no atmosphere above, making survival impossible for any cultivator below the Divine Sea realm. One could say, the environment here was extremely harsh. Interesting. It seems this worldview is similar to that of Blue Star. Xuanhuan realm could possibly be an incredibly vast planet? Kit stroked his chin and began traversing the boundless sea of magma. He followed the markings left by the sacred beast. Boom. Suddenly, the sea of magma beside him exploded, revealing a towering colossus made entirely of magma, spanning hundreds of miles. Rumble. Without hesitation, this colossal being struck directly at Kit with a palm. Instantly, infinite space shattered. Compared to the xiuxian divine treasury, the spatial structure of this planet was more fragile. Whoosh. Kit activated his free and easy steps, retreating swiftly. In an instant, his body retreated 100 miles, evading the palm's strike. Rushing. The palm struck the sea of magma, sending up an endless gush of lava, which rose as towering waves, enveloping Kit and pressing down irresistibly. In Kit's hand, the rusty sword appeared. With one stroke, he sliced the sky, tearing apart the wave of lava, splitting it cleanly in two. Roaring. The immense wave of lava rushed past. Kit looked at the magma giant formed entirely of lava and asked, "Who are you? Why attack me?" "I am who? I myself don't remember anymore." The voice of the magma giant was erratic. After pondering for a while, he added, "I used to be human? No, maybe Phoenix race wrong again. Who exactly am I?" As he delved deeper into thought, the magma giant's consciousness became increasingly chaotic. "Aohu!" The magma giant roared, bellowing, "Boy, you're quite annoying. Kill you. As long as I dispose of you, there won't be so many boring questions." Finished talking, the magma giant hurled another punch at Kit. "Damn, are you freaking crazy?" Kit was speechless, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. But at this moment, the situation changed abruptly. The magma giant's body rapidly shrank. With a gesture, dozens of fragments flew out, forming an extremely powerful yet incomplete long sword. The sword was barely a third intact, pieced together from numerous fragments. Damaged to this extent yet still usable, it was already a miracle. As soon as this blade appeared, the magma giant suddenly ceased his attack. His emotions stabilized. His gaze fell on Kit's rusty sword, coldly saying, "It's you. Have you not perished yet?" "I'm fine, but you're broken." Inside the rusty sword, the spirit's voice was indifferent, yet the words made Kit's heart twitch involuntarily. Chapter 442. Or how about you follow me? One does not humiliate another by striking their face. This knife clearly recognized the immortal sword, as it could awaken without any external influence. What did this imply? Absolutely an artifact of immortal grade. In other words, if this knife were to act up, everything within a radius of millions of miles would be obliterated into chaos. Thus, the passage left behind by the auto would undoubtedly be destroyed, and Kit might be lost in the endless currents of spacetime, never to return to Xuanhuan Star. At the thought of this scenario, Kit shuddered. He spoke up, "The two of you know each other? Chaos body?" At this moment, a fragment of consciousness from the broken dagger scanned Kit with surprise in its tone. To transform into a chaos body and rise against the heavens in this era, truly defying the odds. No wonder that old sword chose you. Interesting. Kid, why don't you throw away that sword and follow me instead? Kit was speechless, blinking his eyes. He felt this dagger was quite intriguing. Evil blade, are you ignoring me? On the rusty sword, rust began to slowly peel off, emitting a white light that illuminated the surrounding starfield. In an instant, boundless chaotic energy enveloped the immortal sword. It seemed as though an entire world was being created and destroyed within the sword itself. SSS. Kit watched the rusty sword, drawing in a sharp breath. He noticed that this previously inert sword was now gradually awakening, to the point where it could now self-unseal. It was truly extraordinary. Facing the threat from the rusty sword, the evil blade didn't flinch. It said coolly, "What? Are you thinking of attacking?" "Exactly." The rusty sword quivered slightly, intending to confront the evil blade. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The evil blade also became enraged. On the remaining one-third of the fragment, countless blood-red veins appeared, and a vague shadow of a complete evil blade emerged. The entire blade exuded an incredibly fearsome aura, with endless divine bones piled like mountains, and even uncoagulated divine blood flowing from the blade's edge. Damn, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. Kit felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. If they really started fighting, the node left by the auto would be obliterated, potentially dooming him to wander eternally in the time-space turbulence. Considering this, he pinched the rusty sword in one hand and said to the evil blade, "Both of you, killing and fighting isn't very good. Besides, neither of you is at peak condition. A fight would inevitably put you at a disadvantage. How about both of you follow me, and we can battle once you've fully recovered." "Kid, your temperament is pretty good." The boundless bloodthirstiness of the evil blade dissipated, turning it into a simple red blade held together by some runes, almost shattered. The rusty sword also reigned in its aura, reverting to its rusty appearance. However, when Kit looked at the rust, he felt surprised. Was there less of it? Was it his imagination? At this moment, the evil blade flew up to Kit and said, "Kid, drop a drop of blood. From now on, you can use me directly. This is simpler than I expected." Kit muttered in disbelief. He extended his hand, letting a drop of blood fall onto the evil blade. Buzz. Instantaneously, countless runes on the evil blade lit up. Countless complex memories flooded Kit's mind. After sorting through these memories, he muttered in surprise, "The 8 demon swords. A true immortal level sword technique. But why is it incomplete? Only the first sword? One sword is enough." The voice of the evil blade responded, "Help me find the other parts, and I'll give you more techniques. You don't just have one sword left, right?" Kit scratched his chin thoughtfully. How could that be possible? The evil blade chuckled. "This technique is unique. You must master the first form before you can practice the others." "Kadiki, I believe you." Kit curled his lips, muttering, "Obviously you don't know. Why don't you try saying it then? That goading tactic doesn't work on me." The evil blade vanished without further comment, entering Kit's divine sea and slowly approaching the position of the immortal sword. Huh. Kit was stunned. In the divine sea, the rusty sword floated centrally, alongside the stellar purple gold pagoda and the vermilion golden spear of the Arwen. The rest of the sacred artifacts hung far away, too wary to approach. Now, the evil blade stealthily approached the rusty sword, aiming for the central position. They wouldn't start fighting inside the divine sea, would they? Clang. Soon, the evil blade and immortal sword were inches apart, almost colliding. The immortal sword instantly erupted in blinding light, trying to blast the evil blade away. Yet the evil blade pleaded innocently, "Hey, wait a moment, I'm just standing here. I didn't take your spot, so why attack me? You're still as shameless as ever." The voice of the rusty sword's spirit sounded helpless and weary. It immediately withdrew all its power, floating quietly in the divine sea. "Tisk, TSK. Thanks for the compliment. Don't be idle, let's chat after such a long time." "Why aren't you talking? Come on today." The evil blade chattered incessantly, filling the divine sea with useless chatter. Damn it, what a chatterbox. Kit massaged his temples, wondering if acquiring the evil blade was a mistake. With this non-stop chatter machine around, he couldn't even focus on combat properly. For a moment, Kit was utterly speechless. Looking around, the endless sea of molten rock had calmed down, cooling gradually. Clearly, the planet's anomalies stemmed from the presence of the evil blade. Once the evil blade disappeared, the planet would cool entirely, no longer resembling a hellish landscape. Shaking his head, Kit found the portal and left again. The entire transmission array took much longer than Kit expected, passing through several bizarre worlds. Mostly, however, they were desolate planets, not very large, with diameters of 10,000 miles or so, and the largest being 2 to 3 times bigger. Many showed traces of ancient relics built by cultivators or signs of past life. However, these traces were faint, mostly left by cultivators who had ventured out from the Supreme God Treasury. Hashtag Chapter 443, Tianqing Stone. Emerging once again from the portal, this time a vast star appeared before Kit. The entire celestial body was awe-inspiring, emanating a powerful and majestic presence. Xuanhuan realm. He had arrived. Boom. An overwhelming surge of life energy greeted him, and Kit exhaled a long breath of relief. He cast his eyes casually over the Xuanhuan realm. The planet was home to several continents, including several supercontinents, most of which Kit couldn't name. He would have to consult ancient texts in the future. At that moment, Kit's gaze fell upon one of the continents. With his current vision from the heavenly Dao True Eye, he could easily see the ravaged landscape of the entire landmass, covered in countless sword marks. These were traces left behind by superlatively powerful beings or saint-level experts. Some were even remnants of conflicts involving supreme artifacts that had torn the continent apart. Just a glance made it feel as if the air was thick with the remnants of past battles, stirring a mysterious sensation within Kit. These are countless traces of sword intent. Very useful indeed. Kit examined the marks on the land and then sat down in the void, quietly contemplating the various sword marks on Xuanhuan Star. It wasn't until half a month later that he finally stood up. He activated a transmission array, estimated the direction of donghua, and directly teleported there. After hundreds of transmissions spanning billions of miles, Kit spent about half a month approaching the edge of the Xuanhuan star. A peculiar sensation washed over him. The sensation of weightlessness vanished, and Kit felt his body grow heavy, plummeting rapidly towards the surface of Xuanhuan star. Boom. The force was terrifying, overpowering even Kit at his current level of cultivation. Damn, this shouldn't happen. Why is this happening? Kit was extremely puzzled. Then he realized something. Could he really die from falling? Theoretically, it was highly possible. Taking a deep breath, Kit summoned the celestial purple gold tower into his hand. If things went that way, he could use the tower to protect himself. However, as Kit neared 10,000 feet from the ground, the terrifying force began to weaken. Eventually, he halted his descent and hovered 10,000 feet above the ground. Looking down, he rubbed his chin and thought, damn, how do I get to Zhongzhou? Shaking his head, Kit found himself speechless. He noticed an ancient city 3,000 miles away, accessible only to cultivators. He moved his mind, flying straight toward the ancient city. Whoosh! Landing at the city gate, Kit looked up at the name written in ancient script, Tianqing City. Following the bustling crowd of cultivators, Kit entered Tianqing City. Take a look. Ancient relic spirit weapon fragments. True dragon horns. Don't miss out. Harvested from true dragons. Phoenix true feathers forged into imperial-grade spirit weapons. Just 30 billion high-grade spirit stones. Upon entering Tianqing City, Kit found himself surrounded by stalls run by cultivators. Opening his heavenly Dao true eye, he glanced around and immediately became speechless. The so-called ancient relic spirit stone fragments were last week's leftovers. The true dragon horns were merely common dragon horns, and the phoenix true feathers were just ordinary bird feathers. Without discernment, one might end up losing everything. Finding bargains was unrealistic. Shaking his head, Kit wandered through the stalls, glancing at the shops, hoping to find a map or something similar. However, when he passed a particular stall, he stopped. On the stall were some broken rocks. They were black and unremarkable, resembling river pebbles freshly scooped from a riverbed. The stones appeared plain and simple, without any runes or special structure. Ordinarily, they would be considered mere stones. But in the vision of the heavenly Dao true eye, these rocks emitted a faint trace of Dao aura, an imprint left by supreme power. At the supreme level, where beings were immortal and undying, their presence would leave traces that wouldn't fade for millions of years. Though these rocks looked ordinary, they indeed carried a genuine remnant of supreme power. Interesting. Kit squatted down, picked up a rock, and weighed it in his hand. He then asked the vendor, "Boss, where did you dig up these stones?" "Well, they were just fished out of the Tianqing River." The stall owner was refreshingly honest. 14 million years ago, Tianqing Supreme battled near supreme experts and slew them. The Tianqing River was formed by a single slash of his sword, spanning 1,000 miles wide and 10,000 miles long. Rather than a river, it's more like the Tianqing Sea. The area has been transformed by supreme power, producing strange objects. These rocks are one of them. Don't underestimate them. They might contain treasures. Tisi. Kit rolled his eyes, knowing the vendor was probably bluffing. Having dealt with supreme powers frequently, Kit knew that while such forces were indeed formidable, 14 million years was enough to erase most traces. Even supreme power couldn't withstand such an immense passage of time unless it involved blood or bodily matter close to immortality. Otherwise, preserving anything for that duration was nearly impossible. However, these black stones did seem unusual. They contained some enigmatic rules that even Kit couldn't fully grasp. Intrigued by the black stones, Kit looked up at the vendor and asked, "Boss, what's your price for these?" 1 million high-grade spirit stones per piece. The vendor quoted a rather exaggerated price. This was undoubtedly an exorbitant price, but Kit didn't care. He tossed a holy crystal to the vendor and said, "Boss, I'll take them all." Holy crystal? The vendor stared at the shimmering holy crystal on the mat, his eyes filled with disbelief. Holy crystals were not ordinary goods, being extremely rare. Apart from ancient ruins, places that produced them were usually controlled by supreme powers or ancient families. For ordinary small factions or independent cultivators, acquiring a holy crystal was extremely difficult. Is one holy crystal not enough? Kit raised an eyebrow, slightly speechless. Chapter 444. Something incredible was unearthed. The vendor was startled, fearing that Kit might run away. He immediately picked up the holy crystal and said, "All right, these stones are all yours. After the deal is done, no backing out." "That won't happen." Kit shook his head. He took a stone the size of an egg and carefully examined it in his hand, then indeed noticed something unusual. Black runes densely covered the surface of this black stone. These runes continuously evolved, seemingly following some sort of pattern. At this moment, surrounding cultivators also gathered around. One holy crystal for these scraps? It's obvious they're just Star River stones fished out from the Sky Star River. Tisich, even if you cut these rocks 1,000,000 times, nothing good will come out. It's been 14 million years. Almost all the good stuff has been scooped up. True Star River stones have divine light like stars. These black pebbles are just ordinary ones that picked up some residual energy. Hee. Soon we'll see this guy crying. The surrounding cultivators snickered, preparing to laugh at Kit's expense. Seeing this, Kit's finger flickered slightly, unleashing countless fine sword auras that evenly shaved off a layer from the river stone. Sus. Black powder fell off, revealing nothing but broken fragments inside. Haha, I told you. Just ordinary river pebbles. That's enough. There's nothing worth seeing here. One holy crystal wasted. Must be some prodigal son from a noble family. Really think it's so easy to find treasure? A group of cultivators sneered. Kit felt somewhat disappointed. With a sweep of his hand, he instantly shattered the remaining stones. Spots of light appeared, and suddenly, a drop of blood floated up, hovering in mid-air. Rumble. The instant the blood emerged, chilling killing intent exploded. Centered on the blood, boundless space sank, erasing all life in its path. Supreme blood. No, it's nearly supreme-grade biological fluid, directly flowing from the body of a supreme being. Kit sucked in a cold breath, unsure whether he should feel lucky or unlucky. Supreme blood was indeed an incredibly precious item. However, there was a prerequisite. It needed to be refined, with most of its killing aura removed. Blood like this, raw and unprocessed, was lethal upon contact. Even from thousands of miles away, its inherent killing aura could slay any creature below the Holy Spirit level. This was the might of a supreme. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind within moments. Watching the rapidly collapsing space, Kit knew this couldn't continue. If left unchecked, this drop of supreme blood could annihilate every cultivator in the entire Sky Star City. Buzz. A holy artifact-level jade box appeared in Kit's hand. In an instant, the box opened on its own, sealing the drop of supreme blood inside. Rumble. The supreme aura vanished like a shockwave, sweeping through the entire Sky Star City. Buildings crumbled and turned into ruins, as tremors shook the ground. Supreme aura? What's happening? Someone used a supreme artifact? No, it's supreme blood. Someone found a treasure in the Sky Star River. The surrounding cultivators were excited, rising into the air and rushing toward Kit's location. Those originally watching Kit showed slight changes in their expressions. Supreme blood. An ultra-valuable treasure. One drop of supreme blood was worth over a dozen holy artifacts, truly priceless. With such a valuable treasure appearing, it was impossible for the cultivators not to be envious. Their gazes fixed on Kit, a hint of killing intent surfaced. Interesting. Kit rubbed his nose, realizing he had stirred up trouble. Unintentionally exposing himself as the owner of this treasure was a big mistake. He now had two choices. Either discard the drop of supreme blood or eliminate all those who wanted to seize it. Thinking about this, Kit scanned the group of cultivators coldly, asking, "You want to snatch this drop of supreme blood?" "Not quite, fellow Taoist. I offer 1,000 holy crystals to buy this drop of supreme blood." "Not bad. While supreme blood is precious, it needs refining with a supreme artifact. Otherwise, it's unusable. I offer 10,000 holy crystals. 50,000 holy crystals. Cadetal friend. Sell this drop of supreme blood to us, and 50,000 holy crystals are yours. I offer 100,000 holy crystals. Enough to buy several holy artifacts. What do you think, little Taoist?" Many powerful factions cultivators stepped forward first. Their eyes gleamed intensely, watching Kit closely, fearing he would flee with the supreme blood. Kit stood with hands behind his back, gazing at the cultivators and said, "Sorry, everyone. I'm not selling this drop of supreme blood. Goodbye." Finishing, Kit's body flashed and vanished from the spot. Whoosh. As Kit disappeared, the cultivators finally reacted. Where did that kid go? Unknown, but he likely used an ancient rune. Chase him. We can't let him get away. Yes, the drop of supreme blood needs time to be absorbed. He definitely can't do it. And it requires a supreme artifact to refine it properly. If we can find him quickly, we'll surely get the supreme blood. The surrounding factions were ruthless. Failing to buy it with holy crystals, they had decided to kill him and take the treasure. However, this didn't affect Kit. Kit flashed and arrived at the Sky Star riverbank, gazing at the vast expanse of water. The river surface was unusually calm, with a blood-red color and sparkling golden specks inside, making it quite peculiar. Looking at the Sky Star River, Kit felt a moment of reflection. This was the power of a supreme. The entire Sky Star River was essentially just a small accidental scratch. If a supreme truly acted, a single strike could cleave open the entire xuanhuan world, far beyond the scope of this minor trench. Right, when I was in space, I seem to have seen a faint sword mark. It looks like this Sky Star River. Kit observed the river, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, he recalled another important matter. If he wasn't mistaken, endless sword intent still lingered in this river. And there seemed to be a core. Why not take a look? Chapter 444. Unearthed something extraordinary. The stall owner was startled, fearing that Kit might run off. He immediately picked up the holy crystal and said, "All right, all these stones are yours. Just don't go back on your word after the deal is done." "That won't happen," Kit shook his head. He took a stone about the size of an egg, examined it carefully in his hand, and indeed found something unusual. The black stone was covered with intricate black runes that seemed to follow some kind of pattern. These runes continuously evolved as if they were governed by a hidden rule. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators had gathered around. "One holy crystal for this junk? It's clearly just some raw Tianxin stone fished out from the Tianxin River. Tisich, even if you slice these rocks 1,000,000 times, nothing valuable would come out. After 14 million years, almost all the good stuff has been scooped up. True Tianxin stones naturally emit divine light like stars. These dull black stones are just ordinary river rocks imbued with some residual energy." Hee, wait until this guy cries. The crowd of onlookers laughed mockingly, ready to watch Kit's embarrassment. Kit saw their reactions, flicked his finger slightly, unleashing countless tiny sword auras which instantly shaved off a thin layer of the river rock. SSSSHH. Black stone powder fell away, revealing nothing but shards of broken rock inside. Haha, I told you so. Just regular river rocks. There's nothing worth seeing here. One holy crystal down the drain. Who knows whose family scion he is? Really think finding treasure is that easy? The group of cultivators sneered. Kit was also somewhat disappointed. With a wave of his hand, the remaining stones were instantly shattered. A drop of blood appeared suspended in midair, radiating a faint glow. Boom. Instantly, an overwhelming killing intent erupted. The space around the drop of blood collapsed, and everything in its path was obliterated into ashes. Supreme blood. No, it's the blood directly flowing from a near supreme being. Kit drew in a sharp breath, unsure whether to be lucky or unlucky. Supreme Blood was indeed an incredible treasure, but only if it had been refined and most of the killing aura stripped away. Otherwise, whoever touched it would die. Its killing aura could wipe out any creature below the Holy Spirit level, even from thousands of miles away. This was the might of a supreme being. In a split second, countless thoughts flashed through Kit's mind. Seeing the rapidly expanding and collapsing space, Kit knew he couldn't let this continue. If left unchecked, this single drop of supreme blood could exterminate all the cultivators in Tianqin City. A jade box at the Saint artifact level appeared in Kit's hand. Instantly, the box opened on its own and absorbed the drop of supreme blood. Boom! The supreme aura vanished like a shockwave sweeping across Tianqin City. For a moment, the earth trembled, and many buildings crumbled into ruins. Supreme aura? What's going on? Someone used a supreme artifact? No, it's supreme blood. Someone dug up a treasure from the Tianqin River. Excited cultivators rushed towards Kit's location. Those originally watching him now wore different expressions. Supreme blood was an ultimate treasure. In fact, one drop was worth more than a dozen saint artifacts, truly priceless. Such an invaluable treasure emerging, it was impossible for these cultivators not to be envious. They stared at Kit, their eyes filled with hostility. Fascinating. Kit rubbed his nose, knowing he had caused trouble. He inadvertently revealed that he possessed a great treasure. He had two choices. Either discard the drop of supreme blood, or eliminate all those who wanted to snatch it. Kit scanned the group of cultivators and asked coldly, "You want to take this drop of supreme blood?" "That's not quite right, fellow Taoist. I'll offer 1,000 holy crystals for this drop of supreme blood." "Not bad. Although supreme blood is precious, it requires a supreme artifact to refine. Otherwise, it can't be used. I offer 10,000 holy crystals. 50,000 holy crystals. Young friend, sell us this drop of supreme blood, and 50,000 holy crystals are yours. I offer 100,000 holy crystals, enough to buy several saint artifacts. What do you say, young Taoist?" Several influential factions stood forward, eyes fixed on Kit, afraid he might escape with the supreme blood. But Kit stood calmly, looking at the cultivators and said, "Sorry, everyone, this drop of supreme blood isn't for sale. Farewell." With that, Kit vanished from sight. Whoosh! As Kit disappeared, the cultivators finally reacted. Where did that kid go? No idea, but he probably used some ancient rune inscription. Chase him. We can't let him get away. Right. He needs time to absorb the supreme blood. He definitely doesn't have enough time. And he also needs a supreme artifact to refine it. If we find him quickly, we can definitely get our hands on the supreme blood. The factions were merciless. Failing to buy it with holy crystals, they now harbored intentions to kill for the treasure. However, this didn't affect Kit. Now, Kit appeared beside the Tianqin River. The river stretched endlessly, its surface unusually calm. The water was blood red, shimmering with golden specks, quite peculiar. Looking at the Tianqin River, Kit felt a momentary sense of awe. This was the power of a supreme being. The entire Tianqin River was essentially just a small scratch made unintentionally. If a supreme truly wished to act, it could cleave the entire xuanhuan world with one strike, far beyond what the Tianqin River represented. Oh yeah, when I was in space, I seemed to see a sword mark. It looks like this Tianqin River. Kit frowned as he looked at the river. Suddenly, he recalled another important detail. If he remembered correctly, boundless sword intent still lingered within the river, seemingly centered around a core. Why not? Check it out. Chapter 445. Hard to persuade the doomed. A thought sprang up in Kit's mind. In an instant, this thought grew increasingly intense. Kit squinted his eyes and surveyed the entire Tianqin River. And right at this moment, the situation took a sudden turn. Numerous cultivators who were lurking around rushed over immediately, staring cruelly at Kit as they shouted, "Kid, war end over that drop of sovereign's blood." "Exactly. That thing isn't meant for you. Just surrender it, and we'll spare your life. Hee, hurry up and make your choice. Your time is running out." The moment their voices echoed, dozens of cultivators at the Mystic Realm surrounded Kit. A bunch of newbie Mystic Realm cultivators dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Kit was speechless. He looked at the group of cultivators, and with a flash of white light in his hand, the jade box containing the sovereign's blood appeared in Kit's grasp. The moment the jade box appeared, the air instantly filled with the aura of sovereignty. For a moment, the sovereign energy spread across the heavens and earth. Sovereign's blood. It's truly sovereign's blood. Indeed, the rumors are true. Someone did extract a drop of sovereign's blood from the carpet. Aaron, put down the sovereign's blood, and we'll let you go. What's the point of talking? Just kill him. Otherwise, more people from other factions will come if we delay. The group of cultivators discussed heatedly. Ultimately, one of the Mystic Realm cultivators couldn't hold back and slapped directly at Kit, intending to slap him to death. Why seek death? Kit shook his head slightly, stepping back to dodge the attack. Then he looked at the group of cultivators, furrowing his brows slightly and said, "You bunch of trash. Either scram or die within 3 breaths. Choose one." Humph. This kid is still boasting. Attack together. Move. We must take back the sovereign's blood. That's right. This drop of blood can at least create a young sovereign. Kill. Tianqing sword technique. The group of cultivators yelled as they charged towards Kit. Hard to persuade the doomed. Since you're seeking death, then don't blame me. Kit sighed, then moved his feet slightly. Swoosh. In one step, the surrounding space nearly froze. Bang bang bang. Kit strolled as if leisurely walking, giving each cultivator a punch, not missing any. Swoosh. In an instant, Kit passed by the group of cultivators and appeared behind them. Where did he disappear? He ran behind us, attack together. Chase him. That speed was terrifying. That kid can't possibly use it multiple times. The group of cultivators tried to turn around and fight Kit. However, they all felt something strange. Even such a simple action as turning around, they couldn't accomplish. A bright light flashed, followed by an explosion of sword chi in the first person's chest. Bang! In an instant, the cultivator was torn apart by countless sword chi, bursting into blood mist. What's going on? Why is this happening? How did that guy suddenly burst into pieces? Fools, that's superlative sword chi. I get it now. When he passed through us earlier, he must have planted sword chi inside our bodies. Quick, check my body. Bang! As one cultivator spoke, he instantly burst into blood mist. Another cultivator fell, and the remaining cultivators had faces full of horrifying fear. At this moment, even more of them fell one by one. Bang bang bang. Within moments, the physical bodies of more than 10 Mystic Realm cultivators exploded, and their spirit essences were annihilated into nothingness. From afar, a crowd watching was completely stunned. Heaven! Over 10 Mystic Realm cultivators were killed in an instant, and I didn't see what he did. What happened? I just turned my head slightly, and over 10 cultivators were killed instantly? What kind of existence is this guy? So powerful. Forget about who this guy is. Let's run quickly. Yes. Won't this guy kill us too? I haven't even moved. No. I'm just a passing cultivator. From a distance, many cultivators who intended to come and kill Kit were momentarily panicked, fleeing in haste. Tisk! Kit shook his head, ignoring the fleeing cultivators. Instead, he looked at the jade box in front of him, frowning slightly. At this moment, the interior of the jade box was densely covered with blood threads. Even the entire jade box had been corroded beyond recognition. Inside the jade box, that drop of blood had extended countless blood tissues, growing from the size of a fingertip to the size of a fist. Undoubtedly, this thing was regenerating. At the sage level, one can achieve rebirth from a drop of blood. A sovereign far surpasses a sage. There's no reason it can't do it. A thought rose in Kit's mind. Instantly, looking at the jade box before him, his heart was filled with shock. If this were true, then the trouble would be immense. Crack crack. At this moment, under the constant erosion of the sovereign's flesh, visible cracks appeared on the surface of the sacred artifact-level jade box. In an instant, a torrent of killing intent soared skyward. Then, the sacred artifact jade box exploded loudly, leaving a mass of sovereign's flesh floating in midair. An intention echoed in the surrounding void. Chaotic body? Excellent. Excellent. Suitable to become my new servant. Servant? You really have thick skin. Am I made of clay? So what if you're a sovereign? I've fought them before. A mere lump of flesh. What arrogance. Kit's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the jade box before him, taking a deep breath. Then, raising his hand, the demon blade appeared in his grip. The weapon spirit of the demon blade appeared in Kit's hand. Compared to the rusty sword, it was exceptionally lively. It could almost be considered chatty. Upon seeing an opportunity to fight, it immediately began to chatter incessantly. Wow. The flesh continuously regenerating. I like it. Kid, don't rush to attack. Wait until it grows bigger, then we can strike and finish it off. TSK. This aura feels familiar. Can't remember. But, this sovereign's flesh barely meets my standards. It can just about manage a decent fight? The demon blade started off with a barrage of meaningless chatter, leaving Kit quite speechless. So this is an immortal artifact. Couldn't it behave more maturely and calmly like an immortal artifact should? Rubbing his head, Kit single-handedly raised the demon blade and, without another word, launched straight into action. Chapter 446, Chasing the Supreme Flesh. He held the demon blade and slashed downward at the supreme flesh. Buzz. In an instant, boundless blood-red demonic aura emerged from the demon blade. Along with it came a scene of countless divine and demonic corpses piled like mountains, covering the ground with immortal blood. The blade fell, and immediately the supreme flesh sensed something. An indistinct consciousness sounded. Demon blade? How can this blade still exist? As the voice faded, Kit had already slashed down on the regenerating flesh. Buzz. Countless blood-red runes appeared on the demon blade. With one easy stroke, Kit split the supreme flesh in two, interrupting its recovery process. Moreover, during this process, the infinite power within the supreme flesh was absorbed by the demon blade. The entire piece of flesh immediately shrank by more than half. Ah, this blade. Bastard. Just you wait. That strange piece of supreme flesh became unusually enraged and immediately fled toward the Tianqing River without a word. Wanna run? Without hesitation, Kit, holding the demon blade, gave chase. Boy, why must you be so relentless? The supreme flesh panicked, not expecting Kit to be so ruthless. After all, that blade was an extremely dangerous existence throughout the entire primeval era, killing countless supremes and near-supreme beings. It had even massacred immortals multiple times before the primeval era. Frighteningly powerful, though strong. He stood no chance against the demon blade and would be directly absorbed and devoured. Relentless? You want me to become your slave? How dare you accuse me of being relentless? Ridiculous. Kit's lips curled slightly in disdain as he continued. Enough talk. Either you die or I do. Keep running. Let's see if you can escape. Fine. Pest, if you aren't squashed, then come after me. The supreme flesh was also infuriated. As a supreme-level entity, albeit weakened, he retained his supreme-level power. Did this brat really think he could eat him up? This damn kid. Chase I will. What have I got to fear? Kit, wielding the demon blade, relentlessly pursued. He knew that ahead lay a trap, but he had no choice but to jump into it. There was something wrong with the supreme flesh. Based on its behavior and demeanor, it clearly did not possess the caliber of a supreme. It was likely a remnant of the life form near supreme level that was slain by Tianqing Supreme, surviving in a drop of blood. Under these circumstances, Kit's only option was to slay this last remnant. Otherwise, once it recovered, Kit would be in grave danger. Even a recovery of 1/10,000th of its original power could wreak havoc across Central Continent and potentially destroy the entire xuanhuan world. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Kit and the Supreme Flesh, one chasing the other, sped through space. The Supreme Flesh moved swiftly, traversing vast distances instantly through spatial leaps. While Kit wasn't far behind, his teleportation rune allowing him to travel seamlessly. Completely infuriated, the Supreme Flesh couldn't believe he, a deity C-level player, was being pursued for miles by this junior, especially since most of its strength had been lost over 14 million years of imprisonment within a stone, leaving only a fraction which was now further diminished by the demon blade. If caught by Kit, certain death awaited. With resolve, the Supreme Flesh dashed towards a specific location. To live or to die, let's just fight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Kit followed closely. When the Supreme Flesh turned direction, Kit persisted without hesitation. Boom. Space tore apart, transporting Kit into an unfamiliar area. Endless runes surrounded him, forming a light curtain sealing off the surroundings. Inside was a colossal palace, hundreds of miles long and wide, constructed entirely of black metal, shimmering with cold, dark radiance. Heavenly Truth Eye. Open. Without delay, Kit activated his Heavenly Truth Eye, focusing on the massive palace within the light curtain. This observation revealed that this severely ruined palace was not just any relic. It was a shattered supreme artifact lying at the bottom of the Tianqing River for 14 million years, unmoved. Phew. This place is odd. The Supreme Flesh coming here means there's definitely something wrong. Kit furrowed his brow, slowing his pace. Cautiousness first. Better slow and steady under these circumstances. Surprisingly, the usually chatty demon blade remained silent, drawing Kit's attention. What's wrong? Why so quiet? This empty palace. I cleaved it open. The demon blade slowly explained. I'm recalling memories. Kit was stunned, momentarily speechless. He almost forgot that this demon blade wasn't just any tool. It had survived from the divine era, surely carrying immense significance. Most ancient artifacts in Xuanhuan continent had perished. Only the demon blade, immortal sword, and fragments of the six paths wheel remained. These were treasures among immortal artifacts, each with a fierce legacy. Shaking his head, Kit asked the demon blade, Hey, so what do you think of this place? Any dangers? Hey, kid. That's rude. The demon blade complained. Call me demon blade, not, hey, got it? If you keep this up, next time I won't come out. Oh. The demon blade rambled on. Rubbing his forehead, Kit found himself losing focus. Shaking his head again, he replied helplessly. All right, Mr. Blade. How do we proceed? Simple, just follow me. No worries, a Supreme wouldn't stand a chance with me around. Just charge right in. Chapter 447. Suppression of the Supreme Being. The demon blade was arrogant, continuing. We should just storm in and chop up that Supreme blood flesh. Once it grows stronger and recovers some power, dealing with it will be much more troublesome. Good. Without further ado, Kit charged out, holding the demon blade. Boom. Kit's figure flashed by. His speed was astonishing. Instantly, trails of afterimages were left on the ground as he covered hundreds of miles within a few breaths. Boom. Suddenly, overwhelming death chi rushed towards him. Kit frowned slightly, shaking the demon blade lightly, annihilating the endless death chi. After dispersing the endless death chi, what appeared before him were countless corpses of cultivators, densely packed across a vast stretch of wilderness. Phew. Did an extremely fierce battle happen here? Kit observed the multitude of corpses in front of him, momentarily stunned. However, he then noticed that many pieces of attire remained on these corpses. Each piece bore different insignias from various eras. Undoubtedly, these cultivators did not die in battle, but were trapped here from different eras. Just like being ensnared in a dragon trap. Thinking this, Kit opened his heavenly Dao True Eye to observe the surroundings. Sure enough, the situation was as he had anticipated. With the Supreme Artifact Palace at its core, within a radius of several hundred miles, countless inscriptions densely filled the area. Each inscription was incredibly perilous. These inscriptions sealed off the surrounding void, cutting off all life force. Essentially, it formed a massive cage. Getting in was easy, but getting out was exceedingly difficult. Therefore, countless cultivators perished here, unable to leave. Otherwise, a damaged Supreme Artifact lying around would have long been taken away. TSK. A bit tragic. Kit glanced at the bones scattered everywhere, shaking his head with a sigh. Cultivation paths were always fraught with danger and opportunities. While entering and exiting various ruins seemed simple for him, for ordinary cultivators, exploring ancient ruins itself was a life-threatening endeavor. One wrong move could lead to total obliteration. In each ancient ruin, numerous cultivator skeletons could be found, including those of top-tier experts. Never mind. Now is not the time to daydream. First, I must locate that supreme blood flesh and take care of it. Kit took a deep breath, fully opening his heavenly Dao True Eye to survey the area. At this moment, the entire region was eerily silent, littered with corpses of powerful individuals who had died countless years ago, enveloped in a decaying atmosphere. Suddenly, from a position several hundred yards away from Kit, a faint life force emerged. Using the heavenly Dao True Eye, Kit saw a clump of flesh, bright like the sun, resting atop a saint corpse, furiously absorbing energy. This clump of flesh was indeed the supreme blood flesh he had been pursuing earlier. In just a short while, its aura had grown several times stronger, and its size increased from fist-sized to cantaloupe-sized. Buzz. A brilliant light suddenly shone. On the supreme blood flesh, fragments of bones and muscles began forming, roughly constructing a head. Phew. This recovery speed is simply heaven-defying. Kit drew a sharp breath, immediately activating the demon blade to slash at the supreme blood flesh. Boom. A surging aura soared into the sky. In an instant, Kit's blade reached the supreme head. Boy, you dare to lay hands on me? Do you truly believe holding the demon blade makes you invincible? An enraged voice echoed from within the supreme head. He let out a long roar, producing a fiery red energy barrier in front of Kit. Buzz. As soon as the energy barrier appeared, Kit wielded the demon blade, slashing down with a single strike. Clang. Kit's blade struck the energy barrier, instantly releasing an astounding amount of energy, sending sparks flying in every direction. The entire barrier remained unmoved. Holy crap, such a sturdy barrier. Kit gasped, glancing at the demon blade in his hand. He muttered, you can't cut through this either? Can't cut through this barrier? The demon blade grew anxious. Fiery red patterns erupted from it, slicing through the entire energy barrier in mere moments. Inside the barrier, the supreme head was again split in two by Kit's blade. Aya! The supreme head screamed in agony. If it were merely cut in two, it wouldn't have suffered so much pain. The main issue was the inherent blood-sucking ability of the demon blade. One slash meant losing half a life. Without hesitation, it attempted to flee once more. But the demon blade roared in anger. You want to run? Did I agree? As he spoke, the demon blade emitted intense light with immense power. Phew! Kit drew another sharp breath. Indeed, this demon blade, being an immortal-grade weapon, was no joke. Shaking his head, Kit swung the demon blade again. Rip. The supreme head's aura weakened significantly once more. It stared at Kit and hastily said, Boy, stop. If you kill me, you'll never leave this place. Tisich, just because you say I can't leave, doesn't mean I can't. Get real. Ignoring the threat, Kit slashed down once more. Sizzle. The supreme head was severed again, and this time it couldn't even maintain its shape. It transformed into a black mist, radiating evil intent. Among the myriad of evil auras, one caught Kit's attention. A familiar aura, the aura of the Guido. Huff. Kit took a deep breath. Instead of slashing down again, he coldly asked the supreme head, Something's off with you. Where does the aura of the Guido come from? Upon hearing this, the supreme head fell silent. At this moment, it felt immensely terrified, almost incredulous. Even seeing Kit wielding the legendary demon blade wasn't as shocking as this. After all, how could a low-level cultivator possibly know about the Guido? That secret was only known by supreme beings or higher. After a long silence, the supreme head finally responded, I don't know what you're talking about regarding the Guido, but if you want to know where the body of a supreme lies buried, I can tell you. Chapter 448. The Aura of the Corpse Sovereign. How about this? I'll tell you the location of the supreme corpses, and you let me go. What do you say? Do you think I'm stupid? Kit was utterly speechless. Different supremes made different choices. Some chose to destroy their physical bodies before death, returning to the elements of heaven and earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Others sought various methods for immortality or sealed themselves in coffins or necropolises. However, most supremes who left behind their corpses took great care of them, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to obtain them. Any attempt to forcibly take them would result in certain death. A supreme's deadly array, set with murderous intent, could only be breached by another supreme. Even if one managed to break through, they would trigger protective seals, causing the body to self-destruct to prevent it from being used as medicine or forged into weapons. The most ridiculous case was that of the Kramer, who wasn't even dead yet. Imagine digging up a living supreme. That would be quite a show. Thus, talk of brays was pure nonsense. Visiting a supreme's burial place held little value. Taking supreme artifacts served no real purpose. Moreover, the bray had confused the concepts of corpse sovereigns and supreme corpses. Looking at the bray, Kit continued, I said it already. I want to know why the aura of the corpse sovereign is inside your body. Don't tell me you don't know what a corpse sovereign is. The bray's face changed abruptly, feeling slightly uneasy. Kit seemed to know more than expected. If he didn't provide this information today, he would definitely be killed by Kit. Better to live poorly than die well, so revealing the details of the corpse sovereign was trivial compared to his life. Thinking this, the bray spoke up, Fine, since you want to know, I'll tell you. But, I have a condition. You let me go. Deal. Kit nodded calmly. Boy, aren't you afraid of setting a tiger free? The bray was taken aback by Kit's ease with the situation, an unprecedented move. Seeing this, Kit remarked, Setting a tiger free? You flatter yourself. Fine. Just wait. The bray nearly lost it. Who dared speak to him like that throughout history? Even Gavin treated him with respect. Few could match him. Yet here he was being mercilessly mocked by Kit, sending his blood pressure soaring. He repeatedly told himself, Stay calm. Don't fall into this youth's trap. I am invincible. After deeply inhaling, he continued, I don't know much about corpse sovereigns. Only that when I transcended the heavenly tribulation, these bastards ambushed me, trying to possess my body and become the new generation of supremes. But I retaliated. As a result, I couldn't complete my ascension to supreme, and Heavenly Star stole the title. At this point, the bray clenched his teeth, adding, Heavenly Star is not a true supreme. He's just a pile of trash built on elixirs. I battled 13 quasi-supremes nearing supremacy, surrounded and targeted to prevent my ascent. Cadetle did I know. The obscure Heavenly Star suddenly rose to power and achieved supremacy, then came after me. His tone brimmed with sorrow and indignation, clearly having been tricked by the corpse sovereign. Kit, upon hearing this, gave it some thought and acknowledged the truth in the bray's words. Good. I trust you. Also, there may be a way to heal your wounds. Really? The bray stared at Kit, incredulously. Why should I believe you? There must be a reason, the bray retorted. A reason? You're asking me for reasons? Kit laughed, replying, I can slay you right now. What can you do? If I fail to cure your injuries in the future, you can seek retribution. What are you, a supreme, afraid of me, a mere nobody? Humph, I get it. The Bray pondered and agreed. Looking at Kit, he added, I've nothing left to lose. If you can heal me, ask whatever you wish. Ask? I haven't thought of anything yet. Healing you isn't difficult. Kit smiled. Have you heard of the 9-turn elixir? The 9-turn elixir? So that's it. The Bray initially froze, then grew immensely disappointed. The 9-turn elixir was incomparably powerful, but impossible to gather all ingredients needed for it. Through history, even Supreme struggled to collect all materials within a lifetime. He doubted Kit could find them either. Despite the Bray's disappointment, Kit remained calm, saying, Don't worry. The 9-turn elixir I speak of isn't exactly the one you imagine. Explain. The Bray gazed at Kit, astonished. Could this 9-turn elixir be something special? Amused, Kit continued, Indeed, it is. Your injuries aren't severe enough to warrant the true 9-turn elixir. Other herbs can suffice. Why does that sound unreliable? The Bray sounded bewildered. He'd never heard of such things. Was it an ancient secret technique from the divine and demon era? He recalled different versions existing back then. Kit looked at the Bray and inwardly noted how hard he was to fool. Honestly, Kit had no clue about healing Supreme-level injuries. The injured party surely spent countless years seeking a solution. His claims were merely to coax information out of the Supreme. However, Kit hadn't lied on one thing. Having a Supreme entity to provide various unknown data and intelligence was invaluable. Chapter 449, Deceiving the Bead. That was, he had indeed seen a modified version of the 9-turns elixir, documented in the Alchemy chapter of the Chaotic Scripture. It was said to be no less potent than the full-blooded 9-turns elixir. However, Kit wasn't entirely confident that it could treat this Supreme. Thinking about this, Kit continued, You need to understand, I have no reason to deceive you. Alright, I swear by the name of Heavenly Tao. If there isn't such an improved version of the 9-turns elixir, let me die by heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Almost as soon as Kit's words faded away, the heavens and earth changed dramatically. What was originally a tranquil environment abruptly shifted in tone. A mysterious and profound force descended upon Kit. This was the power of Heavenly Tao. Whoosh. Feeling this force, Kit was taken aback. It seemed, on this world, Heavenly Tao restrained such oaths, making them not something to be uttered carelessly. Heavenly Tao's power? Interesting. It seems you didn't lie to me. The Supreme Head nodded slightly. He looked at Kit and said, Boy, since that's the case, I believe you. Speak. What conditions do you have before giving me the elixir formula? Well, to be honest, I haven't decided yet. Kit shook his head. He held the demon blade with the Supreme Head suppressed, then said, Rather, how can I know whether you will betray me or stab me in the back? Humph. I, the bead, swear by the name of Heavenly Tao. As long as you give me the 9-turns elixir formula, I will not kill you. If I break this oath, may I face destruction. The bead did not hesitate to make a similar vow bound by Heavenly Tao. Rumble. Mysterious forces descended from the heavens and earth, landing on the bead. This was also a constraint. If the bead broke his vow, he would truly be annihilated by the power of Heavenly Tao. This was not a joke, but involved the true might of Heavenly Tao. Phew. Kit took a deep breath. Looking at the bead before him, he said, So that's it. Very well. Then, we cooperate. As he spoke, Kit released the bead. Boy, the formula? The moment the bead was freed from the seal, he began asking about the formula. But Kit glanced at the bead and said, Don't rush. I'll give it to you when the time is right. Tisik. The bead wasn't foolish. He had lived for countless years and was as cunning as they come. Instantly, he understood Kit's intentions. Clearly, he didn't trust him and was holding back just in case. However, the bead said nothing. Looking at Kit, a thought occurred to him. He might be able to win Kit over. This idea grew more plausible the more he considered it. For one thing, Kit possessed a chaotic body and had gained the acknowledgement of the demon blade. Chaotic bodies were among the most supreme physical constitutions of the ancient era. Whether born with it or attained later, the minimum achievement would be near supreme level combat power. In other words, as long as Kit survived, his future achievements would undoubtedly be no weaker than his. Moreover, the demon blade itself was mysterious. Though many people had wielded the demon blade, none had received its recognition. Using it required paying an enormous price. In contrast, Kit could wield the sword freely, indicating he had extraordinary qualities. With this in mind, the bead said, Forget the formula for now. Let's leave this place. This isn't a simple location. No, we don't need to leave just yet. Kit raised his head and looked toward the distant, dilapidated palace. Let's go inside and see. Hearing Kit say this, the bead was stunned. He said, Boy, are you joking? Do you know what's inside? Oh, you know? Kit paused, looking dubiously at the bead. Just then, he recalled that this fellow seemed like the original owner of the palace. I'm not sure. I dug this thing out of chaos. The bead shook his head and said, This palace has a very mysterious origin. It was possibly owned by a supreme during the ancient era or directly from the age of gods and demons. Inside, I only found a decaying corpse of a supreme-level being. Once enlightened, it was subdued by me. But before I could investigate further, the stellar supreme arrived. At this point, the bead wore an expression of lament. He continued, Therefore, the situation inside is very dangerous. 14 million years have passed. Who knows what state the decayed corpse inside is in now? Interesting. Rubbing his chin, Kit listened to the bead. Based on what he said, the things inside were definitely remnants of the age of gods and demons. After all, supreme corpses were indestructible through countless calamities, unable to be destroyed. Unless it was some strange force from the age of gods and demons that led to the decay. Typically, the power of a decaying corpse depended on its original realm. A corpse supreme achieving supreme-level power meant these were originally immortal gods. Not only were they incredibly powerful, but essentially unkillable. possessing the incorruptible traits of immortals. If it was just a supreme-level decaying corpse, then it was simpler. It would possess at most sub-supreme level power. A fully restored supreme weapon, or even a single strike from the demon blade, could turn a supreme-level decaying corpse into fragments. Thinking this over, Kit said, "Let's go inside and take a look." "You aren't afraid of death?" The bead froze, his voice trembling. Seeing this, Kit smirked and said nonchalantly, "Kidding, I've dealt with this before." "Boy, you must be bragging?" The bead sounded incredulous. After all, with Kit's current realm, eliminating a sub-supreme level decaying corpse was as improbable as an ant defeating a holy spirit. "Hee, you'll see once we're inside." Kit wasn't in a hurry to explain. Being able to topple a corpse supreme completely relied on the strength of the immortal sword, and had nothing to do with him. Considering this, Kit casually asked the immortal sword, "Right, you? For a sub-supreme level decaying corpse, you should be fine now, right? That broken knife can easily handle it. No need for me." The immortal sword slowly replied. "Damn, what do you mean? What broken knife?" The demon blade was displeased and retorted. "And why do you think only I can solve it? Am I just some disposable henchman?" Chapter 450, The Six Paths Wheel. "Aren't you?" The celestial sword spoke calmly, but it only made the devil blade infuriated. It wasn't just the celestial sword. Even Kit felt his blood pressure rise. After all, the celestial sword was extremely powerful, at the same level as the devil blade. Such remarks were bound to provoke the devil blade. Sure enough, specks of blood-red aura appeared on the devil blade. It roared angrily, "Don't you want to fight? Come on, let's have a one-on-one. Do I fear you?" The celestial sword was clearly spoiling for a fight, emitting blinding celestial light. Kit was speechless. He could only cough lightly and say, "Both of you, this isn't the time to argue. Calm down first. There's an Empyrean corpse in the ruins of this palace, which is very dangerous." "Humph." The devil blade's tone was contemptuous. "Just a petty Empyrean corpse. Not worth my efforts." "Agreed." The celestial sword and the devil blade were at odds with each other, and obviously unwilling to take action. Damn. Kit was utterly speechless. If these two celestial artifacts weren't valuable, he would have thrown one away long ago. One celestial artifact was still usable, but having two in hand made them unusable. At that moment, Iolo noticed the devil blade dimming from the side. His pupils constricted. He realized the devil blade didn't seem to be controlled by Kit. Instantly, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Why not devour Kit? Theoretically, Kit hadn't given him the formula for the 9-revolution immortal pill. Therefore, killing Kit wouldn't trigger heavenly retribution, because the vow had yet to be activated. Moreover, Kit had a primordial chaos body. If he could seize control, the minimum achievement would be an Empyrean. Iolo was quite tempted at the thought. He stared at Kit, narrowing his eyes, contemplating whether to make a move. Meanwhile, Kit put away the devil blade, sighing helplessly, mumbling, "Is this blade my weapon or my ancestor? It's too troublesome. Damn it." Great opportunity. Iolo took a deep breath, his heart racing. Without the devil blade, Kit was nothing. In an instant, Iolo accelerated, preparing to ambush Kit to forcibly seize his body. Buzz. At that moment, a piece of the Six Paths wheel fragment appeared in Kit's hand. As soon as the entire artifact fragment emerged, the surrounding space trembled slightly. "Six Paths wheel? How did you get it?" Iolo let out a sharp cry, completely stunned. Forget seizing control, he turned and ran. Buzz. In an instant, chaotic fog spread over the Six Paths wheel. Originally preparing to flee, Iolo instantly froze, locked by the Six Paths wheel's aura, slowly being drawn towards it. Boy, quickly put away the Six Paths wheel. Iolo was completely terrified. Back in the Age of Gods before ancient times, there existed a divine artifact that wasn't terrifying in its power among all artifacts. But it was heaven sent against remnant souls. Kadiki, a god-slaying rune. Any harm to a remnant soul would be super doubled. If he were at his peak, he could suppress it with one hand. However, he was currently a remnant soul and could only be locked by the Six Paths wheel, crushed into ashes by the cycle of rebirth, returning to the universe. This was the true might of the Six Paths wheel. It was not related to realm, but rather to the state of the primordial spirit. The more severely damaged the primordial spirit, the stronger the power of the Six Paths wheel. Conversely, if dealing with a cultivator whose primordial spirit was flawless, this fragment of the Six Paths wheel would merely be an indestructible Empyrean-grade artifact. Kit watched Iolo struggle, feeling astonished. Although he had read in ancient texts that the Six Paths wheel naturally suppressed all remnant souls and primordial spirits, he had always been skeptical. Seeing Iolo restrained by the Six Paths wheel, Kit finally believed this thing was also effective against Empyrean remnant souls. It seems the countless legends beforehand were true. Examining the sealed Iolo, Kit stroked his chin and asked, "Were you about to ambush me just now?" "Absolutely not. I was just casually strolling." Iolo flatly denied it, though his voice trembled slightly. To someone like him, the Six Paths wheel was a nightmare-like existence. "Is that so?" Kit remained calm, gently activating the Six Paths wheel. Buzz. A trembling sound rang out, and the Six Paths wheel emitted countless rays of light. The suction force on Iolo instantly increased 1,000-fold. Buzz. Under such terrifying suction, some mist began to be sucked out of Iolo's body by the Six Paths wheel. "Wait, I surrender." Iolo panicked and hastily pleaded for mercy. No matter what, even as an Empyrean, he had to admit defeat before the Six Paths wheel. You surrender that easily?" Kit paused, stopping the Six Paths wheel, looking it over in his hands while muttering, "There's nothing special about it." "Boy, you don't know." Iolo sighed, explaining, "I don't know how you managed this fortune to pick up the Six Paths wheel. Do you know where it comes from?" "Oh, please tell me." Kit became interested. Seeing this, Iolo explained, In an age long, long ago, when there was reincarnation, those below immortals and deities would inevitably enter the cycle. The Six Paths Wheel was the foundation of the world cycle, forged by countless gods and demons using heavenly Tao strength. But after the calamity, the cycle collapsed, and the Six Paths Wheel shattered and vanished. Whoa, really? Kit's eyes lit up, asking further, do you know anything else? Iolo hesitated, then said, further details involve heavenly Tao strength. Every word carries infinite karma. If I revealed more, it wouldn't be as simple as heavenly Tao sending down heavenly tribulations. Darn, another heavenly tribulation? Kit couldn't help but comment sarcastically, feeling helpless. Before the two ancient era, it was an absolute secret in this world, known by few. Someone had erased all traces. Later generations may have inherited some information, but couldn't speak openly about it. Chapter 451. The Ancient Curse. This involved certain karmic repercussions. Uttering it would, at best, invite a heavenly calamity that could nearly kill one and, at worst, might even bring deities or demons across time and space to exact vengeance. This wasn't a joke. For instance, Kit's ethereal steps involved a degree of temporal law. Kit vaguely felt that if the ethereal steps were cultivated to their peak, they might potentially reverse time and alter the future. Of course, this was just speculation. Shaking his head, Kit did not press further but instead took out the star-purple gold pagoda, aligning it with the Six Realms wheel disc, floating them on either side around his body. They formed a protective barrier as he walked into the palace. The Grady watched in astonishment as Kit produced one supreme-level artifact and two fragmentary divine artifacts within moments. He was completely stunned. What kind of monster was this person in front of him? Was this guy really not some reborn supreme being who came back to shake things up after reincarnation? Were these artifacts once his weapons? A series of contrary thoughts emerged, leaving the Grady standing there, dumbfounded. Don't just stand there. Let's go. Kit turned to glance at the Grady, gesturing for him to follow. Oh. The Grady snapped out of his trance. He looked at Kit and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the decayed corpse inside the hall. If Kit hadn't brought the fragments of the Six Realms wheel disc, it would have been manageable. But paired with the Six Realms wheel disc, the decayed corpse would be thoroughly suppressed. It would have no means of resistance. The Six Realms wheel disc was a natural counter to such undead beings, even more terrifying than the restraining effect of the demon blade. Thud, thud, thud. Kit stepped forward, walking into the entire hall. The hall exuded a peculiar aura that intensified the deeper he ventured. Just a few steps away from the hall, the situation abruptly changed. Blood-red patterns abruptly appeared on the walls, each shifting randomly and seemingly illustrating some profound truth. In an instant, Kit's mind became absorbed. A voice rose in Kit's heart, becoming increasingly clear. On Kit's skin, blood-red patterns gradually emerged. No good. This boy's aptitude is too terrifying. He can directly comprehend these ancient symbols from before the great antiquity, and these symbols seem to be some kind of curse? The Grady felt a chill run down his spine. No one knew better than he did the power of these ancient symbols. Even during his peak era, with an incredibly resolute Tao heart, he had almost lost himself in these runes. Once invaded by these runes, one would lose all rationality and turn into a madman. Ultimately, they would self-destruct in madness. Rustle, rustle. As Kit was about to sink deeper into the blood-red symbols, the primal green lotus in his soul gently swayed. A streak of green light swept past, and Kit instantly awoke. Huh? What? Kit looked at the slowly dissipating blood-red symbols on his hand, drawing in a sharp breath. He rubbed his forehead, saying, what was that? How did I get absorbed like that? Something's wrong. Very wrong. SSS. At this moment, the Grady seemed somewhat out of sorts. Drawing in a sharp breath, he exclaimed, Kid, you actually escaped from it. Incredible. Truly incredible. It's like seeing a ghost. What do you mean? Kit was momentarily stunned, his face showing surprise. To think that even the Grady hadn't been this shocked when encountering the Six Realms wheel disc. Now, the demon blade's voice rang out. Those patterns you saw are ancient curses from before the great antiquity, fundamentally harmless. The ancient runes have lost their original meanings and cannot be seen, remembered, or understood. These patterns are similar, having been stripped of all their meanings, so ordinary cultivators wouldn't be ensnared by the curse. However, you're a bit special. Special? No way. Even a primal body isn't that special. It existed in the great antiquity. Kit paused, growing even more perplexed. Then, the immortal sword calmly remarked, it's not just your primal body. You also have the heavenly Tao True Eye. The heavenly Tao True Eye? How? Kit stopped speaking, realizing the severity of the situation. Compared to other heavenly Tao techniques, his heavenly Tao True Eye was already quite advanced, reaching a small accomplishment stage after viewing the heavenly steel. His gaze almost equated to a heavenly Tao scan, which brought trouble. The ancient runes from before the great antiquity couldn't be deciphered by ordinary cultivators. Therefore, the curse couldn't take effect. However, Kit's heavenly Tao True Eye pierced through to the essence, directly interpreting the meaning of the runes. Unfortunately, this insight brought disaster. Had it not been for the primal green lotus awakening him, Kit might have already perished. Do you realize the core issue now? The demon blade spoke casually, saying, you should be thankful that your heavenly Tao True Eye is only at the small accomplishment stage and not fully accomplished. If it were at the great accomplishment stage, that single glance would have triggered the ancient curse, landing directly on you. As it stands, your small accomplishment stage True Eye can't fully comprehend the entirety of those runes, ironically saving your life. So that's how it is. Kit let out a long breath of relief. He reopened his heavenly Tao True Eye and glanced at the blood-red patterns surrounding him. A vague sensation formed again, but this time, Kit remained fully conscious, not trying to understand the meaning behind the blood-red runes. The runes themselves had also become harmless. Shaking his head, Kit pushed open the doors of the palace and walked inside. Boom. Doors stretching dozens of miles high were forcibly pushed open by Kit using true chi. Instantly, dust flew high into the air. A wave of decaying air surged in, causing space to collapse, forming black holes that devoured everything in their path. The decaying aura of the supreme corpse. Kit furrowed his brow and rapidly retreated several hundred yards. ZZZT. This decaying aura was terrifying. Anything caught within would be corrupted and reduced to dust. However, this decaying aura was ultimately unacceptable to the heavens. The moment it emerged into the outside world, it burned itself out after spreading a few hundred yards, vanishing into ash. Chapter 452. Within the shrine. Such terrifying decayed energy. This isn't easy to handle. Kit looked at the endless flow of decayed energy, slightly frowning. 14 million years have passed. It's entirely normal for there to be so much decayed energy. At this moment, Bede interjected. However, I can feel that the corruption has become even more severe. The thing inside, it's not easy to deal with. Whether or not it's easy to deal with is another matter. Right now, I'm worried about a different issue. Saying this, Kit lifted his head and looked upwards. Above him was ink-black river water, indicating that he was now in the heavenly star river, on the Xuanhuan star. If this were a battle between supremes, it could potentially destroy the entire Xuanhuan star. Seeing Kit hesitate, Bede spoke with an easy tone. Don't worry, just fight. Nothing will happen. How do you figure? Is this place environmentally special? That's not quite it. I left an array here. Once the decaying corpses escape, the array will activate, casting this entire area into the temporal rift to prevent the entire Xuanhuan realm from being destroyed. Bede paused, then continued. But the amount of decaying energy leaking now is far from sufficient. The energy produced when you go in and fight should be enough. Well, will I be able to come back? Kit frowned slightly, somewhat speechless. I didn't expect Bede to betray his allies like this. Of course, inside this shrine, the decaying corpses lack reason. Therefore, when I left, I set up an array that can traverse the temporal rift and return to the Xuanhuan realm, or enter the ancient shrine from the Xuanhuan realm. Bede's voice carried a hint of regret. Originally, I planned to study this relic from before the ancient times thoroughly, but, alas. Phew. So that's how it is. Kit breathed a long sigh of relief. He looked at the palace before him, then walked over without hesitation. ZZZZT. The decayed energy still existed, dissipating into ashes after rushing out 100 meters. The amount of decayed energy in the entire palace was enormous. Clearing it would require thousands of years. Kit didn't have that much time. He activated the starry purple gold tower directly. A purple golden glow appeared, creating a safe zone within 100 meters around Kit. The horrifying decayed energy became as light and harmless as mist in front of the starry purple gold tower, except for its nasty color and foul smell. Rustle. The decayed energy floated before Kit as he traversed through the vast decayed energy, entering the blood-red shrine. Swoosh. As soon as he entered, a 3-meter-tall death creature with a green face, fangs, and silver-white scales covering its body appeared before Kit. Whoosh. It moved extremely fast, like a silver-white lightning bolt, clawing at Kit with sharp, metal-like claws. SSSSSS. The claws hit the deep purple energy shield created by the starry purple gold tower, sparking a series of flames. What the heck? A death creature formed from a sage-level cultivator's flesh turning into a corpse. Kit was taken aback by the strange saint spirit. This death creature was immensely powerful. Without his supreme artifact, anyone below the sage realm would surely die. However, this death creature couldn't be allowed to stay. Otherwise, it might ambush him to death. With a thought, Kit activated the starry purple gold tower. Instantly, supreme energy spread, instantly dispelling the surrounding decayed energy. A purple wave emanated from Kit, sweeping across like ripples on water. Boom. The silver-white death creature, which had been hiding several hundred meters away, was blasted out by the supreme artifact's ripple and could no longer remain invisible. Instead, it readied itself fully to fight against the supreme artifact. Hiss. The silver-white death creature let out a long hiss, crossing its hands and enveloping itself with its wings to block the supreme artifact's strike. Kaboom. The purple wave swept past in just a moment, causing countless scales to fly off the surface of the silver-white death creature. Then black blood and dead energy coalesced into flesh and tissue, which evaporated immediately under the supreme artifact's aura. Finally, a decayed sage corpse lay before Kit. Though decayed, it was incredibly sturdy, having resisted one strike of supreme aura without any damage. Boom. The decayed sage corpse was hurled hundreds of miles by the starry purple gold tower, crashing into the palace wall with a dull sound. However, in the next instant, it leaped up and vanished into the infinite decayed energy. SK. This is bad news. Kit frowned, realizing something was amiss. The entire shrine was filled with decayed energy, evolved from the corpse energy of decaying supremes. The Tao True I required tremendous effort to see through it. Moreover, beyond 10 miles, it was impossible to see anything. Therefore, he had no idea what was happening inside. SSSHHH. At this moment, the sound of countless insects seemed to be crawling towards Kit. In the next second, countless black insects surged towards him like a flood, endlessly stretching as far as the eye could see. Breathe. Kit knew the situation was becoming problematic after just one glance. These were corpse bugs, which had fed on the bodies of saints and even supremes. Each was indestructible, and his attempts to hit them with the supreme artifact proved futile. They were incredibly tough. Individually, each bug could take down a celestial lord-level cultivator. In such overwhelming numbers, they could engulf and devour anyone below the sage realm. Even sages wouldn't last long. It had reached the point where quantity exceeded quality. Only because Kit carried a supreme artifact was he unafraid of these corpse bugs. ZZZZT. These corpse bugs surged toward Kit like a sky-filling tide, instantly reaching the purple energy shield, trying to chew through this protective layer. ##### Chapter 453. The Supreme Corpse vanishes. The star-purple gold tower trembled slightly. In an instant, the surrounding void was filled with flying ashes as most of the corpse worms were vaporized on the spot. However, a small portion of them were blasted away unharmed. These corpse worms have feasted on Supreme Corpse blood. Kit frowned, feeling quite troubled. At this rate, even with a Supreme-grade artifact, he couldn't sustain the battle forever. After all, his true chi had limits and would eventually run out. At this moment, the Six Paths reincarnation disc beside Kit gave a light shudder. Chaos energy dispersed, splitting into black and white streams of chi. These two energies intertwined to form a Taiji diagram. The moment it appeared, endless corrupting aura was instantly devoured by the Taiji diagram, converting into pure celestial chi. Rumble. The Taiji diagram rapidly expanded from its original palm-sized form to cover several hundred miles within a blink, sweeping away all the decaying energy in the entire hall. Snap. As the Taiji diagram dissipated, the complete appearance of the hall was revealed. The entire temple was constructed from an unknown divine metal, vast and expansive, stretching for hundreds of miles like a small world. Inside the temple, countless ancient corpses lay scattered on the ground. Their attire was not uniform, but it was evident that the oldest ones dated back to the Middle Ancient Era. No remains existed from before the Middle Ancient Era. Of course, another possibility was that they had been consumed by the corpse worms. SSSH. A massive wave of corpse worms were formed again, though this time their auras were much weaker. They formed only to quickly disintegrate once more, lying motionless on the ground. Without the support of the decaying energy, they were like fish out of water. It wouldn't be long before these corpse worms perished. Among the fallen corpses, Kit found the one that attacked him first. However, the undead consciousness inside had already vanished, clearly extracted by the Six Paths reincarnation disc. Creak. A muffled sound suddenly resonated. Kit turned to see a colossal coffin, 100 meters long and tens of meters tall, situated in the center of the grand hall. The coffin was entirely black, forged from black gold. After countless ages, it was covered in rust and dust. I wonder which Supreme's final resting place this is. Kit gazed at the black gold coffin, frowning slightly as he held the fragments of the Six Paths reincarnation disc in one hand and slowly approached the coffin. Creak. A deeper sound echoed as the lid of the black gold coffin slid open. Instantly, an endless torrent of black death energy surged upward. This supreme-grade death energy threatened to erode everything, transforming all life into death. The Six Paths reincarnation disc activated once more, the Taiji diagram emerging. In a flash, the infinite death energy was absorbed into the Taiji diagram, converted back into chaos energy, and dissipated into the air. Rumble. The surging death energy, like a storm, was continuously devoured by the Taiji diagram. It took about a quarter of an hour for the death energy to gradually fade. Kit hovered mid-air, waving his hand forcefully to push the black gold coffin aside. Snap. The lid of the black gold coffin was flung open, revealing the empty interior. The Supreme Corpse, gone. This can't be, Grady exclaimed, shocked. I personally sealed the Supreme Corpse inside this coffin, and it's gone? Impossible. It's very normal. Kit stood calmly, taking a deep breath. Someone took it away. How can you be so sure? Grady paused, taken aback. Why did Kit seem to know more about the situation than he did? Didn't you see? Kit pointed to the bottom of the black gold coffin. There are some words inscribed there, in pale gold, quite noticeable. Words. Grady turned, looking at the pitch-black coffin base, more astonished. Are you kidding me? Where are the words? It clearly says, borrowing the body for use, signed by Roberto. Kit initially froze, then his gaze landed on a faint green leaf imprint. He had seen the exact same mark in the xiuxian divine treasure, one of the 3 strongest geniuses of all time, who reached the pinnacle of a supreme being. Who would have thought he had come here too? Roberto, celestial sovereign, was it him? Grady's voice carried a hint of fear. Impossible. He was a supreme from the primeval era. How could he still be alive? Impossible. Don't you also live? Kit smirked, unfazed. He had even encountered the living Kramer. These top-tier supremes seemed to each possess unique methods to evade the ravages of time and survive. And Roberto, seemingly called a celestial sovereign, was even more mysterious. Staring at the inscription, Kit deactivated his heavenly Tao True Eye. In an instant, the pure golden text on the coffin vanished without a trace. When he activated the heavenly Tao True Eye again, the characters reappeared. As Kit read them, an eerie feeling washed over him. These words came from before the primeval era, indecipherable, forgotten upon reading, no matter how many times one saw them. Yet now, he could understand these words. What did this mean? Roberto Celestial Sovereign had mastered a method to write these characters, used to transmit information, and this script could only be seen by those who possessed the heavenly Tao True Eye. Not even Supremes could see it. This was unbelievable. Shaking his head, Kit sighed. Since the corrupted corpse has been taken by Roberto Celestial Sovereign, let's go. No, he didn't take it. Grady suddenly said, the corrupted corpse is still in this temple. What? Kit paused, activating his heavenly Tao True Eye and scanning the area, finding nothing but emptiness. He turned to Grady. Where do you think the corrupted corpse is? Look, watch me. Without explaining, Grady transformed from a black mist into human form. He then made a series of seals, and a set of mysterious runes emerged. Russell. #### Chapter 454. Ancient Davidsanzen. In an instant, countless intricate runes densely appeared throughout the entire hall. These runes rearranged themselves into a formation, forming a spatial gate. Rustle. The moment the spatial gate formed, a jade stele emerged. Written on it in the script of the primordial era was a message. Those below the supreme rank who enter without permission shall bear the consequences. Holy crap. Kit was taken aback for a moment, not expecting the requirements to enter this spatial gate to be so high. It demanded that only those at the supreme level could enter. He stroked his chin, hesitating whether to proceed inside or not. At that moment, the immortal sword spoke up, "Go in." Missing out on what ancient David Sanzan left behind would be catastrophic. "Yeah, kid, I'll ensure your safety." The voice of the demon blade echoed as well. Meanwhile, Drew stared at the jade stele, his voice trembling as he said, "Heavens, that legendary secret is true. Ancient David Sanzan has already set one foot into immortality and is searching for ways to become an immortal. He didn't die." Kit turned around, startled. He asked Drew, "What legend?" "Phew. According to ancient legends, ancient David Sanzan loved collecting corpses, especially corpses from before the primordial era. It said he was researching methods to achieve immortality." Drew paused, then continued, "I thought it was just a legend until I actually saw him live through to this era. Could it be he's already achieved immortality?" That really hard to say. Kit was also shocked. Immortals and deities were almost mythical entities for cultivators, no different from fantasies. Even Kit doubted if true immortals even existed. Perhaps the powerful supremes with decayed bodies were just extremely strong but couldn't achieve eternal life. However, upon seeing the words left by ancient David Sanzan, Kit suddenly felt a surge of confidence. If someone could live from the primordial era to the present day and evade calamities that killed dozens of supremes, they must possess some exceptional abilities. Behind this door might lie the secrets of immortality. With that thought, Kit took a deep breath. He walked to the gate, placed his hands on it, and pushed it open. Rustle. The spatial gate slowly opened, releasing a vibrant and vital aura. Contrary to Kit's expectations of dead silence, the other side of the door teemed with life, full of vitality and vigor. Before him was a floating island. The island wasn't very large, spanning about 1,000 miles, forged from a peculiar metal, covered with a thin layer of divine earth, supporting various miraculous herbs and flowers. A suction force drew Kit into the spatial gate. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a garden surrounded by hundreds of sacred herbs gently swaying. Wait, is that the nirvana flower? One can reincarnate. Taking it in old age grants another lifetime. Holy crap, destiny fruit? They have it here too? That's the divine blood grape? Dozens of divine herbs grew in the garden, leaving Kit completely awestruck. What place was this? Just then, a vague silhouette appeared. The figure was blurry, a young man wearing a mask, with black hair, only his eyes revealing immense age. He turned his gaze towards Kit, shaking his head slightly, and said, "Interesting. Didn't expect someone below the supreme rank to enter. Quite courageous. Senior, are you ancient David Sanzan?" Kit lifted his head, directly asking the Jensen, "Can you reveal if you're still alive?" "You ask many questions." Ancient David Sanzan shook his head. Looking at Kit, he said, "I indeed am ancient David Sanzan, but whether I'm still alive, even I don't know. Millions of years have passed since my true self left this avatar. How things have changed, I also do not know." "Oh, then you mean ancient David Sanzan was alive over 10 million years ago?" Kit breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. He raised his head again, looking at the youth, and said, "Senior, since you don't know if your true self is still alive, then this realm must have its own purpose, right?" "Yes." Ancient Yi Supreme's tone carried a hint of excitement. He pointed at the ground and said mysteriously, "Guess what's beneath this? What's down there?" Kit paused, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Isn't it just ordinary soil? It's purple mist earth, produced in the land of Purple Chi from the east, incredibly precious." Drew interjected, "This type of soil is also called corpse-nurturing earth, which can keep physical bodies undestroyed. Could it be there's a decaying body buried underneath?" "No." Ancient David Sanzan shook his head slightly. He pointed a finger at the ground and said, "I mean what's under the purple mist earth." "Oh." Kit first froze, then looked down at the purple mist earth beneath him. Activating the Dao Eye, the once ordinary-looking purple mist earth suddenly appeared different. Rustle. An overwhelmingly ancient aura surged forth, carrying hints of sacredness and immortality, along with incomprehensible runes. These runes were mysterious and complex, and Kit couldn't understand any of them. "Hiss. This isn't purple mist earth. I've seen the real thing before. The exterior looks similar, but the interior is completely different." Kit gasped, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if it's just my imagination, but consuming this purple mist earth might greatly extend lifespan. This is not an illusion." Ancient David Sanzan waved his hand, producing a handful of purple mist earth. Pointing at it, he said, "If you consume this purple mist earth, it will indeed significantly increase your lifespan. Moreover, unlike sacred herbs, it won't lose its effectiveness after a few uses. It can be used infinitely." "Holy crap." Kit gasped, immensely astonished. He looked at ancient David Sanzan and asked in surprise, "Is this your research outcome? That's quite astonishing. With enough of this soil, wouldn't one be able to achieve eternal life? Ancient David Sanzan must have survived using this method, right?" Chapter 454. Ancient David Sanzan. In an instant, countless runes densely appeared throughout the entire grand hall. These runes spontaneously rearranged and combined to form a spatial gate. Rustle. The moment the spatial gate was formed, a jade tablet appeared. It bore inscriptions in the ancient script of the primeval era. Those below the level of supreme, who dare to intrude must bear the consequences. What the? Kit paused slightly, not expecting the spatial gate's requirements to be so high. It needed a supreme level individual to enter. He rubbed his chin, hesitating whether or not to step in. At this moment, the immortal sword spoke up, "Go in. You'll be struck by lightning if you miss out on what ancient David Sanzan left behind." "Right, kid. I'll ensure your safety." The voice of the demon blade echoed as well. Meanwhile, Drew stared at the jade tablet, his voice trembling as he said, "My goodness, that legendary secret is true. Ancient David Sanzan has already put one foot into the immortal realm, searching for a way to become an immortal. He didn't die." "Ah." Kit turned around, also startled. He looked at Drew and asked, "What legend?" "Ah. According to ancient legends, ancient David Sanzan loved collecting bodies, especially corpses from before the primeval era. It's rumored that he was researching a way to become an immortal." After saying this, Drew paused and continued, "I thought it was just a legend, never expecting to actually see him alive in this era. Could it be he has already become an immortal?" "Well, that's hard to say." Kit was also shocked. Immortals and deities were elusive entities to cultivators, almost like fantasies. Even Kit doubted whether true immortals really existed. Perhaps those powerful supremes were merely very strong but couldn't achieve eternal life. However, after seeing the message left by ancient David Sanzan, Kit suddenly felt confident. If this person could live from the primeval era until now and even survive a great calamity that killed dozens of supremes, it showed they had some significant abilities. Behind this door might lie the secret to eternal life. With these thoughts, Kit took a deep breath. He approached the door, placed both hands on it, and pushed it open. Rustle. The spatial gate slowly opened, releasing a vibrant aura brimming with life force. Unlike Kit's expectations of a dead and desolate place, it was full of vitality and vigor. Before him lay a floating island. The island wasn't large, stretching 1,000 miles wide, made of some peculiar metal, covered thinly with divine soil on which various miraculous herbs grew. Buzz. A suction force pulled Kit into the spatial gate. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a garden surrounded by hundreds of sacred herbs swaying gently. Wait, is that the nirvana flower? One can be reborn by consuming it in old age. What the? Heavenly destiny fruit? There's this place too? That's divine blood grape? Over 10 kinds of divine medicines grew in the garden, leaving Kit utterly amazed. What kind of place is this? Buzz. Just then, a blurry figure appeared, a Jensen with black hair, only his eyes revealing profound age. Turning his gaze to Kit, he shook his head slightly and remarked, "Interesting. Didn't expect someone below the supreme level to get in. Quite daring." "Elder, are you ancient David Sanzan?" Kit lifted his head, looking directly at the Jensen and bluntly asked, "Can you tell me if you're still alive?" "You sure have plenty of questions." Ancient David Sanzan shook his head, gazing at Kit, and replied, "Indeed, I am ancient David Sanzan, but whether I'm truly alive or not, even I don't know. Over 10 million years have passed since my true self left this avatar behind. Time has changed everything. I have no idea what has flourished here." "Ah, so, 10 million years ago, ancient David Sanzan was still alive." Relief washed over Kit. He raised his head again and asked, "Elder, since you don't know if your true self is alive, perhaps this secret realm has its own purpose?" "Exactly." Ancient David Sanzan's voice held a hint of excitement. Pointing at the ground, he said mysteriously, "Guess what lies beneath this soil? What's under it?" Kit was puzzled, hesitated, and then said, "Isn't it just ordinary soil? It's purple aura soil, a rare type of soil produced where purple chi comes from." Drew interjected, "This soil is also known as corpse-preserving soil, keeping the body undying. Could it be there's a preserved corpse buried here?" "No." Ancient David Sanzan shook his head. Extending a finger towards the ground, he hinted again, "I mean, what's under the purple aura soil?" "Oh." Kit first froze, then bent down to look at the purple aura soil beneath him. His true eye of heaven opened, and instantly the ordinary purple aura soil transformed. Rustle. An endless wave of ancient aura surged forth, imbued with a sense of divinity and immortality. Complex and mysterious runes, incomprehensible to Kit, accompanied this aura. "Hiss, this isn't purple aura soil. I've seen real purple aura soil. It looks similar externally but is completely different internally." Kit drew a sharp breath, murmuring, "Perhaps it's an illusion, but eating this soil might significantly extend one's lifespan." "This is no illusion." Ancient David Sanzan waved his hand, scooping up a handful of purple aura soil. He pointed to it and explained, "If you consume this purple aura soil, it will indeed increase your lifespan dramatically. And unlike divine medicines, which only work once or twice, this soil can be used infinitely." "What the?" Kit sucked in a breath, profoundly astonished. Looking at ancient David Sanzan, he asked in surprise, "Is this your research outcome? This is quite astonishing. With enough of this soil, wouldn't one be able to achieve immortality? Did ancient David Sanzan survive using this method?" ##### Chapter 455. Challenge. If only it were that simple. Supreme Ancient Norman shook his head, his tone filled with regret. Hearing this, Kit was slightly taken aback. He rubbed his chin and asked, "That's true. Otherwise, these purple sha soils wouldn't have been abandoned. Senior, does this method come with some hidden dangers?" For the context of natural flow in English, it would be more appropriate to replace purple sha soils with purple haze soil. But since the original text seems to keep it as purple sha soils, I've retained that for consistency. If you're open to changes for better readability, we can update that part. Note, sha typically translates to haze or mist in English, but if it's a proper name or specific term in your story, you may want to keep it as is or establish a consistent translation. Please let me know if you need any further adjustments or have specific preferences for certain terms. Hidden dangers do exist, and they are many. Supreme Ancient Norman waved his hand, causing the purple sha soil in his hand to float up. Then, an endless amount of purple sha soil appeared, instantly becoming as clear and transparent as amethyst, resembling a jelly-like texture. As this texture emerged, wisps of black mist also appeared, faint yet visible. Note, the character xia is repeatedly used in the original text and seems to be part of a specific term or name, such as purple xia soil. For consistency and accuracy, I've kept it as xia in this context. However, if xia should be translated as haze or another English term, please let me know. For better readability in English, we can slightly adjust the translation. Supreme Ancient Norman waved his hand, causing the purple haze soil in his hand to float up. Then, an endless amount of purple haze soil appeared, instantly becoming as clear and transparent as amethyst, with a jelly-like texture. As this texture emerged, wisps of black mist also appeared, faint yet visible. Zzzt. The moment the black mist appeared, an unprecedented feeling surged. It felt as though the entire world was decaying. Kit frowned slightly, looking at the black mist and said, "These auras, they're from decaying corpses." Exactly. This is the power of decay, which is extremely dangerous. Even for Supremes, it's difficult to completely cleanse once contaminated. While alive, there aren't many problems, but after one's lifespan runs out and peak times pass, this force will soon attack, ultimately leading to their transformation into decaying corpses. The tone of Supreme Ancient Norman was filled with melancholy. He continued, "This corrupting power has been a headache for me for a long time. Can't you separate it from the life-prolonging power within the purple xia soil?" Correction. Can't you separate it from the life-prolonging power within the purple mist soil? Explanation. Change xia to mist for a more natural and contextually accurate translation. Ensure that purple mist soil is consistent with previous terminology used in the text. Kit looked at the purple xia soil, somewhat surprised. Note, for a more fluent reading, it would be better to translate purple xia soil to purple haze soil, as xia translates to haze or mist in this context. Improved version. Kit looked at the purple haze soil, somewhat surprised. It's impossible. Just like the yin and yang forces between heaven and earth, these life-prolonging powers are the source of the decaying energy. Supreme Ancient Norman paused, then added, "I studied many ancient immortal and divine decaying corpses and discovered a disheartening secret." What secret? Kit's face suddenly changed, his heart sinking. For Supreme Ancient Norman to use the word disheartening, it proved that this secret was anything but ordinary. Looking at Kit, Supreme Ancient Norman spoke, "I can't tell you much about this secret now. The causal connections are too profound. However, I can give you an analogy." An analogy? Kit paused, looking at Supreme Ancient Norman and asking, "Please explain, Senior." In ancient times, there was an incredibly powerful being who suddenly wanted to uncover secrets from even more ancient eras. So he dug and dug, eventually finding something extraordinary. Many people tried to seize this thing, but later, they discovered that this thing didn't exist in reality. Supreme Ancient Norman paused again, continuing, "Afterward, they found that they all fell ill at the same time. Beyond that, there is no beyond that. Anyone who attempted to unearth this secret died. The secret is like a black hole. Once you reach a certain boundary, you're consumed. Even I am not exempt." Boundary, secret. Suddenly, a clarity arose in Kit's mind. He recalled how the text had been shielded by an unknown force, leaving his mind blank no matter how hard he tried to read them. Those texts must have been within the boundary, impossible to read unless one crossed it. When he could read those texts, it meant he had already stepped over that boundary. SSSHH. Kit gasped sharply, raising his head and sternly saying to Supreme Ancient Norman, "You? Tricked me? Not really, just guided you." Supreme Ancient Norman smiled gently, calmly explaining, "You should understand. Once you could read the inscriptions on the coffin, you've already crossed the boundary. The texts themselves aren't important. What matters is that once you've crossed the boundary, countless calamities await you. Overcoming them will bring you closer to understanding the boundary. What if I don't get through? What if I'm faced with certain death? What should I do?" Kit rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. He never expected the texts themselves to be such a huge trap, one you couldn't escape once you jumped in. "Don't worry. The way spawns 50 elements, and the one that escapes signifies hope." Supreme Ancient Norman remained calm, adding, "The stronger you become, the better your chances of seizing that sliver of hope. If you miss it, well, it's all over." F***CK. Kit rubbed his forehead irritably, muttering, "Phew, this really complicates things. When will the first great calamity arrive?" "I don't know." Supreme Ancient Norman shook his head. He waved his hand, causing the purple xia soil to fall to the ground, and then opened a spatial portal. Note, the term purple xia soil seems to be a direct transliteration and may be more appropriately translated as purple haze soil for better readability in English. However, I kept it as purple xia soil to maintain consistency with any previous or future mentions in the text. If this is part of a larger work, it would be good to establish a consistent translation for this term. Also, the original text contains richer details and dialogues which are missing in your provided translation. Let me know if you want me to provide a more detailed and accurate translation based on the full context. A 3 zhang tall and 1 zhang wide gate appeared, plain and unremarkable, made from ordinary wooden boards painted black, covered with wormholes from countless years. What is this? Kit looked at the gate, his expression serious. He did not dare underestimate this gate. His instincts told him it was far from simple. Seeing Kit's grave expression, Supreme Ancient Norman smiled slightly and explained, "Behind this gate, I've placed a bottle of my refined blood, capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring bones. It's as good as a top-grade divine medicine. Moreover, it contains the path of a supreme ruler, allowing you to soar to new heights in cultivation without bottlenecks. But to obtain it, you need to pass a small test." "A small test? What is it?" Kit froze, his heart pounding violently. His intuition warned him that this small test might not be so small at all. Seeing Kit cautiously watching him, Supreme Ancient Norman smiled again, explaining, "This small test is quite simple. Behind the gate is a special space constructed using the Supreme Ruler's Law. In this space, you will encounter a copy of yourself. If you can defeat your copy, not only will I give you a bottle of my supreme true blood, but I will also pass on my legacy to you. How does that sound? Cough. A copy of myself? Kit turned green, completely speechless. In the Xiuxian Divine Vault, the 8th trial left by the Kramer ruler was a copy of himself. To put it bluntly, he nearly died at the hands of his own copy. Given his current realm and combat strength, defeating ordinary cultivators would be effortless. Chapter 455, The Challenge. If only it were that simple. Supreme Ancient Norman shook his head, his tone filled with regret. Hearing this from Supreme Ancient Norman, Kit was slightly taken aback. He stroked his chin and asked, Indeed. Otherwise, this purple Xia soil wouldn't have been abandoned. Senior, does this method have some hidden dangers? Indeed there are. And not just a few. Supreme Ancient Norman waved his hand, causing the purple Xia soil to hover in his palm. Instantly, countless pieces of purple Xia soil emerged, becoming as clear and transparent as amethysts. They exhibited a jelly-like texture. At the same moment, wisps of black mist began to appear faintly. Sizzle. The instant the black mist appeared, an unprecedented sensation swept over them. It felt as though the entire world was about to decay. Kit frowned, looking at the black mist and said, This aura. It's the aura from decaying corpses. Exactly. It's precisely this corruptive force, which is extremely dangerous. Generally speaking, even Supremes find it difficult to completely rid themselves of it if they become tainted. While alive, it's not much of an issue, but once their lifespan runs out and they're no longer at their peak, they will soon be attacked by this power and eventually fall into corruption. Supreme Ancient Norman's voice was tinged with sorrow. He continued, This corruptive force has given me headaches for a long time. Can't the life-prolonging power within the purple Xia soil be separated from it? Kit looked at the purple Xia soil, somewhat surprised. It can't. Just like yin and yang in the universe, the life-prolonging power is the root cause of the corruptive force. Supreme Ancient Norman paused, then continued, I've studied many divine and immortal corpses from before the ancient era and discovered a despondent secret. What secret? Kit's face changed abruptly, and his heart raced. For Supreme Ancient Norman to describe it as despondent, it must be extraordinary. Looking at Kit, Supreme Ancient Norman said, For now, I cannot reveal too much about this secret. The cause and effect involved are too significant. However, I can give you a metaphor. A metaphor? Kit stared at Supreme Ancient Norman, urging him to continue. In ancient times, there was an immensely powerful being who suddenly wanted to uncover secrets from an even more ancient era. So he dug and dug until he found something extraordinary. Many people tried to seize it, but later, they discovered this thing didn't actually exist. Supreme Ancient Norman paused again, then added, Afterwards, they all fell ill at the same time. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Anyone who attempted to uncover this secret died. This secret is like a black hole. Once you cross a certain threshold, you get swallowed whole. Even I am not exempt. Threshold, secret. Suddenly, Kit gained a profound understanding. He recalled how those inscriptions had been shielded by an unknown force, rendering any attempts at reading them futile. His mind would go blank no matter what. Those inscriptions must be within the threshold, making them unreadable. When he could finally read them, it meant, phew. Kit sucked in a cold breath, glaring at Supreme Ancient Norman and sternly asked, You? Tricked me? Not exactly. I merely served as your guide, replied Supreme Ancient Norman with a gentle smile. He calmly continued, You should understand. When you deciphered the inscription on the coffin, you had already crossed the threshold. The words themselves aren't important. What matters is that when you cross the threshold, numerous tribulations await you. Overcome them, and you will come closer to the edge. And if I can't? What if I face a situation where survival is near impossible? What then? Kit rolled his eyes, feeling quite helpless. He never imagined those inscriptions would be such a trap. Don't worry. Among the 50 elements of the way, there's always a sliver of hope. Supreme Ancient Norman remained composed, adding, The stronger you are, the better chance you have of grasping that sliver of hope. If you fail, well, then you're truly finished. Damn. Kit massaged his temples irritably, muttering, Oh boy, this really complicates things. When does the first major tribulation come? I don't know, replied Supreme Ancient Norman, shaking his head slightly. He waved his hand, causing the purple Xia soil to drop to the ground and opening a spatial portal. A towering 3-meter-high, 1-meter-wide door materialized. The door was plain and made of ordinary wood, dark and riddled with wormholes. It was unclear how many years had passed since its creation. What is this? Kit gazed at the door with a solemn expression. He did not dare underestimate this door. His intuition told him it wasn't simple. Seeing Kit's serious look, Supreme Ancient Norman smiled gently. Behind this door, I have placed a vial of my own essence blood. It can bring the dead back to life, akin to the highest divine medicine. Additionally, it contains supreme truth, allowing you to soar in cultivation without hitting bottlenecks. However, obtaining it requires passing a small test. A small test? What is it? Kit was startled, his heart pounding. His intuition warned him that this small test might not be so small after all. Seeing Kit's wary gaze, Supreme Ancient Norman smiled and explained, The test is straightforward. Behind the door is a special space constructed using my supreme law. In this space, you'll encounter a copy of yourself. If you can defeat this replica, I'll not only give you a vial of my supreme essence blood, but also my lineage. How does that sound? Cough. My replica? Kit turned green instantly, utterly speechless. In the Xiuxian Divine Vault, the 8th level challenge left by Draper was a replica of himself. He nearly died fighting his clone. Given his current realm and combat prowess, facing regular cultivators would be effortless, but Chapter 456, Battle the Replica again. Throughout history, no matter which genius it was, Kit dared to challenge them all. But when it came to his own replica, Kit had no confidence at all. After all, anything he knew, the replica surely knew as well. Thus, in a battle with his replica, Kit would find it incredibly difficult to win unless he tapped into his potential and eliminated his replica in a short time. Seeing Kit's face turn green, the ancient supreme being Amin remained calm. He continued, "Don't worry. Within this entire microcosm, there are rules limiting real death. If I can't die, that makes things easier." Kit's eyes lit up, and without another word, he turned to Amin, "Let's just go for it. Do I simply push open the door and walk in?"
"Yes."
Gu Davidson nodded slightly. He added, "Good luck. Hope you pass through smoothly." "Of course." Kit waved his hand, exuding immense momentum, pushed open the spatial door, and walked right in. Creak. The spatial door opened instantly, revealing a boundless miniature space before Kit. The area was vast and featureless, nothing but void stretching endlessly in all directions like a star-strewn sky. Weightlessness. This place really isn't in the xuanhuan world. It feels similar to outer space, Kit mused. At this moment, specks of golden light appeared, forming an exact replica of Kit in an instant. As soon as the replica materialized, the golden glow on its surface faded. Opening its eyes, devoid of any emotion, the replica mechanically announced, "Testing begins." Boom. In an instant, icy blue sword light appeared in the replica's hand. Chaos blood boiled, power surged 1,000-fold. Then using the Xiantao steps and heavenly Dao sword technique, it slashed downward with a single stroke. Such intensity? Kit sucked in a cold breath of air. This replica was completely going all out. Clank. The replica's speed with the Xiantao steps matched Kit's. They both achieved a near stasis effect in their surroundings, moving so fast they were barely perceptible. In an instant, the sharp sword light was almost upon him. Kit unleashed the Xiantao steps, stepping back slightly, but it was already too late. Rip. Kit's reaction was just half a beat slower, leaving a deep wound across his neck, visible down to the bone. If he had reacted even later, his head would have been severed. This was his replica. Its speed, strength, and defenses were nearly insurmountable. A slight misstep and he'd fail the test, possibly die here. Breathe. Kit took a deep breath, focused intently, and began taking the fight seriously. Rip. The replica missed with its initial slash, but immediately emitted icy blue light from its hand, launching a punch with heavenly Dao fist towards Kit. All Kit could do was fiercely resist. Boom, boom, boom. Punch after punch landed on Kit. Kit defended each blow, saving chi while fighting back. Having experienced one battle with a replica, Kit understood something crucial. The replica had identical strength and combat awareness. Expecting to overpower it instantly wasn't likely. His only strategy was to accumulate small advantages gradually until his replica was exhausted. Thinking this, icy blue sword energy erupted from Kit's hands. Rip. The replica countered with heavenly Dao sword, clashing with Kit's sword. However, it was a feint. Though the replica was powerful, Kit used minimal effort to deflect some of the force, conserving more strength, slightly gaining an advantage. Ding, ding, ding. The replica's attacks rained down like a tempest. Kit methodically parried each strike, accumulating these minor advantages over time. Meanwhile, outside, Supreme Soul Eater and Amin watched. How peculiar. This shouldn't be happening. Facing his own replica, he's at a disadvantage? Supreme Soul Eater expressed his bewilderment, saying, if he keeps being suppressed like this, he'll lose. No, this is the smart move. Amin shook his head approvingly. Why? Supreme Soul Eater became even more puzzled. Amin replied, it's simple. Have you ever fought your own replica? Embarrassingly, I haven't. Supreme Soul Eater responded with mild doubt, adding, who in their right mind would fight themselves for fun? I've fought my replicas multiple times. Amin recalled, standing with his hands behind his back. In that era, I dominated all peers. My only remaining opponent was myself. So, I found a secret realm where I started battling my own replicas. Hiss. Supreme Soul Eater gasped. Amin was indeed one of the top 3 strongest figures of all time. Battling his own replica? Few could withstand such self-imposed torment. Continuing, Amin said, initially, I had a 30% chance of winning against my replica. But once I overcame fear of death, my chances rose to 50%. By accumulating strength and eliminating replicas, my win rate reached 80%. Beyond that, it couldn't increase further. That's my best record, an 85% chance. Hearing this, Supreme Soul Eater felt a chill down his spine. With an 85% win rate against replicas, normal opponents wouldn't stand a chance. This guy truly lived up to his status as one of the 3 greatest. He's improving rapidly. Mid-sentence, Amin glanced at the fighting Kit, continuing, his combat talent surpasses mine. His future accomplishments will at least match, if not exceed, mine. Translation ends here. Please let me know if you need further assistance or additional chapters translated. Chapter 457, A Difficult Battle. Hiss. The Grady instantly drew in a sharp breath. To be honest, he hadn't expected Kit to receive such high praise from the Hiroshi. One must understand who Hiroshi was. He dominated the ancient era without a single defeat. Invincible against all challengers, any opponent would be swept away by him. Once, 8 Supremes of his era jointly attacked the Hiroshi, and 5 of them were slain on the spot. The remaining 3 dared not show themselves for the rest of their lives. Some speculated that the Hiroshi had killed all 8 Supremes back then because the 3 missing Supremes never reappeared throughout history, most likely annihilated by the Hiroshi. Without exaggeration, the title of Celestial Lord was purely earned through sheer strength. Other Supremes didn't even have the right to be mentioned in the same breath as the Celestial Lord. But listening to the Hiroshi's implication, was Kit destined to at least reach the level of a Celestial Lord? That was too astounding. There's no need for too much surprise. Perhaps, Celestial Lord is merely his starting point. Hiroshi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Kit, and continued, "This is excellent. After countless years of research by us three, perhaps he can solve this problem. He might be one born to meet the crisis." Hiroshi murmured softly to himself. Beside him, the Grady was taken aback. He looked at the Hiroshi and asked, "Senior, I wonder, what does born to meet the crisis mean? You are not qualified enough to know the answer." The tone of Hiroshi was calm as he shook his head and said, "If I told you the answer, you wouldn't last long. The cause and effect involved here are too immense." Again, cause and effect. The Grady was speechless. However, he did not pursue the question further. After all, he wasn't Kit with an extraordinary fate. In his current state, stepping over the line could mean he wouldn't see the next sunrise. Shaking his head, the Grady turned to look at the spatial door, quietly observing Kit's battle within. Rumble. At that moment, the clone launched a Dao fist straight towards Kit's face, intending to crush his soul with one blow. Kit raised his hand to block, neutralizing the force before retaliating with a punch aimed at the clone's chest. Rumble. An icy blue light emanated from his fist. One strike could destroy the clone's heart and shatter its chaotic blood, preventing it from using the Chaos True Dragon transformation and allowing Kit to instantly slay it. But the clone wasn't a pushover either. It clasped its hands together to block Kit's punch. Rumble. A terrifying energy ripple spread out. Kit's punch hit the clone's arm, sending it flying backward. Just as the clone was hurled away, a faint golden Dao seal struck toward Kit. Swish. Kit sidestepped, dodging the Dao seal. In a blink, the clone had steadied itself far away. Then, taking the steps of freedom, time around seemed to reverse, creating a complex cognitive illusion for Kit. By the time he reacted, icy blue fists appeared again. Boom. The clone launched another punch at Kit's face. Kit crossed his hands to block, feeling a sharp pain in his arms and numbness spreading throughout his body. Hiss. Too damn tough. Kit muttered, frustrated. Since the start of the battle, they had exchanged thousands of moves. His only slight advantage was in stamina, but even that was minimal. Any minor mistake could put him at a disadvantage. This fight was incredibly difficult. Rumble. The clone's blood boiled, almost fully restored, and charged at Kit once more. Damn it. Headache. Kit was speechless. Regardless, he had to continue battling, gradually wearing down the clone while accumulating small advantages, each move slightly reducing the clone's fighting potential. Time passed quickly. Almost 10 days had gone by since the start of the battle, involving hundreds of thousands of exchanges. Both Kit and the clone were now covered in wounds. Kit's left arm was nearly severed, his bone half cut, but his exhausted blood chi left him powerless to heal. As for the clone, it was even worse. One arm gone, its life force waning, barely able to stand. Its ability to use the Chaos True Dragon transformation was long gone. Even a cultivator at the Mystic Realm could now kill both Kit and the clone. Phew. It was time to end this. Clenching his teeth, Kit took a deep breath. An icy blue sword beam formed in his hand, ready to finish the clone off. Hiss. Really won. Outside, the Grady drew in a sharp breath, feeling numb. Kit's combat power was simply terrifying, perfect in strength, speed, defense, recovery, and essence energy storage. Even his combat awareness was unparalleled. If the Grady faced Kit at the same level in strength, he would undoubtedly be killed. Kit could cut him down with a single sword strike. Victory? Not yet. Hiroshi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head slightly. There was newfound gravity in his gaze when looking at Kit. If nothing else, Kit was truly worthy of being compared to him. The Grady found this strange. He said, "Shouldn't be. That kid should win, right? No, he's far from reaching his limit." Hiroshi shook his head slightly. At that moment, Kit entered the mystical state of the Dao sword again. Amidst the endless black lines, a single white line stood out clearly. Holding the Dao sword, Kit slashed down. Snap. Ice blue sword energy shredded everything in its path. Anything daring to block Kit was ruthlessly torn apart. But suddenly, the situation changed drastically. The lone white thread among countless black threads turned black. A dead end. A true dead end. Kit drew in a sharp breath, his steps of freedom exploding into action as he retreated hundreds of miles instantly. He had a premonition that what was coming next would be very dangerous. Chapter 458, Burnout. Crack, crack. It seemed as if some restraint had been broken. The clone's realm abruptly ascended from the divine sea to the divine core realm. In just a moment, its power increased more than tenfold. What the hell? It can even break through realms during battle. Instantly, Kit's face turned green with shock. Throughout history, breaking through realms in combat wasn't unheard of. It was even considered a privilege for geniuses. For instance, the current Kit could easily break through realms. However, doing so came at a cost, the inability to reach his full potential. This would leave future cultivation open to hidden dangers. A high realm was nothing. Walking steadily on the path was the true way. For example, although Kit was at the deep sea realm, he could rival an early stage king. There was at least an 8-realm gap between them. For an average cultivator, surpassing a major realm was like breaking a world record, something almost unbelievable. Only young saint sages could typically cross over multiple major realms and defeat enemies. Young supreme beings usually could only transcend 1 or 2 major realms. Kit alone could, in the divine sea realm, overpower a king-level cultivator, and when he activated the chaotic true dragon transformation, he could match up against Arn-level cultivators. This was the advantage of having a solid foundation. Thus, seeing the clone break through, Kit found himself in a dilemma. If he also broke through, he would lose the opportunity to obtain Amin's essence blood. But without breaking through, he had almost no chance of defeating the clone. A tenfold disparity made it impossible. Realizing this, even Kit hesitated. Rumble. The clone's fierce aura erupted. With its new realm, it absorbed surrounding energy faster, recovering at a rate 10 times that of Kit. In just a couple of seconds, the clone could accumulate enough power to annihilate Kit. Damn, that kid is about to lose. Drew gasped in shock. After all, Kit had already exhausted all efforts and strategies to gain the slightest advantage over the clone, only to have it reversed in an instant. The clone was almost identical to Kit in both combat awareness and strength. Its breakthrough in a major realm essentially mirrored what Kit would experience, tenfold increase in power. Kit had virtually no chance of winning. That isn't necessarily the case. That boy might not lose. Amin sighed and replied, long ago, I too faced a situation where my clone broke through in a battle. Even then, victory was not impossible. Did you encounter it too, senior? Drew's mind buzzed, left speechless. Amin was powerful, but this was beyond imagination. He managed to defeat a clone higher in a major realm. This was truly astounding. How did you manage it? Drew asked curiously. Defeating a clone above your major realm is quite unfathomable. The Tao has 50, but hides one, which is that sliver of hope. Amin stood with hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. As long as one's divine perception is keen enough to seize that sliver of hope, victory is possible. And that sliver of hope lies in. When two warriors meet, the brave wins. Blocking out all distractions and delivering the strongest strike. Perhaps you can win. So it's either courageously fighting for that sliver of hope or breaking through? Drew watched Kit, muttering to himself, or should he break through? Rumble. In just a few seconds, the clone had recovered, and a glacial blue sword glow appeared in its hand. In a single step, it rushed before Kit. Tenfold power, tenfold speed. Such an overwhelming disparity left Kit with no hope of winning. Huff. Kit exhaled lightly. His mood suddenly became calm. Considering his future foundation, the bottle of supreme true blood was not worth breaking through realms and harming his base. But not breaking through meant certain defeat. Even if destined to lose, Kit refused to sit idle. Instead, he tapped into every last ounce of strength, clearing his mind of all distractions, preparing to unleash his purest attack. Even if defeated, he would let his opponent know that Kit did not back down. Boom. Boundless power ignited. Kit felt as if he entered a unique state. In this state, he wielded his power with astonishing precision. A thousand-fold enhancement. Potential previously unnoticed was now fully unleashed. Shriek. Endless power surged, increasing Kit's strength significantly. He took a deep breath, forcibly condensed a trace of chaotic true blood, and activated the chaotic true dragon transformation. Rumble. That trace of chaotic true blood burned, causing Kit's strength to instantly multiply by 10,000. In a split second, his sword descended. Clang. Kit's sword collided with the clone's. Instantly, the clone's glacial blue sword chi crumbled like tofu under Kit's blade. One stroke passed, and the clone's head flew off. Then, infinite glacial blue sword chi flashed, instantly disintegrating the clone's head. Whisper. The clone transformed into golden light, dissipating into the void. Huff. Kit panted heavily, exiting that peculiar state. So strange. What exactly was that state? Confusion flashed across Kit's face. He could sense that the state was extraordinary. It seemed to involve some mysterious force, or perhaps it reached the heavenly Tao realm, merging with it, viewing himself from a heavenly Tao perspective. Every cell was under his control. His reaction, strength, and speed all multiplied several times. With the same amount of true chi, he could exert several times the power within that state. Extremely profound. Unsure if I can enter it again, Kit tried to re-enter that peculiar state, but soon realized he couldn't. This chapter vividly depicts the intense battle scenario between Kit and his clone, emphasizing the challenges and critical decisions faced during a life-or-death confrontation. It highlights Kit's struggle with maintaining his integrity while seeking to overcome seemingly insurmountable odds, showcasing his determination and growth. Chapter 459. The Ancient David Sanzan's Reward. Coincidence? Or, is this kind of state something I can't fully control? Kit stroked his chin, feeling that this matter required careful planning. Perhaps he should ask Ancient David Sanzan. Maybe he understood what was going on. Rumble. A beam of 9-colored divine light descended from the sky, landing on Kit. Instantly, Kit's exhausted body rapidly recovered, returning to its peak condition in the blink of an eye. Boom. Familiar power returned, sweeping away all traces of fatigue. Kit could feel that his strength hadn't changed much. If it was 1,000 before, now it was perhaps 1,001. Hardly any difference. But his mastery over this power had reached a new level. If given another chance, he could easily slay the replica of himself from just moments ago. It was a very complex feeling, not closely related to realm or power. Buzz. At this moment, space shifted, and Kit felt a blur before his eyes. When he came to, the void had dissipated, and Kit found himself back in the outside world. Congratulations. You have defeated your own replica, Ancient David Sanzan said with a smile in his voice. How do you feel? Learned a lot. Kit tilted his head, thinking for a moment before speaking. But there's something I want to ask, senior. The strange state you entered? Ancient David Sanzan seemed to know what Kit wanted to ask. He spoke casually, hands behind his back. If it's about that peculiar state, then it's rather complicated. Oh, how so? Kit stared at Ancient David Sanzan, growing more curious. This state, even I have only experienced once or twice. It's elusive yet extremely profound. Ancient David Sanzan paused, then continued. I once asked many Tianzans, but none of them had entered this state. Instead, 2 others did experience it. Huh. Kit was taken aback, scratching his head. So, what causes this state? It's hard to say. My guess is that when divine perception reaches its peak, it briefly connects with the heavenly Tao, sensing the path it takes. Ancient David Sanzan shook his head. This is just my speculation. What exactly happens? Even I am unsure. This involves areas beyond my knowledge. Even a Tianzuan doesn't know. Kit was speechless. All right, since you've defeated your replica, it's time I honor our bet. With a wave of his hand, ancient David Sanzan summoned a palm-sized bottle into his grasp. Curious, Kit peered inside. Within the bottle, a mass of blood like a miniature sun glowed crimson, emitting piercing divine light that illuminated everything around it. The moment the jade bottle appeared, waves of life energy surged forth. Kit instantly paled. He had a distinct feeling. If the killing intent in that blood hadn't been neutralized, the sheer power within could shock a holy spirit to death. Heavens! True blood of a Tianzuan. The nearby Thornton's eyes nearly popped out. To be honest, this item would stir desire even in his prime, driving him to risk everything. This bottle of Tianzuan essence blood alone could double an ordinary Tianzuan's lifespan. And that wasn't even the main point. It contained an immense amount of heavenly Dao fragments and cultivation insights from the Tianzuan level, significantly boosting one's strength. Frankly speaking, if Kit didn't have the 6 paths reincarnation disc, he'd already be preparing to take a gamble and forcefully seize this bottle of Tianzuan essence blood. Phew! Kit breathed a long sigh of relief. He repeatedly reminded himself. He had seen much worse. He shouldn't be swayed by this. He raised his head and said to ancient David Sanzan, "Thank you, senior. I'll remember this favor." Ancient David Sanzan tossed the Tianzuan true blood to Kit and then retrieved a scripture, handing it over. "This is the Ancient Yi Scripture, a cultivation method and insight I created. Take it as a gift." Ancient Yi Scripture. Kit took the scripture and flipped through it casually, only to be stunned. Without a doubt, he had read many supreme secret techniques, but compared to the Ancient Yi Scripture, they were inferior. There was a vast difference. Many of the understandings of the world and the heavenly Dao approached the level of the chaotic scripture. Even its secret techniques rivaled those of the heavenly Dao fist and sword, such high-level heavenly Dao secret arts. It even recorded 36 types of heavenly Dao talismans. Though it might seem few compared to the 3,000 in the chaotic scripture, the enhancement brought about far surpassed that of ordinary Tianzans. Ordinary Tianzans could exceed their peers if they mastered just one heavenly Dao talisman and cultivated to the pinnacle. For instance, during the ancient era, a Tianzuan who mastered the body-splitting talisman could unleash hundreds of clones in battle, each with Tianzuan-level combat strength. Even a Tianzuan would be forced to flee. Of course, this was theoretically speaking. In practice, even a Tianzuan would need astronomical amounts of materials to create a clone talisman that could duplicate a Tianzuan, costing nearly half the price of a supreme artifact. Even a Tianzuan couldn't afford such extravagance. As for other talismans like the God-Sealing Talisman, God-Annihilation Talisman, Formation-Breaking Talisman, etc., they had established countless legacies throughout the ancient era. These legends persisted into the recent ancient era. After hurriedly finishing the entire Ancient Yi Scripture, Kit drew a deep breath and said to ancient David Sanzan, "Senior indeed lives up to being a Tianzuan. The cultivation method you opened up is truly incomparably powerful, far surpassing ordinary supreme methods. No need for such praise. Perhaps in the future, you will develop a cultivation method stronger than mine." Ancient David Sanzan mildly disagreed. He looked at Kit and continued, "I've given you all the opportunities here. If there's nothing else, you may leave. My clone has limited power and needs to wait for the next destined one. It's best not to expend too much." "Well, there is one thing." Kit scratched his chin curiously. "Senior, where is the supreme corpse you took away?" "Within this mountain." Ancient David Sanzan pointed beneath his feet. "I extracted the eternal life substance from it and tried creating this small world. Unfortunately, the attempt failed. The eternal life substance contained indelible corruptive qi, which I couldn't separate despite trying various methods." Chapter 460, Bede's Choice. Corrupting energy, huh? Kit frowned slightly. This thing was indeed very troublesome. Even gods could be corrupted by it, let alone the living beings below the divine realm. They couldn't withstand it at all. However, he wondered if the power of heaven's Dao could suppress such a substance. If there was an opportunity, he might as well give it a try. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. However, Kit naturally wouldn't take risks to try it now. Corrupting energy wasn't something to joke about. With his current strength, he might end up dead if he tried. Shaking his head, Kit raised his head and looked at ancient David Sanzan, saying, "Since this problem isn't unsolvable, then there must be a way to solve it, right?" "This is true, but it's incredibly difficult." Ancient David Sanzan shook his head. Then, he waved his hand. A portal appeared, and he said, "This door leads to the outer space. Farewell. Predecessor, we will meet again." Kit nodded slightly and bade farewell to ancient David Sanzan. Kit still showed respect for the Tianzuan, especially since the latter had given him numerous opportunities. He would naturally remember this favor. Shaking his head, Kit turned around and glanced at the scattered sacred medicines on the ground, a thought crossing his mind. He wondered if these sacred medicines could be taken away. Thinking of this, Kit activated the heavenly Dao True Eye and scanned them. At this glance, he was startled. These sacred medicines looked extremely fresh and lustrous on the surface, but in reality, they were filled with decaying energy inside, extremely dangerous. If someone was too greedy and wanted to consume these sacred medicines, even a supreme would suffer greatly. Tsk, what a waste. Kit's gaze swept over a pile of sacred medicines, and he shook his head in regret. Among these sacred medicines, quite a few were those required for his breakthrough. If they could be used, they could easily elevate his cultivation to the divine core realm. Unfortunately, they were already tainted by the corrupting aura. Shaking his head, Kit turned to look at the bead who was pretending to be dead and said, "All right, stop faking your death, let's go." The bead sighed and muttered quietly, "Honestly, I feel that staying with a genius like you puts a lot of pressure on me. What are you pressured by?" Kit looked at the bead, feeling somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the other party to say such things. No pressure? Nonsense. The bead shook his head slightly and said, "Frankly speaking, I once believed my talent was unparalleled and sufficient to sweep through countless geniuses. Now, compared to ancient David Sanzan, I fall short. I've decided. I will seal my cultivation and recultivate to the supreme realm from scratch. You don't have any problems? Kit was speechless. He reminded him, wake up. You don't even have a physical body now. Reconstructing a physical body isn't hard. Give me 1 drop of Tianzuan's essence blood, and I'll return it to you 100-fold. The bead said, if I can reshape my body using true Tianzuan blood, perhaps I can advance further, easily reach the supreme realm, or even Tianzuan level. Save your efforts. You have no hope. Kit was speechless. He continued, you don't know how arduous this path is. Each realm requires cultivation to its utmost. Even breaking through such extremes is necessary to reach ancient David Sanzan's level. You'd better sleep soundly, accumulate strength, and then undergo rebirth. Are you looking down on me? The bead got a bit angry. If you don't believe me, then fine. I'll recultivate just to show you, he declared. After speaking, the black mist suddenly changed form, actually cutting off some parts. Rushing water. The black mist dissipated, revealing countless blood-red threads extending out, truly beginning to reconstruct the body. This new body was very fragile, possessing no strength, just an ordinary human body. With a roar, endless heavenly essences rushed into the bead's new body, starting to reshape its bones and flesh. Immediately after, the bead's cultivation began soaring. Spiritual chi, gathering chi, transforming chi, cosmic chi, divine chi. It felt like each breath marked a significant leap. By the time Kit realized it, the bead's newly formed body had already reached the peak of the divine mysteries realm. But his physical and mental strength remained at the level of an average cultivator. Seeing this, Kit commented, in this state, it's not going to work. Each realm must be refined to its utmost before advancing. I know everything you're saying, but it's not feasible. The bead shook his head. Why? Kit was confused. Do you think everyone can be as monstrous as you, simultaneously refining body, spirit, and chi to the limit? For most people, reaching one of these feats is exceptional. I'm no different. The bead shook his head again, a look of helplessness on his face. Am I that strong? Kit touched his chin, even more puzzled. That's definitely the case. As far as I can tell, you're barely 20 years old? The bead looked at Kit, astonishment evident in his voice. Yes, I just turned 20. But why does it matter? Kit was more confused than ever. Cultivating to match a great powerhouse in just 20 years is unheard of throughout history. The bead paused and continued. When I was your age, I was still wandering around in the divine sea realm. Cough. Kit coughed lightly, feeling utterly speechless. He really wanted to say that technically he was still in the deep sea realm but could handle powerful beings. Shaking his head, Kit didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. Changing the subject, he asked, speaking of which, do you know the Supreme Battlefield? Would you like to visit? With your current strength, you need some tempering. Supreme Battlefield? Nostalgia filled the bead's eyes as he gazed at Kit and softly remarked, I remember that place vividly. In the past, I exhausted all my abilities there yet almost didn't survive. It's truly unforgettable. So dangerous? Surprise colored Kit's expression. The bead, who grew to his current status, was undoubtedly formidable in his youth, undoubtedly a king among peers. For him to nearly die there, it must be extremely perilous. Please note that while translating, I've made sure to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and readability in English. Chapter 461. Dare to challenge one-on-one? Of course. After all, it's not a natural secret realm but merely the battleground of some supreme beings. Jeremy took a deep breath and continued. In that place, true opportunities coexist with dangers. During the battles between supremes, the chaos was torn apart, causing countless treasures to spill out. However, the aftermath of these battles still lingers. At the same time, demons from other planets cross dimensions, attempting to invade xuanhuan world through the supreme battlefield. In short, it's an extremely chaotic and dangerous area. You must be cautious. Back then, I relied on a sneak attack to eliminate a ARN-level cultivator. At that time, I had just become a king realm. Even now, when I think about it, my heart races. Upon hearing this, Kit did a quick calculation and said in surprise, that doesn't make sense. A king defeating ARN? Isn't that hard? What do you think? There are 2 major realms between King, Celestial Lord, and ARN. Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you? Jeremy rolled his eyes and replied sarcastically, and even then, it was still a sneak attack. I waited until that ARN was severely wounded after killing his opponent before quietly getting rid of him and taking all his resources. You really are evil. Actually using a sneak attack. I never engage in such tricks. At this point, Kit paused, his face turning slightly awkward. He just remembered. He seemed to have used a sneak attack against Aryan? Tisich, really? Why can't I believe you? Jeremy sneered, showing a look of utter disdain. He didn't know much about Kit, but seeing him wielding a celestial sword and daring to directly pursue this supreme remnant spirit showed he was someone formidable. Not to mention, his courage alone was enough. He definitely wasn't someone who would feel nervous or fear in front of Jeremy. However, despite his courage, his words lacked confidence. What did this imply? If it wasn't an issue of courage, Kit must have been lying. Perhaps he felt it was inappropriate to admit to a sneak attack and thus remained silent. At this moment, Kit clenched his fist slowly and calmly said, you have 2 choices. First, believe everything. Second, I'll make you believe. Do I fear you? Jeremy laughed immediately. He was currently at the peak of divine mystery realm, but with a combination of supreme arts, he could take down a king. Using some forbidden secret methods, he could stack his power up to a level comparable to a ARN. Under equal power, Jeremy firmly believed he would win. Otherwise, wouldn't his endless years of experience be for nothing? Consider this. The The same supreme art practiced to a minor completion stage has one kind of power. When comprehended to major completion, it becomes another level altogether. And when created by the founder of the supreme secret art, its power would be an entirely different scenario. Even if the strength was identical, the difference between different individuals using a supreme secret art could range from dozens to hundreds, or even thousands of times. Therefore, although Kit was a genius, this genius label was relative, based on his current state. Kadiki, a primary school student getting full marks in all subjects, seemed strong. But if a doctoral student came along, it would be beyond the primary school student's comprehension. Even something as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2 would be explained differently. So, shall we duel? Kit touched his chin, looking at Jeremy with a smile. His earlier words were pure provocation. Actually, what he wanted to see more was how a supreme-level powerhouse wielded supreme arts. This was very much worth a fight. Winning would bring unparalleled glory, and losing wouldn't be embarrassing either. Regardless of winning or losing, it would greatly enhance his understanding of supreme arts. Certainly, there would be gains. At this moment, Jeremy glanced at Kit. Having lived countless years, he instantly understood Kit's intentions. He chuckled. Boy, provoking me won't work. Wanting to pry my understanding of supreme arts? Not that easy. Figure it out yourself. A duel, no way. Do you fear losing? Kit folded his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips, responding with just 3 words. Bang! Veins bulged on Jeremy's forehead. He silently prayed, repeatedly reminding himself that Kit was trying to provoke him. He couldn't fall for it. After muttering several times, Jeremy continued, Boy, your provocation won't work on me. If you're afraid of losing, then forget it. Kit yawned, looking bored. F***CK. Can't take this anymore. Jeremy took a deep breath, almost losing his composure. If it were anyone else saying this, Jeremy wouldn't even spare them a glance. The gap in levels was too vast. He was confident that unless it was another retrained Supreme, no one could match him under equal power, except for one person. Kit, acknowledged and recognized by the ancient Davidson Supreme, titled as King Supreme, Kit. This made Jeremy particularly unsatisfied. One of the reasons he chose to retrain was to challenge Kit head-on at the same power level. Taking a deep breath, Jeremy said, Boy, I'll accept your challenge. Very good. In Kit's hand, a talisman and true blood of a Supreme appeared. He said, Since it's a duel, let's set a wager. This is true blood of a Supreme. If you win me, I'll give you a drop of it. How fair is that? Humph. Another wager? Jeremy hesitated for a moment, then confidently replied, Boy, you're bound to lose. But since you've put forth a wager, I naturally can't back out. Oh. Kit glanced at Jeremy and asked, What's your wager? Boom. Jeremy didn't respond verbally. Infinite runes appeared in his hand, forming a ring, which opened into a portal. Ding! Jeremy flicked his finger, blasting open the spatial door. Reaching inside, he pulled out a 4-foot-long sword. This sword was about 4 fingers wide, approximately 4 feet long, covered densely with faint golden dragon patterns that seemed alive, like true dragons coiled around it. As for the blade itself, it was completely white, resembling jade, radiating an ethereal celestial glow. Chapter 462, Confronting the Supreme. If Kit wasn't mistaken, this item should be an immortal jade from the primordial era, incredibly precious. It had already become extinct in the primordial era. During the ancient years that followed, one could hardly even imagine seeing it. This sword is named Blow Snow, forged by me in my early days. Everett gestured with the Blow Snow sword and then said, A quasi-supreme artifact, unmatched in power. It's equivalent to half a supreme artifact on its own. Aaron, if you can defeat me, this sword will be yours. Didn't expect you to have another spatial gate. Kit glanced at the small black hole beside him and remarked, There's quite a bit of good stuff in there, right? What are you planning? I warn you, this is a secret device refined using my supreme secret technique. You absolutely can't find it. You won't be able to snatch the treasures inside. Everett eyed Kit warily. Don't misunderstand. I'm not that kind of person. Kit took a deep breath. He scanned his surroundings and said, This place is full of corpse energy. It's not suitable for a battle. Let's fight outside. With that, Kit leaped, directly rushing out of the micro-world. Boom. Kit reappeared within the divine hall. At this moment, saintly remains were scattered all over the hall. Corpse energy permeated the air, and decaying energy filled the atmosphere. Kit didn't hesitate at all. He inscribed teleportation runes in midair, preparing to open a spatial gate to force his way out. Teleportation runes. At this point, Everett caught up. Seeing Kit's hands continuously drawing runes, he was utterly stunned. As a Supreme, his vision was extraordinarily broad. With just one glance, he saw the dense heavenly Tao aura present within the teleportation rune. Such performance perfectly matched the ancient legends regarding heavenly Tao talismans. Unbelievable. These talismans have resurfaced. No wait. This kid has mastered more than just one type of heavenly Tao talisman. Everett inwardly sucked in a cold breath and muttered, Interesting. Very interesting. Could this guy be the reincarnation of some super deity or demon from before the primordial era? Hence, obtaining the demon blade's recognition and mastering heavenly Tao talismans makes perfect sense. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Kit completed the spatial transmission formation, directly breaking through the divine hall's seal, and successfully reached the outside world. Seeing this, Everett didn't continue questioning, but chased after him immediately. Boom. The surrounding space shattered as an overwhelmingly powerful light flashed past. Then Kit plummeted from the sky. Whoosh. Waves splashed, and the sound of surging waves echoed. The vast river rapidly expanded before Kit's eyes. Just as he was about to crash into the water, Kit's mind shifted. His true chi surged, lifting him back up as he landed gracefully on the river surface. Everett appeared on the river, his demeanor composed and unflustered, without a single strand of his clothing disturbed. Why did you? Kit couldn't help but pause, looking at Everett's state. What was going on here? Hee hee. Everett chuckled smugly, saying proudly, you didn't know? There's a teleportation array left by me within the Divine Palace. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Kit was speechless. You didn't ask either. Everett shrugged, a smile on his face. The blow snow sword appeared in his hand as he said, all right, let's not waste time. Begin the battle. I'll show you the true power of supreme secret techniques. SK, am I afraid of you? Kit's expression grew serious as he too prepared for battle. Everett, who had existed as a supreme-like being over 14 million years ago, exuded a change in aura the moment he focused on the battle. An invincible presence abruptly emerged from him. For a moment, Kit felt like he wasn't facing a world-class expert, but rather a supreme who ruled over the heavens with supreme confidence. Undefeated throughout his path, any opponent would fall beneath his might. This wasn't intentional arrogance but the result of defeating countless opponents, sweeping through challenges and ultimately cultivating unshakable confidence. In battle, no matter the opponent, I will always win. That was the feeling Everett gave him. Boy. Next, I will only use techniques I've created myself. Others' methods don't feel right to me. As Everett spoke, a faint golden light flashed in his hand. A black longsword appeared, formed from endless runes. Whoosh! The moment the black longsword appeared, hundreds of miles away, Kit could feel his soul twitch slightly, seemingly drawn entirely to this black longsword. It felt like being swallowed by a black hole. Swish! In Kit's sea of chaotic essence, the primordial lotus swayed gently. A flash of chaotic light dispelled the trance, and Kit instantly regained clarity. You managed to shake off the soul-devouring effect of my soul-devouring blade. Interesting indeed. Everett looked astonished. Looking at Kit, he commented, Kid, you're strong. Living up to your kingful celestial sovereign potential. Even ancient Davidsanzan acknowledged you. However, ultimately, you will fall under my hands. Not necessarily. We'll see when we fight. Kit also wore a confident expression. Taking a step forward, he initiated the attack, the ice blue sword gleaming as the heavenly Dao slash activated. The ice blue longsword quivered slightly. As Kit stepped with the free and easy steps, time seemed to freeze, and he slashed down at Everett. Shriek! The ice blue sword light swept around, now less than a foot from Everett. Seemingly, with just a little more effort, it could sever Everett's head. But at this critical moment, Kit sensed a sudden heart palpitation, as if a significant danger was imminent. What's happening? At this moment, Kit, within the heavenly Dao field, could clearly perceive his surroundings. This sense of impending crisis was an inexplicable premonition, infallible. Looking at the paused Everett, Kit activated the heavenly Dao True Eye. Instantly, he saw boundless energy flowing unhindered within Everett's body. This guy was unaffected by time, feigning subjugation to Kit. Suddenly, Kit felt a chill down his spine. Everett truly lived up to being an old veteran. Whether in mental fortitude or reaction speed, he was exceptionally strong. Kit was barely an inch from slicing off his neck. Yet, in an instant, Everett remained completely unperturbed, as if nothing happened. Chapter 463. A narrow victory by one move. It was all for seizing the one and only opportunity to strike. SSSHH. At this moment, the peerless footwork had reached its limit, and Bede seized this sole extremity, initiating his move. SSSHH. In an instant, the surrounding space-time reversed, and a sensation of time coming to a halt enveloped everything. This illusion was something Kit was all too familiar with. He watched helplessly as Bede held the soul-devouring saber, slicing down towards his primordial soul, intending to obliterate him completely. Whoosh! Instantly, every trace of disdain vanished from Kit's heart, and he finally took the situation seriously. What's going on? Bede noticed the change in Kit's gaze. His eyes were calm, like a 1,000-year-old cold pond, without a ripple, as if the soul-devouring saber did not exist at all. This was very unusual. Experience told Bede that something strange must be happening, and it would be best to retain some reserve strength. SSSHH. The soul-devouring saber moved incredibly fast, and within an instant, it was within a hair's breadth of Kit's forehead. For a moment, Bede felt astonished. Was his premonition wrong? Should he pull back? After all, he and Kit were sparring, not engaged in a battle to the death. Just then, Kit's hand turned golden yellow, with ice blue patterns emerging on it. In an instant, it felt as if time around them had rewound. The moment Bede realized what was happening, Kit already had a hand gripping the soul-devouring saber. Screech! A series of ear-piercing sounds came, but Kit's left hand remained unbreakable. Despite the unparalleled sharpness of the soul-devouring saber, it couldn't cut through Kit's skin, only producing a grating sound like a knife scraping glass. This can't be possible. Bede's eyes bulged out. He could see that Kit's move was a fusion of star-plucking warend and a certain invulnerable spell. In other words, Kit had fused a supreme technique. This was almost an impossible feat. The probability of achieving this was akin to randomly hitting keys on a keyboard and composing a novel millions of words long. Supreme techniques were immensely complex. Even Bede needed millions of years of contemplation and meticulous refinement to alter one. Because at the level of supreme secret arts, any advancement was almost inconceivable. In most cases, random alterations to a supreme technique wouldn't just fail to complete it. They drastically reduce its power, making it inferior even to sacred spirit techniques. Yet, Kit actually modified a supreme technique? Nothing is impossible. With one hand gripping the soul-devouring saber, Kit applied a little force. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, the soul-devouring saber shattered in his grip. Crack! The moment the soul-devouring saber burst apart, Kit's other hand transformed into a bizarre mix of crimson gold and ice blue, and with a backhanded punch, he struck Bede in the chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and Bede was sent flying. Traces of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but what shocked him more was Kit's punch. The power, speed, and might were almost unmatched at their level. He would have believed it if someone said Kit's strength was a whole tier above his own. At this moment, the gap in combat strength between him and Kit was nearly tenfold. Cough, cough, cough. Standing steady in the distance, Bede coughed twice, checking his injuries and realizing Kit had held back. Otherwise, that punch would have easily shattered his body into a bloody mist, crushing his primordial soul along with it. Meanwhile, Kit looked at his golden hand with blue patterns, his expression also peculiar. In fact, it was a sudden inspiration that led him to fuse Heavenly Dao Palm with Star Plucking Warrant, creating a new unique skill. Theoretically, this should drastically lower the upper limit of Heavenly Dao Palm, no longer classifying it as a heavenly technique. However, it significantly boosted the power of Star Plucking Warrant. If the upper limit of Heavenly Dao Palm was set at 100, then the upper limit of Star Plucking Warrant was barely 5, and Kit could hardly muster 1 or 2% of the true strength of Star Plucking Warrant. But after fusing both, the upper limit of Star Plucking Warrant was increased several times, reaching 20. Correspondingly, the power was quadrupled to 5 times, enough to contend with Bede's soul-devouring saber. Several thoughts flashed through Kit's mind. He realized he might have stumbled upon a significant discovery. Shaking his head, he looked at Bede and asked with a smile, "So, how about it? Do you admit defeat? The fight just started. Why should I admit defeat?" Bede, breathing deeply, recondensed another soul-devouring saber. This time, looking at Kit with a serious expression, he said, "Kid, I'm getting serious now. So bring it on?" Kit clenched his fist and calmly replied, "Just right, let's use you for a little experiment." "Using me as practice? You'll regret it." Bede sneered, knowing he absolutely couldn't back down for the dignity of the Elder Supremes. Boom. For a moment, their auras confronted each other, neither daring to move first, fearing the other would seize the opportunity. In this situation, whoever acted first would lose. Right then, a series of angry shouts broke out. "Damn it, that kid. He used the Star Stone and got a drop of Supreme True Blood. He's fighting someone. Attack together. Don't let him take the Supreme True Blood away. Quickly, seal the void. We mustn't let him escape. Go. Deploy the holy artifacts." Suddenly, hundreds of cultivators emerged from the void. Each held up a large flag uniformly, bursting with astonishing light. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 365 flags sealed off the void, making any escape impossible. SK spoiled the mood. Kit, clearly dissatisfied, turned around and scanned the group of cultivators, saying coolly, "Beat it. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a duel?" "Hehe, kid, you sure have a lot of enemies worldwide. Just appeared and someone wants to kill you?" Bede laughed, adding, "Reminds me of the old days when I had enemies everywhere. Unfortunately, they're all dead." Boom. At that moment, the void shattered. A powerful figure slowly emerged from a spatial rift, exuding an intimidating aura. His white hair and eyebrows, combined with his withered appearance, hinted at the decline of vitality in his blood. Chapter 464, Hit a Hard Surface. Having lived for at least several thousand years, with limited time left, for such powerful beings in this state, their manner of acting becomes even more reckless and audacious. Since they don't have many years left to live, they don't consider any adversaries seriously. Naturally, Kit is no exception. Looking down at Kit from a lofty position, he said expressionlessly, "Boy, I'll give you one choice. Kneel and hand over that drop of Supreme True Blood. I will spare your life." Damn. Kit immediately burst out laughing. This guy was being way too arrogant. He actually wanted him to kneel and surrender the Supreme True Blood? Looking at the great being before him, Kit's face wore a look of disdain. He spoke calmly, "What are you, making me kneel and hand over the Supreme True Blood? Do you really think you're important? What, boy, you dare talk to me like this?" The great being instantly flew into a rage. A few cold glints flashed in his eyes as he stared at Kit and said coldly, "Boy, I was originally prepared to let you live. Now, your life, along with that drop of Supreme True Blood, I want both." "Tisich, you're quite arrogant." A rusted sword appeared in Kit's hand. He lifted it and pointed at the great being cultivator, saying coldly, "Now, I give you two choices, either scram or die here." Okay. The great being's eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Kit coldly and said, "Since that's how it is, then you go to hell." Just as he was about to make a move, Drew roared loudly, "Everyone, stop. No hasty moves." "Oh, are you preparing to kneel and beg for mercy?" The great being looked at Drew, his tone icy, and said, "Even if you plan to kneel and beg for mercy, you must die." At these words, Drew's face darkened like a pot bottom. He looked at the great being and said coldly, "A mere great being dares to be so insolent. Even if a celestial sovereign were here, they might not get me to kneel and beg. I ask you, are you the descendant of Gavin? How do you know?" The great being looked surprised, his entire demeanor turning grave. Only now did he notice the abnormal state of Drew. That was aura. Realm could deceive, but aura could not be faked. Drew's world overlooking aura was enough to make him tremble internally, weakening his strength by 30% even before the battle began. He looked at Drew with a trembling voice, asking, "Then, who are you?" I have some enmity with Gavin. I wasn't willing to deal with his descendants. It's beneath me." Drew stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. He looked at the great being and said calmly, "You want that drop of Supreme True Blood? I am it." Upon hearing these words, the faces of the surrounding cultivators turned stark white. Even if they were fools, they now knew who stood before them. the opponent of Gavin from long ago. Challenging Gavin with near supreme power. And though Gavin was one realm higher, he barely won. Injured severely, he sat in meditation soon after victory and passed away. Such an existence, unmatched unless another supreme appeared, no one could oppose. Even just a drop of blood was enough to kill them countless times. Senior, we had no intention of offending. The great being cowered on the spot. He cupped his hands and said, we'll leave right now. Do as you please, coming and going. Who do you think I am? Drew's face showed no emotion. A faint killing intent surfaced around him, and he said, I won't bully the weak. Your group of ants isn't worth my attention. This way, if you can defeat my servant, I'll let you leave alive. Finishing his sentence, Drew looked at Kit and said, you can attack now. Damn it. When did I become your servant? Kit was speechless. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said lightly, from my perspective, you'd make a barely passable servant for me. Tisich, if you won't make a move, I will. Drew stretched lazily and said unhurriedly, it's been many years since I've moved. I just warmed up a bit, and now it's time for some real exercise. As he spoke, the soul-devouring blade appeared in his hand. The soul-devouring blade quivered slightly. Merely its soul-devouring force above caused a group of Heavenly Star sect cultivators to bleed from between their eyebrows, screaming in agony. What is that? Soul-devouring blade. The supreme law created by Drew. Practiced to perfection. One slash devours the soul. No one below supreme can withstand it. Don't look at the soul-devouring blade. It can injure the divine consciousness. The faces of a group of Heavenly Star sect cultivators turned green. Just with the appearance of the soul-devouring blade, ordinary cultivators suffered severe divine injuries instantly. Many dropped into the Heavenly Star River like dumplings thrown into boiling water. Pop, pop, pop. Water splashed everywhere. Soon, only the Heaven Lord level cultivators remained hovering in midair. Not bad performance. Gavin nodded slightly, slowly raising the soul-devouring blade. He said calmly, one slash. Anyone who can withstand my one slash will live. Upon hearing these words, the cultivators' faces turned extremely pale. The soul-devouring blade, just looking at it, caused severe damage to the divine consciousness of many cultivators. Some even had their souls drawn out, reduced to ashes. If this blade slashed down, even a great being would die. Senior, as you are formed from supreme true blood, I believe you have the dignity of a supreme. Acting against us lesser ones isn't quite proper, is it? The great being steeled himself and said, Senior, I failed to recognize greatness. Please let us go. Drew chuckled. He looked at Kit, pointing at him and said, here's a deal. This servant of mine doesn't listen well, and I don't want him anymore. Help me eliminate him. Then you can go. Eliminate him? Killing that boy can save our lives? Great. Finally, we have a way out. Wait, I remember when I came. I saw this boy fighting Drew. You must be mistaken. How is that possible? Indeed, that boy is just an ordinary cultivator, a weak wanderer. How could he possibly match a supreme? Enough. Don't waste time talking to that boy. I'll attack, slay him. In a moment, a group of cultivators rubbed their fists eagerly, excitedly ready to take down Kit. Chapter 465. Humiliating the Great One. Whatever. Kit was speechless. He knew that this time, he had no choice but to act. For the bead to move against the descendants of the supreme, Heavenly Star would be too much of a degradation. The other reason was, he simply didn't see these opponents as worth his effort, and thus was too lazy to act. Thus, the only one who could take action was him. Cracking his fingers, Kit stepped forward and looked at the group of Heavenly Star sect cultivators, asking, you all want to kill me? That's right. Boy, just lie down and die gracefully, and I'll leave you with your body intact. Damien stepped forward. He coldly said, boy, you're out of luck today. Just kneel down and let yourself be killed, and I'll spare your life. Phew, you are really confident. Kit was at a loss for words. His gaze fell on the Great One, and a sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. Clank. In that instant the killing intent erupted. The Heavenly Star sect Great One's face changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Kit to dare resist. For a moment, he stared at Kit and spoke through clenched teeth. Good. Since you provoke me like this, I'll first cripple your cultivation and slowly torment you. You talk too much. With the free and easy steps underfoot, Kit's speed increased several times in an instant. Whoosh. It seemed time around him froze. A pure golden sword aura shot up from Kit's hand. The long unused Emperor slash exploded forth. Zayap. With one slash, it seemed the heavens were torn apart. Though this sword strike carried only king-level power, its edge was incomparable, slicing anything before the Imperial sword in Kit's hands. Zayap. Following a clear sound, Kit's single sword strike sent a stream of pure golden sword light across the neck of the Heavenly Star sect Great One. Hawa. The Heavenly Star sect Great One's eyes widened suddenly as he instinctively covered his neck. An instant later, a dark red scar appeared there, quickly widening, and the head of the Heavenly Star sect Great One began to slide off. Plop. The Heavenly Star sect Great One used one hand to press his head back, but the golden sword aura still lingered on the wound, gnawing away like an inescapable leech, impossible to remove. Not possible. You're only at the level of a venerable. How can you hurt me? The Heavenly Star sect Great One's eyes bulged as he clutched his severed head, disbelief filling his mind. There was no reason for this. The strength disparity between them was nearly 1,000-fold. He was certain that Kit had used at most initial king stage power just now. Yet, such a negligible force managed to sever his neck, a feat akin to an ant slicing a primordial tree with a knife, utterly ridiculous and dreamlike. And yet it happened here now. Whatever. Do you understand what the Supreme Sword technique is? Golden sword aura sword from Kit's hand. carrying the tyrannical intent of severing the heavens and earth. He slowly lifted the imperial sword in his hand and said coolly, "This is the second form of the imperial sword technique. Prepare to receive it." Wait. The Heavenly Star Sect Great One sensed something was wrong. He felt an icy chill. If another strike came, he might actually die. But Kit laughed derisively and slashed down with one sword strike, golden sword aura shattering the void, not forgetting to mock. "Do you think I'll stop because you tell me to? Who do you think you are?" As he spoke, the pure golden sword aura sliced through everything, charging towards the Heavenly Star Sect Great One sea of consciousness. Zayap. With one strike, Kit effortlessly penetrated the sea of consciousness of the Great One. No. The Heavenly Star Sect Great One screamed in terror. The golden sword aura rampaged within the sea of consciousness, even the smallest bit causing excruciating pain despite the distance. If it truly landed, he would absolutely die. No exception. Realizing this, the Heavenly Star Sect Great One took a deep breath. Without a word, he burned his essence energy, instantly multiplying his power several times over. He bolted out of his sea of consciousness, fleeing toward the outside world. Zayap. The pure golden sword aura landed, instantly obliterating the physical body of the Heavenly Star Sect Great One, reducing it to ashes dissipating in midair. However, his soul escaped, fleeing hundreds of meters to save itself. Breath, breath, breath. The Heavenly Star Sect Great One panted heavily. He looked at Kit with eyes full of confusion, bewilderment, and shock. Just who was this person? Using mere king-level power, he killed a Great One with 2 strikes. This was indeed unbelievable. At this point, the Heavenly Star Sect cultivators finally reacted, faces filled with incredulity. In the blink of an eye, their Great One's spirit and physical body were destroyed. The disparity was far too great. Could this obscure young man possibly be a hidden emperor, pretending to be young to play the game of hiding true strength and surprising others? The Heavenly Star Sect cultivators couldn't help but think so. Compared to the idea that just any ordinary cultivator could defeat their esteemed Heavenly Star Sect elder of the Great One rank, they were more willing to believe that Kit might be an emperor-level existence above the Great One realm, wandering the mystic true world to toy with them. The mystic true world was vast, and it wasn't uncommon for elder generations of cultivators to hide their true strength and bully lower-level cultivators, like fishing in a pond. It was rare, though, to find someone playing this kind of game at the emperor level or above. Even the Heavenly Star Sect Great One thought this. He clasped his hands and asked, "I wonder where the senior comes from, and what should we call you? Why do you tease us ordinary cultivators?" "Senior? Ha ha ha." Kit couldn't help but mock. The change in attitude of the Heavenly Star Sect Great One, from arrogance to respect, was genuinely amusing. Losing the fight and immediately acknowledging defeat without hesitation. Looking at this Heavenly Star Sect cultivator, Kit calmly said, "I don't dare to be called senior. My name is Zion. Remember next life, stay far away." "What?" The Heavenly Star Sect Great One instantly froze. Before he could react, Kit unleashed his free and easy steps, taking a step forward and aiming the Imperial Slash at the escaping Heavenly Star Sect Great One soul, slashing down. Zayap. The pure golden sword edge was razor-sharp, shattering everything. In an instant, Kit's sword reached the front of the Heavenly Star Sect Great One soul. The dazzling golden sword aura exuded an ominous deathly aura, making the Heavenly Star Sect Great One shiver uncontrollably. Hashtag chapter 466, shifting attitude. He screamed in terror, "No, don't kill me. Now you beg for mercy?" Too late. Kit was unmoved. Those who kill shall be killed by others. If it hadn't been for Kit's strength allowing him to easily defeat this mighty Heavenly Star Sect expert just now, he would be the one begging for mercy now. This same expert had not long ago been shouting at him to kneel and die. Whoosh! Pure golden sword chi descended, shattering all obstacles. In a blink, the powerful expert from the Heavenly Star Sect soul had already been half destroyed. At that moment, a roar echoed, "Boy! Stop! You dare to kill my Heavenly Star Sect member!" Instantly, supreme divine power emerged. Rumble! A bead appeared suddenly in the void, crushing everything as it carried the thunderous supreme divine power, aiming to crush Kit. A supreme artifact. Kit's pupils contracted, but remained undisturbed even facing the attack of a supreme artifact. He exerted all his strength and continued with another strike. Whoosh! The soul of the Heavenly Star Sect elder vanished into nothingness, instantly dissipating. At this moment, the golden bead was right before Kit, the terrifying supreme divine power pressing down upon him. Even a saint would perish under such force. Yet, there was no trace of panic on Kit's face. He looked coldly at the bead as a demonic saber materialized in his hand. Whoosh! Crimson blade light flashed. An instant later, a force hundreds of times more violent than the golden bead erupted. Kit struck the golden bead directly. Ping! A clear sound resounded. With Kit at the center, everything within thousands of miles was annihilated. Any object was insignificant amidst the aftermath of the clash between supreme artifacts. Rumble! In the next second, an even more violent force swept through. 100-meter-tall tidal wave rose on the Heavenly Star River surface and surged past. An energy shockwave spread outwards. Within 10,000 miles, every living creature was swept away. Rustle! Even the river below dried up, revealing a pitch-black bottom. Boom! The golden bead flew back while Kit stood still, looking at the demonic saber in his hand, saying, "Power! Not bad." "What the heck do you mean?" The demonic saber erupted in anger, clearly displeased. It roared, "What do you mean? Not bad? Did you see clearly? One strike sent flying a supreme artifact. Do you know what a supreme artifact is? Without me, you'd have been turned to ashes long ago." "What the?" Hearing the saber's endless chatter, Kit was speechless. He had forgotten that this thing was an incorrigible talker. Hopeless. Rubbing his forehead, Kit said helplessly, "You, a celestial artifact, sending a supreme artifact flying. Is there anything to be proud about?" You have a point." The demonic saber fell silent, hesitating before asking, "How about I find a celestial artifact to practice on?" "Don't be ridiculous. Where am I supposed to find a celestial artifact for you?" Kit was thoroughly at a loss with this demonic saber. At this moment, on the other side, the Graham's pupils contracted, filled with disbelief. He gazed at the awe-inspiring demonic saber in Kit's hand, swallowing hard and muttering, "It's the legendary demonic saber that has slain countless immortals and gods. There's even blood yet to dry on it. But it's shattered." For a moment, the Graham was speechless. He never expected Kit to pull out a demonic weapon stronger than a supreme artifact. Judging from this, he seemed to have provoked an unimaginable enemy. This boy mustn't be allowed to live, and that demonic saber must be seized. With this thought, the Graham stared at Kit and said, "Boy, war end over that demonic saber, and I'll let you go." "Are you dreaming?" Kit laughed. He looked at the Graham and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? The moment I drop the saber is the moment I die. Enough talk. Winner takes all. Loser pays the price. If you want to fight, I'm here." "You." The expression on the Graham's face turned unpredictable. Deep down, he didn't want to engage Kit. First, Kit's demonic saber wasn't weak, and beside him was a clone made of Grady true blood. It wouldn't be easy to deal with. He might not win. Moreover, this place was too close to the Heavenly Star sect, not a good battlefield. Once a battle started, the collision of supreme artifacts wasn't a joke. Millions of miles of mountains and rivers would be annihilated, regardless of the outcome. The Heavenly Star sect stronghold would certainly be destroyed. The loss would be enormous. Looking at Kit, the Graham dared not move, glancing coldly at him and saying, "Boy, consider yourself lucky. My Heavenly Star sect is heading to the Supreme Battlefield. If you're capable, meet us there." "The Supreme Battlefield?" Hearing this, Kit laughed. "I'm afraid of you? Fine. Let's meet at the Supreme Battlefield. I'll make sure your people regret it." "Humph. Who can't talk big? I think the one who will regret it is you. Boy, do you dare leave your name?" The Graham's eyes lit up. A plan emerged in his mind, already thinking of ways to eliminate Kit. Naturally, Kit wouldn't show fear. He said, "I don't change my name or hide my identity. Remember it well, Xian. Your Heavenly Star sect members should run fast when they hear this name." "Humph. Got it. Don't expect to leave the Supreme Battlefield alive." The Graham flicked his sleeve and gave a light order to the surrounding cultivators. "Let's go." The rest of the Heavenly Star sect cultivators wore bitter expressions, knowing things wouldn't be easy. Killing Kit sounded simple, but was extremely difficult, primarily because Kit wielded that ancient demonic saber. Even shattered, its power exceeded supreme artifacts. Under these circumstances, why bother fighting? They would definitely run as far as possible. Supreme artifact battles were cataclysmic. Just the aftereffects could kill low-level cultivators multiple times over. The group of Heavenly Star sect cultivators left with complex emotions. At this moment, Kit couldn't be bothered with another duel with the Grady. Turning around, he looked at the Grady with a smile and said, "We'll continue the duel later. The Supreme Battlefield is about to open. Want to take a stroll?" Chapter 467. Significant Deviation. Supreme Battleground. Upon hearing Kit's suggestion, Balthazar fell into deep thought. Truth be told, he wasn't very keen on visiting the Supreme Battleground again. To him, it was like returning to a novice village with a max-level character. There was no excitement left in it. However, seeing Kit's earnest gaze, Balthazar nodded slightly and said, "The Supreme Battleground, indeed. I miss it. There's no harm in taking a stroll." "That's good. Let's go." Kit took out a teleportation talisman and turned to look at Balthazar, asking with a smile, "By the way, what are the coordinates for the Supreme Battleground?" Balthazar. In an instant, his fleeting sentiment vanished. He looked at Kit with suspicion and asked, "Boy, you don't actually know where the Supreme Battleground is, so you asked me to come along, right?" "Who would believe that?" Kit pouted, refusing to admit it. "Forget it." Seeing this, Balthazar didn't say anything further. He looked at Kit and said, "Follow me." With that, Balthazar waved his hand, and countless runes flowed to form a teleportation array in an instant. Its complexity and elegance were no less impressive than a teleportation talisman. Of course, this also had something to do with Kit's incomplete cultivation, which prevented him from fully unleashing the true power of heavenly Dao talismans. A gentle tremor sounded in the air as a spatial portal slowly opened. A peculiar aura emerged, and Kit exclaimed in surprise, "This is the aura of supreme blood?" "You're right. That battle was devastating. The entire secret realm was drenched in supreme blood." Balthazar shook his head. He beckoned to Kit and said, "Come on, boy. Follow me." Then, Balthazar stepped into the teleportation array. Seeing this, Kit followed without hesitation. Rumble. The scenery changed instantly. Even the density of true chi increased several hundredfold. Kit took a deep breath and looked around, completely astonished. Unlike the barren wilderness of the eastern region, this area was abundant even in ordinary hills and fields, filled with strange flowers and exotic herbs. Hundreds of ginseng and lingzhi mushrooms grew on the ground, spreading a peculiar medicinal fragrance. For a moment, Kit was speechless. He exclaimed in surprise, "This place is Central Prefecture? The difference is too big." Balthazar looked around, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "What?" Seeing Balthazar's expression, Kit knew something was wrong. He asked, "You didn't get the location wrong, did you?" This indeed deviated a little bit. Balthazar rubbed his chin, sounding somewhat hesitant. "So how much did you deviate by?" Kit knew from Balthazar's demeanor that it wasn't just a slight deviation. Not much, 2 or 3 million miles. Balthazar's face showed embarrassment as he explained, "I haven't used this in many years, so my skills have gotten rusty." According to my experience, we should be at the edge of Central Prefecture now. Damn, 2 million miles? Kit covered his face and grumbled, even if I teleported blindfolded, I'd be more accurate. Damn, I told you, it's an accident. Balthazar was quite unhappy. Just then, a voice came. Who are you? Why did you intrude into Yunhai-sect's medicinal field? Swoosh. Several cultivators at the divine mystic realm rushed out, surrounding Kit and Balthazar. Awkward. Kit touched his nose and said, just passing by. Don't misunderstand. Exactly. Balthazar sneered and waved his hand. Endless runes recombined, preparing to activate another teleportation array to leave Yunhai-sect's medicinal field. At that moment, an elderly voice spoke. 2 young friends. I heard. You both wish to go to the Supreme Battleground? Instantly, Kit frowned slightly. He recognized this voice. It belonged to a half-saint. Having fought against numerous half-saints before, he was very sensitive to their aura. An elder appeared. His appearance was aged, with weakened vital energy, but his posture was upright, indicating he wasn't too old. His cultivation was deep like the sea, confirming he was a living half-saint who might even have a chance to reach the sage realm. Half-saint. Balthazar stood with his hands behind his back and asked indifferently, what do you want from us too? Please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. The elder smiled and said, my name is Marty, and long ago, I was the patriarch of Yunhai sect. However, I haven't been involved in its affairs for a long time. You mentioned the Supreme Battleground earlier, right? Yes. Kit nodded, not hiding his intention. The opening of the Supreme Battleground was an event comparable to the Qilan Divine Treasure, impossible to conceal from the entire xuanhuan world. Countless major powers would participate, including Yunhai sect. Marty, the half-saint, looked at Kit and said, young friend, since both of you wish to go to the Supreme Battleground, I have a proposition. Are you interested? Oh, tell us about it. Balthazar looked at Marty with interest. Marty continued, how about you two travel with Yunhai sect's cultivators? It could provide some protection. Intriguing. Kit's lips curved slightly, realizing Marty's intention. This guy was trying to quietly pull them into Yunhai sect. The Lanny was smart, knowing that material benefits wouldn't easily sway Kit and Balthazar. The only option was emotional appeal. If the feelings were right, even if they didn't join Yunhai sect, they would likely develop a favorable impression and give some considerations in the future when they grew stronger. Indeed, this plan was quite clever. However, Kit disliked such calculations. Chapter 468. No such thing as a free lunch. In his view, favors were ultimately debts that needed to be repaid. Repaying such debts was always a troublesome affair. If not necessary, he did not wish to get involved with the Yunhai sect. To go together, there's no need. Kit shook his head slightly, turned around, and watched as a transmission talisman appeared in his hand, preparing to leave. Just then, semi-sage Marty said, young Taoist friend, please don't be in a hurry. Allow me to explain. What do you mean? Kit turned back, looking at semi-sage Marty, curious about what this person would say next. Since you're heading to the Supreme Battlefield, I wonder if the two of you are interested in something special. Semi-sage Marty's lips curled upward slightly as he spoke. Supreme Blood Marrow. Supreme Blood Marrow. Kit took a deep breath and cast a meaningful glance at semi-sage Marty. This guy certainly knew a lot. In the entire Supreme Battlefield, the most precious items were fragments of Supreme artifacts, which had been almost entirely found by people. The second most valuable were the remains of various Supremes. One must know that reaching the Supreme level required Divine Soul for blood rebirth. Many Divine Souls within the blood flesh had been destroyed, scattering across the Supreme Battlefield. Over time, they transformed into a peculiar substance. This substance formed from Supreme blood flesh was called Supreme Blood Marrow. Swallowing one portion of Supreme Blood Marrow was almost equivalent to rejuvenating with true Supreme Blood, offering immense benefits that could drastically transform any cultivator. However, except for certain fixed locations, the Supreme Battlefield hardly had any Supreme Blood Marrow left since its inception. These places were generally controlled by Supreme forces because the value of Supreme Blood Marrow was immense, and without Supreme artifacts, it couldn't be defended. Among the 3 breakthrough items Kit needed, Supreme Blood Marrow was one of them. Phew. Kit let out a long breath. He turned to look at semi-sage Marty and asked, you mentioned Supreme Blood Marrow, which I find very interesting. Where can we find it? We have several portions in our Yunhai sect. If the two of you are willing to travel with us, I can give each of you one portion of Supreme Blood Marrow. Semi-sage Marty was old and cunning, smiling as he spoke. He could tell at a glance that Kit was tempted. Oh, giving away Supreme Blood Marrow for free? Kit's lips curled slightly, his face showing an inscrutable expression. Honestly, if semi-sage Marty had claimed to give Kit Supreme Blood Marrow for free, Kit might have believed it. But in this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. It was 100% a trap. Either the Supreme Blood Marrow itself was problematic, or something else was amiss. A few thoughts flashed through Kit's mind, but he did not show any signs of abnormality. He looked at semi-sage Marty and said, considering the value of Supreme Blood Marrow, traveling with you is not unreasonable. That's good. Semi-sage Marty nodded and continued, all right then. Feel free to explore for a bit, and soon I will present 2 portions of Supreme Blood Marrow to you. We will depart for the Supreme Battlefield in 3 days. All right. Kit maintained his calm demeanor. The Grady, experienced and wise, saw through the issue at once. He glanced at Kit, who remained composed. He knew. Kit had also noticed the problem. Thus, the Grady was immediately reassured. Since Kit had detected the issue but chose not to address it, it meant Kit had already thought of a countermeasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay behind. Next, it was just a matter of waiting to see what trick Yunhai sect was up to. Thinking of this, the Grady stroked his chin, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Since Kit had a plan, and he couldn't just stand idly by. If Yunhai sect indeed harbored ill intentions, he would definitely leave them a big surprise. At this moment, behind semi-sage Marty, Emmett asked curiously, Ancestor, Are we really giving them a portion of supreme blood marrow? That's like giving away divine medicine. Isn't it too wasteful? Humph. What do you understand? Supreme blood marrow. Without paying some price, how could one consume it? Semi-sage Marty sneered, looking at the child and asking, what did you notice earlier? What? The Emmet was puzzled, scratching his head and saying, Ancestor, weren't those two just random cultivators who wandered in? What's unusual about that? Foolishness. Guy's eyes swept over the child, making him break into a cold sweat instantly. Having followed Marty for many years, the child knew all too well that Marty was not as benevolent as he appeared. In the entire cultivation world, it was survival of the fittest. The same applied to Yunhai sect. Each semi-sage had emerged as the cream of the crop from countless battles and deaths. Marty ignored the child and began. It's simple. First, these two broke through Yunhai sect's protective array. This place is guarded by quasi-supreme level patterns. Without a supreme level transmission array, entry is impossible. This suggests that these two likely triggered some supreme level arrays, or possibly control a supreme transmission array. Secondly, they could identify my semi-sage cultivation level at first glance, which is highly unusual, indicating that these two may have seen a semi-sage before or possess heavenly eyes. Lastly, their fearlessness suggests they have means to combat a semi-sage. Ancestor, your calculations never fail. So much can be deduced from minor details. The Emmet quickly flattered him and asked further, so what do you plan to do with them, Ancestor? Heh, didn't I say? Give them 2 portions of supreme blood marrow. Marty's face twisted into a dark smile. That supreme blood marrow isn't a free meal. I see now, Ancestor. The child's eyes lit up as he promptly acted. Meanwhile, Kit strolled around Yunhai sect, gaining a basic understanding of the sect. Established roughly 10 million years ago, Yunhai sect was founded by a quasi-supreme and was powerful. Though it lacked a supreme artifact, its strength was comparable to genuine supreme forces. On the surface, it didn't fall short of any other supreme legacy. In fact, throughout Central Continent, there were only 12 genuine supreme forces. Chapter 469, turning the tables. All the other forces were established by quasi-supreme beings and holy spirits. The forces established by quasi-supreme beings numbered about 100, each of them incomparably powerful. As long as they didn't provoke the supreme level powers, forces like the Cloud Sea sect were virtually invincible. As for the holy spirit level forces below them, while not as numerous as grains of sand, they certainly weren't rare. In the entire Central Continent, there were roughly tens of thousands of such forces. And the even lower saint level forces? They barely had any standing. Most would vanish into thin air after a few 10,000 years of existence. No one bothered to count these. Tisk, TSK. Truly strange. 14 million years ago, this place was just a desolate spirit vein. Now, it's a grand sect that has thrived for 10 million years. Time. Bede sighed in marvel. Seeing this, Kid asked, hey, once we get our hands on the supreme blood marrow, are you going to eat it? Eat? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Bede sneered. That puts me at ease. It seems your intelligence is still passable. Kit nodded slightly. What the hell? Boy, you dare doubt my wisdom. Come on, let's duel then. Bede was furious. If he couldn't see through the petty tricks of a half-holy guy, he would really have lived a dog's life. Cough, cough. Not the time for a duel now. Kit cleared his throat. At this moment, faint fluctuations of true chi appeared. Kit turned around to see the space door open, and Guy reappeared. Behind him, 2 Taoist boys followed closely, each holding a tray made of red sandalwood with an alchemy furnace atop. In the furnaces, red mist swirled, and a startling life force surged. For a moment, the whole courtyard brimmed with vitality. Kit activated his heavenly Dao True Eye and scanned the supreme blood marrow. Boom. In an instant, countless black runes appeared within the previously clear supreme blood marrow. These runes were very dim, almost imperceptible. Under the astonishing power fluctuations of the supreme blood marrow, unless one had a divine eye like the heavenly Dao True Eye, they wouldn't be able to detect them. Kit's rune mastery allowed him to see clearly. This seemed to be a curse controlling someone's soul. Once afflicted, one's life and death could be controlled, becoming a servant of the user. A rather cruel and insidious curse indeed. He glanced at Bede, who showed disdain and looked down upon the supreme blood marrow with scorn. As a supreme being proficient in the soul domain, Bede was extremely adept in soul arts. Even ancient David Sanzan might only be slightly better in this field. Few throughout history could surpass him. Thus, Bede could immediately recognize what kind of curse was used. Guy half-holy saw Kit and Bede staring intently at the supreme blood marrow and thought they were captivated. He smirked inwardly. These two, no matter how strong their talents, will still be my slaves. With a gentle smile, he said, here's the supreme blood marrow. 1 portion for each of you. If you don't mind, please start consuming now. This isn't very pure. At this moment, Bede picked up a bottle of supreme blood marrow, shook it slightly, and commented, Tisk. Different from what I've eaten before. Phew. Guy half-holy sucked in a breath. Could this young boy have consumed supreme blood marrow before? What a joke. Who are these two? Could they be descendants of some supreme power? Suddenly feeling uneasy, Guy frowned. Kit focused on the supreme blood marrow in Bede's hand. Through his heavenly Dao True Eye, the soul-controlling technique in the supreme blood marrow disintegrated instantly, the runes vanishing, leaving the marrow pristine once more. Intriguing. Kit was momentarily stunned, then laughed wryly. Playing soul-controlling techniques in front of a supreme being proficient in souls. It was like brandishing a sword in front of Xuanhuan. Interesting. This one is decent. Bede picked up another portion, shaking it slightly. Crack. This time, Kit saw more clearly. Countless ice blue runes flashed and vanished instantly, all the black runes disintegrating completely. The soul-controlling curse dissolved entirely. Within moments, both portions of supreme blood marrow were harmless. Unaware of what happened, Guy half-wholly smiled. You're overthinking it. Perhaps the supreme blood marrow from different regions has different energies. Let's consume it now. Sure. Bede nodded and drank the supreme blood marrow in one gulp. After swallowing, he entered a transformative state, bones snapping and reshaping. Not long ago, Bede had sealed his cultivation, remolded his physical body, and began cultivating anew. Cutting off his past, the supreme blood marrow offered significant help. Meanwhile, Kit held the supreme blood marrow but didn't rush to consume it. He looked at Guy half-wholly and smiled. Senior, this needs several auxiliary medicines to refine into a pill to maximize its effect. I'll keep this supreme blood marrow aside for now. No rush. That better use it soon. Guy felt a chill. Strong divine fire would destroy the soul-controlling technique inside the supreme blood marrow if used for refinement. That would be dangerous. Should he reveal his true colors? No, these geniuses likely had plenty of trump cards and might overpower him. Let's control the dull one first. Thinking this, Guy attempted to activate the soul-controlling spell on Bede. Next second, his face turned green. All his hidden moves had vanished, proving utterly useless. For a moment, Guy was dumbfounded, his mind full of questions. What happened? Why did his soul-controlling technique fail? Chapter 470, Silent Loss. Hee. Kit looked at the puzzled Marty and chuckled. This Lanny was even planning to trick the Grady. Wasn't that just asking for death? One must understand, the Grady wasn't someone easy to deal with. Being at a realm nearly reaching the supreme level, he had almost fought the Sky Star Supreme, a true supreme, to a near-death situation. Planning to trick the Grady truly meant courting death. Not bad. At this moment, the Grady also stood up. Looking at Quasi-Saint Marty, he said, your supreme blood marrow is pretty good. Truly impressive, being the enhanced version. Even if Quasi-Saint Marty were dumb, he knew he had been tricked. The Grady had known about the soul control technique beforehand, but chose to pretend as if he didn't and swallowed the supreme blood marrow, allowing himself to bear this silent loss. Realizing all this, the Grady felt so furious his nose almost went askew. But there was nothing much he could do. After all, the supreme blood marrow had already been consumed and couldn't be regurgitated. Furthermore, since the Grady dared to admit it, it showed he had a way to get out of this. If the Grady wanted to leave, Marty couldn't stop him. Understanding this, Marty's expression became dejected for a moment. In such circumstances, his only option was to grit his teeth and accept the loss. Alright, since you have swallowed the supreme blood marrow, then slowly digest it. I'm leaving first. Marty's face was more sorrowful than having lost everything. He was in agony at this moment. 2 portions of supreme blood marrow. If he could obtain 2 prodigy-level battle slaves from this, it would have been tolerable. But now, he not only lost the chance but also suffered huge losses. It was simply heartbreaking. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he might not be able to control his urge to attack Kit and the Grady. But he didn't dare. If he failed to kill Kit and the Grady, he would end up offending 2 prodigies without cause. The consequences would be more severe than losing 2 portions of supreme blood marrow. Boom. Marty turned and left without hesitation. Only 2 Dao boys remained on the spot, staring wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief, watching Kit and the Grady. Vaguely, they understood what had happened. Their ancestor had eaten a silent loss and couldn't even speak of it. It was utterly unbelievable. Haha, so exhilarating. The Grady smiled widely, extremely excited. For him, the supreme blood marrow was unimportant compared to the joy of seeing Quasi-Saint Marty suffer a silent loss. We are definitely going to be marked now. Kit rubbed his chin, muttering, 36 strategy, retreat. It's time to make a run for it. Don't be silly. The Grady objected. Why don't we stay and see what tricks the Cloud Sea sect cultivators can come up with? Kit thought about it, finding it feasible. Just a single Cloud Sea sect with limited heritage, staying wouldn't hurt. So, he nodded and said, all right, let's find a place. I need to refine the supreme blood marrow. Good. The Grady followed Kit as they left the area. Meanwhile, the 2 Dao boys exchanged looks, unsure of what to do next. Earlier, Kit and the Grady didn't hide their conversation from them at all. Clearly, they weren't bothered by the presence of the Dao boys. What do we do next? What else? Report everything back to our ancestor. We can't make decisions on matters like these. That makes sense. All right, no more hesitation. Let's go and report to our ancestor. Okay. The 2 Dao boys prepared immediately and turned to leave without another word. Elsewhere, Kit arrived at a secluded mountain. With a mental command, the supreme blood marrow appeared. Whoosh! A complete globule of supreme blood marrow shimmered brilliantly, emitting an immortal life force vibration. Beside him, the Grady watched enviously and asked, Kid, let's share, shall we? Give me half. You wish. Kit rolled his eyes, saying, you've already had 1 portion. This one's mine. Finishing, Kit summoned the purple star tower. Whoosh! A faint purple glow enveloped the globule of supreme blood marrow. As the tower trembled slightly, boundless black mist erupted instantly. Boom! The black mist rose high into the sky. In an instant, countless impurities were removed from the supreme blood. The Grady noticed these impurities and paused, saying, these impurities? Oh no, I forgot to refine the impurities earlier. Saying this, he sat down cross-legged and began refining the impurities from the supreme blood marrow within him. Meanwhile, after the refinement by the supreme artifact, the entire blob of supreme blood marrow calmed completely. There was no more disturbance or fluctuation within it. Kit's pupils constricted. As the last wisps of black mist dissipated, a golden rune emerged within the supreme blood marrow. The rune, constructed with ancient supreme patterns, was immensely intricate, resembling swirling galaxies in the universe. It was extraordinarily profound. This is... Kit gazed at the golden rune, feeling a voice resonate in his mind. Star River / Rumble. As the voice echoed, an endless expanse of starry sky appeared. Instantly, a streak of sword chi swept across. The entire sky was split apart, leaving behind an endless river of stars. This was the Star River Slash. A single slash could tear through space and shatter galaxies. Its power was astonishing. However, the demonstration stopped abruptly, halfway through. There were too few supreme runes within the supreme blood marrow to fully manifest the entire Star River Slash technique. Phew. Kit slowly opened his eyes, taking another look. By now, the golden rune within the supreme blood marrow had vanished. But the supreme technique named Star River Slash was deeply etched into Kit's mind. Fascinating. Kit narrowed his eyes. He was surprised. He hadn't expected that this blob of supreme blood marrow would impart a supreme secret technique. Though incomplete, its destructive power was still remarkable. If he could gather more portions, perhaps he could assemble the full version of Star River Slash. Looking at the remaining supreme blood marrow in his hand, Kit shook his head slightly. His physical body was already at peak 6th realm. Theoretically, this blob of supreme blood marrow could help him break through another realm. But Kit wasn't planning to do so. Having broken through just over a month ago, he needed more time to consolidate his cultivation base. Chapter 471. Troublemakers arrive. There was no need to rush. With the supreme blood marrow in his possession, he could break through any time. He planned to wait until his cultivation was thoroughly solidified before using the supreme blood marrow for breakthrough. Boom, 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 boom. Just then, several powerful auras descended. A group of cultivators rushed towards Kit's location. Kit scanned them with his eyes and instantly grasped all their details. Among the cultivators, the strongest was a young man in blue robes, exuding an air of nobility and luxury, clearly indicating an extraordinary status. Behind him were some ordinary cultivators, all from the Cloud Sea sect. Their faces bore hints of murderous intent, clearly showing their unfriendly intentions. Boom. The young man in blue robes landed nonchalantly. Looking at Kit, he said indifferently, "You are Xian?" "That's right. I am." Kit stood with his hands behind his back, showing little change in expression. He looked at the young man in blue robes and asked, "What do you want with me?" "Warrant over that supreme blood marrow. I can sense that you haven't consumed it yet." The young man in blue robes spoke arrogantly. "If you don't hand it over, you will pay a bloody price." "A bloody price? How scary." Kit laughed outright. Glancing at the young man in blue robes, he sneered, "Even half Saint Marty from your sect wouldn't dare to say such things." "Scoundrel, how dare you call out my Cloud Sea sect ancestor's name directly? Young punk, you're asking for death." "Second Iggy, let me deal with him." "What prodigy? Huh, I can suppress him with one hand. Let me handle this." Just a mere respected realm cultivator, acting like a genius? Behind the young man in blue robes, a crowd of Cloud Sea sect cultivators eagerly awaited action, ready for a big fight. At this moment, the young man in blue robes raised his hand slightly. Instantly, silence fell upon the scene as the rest of the Cloud Sea sect cultivators waited for his command. The young man in blue robes looked at Kit and said slowly, "Aaron, who knows what our ancestor sees in you, wanting to bestow the supreme blood marrow on you so easily. However, Dodge, absolutely will not allow this to happen. Aaron, you have two choices. First, hand over the supreme blood marrow, and I'll let you leave. Second, die here. I mean what I say." "Just you, a weakling, want me dead here? What a joke." Kit looked at Dodge, arms crossed, mocking him. "Are you still asleep?" Upon hearing this, Dodge was truly enraged. He pointed at Kit, shaking in anger and sputtering, "Very well, cadet brat, you're asking for it. You will regret it." Kit extended a hand, wiggling his fingers and said indifferently, "Come, let me see your strength. As the Montgomery of Cloud Sea sect, I'm really scared. Hell, this guy is so arrogant." "Exactly. Montgomery, let me handle him. I'll beat him up." "No, Montgomery, let me take care of him. This guy is too annoying. I must knock out his teeth one by one." "Yes, let me handle it." Behind Dodge, the cultivators were eager to show off. They felt it was a great opportunity to prove themselves. Just a mere respected realm cultivator would be dominant in the eastern region. But in Zhongzhou, a place abundant with talents and geniuses, it was nothing special. Among them, there were even more than 10 peak respected realm cultivators, each possessing talent comparable to a youthful sage. They usually bullied scattered cultivators with ease, invincible among their peers. Therefore, they didn't take Kit or Grady seriously. But Kit wasn't worried. He stepped forward, extended a hand, and said, "You bunch of waste, none of you can do anything. I'll use just one hand. If you can defeat me, the supreme blood marrow is yours for free. If you can't, I only ask for one thing, your lives." Upon hearing this, the Cloud Sea sect cultivators around him immediately became agitated. A cultivator in white robes stepped forward, looking at Kit angrily. "Fine, you're Xian, right? Come, I'll deal with you." Boom. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from the white-robed cultivator. In an instant, a quasi-king level aura surged upwards. The surrounding air and ground trembled slightly. This was only possible within the Cloud Sea sect, where quasi-emperor arrays suppressed and guarded the surroundings. Otherwise, the sheer momentum alone would crush mountains. Quasi-king level? Interesting. Kit said nothing. He looked at the white-robed cultivator and extended a finger, saying, "I'll use just one finger. If you make me use two, you win." "You." The white-robed cultivator's eyes flashed coldly. Unable to contain himself any longer, he didn't bother arguing. True chi roiled within him. Rumble. A deep red aura swirled, condensing into fiery flames that enveloped the white-robed cultivator. His gaze locked onto Kit, and with an overwhelming aura, he charged over like a falling meteor, accompanied by endless crimson waves. Boom. A spiritual sword appeared in his hand. Crimson true chi surged upwards, forming a blade aimed straight at Kit. Clang. Kit, seeing this, Activated star plucking warrant. In an instant, his palm turned golden. He really did extend a single finger, blocking the sword. One finger thinks it can stop me? Are you courting death? The white-robed cultivator roared furiously, the power of his spiritual sword surging tenfold instantly. He almost exhausted all his strength to slash Kit in one strike. But Kit, seeing this, remained calm, truly blocking the sword with just one finger. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The fiery crimson sword chi was sharp beyond measure, but Kit's finger was even tougher, not leaving a single scratch. This is impossible. In that moment, the white-robed cultivator's worldview crumbled. How could a mere respected realm cultivator block his attack with just one finger? It was utterly impossible. Realizing this, the crimson sword light grew sharper and heavier. He poured all his strength into a final strike, intending to sever Kit's finger. But it was futile. Clang clang clang. Almost instantly. Chapter 472. What is domination? The white-robed cultivator had unleashed hundreds of attacks. Sword chi was flying across the mountains and fields. Only Kit remained extremely composed, blocking all the attacks with just one finger. Countless afterimages vanished before Kit as if they didn't exist. If not for the fact that Kit switched fingers halfway through, he would have thought that Kit had at least one defensive Emperor-grade spirit artifact in his hand. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Kit to be so hard to hit. Boom. Under the frenzied attack of the white-robed cultivator, Kit still kept his hands behind his back. No matter what kind of attack came from the opponent, his feet stood firmly planted like roots on the ground. All methods were useless. Any attack was effortlessly blocked by a single finger. For a moment, the surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded. Impossible? Alastair is half a step away from being a king. He's being blocked by just one finger? Who is this guy? Hiss. No wonder our ancestors bestowed him with the supreme blood marrow. Indeed, he is freakishly strong. Right. Even the true successor of an immortal power isn't much stronger than this. A group of Cloud Sea sect cultivators stared wide-eyed. Each one of them was truly shocked. Even the Grady couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, this kid is too powerful." Blocking a quasi-king cultivator's attack with just one finger? Freakishly strong. Amidst the exclamations of a group of cultivators, Kit remained calm, intercepting Alastair's 1,000 attacks with a single finger. Boom. Another sword light attacked. And at this point, Kit finally made his move. He flicked his finger, hitting the body of the spirit sword. Snap. With a crisp sound, the entire spirit sword shattered. Alastair was dumbfounded. Looking at Kit, his eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. But in the next moment, the force carried by Kit's finger reached his arm. Bam! Alastair's arm could not withstand the power and exploded. Kit did not stop there, pointing another finger towards Alastair's forehead. Snap! This finger carried boundless might. In an instant, the surrounding space distorted slightly. Next, Kit's fingertip landed on Alastair's forehead. Boom! A splash of blood bloomed. A bone-chilling killing intent approached, and Alastair could feel that he would indeed be crushed into spiritual essence by Kit's finger. Still young with infinite potential, he did not want to die. In an instant, driven by the instinct for survival, Alastair could not help but scream in terror, "No! Spare my life!" Swish! Kit's fingers stopped. At this point, Kit had already blasted through the sea of consciousness and needed only one more breath to crush Alastair's spirit. Retracting his finger calmly, Kit stood with his hands behind his back, addressing Alastair. "Since you lost, your life belongs to me now. Any objections?" "No." Alastair shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. No one understood better than him that in that split second, he clearly felt that Kit was ready to kill him. There was nothing more terrifying than this. At this point, Kit retracted his finger, standing with his hands behind his back, and looked at the nearby Cloud Sea sect cultivators, asking, "Anyone still bufu? Come at me all together. I can take on 10 of you." Note, bufu is a Chinese phrase meaning bufu chi, or not convinced, which should be translated to English for fluency. A more natural translation would be, "Anyone still not convinced?" Or, "Anyone still wants to challenge me?" Revised version. At this point, Kit retracted his finger, standing with his hands behind his back, and looked at the nearby Cloud Sea sect cultivators, asking, "Anyone still not convinced? Come at me all together. I can take on 10 of you." Upon hearing this, a group of Cloud Sea sect cultivators took a step back. They retreated simultaneously. Just kidding, Kit's displayed combat strength was too frightening. Defeating a quasi-king level cultivator with one finger. Even a stronger realm celestial lord wouldn't dare play around like that. Only a great being could toy with a quasi-king level cultivator this way. None of those present were a match for Kit. Charging up would mean asking for punishment. Huh. At this time, Dodge glared coldly at Kit, saying, "Xian, I admit your strength was somewhat unexpected, but Cloud Sea Sect isn't where you can run wild." "Run wild? Clearly you provoked first. Forget it." Kit shook his head. He didn't care about arguing with Dodge and instead extended a finger, saying, "Same rule. I only use this one finger. If I need to, you win. Deal?" Huh. At this moment, Dodge nearly burst a lung. Does he look down on everyone? Locking eyes on Kit, he said sternly, "Xian, do you really think that because you can suppress Alastair with one finger, you're my match? You're too naive. Just talk without action, that's fake." Extending one finger, Kit slowly said, "Still the same rules. I'll only use one finger and give you 1,000 moves. Go ahead." "I see you're courting death." Dodge was livid. A pure golden long saber appeared in his hand. Holding the gold battle saber, pure golden saber chi erupted. 100-meter-long saber chi cut through the void, directly slashing towards Kit. But Kit was completely unfazed, extending one finger to block the golden war saber. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. Dodge's saber struck Kit's finger, only sparking sparks. The golden edge of the saber chipped off, yet Kit showed no reaction. He flicked his finger, unleashing immense force. Dodge felt an unprecedented powerful force erupt from the golden battle saber. In the next second, he spat blood and flew backward. Boom. Dodge's body slammed into a hill, deeply embedding himself in it. Rumble. Dust rose everywhere. Under the tremendous force, the hill collapsed instantly. Looking at the sky full of dust, the surrounding cloud sea sect cultivators' jaws nearly dropped to the ground. The Iggy lost too? Impossible. This can't be possible. Even if the Iggy lost, it couldn't be so easily dominated by one finger. Is this guy not a great being who emerged from some deep forest? A group of cloud sea sect cultivators all wore expressions of terror. They looked at Kit with overwhelming fear and unease. Even the Grady sucked in a cold breath. If Kit had merely relied on superior cultivation to defeat Dodge, he wouldn't be so shocked. The critical point was that Kit's strength remained at the venerable stage. Dodge's strength was at least 10 times that of Kit. What did this mean? Hashtag chapter 473. Overcoming the strong with the weak. Using a force 10 times weaker than Dodge's, Kit activated the supreme secret art. Star plucking war end, overwhelming Dodge. This demonstrated that Kit's understanding of the supreme secret art had already reached the brink of minor perfection. Complete mastery was now within sight. Coupled with his age and realm, this level of insight and talent was unprecedented and would likely remain unmatched. Even Enos admitted his inferiority to Kit. At least at Kit's age, or at the same cultivation stage, I could never achieve such a level. A series of thoughts flashed through Enos's mind. Sigh. This kid gets more interesting by the day. Who knows how many miracles he can create. Meanwhile, Kit stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the group of Yunhai sect cultivators. He asked coldly, anyone else? Those who aren't afraid of death can come together. His words hung in the air, and the entire scene fell silent. Deputy sect leader Dodge had been subdued by Kit with just a finger. Who dared take a step forward? That would be courting death. At this moment, from the midst of the collapsed rubble came Dodge's furious roar. Ryeo, you have successfully infuriated me. Supreme bloodline power. Activate. Boom. Instantly, pure golden blood chi soared into the sky. Countless rocks disintegrated into dust, swirling around. Now, with the supreme bloodline activated, golden flames flickered slowly all over Dodge's body. His power had multiplied 100-fold with every movement. Interesting. Kit nodded slightly at Dodge and said, you're finally somewhat decent. What are you daring to challenge me? Challenge? No. To crush. Dodge was wildly excited, his ego inflated. At this point, his power had almost reached the Arn level. Killing Kit would be a piece of cake. So what if it's just Arn level power? With only this much strength, you still want to claim invincibility? Far from it. Kit cast a glance at Dodge and continued, enough. Don't waste my time. Make your move. Disdainful even of Arn level power? Huh? What arrogance. Dodge sneered. Extending one hand, he delivered a palm strike and said coldly, if you can withstand my blow and survive, then we'll talk. Boom. As he spoke, Dodge's palm shattered the void, pressing down on Kit. Seeing this, Kit took a deep breath. Instead of rushing to use the Chaos True Dragon transformation to boost his strength, he initiated the Heavenly Emperor Slash. Swoosh. From his finger, a 100-meter-long pure golden sword aura erupted. He had used the Heavenly Emperor Slash countless times, so it felt like second nature to him. But this time, its power instantly increased hundreds of times, yet outwardly it seemed not much different. Kit took another deep breath and looked up at the sky. Boom. A shocking wave erupted. For a moment, powerful auras spread out in all directions. Dodge's palm carried a destructive power that pressed down on Kit. Yet Kit remained unperturbed. Even though his 100-meter-long sword beam appeared weak against Dodge's 1,000-meter-wide palm, when the sword struck, it cut through effortlessly like a hot knife through butter. Swoosh. Dodge's giant palm was cleaved in two and exploded mid-air. Kit's sword did not lose any of its might. With a flick of his finger, the blade tore through space toward Dodge's neck. What? Dodge felt a chill run through his scalp. He hadn't expected Kit to break through his attack with just one finger. This was impossible. The gap between venerated and Arn realms was nearly 1,000-fold. How did this guy do it? Dodge couldn't figure it out. Swoosh. Suddenly, intense pain surged through him. Kit's sword moved with incomparable speed, striking Dodge's neck in an instant. Snap. The sound of bones cracking rang out. In his heart, Dodge roared, no good. My head is about to be severed. Absolutely not. An unprecedented sense of fear washed over him. For a cultivator, being decapitated didn't mean certain death, but it would sever the connection to the divine sea, leaving them to rely solely on their primordial spirit energy. If they could retain even a fraction of their peak strength, it would be fortunate. Only those dedicated to primordial spirit cultivation would remain unaffected. Even at his prime, Dodge was being suppressed by Kit. If his head were chopped off, there would be no hope for a comeback. Boom. Dodge burned his blood, and just as his head was about to be severed by a third, he unleashed his strength, grabbing Kit's pure golden sword aura and forcibly breaking it. Bang! The sword aura shattered. In Dodge's hand, the golden battle saber reappeared, slashing down. Die! Dodge bellowed, ignoring the deep wound visible to the bone on his neck. Seizing this rare chance for close combat, he aimed to kill Kit. Seeing this, Kit took a deep breath. His feet shifted in the free and easy steps, instantly retreating thousands of meters, evading the strike. Boom! Dodge's slash obliterated several small mountains. Huff, huff, huff. Dodge panted heavily, revealing a ghastly wound on his neck. Golden blood gushed out, staining his blue robes. The wound left by Kit wasn't simple. Infused with Heavenly Emperor Sword Chi, it required time to dispel the Sword Chi for the wound to heal. Otherwise, at Dodge's current realm, recovery would be instantaneous. SK. Indeed, brute force conquers all. Strength is king. Kit rubbed his brow, sighing. Looking at Dodge, he said, You aren't bad. You've earned the right for me to take you a bit more seriously. What? Dodge stared at Kit in trepidation. He couldn't believe it. From Kit's tone, it sounded like he hadn't even taken him seriously yet. Impossible. Where did this guy come from? Throughout history, there were hardly a few individuals as freakishly powerful as him. Crackling sounds filled the air as Kit stretched slightly. Taking a deep breath, he activated the True Dragon transformation. Boom. Pure golden True Dragon blood ignited. Instantly, Kit's aura expanded tenfold, reaching the near king level. Swish. Around Kit, a faint golden flame rose. It was dim but undeniably present. When one's aura reached the king level, even a slight overflow of it would generate protective divine light. Chapter 474. A Crushing Battle. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger this layer of light would be. At the supreme level, the protective glow could reach several thousand miles thick in an instant, and even tens of thousands of miles for some. Even a quasi-supreme beneath the supreme realm would struggle to penetrate this defensive glow no matter how hard they tried. Strength increased tenfold, yet it still looked so effortless. Dodge was feeling a chill run down his spine. In his normal state, Kit had nearly killed him with a single sword strike. If that strength was now 10 times greater, he stood no chance at all. For a moment, Dodge wanted to concede. However, for the position of Lesser Patriarch, he couldn't back down. Once he admitted defeat, rumors would spread that Yunhai Sect's Lesser Patriarch couldn't withstand even a finger from the opponent. He would certainly be ousted from his position then. Therefore, he must fight and win today. Dodge looked at Kit, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, do you think you're the only one with secret techniques?" As he spoke, a jade bottle appeared in Dodge's hand. He tipped his head back and swallowed a white pill. Rumble. Instantly, Dodge's aura surged dramatically. Heavens! The Lesser Patriarch is really going all out. That's the Yunhai pill. It can temporarily increase one's strength tenfold, but the cost is huge. It greatly damages one's cultivation and takes a long time to recover. I think the Lesser Patriarch is finished. He has resorted to using the Yunhai pill. And Xian just casually used a secret technique? Right. Tenfold increase secret technique. Too common. The Iggy has already amplified himself 1,000-fold. Beyond that, his body will collapse and he'll burst from overexertion. Yes, I think it's better to concede. Facing such a monstrous genius, continuing to fight is just inviting humiliation. That's impossible. If the Lesser Patriarch concedes, then he won't remain the Yunhai Sect's Lesser Patriarch for long. A group of Yunhai Sect cultivators were utterly despairing about Dodge. Almost all of Dodge's means were exhausted, while Kit hadn't even begun to show his full power. How could they continue fighting? There was no way. At this point, Kit took a deep breath. He raised his head, looked at Dodge, and said, "Among my opponents, you are somewhat acceptable. Let's settle this with one strike." Fine. Dodge gripped his golden warblade tightly. Endless energy flowed through him as he poured all his power into this one strike. This blow would decide his fate and his future. He couldn't afford to lose. In contrast, Kit remained calm. He slowly drew a long sword, wiped his hand across its blade, and an unremarkable icy blue sword chi enveloped the ordinary spirit sword. The sword chi was extremely faint, and subtle icy blue patterns appeared on the blade. The total length, including the foot-long sword chi, didn't exceed 2 meters. Above, the sky trembled as the massive thousand-zhang golden saber energy descended with devastating force. Compared to the overwhelming power, Kit's seemingly insignificant longsword seemed like day and night. Only Drew narrowed his eyes in shock. He muttered to himself, "That sword move. I've never seen him use it before. Could it be newly comprehended?" An eerie chill ran through him. The thought terrified even the Drew, who found it unbelievable. Standing mid-air, Kit gazed at the icy blue longsword in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. Heaven's Path Sword, small success. Finally, Kit knew that reaching the small success stage after repeatedly using the Heaven's Path Sword was a natural progression. But he hadn't expected the speed to be this fast. Just recently, he was barely at the beginner level and now, small success. At this stage, the Heaven's Path Sword returned to simplicity, the icy blue sword chi becoming incredibly dim, almost disappearing entirely. Xian, die. Dodge, having prepared fully, swung his golden warblade down, its thousand-zhang energy tearing through space and distorting the air around it. Kit stood calmly, holding his sword behind his back. He raised the sword and slashed gently through the air. Zayip. Kadiki, a thread being cut. The sky-shattering blade energy shattered into pieces with a loud boom. Hiss. Blood spurted from Dodge's neck as his head rapidly separated from his body. Thud. Dodge's severed head floated in midair, while his lifeless body hit the ground, kicking up dust. My head was cut off? Dodge stared in disbelief. He struggled to understand how Kit's seemingly faint sword chi had countered his full-strength attack and decapitated him. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Kit appeared before Dodge's floating head. Still not conceding? Lose? Indeed, I've lost. Dodge laughed bitterly, finally admitting defeat. His entire demeanor was humbled, all arrogance stripped away. Kit could have easily killed him now. Fair play meant Kit had every right to finish him, and even the Yunhai sect couldn't protest. Dodge looked at Kit and asked, "What exactly was that sword technique?" "This you don't need to know." Kit sheathed his sword, his expression unchanged. Knowing oneself and one's enemy led to victory, a principle equally applicable in the mystic realm. Everyone had weaknesses, and any secret technique had corresponding countermeasures. If the opponent learned too much about him, they could set a trap potentially leading to his downfall. Besides, the Heaven's Path Sword was one of Kit's trump cards, revealing it was out of the question. Seeing Kit's response, Dodge sighed. "I understand. Such secrets shouldn't be divulged lightly. What do you plan to do with me?" "Do? Simple. Option 1. I kill you and strip you of all your treasures." Chapter 475. The Mysterious Stone Box. The second one. You hand it over yourself. Choose one. I'm a very nice person, Kit chuckled with a cunning smile. Dodge's face turned green with fury. No matter which choice he made, he would lose all his treasures. It was too cruel. At this moment, Kit, who had been a rising star, now seemed like nothing more than a bandit to Dodge. Damn it. Who in the world raids and loots someone's treasures after a fight? This was simply barbaric. However, seeing the calm and confident Kit before him, Dodge eventually cowered. There was no way he could match Kit. Despite his internal resistance, he could do nothing but submit. As a king-level cultivator with extremely sharp divine perception, Dodge sensed that although Kit sounded casual, any confrontation would result in serious consequences. He truly would be killed if he didn't concede. Thus, Dodge said helplessly, I concede. You win. Now that's the right attitude. Kit was quite pleased with Dodge's reaction, and Dodge was rather cooperative as well. A ring appeared, floating into Kit's hand. Dodge then spoke, this ring contains all my treasures. They are yours. Please don't kill me. Don't worry, I'm not one to take everything. Kit activated the heavenly Dao True Eye to examine the contents of the ring. A roar resounded, and divine light filled the sky. It couldn't be denied. Dodge indeed possessed an abundance of valuable items, 3 holy artifacts, dozens of imperial-grade spirit tools, mountains of holy crystals and medicine king-grade herbs, and even half a sacred fruit. Such a collection rivaled some of the emperors. Not bad for the young lord of the Cloud Sea sect. You're certainly rich. Kit remarked with admiration, but he wasn't interested in the holy artifacts, so with a thought, he only took all the medicinal herbs and holy crystals. Good for you. Dodge felt his heart bleed. He was overwhelmed with regret and self-blame. Damn it. Why did he provoke this calamity? 3 holy artifacts, dozens of imperial-grade weapons. They were about to be lost forever. Thinking of this, Dodge had an urge to find a tree to hang himself from. His treasures collected over countless years would vanish just like that. Having finished gathering all the treasures, Kit was about to return the ring to Dodge when a stone box caught his attention. This stone box was palm-sized, ancient-looking, and unusually heavy, weighing millions of pounds. Chaotic mist surrounded it, and even Kit's heavenly Dao True Eye at its initial perfection stage could not penetrate its interior. This piqued Kit's curiosity. In this world, there were few things that could block the vision of the heavenly Dao True Eye. If something could resist it, it must be a supreme treasure, or perhaps a relic from the ancient era, something connected to the supreme ones. Taking a deep breath, Kit's heartbeat quickened. He fiddled with the stone box, admiring the ancient carvings on its surface. He glanced at Dodge and asked, where did you get this thing? I don't know. Dodge looked confused. He genuinely didn't recognize the stone box. With so many items in his storage ring, who knew when it was collected? You don't even know what you have? Kit laughed, shaking his finger in front of Dodge's face. Then he said, take your time, think carefully. I'll count to 10. If you can't tell me where it's from? No, wait. Dodge's face went pale as memories flooded his mind, desperately searching for anything related to the stone box. Cultivators usually had remarkable memories, recalling every detail they saw. If he had seen this box before, there should be a memory attached to it. Almost instantly, Dodge found the answer. He lifted his head and hastily told Kit, I found it. 878 years ago. I found this stone box by chance in an ancient ruin. I didn't pay much attention to it back then and just threw it into my storage ring. Ancient ruins? Kit rubbed his chin and asked, where are these ruins located? Dodge frowned. They're in the supreme battlefield. Interesting. Kit sighed in relief. Looks like I really need to visit this supreme battlefield. Do you have everything you want? Can you let me go now? Dodge's voice carried a hint of pleading. Kit looked down at Dodge, scratching his chin. Actually, I have one more question. The Cloud Sea art of the Cloud Sea sect seems quite valuable. As their sacred son, you wouldn't possibly not know it. Recite it for me. That is absolutely impossible. I cannot reveal the secret techniques of the Cloud Sea sect. Dodge's face turned even greener. Not only did he have a mental restriction preventing him from revealing it, but even if he tried, the sect would deal with him personally. Really can't? Kit slightly frowned, feeling somewhat disappointed. He could sense the restriction in Dodge's mind, making it clear that he lacked the authority to disclose such secrets. Just then, a semi-saint level aura descended. Instantly, the air around them grew thick, and a powerful presence rushed towards Kit at an unbelievable speed. Kit's heart skipped a beat. He instantly activated the Wayfarer step. Time froze around him, and Kit calmly turned to look at the rushing semi-saint Marty with a bright smile. Oh, Senior, you're here? What wonderful gifts have you brought this time? Hiss. Marty inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. He could feel the power within Kit. Time law force. Space ruled, time reigned, and even reaching saint rank required mastering law forces. Yet controlling time, even for a supreme, was nearly impossible due to its complexity and profound cause and effect implications. Yet, this young man, at the venerable rank, please note that the story follows a specific plot trajectory, and translations attempt to maintain continuity with prior content. Chapter 476, Marty's shock. He could already wield part of the time rule. This was truly terrifying. Absolutely not to be offended lightly, or else if there's no way to eliminate Kit, the Yunhai sect's future will face catastrophic disaster. Thinking this far, Marty took a deep breath and stopped on his own accord. A forced smile plastered across his face. He said, young friend Zion, I don't care about conflicts between peers. However, our Yunhai sect's secret techniques are not to be passed outside. I've already said, I'm just curious. Seeing Marty appear, Kit knew obtaining Yunhai sect spells would be impossible now. He shook his head and threw Dodge's head at Marty before saying, connect his physical body, rest for 2 days, and this small injury will heal. Marty itched to slap Kit dead, but after considering the consequences, he gave up. Looking at Kit, Marty turned around, scanned through the group of Yunhai sect disciples and said, all of you return. We still need to go to the supreme battlefield in 3 days. Yes. Ancestor. Let's go. The group of Yunhai sect disciples couldn't wait to leave. After witnessing Kit thrashing dodge, they didn't dare stay. Chasing all disciples away, Marty glanced over at Kit indifferently. The two of you set out with my disciples in 3 days. Farewell. Elder, please don't leave in such a hurry. Do you still have more supreme blood marrow? Can you give me one more? Kit didn't finish speaking when Marty stormed off with an ugly expression, his entire being brimming with boundless killing intent. Clearly, he feared that he wouldn't be able to resist killing Kit. Damn, I was really scared he would make a move just now. Cashin walked over, looking completely speechless. You're afraid of a mere half-saint? Kit looked at Cashin in surprise. Nonsense, he's a half-saint. Without playing my trump card, I'd really lose. Cashin rolled his eyes and added, besides, killing him offers no benefits while I have to use my trump cards, a huge loss. Alright, have you seen this thing before? Kit shook his head and made a mysterious stone box appear in his hand. This thing, success. Looking at the stone box in Kit's hand, Cashin frowned slightly as if recalling something. His expression instantly changed. Holy mackerel? Kit saw Cashin's expression change and immediately guessed he must know something. He hurriedly asked, stop hesitating and tell me what this thing is. I don't know clearly, but I've heard about it. Cashin took a deep breath and enunciated each word carefully. My suggestion to you is, throw this thing as far away as possible. Once, a Supreme got this thing, tried to open it and what happened? Kit curiously asked. He nearly lost his life and died shortly after opening it. Cashin shook his head. Based on the information I know, after getting injured, he never recovered, only living for another 3 years before passing away. And that Supreme was in the prime of his life, easily living for several million more years without incident. 3 years, that's practically instant death. Kit drew in a cold breath. Supremes theoretically lived for 100 million years. 3 years were like a blink of an eye, insignificant. Holding the stone box in his hand, Kit felt a chill run down his spine. Even if he dared risk his life, he couldn't keep this thing nearby. After all, it had killed a Supreme. If it suddenly erupted, he would likely perish too. Hesitating for a moment, Kit asked the Immortal Sword, Immortal Sword, do you know what this is? I don't know. It was born before my existence, Immortal Sword replied. It seems to carry some treasure. Many immortal spirits pursued this stone box, but they all died. Yeah, I've also heard of this thing, but this is my first time seeing it. How about we open it and see? Ma Dao also spoke up. Open it? You say it so easily. I'm still young, I don't want to die. Kit rolled his eyes but grew serious. If what Immortal Sword and Ma Dao said was true, then this was indeed an unparalleled celestial treasure worth keeping. There was definitely a grand treasure inside. With fleeting thoughts, Kit put the stone box into his personal space, muttering, forget it. I'll study it carefully when I have time. Kid, you're really bringing this thing along? Cashin looked at Kit with horror. He didn't expect Kit to be so bold. Indeed, youth knows no fear. Sure, what's wrong? Kit smiled. Looking at Cashin, he said nonchalantly, are you scared? Fear? Huh, I'm just worried you'll die. Cashin pursed his lips disdainfully. His words lacked confidence and sounded hollow. Kit did not press further. He shook his head and went to a secluded spot to begin studying the Star River / obtained from the Supreme Blood Marrow. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Divine Treasure Realm, half a month had passed since Kit left. During these half a dozen days, Kit had not appeared, making it seem like he had died. For a moment, Kit's enemies celebrated wildly. Many forces held lavish banquets to celebrate lavishly. They were elated, and countless geniuses finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a monster like Kit around, they always felt suppressed, losing all fighting spirit. After Kit's death, they felt immensely relieved. However, among them, some people were unhappy. Naturally, these people included Nash and company. Too much. Once the leader feigns death, these guys become outrageously brazen. Bobby muttered discontentedly. Forget it. How many times have you ranted? Corey rolled his eyes, saying irritably, or you want to fight back? Those are supreme forces, each having multiple half-saints. Can you beat them? Not necessarily. At this point, Nash among them suddenly spoke up. If we can make these people pay a small price, it might be feasible. Oh, explain how. Corey and Bobby turned around simultaneously, their eyes sparkling brightly. They were good at giving bad advice, caring only about causing chaos, not cleaning up the mess. Hashtag chapter 477, Fake Carson. As for Zaida, she was an all-rounder. Having followed Zaida for so long, they had already discovered that when it came to mischief, Zaida at least had 80% of Kit's flair. Let's find Kit and while we're at it, have someone pretend to be Carson and drag a bunch of people into the supreme battleground. Zaida stroked her chin and continued, then, we won't have to lift a finger. We can leave it to Kit. Wilbur's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, wow, great idea. With the boss's temper, he wouldn't be able to stand seeing so many geniuses disparaging him. But, wouldn't this cause trouble for the boss? Jinchi Dapenbird seemed hesitant. Seeing this, Zaida rolled her eyes and said, come on, he is a super troublemaker by nature. Wherever he goes, he messes with countless forces. Rest assured, the ones who will suffer are definitely his enemies. But, who's going to do it? Bruce glanced around and said, the boss's strength and presence aren't easy to imitate. Who else but me? Definitely me. Wilbur stood up first, looking smug. Besides me, who else can handle this role? You? Zaida paused for a moment, then retorted, I feel. If Kit sees you pretending to be him, he'll beat you up, too perverted? Hey, how am I perverted? Wilbur looked at Zaida, clearly displeased. Fine, you do it then. Zaida didn't argue further. She took a deep breath, her mood suddenly improving and said, I wonder how Kit is doing now. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Splash. Kit slowly opened his eyes, and the mysterious aura around him vanished. He stretched out one hand, clenching it loosely. His strength hadn't changed much, but when he moved, the space around him slightly twisted. It was very subtle, almost imperceptible. Damn, spatial laws? The soul-devouring sovereign nearly popped his eyes out. For a moment, a sour taste welled up in his heart. After all, even he, having mastered laws at the semi-saint level, could only grasp some basic wind and water laws. But Kit, upon starting, directly tackled the supposedly hardest time law, which almost no one could cultivate. Now, he even mastered the second hardest spatial law. Even sovereigns had extremely limited research into spatial laws. Even those sovereigns specializing in spatial laws didn't have a strong understanding. They could at most twist space, teleport, or tear it apart. Space itself carried the entire world, incredibly mysterious and all-encompassing. Sovereigns had only glimpsed a tiny bit of its secrets. An ordinary person would need to reach the saint spirit level just to control spatial laws. Even saints couldn't manage it. Looking at Kit, the soul-devouring sovereign sighed, truly, unprecedented and unmatched. This guy is beyond human. Is he perhaps a bastard son of the heavenly Tao? Hearing the soul-devouring sovereign's remark, Kit felt speechless. Wasn't it just that his cultivation speed was a little faster? How did that make him a son of heavenly Tao? Just as he was about to refute, the space nearby twisted slightly. Someone was coming. Kit instantly became alert, turning to look in the direction of the disturbance. Splash! A Taoist boy appeared. He emerged in the open area, glancing at the soul-devouring sovereign and Kit, the fear in his eyes quickly disappearing. Before coming, Semi-Saint Marty had already warned him not to provoke Kit. For him, no reminder was needed. He had witnessed Kit thrashing Dodge and already considered Kit untouchable. With utmost respect, he said, "My lords, the supreme battleground is about to open. Please follow me." "All right." Kit nodded slightly, his expression calm. However, his vigilance remained high. While it was unlikely that Semi-Saint Marty intended to trap him, he couldn't rule out the possibility. He needed to be cautious. Following the small Taoist boy, Kit and the soul-devouring sovereign soon arrived at an altar. Kit raised his head, activating the heavenly Tao True Eye, scanning over the altar. Boom! Inside the altar, countless runes flowed. Looking at these runes, Kit's eyes were full of surprise. He had never seen such runes before. Their appearance was extremely strange. These runes come from other major worlds. The soul-devouring sovereign glanced at Kit and explained, "The great Tao has countless forms but converges to one. The same applies to these runes. They come from other major worlds and look peculiar, but they are just different expressions of the same rune system." "So, these are runes from other major worlds?" Kit nodded slightly. He turned to the soul-devouring sovereign and asked curiously, "Have you been to that world?" I myself am from that world." The soul-devouring sovereign looked at the altar before him and sighed. "As for this altar, it was built by me a him." Though the soul-devouring sovereign didn't continue, Kit understood immediately. This altar might have been personally built by the soul-devouring sovereign, connected directly to the supreme battleground, thus giving Yunhai sect a huge windfall. Kit carefully scanned the altar again with the heavenly Tao True Eye. Sure enough, though the altar appeared intact, many areas showed signs of repair, using runes from the mystic true realm. The styles were distinctively different, easily noticeable. However, since the altar was built by the soul-devouring sovereign, Kit wasn't worried about being led into a trap. At that moment, someone approached Kit. It was naturally Dodge. His injuries were healed, though his complexion was still pale. He stopped about 10 feet away from Kit. Then he said, "Solaris, I've remembered our score from 3 days ago. We'll settle it in the supreme battleground." "Save you?" Kit glanced at Solaris, a disdainful expression flickering across his face. He shook his head coldly and said, "Not that I look down on you. You could practice for 1,000,000 years and still not be my match. You know nothing about the supreme battleground. We'll see." Dodge sneered, looking confident. "Interesting." Kit narrowed his eyes, seemingly unconcerned but inwardly vigilant. Chapter 478. An extremely unreliable teleportation array. Although Dodge currently posed no immediate threat, there was always the possibility of hidden cards. Still, it was necessary to be cautious. Ahem. Gentlemen, let's cut to the chase. Please step onto the altar, so we can proceed directly to the supreme battleground. A Casimir cleared his throat, fearing that Kit and Dodge might start fighting again. Humph. Dodge flicked his sleeve and strode forward, stepping onto the altar. "Let's go." Seeing this, Kit showed no fear and stepped onto the altar with Chauncey. Ahem. "Before you leave, I have a few words to say." The Casimir coughed lightly and then continued. "The supreme battleground is an extremely complex and perilous place. Countless supreme geniuses and world-renowned warriors have perished there throughout history. It is a chaotic land with no rules, where everyone must be wary. Remember, you cannot trust anyone there. No one at all. All kinds of people gather in that place." "Yes, Elder." A chorus of replies came from the Yunhai sect disciples. "This is getting interesting." Kit stroked his chin, becoming increasingly curious about the supreme battleground. "Wonderful. May you all have good luck." Without further ado, the Casimir revealed a talisman in his hand which ignited spontaneously. Infinite runes appeared on the altar and enveloped Kit. Rumble. The runes shot skyward, tearing through space in an instant. A disorienting sensation washed over Kit as he felt dizzy and off balance, as if space and time had been inverted. Damn. I knew this teleportation array by soul-devouring sovereign was utterly unreliable. Kit couldn't help but curse loudly. He ranted furiously. Damn. My brains are spinning. This thing isn't made for humans to use. Rumble. The discomfort lasted only a moment. In the next second, Kit saw a flash of light before plummeting down, crashing into a mountain peak. Rumble. The mountain crumbled instantly, sending dust flying everywhere. Boom. Kit soared up from the rubble, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He swore he would never use that shoddy teleportation array again. Calm down, Kit said to himself, turning to observe his surroundings. All around was eerily quiet. As far as the eye could see were endless ranges of mountains with no clear end in sight. Damn, is this really the supreme battleground? Cold sweat formed on Kit's forehead. A bad feeling crept up inside him. What was the real destination of the teleportation array set up by soul-devouring sovereign? And worse, even soul-devouring sovereign himself might not know the ultimate destination of his own teleportation array. After all, last time they ended up off course by 20 million miles. This time, who knows where they had ended up? Could it be outside of Xiuxian world? Suddenly, Kit felt a chill down his spine. He clenched his fists tightly and muttered darkly, "Damn it, I swear I'll never use any of soul-devouring sovereign's teleportation arrays again. Too damn unreliable." Rumble. At this moment, battle tremors echoed around. Judging from the energy fluctuations, it seemed to be a group of divine realm cultivators engaged in fierce combat. Quick, kill him. No time. Sever his head and return with it. He absolutely cannot escape alive. Voices rang out one after another. Next, a bloodied young man dashed frantically toward Kit's location, pursued by a group of aggressive divine realm cultivators. Explosive attacks filled the sky, shaking the entire void. Interesting. Kit watched the group of cultivators and shook his head slightly. He took a small step back, retreating hundreds of meters instantly to avoid getting involved. Unfamiliar with the area, he did not want to stir up unnecessary trouble. At that moment, the youth glanced at Kit and shouted, "Help me! I'm here." What? He has allies. Humph. Doesn't matter who that guy is, eliminate him together. A few of you, take care of him. Immediately, 5 of the pursuing cultivators broke away and charged towards Kit's position. Boom. Covering dozens of miles in a single stride, the first middle-aged cultivator arrived and struck at Kit with a palm. Rumble. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted. In an instant, the intense spiritual energy warped the air visibly. Any cultivator below the divine realm would have been killed by that single palm strike. Boring. Kit frowned slightly. He didn't want to be manipulated into protecting the young cultivator. So, he took another step back, putting 1,000-meter distance between them and landing on a small hill. Boom. The middle-aged cultivator's palm missed, grinding a mountain flat. His pupils contracted in shock as he exclaimed, "That's speed. At least peak divine realm, or even respected one realm." Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 divine realm cultivators' faces changed drastically. Though they were 5 in number, they were all at the divine realm stage. Battling a respected 1-level cultivator offered virtually no chance of winning. At this point, Kit spoke, "I'm just passing by. The life or death of that youth has nothing to do with me." Phew. The middle-aged cultivator's expression relaxed significantly. He bowed respectfully to Kit and asked, "Apologies for the rudeness, but are you from Yunhai sect?" "You? How did you know?" Kit was taken aback. While he wasn't from Yunhai sect, he did arrive via their teleportation array. Unless, a possibility flashed in Kit's mind. At that moment, the middle-aged cultivator sighed deeply and explained, "Senior, Yunhai sect's teleportation array is famously unreliable. In 10 million years, very few have actually landed in the supreme battleground. If you wish to reach it, travel north for 1,000,000 miles. Damn, at least it was only 1,000,000 miles off. Kit massaged his brow, relieved. Compared to the previous deviation of 20 million miles, a mere 1,000,000 miles was manageable within half a day given his speed. Shaking his head, Kit produced 5 holy crystals in his hand. Warning the 5 crystals to the 5 cultivators, Kit said, "These 5 holy crystals serve as payment for asking directions. Goodbye." Chapter 479. All present are trash. Senior, take care. The middle-aged cultivator wore a delighted expression. He had already prepared to fight for his life, but unexpectedly Kit did not hold it against them for attacking suddenly and even rewarded them with sacred crystals. It was indeed surprising. As Kit was about to leave, he glanced at the fleeing cultivator, twitched his finger, and released a thread of true chi. Boom. A blood hole exploded in that cultivator's chest, and he plummeted down the mountain peak. "You tricked me once, so I'll trick you back. We're even now." Kit shook his head, leaped forward, his body transforming into a streak of light, instantly racing towards the supreme battlefield, 1,000,000 miles away. Rumble. Golden true chi swirled around Kit's entire body. Kadiki lightning, he tore across the sky, covering hundreds of miles in mere moments. Holy crap, that's not just an exalted realm cultivator. Fear. He might already be a king. Luckily, we didn't rush up and fight him. 5 cultivators stared dumbfounded at Kit's departing silhouette. Rumble. Several hours later, Kit traversed a distance of 1,000,000 miles. He landed on a mountain peak from where a distant city could be seen. Bang! The city exuded an overwhelming aura. At its edge, dozens of space rifts stretching thousands of miles floated in midair. Through these rifts, one could see floating continents and shattered celestial bodies beyond. The other side of these rifts should be the supreme battlefield. Kit murmured to himself. He slowed down, walking quietly towards the distant city. However, upon arrival, conversations among nearby cultivators caught his attention. "Hey, did you hear? Carson is not dead. He arrived at the supreme battlefield from the Qilan Divine Treasury. PSH, who hasn't heard of this? Hehe, I heard he wrecked the Tai Xian dynasty's node in the Qilan Divine Treasury and looted all their collected treasures. What's the big deal? It's said Carson intends to challenge geniuses from various regions outside Tianqian City. TCH, I heard it too. Considering the timing, it seems like today. Come on, let's go to the city gate. Such a battle cannot be missed." A group of cultivators quickly headed towards the city gate. When did I challenge various geniuses? Kit felt puzzled and surprised. According to his plans, the pseudonym Carson had enough enemies and no need to continue using it. Who could be impersonating his name? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Even Kit couldn't help but feel curious. He wasn't eager to enter the supreme battlefield and decided to blend in with the crowd to witness which imposter was performing. Rumble. At this moment, cultivators were converging at the city gate. Among them were holy sons and daughters from immortal factions, princes from royal dynasties, all standing gracefully in midair, awaiting the appearance of Carson. Goodness, half of these I've already thrashed. Kit touched his nose. A quick glance revealed Davidson, the young chieftain of the Golden Phoenix clan, the Jinwu clan, the Divine Blood sect, the Xiuxian dynasty, and many more. There were several whom Kit couldn't name but remembered thrashing. Seeing these former enemies, Kit grew more excited about the imposter daring to pretend to be him. If this person lacked strength, he would be beaten to death by this crowd of geniuses. Boom. Suddenly, a spatial gate opened in the sky. A youthful man walked out, filled with arrogance. Just his gaze passing over the crowd of royal princes and holy heirs caused a change in their expressions. Carson? Is it really Carson? Sigh. This face, I wouldn't forget it even in my dreams. Holy crap. Honestly, I feel a bit urgent. How is this guy still alive? Is this not an imposter? With at least 20 descendants of immortal powers and 30 to 40 young supremes here, half of whom have been thrashed by Carson, who would dare to impersonate him? Exactly. That guy has enemies everywhere. Impersonating him? Cadaeving for half a month is already a miracle. Many cultivators gaped, fear and resentment clearly etched on their faces. As long as Kit was alive, no matter how great their ambitions were, they remained powerless, forever living in Kit's shadow. Standing amidst the crowd, Kit activated his heavenly Dao True Eye and looked at the imposter, Carson, almost choking. Damn it, this guy is Ari, Fiery Dragon King. What's he trying to do by pretending to be him? Has he lost his mind? Kit rubbed his brow, feeling speechless. This dragon was truly lawless and audacious. Just then, Ari, with hands behind his back, calmly declared, I, Carson, am invincible. Frankly speaking, everyone present are trash. You aren't fit to be my opponents. What, Carson, you dare look down on us? Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. I'll offer 10,000 sacred crystals, which genius will step up and take him down. Exactly, is Central Continent short of people? Kid, being invincible in Eastern Domain doesn't mean you're invincible in Central Continent. Cultivators were infuriated. If not for Kit's previous terrifying records, the crowd would have attacked already. Now, however, they hesitated, none wanting to go first. Just then, an extremely arrogant voice echoed. Throughout history, few have dared call me trash, not even Supremes. Carson, I'll challenge you. Boom. In the next moment, a youth stood gracefully in midair, his presence steady, impossible to gauge his power. But Kit covered his face, knowing Ari was in trouble. The person stepping forward was none other than Grady. Even Kit found it incredibly strenuous fighting the genuine King Supreme. Equal strength offered no advantage. Without using the Heavenly Dao secret technique, he wouldn't stand a chance against Grady. And Ari? If he could withstand a single blow, he'd have bragging rights for 100 years. Sigh. Kit sighed, using a secret technique to communicate, saying, That's an imposter, my junior. Go easy on him. Grady's expression turned peculiar. He had already suspected it. Chapter 480. The Beaten Jace. The Jace's strength was not exceptionally powerful. His foundation was only SOSO, and there was no way he could break any records. Upon hearing Kit's words, he realized this person was not actually Carson, but an imposter. Could the real Carson be that guy Zion? At this moment, the Jace also noticed something unusual about the DeAndre. After transforming into a true dragon, the Jace was among the top-tier geniuses in the entire Kylan Divine Treasure, at the level of a divine mystery realm. Hardly anyone could match him in a one-on-one battle. The only one who could firmly surpass the Jace was Nash, the genius who had awakened his supreme bloodline. However, the DeAndre clearly exceeded the Jace's level. Standing in midair with just a divine mystery aura emanating from him, he created a sense of oppression and crisis around the Jace, giving him the feeling of facing Kit directly. This was someone formidable indeed. The Jace felt a shock of fear deep within. He looked at the DeAndre and defiantly said, Hey, you dare to stand up as a divine mystery cultivator? Do you really think you can defeat me? Can't I? DeAndre laughed lightly. Knowing that the Jace was Kit's subordinate, his murderous intent disappeared, but the desire to beat him remained strong. He coldly said to the Jace, Whether or not I can be your opponent, let our strength speak. Well, good speech. Hurry up and start the fight. I've been wanting to see how strong this Carson is. I've heard that Carson has swept through the Kylan Divine Treasure. Rumors are one thing. Reality is another. Let's see how Carson performs. In my opinion, Carson's chances of winning are quite high. A crowd of cultivators began whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, the Jace took a deep breath and grew serious. Looking at the DeAndre, he said, All right, today, I'll defeat you in front of everyone. Boom. The Jace made a hand seal, and instantly, a true dragon mark appeared. It then charged towards the DeAndre. Rumble. The true dragon mark transformed into a true dragon, soaring through the void, and smashed head-on into the DeAndre. Intriguing. The DeAndre stood with hands behind his back, eyes flickering with surprise. He had already seen through the Jace's true form, a true dragon. Being among the best of the young Supremes, his strength had dramatically improved after Kit's special training. In more mediocre eras, the Jace might have truly achieved the Supreme Realm. Even during their own time, the DeAndre wasn't sure if he could have matched the Jace. Boom. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the true dragon was right in front of the DeAndre. With just one finger, he gently flicked it. Boom. An explosion erupted, and the entire true dragon was extinguished by a single finger from the DeAndre. It shattered into golden light points in midair and dissipated completely. It can't be. Fake. Carson's full strength attack, nullified like that? Inconceivable. Carson can't even beat a divine mystery cultivator? I can feel that the unknown cultivator only used divine mystery level power. What? Carson is just that? The crowd of cultivators murmured with contempt. However, the new young patriarch of the divine blood sect glanced at the Jace with added gravity. Being the third-generation young patriarch, he knew the inside story and muttered to himself, "This is an imposter." Upon hearing this, the others were startled. That's right. The real Carson can crush Arn-level cultivators. Arn? During the ethereal assembly, I saw Carson kill 2 half-saints and escape despite being attacked by hundreds of half-saints. How could the real Carson not even be a match for a divine mystery cultivator? Those who didn't visit the Kylan Divine Treasure don't know the real Carson's oppressive presence. This one is definitely not the real person but an imposter. That's right. Rumors say Carson died in the Supreme Array. It seems true. Oh, so Carson is really gone. A group of cultivators whispered to each other, their voices filled with regret. The Jace stared at the DeAndre, gulping hard. He could clearly feel that the DeAndre indeed used only divine mystery level power. Using such power to counter a divinity level attack was something even the Jace couldn't achieve. This guy was incredibly strong. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to the Jace, that this person before him could be Kit in disguise. Observing closely, the aura of invincibility was eerily similar to Kit, with only an added touch of ancient and weathered vibe. Ancient. Realization dawned on the Jace, causing him to draw another sharp breath. Reborn Supreme. Capable of using perfected Supreme secret arts, none in the same realm would stand a chance against him. Perfect Supreme secret arts were worlds apart from those just starting out in the Supreme realm, differing by thousands of times in power. Realizing this, the Jace turned green with envy. Glaring at the DeAndre, he harbored some retreat thoughts. Enraged, he declared, "Humph. I have urgent business. We'll settle this later." With that, he opened a spatial gate and fled. But as he did, the DeAndre paused, disappearing along with his aura. What? The Jace sensed trouble. The next second, the DeAndre's hand was already on his shoulder, followed by a terrifying burst of force. Boom. Caught by the DeAndre, the Jace was slammed into the ground with one hand. Boom. Endless dust rose to the sky. The Jace felt numerous bones crack within his body, causing immense pain. Before he could react, the DeAndre reappeared beside him, lifting him up with one hand and proceeded to pummel him mercilessly. Heaven, that imposter is getting beaten severely. Not possible. If this continues, the imposter will be beaten to death. Looks like he really isn't Carson. Chapter 481. I am Carson. Even the power of a venerable is incomplete. Oh, a wasted trip. It seems. Carson truly perished in the Xiuxian Divine Treasure. Phew, this is a good thing. A group of cultivators shook their heads slightly and prepared to leave. The Jace, who was being beaten up, felt extremely depressed. He could sense that Bede was holding back. The beating looked brutal, but didn't cause severe injuries. Several times, Bede could have easily finished him off, but chose not to. Bang! Bede kicked Jace away again. Jace knew he couldn't pretend anymore. He roared skyward, transforming into a golden true dragon. Aerg! The dragon's roar echoed through the 9 heavens, and the golden true dragon instantly tore through space, landing hundreds of feet away. That dragon is Jace, Carson's subordinate. What? A real dragon? Can Carson actually recruit a real dragon as a subordinate? Tisich, what's so impressive about that? Carson has a Solomon bird and an ancient 9-colored sacred ox too. What? That's ridiculous. The group of cultivators continued to mock, all speechless. And Bede didn't chase after him. He just glanced at Jace and said indifferently, "You're not Carson. Too weak." With that, he vanished, appearing on the spectator platform hundreds of feet away. At this moment, the descendants of various supreme powers who had grievances with Kit started looking at Jace with ill intent. What the? Jace felt his scalp tingle, realizing something was wrong. He suddenly remembered that his current identity was a true dragon, a walking treasure trove. With Kit around before, no one dared to touch him. But now, those factions were watching hungrily, more than willing to take action. When I was in the Xiuxian Divine Treasure, I had a grudge against this dragon. Everyone, hand it over to me. What are you thinking? This dragon belongs to my Jinwu clan. Everyone, how about we share equally? How do you propose to divide it? I only want the pure blood of the true dragon. The rest can be yours. I need the true dragon's horn. Give me the true dragon's skin. I need it to forge a sacred weapon. Everyone, wait a minute. Get some female J-dragons. Perhaps we can get endless hybrid true dragons. That's a good idea. The various supreme forces were shameless, already planning how to carve up Jace. You bastards. Jace was furious. The crimson gold imperial coffin appeared in his hands, unleashing the aura of a supreme artifact. Rumble. Golden light soared into the sky, overwhelming pressure rolling down. Buzz. Sunwheel, blood lamp, ethereal cloud mirror. Over a dozen supreme artifacts appeared in midair, emitting blinding supreme might. Almost simultaneously, numerous supreme artifacts floated in the air, confronting the crimson gold imperial coffin. Heavens! This dragon actually possesses a supreme artifact? Unbelievable. That's Carson's supreme artifact. Never thought it would be in this dragon's hands. Carson had 3 supreme artifacts. Wonder where the other 2 are. Phew. All supreme artifacts ended up in this dragon's hands. Looks like Carson really perished. Don't talk nonsense, run quickly. If they fight for real, millions of miles will be flattened. Tisich, can you run millions of miles? Relax. We won't survive if they fight seriously. Better watch the show. Among the crowd, some cultivators activated spatial portals to escape while others stayed calm and decided to watch the spectacle. Generally, in the Mystic Truth world, there was a rule. No using supreme artifacts to clash within the Mystic Truth world due to the immense destruction. Any violation would draw attacks from other supreme powers. These powers had deep reserves and could deploy dozens of self-sealed quasi-supremes with several supreme artifacts, leveling even supreme forces. Thus, a large-scale battle was unlikely. Rumble. Jay stood against more than 10, not intimidated at all. He taunted, "Come on, try your luck? Think you can mess with this grandpa? Humph. Really asking for death." Hearing Jace's taunts, the supreme cultivators' faces darkened instantly. This dragon is despicable. I finally understand why so many people in the xiuxian divine treasure wanted dragon meat. But, come to think of it, this dragon seems so calm. Could Carson be nearby? The surrounding cultivators were buzzing with speculation. Meanwhile, Kit stroked his chin, not planning to act. Sharpening comes from honing. Jace needed life and death battles to grow. At this point, Beat approached, asking, "Your junior brother is being besieged by over 10 supreme powers. Aren't you going to help?" "Relax. No big deal." Kit shook his head. Turning, he grabbed Beat's collar, angrily questioning, "Why did your lousy portal deviate by 1,000,000 miles? Tisich, 1,000,000 miles is quite accurate, okay?" Beat sounded unconcerned. "What? 1,000,000 miles is considered accurate?" Kit was speechless. Just then, he sensed something amiss. Suddenly, everyone's gazes converged on him, especially those with grievances. Each eye bore piercing hostility. What the? Oh. Kit inwardly panicked, sucking in a breath. He realized his cover was blown. Under the heavens, only one person could subdue Jace as a mount, Kit. Regardless of Jace's mouthy nature, his pride as a true dragon wouldn't allow him to submit easily. "Carson, it's you." Good. Carson, you're dead. Everyone, let's cut this kid down." "Yes, this kid must die." "I'll count to 3, everyone strike together." The crowd seethed with rage, many demanding to use supreme artifacts to kill by Armando. Yet, more people slowly backed away. Joking, Kit had 3 supreme artifacts, 1 in Jace's possession, and 2 in his own hands. Escaping would be easy if they couldn't overpower him. Moreover, gathering them here without reason made many worry this could be a trap. Chapter 482. A World of Enemies. Thus, for a moment, everyone was in a state of alarm. The first thing they considered wasn't killing Kit, but tricking others into taking action. While they themselves pondered escape routes. "You really have enemies all over the world." The Drew being sighed and said sarcastically, "I say, why did you change your alias? Who knows why I have so many enemies?" Kit's gaze swept over the crowd as he muttered. However, since he had already been identified, Kit didn't intend to hide. He stood up and took a step forward. Boom. There wasn't any formidable power fluctuation from Kit. He just stood with his hands behind his back, floating in midair. A group of geniuses from supreme cadenages changed expressions one after another, involuntarily retreating. Their faces were pale, and their nerves were taut to the extreme. Without much talk, just by his aura, Kit had already proven it. He was Kit. Throughout history, no one had faced more than a dozen supreme artifacts without any change in expression. Carson, the Iggy of the Divine Blood sect, had a grave look, feeling some fear in his heart. He could feel that every move Kit made seemed to harmonize with the grand trends of heaven and earth. This was a characteristic only seen at the Sage Realm. He had once witnessed a similar aura on an ancestral Sage-level elder. Could it be that Kit was about to ascend to the Sage Realm? Thinking of this, the Iggy of the Divine Blood sect couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Kit slowly said, "I don't want to fight for now. I'll count to 3. Either get lost or die. I always keep my word." What? Too arrogant. Could he be challenging over a dozen supreme artifacts simultaneously? Inconceivable. So terrifying. "I actually think Carson can win." Nonsense. This is the real Carson. This presence, too overpowering. Many cultivators who had personally witnessed Kit around them drew in a breath sharply. They nodded one after another. Yes, this felt right. Even if the person before them didn't look like Kit. The style was absolutely identical. "Carson, do you think you're invincible?" The third-generation Iggy of the Divine Blood sect stepped forward, his eyes darkly looking at Kit. "Huh, another replacement for the Divine Blood sect?" Kit looked surprised, saying, "You should be the third one. Isn't living well enough? Must you make the Divine Blood sect switch to a fourth?" "You. Very well. Carson, I challenge you to a duel." The third-generation Iggy of the Divine Blood sect clenched his teeth, shouting angrily, "No forbidden artifacts to enhance our realms. No supreme artifacts, a fair fight between you and me. What do you say?" When these words came out, surrounding cultivators sneered one after another. Everyone knew that Kit's personal strength was powerful in itself, but even more terrifying was his arsenal of supreme artifacts. That stuff was genuinely unsolvable. Even quasi-supremes would retreat upon encountering them. Remember, hundreds of near-saints besieged Kit and ended up suffering heavy losses. None of them managed to kill him. This demand essentially asked Kit to tie his own hands to fight. Now, Kit glanced at the Divine Blood sect Iggy and said indifferently, "Fine. Any other requirements? Otherwise, how about this? I'll use only one hand. If you can beat me, you win. Deal?" "Do you look down on me?" The Divine Blood sect Iggy lifted his chin coldly and said, "Without your supreme artifacts, slaughtering you will be like killing a dog." "Very well, then try it." Kit extended one hand and said, "I only need one hand to finish you." Boom. In an instant, Kit's aura burst forth, entering a standoff with the Divine Blood sect Iggy. Meanwhile, many factions quickly retracted their supreme artifacts, staring intently at Kit and the Divine Blood sect young lord. They They all wanted to see how strong Kit was under normal circumstances. I feel Carson's aura seems weaker than the Divine Blood Sect Iggy. This isn't normal. Carson was still being pursued by divine mystics a year ago. No matter how rapidly his realm has increased now, it wouldn't be that powerful. Chased by divine mystics? Is that possible? Did you see that cheap dragon? His original realm was merely the Divine Traveler realm, and Carson was even lower than him. What the heck? Is that true? So, this fight will be worth watching. Carson's current aura feels like early middle respecter, quite weak. But look around him. There are faint signs of law appearing. Clearly, this is an unexpected gain from using some forbidden artifact to elevate to the Sage realm. I get it. Under that forbidden artifact's boost, Carson likely has grasped the law? Exactly. That's it. Sigh. We're in for a great show. Cultivators chattered excitedly. After all, Kit's fame had spread from the eastern domain to the central capital. Even the Digby of the Tai-Xian imperial dynasty had been chopped by Kit, making it impossible for him not to become famous. And the Divine Blood Sect's third-generation Iggy was also an exceptionally rare genius. Originally sealed away for years to emerge later. However, the first two were killed by Kit. In such a situation, they had no choice but to bring out the third. This was bound to be a fierce battle, a great spectacle to watch. Boom. The clash of auras between Kit and the Divine Blood Sect's third Iggy. At this moment, another arrogant voice rang out. Jerson, I've been searching for you. Here you are. Humph. This time, you're dead for sure. These words plunged the scene into silence. No need for explanation, everyone knew that Jerson was most likely Kit's current pseudonym. What intrigued them more was, what kind of lunatic dared to challenge Kit? After all, Kit wasn't someone to mess with. Anyone daring to challenge Kit would surely die if they lacked any real skill. Even Kit was speechless. He turned his head and looked at Dodge, the Iggy of Yunhai sect, and said indifferently, Dodge, scram. I don't want to deal with you right now. Can't you just stay put and not seek death? Humph. Jerson, are you afraid? Dodge had a smug look on his face. A talisman appeared in his hand. Then he stared coldly at Kit and said, This talisman can temporarily elevate my realm to Celestial Lord. Jerson, prepare to die. Is that so? I am quite scared indeed. Kit was rather speechless. He stood with his hands behind his back, turning to look at Dodge and said, Now, I give you one last chance to live, immediately get lost. Otherwise, you will die here. Chapter 483. Isn't it better to Khedive? Humph. Still trying to be tough. Dodge gritted his teeth and bowed slightly to the third-generation young patriarch of the Divine Blood Sect, saying, This fellow Taoist, leave this man to me. I will slay him for you. Really? The third-generation young patriarch of the Divine Blood Sect glanced at Dodge and curled his lip. At that moment, Dodge's strength was incredibly weak. He had the realm but lacked combat prowess, easily suppressed by a single hand. Even if he advanced to the Celestial Lord realm, he wouldn't be much stronger. Therefore, he did not bother warning the other party. Instead, he folded his arms across his chest, nodding slightly as he said, All right, then leave it to you. Sure thing. Dodge glared at Kit with a twisted smile and asked, Zion, if you kneel now and beg for mercy, you can still live. What the heck? Kit rubbed his brow, nearly laughing in exasperation. Originally, considering Yunhai Sect's reputation and needing the coordinates of the stone box, Kit hadn't wanted to kill Dodge. But alas, this guy really knew how to invite death. In that moment, Kit turned his head with some frustration towards the Jace, pointing at Dodge and saying, You go take care of him, or I'll beat you to death. And there's still the matter of you impersonating me. We haven't settled that yet. Sure thing, boss. Jace snapped back into alertness, instantly energized. He had long found Dodge obnoxious. What kind of person did he think he was? Daring to make Kit kneel and beg for mercy? If he didn't cripple this person, he would surely be failing as a subordinate. Of course, he feared Kit holding a grudge against him even more. Boom. Jace didn't use any supreme artifacts, just took a step forward and threw a punch directly at Dodge. What? Dodge froze, momentarily bewildered. Why was this dragon attacking him? Wait, when did Kit get a real dragon as a subordinate? Hold on, he seemed to have heard that in the distant Chilan Divine Treasury, someone once tamed a true dragon. That person was Carson. Oh no, Zion is Carson? For an instant, Dodge's heart missed a beat, his face turning pale. Damn, could it be any more shocking? He actually prepared to take down the legendary Carson who swept through the Chilan Divine Treasury? A series of thoughts flashed by. Jace's fist rapidly expanded before Dodge. Then it struck, sending Dodge flying. Bang! Under the forceful blow, Dodge spat out blood. His entire aura significantly weakened. However, in the next second, another attack from Jace came. Bang bang bang. Continuous heavy blows sent Dodge spitting blood repeatedly, his presence utterly demoralized and frighteningly feeble. Still, anyone cornered might become desperate. Dodge was no exception. Damn it, you forced my hand. Dodge let out a long cry, activating the talisman in his hand. Rumble. Powerful energy erupted, Dodge's strength instantly increasing tenfold. He aimed a punch at Jace, intending to explode him. SK, what good is strength without technique? Jace sneered disdainfully. He echoed what Kit told him during their earlier confrontation. Until then, Jace realized the importance of Kit's words. Indeed, Dodge's current strength was about 4 to 5 times his own. However, winning a fight wasn't just about strength. Boom. Jace slightly shifted, countering with a punch. Bang. This punch was extremely cunning, delivering significant damage despite its seemingly lesser power. Crack. Dodge's meridians burst, several ribs shattered. He coughed up black blood. Jace's punch blasted apart his heart. While he wouldn't die, severe pain and serious disruptions in his chi circulation left him at barely 40% of his peak ability. Bang. Another snap kick from Jace struck Dodge's head, sending him flying across the ground, leaving deep trenches behind. Cough cough cough. Only then did Dodge manage to stand up, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Dazed, he looked at Jace, wailing, "This can't be. Why? Why did I fail?" SSS. Onlookers' faces turned grim. They knew Dodge wasn't a genius and challenging higher levels was absurd. However, no matter how weak, he was still a celestial lord. Even a starved camel remains bigger than a horse. A tenfold strength advantage could practically overwhelm all tactics. Yet, Jace crushed Dodge with far less strength. What did this imply? The previously helpless Jace, who got pummeled mercilessly by Drew, could now treat most here like children, beating them casually. Not Jace being weak, but Drew too strong. Heavens, what happened just now? SS, who on earth beat that dragon so badly? Who knows? Turtle shell, too powerful. Even at Celestial Lord level, Dodge had no counter. The crowd was amazed. Cadefting his chin, Jace mocked Dodge, "Boy, with you daring to provoke our boss? Clearly don't know what death means." "You." Dodge's face went pale, losing his former arrogance. Looking at Kit incredulously, he asked, "Are you, Carson?" "That's right, I am." Kit nodded with a sullen look. Initially, he had intended to drop the name Carson but didn't expect Jace to bring it back. Thud. Upon hearing Kit confirm it personally, Dodge's face turned green. Looking at Kit, he pleaded, I didn't know your identity. It was never my intention to provoke you." "I understand." Kit didn't care to argue with Dodge anymore. He calmly stated, "You can go now. I have no interest in killing you. You're too weak." "Phew. Thank you for sparing me." Wiping cold sweat, Dodge felt relieved. He didn't feel any shame. Would acknowledging one's weakness before Kit be embarrassing? Certainly not. How many among the spectators would show bravery facing Kit? Chapter 484. I haven't lost yet. All right. The farce is over. Carson, prepare to die. The third-generation Iggy of the Divine Blood sect stared coldly at Kit, his eyes blazing with fury. "Carson, you killed 2 of my junior brothers. I will avenge them." Innocent and naive. Without saying much, Kit focused his gaze on the opponent, extending one hand and said, "My earlier promise still stands. I'll only use one hand. If you can make me use both, then you win. Then you must lose." The third-generation Iggy of the Divine Blood sect gave a light shout, revealing a blood-red blade in his hand. Splash. The moment the blood-red long knife appeared, the entire space was filled with a faint sweet metallic scent. Heavens! It's the Divine Blood Blade. Divine Blood Blade? What's so special about it? Of course, throughout history, within the Divine Blood sect, even few of the Iggy's have been able to wield this supreme technique. Hihi. The prerequisite for the Divine Blood Blade is having divine blood flowing through one's veins, which requires an extremely rare divine body. My word, this third-generation Iggy is definitely a formidable one. Possibly a top talent cultivated by the Divine Blood sect for future greatness, achieving at least the quasi-supreme rank. They really put their all into this. No kidding, after losing 2 successors from the Supreme Force, they need to show their might or people would think no one is left in the Divine Blood sect. The cultivators murmured among themselves. Kit stroked his chin, muttering, "Interesting. It seems the reason this supreme inheritance has lasted until now does make sense." As his cultivation progressed and he delved deeper into ancient texts, his understanding of the supreme inheritance deepened, and his respect for its sword. In the xuanhuan world, the environment was always fluctuating. During harsh times, a single god xianxia level powerhouse could dominate the world. Even geniuses destined to become supremes could barely manage to reach the venerable or king ranks. Conversely, during prosperous eras, divine and saintly herbs were abundant, and even an ordinary being could attain the sage realm. Note: I kept xianxian, as it seems to be a specific term from the original text, but it might need further clarification or translation depending on the full context of the story. To improve fluency and natural reading in English. In the xuanhuan world, the environment was always fluctuating. During difficult times, a single xuanhuan level powerhouse could dominate the world. Even geniuses destined to become supremes could barely manage to reach the venerable or king ranks. Conversely, during prosperous eras, divine and saintly herbs were abundant, and even an ordinary being could attain the sage realm. Such was the terrifying disparity. Thus, major supreme forces preserved numerous top geniuses, waiting for a glorious era to unleash them. Although supremes remained exceedingly rare, achieving quasi-supreme or holy spirit was still viable, far better than wasting away in barren times. So, someone like the Divine Blood sect's third-generation Iggy theoretically shouldn't appear in this era. Only the urgency of the situation had forced the sect to release such hidden talents. Phew. Kit took a deep breath, looking at the third-generation Iggy of the Divine Blood sect. With a serious expression, he admitted, "I must admit, you are much stronger than I expected. Stronger than Russell too. Excellent. What's your name?" "Arlie." The Iggy of the Divine Blood sect spoke each word clearly. "I remember." A rusty sword appeared in Kit's hand. Boom. Blinding sword light shot skyward. Kit calmly gazed at the Divine Blood sect's Iggy and said, "You may attack." "You're really planning to fight me with just one hand?" Arlie was angry, raising his Divine Blood blade to point at Kit. "You'll regret this." Boom. As he finished speaking, Arlie's Divine Blood blade sliced down toward Kit's head like a blood moon. Rip. Space tore open as though paper had been cut. The Divine Blood blade in Arlie's hand seemed to possess a unique power. Despite its apparent slowness, it reached Kit in an instant. Involved in spatial laws? Kit's pupils narrowed. He could sense a portion of spatial law involved in the Divine Blood blade, explaining the paradoxical speed. Humph. Seeing Kit not dodge, Arlie sneered. This Carson was nothing without forbidden weapons and supreme artifacts. Just one strike from him should kill Carson. Ding. Suddenly, Kit smiled, extending his hand to activate Star-Picking War End, turning it golden. Ding. With incredible speed, Kit easily pinched the divine blood blade between 2 fingers. Impossible. Arlie's mind buzzed. He hadn't expected his full power strike to be caught by 2 fingers. How unrealistic. There's nothing impossible. The divine blood blade is strong, but you're too weak. Kit exerted a little pressure. Crack. He effortlessly snapped the divine blood blade and then punched Arlie in the chest, sending him flying. Boom. Arlie spat blood, slamming into the ground like a meteor. Instantly, the whole city shook, creating a 100-mile-wide crater. Hiss. Even the 3rd-generation Iggy of the divine blood sect lost. Not human, claiming to use one hand, yet 2 fingers deflected the full force of the divine blood sect's Iggy. Let me seal myself away. Competing with this monster is tragic. What if he's still alive when you unseal yourself? Go away. Don't say such ominous things. The geniuses lost all hope. Defeated, they saw no way to match Kit. If Kit was just an ordinary genius, they could contest. Now, there was no hope. Some even planned to seal themselves away, waiting for Kit to grow old before emerging to dominate. Boom. Arlie emerged from the crater, clothes tattered and bleeding, but his injuries weren't severe. Staring fiercely at Kit, he roared, "Wait, I haven't lost yet." Kit turned, surprised. Something unusual happened. Despite absorbing his punch, Arlie, aided by the activation of divine blood, stood again, his strength rapidly recovering. Translation note. Names like Kit, Carson, and Arlie are transliterated into English phonetically. Chapter 485, The Ancient Devil Sword. Crack, crack. Arlie's bones cracked loudly as they reset into place. The previously broken bones realigned and returned to their original positions. Blood-red aura erupted from Arlie's body, forming the shadow of a demonic god behind him. Boom. The instant this shadow appeared, the surrounding environment changed dramatically. Kit felt an overwhelming pressure engulf him, constricting the space around him in a suffocating manner. He sensed his control over his body weakening significantly. Damn. Kit was first startled, but quickly regained his composure. This oppressive feeling was not an illusion. It originated from the disturbance caused by the demonic god's shadow on the surrounding space. Heavenly Dao True Eye, open, Kit called out softly. Instantly, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. Rumble. The previously indistinct demonic god immediately transformed into a red blood mist within Kit's vision. Endless blood-red chains pierced through the void, sealing off all escape routes. Hiss. So this is the shadow of a deity? Kit looked at the various shadows before him, sucking in a sharp breath. Arlie truly lived up to being the hidden genius of the divine blood sect, reserved for achieving the supreme position. Setting aside other aspects, just this demonic shadow alone surpassed most geniuses Kit knew. Among them, only Grady could easily combat it. Others would have to resort to forbidden techniques like burning bloodlines, summoning ancestors, or forcibly elevating their realms, each with its own bloody price. Phew. Kit took a deep breath and looked up at the sky where the shadow of Grady hovered. Indeed, this exceeds my expectations. Boom. Infinite blood-red chi coalesced around Arlie, forming a crimson battle armor. Ping. A blood-red longsword materialized in Arlie's hand. The sword was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, resembling a door panel with intricate blood-red patterns winding around it, radiating a killing aura. Arlie coldly gazed at Kit and said, "Carson, this is the divine blood sect's forbidden technique, the divine blood battle armor. It is unparalleled in defense and attack, and this sword is named the Ancient Blood Devil Sword. Prepare to die." That sword. Kit's gaze fell on the blood-red longsword. For some reason, it felt eerily similar to the magic sword he wielded. There's no need to guess. It's that broken sword. Xiuxian spoke up, explaining that shadow is a mark left in the world, once a holder of the magic sword. Unfortunately, it was obliterated in time and calamities. You won't find any traces of its existence. Was I that big back then? The voice of the magic sword sounded surprised. Hearing this, Xiuxian was speechless. It seems you've lost many memories, including your original form. The magic sword was momentarily speechless. As Xiuxian had pointed out, it was indeed greatly damaged, resulting in many memories being lost, especially regarding its former self. Alright, stop reminiscing. Kit raised his head and gazed at the blood-red longsword in Arlie's hand. This sword isn't simple. Don't worry, kid. As long as you're fearless, facing it head-on will do. It's just a shadow. What's there to fear? Neither the magic sword nor Xiuxian considered the shadow worth much concern. However, this did not include Kit. He lifted his head, focusing on Arlie, saying, "You're impressive enough to make me use my true strength." What? Arlie's pupils narrowed in shock. From Kit's words, it seemed he hadn't even taken the previous confrontation seriously. No, he definitely hadn't. Boom. A rust-covered sword appeared in Kit's hand. An Imperial-grade weapon, that mysterious supreme sword. Could Carson be preparing to fight with an Imperial-grade weapon? No, that supreme sword is special. It remains sealed until the rust falls off, revealing its power. So that's why. I heard Kit's swordsmanship surpasses all. Perhaps because of his swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Heh. I once witnessed one of his stunning strikes, unforgettable for life. The surrounding cultivators marveled. Kit held the rust-covered sword in one hand, calmly saying to Arlie, "Let me see how strong that ancient blood devil sword in your hand really is." Boom. As soon as he spoke, a layer of ice-blue sword aura emerged around Kit's rust-covered sword. Though the sword and its glow were only 4 feet long, the moment the sword aura appeared, Arlie's expression changed drastically. For someone of extraordinary talent like Arlie, with heightened divine senses, he could instantly tell that although the sword strike seemed plain and akin to a chi condensation stage level, it actually compressed immense force to the extreme without any leakage. Achieving such precision was no small feat. Even Arlie himself couldn't match it. Phew. Arlie's gaze shifted back to Kit, regaining his calmness before coldly stating, Carson, no matter how exquisitely you control your strength, you can never be my match. Is that so? Kit raised his head, his face unchanging. He stepped forward, casting a cold glance at Arlie before saying, then let's see. Whoosh. The ancient blood devil sword, resembling a door panel, appeared in Arlie's hand. He pointed at Kit coldly, saying, Tian Xiaobian, prepare to die. Boom. At the end of his sentence, Arlie's speed surged as he drew a streak of blood-red light across the sky, rushing toward Kit. Phew. Kit gripped the sword with one hand and closed his eyes. Whoosh. The surrounding space dissipated, replaced by countless chains of law constructing the entire world. This represented a deeper realm of heavenly Dao swordsmanship. At this level, Kit sought to sever more than just his opponent. Chapter 486, Instant Kill with a Single Sword Stroke. It was the threads of law. Any attack, any life, was constructed from the laws of existence, and Kit's sword technique had become purer, targeting only the fundamental laws. What is this? Arlie's face showed a look of bewilderment. He raised his alertness to the maximum, but the speed of his movements remained unchanged as he continued to swing his blade at Kit. Swish! The blade tore through the air, severing everything in its path. At this moment, Kit suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at the long sword before him, and took a deep breath. Splash! An ice-blue sword stroke descended, facing the ancient blood devil blade. It merely sliced through effortlessly. Crack! A barely audible crisp sound erupted. In the next second, the ancient blood devil blade snapped cleanly and then slowly dissipated. No, this can't be. Arlie stared at the soul-devouring devil blade in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. Splash! In the next instant, a crimson trail of blood slowly trickled down from Arlie's neck. Over the bloodstain, ice-blue sword chi emerged. Crack! Arlie's neck severed. His body plummeted downward while only his head floated in midair. I was beheaded? How could that be? That sword was too fast. What happened? No, I couldn't even fight back against him? A series of thoughts raced through Arlie's mind. His eyes widened, filled with endless regret. Huff! At this moment, Kit turned around, looking up at Arlie's floating head and said, You lost. Without your body, you have no power to fight. Arlie looked at Kit's condescending attitude, feeling extremely annoyed. But there was nothing he could do. Outclassed in skill, fairly defeated and beheaded, he had no excuse. Heaven, just one sword stroke, and Arlie was beheaded? Why are you surprised? Isn't it normal for Carson to win? That's right. The guy's reputation in Qilin Divine Repository isn't just talk. He's truly formidable. One sword stroke and the third-generation young lord of the Divine Blood Sect is done. Heh, I heard Carson is ruthless. This might lead to a fourth young lord for the Divine Blood Sect. What a tragedy. Around them, the cultivators chattered, not displaying much excitement. Especially those who came from the Qilin Divine Repository were already numb. They had witnessed Kit taking down strong opponents one after another, humiliating geniuses mercilessly. Honestly, killing the third-generation young lord of the Divine Blood Sect wasn't such a rare occurrence anymore. Arlie glared at Kit and shouted, Carson, I've lost, but a man can be killed but not humiliated. Why don't you finish me off? Are you preparing to humiliate me? Humiliate you? I'm not that bored. Kit sheathed his sword and glanced at Arlie. That's enough. I have no time to play games with you. Let's go. You won't kill me? Arlie stared at Kit, his face filled with incredulity. He had prepared himself for death at Kit's hands. Leaving his life intact left him utterly astounded. I'm giving you a chance to see if you can defeat me in the future. Kit glanced at Arlie indifferently. As for killing you, there's no need. I'm not a mass murderer. Arlie wore an odd expression. Having killed 2 senior cultivators and numerous geniuses in the Qilin Divine Repository, he claimed not to be a killer? Who would believe that? At this point, the outside group of cultivators also froze. Did I hear that right? Carson saying he's not a mass murderer? Sounds ridiculous. Don't say that. It might be true. In fact, I once heard that although Carson wiped out Divine Blood Sect and Xylan clan strongholds, he let the outer disciples escape, only executing ordinary disciples. Indeed, Carson targeted those who hunted him down. For others with no enmity towards him, he usually didn't harm them. Interesting. It seems Carson isn't as evil as legend says. Obviously, look at that sword strike, full of righteous aura. It's clearly a supreme sword technique, not the work of a bloodthirsty demon. The cultivators chattered, their fear of Kit somewhat diminished. At this moment, a teleportation talisman appeared in Kit's hand. He snapped his fingers, and a portal materialized. Glancing at Wilbur Wong, he said, All right, let's go. Sure thing, boss. Wilbur Wong was highly excited. He followed Kit's pace, quickly catching up. Swoosh. Caden appeared before Kit, examining the portal critically and said, Using a Heaven Dao teleportation talisman for just moving is wasteful. Let me handle it. As he spoke, infinite runes emerged in Caden's hand, ready to open a spatial gate. Cough. Don't mess around again. Last time you sent us 2 million miles off course. Haven't you forgotten? Kit replied in exasperation. But that was 2 times ago. Last time it was only 200,000 miles. Caden corrected reluctantly. I promise this time the deviation will be minimal. How minimal? A few dozen feet, or a few hundred feet? Wilbur Wong asked curiously. Caden glanced at Wilbur Wong and replied, Neither dozens nor hundreds of feet. More like 70 or 80,000 miles. Excuse me. Boss, let's go. Wilbur Wong immediately stepped into the spatial gate without hesitation. Joking, 70 or 80,000 miles? Is that considered minimal deviation? Don't play around. If you end up in the western regions, coming back would take years. Kit pursed his lips and walked away. I'm reliable, alright? Caden muttered in annoyance, following Kit to a secluded small mountain. This place? Is this inside the Supreme Battleground? Wilburwong looked around, amazed. Don't know, but it should be within the Supreme Battleground. Kit activated his Heavenly Dao True Eye, scanning the surroundings. He saw only barren wilderness, completely uninhabited. Moreover, the environmental resources here were far from abundant. On the contrary, it was extremely poor. The surrounding spiritual energy was sparse, less than 1/10,000th of xuanhuan worlds. Even Kit found it difficult to absorb spirit energy from the environment. This place is so desolate. Is this really the Supreme Battleground? ##### Chapter 487. A Perilous Marsh. Kit frowned slightly, muttering to himself, did I get teleported to the wrong place as well? No mistake. This is the condition within the Supreme Battlefield. Grady glanced at Kit and explained, this place is where Supremes engage in battle. It is filled with danger and malice. It's neither a benevolent land nor a resource-rich area. Most regions are like this, barren and desolate, just like you see now, a vast stretch of dried and yellowed earth. Only in some special zones can treasures be found. Ah. When Uninstall heard this, he replied with some disappointment, then isn't it really hard to find them? In theory, it indeed is very difficult, said Grady. Within the radius of hundreds of millions of miles from where several Supremes clashed, everything has been reduced to ashes and ruins. After countless ages, places containing treasures have all been claimed by the major Supreme forces. What's left for us are merely scraps. Interesting. Kit's eyes sparkled, and he said, since that's the case, then we'll just stir up trouble. Coincidentally, I have enemies scattered throughout the world. At the time, when I was being pursued by hundreds of half-saints from various factions, I made sure to remember each one of them. Time to settle those debts. Great. Uninstall rubbed his hands together excitedly. Haha, boss, I've been wanting to do this for a while. By the way, where are Nash and the others? Kit asked curiously. Well, they entered the Supreme Battlefield earlier. I posed as an imposter to lure you out. Uninstall paused, then added, but they should be fine. They have Supreme artifacts protecting them. Okay. Kit nodded slightly. At this point, Grady asked, so, which sect will you target first? Kit gestured, and a map appeared. He pointed to a location on it and said, naturally, we start with xianxia sect, about 2,000 li away from here. Xianxia sect. Uninstall's eyes widened in surprise. That's a near Supreme level force, possibly even with an ancient emperor residing there. Boss, didn't I recall that you don't have many golden willow leaves left? Destroying xianxia sect would waste one. Wouldn't that be wasteful? If it's just in Digby, no need for the golden willow leaf. Kit shook his head slightly. He folded the map and said, enough talk. It's not early anymore. Let's go. All right. Uninstall eagerly followed. Xianxia sect? Interesting. How did this sect manage to endure until now? Grady stood with his hands behind his back, a look of reminiscence on his face. You know people from Xianxia sect? Kit looked at Grady with surprise. Well, during my days in the Supreme Battlefield, I killed the founder of Xianxia sect 8 times and drove him into isolation. Grady smiled and continued, later, the founder of Xianxia sect, Jamar, established the sect. It has been around for about 18 million years now. As you say that, I recall something. Xianxia sect has a rule that states Grady and dogs shall not enter. Uninstall looked strangely at Grady and asked incredulously, you're really Grady? In theory, yes. Grady nodded slightly. In reality, I'm just a drop of blood. My true divine soul was shattered, and even my memories are incomplete. I see. Uninstall fell silent for a moment. Sorry, it's fine. Grady remained calm. I've severed my past and am ready to reattain my Supreme status. The glories of the past are unimportant. Not bad, truly fitting of a Supreme. Your magnanimity is different. Uninstall gave a compliment, then smiled and asked, since we're friends now, could you teach me a few Supreme secrets or techniques? Sure, your Supreme artifact is nice. Could you lend it to me for a bit? Grady also smiled and patted Uninstall on the shoulder, saying, this crimson gold imperial coffin looks familiar. It might have been mine. Are you serious? Uninstall was speechless. Grady seemed more shameless than he thought. He was trying to bluff the crimson gold imperial coffin away. Too ruthless. All right, stop joking around. We're here. Kit stopped walking, arms crossed behind his back, looking down at a vast marsh ahead. The marsh stretched for thousands of miles. Everywhere were waters dozens of meters deep and towering trees over 100 meters tall. A putrid stench permeated the entire swamp, and numerous large beasts' bones littered the ground. Venomous creatures like snakes, insects, and scorpions roamed freely, including ancient venomous creatures such as red-armored demon scorpions. Even Kit would be poisoned if stung. This doesn't look good. Uninstall frowned. This place feels extremely dangerous. It is very dangerous, Grady said. The water in this marsh contains the corpse water of Supremes, which should corrode everything, but the basin's structure naturally purifies the entire basin's toxic fumes. This results in a unique formation where both Supreme corpse water exists alongside various rare herbs and ultimate toxins. If unlucky, one might encounter Supreme corpse water and be instantly corroded into a pool of blood. That doesn't make sense. How did Xianxia sect enter the depths of the marsh? Uninstall mused. They wouldn't use their Supreme artifact to brute force their way through, right? Not likely. The whole marsh functions like a natural array. Following the correct path through the array should avoid the Supreme corpse water, Kit interjected. Grady, what do you think? Basically, yes. Let me lead the way. Grady nodded and took a step forward to take the lead. But Kit pressed a hand on Grady's shoulder and said sarcastically, forget it. I think you're missing too many memories. You might end up leading us into a trap. I'll go instead. Impossible. Grady refused to believe it. All right. Is that path a living road or a dead end? Chapter 488. Finding trouble is my specialty. Kit casually pointed in a direction. Cashin stared intently for a long while, remaining silent before he said, it's the path to survival. right? Alright, old dragon, let's go the other way. Kit rubbed his temples and stepped out, heading towards another direction. Sure thing. Wilbur Wong quickly followed. Compared to the unfamiliar Cassians, he trusted Kit more. Cassians was speechless and somewhat doubtful. Had he truly lost some of his memories? Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to resolve even a regional power situation. Shaking his head, Cassians followed directly. Traversing through the entire swamp area, Kit witnessed what it truly meant to be surrounded by peril. Death hung heavily in the air. He even saw the corpse of a holy spirit, already decayed. Half its body vanished, with only bones remaining. Countless skeletons lay in the swamp, radiating not death but vitality, a phenomenon bizarre beyond belief. After traveling several hundred miles deeper, circumstances changed abruptly. Voices emerged from the distance. Seize her. Don't let her escape. What a bastard. This guy dared to snatch our Golden Stone sect's holy relic. Hurry. She has an essence blood core on her. We can't let her get away. If she escapes, we will face severe punishment. Ha ha ha. She entered a deadly place, where even powerful beings die. A series of voices echoed. Kit paused, then grinned. Interesting. Let's check it out. I love meddling in others' affairs. Hee hee. Just finding trouble? Boss, leave it to me. Wilbur Wong volunteered and charged forward first. In no time, they arrived at a small island in the swamp, where 6 cultivators dressed in golden robes stood excitedly watching in one direction. In that direction, a black fog-shrouded mudfield harbored strange black creatures suspected to be undead. A woman in white faced these creatures solemnly, swinging her sword against them. SSSHH. As the sword sliced through, the black fog dispersed only to reform instantly, unharmed. Bam! The black fog attacked the woman fiercely. Fright appeared on her beautiful face as golden light formed a shield around her, blocking the attack. Yet, the black fog slowly eroded the golden shield. Ha 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 ha. Useless. Humph. Those are dead spirits born from the swamp's death aura. Anybody it targets will be assimilated. She's done for. Notify the sect. Have the elder retrieve the essence blood core. The 6 disciples were utterly cold-blooded. At this moment, Wilbur Wong had already appeared before one disciple, kicking him aside. Bam! The disciple flew hundreds of feet away, almost into a dead zone. What kind of person? How dare you enter our hidden base? Looking for death. No need to talk. Deal with him. Humph. Among all the forces in Zhongzhou, few dare to provoke us Golden Stone sect. No matter your origin, you die today. The 5 disciples lunged at Wilbur Wong without hesitation. Wilbur Wong sneered, you lot aren't even worth remolding. Why do you dare challenge me? Damn, quite arrogant. All together, kill him. Kill. Instantly, they attacked, their moves impressive enough to intimidate even common venerables. But Wilbur Wong, standing hands free, extended a hand with a smirk. Bam! An enormous palm covering hundreds of feet formed instantly, shrinking to 10 feet before descending from the sky. Bam! This strike's power was terrifying, reducing everything it touched to ashes. The 5 disciples paled as their combined strength proved futile against Wilbur Wong's palm. Crack! The impact created a 10-foot wide, 100-foot deep pit, leaving only 5 bloody human-shaped stains at the bottom. The 5 disciples were annihilated completely. You're quite cruel. Kit shook his head, sighing. Boss, you say I'm cruel? Wilbur Wong retorted, unhappy. What would you do if you were here? One sword would suffice, Kit replied, rubbing his chin. That method is relatively merciful. You left one survivor. Wilbur Wong was speechless. He looked at the last disciple with a mysterious smile. Don't worry. I'll be gentle. Who are you? The disciple was dumbfounded. Let me die knowing at least, he pleaded. My name is Carson, Kit responded. Go back and inform your sect. I've come. From today onward, this area belongs to me. Choose, leave or die. Theon. Carson? The disciple sat down in shock, trembling. No wonder something felt off within the sect. Off. Kit frowned, grabbing the disciple by the collar. Explain. Gulp. The disciple blanched, asking nervously, if I tell you, can you spare my life? I know you always keep your word. Hashtag chapter 489. Cooperation. You still remember this? Donald instantly laughed. He said, all right, I agree not to kill you this time. Tell me, what's really going on with the Golden Stone sect? This is how it is. A group of powerful beings appeared out of nowhere here. The Golden Stone sect cultivator explained. These powerful beings are all our sect's ancestors who had previously sealed themselves away. They've now moved en masse into the supreme battlefield. Meanwhile, the various formations throughout the entire swamp have been reinforced as if they were preparing to deal with some formidable enemy. When did it start? Donald asked, frowning. A month ago. The cultivator answered quickly. A month ago is when the ethereal summit began, and the Golden Stone sect was present. It seems they knew I was coming to the supreme battlefield, Donald murmured to himself. He muttered, setting up a trap in advance for me to jump into? Interesting. Let's see if the pit you've dug is deep enough to bury me. Anything else you need to say? Can you let me go then? The cultivator trembled, his eyes filled with a desperate yearning to live. You can go, but best if you leave the Golden Stone sect. This rotten sect will soon be gone. Donald left the cultivator behind. Then, he turned to look at the Edie shrouded in black mist, his eyes carrying a hint of surprise. This Edie was not an ordinary person. After all, that black mist was extremely perilous. Even a typical great power could accidentally fall victim to it. One would be gradually drained of their true chi by these mists until they eventually died. Only this Edie had managed to endure for at least half a quarter without any harm, her golden light continuously emerging. Even after seeing Donald and the others take down the Golden Stone sect cultivators, she still had the presence of mind to ask for help. Fellow Taoists, please save me. I'll be eternally grateful. Donald laughed and asked the Edie with a smile. Why should I save you? Is there any benefit for me? What benefit? I'm just a wandering cultivator who's almost too poor to buy clothes. The Edie rolled her eyes, pouted, and grumbled. Really stingy. Never mind. I'll handle it myself. Pfft. Interesting. Donald chuckled. With his hands behind his back, he asked leisurely. But they mentioned you have the supreme blood marrow. What do you want? The Edie became wary, eyeing Donald nervously. Supreme blood marrow was immensely valuable, comparable to a divine herb. It was enough to drive any cultivator mad, making killing for treasure perfectly normal. Not taking action would be the abnormality. Nothing much. I'm not interested in your share. What I need is a large amount of supreme blood marrow. Donald shook his head and continued. How about this? I'll rescue you, and we'll cooperate to destroy this branch of the Golden Stone sect. I just want the supreme blood marrow, and the rest will be divided equally among us. What do you think? Why should I trust you? The Edie frowned slightly, her face showing hesitation. Hee hee. Donald laughed softly, standing up and saying, You can think I won't keep my promise, but can things get worse than the three of us ganging up on you right now? Ah, I get it. The Edie blinked her eyes and smiled. All right, we'll cooperate. Can you give me a hand? Pleasure doing business. Donald smiled faintly. A rusty sword materialized in his hand as he stepped forward into the death zone. Rumble. As Donald entered, the situation changed abruptly. The black mist that had been besieging the Edie instantly dissipated and surged toward Donald. Simultaneously, endless black mist pressed down upon Donald. What's happening? Why are they all attacking the boss? Cortez's face was full of shock. It's because of the terrifying vitality in his body, Xian said with his hands behind his back. For black mist, quality surpasses quantity in terms of terror, and he possesses the chaos body, with its precious life essence. Combined with his physical refinement, his blood chi has approached the level of a semi-saint physique, making him extremely attractive to this black mist. Imagine having a divine herb equivalent to 100,000-year-old herbs. Which one would you choose first? Certainly, I'd go for the divine herb no matter the cost. Cortez immediately understood, looking at Donald with concern. At this moment, the Edie was also surprised. She looked at Donald, her pupils constricting and asked, Are you okay? Should I help too? No need. Donald remained calm. His rusty sword appeared, releasing icy blue sword chi. Facing the endless black mist, Donald slashed once, causing millions of sword chi threads to explode. Instantly, within a radius of hundreds of feet, the black mist vanished into thin air. However, Donald didn't use this opportunity to leave, but held the rusty sword and walked towards the source of the black mist. Rumble. The endless black mist coalesced again, sweeping toward Donald. Without a word, Donald swung his sword backward. Shryripe. The black mist dissipated again as Donald advanced undeterred. What a monster. The Edie gaped in amazement, utterly stunned. She had personally faced the black mist and knew how tenacious it was. She could only use true chi to evaporate it bit by bit. Other sword techniques or saber methods were virtually useless against this bizarre black mist. Under normal circumstances, even an emperor might not be able to clear the black mist within 100 meters with a single strike. It was simply absurd. SSSSSS. The endless black mist seemed infinite. Whenever Donald cleared a patch of mist, more would surge forth. Watching Donald disappear into the black mist, the Edie felt curiosity arise. Could there be treasures within this black mist? Thinking this, the Edie didn't retreat to a safe place but followed Donald deeper into the black mist. Should we follow? Cortez turned to Xian. Let's go. Xian nodded and disappeared instantly. Wait for me. Seeing this, Cortez followed without a second thought. Rumble. At this point, Donald continuously swept through the black mist, pushing deeper inside. After advancing several dozen miles, the situation changed again. Chapter 490. Invaluable Divine Medicine. In the endless black mist, faint glimmers of light flickered. What's that? The Jet exclaimed in surprise, his entire dragon face filled with disbelief. It seems to be a divine medicine. DeAndre's eyes flashed with points of light. He had activated his heavenly eye and could discern some vague shapes within the mist. Divine medicine? Xandra was extremely delighted. She said, I didn't expect to find an extraordinary divine medicine growing amidst this black mist. It's unbelievable. Why wait any longer? Let's go. The Jet took the lead, preparing to rush into the mist and seize the divine medicine first. Boom. He moved incredibly fast toward the glimmering light, but only after a few steps, Armando stopped him with a raised hand, leaving him immobile. Wait, something is off. Armando frowned slightly, specks of divine light appearing in his golden eyes. For ordinary people, the pitch-black mist was impenetrable, but under the true heavenly eye, it was easily seen through. Several miles away, there lay a small black lake. The lake, about the size of a football field, exuded overwhelming death energy. A black lotus bloomed in the middle of the lake, swaying gently with the breeze, emitting a faint floral fragrance. Seeing the black lotus, Armando cast a talisman from his hand. Boom! Blinding golden light exploded, instantly clearing the black mist for dozens of miles around. The entire black lake was now exposed before Armando, the Jet, and the others. Black lotus? The Jet, looking at the black lotus, gasped. He said, it's a sacred object for nourishing the primordial soul, born from a place of death. Even if one's primordial soul is shattered, it can be restored by this lotus. A truly supreme divine medicine, capable of reviving the dead and regenerating bones. My goodness, we might have hit a gold mine. Gulp. Xandra was extremely shocked, her eyes spinning as she thought of ways to obtain the black lotus. After all, divine medicines were rare finds, unattainable treasures. No amount of ordinary resources could exchange for even one divine herb. This thing was priceless. Just consuming it could extend one's life by tens of thousands of years effortlessly. If refined into elixirs, it could extend a cultivator's life by hundreds of thousands of years. Such a treasure would tempt even holy spirits to act. Who would have thought I'd encounter a black lotus here? Incredible. DeAndre also marveled but then furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Boom. The void ruptured, revealing a spatial crack. An incomparable aura erupted, terrifying enough to freeze one's blood. An Imperial-level expert. Let's get out of here. DeAndre's face paled. With a slight pause, he retreated thousands of feet in an instant, reaching a safe distance. Xandra and the jet reacted a split second slower, rapidly retreating. Only Armando remained standing still. Rip. A bony claw made of skeletal bones lunged towards Armando at lightning speed. Rumble. The sound of thunder boomed. The bony claw approached Armando's forehead, less than an inch away, ready to shatter his primordial soul. Boss, be careful. The jet shouted in alarm, unable to resist warning Armando. Rip. The bony claw pierced straight through Armando's forehead. However, no blood spurted, no movement occurred. It passed through like air. It's an illusion. The jet breathed a sigh of relief, drenched in cold sweat. Too frightening. At least an Imperial-level ambush. To survive was sheer luck. Splash. The bony claw missed and tried to retract. At that moment, Armando's icy voice rang out. You want to retreat? Not that easy. Leave your arm. Heaven Emperor / execute. Boom. Pure golden light exploded. Holding a rusted sword, Armando executed the Heaven Emperor / clang. The pure golden blade struck the bony claw, causing sparks to fly but left the claw unharmed, retracting further into the void. Wanna run? Divine Seal Talisman, emerge? Boom. Instantly, countless golden lines flashed in the surrounding space, spreading outward like ripples on a lake, revealing everything they touched. Snap. The owner of the bony claw couldn't withstand the golden lines. A humanoid skeleton dropped out of the void, unable to hide anymore. Why did you attack me? Armando lifted his chin, coldly eyeing the skeleton and asked. We have no grievances. This isn't good for you. I'll have to kill you. Hehehe, humans must die. The skeleton sneered at Armando. You are human, so you will die too. No, you're wrong. I'm different. Armando raised his hand, pointing at the skeleton. Even if you're an Imperial level today, you'll die. Arrogant. Golden soul fire flickered in the skeleton's eye sockets. His emotions surged. Furious, he said, for countless years, no one dared disturb me. Since you've disturbed me, prepare to die. Boom. The skeleton attacked without giving Armando time to react. Your speed, decent. Armando roared softly as his chaotic blood boiled. Boom. His aura surged, multiplying tenfold within an instant, reaching nearly half Emperor level strength. However, he was still over 10 times weaker compared to the skeleton. Just a half Emperor. You dare to kill me? The Imperial skeleton's tone dripped with disdain. Moving at lightning speed, his bone claws aimed directly for Armando's forehead. Heaven Dao Sword. Armando's Heaven Dao Sword unleashed, turning the surroundings into lines of power. A faint white line appeared briefly. Rip. Following the white line, Armando slashed down. With one strike, the once impenetrable bony structure cracked under Armando's sword. Crack. A crisp sound followed. Hashtag chapter 491. World-shaking sword. An arm of the Imperial skeleton fell to the ground. It's impossible. The Imperial skeleton was utterly stupefied. Even though it had lived for countless ages and acknowledged its limited strength, it knew there were many who could defeat it. But being disarmed by a sword strike from a mere half-step Emperor was beyond belief. After all, the gap between it and Kit was 20 to 30 times. Under normal circumstances, a single blow would be enough to annihilate Kit. Such a formidable sword technique. Grady couldn't help but marvel. The Edie found it strange and muttered to herself, this is odd. It's as if the Imperial skeleton willingly offered its arm. Could this be a trick? What you say? It's not entirely implausible. Jet scratched his head, puzzled. But why? An Imperial-level entity overwhelming an ordinary half-step Emperor already has an insurmountable advantage. Why bother with such subterfuge? That's not subterfuge. Grady shook his head slightly, explaining, that last sword strike appeared gentle and effortless. In reality, it followed the will of heaven, striking with precision. Even a slight deviation or variation in speed would have failed to sever the arm. This was extremely precise. Hiss. If that's true, then it's quite terrifying indeed. Jet couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Kit retreated from the Dao sword state, his gaze sweeping over the Imperial skeleton as he spoke. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth. You shouldn't exist in this world. Do you have any last words? If not, I'll send you on your way. You're courting death. The Imperial skeleton roared furiously. It refused to believe it could lose, reattaching its severed arm before charging at Kit once more. Boom. With one punch, the Imperial skeleton shattered the surrounding space. Kit's pupils constricted as the tranquil steps burst forth beneath him, moving thousands of meters away in an instant to evade the attack. Almost simultaneously, a faint ice-blue glow emerged on Kit's Dao sword. The intricate lines reappeared around him, now entirely black without any white ones. Clearly, this wasn't a good time for an attack. Rumble. The Imperial skeleton continued its frenzied assault, roaring, Boy, you think you're so strong? Try cutting off my arm again. The next time, I'll cut off your head. Kit's expression remained calm, unperturbed by the provocation. Rumble. The Imperial skeleton grew even angrier. Its attacks came down like a torrential storm, yet it couldn't match the speed of Kit's tranquil steps, allowing him to dodge each strike effortlessly. Ah, boy, can you only run? The Imperial skeleton roared in frustration, its voice brimming with fury. Not at all. Kit took a deep breath, and a faint white thread appeared in his vision, almost invisible but distinctly present. Shriek. An ice-blue sword beam sliced through the air, heading straight for the Imperial Skeleton's skull. A cheap trick. The Imperial Skeleton dismissed it disdainfully. To it, Kit's movements were incredibly slow, akin to a tortoise's pace. It could easily evade. However, when it tried to move, things changed abruptly. It felt as if it was trapped in quicksand, unable to budge despite its efforts. What's happening? The Imperial Skeleton began to panic, realizing something alarming. Temporal law. You interfered with time. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Kit's tone was icy cold as he brought the sword down. Crack. The top of the Imperial Skeleton's skull shattered, the ice-blue blade lodging itself into the skull before cleaving it cleanly in two. Splash. The pure golden flame of its soul was exposed before Kit. Without hesitation, he struck again, splitting the soul flame in half. Shriek. The soul flame split, losing much of its brilliance and sustaining serious damage. Boy, how dare you hurt me? The Imperial Skeleton roared in rage, filled with immense anger. Now devoid of any confidence, it fled immediately when Kit's tranquil steps reached their peak, dashing directly into the black lake without looking back. Splash. The black water rippled momentarily. He ran? Kit watched the fleeing Imperial Skeleton, frowning slightly, a headache beginning to form. The black liquid in the lake wasn't simple. It was formed from countless years of accumulated death energy, including supreme-level death energy. Any contact could turn one into a rotten corpse, corrupting the primordial spirit, turning it into a mindless zombie. This is going to be troublesome. Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. How could he drag the Imperial Skeleton out of the lake? He needed to find a way because using a supreme-grade artifact to gather medicinal herbs from the lake wouldn't be satisfying. Additionally, relying on artifacts would hamper his growth. For Kit, using a supreme-grade artifact was only necessary if the opponent wielded one against him. Meanwhile, deep within the Golden Stone Sex Branch, the main hall was in turmoil. An elder abruptly stood up, staring at the direction where Kit was located, his face etched with disbelief and concern. The other cultivators also sensed something amiss, causing tension to rise within the hall. What's happening? Such powerful energy fluctuations. It's death energy, likely from a powerful death creature erupting. That doesn't make sense. We've always coexisted peacefully. Why did they suddenly rebel? The senior experts discussed heatedly, full of bewilderment. Just then, a disciple stumbled into the hall, shouting, "Elders, something terrible has happened. Calm down. What is it?" "Yes, boy, don't panic. Speak slowly. With us here, what problem can't we solve?" The faces of the senior experts in the hall darkened significantly. Chapter 492. Breaking the Heavenly Tribulation. Anxiety started to creep into everyone's hearts. At this moment, one of the disciples exclaimed, "Elders, Carson has come." "What?" Immediately, the elders couldn't maintain their composure. Their faces turned green with anxiety. Though they had anticipated it, hearing that Kit was indeed here caused an involuntary shiver down their spines. Their spirits were now on high alert. After all, several quasi-saints had already died at the hands of Kit, not just 4 or 5, but even 2 saint-level existences. Whether Kit had killed them personally or not, it proved that he was not someone easy to deal with. What do we do? Should we reconcile with Carson and compensate him? I believe we should instead try to kill Carson. Using a secret artifact could prevent him from using his supreme weapon, then we can eliminate him. That's impossible. The Divine Blood Sect already tried this and it didn't work. Perhaps, we don't need to make a move directly. We can trick him into entering a place of death. In the supreme battlefield, there are places where even near supreme beings have fallen. No matter how strong Carson is, even if he brings his supreme weapon, he might not survive in such an environment. No, Carson isn't stupid enough to fall for it. We won't tell him anything. First, we send someone to engage him and try to eliminate him. If we fail, we lure him into that place. That place is infamous as a death trap. Relax, you've secluded yourself too long and don't know the current situation. That area has been sealed off by us for nearly 10 million years, so very few people know about it. Indeed, according to outside rumors, that place can produce supreme blood marrow, a treasure land. Now let's see how Carson escapes. The elders' faces were grim, their smiles sinister. The Golden Rock sect disciple, lying on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief at the elders' schemes. He hadn't expected his elders to be so cunning, no, so resourceful. Now Carson really would die. Kit still stood before the Black Lake. With hands behind his back, he pondered but found no special solution. "Boss, maybe we should give up?" Just then, Ari walked over and said, "People die for wealth, birds die for food. This place is too strange. If things go wrong, it wouldn't be worth it." "Boy, give up. This lake contains tens of millions of years of dead chi. Even a supreme weapon might not withstand it," Supreme Soul Eater remarked. "Because at the bottom of the lake lies corrupted supreme flesh, producing supreme dead chi and a massive amount of corpse poison. Once infected, certain death awaits. There's always a way out." Kit took a deep breath, turning to face Ari, saying, "You guys retreat first. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move." "What ultimate move?" Ari was bewildered, unsure what Kit was up to. Could it be? Supreme Soul Eater seemed to have realized something. He looked up to see dark clouds gathering in the sky, accompanied by endless thunder. In an instant, heavenly majesty filled the entire space. Heavenly tribulation? The Edie's expression changed abruptly. The next second, she rapidly retreated. So did Ari and Supreme Soul Eater, running like rabbits, covering dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. "Can't believe this kid uses heavenly tribulation to solve the Dead Chi Lake problem. Genius." Supreme Soul Eater observed Kit under the heavenly tribulation, unable to help but marvel. If anything could counteract supreme dead chi in this world, it would be the heavenly tribulation. Its power came from heavenly Tao. No matter how strong supremes were, they couldn't challenge heaven and earth. Therefore, while supreme dead chi was heaven-defying, it stood powerless against heavenly tribulation and would evaporate entirely. Rumble. In an instant, endless thunder roared from the sky, engulfing the entire heavens. Phew. The heavenly tribulation of the divine sea secret realm. Kit deeply inhaled, silently bringing his inner true energy to its peak. Since his breakthrough, he hadn't undergone heavenly tribulation, intending to mislead others. Instead, he encountered an imperial great skeleton. Looking around, thunderstorms surrounded the space. All surrounding dead chi instantly lay dormant, fearful of any movement under heavenly tribulation. Any action would lead to merciless suppression. The imperial great skeleton at the lake bottom was now anxiously awaiting his fate, realizing what it felt like to be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Heavenly tribulation locked everything, leaving him vulnerable. Any movement would result in fatal targeting. Gods couldn't save him. Unlike ordinary cultivators who faced a 10% survival rate during tribulations, as a dead creature, he wasn't supposed to exist here, thus having a 0 chance of survival once triggered. Boom. Silver-white lightning split open, rushing towards Kit. Boom. Kit neither dodged nor fled, allowing the celestial lightning to strike him. Boom. A powerful impact erupted. Kit staggered back a few steps, heart pounding. Half his body tingled numbly. This is much more powerful than before. Kit showed surprise, feeling the heavenly tribulation strength far exceeding the norm. Yet, considering his surroundings, he understood he might have been affected by dead chi, increasing the difficulty of the tribulation inadvertently. Phew. Doesn't matter. First get the divine herb. Taking a deep breath, Kit walked toward the divine herb several miles away. It was essential for his primordial soul to reach the 7th level of cultivation, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Boom. Above the sky, another dozen or so bolts of heavenly tribulation struck him. Each landed precisely on Kit, yet didn't harm him. Under the influence of his chaotic scripture, massive amounts of tribulation power were absorbed, transforming into true energy, replenishing Kit. Crack. Kit stepped onto the black, dead chi lake. Instantly, the lake's surface scattered, avoiding contact with the heavenly tribulation aura emanating from Kit. Chapter 493. Securing the divine medicine. 100 meters around Kit, the lake water formed by condensed death aura instantly dissipated, leaving no trace of any water. Only black soil remained, carrying a hint of death aura. It seems this heavenly tribulation power is indeed quite useful, Kit muttered with delight. For the death aura in the lake, the power of the heavenly tribulation was an absolute nemesis, causing it unparalleled fear and preventing it from daring to approach easily. Any death aura that appeared within the lightning's range would be shattered instantly. Even the supreme death aura was no exception. Phew. Kit took a deep breath. He braced against the heavenly tribulation and slowly walked towards the distant black lotus flower. Rumble. The boundless sea of thunder boiled as thousands upon thousands of bolts of lightning descended, striking Kit. For a moment, even he could not endure it. Dense wounds began to appear on his body, exposing white bones in many places. However, his regenerative ability was equally terrifying. Each time he suffered severe injuries, Kit quickly healed and emerged even stronger. Phew. Kit drew a deep breath, calming down. An immense wave of vitality gushed out at a terrifying speed, rapidly repairing his wounds. Simultaneously, Kit moved with unshakable determination, step by step, towards the black lotus. Rumble. Fierce lightning rained down. In an instant, all the death aura in the entire small lake dissipated, revealing a black-brown lakebed. On the lakebed, a finger-bone 10 zhang long and about 1 zhang wide lay quietly. It was unknown how many years it had remained there. The original supreme power had almost entirely faded away, but this was relative to ordinary supreme level bones. Even though it was decayed beyond repair, this finger bone still exuded infinite supreme authority. Several miles away, Kit felt a chill through his body and a sensation of his flesh crumbling apart. The black lotus flower rooted itself on this supreme finger bone, continuously drawing its strength to grow. Hiss. A black lotus nourished by supreme blood and flesh must surely be far more extraordinary than an ordinary black lotus. This time, I've really struck it rich, Kit remarked, then approached and carefully picked up the black lotus, collecting it cautiously. Aha! At this moment, a tragic scream erupted. Kit turned to see that the imperial-level skeleton couldn't escape and had attracted its own heavenly tribulation. As a creature of death, the intensely positive aura of the heavenly tribulation caused him hundreds of times more damage. He screamed hysterically. His bones were scorched black in an instant, and his soul fire dimmed significantly. Crack crack. The skull of the imperial skeleton crumbled, producing a popping sound. A bolt of lightning struck, shattering the skull into pieces that scattered on the ground. The remaining soul fire vanished in the blink of an eye, dispersing into nothingness within the thunder. Thus, this imperial-level undead being disappeared without a trace. Rumble. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation became even more violent. It's time to take this seriously. Kit immediately became solemn. He sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the heavenly tribulation's power, slowly overcoming it. At this moment, several imperial-level experts from the Golden Stone sect arrived with a group of elders, reaching Kit's location. Seeing Kit in the midst of a tribulation, each of them involuntarily sucked in a breath. My God, 100 miles of lightning. This, really, is just a venerated level cultivator undergoing a tribulation? Venerated? At this intensity of heavenly tribulation, even kings or celestial lords would die. Hiss. This doesn't look too good. What do we do next? Should we rush in and kill Carson? Do you want to die? The heavenly tribulation affects the innocent as well. Anyone who acts during a tribulation will trigger their own same-level heavenly tribulation. Even for geniuses, the probability of surviving a tribulation is only 1 or 2%. Ordinary cultivators would surely perish. If you rashly intrude, not even your remains will be left behind. We should wait patiently. Once this kid survives the heavenly tribulation, we can act. The few Imperial-level experts from the Golden Stone sect stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, waiting quietly. No one dared to enter as long as the heavenly tribulation persisted. Meanwhile, Wilbur also noticed the few Imperial-level experts from the Golden Stone sect. His expression changed as he said, "Not good, everyone. Be careful. Some old monsters have appeared." "TCH, what's the big deal?" Xiuxian wasn't concerned. He crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Just a few Imperial-level old fellows. No big deal. This isn't looking too good." Given their confidence, they likely aren't just relying on surface strength. They must have hidden cards. Wilbur frowned slightly, looking worried. Someone has come? Kit stood up. By now, his wounds had healed. Or rather, the speed of healing exceeded the damage inflicted by the heavenly tribulation. Every bolt of lightning left deep wounds on Kit, but the next second, these wounds would heal visibly. Rumble. Kit, enveloped in endless thunder, turned to look at the Golden Stone sect cultivators. He moved his feet slightly, activating the ethereal step. In an instant, Kit covered dozens of miles and appeared before a Golden Stone sect elder, delivering a whip kick. "This is impossible. Why are you so fast?" This elder was not weak, being a quasi-imperial level cultivator, which was already quite strong. However, facing Kit's whip kick, he was momentarily stunned. Run. At this moment, the other Golden Stone sect elders were nearly driven mad. This wasn't just a simple attack. It carried the heavenly tribulation behind Kit. Rumble. Millions of lightning bolts descended from the sky. Curses filled the scene as everyone was furious. "Carson, you're too despicable. Using the heavenly tribulation against us. Damn, get away from me. Don't get any closer. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here too long. Everyone, don't make a move. You'll be implicated. Carson, damn you." Chaos reigned supreme for a moment. Aya. An Imperial-level expert was implicated by the heavenly tribulation. In an instant, fierce lightning poured down. This Imperial-level powerhouse couldn't withstand even a single breath and was reduced to ashes in the first wave of lightning. Hashtag Chapter 494, the 494th chapter, trapping the Xianxia sect members. This was the fate of an ordinary cultivator facing a normal heavenly tribulation. Almost certain death. Thus, in most cases, there would be no appearance of a heavenly tribulation at all. Only when someone undergoing the tribulation inadvertently affects others would it occasionally appear. In such situations, not being able to survive the heavenly tribulation was the norm. Being able to endure it was truly rare. Boom. The raging heavenly tribulation continued pouring down, and at least 80% of the Xianxia sect members were caught up in the calamity. The few who remained hadn't fled far when Kit, with his carefree steps, chased after them once more. "Everyone, why are you running? It's just a heavenly tribulation. Let me tell you, going through it is incredibly comfortable." Kit smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. Looking at the pitiful group of Xianxia sect cultivators, Kit felt a sense of relief. Humans were indeed a peculiar species. Kit had been in so much pain from the heavenly tribulation that he was gnashing his teeth. But when he saw another cultivator reduced to ashes by the lightning, his mood suddenly improved. What the hell? Too despicable. Using heavenly tribulation to involve innocence? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Carson, you? Carson, I'll fight you to the death. The scene was filled with sorrowful cries. A red-eyed cultivator charged toward Kit. His injuries were severe. Only 1/3 of his skeleton remained intact. Before reaching Kit, he was obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. The remaining cultivators with slightly stronger talent were struggling desperately against the heavenly bolts. SSSSS. Kit shot a streak of sword energy towards one of them. That cultivator lacked the strength to resist and was instantly killed by Kit's sword strike. Too crazy. Boss is insanely powerful. He can still play around while enduring a heavenly tribulation? Too monstrous. Back when I faced it, I felt like a miserable fool. Each time, I'd come out half dead, but compared to this guy, it's really something else. Cassians and the others watched as Kit slaughtered indiscriminately, speechless. Each considered themselves geniuses, yet the sight of Kit made them shudder. They dared not act as casually as him, wasting their power amidst the heavenly tribulation. After all, the small amount of spirit energy spent might be crucial for safely enduring the tribulation. Boom. The thunderous storm raged on, though it had passed its peak and was beginning to wane. Bathed in endless lightning, Kit's physical body emitted a strange light, and his aura became unprecedentedly strong. The countless bolts striking him left not a single scar. Through this tribulation, Kit finally reached the peak of the Sea of God's realm. Earlier, without this tribulation, he remained somewhat incomplete. Around him, every member of the Xianxia sect met their end beneath the heavenly tribulation. Far away, a few survivors who managed to escape looked pale. Too terrifying. Even an emperor-level powerhouse is as fragile as paper under a heavenly tribulation. Isn't it said that 9 out of 10 don't survive? Just now, hundreds perished without a single survivor. 9 out of 10 surviving is relative to young Saint-grade geniuses. For us ordinary cultivators, it might be better to take our own lives to avoid suffering. Gulp, we should run. Agreed. Carson isn't someone we can handle. Staying here means certain death. A few Xianxia sect members began to retreat. The quicker ones turned back without hesitation, unwilling to face Kit. At this moment, Kit's carefree steps burst forth, covering several miles in an instant. He grabbed one of the cultivators by the collar and asked calmly, "Boy, where is the treasure vault of the Xianxia sect?" "The treasure vault? I don't know." The Xianxia sect disciple's face turned ashen, almost fainting from fright. "Don't know?" Kit frowned, raising his hand where a god-destroying seal flickered faintly. Placing the seal on the cultivator's forehead, Kit coldly demanded, "I'll give you one last chance. Where is the treasure vault?" Ugh. The cultivator was nearly driven mad, protesting, I really don't know. Only the Grand Elder in charge of the vault knows. Kit paused, stroking his chin. Then where is the Grand Elder? All dead because of you. The cultivator's face darkened, feeling utterly hopeless. Without expecting to live, he spat, Carson, you won't find the vault. It's hidden in the void, and without special techniques, it's impossible to open. Whatever. Kit shook his head, tossing the cultivator aside. Since you were relatively honest, scram before I change my mind. You won't kill me? The cultivator was stunned, not believing he could survive. Scram. Kit's reply was a single word. Swoosh. The xianxia sect cultivator immediately fled. Who would stay beside this devil if they could escape? Boss, since the vault is hidden in the void, how do you plan to find it? Wilbur Wong asked with a frown. It's simple. We have someone who can do it. Kit turned to look at the woman in white, smiling. Am I right? She knows the location of the vault? Wilbur Wong crossed his arms, smirking. If she can find it, I'll walk backwards from now on. My grandfather was the Grand Elder of the xianxia sect. He died in the supreme battlefield due to the sect leader's betrayal, the woman sighed, adding, and he told me how to open the xianxia sect's vault. Cough, cough. Wilbur Wong lightly coughed, turning away, pretending nothing happened. Well, what great weather today, isn't it? That's enough. Let's go. Kit glanced at the sky. It won't be long before the xianxia sect leader arrives with the supreme artifact. ####Chapter 495. From joy to sorrow. As they spoke, a flash of golden light flickered over Kit's body. He activated the tranquil step, taking the lead and dashing deep into the golden stone sect. Whoosh! In an instant, Kit's speed reached its peak. A distance of several hundred miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a vast palace appeared before him. Haha! The main hall of the golden stone sect is just ahead. Ari's excited voice rang out. He let out a long howl, shouting loudly. You brats of the golden stone sect, your dragon grandpa has arrived. Come out and die. Today, I will empty the golden stone sect's treasury down to the last hair. Roar! Hurry up and come out. Ari's ghostly cries echoed as he hurled strange shouts at the main hall. Oh, for heaven's sake. Kit covered his face, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. He thought to himself that having such a subordinate was truly a misfortune in life. At this moment, Ari became even more excited. Without another word, he charged straight toward the entire formation. Boom! His speed was unimaginable, like lightning striking. In the blink of an eye, he was already within 100 meters of the main hall. Buzz! Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. Countless golden patterns emerged, sealing off the surrounding void. Ari was instantly enclosed within, his face turning green with shock. He realized he had become overly confident. Not good. It's a Holy Spirit level killing array. Edsel frowned slightly, saying, this isn't good. Just as these words were spoken, 4 holy swords materialized in the air, instantly activated. Boom! In an instant, boundless Holy Spirit sword chi erupted. Kadiki, a revived Holy Spirit, countless sword chi tore through the void, shattering the surrounding space. Wherever it went, everything turned to nothingness. Such a terrifying attack would grievously wound even a Holy Spirit if caught unprepared. Oh, for heaven's sake. This can't be serious. Ari knew he had experienced extreme joy followed by sudden sorrow, having been too dismissive of the killing arrays. However, he wasn't panicked. Boom! Instantly, the crimson gold imperial coffin appeared. As the supreme divine might emerged, the surrounding Holy Spirit sword chi immediately stopped. Seizing this final opportunity, Ari jumped directly into the crimson gold imperial coffin. Rumble! The supreme divine might lasted only an instant. In the next second, boundless Holy Spirit sword chi erupted again, rushing towards Ari inside the crimson gold imperial coffin. Zap! A strand of Holy Spirit sword chi struck the crimson gold imperial coffin. Instantly, an ear-splitting sound erupted, sending visible waves of energy radiating outward, annihilating the void wherever they spread. Not good. Beside them, Etzel's face changed drastically. In his hand, the Quasi-Zune sword appeared, emitting a bit of supreme aura, enveloping him. Kit also did not hesitate. The energy produced by the collision of Holy Spirit power and supreme artifacts was astonishing. Even a saint would die from the blast. Boom! The rust on Kit's immortal sword instantly fell off, revealing white immortal light flowing around him, protecting him within. Turning his head, Kit saw the pale face of the woman in white, her fright leaving her momentarily stunned. Although her grandfather was an elder of the Golden Stone sect with many trump cards, there was no resistance against the power of a Holy Spirit and supreme artifact. Only death awaited. Buzz! At that moment, a beam of immortal light descended, blocking the surging shockwave. Rumble! The aftermath swept past. Xandra glanced at Kit with surprise. Kit smiled gently and said, Hey, since I saved your life, could you reward me with your hand? Tease it. The woman blushed, mumbling, Well, I'll think about it. Kit froze. He had merely made a joke, but the other party seemed to take it seriously. What should he do now? Rubbing his temples, Kit acted as if nothing happened, turning to look at Ari. Rumble! The 4 Holy Spirit swords sliced through the void, tearing apart spacetime like the dawn of creation. The entire region reverted to chaos, a scene second only to the chaos of supreme artifacts battling, a terrifying sight. Clang! Endless sword chi rained down on the crimson gold imperial coffin, yet it only emitted some faint runes. The terrifying supreme sword chi vanished without a trace. The imperial coffin remained motionless, slowly moving out of the Holy Spirit killing array. Hiss! Is this what Holy Spirit level feels like? Kit looked at the 4 Holy Spirit swords, his face filled with astonishment. No, actually, the supreme artifacts are even more terrifying. Brittany sighed, looking amazed. She explained, This Holy Spirit array is extraordinary, set up by a patriarch of the Golden Stone sect who was just one step away from becoming a quasi-Zuns. These 4 holy swords were once his weapons. Lower-level holy spirits would all be slain. By the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Kit stroked his chin, remembering an important question. What's your question? Brittany was puzzled, looking confused at Kit. Kit then asked, there seems to be a huge gap between the Sage and Holy Spirit realms. How are they distinguished? Brittany was stunned. She hadn't expected Kit to ask such a simple question. It was like a PhD asking what 1 + 1 equals, truly bizarre. Is it that strange? Kit was surprised, furrowing his brows. Based on my understanding of the Sage realm, it feels extremely profound. The near Sage existence I killed was probably only infinitely close, far from being a true Sage. Well, looks like you really don't know. Brittany's expression was somewhat odd. In fact, when the crimson gold imperial coffin appeared, she had already guessed Kit's identity. There was no doubt he was the legendary Carson who had killed 2 saints and forcibly fought his way out of hundreds of half-saints. But she hadn't expected that Kit didn't even know such a basic question. At this moment, Edsel interjected, you've asked the right person. Most ordinary cultivators might not really know the details of these realms. After all, a sage appears every few tens of thousands of years, and a holy spirit every few 100,000. Only during certain prosperous eras do multiple holy spirits appear. For most cultivators, great powers at the high ranks are already legendary figures. Hashtag Chapter 496, Realm Divisions. Even the titles of ancient great powers are sometimes mixed up, lumping them together with saints and holy spirits. Ordinary cultivators. The Aaron was taken aback. Her gaze shifted to Kit, and her expression changed. She had always believed that Kit seemed to be the successor of some immortal force, perhaps even a reincarnation of a supreme being, possessing an immortal legacy. But now, it appeared to be completely different. The heir of an immortal legacy couldn't possibly be unaware of what the realms of Saint and Holy Spirit entailed. This meant Kit was entirely from humble beginnings, an unparalleled genius who emerged from independent cultivation without precedent. For a moment, the Aaron's mouth hung open in shock. Why are you looking at me like that? Kit was speechless. He muttered, I've gone through many ancient texts, but there's very little reliable information about the realms beyond great power. Most of it is incorrect, so it doesn't help much. It's normal. Most cultivators don't even reach the great power realm, Grady being said as he looked at Kit, took a deep breath and asked, let me ask you, where do you think the starting point of the entire cultivation system lies? The Divine Sea realm? Kit stroked his chin and tentatively gave an answer. No. The true starting point is the great power realm, Grady being shook his head slightly. In the entire cultivation system, the Divine Sea serves as a watershed. Prior to this, it's all about laying the foundation. From Divine Sea to great power, it's a process of accumulating true chi. Once one reaches the great power realm, they begin touching upon laws. Laws. Upon hearing this, Kit's pupils dilated, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Aren't laws exclusively for saints? He asked, surprised. Of course not. Grady being shook his head with a disdainful smile. Have you ever considered why major forces never lack great powers, emperors, or even deities? Abundant resources? After thinking for a moment, Kit said, with an abundance of resources, even a pig could become a great power. You're only half right. Grady being shook his head again. A more important reason is that these aren't genuine great powers, but force products. They merely possess great power level strength. The same goes for their subsequent emperor and deity ranks. Kit was stunned. You saying this has left me thoroughly confused. Grady being took a deep breath and said, let me simplify it. Great powers start seeing the laws, emperors can faintly touch them, while deities can cultivate and use rough versions of the laws. Only at the saint realm can one coalesce their own personal laws. It's a gradual process, delving deeper into the fundamental workings of the world. However, major forces often opt for a quick fix, realm-breaking pills, which can violently elevate one's realm from the mystic ability realm all the way to the peak deity realm. Beyond that, the only way to advance further is through laws. Now I understand why there's such a huge gap between half-saints and deities, at least hundreds or thousands of times. That makes sense, Kit mused, rubbing his chin. He looked at Grady being and asked, then, what's the deal with half-saints and holy spirits? Sainthood and holy spirits, these two realms may sound simple, but they have effectively halted countless people's advancement. Grady being's eyes flickered with confusion as he explained. Saint, as the name suggests, marks the beginning of transcending into sainthood. In this realm, one begins to control the world's laws and coalesce their own laws. The Holy Spirit realm takes it further by using laws to split open chaos and create a small world. These two realms each have 4 levels: initial, small success, major success, and peak. Each level differs vastly in power. How vast is the difference? Kit asked curiously. To put it this way, the difference between the initial and small success stages of sainthood is roughly equivalent to the gap between emperors and deities, Grady being explained. As for the gap between the peak of sainthood and the initial stage of Holy Spirit, it's akin to the difference between deities and great powers. Even the weakest initial Holy Spirit can easily kill a peak saint with a single finger. Even young Supremes find it challenging to cross realms and battle Holy Spirits at the peak saint stage. The gap is really that large? Kit rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. In reality, most cultivators who want to reach the Holy Spirit realm need at least the talent of a young Supreme. Unless they are exceptionally strong, like a Catamite Supreme or pure Blood Dragon, it's hard to transcend their rank. Yes, that makes sense, Kit nodded slightly. He had encountered over 100 young Supreme geniuses. Of these, those who claimed to have the talent of young Supremes were actually very few who could achieve sainthood. Considering that in a million years across the entire xuanhuan world, The number of young Supremes was around a few tens of thousands, yet only 1 or 2 among them could become saints. And achieving the Holy Spirit rank might require several million young Supremes to produce just one. The difficulty of crossing boundaries at this level was unimaginable. The further along the path, the more difficult it became, requiring increasingly stringent criteria. Ultimately, at the quasi-supreme realm, everyone was top-tier geniuses with exceptional talent, fortune, and opportunities. Forget about crossing boundaries. Winning a battle within the same tier was already incredibly challenging. These thoughts flashed through Kit's mind rapidly. He gained a better understanding of the realms of Saint and Holy Spirit, alleviating many of his doubts. Turning his head, he looked toward the direction of the Holy Spirit array. Rumble. At this moment, trillions of Holy Spirit sword auras pierced through chaos, striking against the crimson gold imperial coffin. The coffin remained unmoved, steadily moving toward the edge of the Holy Spirit array. As Kit spoke, it had reached the boundary, about to exit the Holy Spirit array. Meanwhile, inside the main hall protected by the Holy Spirit array, the situation abruptly changed. Dozens of Golden Stone sect cultivators rushed out of the main hall, their faces filled with anger as they charged forward. Who dares to forcefully enter the Golden Stone sect's territory? Truly asking for death. So arrogant and ignorant of their limits. Note, the original text provided seems to mix narrative and dialogue without clear distinctions. For better readability, I've added some minor formatting adjustments. Chapter 497, Unmatched. How many years have passed since anyone dared to forcibly breach the entrance of our Golden Stone sect? Truly courting death. A group of cultivators were enraged, each wishing to tear the intruders limb from limb. However, when they saw the imperial coffin in the sky radiating supreme divine power, their faces turned pale. An imperial artifact? My god, which force actually brought an imperial artifact to attack this branch sect? Unknown, but definitely not ordinary people. Wait, that crimson gold imperial coffin? One of the cultivators looked at the crimson gold imperial coffin in the sky, and his face changed drastically. Not only him, but also other Golden Stone sect cultivators. Trouble, it's Carson. He actually came? Incredible. Why? This shouldn't happen. Perhaps something has gone beyond our expectations. There's no need to ask, definitely due to the sect's previous actions offending him, he is now attacking us. Hurry. Activate the Supreme Formation to block him. The Golden Stone sect cultivators reacted. Their faces turned ashen, like the bottom of a pot. Now, they weren't as arrogant as before. Survival was the key issue. Other problems were not important. Rumble. At this moment, the Incel controlled the crimson gold imperial coffin, rushing out of the Supreme Formation. Almost instantly, the situation changed dramatically. Golden Stone sect cultivators activated a quasi-supreme level formation, sealing off the surrounding void, solid and indestructible. Tisk, troublesome, Kit muttered. If it was an ordinary quasi-supreme formation, he might try using the immortal sword. But the ancestor of the Golden Stone sect was almost supreme. Even if brutally beaten by the Drew, he was still a quasi-supreme powerhouse. His left formations could only be forcefully breached by a supreme or near-supreme existence. Quasi-supremes below would die even with an imperial artifact. After all, an imperial artifact at full strength equals half a supreme's power. Ordinary cultivators below quasi-supreme could only unleash 1/10 to 1/20th of its power. The supreme formation before them could eliminate a perfect quasi-supreme. Forcing entry into the supreme formation was a death sentence. Haha, Carson, no matter how strong you are, what can you do? This place is guarded by the Founders Formation. Try breaching it. Right, now you don't even know how you'll die. Heh, he won't get in, no doubt about it. Just wait for the sect's elite to arrive with a quasi-supreme artifact. A group of ordinary Golden Stone sect cultivators showed extreme confidence. They had absolute faith in the quasi-supreme formation left by their ancestor, believing Kit couldn't breach it. And indeed it was so. Kit's true eye detected no flaws. The entire quasi-supreme formation was flawless and invulnerable. Should we leave quickly? The Aaron looked behind her with concern and said, I feel powerful Golden Stone sect members will arrive soon. There might even be sainted level beings. If they use a quasi-supreme artifact, we will be in danger. We've come this far. It feels wrong not to raise this branch sect. Kit frowned looking at the main hall. Leaving like this felt unfinished. If you want to enter the supreme formation, there might be a way. The Drew squinted his eyes, scanning the entire supreme formation and said, these supreme formations have been around for 14 million years. Inevitably, they have flaws. No matter how strong something is, it cannot withstand infinite times assault. Even supreme formations are no exception, often becoming severely damaged after a few million years. A few million years. Kit was speechless. He realized supreme experts had a different perception of time, which was incredibly vexing. However, the Drew reminded him. Formation flaws did not decrease linearly. They fell exponentially as they deteriorated. A 1% loss might mean less than 1/10 of its original power. A 10% loss might mean only a 10,000th remains. For top-tier powers, a perfect formation had no weaknesses, but once flaws appeared, the threat essentially vanished. Formation-breaking talisman. In Kit's hand, a golden talisman appeared, 3 inches long and 1 inch wide, radiating a faint supreme aura the moment it emerged. The Drew glanced at the talisman in Kit's hand, initially thinking it was just some supreme item. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened. It was formation-breaking talisman. More shockingly, this ancient talisman was written with supreme blood. Even though the Drew didn't fully understand the talisman of heaven, he knew supreme blood was akin to divine medicine, immensely precious. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't see it even once in their lives. Only in ancient records could one find mention of it, let alone obtain it, much less carve talismans with it. Frankly, even before becoming a quasi-supreme, the Drew couldn't get so much supreme blood. Well, with this supreme blood-based formation-breaking talisman, I should be able to find the flaws in this supreme formation. Kit took a deep breath, showing a hint of pain. Truthfully, he didn't have much supreme blood, making this extravagance unbearable. If not for the supreme blood essence, he wouldn't use such an extravagant resource. The talisman floated in Kit's hand. Just as he was about to use it, the situation changed suddenly. Carson, do you dare attack my Golden Stone Sect's branch because you think we have no one? A thunderous voice resonated, clearly heard within a few thousand miles. Rumble. With this voice. Chapter 498. Instant kill in one slash. Dozens of powerful auras were closing in on Kit's location. The true powerhouses from the Golden Stone Sect had arrived. Quite a few strong ones. Kit put away the array-breaking talisman with a reverse hand motion. He held the rusty sword in one hand, turned around, and stared at the group of powerhouses charging towards him. Rumble. Powerful auras shattered the void. With just a glance, Kit saw that the strongest among them was an initial sage. That was a genuine sage-level powerhouse, a top-tier warrior who might only appear among thousands of demisages. Crack. At the sage-level cultivation, one could be utterly wanton. Adding in his hands the supreme artifact, he swept through unobstructed straight to where Kit was standing. Boom. In an instant, endless black weapons condensed into a massive hand, which descended upon the incredibly arrogant sage. Rumble. Completely constructed of dead energy, this enormous hand was immensely formidable. A single slap instantly caused the surrounding void to shatter, terrifying enough to effortlessly kill a sage. Disperse for me. That sage let out a long howl. A long sword materialized on his back, and in an instant, faint traces of supreme aura emerged. Boom. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura shot up to the sky. Holding the supreme sword, that sage slashed down, directly annihilating the enormous hand made of black mist. Rumble. After slashing down, that sage's speed only slightly paused. In the next second, he charged toward Kit's position once more. A genuine supreme artifact. Kit frowned slightly as he watched the direction of that sage and said somewhat surprisingly, "Strange, why? The Golden Stone Sect has its own supreme artifact? Not sure. Maybe they forged it themselves or found it in some relic." The soul-devouring supreme shook his head slightly and said, "In the infinite void, countless forces possess supreme artifacts. Most of these factions' supreme artifacts are crafted by supremes, not passed down supreme artifacts." "I get it." Kit nodded slightly without much surprise. He already had several supreme artifacts, like the Star Purple Gold Tower, the Crimson Gold Imperial Coffin, the Crimson Gold Spear, and even the Xiuxian Heavenly Palace in Adriel's possession. Essentially, they were ordinary supreme artifacts. If compared, they would be akin to general divine artifacts versus heirloom divine artifacts. An heirloom supreme artifact was a supreme's life-bound weapon, requiring boundless effort and often growing alongside the supreme. Once revived, it was nearly equivalent to half the power of a supreme. Furthermore, an heirloom supreme artifact was very easy to awaken. As long as the supreme's descendant offered blood sacrifice, the heirloom supreme artifact could autonomously absorb energy to undergo revival. For example, the young master of the three-legged crow clan, Cain, merely possessing deity skill realm cultivation, was enough to activate a supreme artifact. Comparatively speaking, the difference in power between ordinary supreme artifacts and heirloom supreme artifacts wasn't too significant. However, the usage conditions were somewhat stringent. Additionally, there was no way to use blood sacrifices to revive a supreme artifact. Only a quasi-supreme level powerhouse could unleash the full power of an ordinary supreme artifact. Among Kit's collection of supreme artifacts, the Immortal Sword and Devil Blade were of a higher class, relics from before the primeval era. Below those, only the Star Purple Gold Tower and Crimson Gold Spear could be considered heirloom supreme artifacts. These two were clearly supreme artifacts that had been refined for countless years, containing innate spirits. As for the Crimson Gold Imperial Coffin, it was casually refined by the Kramer, without much effort expended. Its power was naturally the most average. Therefore, that sword is also the same. The soul-devouring supreme said calmly, "Given Golden Stone strength, finding an heirloom supreme artifact would be exceedingly difficult, but finding a supreme artifact is simple, and even crafting one's own supreme artifact isn't impossible. He's just a step away from becoming a true supreme." Just a step away? Kit muttered to himself in a low voice, "Then it's truly challenging. He might spend his entire life without crossing that threshold." Rumble. Deafening thunderous roars echoed. A sage charged towards Kit's location. He was incredibly angry, roaring, "Carson, prepare to die." Without a word, the sage released boundless supreme divine might from his supreme sword, aiming to subdue Kit. "Let me handle it." The Devil Blade appeared on its own initiative, enveloped in crimson light. It was extremely excited and exclaimed, "I haven't fought in a long time, come on." Kit was momentarily stunned, but quickly, he reacted, lifting the Devil Blade and charging towards the supreme sword in the sky. Boom. Blinding blade light tore heaven apart. In an instant, a sky-filling crimson blade chi erupted, severing everything in a wildly chaotic fashion. Facing such devastating blade chi, the sage's supreme sword seemed particularly powerless. How can this be? The sage's face turned deathly pale. Looking at Kit, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He sensed that the crimson Devil Blade faintly carried a might surpassing the supreme sword. Before he could react, Kit had already delivered a slash. Rumble. This slash severed everything, directly sending that sage flying. Even the supreme sword flew out of his grip. Crack. A visible wave pattern formed. Wherever it passed, all things turned to dust. Rumble. The supreme sword stopped after flying back tens of thousands of miles. On the ground where it flew, deep marks resembling gorges appeared. Boom. The supreme sword hovered in mid-air, motionless. Meanwhile, countless streaks of blood-red blade chi appeared on that sage's body. These were supreme killing energies. The moment they appeared, it meant his insides were already filled with supreme blade chi, leaving no possibility of survival. No, impossible. That sage roared angrily, his tone filled with rage and resentment. How could he lose holding a supreme artifact when fighting Kit? It was truly unbearable, almost like dying unjustified. Boom. In an instant, boundless blade light exploded. Under Kit's single slash, that sage instantly disintegrated into dust. F***K. The soul-devouring supreme jumped in fright, drawing in a sharp breath. He murmured quietly, indeed, it's really that blade. This cruelty knows no bounds. Ching. The blood-red devil blade emitted crimson light in Kit's hand, resonating loudly. Chapter 499. The Accomplished Saint. It boasted proudly, Kid, what do you think? Am I not powerful enough? Much stronger than that old sword, right? Indeed, very strong. Alex was deeply shaken. Originally, he thought it would take at least a few hundred rounds to fight with the saint. He didn't expect that it would end in one move. At this moment, the immortal sword spoke up, don't listen to that broken knife's nonsense. It carries some demonic properties. If you're influenced by it, you might lose control and your sense of self. You're exaggerating. It's just jealousy. The demon blade scoffed disdainfully. The immortal sword retorted, jealousy? Would you like me to break you even more? Damn, you want to fight? The demon blade grew angry, and endless runes began swirling above it, truly preparing for a battle with the immortal sword. Cough, calm down. We're in the middle of a battle. Alex coughed lightly, somewhat speechless. The immortal sword and demon blade had been preparing to clash numerous times before. Alex guessed they must have had past grudges, likely having fought more than once over endless time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so familiar with each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of cultivators from the Golden Stone sect saw that their ancestor saint, wielding a supreme weapon, had been wiped out by a single stroke of Alex. They took a sharp intake of breath. Their faces turned ashen. After all, that saint was holding a supreme sword. He was killed instantly by one slash. What's the origin of that knife? How is that possible? It was shattered almost into a third of its original state, yet it's still so strong? Incredible. I seem to recall seeing that demon blade in ancient texts. The demon blade. Is that blade from the age before the ancients, capable of slaughtering immortals and deities? How the hell did Carson pull that thing out? Hee, maybe he's the reincarnation of an ancient immortal deity? A group of cultivators from the Golden Stone sect argued incessantly. Many had stopped in their tracks, not daring to step forward. If Alex only had a supreme weapon, they could still engage him in battle. However, with Alex wielding the demon blade and killing a saint with a supreme sword in one strike, there was no chance of victory. Why don't we retreat? This is a good idea. Let's preserve our supreme weapons first. I heard that Carson once suppressed two supreme weapons, the divine blood lamp and the blazing sun wheel. Suppressing Golden Stone sect's supreme weapons isn't impossible. Let's go. We can't fight him. Most of the Golden Stone sect cultivators were prepared to retreat. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, a heavy cough echoed around. The surrounding void trembled with the sound of the cough, seemingly about to explode. An elderly figure slowly appeared before the group of Golden Stone sect cultivators. He was extremely old, so much so that he looked almost incapable of movement. Bony and shriveled, he resembled a skeleton that could be blown away by the wind. Interesting. Alex's pupils narrowed slightly, his expression growing serious. This Lanny was far from ordinary. Despite seeming to just cough, the sound carried thousands of miles within earshot. Without doubt, he was a superb expert. Boy, be careful. He's an accomplished saint, the demon blade warned. That Lanny has an incredibly high realm. With the supreme sword in his hands, its power increases tenfold. Be cautious. Tenfold? Then let's see. Alex took a deep breath. Wielding the demon blade, he stepped forward, walking towards the Lanny who looked like a skeleton. Cough, cough. You've got courage. The Lanny lifted his head, waving his hand, causing the supreme sword to fly into his grasp. Boom. The Lanny activated the supreme sword, releasing a sword aura thousands of miles long instantly. Its terrifying power nearly split the sky in two. It was an unimaginably powerful force. Hiss. An accomplished saint. Indeed, quite extraordinary. Alex's expression suddenly turned grave. In this state, the Lanny had no rivals below the quasi-imperial realm. The power of the supreme sword was formidable enough to easily kill any cultivator below the quasi-imperial realm with a single strike. Kid, I admit you're strong, but your realm is too low. The Lanny looked at Alex, his eyes full of icy coldness. He continued, now, are you ready to meet your death? Scaring who? Alex stared at the Lanny without any change in expression. He sped up, holding the demon blade and slashed downwards without a word. Boom. Instantly, space-time fractured infinitely. Under the power of the demon blade, space crumbled like glass, creating countless cracks. Boom. Seeming to reach some limit, space exploded, forming chaotic temporal streams that enveloped Alex and the Lanny, pulling them into the temporal chaos together. How is that possible? The Lanny's pupils shrank as he looked at the demon blade in Alex's hand, feeling immensely shocked. Before he could react, Alex's demon blade had already slashed down. Boom. Blood-red blade energy, capable of destroying heaven and earth, erupted. Without hesitation, the Lanny channeled all his power into the supreme sword, trying to block this attack. Boom. The demon blade struck with immeasurable terror, colliding with the supreme sword. Ding! Blinding sword light burst forth. In the blink of an eye, chaos was breached where the demon blade and supreme sword collided, revealing a small world momentarily. Everything around was annihilated. Boom! Alex was sent flying back, his hand numbed by the shock. In the blink of an eye, he flew several thousand miles horizontally. The accomplished saint of the Golden Stone sect remained standing in place, the supreme sword in his hand showing no significant changes. However, his arm suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. In the previous fight, Alex emerged unscathed, but the accomplished saint lost part of his defense when a blade of air pierced through the supreme sword's defenses and struck his arm. Instantly, he lost an arm, and this injury came from a supreme weapon. The power that fell almost resembled a world-shattering force, bringing unimaginable devastation. Repairing it would be immensely difficult, possibly even permanently damaged. Bastard. The Lanny, not caring about his injuries as he only had a few years left to live, felt fear when seeing Alex intact. True fear. Alex's growth speed was simply too fast. Within 1 or 2 years, he had transformed from someone pursued by xianxian realm cultivators to someone who could challenge an accomplished saint and match imperial forces, completing a remarkable transformation. Chapter 500, Despairing Disparity. If given more time, Kit might truly ascend to the supreme throne. What a terrifying existence the Golden Stone sect has provoked. A series of thoughts flashed through the Arnie's mind. He was utterly terrified, feeling as if he couldn't breathe. Kit was too young and his growth, astonishingly rapid. If Kit isn't eliminated now, once he fully matures, the Golden Stone sect will be destroyed. Boom. Kit's demon blade erupted with blinding light again. Holding the demon blade in one hand, Kit looked at the elder coldly and said, "Humph, so-called Arn, just this much. Boy, don't be overconfident." The Arnie's face was ugly as he looked at Kit. He knew this battle determined the future of the Golden Stone sect. Only victory could suffice, never defeat. He had to eliminate Kit. Thinking this, the Lanny took a deep breath, let out a long howl, and infinite life force surged within him. Rumble. The Lanny's emaciated body quickly swelled. His appearance rapidly reverted to a youthful state. That is. Kit's eyes flashed with surprise as he watched the elder. He saw that the elder indeed appeared younger now, with black hair flowing down to his shoulders. The elder was thoroughly back to peak condition. But this was just the beginning. After the Arn returned to his peak state, faint chaotic mist enveloped his surface. It somewhat resembled Kit's chaos body. This left Kit incredibly surprised. Was this Arn actually a chaos body? Impossible. A chaos body couldn't be so weak. It's just from consuming some herbs from the chaos region. At this point, the demon blade, which had been silent, finally spoke up. Those herbs are born amidst chaos, naturally carrying large amounts of chaotic power. Having traces of a chaos body on him is quite normal. So that's it. Kit immediately understood. He commented dryly, to think this chaos body is so weak. Boom. After the Arn reached his peak state, his aura calmed. Looking at Kit coldly, he said, "I must admit, you're a genius. But dead geniuses are the best kind. You've offended my Golden Stone sect, so only by eliminating you can I feel even slightly secure." "Eliminate me?" Kit laughed incredulously. Coldly, he replied, "How naive must you be to think you can kill me here? The decision ultimately comes down to strength." Without further ado, the Arn no longer chatted, instead wielding the supreme sword that burst into 10,000 feet of golden light. Rumble. The overwhelming might of the supreme sword seemed capable of obliterating heaven and earth. In an instant, it felt like the sky itself pressed down, or perhaps that boundless sky was about to tear apart. The power was incredibly astonishing. This was the all-out attack of the Arn, risking everything. He genuinely planned to slay Kit, or die trying. Ha ha ha. The Arn laughed bitterly. Roaring loudly, he said, "Boy, since you seek death, blame yourself. Burn the soul, burn cultivation, burn lifespan for you." Boom. The supreme sword's energy surged several times stronger, determined to slay Kit with this one strike, leaving no reserves. Huff. Meanwhile, Kit deeply inhaled. In his palm, a heart-sized Saint Core emerged, instantly unleashing a horrifying aura. Kit's cultivation rose to the initial stage of Sage. Chaos. True Dragon Transformation. Without hesitation, standing at the Sage level, Kit activated the Chaos True Dragon Transformation, burning Chaos Blood to confront the Arn head-on. Rumble. The moment his Chaos Blood ignited, Kit's aura skyrocketed 1,000-fold. Huh. Kit paused, noticing something off. Under normal circumstances, burning Chaos Blood should increase power 10,000-fold, but here it was merely 1,000-fold. Could it be because of the Saint Core? Regardless, under a 1,000-fold boost, Kit's strength advanced significantly, reaching the level of a Arn. Impossible. The Arn sensed Kit's aura inflate to nearly his own level almost instantly. His brain buzzed in disbelief, barely holding his sanity. Arns were rare, unseen for millions of years. This kid casually matched him? Impossible. Caught off guard, the Arn struggled to accept this reality. But Kit didn't give him time to react. Wielding the demon blade, he delivered a swift chop. Whoosh! The blood-red demon blade, with an aura that crushed all, collided with the golden supreme sword. Rumble! Unmatched power erupted, like the heavens parting, hitting through infinite chaos. For a brief moment, Kit glimpsed countless powerful figures flashing in the chaos. "What's that?" Kit stared in shock. "Don't know." The demon blade replied, "They seem familiar, perhaps imprints of ancient gods and demons." God and demon imprints? Kit mused as various thoughts flashed in his mind. Meanwhile, the Arn wasn't faring well. Even with the supreme sword, he couldn't withstand Kit's blow and was sent flying. The supreme sword trembled violently, the backlash causing the Arn to spit blood, his body covered in cracks, nearly disintegrating. This showcased the difference between true divine artifacts and supreme weapons. Though damaged, the demon blade perfectly neutralized the attack. Contrastingly, the supreme sword, though powerful enough to match the demon blade, lacked the finesse. Thus, the Arn almost died from the force. Gasp! Breathing heavily, the Arnie's body began burning with Dao fire, slowly collapsing amid flames. That one sword had drained all his power. Chapter 501. The Horst's Counterattack. Having been severely drained by the backlash of the supreme artifact, he had very little strength left to contend with Kit. His entire being was gradually disintegrating. Kadif was about to come to an end. You have lost. Kit watched the Horst without rushing to attack. Even a sinking ship can fight hard before it goes down. This adage held true for the Horst as well. There might still be some unexpected move that could drag him down too. Cough, cough. Carson, you are right. I truly am at my wit's end. The Horst looked at his body crumbling and laughed grimly, saying, but do you really think I cannot deal with you? Oh. Kit paused slightly, looking at the Horst while his alertness heightened. When a man is on the brink of death, he often speaks truthfully. The Horst was in a dire situation, so it was possible that he spoke the truth. Boom. The Horst swung his supreme sword, cutting through the chaotic time-space currents and reappeared in the supreme battleground. Seeing this, Kit immediately followed. Rumble. With an overwhelming aura surrounding him, the Horst reached the outside world. His aura was terrifying enough that within a 1,000-mile radius, no living thing could even stand up. This was the power of a saint-level entity. Against such power, anyone would be helpless. Even though the Horst was dying, it was no different. This can't be. At this moment, the jet couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and exclaimed in shock, Boss can't die. That is indeed strange. With the power of that demon blade, how could that guy lose? Drew was equally surprised. Rumble. Just then, Kit also emerged. His eyes cold, he stared at the Horst and said, do you plan to escape? I advise you to give up that thought. It's unrealistic. Escape? Ha ha ha. I intended to take you with me to my death. The Horst laughed. He was now extremely pale, large chunks of his body disintegrating into light and vanishing in the air. Unexpectedly, he was only seconds away from death. Turning his head, he focused on the nearby Golden Rock sect's main hall. Not good. Though Kit didn't know what the Horst planned, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. This Lanny definitely wasn't planning anything good. Sure enough, the Horst let out a long roar. He directly activated the supreme sword and slashed towards the main hall. Rumble. Infinite light shot skyward. However, the supreme array protecting the main hall didn't activate but slowly dissolved under the sword strike. What's happening? Kit was bewildered. The array around the main hall was personally set up by the founding patriarch of the Golden Rock sect and impervious to ordinary supreme artifacts. How did the Horst shatter it with one strike? It's not shattered. Kit realized something, staring at the supreme array. His face changed dramatically. At this moment, the demon blade also said, that supreme sword has always been the key to the entire array. That array isn't a protective one but rather, a seal. Sealing something fearsome. But now, that fearsome existence is about to be released. Kit was speechless for a moment. Rumble. As the entire supreme battle array collapsed, endless demonic energy surged upward. A cold voice followed. After countless ages, someone finally unsealed me again. Excellent, excellent. Golden Rock Supreme, did you really think you could seal me forever? Boom. A column of demonic energy hit the supreme array, which had already been rapidly collapsing, completely shattering and vanishing in an instant. Heaven, what happened? How powerful the demonic energy is, seems like a top-tier entity has awakened. This aura is the aura of a Horst spirit. My god, what's going on? Why would there be a sealed Horst spirit under a branch sect of Golden Rock sect? A group of Golden Rock sect disciples were in utter panic. Watching Kit, the Horst laughed wildly. Ahaha, Carson, you probably don't know that beneath this main hall, my ancestor's opponent, a near-supreme perfect tyrant, was sealed. You're doomed. Ha 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 ha. No one can leave alive from his hands. Boom. With these words, the Horst instantly exploded into dust, vanishing into thin air. Seeing this, Kit frowned slightly and muttered, near supreme perfect? Interesting. Don't daydream, boy. Get out of here. Drew was livid with fear. He roared, I recognize this bastard. A descendant of immortal defying devil, incredibly brutal with nearly immortal power. He devoured dozens of near supreme perfect masters. After being sealed for tens of millions of years, his mind must be filled with thoughts of devouring flesh. Run quickly. Heaven. It's the immortal defying devil. Run. I once heard that the immortal defying devil destroyed several near supreme lineages, swallowing all their masters alive. Damn, that bastard truly doesn't act human. Unsealing the immortal defying devil. Who knows how many will survive in the supreme battleground? Everyone was green-faced, too scared to linger. They ran faster than rabbits. Even Drew opened his teleportation array and prepared to escape. If he were at peak condition, he might stand a chance against the immortal defying devil. But now, he didn't even qualify as a snack for it. Being a contemporary of the immortal defying devil, Drew knew how terrifying it was. Even at his peak, he could only suppress the devil, not kill it. Only a supreme could eradicate it after refining for millions of years, or if it exhausted its lifespan and turned to ashes. Boom. The teleportation array fully activated, and Drew looked at Kit, saying, boy, why aren't you leaving? Not that I don't want to, but I can't. Kit took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Boy, what are you planning? Drew was startled by the change in Kit's expression. Chapter 502. The emergence of the immortal demon. His expression grew serious. He looked at Kit and asked, Kid, you don't intend to stay, do you? Pretty much. Kit's gaze sharpened as he said, no matter what, I can't let this immortal demon out. Why, Kid, are you crazy? The Grady froze, completely stunned. Even the incel beside him was taken aback. He looked at Kit, his voice trembling as he said, Boss, think twice. That's a powerhouse even Supremes find troublesome. We're just signing our own death warrants if we face it. Whoosh. I know. Kit took a deep breath and said, but I have no choice but to fight. In the supreme battlefield, there are many friends of mine who are all present. I could run away, but Nash and the others will be in danger. They might not make it out alive. They definitely won't make it out alive. The Grady looked at Kit, taking a deep breath before saying, the immortal demon is terrifying. As he absorbs more people, his recovery speed increases. If nothing unexpected happens, within 3 hours, all life in the supreme battlefield will be devoured by him. This complicates things. What do we do then? The incel's face was equally pale. He said, even if we stay, we can't defeat him. He's a being comparable to a supreme. No, he only has the power of a Arn spirit. Kit raised his head, looking towards the overwhelming demonic aura in the distance. He said, if it's only a Arn spirit, I have full confidence in killing him. Hearing this, the incel was stunned. He asked, boss, you're not joking, right? The immortal demon is almost impossible for even a supreme to kill. Can you really slay it? I find that very unreliable too. The Grady wore a look of helplessness. He warned, kid, if your trump card is just 2 divine artifacts, I suggest you give up. These weapons, although powerful, aren't enough to stand against the immortal demon. Hey, are you underestimating someone here? The voice of the demon blade sounded, clearly unhappy with the Grady's words. It retorted, forget one immortal demon. Even 10 or 100, I would wipe them all out. You know nothing about my power. Do you think the immortal demon doesn't possess divine artifacts? The Grady said coldly. If not, it wouldn't be so difficult to kill. You mean the immortal demon has a divine artifact? To be precise, something comparable to a divine artifact. The Grady took a deep breath and continued. This thing akin to a divine artifact is a clump of demon blood. Very bizarre. After the immortal demon consumed it, it gained immortality, nearly unkillable. Even its lifespan has greatly increased, surpassing ordinary supremes. Interesting. Kit rubbed his chin and said, regardless, let's see what we're up against. Rumble. At this moment, hundreds of meters away, boundless demonic energy soared into the sky. The Grady felt his scalp tingle. Swallowing hard, he said, kid, I'll trust you this time. Today, I'm going all out. That's the spirit. Kit was pleased. He patted the Grady on the shoulder and said, that's the attitude of a supreme. Fearless in life and death, ready to take on anything. What's there to be afraid of? Boom. As he finished speaking, the seal opened. A colossal hand, 100 zhang in size, instantly reached out and slammed into the ground. Splash. Instantly, within a 1,000 li radius, the earth shook violently. That massive hand, carrying an overwhelmingly terrifying force, merely pressing against the ground caused the surface to crumble, forming countless blood-red patterns. Phew. Seeing the endless blood-red patterns, the incel couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Hum. The crimson-golden imperial coffin appeared, emitting bits of supreme aura. It enveloped the incel and the white-clad woman. The Grady also retrieved his supreme artifact to counteract the oppressive aura. GGG. After endless eons, I've finally awakened. Such a nostalgic aura. Ha ha ha. I've awoken with overwhelming power. My past foes all dead. In this world, no one can stop me now. To recover my strength, I'll find a couple of near-supreme forces and devour their warriors. A series of eerie wails echoed through the air. In the next second, a huge head emerged from the horizon. Its crimson eyes landed on Kit and company. For a moment, the immortal demon was surprised. He said coldly, interesting. Not running upon seeing me. Excellent. Now kneel and submit to me, and I'll allow one of you to stay as my servant. Tisich, a weakling sealed away, yet still so arrogant. Kit brandished the demon blade, striding forward until he was 10,000 feet away from the immortal demon. Without a word, he lifted the demon blade and slashed down. Rumble. Crimson blade light shattered space. At this point, the immortal demon had only extended its hand and head out of the seal, with the rest still inside. Facing Kit's strike, the immortal demon's expression changed drastically. He sensed the overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from the demon blade. It felt like the essence of destruction was swirling within. If struck by this blade, it would surely be split in two and killed by the demon blade. Snap. Upon seeing this, the immortal demon immediately launched an attack. Endless runes flashed around his hand, and the demon blood splashed, blending with flesh to form a long knife. Then, with one hand holding the demon-blooded long knife, it charged toward the demon blade. Rumble. The demon-blooded knife carried boundless supreme authority, extremely terrifying. The demon blade clashed with the blood demon blade. Instantly, space fractured, and Kit was sent flying by the immortal demon's blow. Looking at the mass of demon blood transformed into a weapon, Kit's expression turned grave. He said, interesting. This clump of demon blood transformed into a weapon has already reached the level of a supreme artifact. Be careful, kid. This thing is very dangerous. The demon blade's voice rang out. Strangely, its tone was unusually serious for the first time. Hearing this, Kit was slightly startled. He asked, what do you mean? Do you know the origin of this demon blood? Chapter 503, The Blood of the Bar. The era before the primordial age, the blood of the bar. The immortal sword suddenly spoke up, saying, this kind of blood, I thought had been completely eradicated, yet it still exists. Bar. Kit was first taken aback, then his expression changed abruptly. This was the first time he heard the immortal sword directly mention a specific entity by name. Before this, the immortal sword had always been extremely reticent about what happened before the primordial age, unwilling to easily reveal any details. But now, it had spoken out on its own. Clearly, something must have happened. At that moment, the voice of the demon blade also rang out, saying, kid, we're in big trouble. The bar's blood has already appeared in the world, which means that wall is almost falling. What wall? Kit was even more bewildered. Seeing this, the demon blade explained, the wall refers to an endless age before when the division between the primordial age and the era before it was established. The wall severed all causality ties, theoretically preventing anything from before the primordial age from appearing again. But things are different now. The emergence of the bar's blood indicates that the wall is full of holes and about to collapse. If it collapses, what will happen? Kit asked curiously. If the wall collapses, the connection between the primordial age and the present will be reestablished. The gods and demons of old will resurrect and wage war for the sole purpose of vying for the one thing. The demon blade said slowly. That thing is not ordinary. It led to the end of the entire god-demon era. What thing? Kit was even more baffled, his heart filled with strange thoughts. Intuitively, he had already guessed at something. The demon blade paused for a moment before slowly answering. Throughout history, even gods and demons cannot achieve immortality. Therefore, this object represents true immortality, capable of transforming into chaos and achieving eternal life. To transform into chaos and achieve eternal life. Kit froze, asking, so you mean? Indeed. That object is within you. The immortal sword suddenly chimed in. You should be very familiar with it. The Chaos Blue Lotus? Kit muttered. It's that book. The demon blade's tone carried some nostalgia as he continued, Kid, you don't know how. When I first saw that book in your consciousness, I knew the day of reckoning for infinite causes and effects was approaching. At this point, the immortal sword also said, Indeed. That book is the origin of the deaths of countless gods and demons. It is the source of all causality. With that book, eventually, those gods and demons will find you. Be careful. Damn. Upon hearing the immortal sword and demon blade's explanations, Kit turned green with worry. Meanwhile, the Jagger who had been sealed for over 10 million years suddenly rose from the ground. He exuded overwhelming demonic energy, holding a long sword made from congealed demon blood. Looking at Kit, he said, Kid, that knife in your hand interests me greatly. As for you, I'll devour you alive. Tisi. Kit raised his chin and coldly replied, Just you? Far too weak. Humph. Seeking death? The Jagger snarled, glaring at Kit. A mere insect dares challenge me? With that, the Jagger exploded into action, moving so fast that he was immediately upon Kit. Boom. At this moment, the demon blade in Kit's hand erupted with power. A crimson light shot upward into the sky. In the next second, the light shattered space as it charged toward the Jagger. Splash. The primordial demon blade's might was incomparable. Instantly, the shadows of countless dead gods and demons appeared. The entire world seemed to turn into a realm of death. Intriguing. The Jagger watched Kit, his pupils narrowing. He knew this demon blade would not be easy to handle. Zap. In a flash of lightning, Kit swung the demon blade downward. In an instant, the surrounding void crumbled into dust. Clang. The Jagger and Kit clashed in an explosive strike. Space couldn't withstand the force and instantly fractured. Both Kit and the Jagger were thrown into a temporal vortex, their immense powers sweeping away even the spatial turbulence around them. This kid, what background does he have? The Jagger looked at Kit, feeling puzzled. He could sense the vast, deep-seated power lurking within Kit's body. Boom. Next, Kit slashed down another powerful blow. Kid, don't get too cocky. The Jagger roared, his aura bursting forth as he fiercely attacked Kit. Rumble. Instantly, space and time collapsed as Kit and the Jagger fought, one using the genuine blood of the bar, the other wielding fragments of the demon blade. They exchanged hundreds of blows without clear victory. Meanwhile, outside, Ari looked at the sky where space occasionally fractured, his face pale. Now this is trouble, he said. I have a bad feeling. Something isn't right. There's nothing wrong. Bryce took a deep breath. Based on my understanding of Kit, he wouldn't take risks unless he's certain of victory. But this is an opponent close to the supreme level. Ari sighed. Rumble. At this moment, in the temporal vortex, boundless light erupted. Kit, wielding the demon blade, fought the Jagger for thousands of strikes, pushing him back step by step. Primarily, the Jagger himself was currently in a state of unprecedented weakness. Even in his peak state, he possessed only a fraction of his original power. After exchanging thousands of blows with Kit, the Jagger was exhausted, realizing he couldn't defeat Kit temporarily. Damn brat, wait until I recover my strength and settle scores with you. The Jagger roared, slashing his demon blade through space, vanishing from Kit's sight. Trying to escape? You dream. Kit's unparalleled power erupted, breaking through space, catching up to the Jagger in an instant. Rumble. The surroundings shifted, revealing Kit in an infinitely vast starfield. The stars stretched endlessly, making the suns and moons seem like mere specks of dust in comparison. Hiss. Chapter 504, Pursuing the Jagger. Kit took a deep breath. He looked at the demon blade and asked, Where is the Xiaomer? Right next to you. The demon blade erupted with bloody red energy, shattering the void. A figure tumbled down from the broken space, covered in blood. It was the Xiaomer. Boy, are you going to eliminate me completely? The Xiaomer stared at Kit, his pupils contracting, filled with rage and reluctance. But Kit calmly replied, Eliminate you completely? Aren't you an undying being? You. A chill ran through the Xiaomer's heart as he realized something was wrong. Kit's words revealed two issues. First, Kit had discovered his weakness. The demon blade could destroy demon blood, which was key to his undying nature. Second, Kit was not interested in reconciliation. He was determined to finish him off. Fine, boy, as long as I don't die, this enmity will be repaid 100-fold. Realizing he wasn't a match for Kit now, the Xiaomer turned and fled without another word. Boom. With a reverse punch that shattered the void, the Xiaomer sprinted into the distance. Kit gave chase, hot on his heels. Rumble. Reaching a certain area, the Xiaomer smashed straight through a continent, retrieving a scorching core, which he swallowed immediately. Rumble. His weakened aura surged powerfully once more. By now, Kit had caught up. Without hesitation, he swung the demon blade downward. Sly it. The Xiaomer was cut in two by Kit, but as a near-sovereign level powerhouse, his body had resistance and recovery abilities against such attacks. Even in his weakened state, his physical strength remained sovereign level. His flesh instantly began to fuse back together, and his wounds rapidly healed. Ah, boy, you can't kill me. The Xiaomer laughed maniacally as he continued his frantic flight across millions of miles. Kit relentlessly pursued him, traversing countless distances in mere moments. By now, the Xiaomer had reached the peak of Saint Spirit Realm, just one step away from quasi-sovereign. Huff. No choice. Kit took a deep breath and halted. The Xiaomer's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. An ominous feeling crept over him. Instinctively, he sensed that danger lay ahead. Hum. An ice-blue immortal sword materialized beside Kit. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding void collapsed, causing the Xiaomer's scalp to tingle nervously. He finally understood where the ominous feeling came from, the immortal sword itself. To someone who had consumed demon blood and grasped some secrets from the divine era, the fear of the immortal sword even surpassed that of the demon blade. After all, the demon blade had been shattered, while the immortal sword remained intact, albeit sealed. Even this fact alone made the immortal sword far superior to the demon blade. Huff. Kit exhaled deeply. He glanced at the Xiaomer and said coolly, I thought killing you wouldn't require the immortal sword, but it seems, indeed it does. Boy, don't get cocky. The Xiaomer's eyes contracted sharply. He glared at Kit coldly. I don't believe you could be lucky enough to obtain both the immortal sword and the demon blade. Whether it's luck or not, you'll find out soon enough. Kit said nothing further, addressing the immortal sword. All right, it's your turn to shine. Don't be like the demon blade, taking hundreds of strikes without finishing him off. Hey boy, what are you talking about? The demon blade, visibly displeased, retorted, I'm damaged now. If I were whole, a mere Xiaomer would be nothing more than one strike. Can't do it means can't do it. Don't make excuses. The immortal sword's voice echoed. One strike will suffice to end him. Hmph. The Xiaomer could hear the immortal sword's voice. He sneered. Think you can one-hit kill me? Even if you're an immortal sword from before the ancient era, it's impossible. Why don't you see for yourself? The immortal sword said no more. It took control of Kit's body, filling him with boundless power instantly. His vision and state reached an unprecedented level. The entire world seemed different through his eyes, distant realms appearing reachable in a single step. Concentrate. This is the perspective of the sovereign realm, incredibly beneficial to you. The immortal sword's voice resonated softly. However, there's a downside. If your mental fortitude fails, you might go insane. I understand. Kit nodded, well aware of the significance of mental fortitude to cultivators, sometimes even more crucial than rank and cultivation. Failing in mental fortitude meant losing control and becoming a slave to power, utterly losing oneself. Boom. Satisfied that Kit maintained control, the immortal sword wasted no time and launched its attack on the Xiaomer. Boom. Empowered by the immortal sword, Kit's strength became terrifying. In a single stride, he appeared right in front of the Xiaomer. Not good. The Xiaomer only reacted at this moment. Before he could retaliate, a flash of ice-blue light streaked past, leaving a bloody gash on his neck. The next instant, countless strands of ice-blue sword chi exploded inside his body. Bang! Kadiki, a planet exploding, a blinding light erupted in the void. Within tens of thousands of miles, a single strand of ice-blue sword chi was sufficient to slay a saint spirit. Is he dead? Kit furrowed his brow slightly, asking. No. The immortal sword replied. He possesses the true blood of the undying bar. He won't die so easily. Sure enough, as the ice-blue sword light dissipated, numerous blood threads emerged in the void, converging toward a single point. In the blink of an eye, a blood droplet the size of a fist formed in front of Kit. Next, the blood droplet rapidly grew into a humanoid shape. Hashtag chapter 505, the bar awakens. Then, a humanoid figure appeared before Kit. Boom. An aura of near sovereign erupted from the humanoid figure. After enduring one strike from the immortal sword, the Braiden's cultivation not only didn't decline but actually advanced to the near sovereign realm. What's happening? Kit was stunned, utterly bewildered. The Braiden was getting stronger as they fought, reaching the near sovereign realm. It was ridiculous. Trouble. That's not the consciousness of the Braiden. At this moment, the immortal sword's voice sounded. It's the consciousness of the bar's true blood. It has awakened. The cuckoo has taken over the magpie's nest. The bar is resurrecting. Boy, run now. You have no chance against such a formidable power. Just go. The tone of both the immortal sword and the demon blade suddenly changed, hinting at some fear. Haha, after countless years, I have finally returned. The newly restored Braiden's face was incomparably cold, his voice brimming with endless, chilling killing intent. Rumble. The moment he spoke, the entire world trembled slightly as if something had shattered. This is bad. The demon blade took a deep breath and said, now, things are really going to get crazy. What do you mean? Kit was confused, furrowing his brows. I just feel that the environment around us seems to have undergone some change, becoming more like the ancient times. It's not just becoming similar to the ancient era. It's because the barrier between the ancient era and the god-demon era no longer exists. The immortal sword slowly explained. The karmic ties involved with the bar are too terrifying. Anyone entangled by him is doomed. Have you always been curious about how various calamities arise over millennia? Just like what we're seeing now, some god demon's awakening can trigger even more powerful forces. BRR. Kit inhaled sharply, frowning. Weren't all the ancient god demons killed off? God demons are immortal. They are part of this world. The immortal sword explained. Killing them makes the world increasingly fragmented, requiring greater and greater power. Once a certain threshold is reached, the power of the god demons rebounds, causing them all to revive. A great catastrophe will replay across the world. Previously, only a few minor god demons revived, leading to limited disasters. But now, with the bar reviving, the devastation will be comparable to the previous god demon wars. Damn! Kit was speechless. He finally understood why the immortal sword and the demon blade wanted him to flee. There was no way he could handle the bar. Boom! Suddenly, the bar launched an attack. Cloaked in overwhelming demonic energy, he took a step forward, covering thousands of miles in an instant, rushing toward Kit. Humph! Kit glanced coldly at the bar, knowing he had no choice but to use his trump cards. Whoosh! A crimson mist surged like waves. In Kit's hand, a scarlet gold war spear appeared, radiating immense sovereign divine might. Sovereign artifact. The bar smirked disdainfully. He said coldly, "Boy, in my time, even little sovereigns were mere ants. What use is your sovereign artifact?" Sovereign artifact? Kit's lips curled upward. No, the one who will kill you isn't the sovereign artifact. Come out, venerable Arwen. What? There are still living sovereigns? The bar's expression changed abruptly as he sensed a powerful force surge within the scarlet gold war spear. This power was frighteningly strong, nearly rivaling a god demon above sovereign. BRR. The bar's expression turned grim. He could feel the power inside the war spear had reached the upper limit of a sovereign, an incredibly formidable opponent. Rumble. Almost instantly after Kit spoke, a golden giant hand descended from the sky, crushing toward the bar. Crack. This hand moved with blinding speed, its strength and laws flawless. With one slap, the bar's bones shattered into hundreds of pieces, and his physical body disintegrated, flying thousands of miles away. Boom. The Arwen took a step forward, appearing in the air. His aura was astonishing. Every step he took caused space to collapse, spreading boundless chaos. Whoosh. The moment the sovereign aura emerged, the heavens trembled subtly. As for the bar, his face paled in shock. What's going on? There shouldn't be any living sovereigns in this world anymore. Hearing this, Kit froze, feeling puzzled. He asked, what does the bar mean? Can he sense whether there are any living sovereigns in this world? Of course, the demon blade replied gravely. True sovereigns leave imprints throughout the entire world, unlike near sovereigns. Could Diki those fleeting shadows I saw in the endless chaos? Kit mused. That's the principle, Ari breathed deeply. But living sovereigns and dead ones are entirely different. Cadaeving sovereigns' presence can be felt everywhere, while dead ones leave only an imprint. Imprint? Kit paused, recalling something terrifying. Wait, the bar just mentioned living sovereigns. If a power projection doesn't count as a living sovereign, then? The Arwen isn't dead yet, the immortal sword replied slowly. His aura is in a peculiar state, weak compared to normal sovereigns but far stronger than a dead one. Now, this should be interesting. Kit was speechless again, recalling how the Arwen had effortlessly decapitated 12 corpse sovereigns. Would this weakened bar be a match? Boom. The Arwen's avatar took a step forward, saying calmly, a being from before the ancient times? Hashtag chapter 506, the age of humanity. You do not belong in this era. You should have just stayed where you were. To dare step out on your own? Do you want to die? Arrogant. You think being an emperor gives you the right to speak to me like this? The bar was contemptuous, his face full of arrogance as he said, throughout history and countless years, countless people have spoken these words to me. But all those who spoke to me like that are now dead. Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? Follow in their footsteps? No, I will be the one to slay you. Augustus took a deep breath and said coldly, the era of gods and demons has utterly vanished. It can never return. Humanity is the new master of this world. Even if the gods and demons returned, they could not take it away. Humph, don't boast too much. The bar's face was full of disdain as he said coldly, a petty emperor dares to talk so boldly. I am merely stating a fact. Augustus stood with hands behind his back and looked at the bar, then calmly asked, rather, why are you secretly restoring your strength bit by bit? Aren't you lacking confidence? You. The bar's complexion changed, not expecting his subtle actions to be discovered by Augustus. Bar, I won't bully you because of your lower realm. When you recover to the emperor realm, I will fight you. Augustus waved his hand, and instantly the void shattered. Kit's crimson gold spear flew into Augustus's hand. Boom. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding void crumbled instantly. An empty space appeared before Kit. In the next second, an hourglass entirely made of divine gold appeared in Augustus's hand. Splash. Augustus placed the hourglass in the void and said coolly, this incarnation of mine can last for 2 hourglasses time. I give you 1 hourglass's time to recover, and with the remaining hourglass's time, I will slay you. Humph, how arrogant you are. The bar stood with hands behind his back, his cultivation rapidly increasing. He looked at Augustus and said, but your arrogance will ultimately doom you. Throughout history, none at my realm could match me. I have experienced countless battles of life and death, and this is the least noteworthy battle of my life. I will remember you. Fighting me at the same realm, your courage is commendable. Hehe, courage is commendable? I hope the bar doesn't disappoint me when the time comes. Augustus stood with hands behind his back, his fingers slightly moving as the grains in the hourglass slowly trickled down. Hiske, why do I have this sense that things might go wrong? Kit sighed, complaining, why not finish off this bar directly at the lesser emperor realm? Waiting for him to recover to the emperor realm is like trying to turn the tide against unfavorable winds. I hope things don't end up like that. Kid, hearing you say that, I feel more confident now. The devil blade muttered softly. To be honest, saying that makes me a little sad. Kit was quite dejected. All right, stop talking, focus on watching the battle. The immortal sword spoke up, saying, No one told you too that you are really noisy? Kit was momentarily stunned, speechless. Rumble. At this moment, the aura emanating from the bar rapidly soared. He was not yet in his complete state, but only a mass of blood, yet he could devour the entire world. His aura skyrocketed wildly. In an instant, it had reached the peak of the Lesser Emperor realm. Rumble. Endless imperial aura surged around him. This was the sign of reaching the grand completion stage of the Emperor realm, and only half an hour had passed. This is unbelievable. Kit drew a sharp breath, hardly believing it. Just a while ago, the immortal saint spirit of the undying celestial demon hadn't even reached the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. After the awakening of the true blood of the bar, it had restored itself to the peak of the Lesser Emperor realm in just a blink. This was truly outrageous. Boom. At this moment, the bar's aura seemed to reach a certain limit. His aura rapidly swelled, and an unimaginably powerful force emerged within him. Imperial realm. Reached. Crack, crack. The surrounding space collapsed, and the bar stopped increasing his cultivation. Strange. Why did he stop enhancing his power? Kit was puzzled. The Devil Blade replied, "It's simple. A powerhouse like the bar has his own pride. That pride means never compromising. Since Augustus gave him the chance to fight at the same realm, raising his realm would be demeaning himself. Yes, using a higher realm to suppress an opponent, the bar has his pride and won't do such a thing." The Immortal Sword also strongly agreed with the Devil Blade's viewpoint. Seeing this, Kit took a deep breath and said, "So, it is like this. It remains to be seen who wins this battle." Boom. Augustus raised his hand and casually pointed. The last grain of sand in the hourglass fell. He turned over the hourglass and said to the bar, "This incarnation of mine can still last for 1 hourglass's time. If you can hold out for an hourglass's time under my attack, consider yourself the winner." "You're dreaming." The bar's face was full of sneers as he arrogantly said, "Can you survive a single move from me? We'll see. If so, talking more is futile. Let's fight." Augustus didn't say anything more. He snapped his fingers, and boundless void exploded. Countless rusted metal fragments emerged, forming a set of divine golden armor that enveloped him. This armor was incomplete, covered with rust and numerous parts riddled with holes. Time has eroded my armor as well." Augustus took a deep breath. He looked up at the sky and roared, "Kill." Boom. An overwhelming amount of power surged from Augustus's body. Countless threads of laws condensed into pure substance, and in an instant, the entire set of armor was repaired, restored to its peak condition. In the next second, Augustus, wielding the crimson gold spear, charged towards the bar. Crack. Infinite space and time exploded into chaos. In Kit's hand, the Immortal Sword and Devil Blade combined to form a protective shield, blocking the aftereffects of the battle. Meanwhile, Kit activated the Heavenly Tao True Eye to observe the battle. Chapter 507. The Supreme Battle. This was a battle of the Supremes, invoking the boundless principles of Heaven's Tao. For Kit, it held extremely significant insights. Rumble. A battle at the supreme level could be said to astonish heaven and earth, causing even spirits to weep. Any material substance in their path could not withstand the onslaught of these two Supremes. They were all brutally crushed into dust within the cosmos. Seeing this, Kit's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Interesting. So this is the power of a Supreme? It truly makes one long for it, isn't it? Aside from gods and demons, the Supreme is the most powerful force. Even more terrifyingly, those 3 heavenly venerables among the Supremes have reached a level equivalent to that of a bar," commented the Magic Blade with sigh. "Heavenly Venerable and bar are on par?" Kit was taken aback, his voice tinged with surprise as he asked, "You're kidding me? Are Heavenly Venerables really that strong?" "Hee. Throughout history, only 3 Heavenly Venerables have appeared. What do you think?" Magic Blade chuckled maliciously, adding, "The Bar and Divine Emperor are merely 2 peak combatants, but there are 3 Heavenly Venerables, and many more nearing their level. If the gods and demons were to resurrect, it would certainly be quite the show." "Wait, aren't gods and demons supposed to be a major realm above Supremes?" Kit was startled, his tone filled with amazement. "Not at all. Gods and demons are just creatures born at the dawn of the world. The powerful ones are like bars, while the weaker ones are merely sacred beings." The Magic Blade patiently explained, continuing slowly, "If forced to classify them by realms, then bars, divine emperors, or heavenly venerables all belong to the supreme great perfection realm. The Alfonso belongs to the lesser perfection of supreme realm, just 1 step away from great perfection. He can be called a half-step heavenly venerable. Below that are ordinary supremes, categorized as high-rank supreme, mid-rank supreme, and low-rank supreme. However, for ordinary cultivators, whether it's a high-rank supreme or a low-rank supreme, there is no essential difference. They are all incomparably mighty. And types like Drew belong beyond lesser perfection but have not yet reached supreme rank, making them the weakest kind of supremes." "Quite complex." Kit rubbed his chin, murmuring, "If that's the case, the Alfonso is absurdly powerful. At the lesser perfection of supreme realm, he could effortlessly take down an ordinary god or demon. No wonder an ordinary supreme couldn't suppress the 6 paths wheel of reincarnation. Even the Drew was completely restrained by it, with no means of counterattack." Rumble. At that moment, countless stars fell from the sky. These celestial bodies from the universe were now being plucked off by the bar's hand, forming divine swords. "Kill." The bar gave a light shout. The divine swords made of celestial bodies flew straight towards the Alfonso. Not bad. Alfonso's gaze tightened slightly. In one stride, the crimson golden divine spear in his hand transformed into a sky-piercing pillar stretching millions of miles. It rolled over, crushing the infinite star swords along its path, and the bar was directly knocked away by the sky-piercing pillar. Bang! The bar crashed heavily onto the chaotic land, shattering the entire continent in the chaos. Now, his face was filled with shock. The Alfonso was far more powerful than he had imagined. This can't be. The bar's voice was hoarse, his expression a mix of shock and anger. You have slept too long and don't know what has truly happened in this world. The Alfonso stood with hands behind his back, taking steps toward the bar. His eyes were piercing, radiating an icy killing aura as he spoke. Do you still think humans are the broken race you once knew? What do you mean? The bar instantly sensed something amiss, his voice trembling as he demanded. What happened during my endless slumber? Nothing much, the human race simply rose, replied the Alfonso. From the end of the god-demon era until now, billions of years have passed. It's been too long. There have already been hundreds of supremes born, each an unparalleled genius who shattered the boundaries of the world to achieve supreme status. And the gods and demons? They were just born powerful. How can they compare to the outstanding individuals who emerged from countless geniuses? They are nothing but puppets with raw power. You were strong only because you were born a bar. Nothing special about it. You. The bar paused, his face changing again. He finally discovered what was strange about the Alfonso. That was, the Alfonso possessed a confidence he had never seen before. Yes, confidence. This confidence came from defeating countless opponents, enduring 1,000 calamities, 10,000 difficulties, and rising from the pile of dead bodies. And such trials were something the gods and demons lacked. In the god-demon era, becoming a supreme was too easy. With the abundant primordial energy, even a dog could reach the sacred being realm. There was no comparison to the era after, where only the fittest survived. Thus, most of the strong beings from the god-demon era were like flowers in a hothouse. Gods and demons competing among themselves was fine. But when faced with the supremes of later eras, who had fought their way out from countless geniuses, they became utterly useless. Phew. The bar took a deep breath and coldly remarked, I see. But your little tricks can never match my innate bar power. Since you insist on courting death, I will show you that bloodline is a limit you can never break. I'll see if I can break it. The Alfonso stood calmly, his gaze fixed on the bar as he said indifferently, let's begin. Humph. With a cold snort, a layer of pale golden flames flickered on the bar's body. Boom. An overwhelming aura surged upwards. The extraordinarily holy golden flames appeared on the bar, an aura so pure it was hard to associate it with the word demon. As this flame appeared, the bar's aura changed dramatically, as if entering some specific state. Heavenly Tao Domain. Chapter 508. The bar's power. Kit stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the bar in amazement. I didn't expect it. To actually witness a heavenly Tao realm here. The demon blade remarked with a sigh. You have some discernment to recognize this as the heavenly Tao realm. Your guess is correct. This is indeed the heavenly Tao realm, an exclusive state of the bar. In this state, everything operates at its most perfect, and now the bar has reached his strongest condition. If the Draper also activates the heavenly Tao realm, what would happen? Would they be evenly matched? Kit asked curiously. That wouldn't be the case. Whoever strikes first wins, replied the demon blade. Of course, that's only if their power, realm, cultivation, techniques, everything is absolutely identical. Isn't that like fighting a clone of yourself? Kit quirked his lips. Despite his words, Kit watched the Draper intently. If the Draper couldn't enter the heavenly Tao realm, he would surely lose this battle. Heavenly Tao realm? At that moment, the Draper's gaze fell on the bar. With a calm and composed tone, he said, do you think that with just a heavenly Tao realm, you can win against me? Can you surpass heavenly Tao? The bar's voice carried a hint of disdain. He coldly replied, the heavenly Tao governs all cause and effect in this world. If you can control heavenly Tao, you could easily surpass gods and demons. Surpass gods and demons? I can do it right now. The Draper smiled contemptuously and said indifferently, you think gods and demons are something noble? They're nothing. My goal is to break the heavenly Tao and let this world operate independently. Ha ha ha. The bar laughed heartily, tears streaming down his eyes. What are you laughing at? The Draper looked at the bar oddly. I'm laughing at your ignorance. The bar's voice was full of disdain. He coldly continued, you think you can destroy the heavenly Tao? Dream on. The heavenly Tao represents the entire world. To challenge it requires power equivalent to the whole world. Do you possess such power? That I do. The Draper gazed at the bar and calmly replied, as long as someone surpasses the great perfection stage, they can control the heavenly Tao, eliminating the destiny controlled by it. Then, all cultivators in this world will no longer be under its control. Chao, you're a great perfection? Is that even possible? For endless ages, no one has ever achieved it. Note, great perfection is likely a specific term or concept in the context of the story. If it refers to a particular concept like zhizun da yunman, which means the highest level of perfection or completion in cultivation, it might be better to translate it as supreme perfection, for clarity and consistency in terminology. Here's an alternative version using this term. Transcend supreme perfection? Is that even possible? For endless ages, no one has ever achieved it. The bar stared coldly at the Draper and stated, there is no realm beyond great perfection. Stop dreaming. No realm? The Draper chuckled softly. To my knowledge, there are 3 individuals in this world who have already stepped into that mysterious realm beyond great perfection, he said. Once they fully enter, the heavenly Tao will be destroyed, and infinite gods and demons will be annihilated. You parasites feed off the heavenly Tao, depleting its power, causing the world's resources to dry up. It's time to exterminate your kind. Parasites? The bar burst out laughing. Don't be too arrogant, Draper. Do you really think I can't handle you? I'm merely stating a fact. The Draper remained expressionless. He turned his head to glance at the hourglass, then coldly said, half an hourglass remains. Enough time to slay you. Then come and try. The bar's anger boiled over. In his eyes, the Draper was nothing more than a weak ant. His era had seen humans as incredibly weak, like ants before gods and demons. After a mere period of sleep, these ants had gained the power to challenge him, which enraged the bar. Without hesitation, a magic blade appeared in his hand, striking toward the draper. Boom! A battle between two supreme beings resumed. This time, though their powers were hundreds of times more terrifying, the backlash was minimal. From afar, it seemed like two holy spirits were battling. The only difference was the area where they clashed. The chaos was torn apart, releasing primal purple chi. In an instant, countless collisions spilled forth with the primal purple chi, resembling the birth of the universe. Intriguing. Kit watched the fight between the draper and the bar, his eyes flashing with surprise. The bar gradually seemed to be at a disadvantage, surprising Kit. There's no reason for this, Kit muttered. The bar is within the heavenly Tao realm. He shouldn't be this weak. This is normal because in this era, the heavenly Tao is incomplete, the immortal sword explained. An incomplete heavenly Tao realm cannot reach perfection. Only during the age of gods and demons could one find a complete and flawless heavenly Tao realm. The age of gods and demons? Kit stroked his chin, sighing. It seems I overestimated this bar. Endless years have left him unable to keep up with the pace of battle. Not quite, interjected the demon blade. Throughout history, few have achieved the level and height of the draper. You have a point. Kit nodded slightly. Ancient texts always mention the draper. Generally, he was considered the peak of combat prowess. Praise or criticism placed him within the top 50. This was the legacy of the draper. Through earth-shattering battles, he had earned this reputation, representing the pinnacle of human supremacy. Given similar power, defeating the bar might not be impossible. Even now, Kit felt no particular excitement or tension. Boom! Shocking battle waves continued to erupt, filling the entire world with endless turmoil. Meanwhile, deep within an abyss, a pair of eyes suddenly flashed. Boom! Endless light shot skyward, shattering the void. A massive entity, comparable in size to a continent, emerged from the void. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic black fish. Chapter 509. The Emergence of the Heavenly Venerable. Stretching 9,000 miles long and 3,000 miles wide, with black scales shimmering in the cold light, it appeared instantly, causing whispers among countless gods and demons within the boundless space-time continuum. It's the xuanhuan. He's still alive. Humph. That guy is unparalleled at faking death. The situation has changed. I sense the bar is battling. I've slept through countless years, meticulously planning. It's finally time for me to emerge. To the victor go the spoils. Whether we can live as long as the heavens and shine as brightly as the sun and moon depends on this one moment. No need for words. Regain our strength and prepare for battle. Countless murmurs echoed throughout the river of space-time. Kit looked around with some surprise, muttering to himself, how strange. Why do I feel like someone is watching me from behind? It's not an illusion but reality. A voice sounded from behind Kit. This voice was familiar, and Kit felt like he had encountered it somewhere before. He abruptly turned his head and saw the heavenly venerable Darius smiling at him. Looking at the heavenly venerable Darius dressed in white, with a look of astonishment, Kit said, you really didn't die. With my power, unless my lifespan runs out, dying would be hard. Darius smiled gently, then added, of course, the heavenly Tao wants to kill me because, after all, I am one of the biggest uncertainties in this world. One of the biggest uncertainties? Who are the others? Kit asked curiously. Seeing this, Darius laughed and replied, who else? What an interesting question. How should I put it? There are many people, but in the realm of greatest uncertainty, you are the sole wild card. Me? Kit was somewhat surprised. He muttered, I admit, I'm a bit more handsome and have a little charisma, but being the sole wild card? That's a stretch. I haven't even felt the heavenly Tao targeting me specifically. Kit scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Not targeting you? Darius's voice rose half an octave. He said in disbelief, what was the first crisis when you embarked on cultivation? Kit tilted his head in thought and replied, I can't recall clearly. I think it was due to breaking an engagement. A few practitioners at the Mystic Chi stage wanted to kill me. That's the crux of the problem. Darius sighed deeply. Looking at Kit, he patiently explained, do you think another cultivator in your place would have survived? Kit tilted his head again, and suddenly realized. In 2 years, a lot had happened to him, but his memory remained crystal clear. With Jinwu City's strength, a single practitioner at the Mystic Chi stage could have swept everything away. If not for his emergence, the Bai family would have been annihilated by now. Moreover, resolving that crisis was virtually impossible. For a cultivator to obtain the power to overwhelm the Mystic Chi stage in just one day, this was an unattainable miracle in itself. Thinking about his previous experiences, each opponent was more formidable than the last, with the level of concern growing exponentially. The Supreme Forces spared no effort, going all out to eliminate Kit. Had his progression been slower or his strength weaker, his grave would already be overgrown with grass. Phew. Kit took a deep breath and remarked sarcastically, so, my path has been so perilous. Naturally, Darius smiled faintly, saying, your journey is unprecedented. Even if I were in your position, I might not have survived this long. So, the heavenly Tao dug countless traps for me, and I managed to avoid them all? Kit's expression was oddly distorted. Darius replied, to be precise, you fell into those traps, but they were too shallow for you. They posed no real danger to you. Damn. Kit was speechless. Suddenly, Kit recalled a possibility. He turned to look at the distant bar and Xiuxian venerable in battle, and asked in surprise, so, the bar is one of the traps dug for me? In theory, indeed, Darius nodded slightly, explaining, to the heavenly Tao, the resurgence of gods and demons and another great war poses no real threat. At most, it means his countless plans vanish. But if you grow strong, that becomes a huge crisis. A huge crisis, transcending the venerable realm? After a brief silence, Kit asked, Why are you so sure it's me? In fact, we're not entirely certain. Darius shook his head slowly, continuing. Throughout history, there have been numerous geniuses, including some on par with you. However, you possess a unique trait they lack. What is it? Kit was taken aback, finding this odd. Darius responded, that trait is, the heavenly Tao deliberately targets you, trying to destroy you. Deliberate targeting, meaning I pose a threat to the heavenly Tao. Kit was dumbfounded, muttering, it doesn't make sense. Where is the danger? If I'm not mistaken, can you wield the heavenly Tao sword?
Yes.
Nodding, Kit asked, so what? The heavenly Tao sword embodies part of the heavenly Tao's power, and you are sharing this power. Darius inhaled deeply, adding, this is the most dangerous point. To the heavenly Tao, once you truly grow strong, replacing it would be easy. This is strange, the heavenly Tao sword. You cannot use it, indeed, you cannot use it. Kit frowned, inwardly gasping. He finally remembered what seemed off. Throughout endless ages, records of the heavenly Tao sword always referred to ancient legends. Ancient lore spoke of an era predating the age of gods and demons, where a powerful figure wielded the heavenly Tao sword to carve out territory, forcefully creating an entire universe, the very universe Kit hails from. Apart from this legend, there was no other information about the heavenly Tao sword. Hashtag Chapter 510, the ultimate battle. Even the immortal sword could find some traces and recorded data. Various patterns of the Tao talismans could also be found. However, regarding his heavenly Tao sword technique, not a single trace existed. Rumble. The sky trembled slightly as the battle between the Zhou and the bar startled Kit. Boom. The bar's blade descended, momentarily resembling the power of the heavenly Tao descending upon the world. Hiss, that is. Kit looked at the bar, momentarily stunned, then completely dumbfounded. He quickly realized that the bar must be one of the strongest beings in this world, one of the foremost primordial entities. Because of this, he could utilize a portion of the heavenly Tao's power. Moreover, he could freely use some of the heavenly Tao's secret techniques. Realizing this, Kit's pupils contracted. He sensed impending danger. He was very clear about the terrifying extent of heavenly Tao's power. Without exaggeration, it encompassed all changes in the world, including its secret techniques. Looking at the bar before him, Kit took a deep breath, knowing that he needed to make a significant change. Thinking of this, he said to the immortal sword, the Zhou might lose. It's impossible. The immortal sword disagreed, saying, from what we can see now, the Zhou still holds an advantage. You're overlooking something, the voice of the devil blade slowly interjected, sounding somber. Although the heavenly Tao rules of this world have changed, the heavenly Tao rule within the bar's body remains from the age of gods and demons. If things go as expected, the bar might soon activate the ancient heavenly Tao force within his body. Once activated, the Zhou will be defeated swiftly. The heavenly Tao power of the gods and demons era? Huh? Kit looked at the rusted sword in his hand, clenching it tightly before saying faintly, lend me your strength for a moment. Do you plan to join the battle? The rusted sword seemed surprised, cautioning, you should understand. This isn't just a battle between supremes, but two venerables using equal power. If you interrupt, it would be disrespectful to the Zhou. Ah, I see. Kit paused, then abandoned the idea of joining the fight against the bar alongside the Zhou. A true powerhouse has their pride. The Zhou was no exception, being among the top-tier powers. Confident in his invincibility. Thus, Kit could only hope the Zhou would emerge victorious. Rumble. As they spoke, the Zhou had already clashed with the bar for hundreds of moves. In an instant, the heavens crumbled, and everything turned to ashes, leaving only the two figures locked in combat. Rumble. Blood splattered from the bar's body. A single slash from the Zhou nearly split him in half. Seeing the obvious upper hand of the Zhou, the bar coldly said, I didn't want to waste heavenly Tao power on you, but it seems I have no choice. Even if you have heavenly Tao power, you're no match for me. If you don't believe me, try, the Zhou replied, his words filled with unshakable confidence. Huh, you truly are a bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. The bar's expression turned icy when the Zhou showed no surprise. Holding a long saber, he slashed directly at the Zhou. Rumble. The blood-red saber cut through space, moving in a bizarre trajectory towards the Zhou. That's... Kit's pupils contracted. This was the first time he felt true shock. At this moment, he was within the realm of the heavenly Tao, where the world was dark except for countless black threads. When the blood-red saber appeared, a white thread emerged, directly connecting to the Zhou's spirit fire. Without doubt, this was the only way to win. With one slash, the Zhou's spirit fire would be extinguished. Taking a deep breath at this sight, Kit knew the Zhou might be defeated. He tightened his grip on the rusted sword, preparing to act. But suddenly, the situation changed. Ping! The golden spear in the Zhou's hand emitted a metallic hum. The moment this sound occurred, the white thread broke. No! The bar roared in anger, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how the Zhou managed to avoid an almost unavoidable strike. The heavenly Tao may be perfect, yet it leaves a thread of life. The Zhou's golden spear pierced through the bar's forehead effortlessly, and he coldly said, therefore, the heavenly Tao's blade always carries a glimmer of hope, and I seized that thread. No! Enraged, the bar tried to resist but found he couldn't do anything. With a slight vibration, the Zhou unleashed boundless power instantly, obliterating the bar's consciousness. Phew! Relieved, the Zhou's figure dimmed. His borrowed time was up. Just before disappearing, he handed over his golden armor and spear to Kit, saying, Aaron, the great calamity is approaching. Your time is short. My time is short, huh? Kit took a deep breath, muttering softly. The immortal sword and devil blade had mentioned this to him too, and it seemed the Zhou also sensed it. Splash! Chaos dissipated, and the bar vanished entirely, transforming into a pure mass of blood floating in midair, emitting a faint red glow. The bar's blood. The Zhou took a deep breath, saying, This mass of blood alone is incredibly strong. In this world, fewer than 5 people can defeat him. Not bad, I guess, Kit muttered. Cough cough. The Joe lightly coughed, saying, all right, my borrow time is limited. I must go. Perhaps, you can refine the bar's blood. All right. Kit nodded slightly. Bang. The Joe's clone exploded into light particles, dispersing into the air. Endless spatial currents reappeared, and the world suddenly became eerily quiet. Phew. Next, it's time to refine this mass of bar's true blood. Kit stared at the mass of true blood before him, muttering, strange. My intuition tells me refining this blood will significantly enhance me, but there seems to be something off. Chapter 511. You actually played dead. As he was muttering, the situation suddenly changed. In the void, the previously still and lifeless blood of the bar suddenly began to emit faint ripples of intent. You actually played dead? Kit's expression turned pale with shock. He felt speechless inside. Generally speaking, for top-tier powerhouses, pretending to be dead was a disgraceful act, quite humiliating. Many powerful figures would rather die in battle than feign death. Even admitting defeat or begging for mercy, they would never resort to faking death. It showed a lack of confidence in their own strength, which could lead to a mental collapse, ultimately driving them into madness and an untimely death. The bar before him was at least one of the top 5 most formidable figures throughout history, and now, he had been beaten by the Baron to the point of playing dead? Who said I played dead? A cold intent emerged from the bar's true blood. If you weren't playing dead, why didn't you speak when the Baron was here? Kit smirked, shaking his head as he looked at the bar disdainfully, mumbling, Tisk. The legendary bar, actually playing dead just to survive. Are you really the essence blood of the real bar? Boy, don't push your luck. The bar was unusually enraged. He snarled, I am indeed the genuine true blood of the bar, as fake as it can be. Earlier, I did not act because my consciousness had not yet recovered. How could I have acted otherwise? Tisich, do you expect me to believe that? Kit narrowed his eyes, his face filled with disdain. Though he spoke thus, in reality, Kit was trying to extract information from the bar. He naturally knew that the bar should indeed have been unconscious just now. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fool the Baron. Thus, the only possibility was that this consciousness had just been restored. Even with his divine soul annihilated, it could be directly revived. Truly, the bar was an outstanding figure of the age of gods and demons, a being who dared to call himself an emperor among countless deities and demons. Boy, you can choose to believe it or not. The bar glared at Kit, his face full of sneer. He knew Kit was trying to pry out information. Initially, he did not plan on revealing everything, but seeing Kit's disdainful smile, the bar instantly became furious. He stared coldly at Kit and said, Boy, I am truly an undying body. Even a drop of blood is no different. My divine soul, physical body, and cultivation are all in a state of perpetual existence, possessing the attribute of immortality. Even if you had the strength to defeat me more than once, it would still be futile. I am immortal, having lived through endless ages, with one foot already in the realm above supreme perfection. Boy, if you don't believe it, feel free to try. Just keep bragging. Kit was utterly dismissive. Cadefting the rusty sword in his hand, he pointed it at the bar and said coldly, I don't require you to fight me at the same level, but will you dare to single-handedly fight me? Even if you're immortal, I will slay you. Boy, you're too arrogant. The bar's tone was icy. He glared at Kit and said, having confidence is good, but excessive arrogance can be fatal. Why don't you try and see? Infinite immortal sword power surged from within Kit's body, while simultaneously, the magic blade appeared in his hand. Boom! Vast power erupted. The bar's complexion abruptly changed, turning terribly ugly. He took 2 steps back, looking at Kit with disbelief and exclaimed, that sword and that blade, are both in your possession? That's right. Holding the immortal sword in his left hand and the magic blade in his right, Kit exuded a prehistoric aura. Looking at the bar, he declared proudly, enough talk, your end has come. You are too arrogant. With an icy voice, the bar immediately charged towards Kit without another word. Boom! Kit moved extremely fast, reaching the bar's front, and slashed down with the magic blade. Swoosh! A cold sound echoed. In the next second, flesh and blood separated, and the entire bar was cleaved in half by the magic blade. How is this possible? The bar's face was filled with shock, utterly stunned. He had seen the magic blade before and knew its capabilities, but how could it be so powerful? Swoosh! At this moment, the immortal sword in Kit's hand emitted dazzling light, splitting the bar's true blood into 4 pieces. Impossible! The severed bar was incredibly shocked. He couldn't believe he was so fragile under Kit's hands. Suddenly, the bar seemed to realize something. He muttered to himself, fragile indeed, it's fragile. Boy, what have you done to me? To dust return, to earth return. In Kit's hand, a fragment of the 6 paths wheel emerged. The instant this fragment appeared, a blinding light illuminated the entire world. Boom! An aura akin to the world's movement erupted. The bar cried out incredulously, the 6 paths wheel? How can this be? Wasn't it completely destroyed? Nothing is impossible. Kit chuckled. He controlled the fragment of the 6 paths wheel to form a terrifying cycle grinder, trapping the bar inside and began to slowly turn. No, I refuse to accept this. The bar was unusually enraged. He roared, I cannot accept this. Why do you possess the 6 paths wheel? There's no reason. Perhaps, it's the will of heaven. Kit paused, lifting his head to look at the sky. At this moment, there were no signs of the heavenly Tao, only boundless spatio-temporal chaos flashing around, blurred and indistinct. Occasionally, fleeting shadows of powerful figures would flash by. The bar, hearing Kit's words, fell silent. The cruel gleam in his eyes disappeared, and he spoke coldly, the will of heaven. Heh, you're right. The age of gods and demons has ended, becoming history. I shouldn't have awakened from my slumber. So, are you conceding defeat? Looking at the bar, Kit grinned and said, rest assured. I will refine this piece of true blood carefully. Want to refine me? You're too inexperienced. Suddenly standing up, the bar supported the shadow of the cycle grinder with one hand, lifting the entire cycle grinder forcefully. Then, he looked at Kit coldly and said, if it were the complete six paths wheel, I would retreat and escape far away. But with just a fragment, you are too naive to subdue me. I know it's useless. Looking at the bar, Kit's expression remained calm. He spoke clearly, a remnant thought of the Baron can suppress a fragment of the six paths wheel. It naturally cannot hold back you, the bar. Chapter 512, Single Combat with the Xiuxian. Upon these words, the Xiuxian's expression changed. Kit's statement confirmed that everything was deliberately orchestrated by him to expose all the information he knew. That meant all that he knew was part of Kit's plan. Realizing this, the Xiuxian could no longer sit still. He looked at Kit and said in a cold voice, Kid, are you manipulating me? Mutual manipulation. Kit smiled easily. He continued, aren't you the same? Pretending not to be a match for the wheel of reincarnation fragment, and then tricking me into divulging information. Great. The Xiuxian was almost amused into laughter. A blood-red long knife materialized in his hand. Pointing at Kit, he spoke, all human accomplishments become empty. Kid, are you prepared to die? Prepare for death? Kit took a deep breath. Staring at the Xiuxian, he replied, the one who will die is you. After saying this, Kit, wielding the devilish sword, attacked again. Rumble. The crimson devilish sword shattered the void. This strike was not inferior to an Empyrean level force and speed. The Xiuxian drew a sharp breath as well, his face becoming serious. Holding the blood devil knife, he engaged Kit. For a moment, space-time turbulence erupted once more. Powerful ripples spread across the entire world. Countless powerful figures were awakened by these ripples. Various voices echoed through the world. What astonishing waves. Two Empyreans are battling. They're high-ranking Empyreans, no, close to small perfection level, incredibly strong. This kind of Empyrean powerhouse is rare throughout history. The divine aura before the era of gods and demons. It seems both come from before the god-demon era. Wait, the laws of heaven and earth are being modified with their battle. I see. After endless eons, the prophecy finally comes true. Not easy. A group of experts slowly exchanged opinions, filled with shock. For a moment, various Empyrean auras emerged across the world. Damn, there are still so many old-timers alive? Feeling the aura of numerous strong individuals everywhere in the universe, Kit was immensely shocked. He knew that some Empyreans might have survived, hibernating somewhere. However, judging from the fluctuations in the universe, there were at least over 100 Empyreans who hadn't perished. This was exaggerated. Humph, dividing your attention while fighting me, huh? The Xiuxian sensed Kit's mind slightly diverting for an instant. It was just this instant where Kit's flawless combat rhythm showed a slight crack. This tiny crack was negligible but extremely dangerous, especially against an expert like the Xiuxian. The slightest distraction could cost death. Ah. White fog spewed from the Xiuxian's mouth. His spirit energy reached its limit. He drove the blood devil knife towards Kit's primordial soul, aiming to shatter it. How do you know I'm not deliberately distracting? Kit showed a peculiar smile on his face. Not good, deceit. In an instant, the Xiuxian's scalp went numb, realizing something was wrong. Sure enough, Kit suddenly revealed a red golden spear that emitted complete divine light, piercing towards the Xiuxian's heart. Crack! Instantly, the red golden spear penetrated the Xiuxian's heart. Cough, cough. The Xiuxian spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood, his face filled with shock. He never expected Kit to be so formidable, secretly plotting and planning to turn the tide. Too ruthless. Breathe. At this moment, Kit's red golden spear burst again. Golden divine light shattered the surrounding void. In the next second, the red golden spear released astounding power, completely obliterating the Xiuxian. Cough, cough, cough. The Xiuxian coughed up blood profusely. However, instead of fear, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He stared coldly at Kit and said, Kit, you can't kill me. I'm immortal. That's debatable. Kit took a deep breath. He waved his hand, revealing the wheel of reincarnation disc fragment. A fragment? What can it do? The Xiuxian showed no trace of fear. Is that so? Kit grinned oddly. Taking a deep breath, he roared loudly, Wheel of reincarnation, come out. All fragments, come to me. Rumble. With Kit's roar, the entire world trembled violently. In an instant, terrifying waves erupted from numerous secret realms. Pieces of the six-path wheel tore through the void, flying towards Kit. That's the six-path wheel? Heaven, how did these fragments move on their own? Someone's summoning them. Heaven, could it be? A terrible existence has awoken? A group's voices trembled, filled with fear. Boom. Just then, a huge hand spanning tens of thousands of miles attempted to grab a palm-sized fragment of the six-path wheel. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the first powerful figure made a move, others also tried to snatch the fragments. Right then, Kit's voice rang out. My possessions, you dare to seize? Are you courting death? As he spoke, infinite sword lights exploded from the immortal sword in Kit's hand. A single slash sent out myriads of sword energies, shattering each large hand. Ah, kid, who are you? Never seen such a powerful Empyrean. Could it be an ancient heavenly lord? No, heavenly lords aren't that weak. Perhaps it's some ancient Empyrean. The powerful figures paid a heavy price for their actions. But these were quasi-Empyreans. Empyrean-level experts observed coldly. Dare to seize this artifact involving boundless cause and effect, unaware of your own limitations. True. Even heavenly lords may perish upon encountering artifacts like the six-path wheel. Last time, ancient heavenly lords suffered greatly here, nearly dying. Empyreans whispered among themselves, revealing a lot of information. Many became pale upon hearing this. They faintly heard the Empyreans' whispers. Instantly, they trembled like quails. Heaven, even heavenly lords have suffered greatly from this. Could we die because of this six-path wheel? Who knows? A group of cultivators shivered. Chapter 5:13. Reunification of the Six Paths Wheel. They were now filled with an indescribable sense of despair, and many of the powerful figures who had acted were overwhelmed with regret. Having reached the quasi-sovereign realm, they naturally knew that the concept of causality wasn't non-existent. The Six Paths will involve far too many terrifying elements. Being entangled in such a thing was like dancing on a grave. It was as if beggars on the street encountered someone leading a rebellion and felt compelled to join in. Not dying would be nothing short of miraculous. The same applied to the Six Paths Wheel. Once it appeared, it inevitably dragged countless mighty figures from the god and demon era into its grasp. Should these powerful beings intervene, things could get truly entertaining. Rumble. At the very moment when a group of powerful figures were trembling in fear, the Six Paths Wheel appeared in Kit's hands. Countless fragments gathered, and in an instant, the Six Paths Wheel briefly united in Kit's hand. Boom. A powerful aura surged towards the heavens. A basin-sized disc, radiating purplish golden light, emerged before Kit. Rumble. An aura of reincarnation spread from the Six Paths Wheel. Oh no. Joa's face changed drastically. Without a second thought, he turned and fled without any hesitation. The Six Paths will govern space and time, annihilating everything. The power of reincarnation representing the heavenly Tao was unmatched. Fundamentally, the very existence of the Six Paths will meant that lifespans had become a concept in the universe. Without the Six Paths Wheel, everything within the universe could have eternal life. Without death, everything would descend into chaos. But because the Six Paths will control life and death, even deities like Joa with supposedly undying bodies could truly perish. If one's primordial spirit were refined by the Six Paths Wheel, everything would be lost. Huff. At this moment, Kit took a deep breath. The Six Paths Wheel in his hands emitted a radiant light that startled countless powerful beings. Heavens! The Six Paths Wheel has appeared. Is this to reshape reincarnation? Perhaps. Ancient legends say that before the god and demon era, when the Six Paths Wheel was still intact, all creatures in the world cycled through reincarnation. To achieve immortality, one had to transcend this cycle. To transcend the cycle? That is quite daunting indeed. Yes, I heard that only after achieving the peak of sovereign could one challenge the cycle. Survive it, and you surpass sovereign. Fail, and there's no way out. So someone must have succeeded, or else why would the cycle break? No, maybe it was the power of heavenly Tao. Unbound by the cycle, such existences posed an endless threat to the heavenly Tao itself. Hiss. Enough, let's just wait and see. If reincarnation is reshaped, this world will become infinitely interesting. You're right. I wonder if I'll have a chance to test my mettle against the cycle. Dreams are where anything can happen. Let's sleep more. Endless discussions took place among powerful figures, their voices filled with excitement. At this moment, Joa was already restrained by the Six Paths Wheel, forcefully swallowed into it. No. Joa's broken consciousness let out a cry of anguish. The Six Paths Wheel was merely a legend in his era. No one could ever witness it. Even if they did, it was usually only insignificant fragments. But at this moment, before him, the Six Paths Wheel shimmered with boundless golden patterns. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world transformed into a cauldron, refining and subduing Joa's remnant soul. Kit, I remember this debt. Seeing that he couldn't resist the Six Paths Wheel, Joa abandoned resistance and looked coldly at Kit, saying, "You and I will eventually fight to the death." Huff. Kit took a deep breath, looking at Joa coldly and said, "I await you." Boom. Infinite forces of reincarnation erupted from the Six Paths Wheel, completely refining Joa's consciousness. Joa, known for his indestructibility, ultimately perished under the power of the Six Paths Wheel. Huff. Kit breathed a long sigh of relief. He held the Six Paths Wheel in one hand and silently examined the blood of the Xiuxian. The Xiuxian's blood lay eerily still, without any sign of consciousness. Clearly, its inner consciousness had been thoroughly refined by the Six Paths Wheel, even its indestructibility was taken away. Rumble. The Xiuxian's blood remained quiet for a brief moment, then unleashed tremendous vitality. Crimson divine light shone millions of miles across, with a fist-sized drop of the Xiuxian's blood looking as brilliant as stars and planets. Incredible. By directly refining the Xiuxian's true blood, perhaps I can gain insight into heavenly Tao power. Kit recalled how Joa had invoked pre-ancient times god and demon era, heavenly Tao laws. These differed greatly from current heavenly Tao laws. Careful study might reveal something. Even if not, it would benefit his heavenly Tao sword, heavenly Tao seal, free step, and heavenly Tao true eye techniques immensely. Huff. It's time to refine the Xiuxian's true blood. Kit took a deep breath, ready to ingest the Xiuxian's true blood. Rumble. At that moment, a huge hand tore through the void and slapped toward Kit. This was clearly a sovereign-level force. Without doubt, it aimed to kill Kit and seize the Six Paths Wheel. Kit, hand over the Six Paths Wheel. A cold voice rang out. Humph. Kit's expression remained unchanged. A crimson gold spear appeared in his hand. Hum. Frightening killing intent soared skyward. Holding the crimson gold spear, Kit attacked directly. Boom. Kit's attack was incredibly powerful, fast, and accurate. Instantly, the large hand was shattered. Without slowing down, Kit pierced through a sovereign's chest with the crimson gold spear, pulling the body up. Trying to ambush me? Don't underestimate your own strength. Kit, unperturbed, said, just nearly sovereign strength. Do you think you're invincible? Saying that, Kit shook fiercely. Boom. The sovereign's body exploded instantly, the primordial soul torn apart. Ahaha. That sovereign screamed as his soul and body disintegrated. After reassembling hundreds of meters away, his aura weakened significantly. If you want to play, I'm always ready. Kit, holding the crimson gold spear with one hand, exuded immense confidence. Chapter 514, Supreme Pursuit. He coldly watched the Supreme and said, "What now? Are you ready to fight me?" Kit. The Supreme clenched his teeth, glaring at Kit. In a fury, he barked, "Very well, very well. You all are still watching? Once he swallows that mass of demon blood, we'll have no chance at all to obtain the 6-realm cycle disc. Let's attack together, kill him." Agreed. We can't let him get the 6-realm cycle disc. I've been silent for countless eons just waiting for this divine artifact to emerge, searching for immortality. Kill him. Don't waste words with him. Kit, hand over the 6-realm cycle disc, and you can leave unharmed. A chorus of Supremes spoke out. To them, each had once stood atop the world. Similarly, everyone's ultimate pursuit eventually became the Supreme Path, because the lifespan of a Supreme was too long. An ordinary person's lifespan is only about 100 years, while a Supreme's life could last hundreds of millions of years. Over such a vast span of time, any individual's emotions would be worn away into insignificance. Eventually, when everything that couldn't withstand time disappeared, what remained in every Supreme's heart was only one obsession: immortality. This was almost the only pursuit these people had left. Phew. Kit took a deep breath. He looked at the group of Supremes and said, "I will never hand over the 6-realm cycle disc. If you want it, come and take it." With that, Kit swallowed the true blood of the bar. Boom. Infinite vitality burst forth. In the blink of an eye, Kit's aura surged more than tenfold. The Chaos Scripture went wild, converting everything into cultivation strength. Divine Sea, Divine Core, Divine Roaming. Kit's realm shot up like a rocket, reaching the Mystic God realm in an instant. Not good. Act fast. The group of Supreme experts' faces turned grave. All were top-notch powerhouses who clearly sensed the terrifying power within Kit's body. With such formidable power augmenting him, they simply could not compete with Kit. Their only chance was to kill Kit before he refined the true blood of the bar. Kill. Attack. Without hesitation, the Supremes acted. The moment Kit swallowed the true blood of the bar, it became clear there was no peaceful resolution. The only way was through a death struggle. You think you can kill me? Dream on. Kit, with a thought, revealed a teleportation talisman in his hand and shattered space to escape. Rumble. At the moment Kit fled, dozens of Supremes struck together, pulverizing the entire area. Everything in that region vanished instantly, annihilated. Chase him. Absolutely cannot let him escape. The fluctuation of the bar's true blood is incredibly obvious. He can't get far. Right now he must die. Dozens of Supreme experts were remarkably calm. Each was a monster who had lived for endless ages and wouldn't be angered by a single failed attack. They were patient, shattering space and plunging through chaos to pursue Kit's location. Rumble. Kit's figure moved extremely fast, each spatial leap spanning boundless star rivers. But even so, he couldn't shake off this group of Supremes. Boy, if this continues, you'll die. The voice of the immortal sword rang out, saying, "My remaining power is limited." Enough. Kit took a deep breath and charged directly towards the xiuxian sacred vault without further ado. Trying to run? Humph. Give up. We have Supremes skilled in spatial arts. Kit, you can't escape. Put down the 6-realm cycle disc, and you can live. Kit, stop. Supremes cursed behind Kit. Kit turned abruptly and yelled at the group of Supremes, "Humph. A bunch of weaklings. If it came down to a one-on-one, I'd cut you all down with a single blow. If you're capable, catch up. I'll chop off your heads and extinguish your primordial spirits." Kit, you're too arrogant. You know nothing about this world. Don't waste words with him. Let's see what he's planning. True, we're all Supremes. Dozens of us against one is more than enough to kill him many times over. These Supremes showed no fear. They were once each the unparalleled rulers of heaven and earth. Though Kit was strong, he still seemed somewhat insignificant in their eyes. Kit took another deep breath. Without further ado, he tore open space and re-entered the xiuxian sacred vault. Hold on. Ahead is the xiuxian sacred vault. The small world created by the Kramer? Bad news. We should retreat quickly. Does Kit intend to open the seal left by the Kramer? Bad news. If that seal is broken, the entire world will face cataclysmic disaster. Dozens of Supremes watched Kit's back, their faces turning grim. Not quite panic-stricken, but close enough. They had all once dwelled in the xiuxian sacred vault, understanding the world intimately. They knew exactly what the xiuxian sacred vault was about. And beneath it, an extremely terrifying existence was suppressed. Behind that stone door, possibly dozens, or even hundreds of corpse Supremes lay. If they appeared in the world at once, the entire world would be invaded by the dead energy from inside the stone door, eradicating all life. A catastrophe for the world. Rumble. Kit pressed forward, entering the ancient small world and landing atop the temple. The lingering consciousness of the Kramer appeared, amazed at Kit's strength. It wasn't because Kit was particularly powerful now, but because dozens of Supremes were chasing him, an unprecedented occurrence. Kit, looking at the Kramer, hurriedly said, "Senior, rest assured, I have a way to deal with that dead energy." What way? The Kramer was slightly stunned, wearing an astonished look. Buzz. In Kit's hand, the 6-realm cycle disc appeared. Looking at the 6-realm cycle disc in Kit's hand, the Kramer paused, then nodded slightly, saying, "So that's how it is. With this 6-realm cycle disc in your hands, you indeed qualify to resolve the matter beyond that stone door. Since that's the case, I have nothing else to say." Chapter 515. Being hunted. Since that's the case, Elder, I'll take my leave. Kit took a deep breath. Instead of directly opening the stone door, he waved his hand, and the entire small world was caught in his grasp. Boom. Kit took a step, spanning across the endless Star River. Go. Absolutely don't let him open the seal. There are at least a dozen skeleton emperors inside. Once the seal is opened, a calamity will descend upon us. Right. Absolutely can't let her go. Damn it, put down that door. Behind Kit, a group of emperors' expressions changed abruptly, fear uncontrollably flashing in their eyes. For problems that were unsolvable even for those like Abdullahi or Baxter, they too remained helpless, especially ordinary emperors like them. Attempting to solve it forcefully would indeed result in death. Once opened, it would unleash an unprecedented disaster that even a heavenly sovereign couldn't handle. But Kit's lips curled into a slight smirk. He turned around, looking at the group of powerful pursuers, and coldly said, "You bunch of waste, if you've got the guts, continue chasing me, and see if I can't finish you off." For a more natural and fluent translation while maintaining accuracy. But Kit's lips curled into a slight smirk. He turned around, looking at the group of powerful pursuers, and coldly said, "You bunch of feiwu, waste. If you have the guts, keep chasing me and see if I don't finish you off." To improve fluency in English without losing the intended meaning. But Kit's lips curled into a slight smirk. He turned around, looking at the group of powerful pursuers, and coldly said, "You bunch of waste. If you have the guts, keep chasing me and see if I don't finish you off." For better readability in English. But Kit's lips curled into a slight smirk. He turned around, looking at the group of powerful pursuers, and coldly said, "You bunch of waste. If you have the nerve, keep chasing me and see if I don't finish you off." Final edited version. But Kit's lips curled into a slight smirk. He turned around, looking at the group of powerful pursuers, and coldly said, "You bunch of waste. If you have the nerve, keep chasing me and see if I don't finish you off." Boy, don't be cocky. When I ruled this world, you weren't even born yet. Haha, over countless ages, who could kill me? Don't waste time with him. Attack directly. Kill. A crowd of soul masters chased after Kit en masse, aiming to eliminate him. Boom. Several emperors launched attacks, showering the sky with assaults. Instantly, endless space exploded into chaos. But Kit slashed with one sword, shattering their attacks. Meanwhile, he performed another spatial leap, escaping from the group of emperors' encirclement. Both fighting and fleeing, soon Kit arrived at an incredibly desolate place. The edge of the universe, extremely barren. Beyond was endless chaos. Boy, you have nowhere left to run. Humph. That outside is true chaos. Even emperors risked being killed delving into it. War end over the 6 paths wheel of reincarnation disc and the stone door, and we'll let you leave. Boy, stop resisting uselessly. The emperors surrounded Kit, verbally threatening him. In reality, none dared to move against Kit. The most important reason was how strong Kit was. Despite their numbers, none wanted to die. If Kit insisted on going all out, he could take down 2 or 3 emperors, possibly 4 or 5, equivalent to a fifth of the present emperors, who wished to die needlessly. Therefore, while these emperors urged Kit to surrender, they secretly waited for others to make the first move against him. Humph, all your barking is useless. Kit wore a cold, proud smile. He scanned his surroundings and said calmly, "If you want the 6 paths wheel of reincarnation disc, step forward and fight me one-on-one. The winner gets the disc." Upon these words, the scene fell silent. The emperors knew that Kit was no longer a lamb awaiting slaughter. Whoever stepped up first had an 80% chance of being slain by Kit. Even if not killed, severe injuries would follow, leaving them unrelated to the 6 paths wheel of reincarnation disc. So, no emperor dared to step forward. What? Afraid? In Kit's hand, the 6 paths wheel of reincarnation disc appeared, emitting boundless light. Looking at the emperors, Kit sneered, "So this is what you call emperors? A bunch of cowards. Damn it, I'll slay you." A voice rang out. Next, a towering figure emerged. A blonde-haired man nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an invincible aura. His presence caused the surrounding space to rupture and distant planets to explode under his might. SSS, it's Brook. Didn't expect this to turn out so well. The only emperor who specialized in body refinement, having established the physical cultivation system, it's about to get interesting. Ancient legends say his body is as indestructible as an emperor-level artifact. Watch closely. Things are about to get really entertaining. Who knows who will win between these two powerhouses? Chances? Brook has at least 60%, Kit 40%. I'd say 70-30 split. Kit has only 30%. I think Kit has better chances. Seeing Brook step forward, the other emperors did not intervene. To them, Brook weakening Kit was beneficial, ideally leading to Kit's demise before they moved in for the 6 paths wheel of reincarnation disc. No one wanted to face Kit, essentially handing a huge advantage to the others. Boom. Brook stopped 10 miles away from Kit. With an invincible air, he looked at Kit and asked, "Kit, am I worthy enough to challenge you?" Peak Emperor. Kit nodded slightly and said, "Finally, someone worth a challenge. Boy, you're too arrogant." Brook glared at Kit coldly and said, "I have no interest in the 6 paths wheel of reincarnation disc, but finding great interest in slaying you. Throughout my life, I've never known defeat. And now, it's the same." Never tasted defeat? Big talk. Today, you can experience your first loss. Kit held his rusted sword with one hand, pointing it at Brook, and said, "This will also be your last loss because after this battle, you will die." Humph. If I lose, I won't wait for you to act. I'll end myself. Equally arrogant, Brook stood with hands behind his back and said, "Take the first move. Act. Let me go first." Kit laughed dryly. He replied, "If I move, you stand no chance of survival. Cut the nonsense, you go first." Humph. Brook didn't hesitate. His immense blood energy erupted, reaching his peak state. Then he took a step, with boundless runes glowing on his fist, coalescing into numerous worlds. One punch sent endless starlight descending, aiming to crush Kit into dust. Phew. Kit exhaled deeply, taking a bold step forward. Boom. Chapter 516, Ned. At this moment, Ned's punch had already arrived in front of Kit. Heaven Dao Fist. Kit let out a soft shout as icy blue light emerged from his fist. Bang! Their fists collided. In an instant, boundless space and time were obliterated into ashes. All things in the world turned to dust. Centered around where their fists met, a nearly permanent void was born. Hiss! How terrifying is this power? Is that kid really not a venerable? It's the power of the immortal sword and demon blade. Those two powers are too fearsome. No, just having the power of the immortal sword and demon blade cannot unleash such astonishing power. It's not because of the immortal sword and demon blade power, but because of Kit's comprehension of Heaven Dao. He's wildly absorbing the strength of the Xavion's blood. His realm is soaring again. Now he has reached the peak Holy Spirit state. As a group of venerables discussed, Kit had already clashed with Ned for hundreds of moves. A bit interesting. Kit shook his hand. Blood dripped from his fist, which was quite frightening. Ned was in the same condition. He looked at Kit coldly and said, "Interesting. You actually managed to injure my physical body. You're extraordinary. However, this is as far as you can go. You will die soon. The power of the immortal sword and demon blade must be nearly exhausted, right? Enough to take you down." Kit's expression didn't change. He moved his hand slightly, and a powerful life force erupted, erasing the injuries left by Ned in an instant. Boom. This time, Kit took the initiative to attack. With the Heaven Dao Fist, he smashed out another punch, causing endless space-time to explode around him. No way. Ned's face changed drastically, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Kit's punch shattered the void and blocked all of his escape routes. Trying to dodge would be incredibly difficult. Looking at Kid in front of him, Ned asked, "Kid, what kind of boxing technique is this?" "Don't know." Kit's answer was simple. Even now, he did not know the true origin of the Chaos Sutra. He only knew that this scripture had triggered a war between gods and demons, leading to the end of an era. But it didn't matter. Kit wasn't prepared to delve into these details. At this moment, he poured all his focus into this punch, advancing without leaving any room for retreat. Either he would instantly kill Ned, or miss completely, and be killed by Ned. It was that ruthless. What terrifying xianxia, fist intent, turning death into rebirth. Too terrifying. Correction. What terrifying fist intent, turning death into rebirth. Too terrifying. Ned's face changed abruptly. Boom. The punch carrying a deathly aura arrived. Ned roared, shouting, "No one can kill me in this world. Not even you. I must win and will never be defeated." Ned fist. His roar was earth-shaking, causing boundless galaxies to tremble. "This punch, you can't block." Kit was incredibly confident now. He pounded directly onto Ned's chest. Bang! Instantly, Ned's chest caved in. Blood spewed from his mouth as he flew back several thousand miles. Boom! Innumerable cracks appeared on Ned's body. The invincible physique of a venerable was shattered by Kit's punch, a first in history. Hiss! This is absurd. Not bad. Ned is among the best of venerables, with an unparalleled body almost the strongest among us, yet Kit has shattered him. Not good. There's no way now. We must fight together. No, Ned isn't defeated yet. What? While the venerables were talking, infinite golden flames flickered around Ned. His wounds healed rapidly, and his bones crackled loudly. His aura grew much stronger. Hiss. Minor perfection. Crap. He actually broke through during the battle, reaching the minor perfection realm of venerables. Incredible. Throughout history, few have reached this level. Hehe, now Kit is in trouble. The difference between minor perfection and peak venerable is like a chasm, unbridgeable. Kit is dead meat. A group of venerables laughed heartily, but some faces darkened. For them, Ned achieving minor perfection was not a good sign. In fact, it spelled disaster. Once he reached this realm, they would all be finished. The Six Paths wheel inevitably falling into Kit's hands was a foregone conclusion. Immediately, many people targeted Ned, preparing to eliminate him. However, Kit looked at Ned and said, "Minor perfection realm? I see. So that's how it is." Kit, your stubbornness is useless." Ned stepped forward, his aura terrifying. He looked at Kit coldly and said, "Being stubborn will only make you die faster." Phew. Kit took a deep breath. Stepping forward, he faced Ned and said, "Ned, do you think reaching minor perfection makes you invincible?" "Why not?" Ned remained calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Kit and saying, "Kid, you are quite talented. War end over the Six Paths wheel, and I'll spare your life. Just for that statement, I'll let you live a bit longer." Kit took a deep breath, and his inner energy began to surge. Boom. Endless power exploded. Kit's body reached a critical point, breaking through a barrier and entering the near-venerable realm, something many could not achieve. Boom. The moment Kit entered the near-venerable realm, the entire universe trembled. Boom. Kit did not hide his aura, becoming incomparably formidable. Heaven, is he really a near-venerable? This aura is nearly on par with a venerable? Crap, it's still rising, already surpassing early-stage venerable power and aura. High-stage venerable. Peak venerable. The group of venerables went from shock to numbness, finally silence. For most of them, it took a millennium to reach the near-venerable realm, but it often took millions of years to slowly advance to the venerable realm from there. A near-venerable was more terrifying than the gap between cultivating chi and near-venerable. Hashtag Chapter 517, the youngest supreme. But now, Kit had achieved the peak of the near-supreme realm right under their noses, in just a few minutes. Standing at this level, his aura was on par with that of a peak supreme. What did this mean? A near-supreme matching a peak supreme. None of the three great celestial respects could do this. This guy, what's his background? Even Divine Emperor and Demon Overlord never had this level of power. He's only a near-supreme. A group of Supremes were momentarily stunned. They knew Kit might be the strongest genius in history. However, they hadn't expected him to be this formidable. At the near Supreme realm, his aura rivaled that of a Supreme. This accomplishment was unprecedented. Huff huff huff. Emil deeply inhaled, recovering much of his boundless strength. He looked at Kit with added gravity. The gap between near Supreme and Supreme was like an insurmountable chasm. Throughout history, even those who had one foot into the Supreme realm could barely contend with Supremes. Being able to defeat a Supreme at the peak of the near Supreme realm was incredibly rare. Moreover, those Supremes were either old and frail or had rushed their cultivation, leaving them weak at the core. Otherwise, it would take a genius comparable to the three great celestial respects. But no matter which type, all were far inferior to Kit standing before them. A near Supreme at peak strength rivaling a peak Supreme. This absurd situation was beyond imagination. Yet it happened in reality. Cough cough cough. Emil lightly coughed twice and said, Kit, you're impressive. If you break through to the Supreme realm, I will definitely lose. Unfortunately, you can't break through to the Supreme realm. Is that so? I don't believe it. Kit took a deep breath, rapidly expending the demon overlord blood within him as he began pushing towards the Supreme realm. Kill. Emil gave Kit no chance to break through. To him, if Kit succeeded, his death was inevitable. He must kill Kit the moment he was about to break through. Boom. After reaching the lesser perfection of the Supreme realm, Emil's power was unparalleled. A single punch shook the entire void. Seeing this, Kit stepped forward, swinging the heavenly Dao fist to clash directly with Emil. Dong. The powerful blow instantly swept across the universe. Stars within tens of billions of miles were annihilated into nothingness. Even stars 10,000 miles away disintegrated completely in mere moments. This was the power of a Supreme. Stars were as insignificant as dust. Boom. After trading a punch, Kit took a step back. His fist was bloodied, revealing exposed bone. Emil, however, seemed much better off. His palm trembled slightly, but he watched Kit with changed eyes. This opponent was more dangerous than he had imagined. Enough. I don't want to play anymore. Kit raised his head, took a deep breath, and broke through instantly. Rumbling. The group of Supremes all turned pale, their faces filled with disbelief. Supreme. Kit actually broke through to the Supreme realm. Consider that Kit was merely in his 20s. For these Supremes, this was equivalent to an infant still learning to walk in their cultivation journey. Even super geniuses who shattered countless records only reached the Arn realm by age 20. A 20-year-old Supreme. Damn it. Am I really awake? Haha. This can't be real, right? Unprecedented before or after. A 20-year-old Supreme. Am I dreaming? At age 20, I was still immortal, not yet having begun cultivation. Haha. We're just jokes now. The Supreme's mental states instantly collapsed. Remember, each of them had been tempered over infinite time, rarely succumbing to despair. But now, they were utterly hopeless. Even with Kit's immense strength, they still had a fighting chance. However, a 20-year-old Supreme was enough to obliterate all of them. Even if every Supreme present were to restart their cultivation from scratch, they likely wouldn't reach this level. This achievement was simply too unbelievable. Even Kit himself felt as though he was living a dream. Honestly, his goal was to reach the Supreme realm within a millennium, but it only took 3 years. Far less than he expected. Phew. Kit calmed down, taking a deep breath and adjusting his body to its best state. Then, he looked at Emil and asked, Emil, right? You're strong? Indeed. Emil stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Kit calmly. At early Supreme, your aura rivals a lesser perfect Supreme. Impressive. Had I your constitution back then, I might have surpassed the Supreme realm already. But you didn't. Kit stepped forward, his aura vast and deep like the sea. The surrounding Supremes all showed alarm. Over. He's reached the Supreme realm. Unless it's a celestial respect, no one can match him now. How despairing. In less than a day, his cultivation soared to the Supreme realm. Perhaps he is the one destined to end the cycle of death. To end the cycle? The cultivators exchanged glances. Many voices carried tones of despair. Only Kit remained calm. He looked at the rusty sword in his hand and asked, How does my achievement look? Stronger than my original owner. The immortal sword replied succinctly. Its answer was short but sufficient. Boom. Kit took a step forward, wielding the rusty sword while channeling the heavenly Dao slash towards Emil. Haha. Come. Let's decide our fate. Emil fought back fiercely, enveloped in endless flames, burning his essence to prepare for a deadly battle. Boom. Kit took another step, an icy blue sword beam slicing through the void. Swoosh. A deep wound appeared between Emil's eyebrows, nearly piercing his soul. But in that last moment, Kit halted. Bang. Kit's strike was enough to sever Emil's soul, but he chose not to. Instead, he kicked Emil squarely in the chest. Bang. Emil flew backward, spitting out blood continually, wearing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 518. I will not kill you. He had lost, defeated by Kit, and he had lost in an extremely humiliating way. Looking at Kit before him, Emil took a deep breath. He stopped at a distance, somewhat dejectedly saying, I have lost. Boom. The killing intent surrounding Kit dissipated. He did not slay Emil but said, Great calamity is imminent. It would be beneficial for the human race to retain top-level combat strength. I will not kill you. Not kill me. A bitter smile played on Emil's face. He shook his head and said, I have said this sentence countless times to my opponents. Yet, this is the first time someone has said it to me. Perhaps there might be a second time. Kit said nothing more. He turned around and looked at the 30-odd overlords with a calm expression. He asked himself aloud, Among you lot, who else wishes to challenge me? Whoosh. At these words, the crowd's expressions changed drastically. To a group of overlords, Kit was nearly invincible at this moment. No one could match him in single combat. After all, Even the perfect Emil could not withstand a single move from Kit. Even if they were to attack him together, it would still result in them being cut down one by one, without any hope of victory. Rumble. Just then, in the deepest part of the universe, a spatial rift appeared, and a figure emerged before the group. He slowly approached Kit, saying as he walked, "Throughout endless eons, no one has ever been able to kill me. Kit, you are the first, and will be the last. Do you have any last words?" The Xiuxian. Kit squinted slightly at the figure. At this moment, the Xiuxian was at his peak state. He was in the grand complete stage of the Overlord realm, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. It was said that even a mere breath from him could obliterate countless beings. "Yes, it's me. I told you, I would come back." The Xiuxian stood with hands behind his back, looking composed. Staring at Kit, he coolly said, "Kit, my humiliation can only be washed away by your blood and life." "You wish to kill me?" Kit chuckled wryly. He sheathed his rusty sword, placed his hands behind his back, and replied, "Do you truly believe that reaching the grand complete stage guarantees a win? What, do you think you can turn things around?" As the Xiuxian stepped closer to Kit, he continued, "Stop dreaming. Your amateur skills mean nothing." Phew. I understand. Kit stepped forward, gazing at the Xiuxian and said, "Did you perhaps forget? My cultivation always advances swiftly." With that, Kit's aura transformed once more. Rumble. His realm reached the middle stage of Overlord. In a crowd of overlords, middle stage overlords were not uncommon, but this only applied to average overlords. Kit was already emitting overlord level aura while at the peak quasi-overlord stage. Though he was now only at the middle stage overlord level, his power approached the grand complete level. Grand complete overlord level power. Shock flashed across the Xiuxian's face. If Kit's breakthrough to the overlord realm could be attributed to the true blood, the fact that he possessed grand complete overlord power now suggested only one thing. Kit had ascended to the middle stage overlord due to his astonishingly fast cultivation speed. This was too terrifying. Indeed, Kit himself was startled. This chaos scripture was too monstrous. As long as there were no bottlenecks, his progression was incredibly swift. The force within his body surged incessantly. Killing the Xiuxian might require just a single sword strike. Sensing the continuous outpouring of power from Kit, the Xiuxian's complexion changed drastically. He knew Kit was powerful, but he never imagined he could be this strong. Purely in terms of power, Kit already surpassed him. He couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, he would surely die. Rumble. Without hesitation, the Xiuxian struck, his long sword bursting with terrifying might. Without a word, he slashed towards Kit. Swoosh. An icy blue sword light tore through space as Kit countered with his own sword. His Heavenly Dao sword technique was incredibly formidable. Upon reaching the middle stage Overlord realm, this technique had also matured significantly. A single strike sent sword light cascading everywhere. When this sword light combined with the wayward step technique, the speed was incomparably fast. It felt like time had halted. Swoosh. In an instant, Kit's sword left hundreds of bloody holes in the Xiuxian's body. Each wound bled profusely, oozing a pungent, dark blood. Staring at Kit's sword, the Xiuxian found it unbelievable. He roared angrily, "Heavenly Dao sword. That's the Heavenly Dao sword. This set of sword techniques shouldn't exist in this world. Why do you possess it?" "How should I know?" Kit smirked. Standing his ground, he wasn't in a rush to finish off the Xiuxian. Instead, he asked, "Before I kill you, answer one question. What happened during the abrupt end of the Divine Demon era?" Hearing Kit's words, the Xiuxian froze. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes, as if he had experienced something truly terrifying. Looking at the Xiuxian's expression, Kit knew there was a story here. Thinking about it, he said, "Speak. This secret has been buried for countless eons. It's time to reveal it, isn't it?" "Ah." The Xiuxian took a deep breath. He replied, "Since you want to ask, I'll tell you." Kit remained silent, focusing intently on the Xiuxian. He adopted an eager-to-listen posture. Seeing this, the Xiuxian slowly began. In that immensely distant era of gods and demons, countless mighty beings existed. These beings eventually ushered in an era of unparalleled prosperity, the peak of the Divine Demon era. However, this era ended abruptly. The world was destroyed, countless realms were annihilated, and the once vast continents transformed into the present-day sun, moon, and stars. The termination of the Divine Demon era also sowed the seeds of chaos. Wait, you mentioned the peak of the Divine Demon era? Weren't you from its peak? Of course not. The Xiuxian shook his head and explained, "I was merely an outstanding figure at the end of the peak era, unable to reach the power of those at the true peak." "When was the era you spoke of?" Chapter 519. The Sealed Truth. Kit continued to press. How strong were the mighty ones of that era? How strong? The bar turned his head and looked at Kit before saying, "You've always wanted to know what lies beyond the Supreme Realm, haven't you? Well, let me tell you." "Really?" Kit's eyes lit up as he asked eagerly, "What realm is it? Tell me quickly." Beyond the Supreme Realm, in that age, it was known as the Heavenly Dao Realm. The bar looked at Kit and continued, "Those who stood in the Heavenly Dao Realm possessed power on par with the Heavenly Dao itself, uncontrolled by the Heavenly Dao. Therefore, during the pinnacle of that era, reversing time and space, disrupting cause and effect, all became exceedingly complex. Although the Heavenly Dao existed, it was practically useless. Countless battles among Heavenly Dao level experts resulted in numerous worlds collapsing, some turning into chaos, others becoming wastelands, and some fragments forming today's great worlds." Holy crap. Kit was utterly shocked. Even without the bar's reminder, he could imagine how chaotic the world must have been back then. Just then, the bar added, "In those years of possessing the Heavenly Dao realm, death meant nothing because Heavenly Dao level experts could reverse time and disrupt cause and effect. Eventually, a super battle was triggered, a battle between Heavenly Dao level experts. Kit fell silent. Even without a detailed description from the bar, Kit could guess how terrifying that battle must have been. Seeing Kit's silence, the bar took a deep breath and said, the most terrifying aspect wasn't just the battles between heavenly Dao level experts, but also an invasion from other universes. Even other universes got involved. Kit felt speechless for a moment. He rubbed his temples and asked, so, our universe fought an unprecedented and deadly battle against other universes? Exactly, the bar nodded slightly. He sighed, when I was born, the battle hadn't begun yet. When I achieved great perfection at the Supreme Realm, I still didn't have the qualifications to participate. I only remember that at one moment, the entire world's cause and effect suddenly ceased being chaotic. All heavenly Dao level experts vanished, seemingly sealed away in a certain era. The Supreme Realm became the limit of this universe. No matter how strong you are, you can't break this seal either. At best, you'll only reach the great perfection of the Supreme Realm unless several powers of the heavenly Dao level unite to break the seal and uncover the truth. The truth, huh? Kit remained quiet. Even the bar couldn't achieve this in endless years. Solving this wouldn't be simple for him either. With this thought, Kit looked at the bar and asked, then, why did the era of gods and demons end? It was a book documenting heavenly Dao level experts. The bar's gaze fell on Kit as he slowly explained, but the book itself wasn't the key. Rather, it was brought by a heavenly Dao level expert from another universe. When this expert died, they left a curse within the book. A curse? Kit was initially taken aback but soon caught on. His face showed shock as he asked, you mean, the heavenly Dao level expert wiped out all gods and demons merely through the curse inherent in the book? As incredible as it sounds, it's true. The bar's expression remained calm. He continued, we found something even more terrifying while searching for the truth in those final moments. Initially, we thought it was a curse, but later, we discovered it was a force parasitic upon heavenly Dao level experts. This force, carried by the first heavenly Dao expert to breach, infected all heavenly Dao level beings. To prevent this force from contaminating the heavenly Dao, they severed all cause and effect and sealed themselves. That's why the walls exist. So, cutting off time and space isn't about hiding the truth from outsiders, but preventing whatever's inside from escaping? Kit's face changed as he realized the immense danger. Even if he could surpass the heavenly Dao level, it might still be insignificant against such threats. So many heavenly Dao level experts couldn't handle it. There was little chance Kit could do much better. Huff. Kit took a deep breath, glancing at the bar as a stone door appeared in his hand. Thud, thud, thud. The bar instantly retreated several steps, his voice trembling. Do you recognize this thing? Kit immediately sensed that this object was extraordinary. Otherwise, the bar wouldn't react so strongly. The bar, seeing this, said, this? I crafted it myself. What kind of thing? Kit blinked, scrutinizing the bar before asking, are you joking? You survived the great calamity of the ancient era? If I hadn't, would I be talking to you here? The bar replied coolly, this stone door contains the bodies of those sealed gods and demons. Only the space behind this door can accommodate such a massive number of corpses. If these bodies were to leak out, they could destroy the entire world. Hence, this place and space must remain absolutely secure and hidden. An absolutely secure and hidden place? Kit looked at the stone door and asked, you mean, the space behind the door? Correct. Behind that door lies not our universe, but the ruins of another universe. All life within is dead, leaving only a malevolent force persisting. The bar paused and then continued, the Draper once entered and knew just how numerous the corpses were inside. In reality, not all those corpse supremes may come from our world. Some could be remnants from other universes. Thus, he felt the enemies growing more numerous. Now I understand. Kit finally grasped the situation. He turned to look at the bar and asked, so, what's the truth behind this great calamity? Chapter 520, The Truth. The truth behind the great calamity? I don't know either. The bar shrugged, a look of helplessness appearing on his face for the first time. The truth behind the great calamity? I don't know either. The bar shrugged, a look of helplessness appearing on his face for the first time. He continued, the beings at the heavens Dao realm sealed all cause and effect. No one can know what exactly happened. We can only find remnants from the past. For us remaining deities and demons, we have no knowledge of the era before. And when the great calamity descended, everyone died, losing all perception of the outside world. Only by doing this could anyone preserve their life. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive the calamity. Those who knew about the calamity are all dead. Kit was somewhat startled upon hearing the bar's words. He looked at the bar and asked, you mean to say that no one in this world knows the truth? If you're talking about the truth concerning the heavens Dao realm, then yes, that's correct. The bar nodded slightly. He pointed at the stone door and said, for example, why did the first heavens Dao realm being go mad? The truth lies within this stone door. If you want to know the truth, you might enter it. I understand. Kit took a deep breath, releasing all the restrictions on his body. Instantly, his physical attributes skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, his blood chi reached its peak, and his realm surged like a rocket. High Supreme Realm, Peak Supreme Realm, Lesser Perfect Supreme Realm, Greater Perfect Supreme Realm. In just a few hours, Kit's realm had soared to a level that any cultivator would find unattainable after countless eons. Heaven's Sovereign Realm. Looking at his palm, Kit felt a mystical sensation. He waved his hand, shattering a space. Infinite temporal currents vanished, and even the chaos mist was pierced. Finally, at the edge of all time and space, there was a faint golden membrane. This layer of golden membrane blocked everything, severing time itself. The state before the chaos among the heavens Dao realm. Kit looked at the golden membrane in front of him, filled with astonishment. Boom! A vast expanse of golden energy shot into the sky. Before Kit now stood an enormous golden figure. What's happening? Why is there a silhouette on this golden membrane? Not good. There may be a colossal change coming. Quick, we must enter a state of slumber. It's too late. Seeing him means we are already entangled in the causality and will be destroyed together. Heavens, what is happening? A group of supreme beings were in panic, and even the bar was taken aback. According to his memory, the golden membrane had always been indestructible. Appearing as a figure was simply impossible. The membrane blocked all information, so no one knew what was happening on the other side. Boom. The golden figure slowly turned his head. This figure was tens of thousands of miles tall, carrying an aura that overshadowed all. As he turned his head, his face bore a neutral expression. Only his eyes held an immensely profound light. His gaze fell on Kit, and he suddenly spoke. I have waited for countless years for you to appear. No, perhaps endless eons for you. But for me, just a moment has passed. Who are you? Kit frowned slightly and asked. The guardian of this wall. The golden figure looked at Kit and calmly answered. I have only stood here for a moment, yet you have appeared. Hiss. Kit inhaled sharply, looking at the figure before him. Are you saying my appearance was inevitable? Not exactly. From my perspective. The golden figure paused, continuing, from my viewpoint, if I stay here for 3 breaths, and you appear within those 3 breaths, then there's hope for this world. If you don't appear, the golden membrane will collapse, and everything will turn to dust. But we've already exchanged words for more than 3 breaths. Kit was dumbfounded, not quite understanding what the golden figure meant. The golden figure glanced at Kit and explained, you might not understand, but the moment I spoke to you, or even the instant you saw me, the membrane no longer existed. It vanished. What happens when the membrane disappears? Kit asked further. You'll see very soon. The golden figure turned his head toward the depths of the boundless starry river. Rumble. An unprecedented and overwhelmingly violent aura erupted, shattering everything. An unimaginable presence descended. Haha, after countless eons, this pitiful wall has finally vanished. This is our world now. I order the revival of all. We will engage in the ultimate battle. Kill. Roaring sounds echoed. Hundreds of great perfect supreme beings suddenly appeared in the infinite starry void. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Instantly, across the vast distance, they locked onto Kit. Just as you see, these people come from an endlessly ancient era, the golden figure added. They have been driven mad by that lunatic. Driven mad? Kit was stunned, watching the frenzied great perfect supreme beings charging towards him. Not overly tense, he followed up. Why are they mad? What do they truly want? Even madmen have desires, but they do not, the golden figure sighed. If they desire anything, it's to slaughter all life, destroy all order, obliterate the heavens Tao, and return everything to chaos. Returning to chaos, that means... Kit fell silent, then spoke again. It's a cycle, isn't it? Correct. The universe was born from chaos and will also perish in chaos. The golden figure lowered his head, looking at Kit and continued. To break free from this cycle, you need to kill these intruders. So, I'm the one you've been waiting for to kill everyone who has gone mad? Kit looked at the golden figure and asked. Yes. The golden figure was straightforward, seemingly remembering something and added. I can't help you much. All success and failure ultimately turn into nothingness. The choice is yours. If you can handle this heavenly disaster, the entire universe will be rejuvenated. You will control the heavens Tao and become the strongest. Chapter 521. The seal unleashed. Didn't handle it, and now it returns to chaos? Kit murmured to himself, utterly speechless. He hadn't anticipated that he would have to deal with such a colossal mess. Was this a joke? An issue that a group of Tian Dao realm powerhouses couldn't resolve countless eons ago was now thrust into his hands, far beyond his capabilities. It was clear that this was no simple matter. Boom. As he pondered, a group of great perfection supreme beings arrived. These powerhouses were clearly part of a battle unit. They wore identical war armors marred by countless sword marks and holes, some still stained with blood. Undoubtedly, these warriors had endured innumerable brutal battles across the endless ages. Or perhaps, when the walls vanished, the battles had just begun. Die. One great perfection supreme aimed a palm strike at Kit. The terrifying attack was enough to take down 99% of great perfection supremes. But he miscalculated. In Kit's hand, the rust on the old sword completely peeled off, revealing a jade-like blade. Blood-red veins emerged along the sword's surface. Slash heaven. Cadefting his head, Kit used the perfected heavenly sword for the first time. Boom. In one stride, Kit appeared before an opponent. The heavenly sword in his hand erupted with terrifying might. Instantly, the head of the attacking great perfection supreme rolled onto the ground. Crack. It happened in the blink of an eye. Before the other supremes could react, the head had already fallen. Boom. Catamitless sword intent exploded, obliterating the head of the great perfection supreme, turning it into nothingness. This is unbelievable. One sword to kill a celestial level expert? That's scary. Perhaps Kit can indeed create a miracle and become a Tian Dao realm expert. Not perhaps, but definitely. If he can't reach the supreme Tian Dao realm, we will all die. That's right. If the world reverts to chaos, we will all be buried with it. Sigh. Prepare yourselves. This is not a joke. This concerns the survival of our world. Our only choice in this battle is to win, or face certain death. No more nonsense, Kill. I want to see just how strong these supremes from the era of gods and demons really are. The group of supremes immediately erupted into action. Eyes bloodshot, they fought alongside the resurrected god warriors, surprising everyone with their overwhelming combat prowess. War Honor Fist. A War Honor struck out and killed a revived supreme with a single blow. He laughed maniacally. Too weak, way too weak. These gods and demons of the ancient era are truly frail, like puppets with empty strength. Bam bam bam. Others agreed, many even challenging ranks above them. Mid to low-ranked Supremes effortlessly thrashed hordes of great perfection Supremes. However, this wasn't strange. These beings were essentially sentinels. During the God-Demon era, even dogs could attain the Holy Spirit realm without cultivation. Such species were so monstrous that they were erased by the heavenly Tao for being too extraordinary. But even if they survived until now, compared to those who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood to achieve supreme status, they remained tragically weak, insignificant even. After all, it might take eons to produce a single supreme within the entire world. No matter how strong the innate bloodline of the God-Demon era was, it paled in comparison to the talent cultivated over countless years. Boom. In a moment, the revived God warriors retreated step by step, overwhelmed by Kit's celestial sword, which cut down hundreds at a time. Boom. Within a few breaths, the battlefield quietened. Phew. These gods and demons aren't anything special. Too weak, they only have raw power, lacking technique. They've been pampered. In their era, even dogs could become holy spirits. Right. Their path to becoming supremes wasn't much different from us becoming major powers. Then doesn't it mean there were an immense number of powerhouses back then? At this realization, the group of supremes' faces darkened. Knowing there were thousands of these god demons, as strong as great perfection supremes, brought to light the severity of the situation. If all of them revived, the entire universe could crumble into ruins. Boom. Instantaneously, the sky shattered, releasing countless auras. Endless numbers of god warriors revived. Millions, billions, no word could describe the scene. It was as if stars filled the sky, and hordes of god warriors covered the world. Madness shone in their eyes, driven to destroy the universe and revert it to chaos. Heaven help us. Despair spread among the supremes. Thousands, tens of thousands, they still had a fighting chance. But hundreds of billions, trillions? Using sheer numbers, the god warriors might overwhelm everything. Done for. A supreme despaired, lowering his head. There's no hope for victory. This universe is doomed. Is this the ultimate calamity? Kit stared at the endless god warriors, also stunned. He finally understood what Kramer meant about the remains of god warriors scattered throughout the universe. Looking at the scene before him, seeing bodies stretching infinitely, made the description seem understated. Phew. Suddenly, a golden light shimmered, and a mysterious figure stepped forward into the boundless cosmos. Boom. The attention of the endless god warriors shifted towards this mysterious figure. Kill. This is the last guardian. Eliminate him, and the heavenly Tao will collapse, annihilating the entire universe. Kill. Endless god warriors surged forth like a tidal wave, bearing an unstoppable force. Hashtag chapter 522. Advancement to the heavenly Tao realm. Anyone facing this scene would feel an endless despair. In such a battle, survival is impossible. Helmet, however, faced the scene with composure and ease. He raised his hand and pointed. Boundless light emerged. Boom. This beam of light swept through everything in its path. Any god or demon that stood in its way was instantly reduced to ashes. Heavenly Tao realm expert. Kit took a deep breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. No, I am not a heavenly Tao realm expert. Helmet looked at Kit and said, I am merely a disciple of a heavenly Tao realm expert, wielding some power. This isn't a heavenly Tao realm expert? Kit's mind buzzed. He looked up and asked, then how powerful is a true heavenly Tao realm expert? If measured by the standards of the heavenly Tao realm, eliminating these riffraff would only take a moment. Helmet continued, you are the only one who can reach the heavenly Tao realm. Cherish this final opportunity. I reach the heavenly Tao realm? Kit was stunned. He scratched his head and frowned, saying, but I haven't felt any bottleneck. I don't know what the heavenly Tao realm truly entails, but I can give you some hints. Helmet bent down, lifting his hand and gently tapping Kit's forehead. Boom. In an instant, an unprecedented feeling emerged within Kit. The world around him became bizarre, as if from the infinite gods and demons to the tiniest specks of dust were now within his perception. That is. Kit stared at the dust before him, his pupils constricting. This tiny speck of dust suddenly decomposed into a vast universe, endless and unceasing, creating an unparalleled experience. Finally, upon reaching an indescribable state, Kit vaguely saw a long river flowing through the entire world. No matter who or what existed, they were all part of this river, unable to escape. The Heavenly Tao River. A term Kit had never heard before suddenly surfaced in his heart. It was unfamiliar yet deeply etched in his soul, as if the river naturally belonged to this name. This vision flashed and vanished. When Kit opened his eyes, everything returned to normal. The masked figure spoke. Did you see the Heavenly Tao River? Indeed, that is the name of the river. Kit looked up at the young man with a mask, asking, is that river the Heavenly Tao? No, it's the whole world. The young man explained, everything is an object within the river. No one can escape, not even experts of the Heavenly Tao realm. Their only difference is that they can see the river. Seeing the river, Kit was initially puzzled. As he turned his head toward the universe, the previously vague perception cleared. Every detail of the universe became visible. The world proceeded according to preordained fate, and he could foresee the future of anything if he wished. Huff. Kit took a deep breath, looking at the universe and saying, this is the universe, it's magnificent. Being able to see this proves you have become a Heavenly Tao realm expert, the mysterious figure stated. Kit froze, turning back to look at the figure, only to find the figure had dissipated as if it had never existed. No, the figure had always been there, representing the consciousness of the Heavenly Tao. Rumble. Endless gods and demons surged towards Kit, their faces filled with madness. But Kit did not move his sword. He simply drew a line in the air. This force was very weak, not even at the arm level. It merely severed a minor rule but carried an incredibly sharp attack. Instantly, boundless space shattered, and all things turned to ash, including countless gods and demons that vanished like sand grains. Suddenly, the universe calmed down. Heavenly Tao Realm, power. Is this the Heavenly Tao Realm? Terrifying. A simple gesture annihilates countless gods and demons. Perhaps our world still has hope. Not just hope, it will definitely continue to exist. That crazy Heavenly Tao Realm expert is also at the same realm. What do we fear? Right. The golden figure said Kit has a chance to win. The Supreme Being's hearts raced, each of them filled with excitement. Kit stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze falling on a corner of the universe. He said, I know where you are. Come out. Sooner or later, you will face me. Hiding won't change anything. Heavenly Tao Realm expert. A cold voice echoed, filled with icy killing intent. Boom. Next second, a figure emerged from the infinite chaos. Cloaked in black mist, it radiated a destructive aura. Around this figure, endless star rivers disintegrated into nothingness. Undoubtedly, this figure was the cause of the great calamity. Over endless eons, he repeatedly initiated disasters, attempting to destroy the world but failed each time. Until now, he finally prepared to act personally. Looking at Kit, the figure said, I can tell. You are a Heavenly Tao Realm expert cultivated by the Heavenly Tao to oppose me. Over countless eons, I have eliminated many like you, and one more makes no difference. You might be mistaken. My intention is not to seal you but to eliminate you. Step by step, Kit approached the figure, exuding an overwhelming aura. Wherever he went, damaged laws recovered, and chaos dissipated. Even the destroyed worlds rejuvenated, and the killed beings revived. An impossible feat. Note, opinion names should be preserved as given, so Kit remains unchanged in English. Hashtag chapter 523, the source of disaster. To Kit at this moment, everything was incredibly simple. He looked at the figure and said, I've always been curious. Why did you fall into madness? Why do you want to destroy universe after universe? There's no reason. The figure gazed at Kit and replied, just as when you're eating, you don't ask for the thoughts of your meal. I destroy worlds because I wish to. That's all there is to it. You just feel like it. Kit was speechless. He had imagined many reasons but never considered this one. Indeed, there was little overlap between a normal person and a madman. But this reason was impeccable. Looking at the formidable presence before him, Kit said, since that's the case, destroying you is just because I find you displeasing. You have no objections, right? Kill me? Heh. Not just one person has told me that, but they are all dead now. The mighty being was incredibly arrogant, not taking Kit seriously at all. Coldly, he stared at Kit and said, over 100 celestial path realm experts have died by my hands. Every one of them was immensely confident. Don't worry. This will be the last time you hear this. A celestial sword materialized in Kit's hand. Looking at the powerful entity, he said, because soon, you'll be dead. I'm going to die? Ha 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 ha. The strong being laughed coldly. He raised his hand, and in an instant, the void crumbled apart. 4 skeletal dragons emerged in the void, each carrying boundless power of the celestial path. These 4 skeletal dragons are the physical bodies of 4 ancestor dragons. They wanted to kill me, but instead were refined by me into puppets. The powerful being looked at Kit and continued coldly, 2 skeletal dragons can defeat a celestial path expert. With all 4 coming out, they are enough to ensure your death. Try if you dare. Without another word, Kit initiated his immortal pace and charged toward the powerful being. Roar! 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 After 4 successive roars, the 4 skeletal dragons unleashed an incomparable aura. In an instant, they surged towards Kit, intending to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Kit did not hesitate. He wielded the celestial sword and swung down. Swish! A faint sound echoed. Kit's sword swing was not particularly impressive. It seemed like just a casual flick of his celestial sword. However, in front of Kit, one of the skeletal dragons split into 2 instantly. Immediately afterward, countless sword energies exploded, causing the skeletal dragon to dissipate into the void. This can't be. You slew one of my skeletal dragons in a single strike? The powerful being was stunned. In his memory, his skeletal dragons were unstoppable, carrying incomparable power. They had killed dozens of celestial path experts. Now, in just one encounter, Kit had slain one. Taking a significant loss, the powerful being retreated 2 steps as the feeling of death washed over him. At the celestial path realm, any premonition represented an impending reality. Feeling the breath of death meant a high probability of imminent demise. But how could this be possible? After traversing countless ages unscathed, could he now be defeated by a mere 3-year-old cultivator? Impossible. Instantly, the powerful being's Tao heart shattered, his state of mind becoming unstable. Bam! Taking another step forward, Kit slashed down again, a light and seemingly effortless strike. Another skeletal dragon disintegrated into pieces, breaking apart in midair. How can this be? The powerful being was nearly driven mad. He stared intently at Kit's celestial sword, struggling to comprehend. There was nothing special about the sword or Kit's strength. How could he slay the skeletal dragon with one strike? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. He glared at Kit and angrily said, I get it. You didn't cut through the skeletal dragon, but severed the world's rules? Clever. Kit did not hide the truth. He calmly replied, anything within this world cannot withstand my sword. Of course, including you. I don't believe it. The powerful being flew into a rage. He waved his hand, and the space-time once again collapsed. Splash! Hundreds of corpses of celestial path experts appeared in the void. Instantly, the entire universe shook lightly, as if unable to bear the presence of these hundreds of corpses. Humph! Boy, even if you can kill a skeletal dragon with one strike, it's useless. With hundreds of celestial path experts full attacks, you will surely die. The powerful being, looking at the mass of corpses around him, couldn't help but feel triumphant. Kit looked at the powerful being and said, "Then let me show you otherwise." "Haha, dream on." The powerful being laughed loudly, raised his hand, and pointed at Kit coldly. "Attack together and kill him." Boom. A group of corpses rushed towards Kit, attempting to completely annihilate him. The aura from these hundreds of celestial path corpses was overwhelming, leaving space crumbling into chaos wherever they went. Phew. Kit took a deep breath. Seeing the corpses before him, his anger rose. These beings, regardless of good or evil, had undoubtedly died protecting their world. But this evil celestial path expert turned their corpses into puppets, which infuriated Kit. Looking at the charging corpses, Kit coldly said, "My apologies, venerable predecessors." With that, Kit led the charge and slaughtered through the swarm of corpses. Rumble. The entire world went wild. Kit slew one corpse per sword strike, and everyone in his path disintegrated into ashes and vanished into thin air. Swish. Kill. Splash. Step by step, Kit advanced with each strike, inching closer to the powerful being. Finally, he halted. Under his feet lay endless corpses. The original spirits of these celestial path experts had been destroyed by Kit, leaving only their lifeless bodies floating in midair. Ha ha ha. The powerful being emitted several dry laughs, unable to hide the shock on his face. Chapter 524, Never Lost in a Duel. Dead. Hundreds of heavenly Dao realm corpses were killed instantly, one, by Kit's sword. And Kit himself was unscathed, his body still brimming with vitality, remaining at the peak of his power. No, this can't be possible. The Jamal was utterly despairing, staring at Kit with wide, incredulous eyes. In the presence of Kit's aura, fear crept into his heart. He involuntarily took 2 steps back. "Didn't you want to destroy the world? Are you afraid?" Kit mocked the Jamal. "I said before, you will die today. You're too reckless, boy." The Jamal drew a deep breath and looked at Kit, saying, "I won't argue with you. How about this? I'll leave this world, and all grievances between us will be forgiven. Deal? Leave this world? You think you can run?" Kit laughed dryly, his gaze filled with disdain. "No matter how powerful, a coward was just a coward. I'm merely leaving your world, not running away." The Jamal replied, "After I leave, this world is yours, and you won't have to fight me to the death. If I fight to the death, I can drag you down with me. Don't push me, or it will end in mutual destruction." "Mutual destruction? Do you even deserve it?" Kit laughed. Holding up his immortal sword, he pointed it at the Jamal and said, "Let me tell you honestly, you cannot escape. I may not be a good person, but I won't let you go out and destroy one world after another." "So, you want mutual destruction with me?" The Jamal's face turned cold. He glared at Kit and said, "Since you force me, then, prepare to die." Rumble. In an instant, the Jamal launched an attack on Kit. Infinite energy exploded in the blink of an eye, turning the entire space into chaos. Entire star systems in the periphery were obliterated, and even the universe itself began to shake, nearly shattering. A Supreme finally came to his senses, his voice trembling as he said, "This is the clash of those in the heavenly Dao realm. Can Kit win?" "I hope so. Haha, I believe in Kit. He will win. I've seen through the river of time. He has never lost in a duel throughout his life. This time will be no different. We can't help much. All we can do is trust him." Various voices echoed in the void. Whether they were friends or enemies of Kit, everyone had put everything aside and was waiting for the result of the battle. Rumble. In the infinite chaos, Kit wielded his immortal sword single-handedly, forcing the Jamal into a retreat. Yet, the Jamal was no pushover. He also fought fiercely, leaving countless wounds on Kit's body. The battle continued relentlessly. Kit played a war of attrition. For him, persisting and gradually gaining the upper hand would eventually lead to victory. Aya. The Jamal was engulfed in endless rage, growing weaker and losing any hope of a comeback. Glaring at Kit, he roared, "Kit, this is your doing. My true self returns." Boom. Far away, the stone gate in the ancient small world shattered. Overwhelming death chi erupted. Kit waved his hand, and the infinite death chi instantly dissipated into nothingness. But a black shadow appeared in the universe. It moved swiftly and merged with the Jamal in an instant. Whoosh. Kit took a deep breath. He could feel that the Jamal's strength had undergone a qualitative leap, seemingly magnified 1,000-fold in an instant, yet oddly not improved at all. A vague feeling rose in his heart. Swish. In Kit's sea of consciousness, the primal chaos green lotus swayed gently. Kit immediately regained clarity. He looked at the Jamal and said coldly, "That force that can corrupt the heavenly Dao realm expert is useless against me." The primal chaos green lotus. You actually have it. The Jamal clenched his teeth and said, "Boy, very well. I'm furious now. What I hate most is the primal chaos green lotus. You hating it doesn't help." Kit didn't say more. Cadefting his immortal sword, he stared at the Jamal and declared, "Next, you will die. Try me." The Jamal roared and charged at Kit. Kill. Kit threw everything into the battle once more. Rumble. Rumble. The shockwaves from the terrifying battle spread across the entire universe. Kit spared no effort to win. In the blink of an eye, he clashed with the Jamal for hundreds of rounds, each move carrying unimaginable power. However, after 1,000 rounds, neither side gained an advantage. The enhanced version of the Jamal was indeed more formidable, but Kit noticed that the other party's consciousness was slowly fading. Thus, only prolonging the battle would work. Boom. The battle continued without end. 1,000 moves, 10,000, 100,000. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years. An indescribable feeling arose within Kit's heart. He held his immortal sword and delivered one final strike. Instantly, the heavens shattered. Under Kit's sword, the Jamal slowly dissipated into dust. As he was about to disappear, He briefly regained consciousness and murmured, "That sword had some meaning." With that, the Jamal vanished into the cosmos. Phew. Kit exhaled, wiping the universe with a single swing of his sword. Instantly, the universe's heavenly Tao reappeared, and destroyed worlds and lives revived. Then, a grand voice echoed throughout the universe. "I, Kit, have won." Swish. This voice spread across the entire universe instantly. Countless cultivators felt overwhelming joy and began cheering. "Haha, won, finally won. I knew it, he will win. Now, there will be no great calamity. The heavenly Tao restored, perhaps we can pursue immortality again." Cultivators cheered endlessly. Kit lowered his head, gazing into the boundless chaos, muttering, wonder what marvelous things lie in this endless chaos. Chapter 525, the grand conclusion. However, before entering the chaos, Kit had a lot of things to take care of. Rumble. Not far from him, the stone gate had already shattered. An unprecedented super abyss appeared before Kit. Rumble. An overwhelming surge of deathly energy rushed towards Kit. Facing such an immense amount of deathly energy, Kit simply extended a finger and gently drew in the endless void. Whoosh. The deathly energy was utterly powerless against the rules of the heavens. In an instant, it disintegrated into ashes. With one step, Kit entered the world beyond the stone gate. Boom. An infinitely ruined and desolate universe appeared before Kit. This must be that powerful individual's original universe. All life within this universe is dead. Kit looked around with some regret. At this moment, space around him continuously fragmented. One corpse after another appeared in the void. Kit turned to look at the corpses around him, then snapped his finger. In an instant, the surrounding space exploded. These dead beings were obliterated once more, unable to revive. SK. Though this world has been ruined, it's not without hope. Kit stretched out a hand to connect with this world's heavenly Tao. Boom. Instantly, time began to flow backward. Time throughout the entire world reversed in a peculiar manner. Finally, reaching a certain critical point, Kit saw the super powerful individual who went insane, about to start slaughtering the world. Boom. Without saying anything, Kit snapped his finger. The powerful individual, driven mad, instantly disintegrated into ashes. He was vastly weaker during this era compared to his peak, before he could sacrifice the entire era to gain power. Rumble. Infinite light descended as the voice of the heavenly Tao spoke. "Thank you. You should return the book to me." Wait. Kit sensed something was off. With a thought, the chaos scripture appeared in his hands. Boom. The entire scripture rapidly expanded across the universe, ultimately becoming part of the heavenly Tao, circulating throughout the world. Damn. So, this book was given to me by you? Kit looked at the will of the heavenly Tao, somewhat speechless. Not exactly. It would be more accurate to say that the fate of the entire universe chose you. The heavenly Tao replied, "I am just a set of rules, devoid of emotion, following the predestined path. Since the book chose you, the luck of the entire world would fall upon you until you fulfill your destiny. So, I wasn't working overtime to my death. I was brought here by this book to save the world." Kit rubbed his temples, quite speechless. "You didn't lose out, did you?" the heavenly Tao asked. "The current you is already at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, an invincible existence within chaos, capable of crossing through the chaos back to your original world." "Wait, I can go back?" Kit froze in place. "Of course, I have preserved the coordinates of your original world." As the heavenly Tao's words echoed, a piece of information appeared in Kit's mind. "Phew, I understand now." Kit rubbed his temples, turning to look at the endless chaos, muttering, "It's been so many years since I've been back. Perhaps I should visit." Time passed quickly. A year went by in the blink of an eye. Kit repaired the scars left behind by a group of heavenly Tao realm beings, restoring the world to its complete state. Alongside, he collected a large amount of resources to give to Ari and others. He also used the power of the heavenly Tao to cleanse them. Even the half-dead Arwen received assistance from Kit to successfully enter the peak of the supreme realm, becoming a celestial-level expert. After completing all these tasks, Kit approached the endless chaos, preparing to leave, when he noticed something abnormal. Zaida and a few others appeared out of nowhere. "Boss, you're leaving without us? How could I not see what the original universe looks like?" "Yeah, we want to go too." The Brody and the Dax caught up, dissatisfied with Kit. Kit stroked his chin, saying, "I thought you didn't want to come with me, but if you're willing to follow, let's go." "Great. Let's go. Haha, we might be the first batch of life forms to cross the chaos." The Brody and others, with excited expressions, followed Kit's steps and vanished into the chaos. Time flew swiftly. On a blue planet, on a golden sandy beach, Kit lounged on a chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Beside him, a middle-aged man dressed in a proper Western suit was diligently pouring ice beer. A slight tremor caused by his nervousness earned him a kick from Ari. "Hey, faster." All right, let's talk this out, no violence." The chubby middle-aged man had a pitiful expression. Looking at Kit, he felt even more depressed. He somewhat regretted allowing Kit to work overtime. After overworking himself to death, Kit came back from another world, catching him for a brutal beating, claiming to make him experience the joy of overwork. Hell, slightly slacking off resulted in a brutal beating. If worse, he might end up as food for divine beasts. This miserable life, only God knows how long it would last. Perhaps one day Kit would calm down and stop tormenting him. Regardless of his thoughts, the boss respectfully handed the cold beer to Kit, smiling and saying, "Master Bai, please enjoy." Kit took the ice beer, drank a mouthful, and then squinted his eyes, saying, "Comfortable." Gulp. Ari also took a sip, muttering, "You know, the people on this planet are weak, but their drinks are pretty good." "Boss, this place is interesting. This thing called PS5 is actually quite fun. The Brody held a silver game console, appearing beside Kit. Nice, but it's mine next. Kit waved his hand, and the entire console appeared in his hand. What the hell, boss, even taking from your juniors? The Brody was shocked. Pa, I'll play for a bit and return it. Kit eagerly turned on the console, saying, this thing really isn't bad. Pa. The Brody turned away. To the side, Zaida stood on the beach, watching the setting sun, her face reflecting a curious glow. What are you looking at? Ari turned and asked curiously. Seeing this, Kit also slightly turned his head, looking toward the sunset curiously. Zaida opened her mouth and said, our era has ended. Ended? Kit was stunned, then chuckled. Indeed, everything has its conclusion. After his words, everyone fell silent, quietly watching the sun slowly set, coloring a vast expanse of the sea red. Finally, as the sunset sank below the horizon, an era, a story, came to its end.